Chapter 1. The System of 10,000-fold Return. Mount Piaomiao, shrouded in ethereal mist, brims with spiritual energy. Before the secret realm of the Piaomiao Sect, a graceful woman clad in a flowing white gown addressed the two individuals before her. Linger, Xiao, I shall enter seclusion for a period that may last from a decade to a century. The speaker, a stunningly beautiful woman, possessed a lithe and slender figure, her white gown hugging her waist and accentuating her perfect curves. Her skin, as white as snow, appeared translucent and flawless, akin to exquisitely carved jade. Her visage was tranquil and breathtaking, exuding an enchanting grace that captivated those who beheld her, rendering them spellbound. Her waist, resembling that of a water snake, was devoid of any excess flesh, delicate enough to be encircled by a gentle hand, and utterly magnificent. Her long, lustrous hair, held aloft by a jade hairpin, danced lightly in the breeze, giving her the ethereal appearance of a celestial being. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, seemed to envelop those around her in an intoxicating allure. This enchanting woman radiated the unique charm of a mature female, her every gesture imbued with a myriad of captivating subtleties that drew others irresistibly closer. She was Xiao, the esteemed elder of the Piaomiao Sect. Before her stood a young woman in a green gown and an elderly man in a gray robe, his hair as white as snow and his face etched with deep lines of age. Xiao turned her gaze to the young woman in green. Linger, as the current leader of the Piaomiao Sect, you must manage the affairs of the sect diligently during my absence. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek counsel from the other esteemed elders. I have already made arrangements. That Linger's eyes shimmered with reluctance as she nodded. Yes, master. Xiao's gaze shifted to the elderly man beside her, who appeared as though he were on the brink of the grave. Xiao jolted, hastily leaning on his wooden staff and nodding slightly. Disciple is here. Xiao sighed, shaking her head. Last month, you failed to transcend the divine thunder calamity, resulting in your cultivation descending to the foundation establishment stage. In this lifetime, it seems there is no hope for further advancement, and your lifespan is now limited to less than a year. Here, I present you with a longevity pill, which will grant you an additional 50 years of life. In these 50 years, seek a companion with whom to share your days, and ideally, leave behind an heir so that your time in this world is not in vain. With a flick of her wrist, a small porcelain white vial appeared delicately in her slender hand. Disciple is deeply grateful to Master. Xiao reached out, his expression brimming with emotion as he accepted the longevity pill. Tears of joy threatened to spill from his eyes. At long last, he finally possessed something of great worth to offer. A month prior, he had failed in his attempt to ascend to the divine transformation stage, plummeting from the 9th layer of the nascent soul to the 1st layer of foundation. Establishment. This failure had left him despondent. With no further opportunities for cultivation, he could only await the end of his life. Having traversed this world of cultivation for a millennium, the system had stubbornly remained dormant, leaving him to struggle through his own efforts. Even under the tutelage of the esteemed elder Xiao of the Piaomiao Sect, his mediocre talent had ultimately halted his progress at the nascent soul stage. However, just yesterday, the 10,000-fold return system had manifested, by bestowing gifts upon the fated daughter of destiny. One could receive substantial returns. Initially, in preparation for the thunder calamity, he had depleted his resources, leaving him with little of value to offer. At last, with this longevity elixir in hand, I finally possessed the capital to initiate the system. The canine system took an entire millennium to manifest. I shall wither away before its emergence. Cursing under my breath, Xiao once again expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xiao. Detected the daughter of fortune, Xiao. Fortune level, SSS. Return multiplier, 100 times. Bond level, 1. Hint, the first gift from an SS level daughter of fortune will certainly yield a 10,000-fold critical hit. Hint, as bond level increases, return multiplier will gradually rise. An SS level daughter of fortune. Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, his hand holding the longevity elixir trembling slightly. To discover that his master was indeed an SS-level daughter of fortune, providing an immediate 100-fold return, left him utterly astounded. This must be the highest level of a daughter of fortune ever encountered thus far. Even his junior sister, Ling, was merely at the SS level. Xiao once again advised Ling to assist Su Xiao in finding a companion to share his remaining days before she prepared to enter the secret realm for seclusion. Su Xiao hurriedly called out, "Master, wait a moment." Xiao turned, her exquisite and graceful features momentarily taken aback. "Su Xiao, is there something else?" Su Xiao's mind raced as he lifted his only low-grade magical artifact, a slender wooden staff, with both hands. Within this wooden staff lay a low-grade magic sword, the last item he had reserved for self-defense. Initially intended merely as a walking stick, the time had come to seize the opportunity to offer it. After all, if his master entered seclusion, there would be little chance to present her with a gift. With a hint of sorrow, he said, "Master, once you depart, I fear I may never see you again. This is the last gift I can offer you. Though it is merely a low-grade magic sword, it signifies my filial piety at the end of my days. I hope you will accept it as a memento." Su Xiao spoke earnestly, yet he feared that Xiao might refuse his offering. Presenting gifts was not a simple matter. The system had strict guidelines that required offerings to be spontaneous and reasonable. Otherwise, they would be deemed invalid. Given his impending demise, presenting a token to his master seemed entirely justifiable, did it not? Alas, Xiao shook her head with a sigh, gazing at her aged disciple with a look of profound sympathy. The path of cultivation is a struggle against the heavens. Su Xiao, alas, lacked the innate talent to endure. She extended her delicate, snow-white hand and accepted the wooden staff from Su Xiao. "Very well, Su Xiao. For the next 50 years, you shall remain in the Piaomiao Sect as an ordinary person, relishing life. With your junior sister by your side, no one shall dare to bully you." With that, she shook her head and stepped into the secret realm. The heavy stone doors of the secret realm gradually closed behind her. Outside, only Su Xiao and Ling remained. "Congratulations, host. The gift of a low-grade magic sword has been successfully presented. This is the first gift. A 10,000-fold critical hit has been triggered, returning the magic treasure, Nanming Lihuo sword. Nanming Lihuo sword has been stored in the system's space repository and can be retrieved at any time. The Nanming Lihuo sword? A magic treasure. Su Xiao's eyes gleamed with delight. He had not anticipated that offering a low-grade magic sword would yield such a remarkable treasure, truly deserving of a 10-fold critical hit. Having cultivated for a millennium, he is acutely aware of the scarcity of magical artifacts in this realm of cultivation. Generally, magical tools are classified into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary. The wooden staff he gifted was merely an inferior magical tool. However, above the extraordinary artifacts lies a category of treasures born from the very essence of heaven and earth, known as magical treasures. The South Mingli Fire Sword is the coveted magical treasure sought after by all cultivators. Within the entire Piaomiao Sect, there are only 3 items that can genuinely be classified as magical treasures. His astonishment. He now possesses one himself, truly a testament to the 10-fold critical hit triggered by the SS level fortuitous girl. Gazing at the resplendent sword, radiating a brilliant red glow within the spatial vault, Su Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, he had just sent his staff away. The system's spatial vault is an expansive storage space, far more convenient than those storage bags. He no longer requires a storage bag. Rest assured, senior brother, in these final 50 years, I shall find you a beautiful partner. Ling smiled as she looked over. "I guarantee you will be pleased." Her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled, revealing her vivacity and intelligence. Her skin, as soft and fair as snow, resembled exquisite jade, emanating an alluring sheen. Tall and slender, she stood gracefully like a blooming flower. Her long hair cascaded down her waist like a waterfall, gently swaying, exuding an enticing fragrance. Her collarbone's elegant lines showcased her allure in its entirety. Her snow-white neck was long and delicate, reminiscent of a noble and graceful swan. The fitted azure dress accentuated her flawless figure. Su Xiao turned to gaze at his extraordinarily beautiful junior sister, a hint of wistfulness in his eyes. Ling was his childhood sweetheart from the village. It was Xiao who, recognizing their bond, brought him into the Piaomiao Sect. Yet, nothing further transpired between them. 1,000 years had passed, and they remained merely senior and junior siblings. After all, She possessed exceptional talent and had become the sect leader of Piaomiao. In contrast, he was now merely an elder of the inner sect on the brink of death. Junior sister, there is no need for such trouble. I am nearing the end of my days and do not wish to prolong my life for another 50 years. This longevity pill shall be bestowed upon you. Chapter 2. The disciple Dugu Ling on the balcony outside the secret realm of the sect in the back mountains, Xiao, with a benevolent smile, presented a porcelain white vial. Dugu Ling furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "Senior brother, this is something Master specifically left for you to prolong your life. Senior brother, let us not succumb to despair. If you consume the longevity pill, you will still have 50 years to live. In due time, I shall find a beautiful wife for you, allowing you to enjoy your days in the sect peacefully." As Dugu Ling gazed at Xiao, who was now frail and aged, a sigh escaped her lips. She reminisced about the days of yore when her senior brother, in his youth, possessed an astonishingly handsome visage that nearly swayed her heart. Who would have thought that after a millennium, he would have aged so significantly? Alas, the thought brought a twinge of sorrow to Dugu Ling's heart. Such a striking figure as her senior brother had reached the twilight of his life. Xiao, upon seeing her distress, decided to retract the longevity pill into his spatial storage. Indeed, it was unwise to give such things away carelessly, for the system would not acknowledge it. Observing Dugu Ling's exquisite beauty, he chuckled softly, "Sister, I am far too old now. What need have I for a wife? Would I not be a burden to any young lady?" Dugu Ling, with a comforting smile, replied, "What of age? Senior brother, you were once so handsome, even now. Despite the passage of time, you retain a semblance of your former grace. Besides, you are the elder brother of the sect master of our Piaomiao Sect and a disciple of the Grand Elder. Many young ladies from prestigious families would be eager to marry you and forge a connection with our sect. Rest assured, senior brother, your parents took me in when I was in need, and I shall ensure that their lineage does not come to an end." Xiao nodded with a smile. Although Dugu Ling was exceptionally gifted and had become the sect master, she had never forgotten the kindness bestowed upon her by his family. She was indeed a girl of gratitude. "Come, senior brother, allow me to escort you back to the outer mountain," Dugu Ling said cheerfully. The Piaomiao Peak is divided into two summits, the inner mountain and the outer mountain. The inner mountain is relatively small, serving as the sacred ground of the sect, home to the inner elders and disciples. In contrast, the outer mountain is more expansive, housing the outer elders and disciples. A month prior, Xiao had failed his tribulation, causing his cultivation to regress to the first level of foundation establishment, stripping him of his ability to fly with his sword. Thus, the treacherous terrain of the inner mountain was no longer suitable for him, and he had chosen to relocate to a tranquil spot in the outer mountain to spend his twilight years. At this moment, Dugu Ling summoned her flying sword, which floated before her. She leaped onto it and urged, "Senior brother, come aboard." Xiao blinked his eyes, with his aged body taking small, shuffling steps. He felt unsteady without his cane, making his gait somewhat unsteady. "Ah, sister, I am far too old. I cannot leap onto it." Approaching the flying sword, which hovered at waist height, he found himself unable to ascend. Though he was at the first level of foundation establishment and still possessed some magical power within him, his frail body lacked the strength. Sighing, Dugu Ling offered, "Allow me to assist you, senior brother." Upon witnessing this, a wave of melancholy washed over Dugu Ling's senior brother. Growing old is truly pitiable. She descended and embraced Xiao, and together they alighted upon the flying sword. On the sword, Xiao, struggling to maintain his balance, moved his arm slightly. "Senior brother, please refrain from moving around." Dugu Ling swiftly pulled Xiao's hand down to her waist, urging, "Just hold on to my waist." Xiao, with an awkward smile, replied, "Yes." "Junior sister, age has rendered my limbs somewhat uncontrollable. I beg your pardon." He reflected on the past, reminiscing how, in their youth, although they had not completed the final step, they had shared many intimate moments, akin to sweethearts. Little did they know, on what was meant to be their wedding night, Shui fortuitously arrived, rescuing Dugu Ling just in time. Xiao felt a pang of frustration at the thought. The beautiful bride he had envisioned was suddenly taken away from him. As they soared through the skies on their sword, the breathtaking scenery of the misty peak unfolded beneath them, with clouds swirling around majestic mountains. Misty Peak, located in the eastern part of the Panlong continent and near the vast 10,000 mountains, is one of the oldest cultivation sects in the region. Senior brother, please don't come so close. Du Guling felt a bit uneasy but did not resist. In her lifetime, her affection had only been for her senior brother. She had never even held hands with another man, and deep down, she still cherished her senior brother, albeit the younger version of him. Now, as he aged, she found herself less impulsive than in her youth. Xiao, standing behind her, held her tightly, feeling a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. Junior sister, please be gentle. I am no longer young and cannot withstand such excitement. Though the flying sword was stable, the height unsettled Xiao, who had developed a fear of heights after his tribulation failure, which had caused him to regress to the first stage of foundation establishment. His appearance had deteriorated significantly, and he was now even beginning to show signs of age-related ailments. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to dementia. Otherwise, the system would have been in vain. The sword descended to a secluded courtyard on the mountainside, which served as Su Zhao's current residence. A path connected it to the main hall, providing some convenience for the elderly man. As Du Guling set Su Xiao down, she noticed his lingering shock and felt a pang of sorrow. Senior brother, rest assured, in these final 50 years, I will find a good girl to take care of you. Du Guling stepped forward and embraced the man she once loved. Despite his skin being thin and wrinkled, she cared not. He was family. Su Xiao sighed and said, Junior sister, you should go. Focus on managing the sect. I can manage on my own. You are now the sect leader. Your resolve must be strong. Age, illness, and death are merely the natural course of life. Du Guling released Su Xiao, taking a deep breath and nodding. Senior brother, here are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Keep them, and they should suffice for your needs over the next 50 years. Du Guling retrieved a small pouch from her bosom and handed it to Su Xiao, saying, As soon as I find a suitable young lady, I shall inform you without delay. Brother, await my good news. Upon receiving the bulging pouch, Su Xiao's expression brightened instantly. Excellent. This is indeed the initial funding for the return system. Sister, I am profoundly grateful. He accepted it without hesitation, recognizing it as a necessity for his current endeavors. Once he flourished, he would undoubtedly repay her 1,000-fold. Sister, there are numerous pressing matters within the sect that require my attention, so I cannot linger. Take care, brother. With those words, Du Guling's eyes shimmered with a hint of complexity as she soared away on her sword from the mountainside. The outer disciples nearby, witnessing Du Guling ascend into the sky, were filled with awe. It's the esteemed Dugu sect leader. I understand now. The sect leader must have come to visit Elder Su. Chapter 3. Why are you crying if I am not dead? Alas, Elder Su, renowned for his virtue and integrity, has tragically failed the thunder tribulation. Is the heavens truly unjust? It is said that Elder Su has but a year left to live, having plummeted to the first level of foundation establishment after his failure. How pitiful. Elder Su, your demise is so tragic. Several outer disciples were nearly brought to tears. For the past millennium, Su Xiao has been held in high esteem at the Piaomiao Sect, deeply revered by numerous disciples. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Xiao's reputation for virtue surpasses even that of his junior sister, Du Guling. After all, his ethereal appearance commands respect. What nonsense are you all spouting? Our elder Su is not dead yet. A year of life is still life. In these final moments, I have made a decision. I shall break through to the foundation establishment stage, so that Elder Su may witness my resolve. Do you really think Elder Su, an intersect elder, would care about a mere outer disciple of Qi refinement? You are simply overthinking it. On the mountainside, the outer disciples walking along the main path gazed towards Su Zhao's charming abode, their faces filled with admiration. Elder Su is truly the paragon of our Piaomiao Sect. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Su Xiao settled cross-legged on the bed. This quaint residence was originally selected and crafted for him by Du Guling. Situated in a place rich with spiritual energy, surrounded by verdant trees and a delightful landscape. To facilitate his travels, it was conveniently located not far from the main road. A simple path led directly to the outer hall. The south bright fire sword. Su Xiao sat before the bed and retrieved a radiant fire-red sword from his spatial storage. The sword measured 3.5 feet in length, its hilt fashioned from a mysterious red jade, translucent and exquisite. The blade was forged from dark red divine iron, imbued with inherent spiritual energy, its brilliance subdued. At first glance, this sword was undoubtedly superior to the previous artifacts he possessed. Su Xiao felt a surge of joy as he sensed the unique connection he shared with the South Bright Fire Sword. Undoubtedly, the system had perfectly refined this sword upon its return to him. Now, the sword felt as if it were an extension of his very being, easily controlled. With a mere thought, the South Bright Fire Sword floated into the air. Under Su Xiao's command, it shot out the window like a blazing comet, soaring into the clouds. Subsequently, it descended with astonishing speed, effortlessly severing several massive ancient trees before returning gracefully through the window, hovering before him once more. Incredible! Su Xiao's heart raced with excitement. Previously, his strongest artifact was of superior quality, with a realm of 9th level of nascent soul. Now, wielding the South Bright Fire Sword. He could not say it surpassed his strongest state, but it certainly possessed the attacking power of the nascent soul realm. A mere foundation establishment stage cultivator, empowered by a heavenly treasure, could achieve such formidable strength. Unbelievable. However, it is not every cultivator in the foundation establishment stage who can flawlessly refine magical artifacts. Su Xiao smiled faintly as he retracted the South Ming Fire Sword. His ability to masterfully wield the sword was largely due to the assistance of the system, which aided him in its refinement. As for gifting the South Ming Fire Sword to another before reclaiming it, that was out of the question. He had no reason to part with such a treasure. In fact, he preferred to keep his possession of this extraordinary artifact a secret. It was wiser to retain it for self-protection. Subsequently, he retrieved the longevity pill that Ji Shui had given him and, after a moment's contemplation, consumed it in one swift motion. With 100 high-quality spirit stones now at his disposal, he deemed it prudent to enhance his lifespan by 50 years. Congratulations, host. Your lifespan has been increased by 50 years, activating the character panel. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1008 years. Cultivation level, foundation establishment first layer. Special physique, none. Remaining lifespan, 51 years. The character panel. After consuming the longevity pill, Su Xiao glanced at the information displayed. While not particularly enlightening, it confirmed the extension of his lifespan to 51 years. At that moment, a transformation began to unfold within him. The once fading vitality of his internal organs was rejuvenated, and his senses became remarkably acute. The rigidity that had characterized his aging form dissipated, granting him newfound agility. Rising from his bed, Su Xiao ambulated back and forth. Although his appearance remained largely unchanged, his demeanor was distinctly different. He stood tall and moved with an invigorating grace. All the ailments of old age had vanished, leaving him a robust elder. With a satisfied nod after stroking his goat-like beard, Su Xiao acknowledged the efficacy of the longevity pill. Though his face was still etched with wrinkles and his hair was entirely white, he felt an inner vitality that rivaled that of many younger individuals. After all, he was now a practitioner in the foundation establishment stage. Next, he needed to strategize the utilization of his 100 high-quality spirit stones. With his health concerns addressed, the priority was not to wander about seeking opportunities to bestow gifts upon the fated daughters of fortune. Instead, he resolved to procure a selection of cultivation resources. It would be quite illogical to distribute spirit stones without reason. Such actions might lead others to misconstrue his intentions as seeking to establish an inappropriate relationship. Having made his decision, Su Xiao produced a yellow communication talisman, executed a hand gesture, and spoke to the talisman. Lu Dajing, it's me, your Su Shibois. When you have a moment, please come to my residence. I wish to descend the mountain to purchase some items, and I would appreciate your company. Soon after, a respectful and eager response came from the talisman. Yes. Yes. Su Shibois, please wait. I shall come right away. Not long after retracting the talisman, a robust, tall figure arrived at the courtyard, soaring through the air on a sword. He bowed before the residence and declared, Disciple Lu Dajing, pays respects to Su Shibois. Su Xiao stepped outside, smiling as he regarded this hardy, stout middle-aged man. He recognized him as the disciple of his junior sister, Dugu Ling, and the current elder in charge of external law enforcement. Although he is the disciple of the solitary Ling, it has been Su Xiao who has guided him since the very beginning of his journey. The disciple's current attainment of the 6th level of the nascent soul can be attributed entirely to Su Xiao's efforts. As for Su Xiao himself, he has no disciples and has instead assisted his junior sister in mentoring her own. Dinyan, your master uncle is now only at the foundation establishment stage and cannot fly with a sword. I must rely on you to carry me aloft, Su Xiao chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lu Dinyan's eyes reddened, and tears burst forth. Master Uncle, worry not. With me by your side, you can go wherever your heart desires, he declared. As your disciple, I vow to carry you for a lifetime. In that moment, he could not help but kneel before Su Xiao, weeping like a child, clinging tightly to Su Xiao's leg. Master Uncle has always treated me so well, and now, it is too tragic. With only a year left to live, he does not wish for his master uncle to pass on. What are you doing? I am not dead yet. Why are you weeping so sorrowfully? Chapter 4. Bestowing resources. The nearest human city to the mysterious sect is Tiger Roaring City, located in the eastern part of the Panlong continent and belonging to the Donglai Kingdom. To be precise, the mysterious sect also resides within the borders of the Donglai Kingdom. However, as one of the most ancient sects on the Panlong continent, the mysterious sect holds a transcendent status, unbound by the constraints of the Donglai Kingdom. Due to its proximity to the mysterious sect, Tiger Roaring City is considerably more prosperous than several nearby towns, bustling with cultivators who engage in the exchange of resources. Master, we have arrived. Allow me to assist you down, Lu Dajing said courteously, helping the elderly man with white hair dismount from the flying sword. They paused at the city gate, where it is a rule among the human cities that one must not fly on swords within the city limits. This is a regulation adhered to by all cultivators. Master, where shall we go to procure goods? Lu Dajing inquired. Having stowed away the flying sword and observing the throngs of various individuals lined up at the entrance, Su Xiao stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, Let us head to the largest merchant establishment in Tiger Roaring City, the Zilai Merchant House. I am familiar with it and can make our purchases swiftly. Understood. Please hold on a moment, Master, Lu Dajing said, tapping his chest, and instantly a small carriage materialized before them. The carriage was exquisitely crafted, featuring a mechanical horse at the front and a carriage at the rear. This was a wondrous artifact, akin to the previous communication talisman, devoid of any grade, merely facilitating daily life. After assisting Su Xiao into the carriage, Lu Dajing took the reins and directed the mechanical horse. Tiger Roaring City was vibrant and bustling with crowds. The elegant and finely crafted carriage drew many gazes as it traversed the streets. Oh, it's an elder from the mysterious sect. By their attire, they must be an outer sect elder. What a beautiful carriage. I would love to own one. The prestige of the mysterious sect is truly remarkable. Alas, if only I could join the mysterious sect in this lifetime. Navigating through the throngs, the mechanical carriage soon arrived before a grand 3-story pavilion. The pavilion, adorned with golden carvings and jade embellishments, stood out magnificently along the East Main Street. The cultivators entering and exiting exuded a restrained divine light, predominantly high-level practitioners. Ah, a distinguished guest from the mysterious sect. Esteemed elders, please come in. Please come in. Upon their arrival, the elderly steward in the hall immediately recognized Su Xiao and Lu Dajing. When the steward laid eyes upon Su Xiao's visage, he was momentarily taken aback, his complexion flushing with excitement. It is Elder Su. I humbly greet Elder Su, the steward exclaimed, bowing with fervor. Elder Su held a significant status within the mysterious sect, being an inner sect elder, and even the steward of the Zilai merchant house treated him with utmost respect. Su Xiao replied with a warm smile. Haha, Steward Chun, I have come here to procure some items for the younger generation, and there is quite a quantity. I believe it would be best to discuss matters on the 3rd floor. Of course, the steward replied with a smile. Please, allow me to escort you to the elegant room on the 3rd floor. The proprietor will personally attend to you shortly. In the elegantly fragrant private room on the 3rd floor, a woman clad in a flowing purple dress gracefully entered. To my astonishment, it was Elder Su from the mysterious sect, personally visiting our Zilai Chamber of Commerce, a true honor for our establishment. The woman in the purple dress approached the 2 seated individuals, greeting them warmly and extending her delicate, porcelain-like hand to pour tea for them. Su Xiao looked up, observing her attire, a long gown of ethereal purple silk. Her visage resembled a blooming flower, vividly enchanting and alluring. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and refined. She possessed a tall, slender figure with graceful curves, her fair and even legs subtly revealed beneath the hem of her dress, exuding an irresistible charm. The neckline of her gown dipped slightly, accentuating her captivating physique. Most striking of all was the beauty mark at the corner of her eye. enhancing her allure and rendering her utterly mesmerizing. This was the manager of the Zilai Chamber in Tiger Roar City, Ziyun. Manager Ziyun, it has been quite a while. You have become even more remarkable, Su Xiao remarked with a chuckle. Not at all, Elder Su. What brings you to our Zilai Chamber this time? Ziyun replied with a radiant smile. As long as Elder Su expresses his wishes, I assure you that our chamber will provide a satisfactory price. She gazed at Su Xiao, a glint of light flickering in her eyes. Rumors had circulated that Elder Su from the mysterious sect had failed his tribulation a month prior, resulting in a decline in his cultivation to the foundational stage, and that his end was nigh. Yet, judging by his spirited demeanor, it seemed the rumors might have been exaggerated. Just as Su Xiao was about to speak, he heard a voice from the system in his ear. Detected fate-bearing woman. Ziyun, fate level. A. Return multiplier, 10 times. Bond level. 1 in A-level fate-bearing woman? Su Xiao's eyes flickered with intrigue. He had not anticipated that the owner of the Zilai Chamber, Ziyun, was an A-level fate-bearing woman. In recent days, he had encountered several female cultivators and discovered that fate-bearing women were quite rare. Even those of C-level fate were seldom seen. Steadying his thoughts, Su Xiao smiled and said, Well, I have quite a few items in mind. I hope to trouble Manager Ziyun. Ziyun's eyes sparkled with interest. Elder Su, please feel free to speak. The price is negotiable. Su Xiao had already prepared a list of items he wished to acquire. I would like 20 low-grade magical artifacts, 200 foundational stage pills, and 20 essence-gathering pills, if you please. Upon hearing this, Ziyun blinked in surprise. Beside her, Lu Danian widened his eyes in astonishment. Master, why do you need so many items? Do you have enough spirit stones? He was momentarily bewildered, as he had intended to cover the expenses himself out of filial piety, but now felt compelled to remain silent. How about it, Manager Ziyun? Are these items readily available? Su Xiao inquired with a smile. Rest assured, as long as it is a reasonable request, these items can be easily procured. The foundational stage pills are for cultivators at the foundational stage, while the essence-gathering pills are intended for those at the core formation stage. There are inferior magical artifacts, all of which are essential for cultivation and serve as hard currency. Moreover, he himself is in need of foundational elixirs for his training. Indeed, of course there are. Ziyun's expression lit up with joy. This represented a significant transaction. Elder Su, please follow me to the second floor, where over 100 inferior magical artifacts are displayed. Feel free to select at your leisure. A quarter of an hour later, at the entrance of the Zilai trading firm, Su Xiao successfully spent 50 superior spirit stones to acquire what he required. Among these were 20 inferior magical artifacts amounting to a total of 20 superior spirit stones, 200 foundational elixirs totaling another 20 superior spirit stones, and 20 essence-gathering elixirs also summing to 20 superior spirit stones. The original total was 60 superior spirit stones. But due to Su Xiao's status as an elder of the Piaomiao Sect and a loyal patron, a discount was granted, bringing the total down to 50 superior spirit stones. The alluring Ziyun and Manager Chen accompanied him to the door, their eyes brimming with delight. 50 superior spirit stones constituted a substantial sum. Lu Dajing invited Su Xiao into his carriage, but the latter turned to the enchanting Ziyun and requested a moment's pause. Subsequently, he produced a carefully selected inferior golden hairpin artifact and presented it to her. With a flourish of his white beard, Su Xiao beamed, Manager Z. This golden hairpin is so exquisite. It seems perfectly suited for a beauty like you. Your esteemed firm has kindly granted me a discount of 10 superior spirit stones. So I wish to present this golden hairpin to you as a token of my gratitude. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the smiles on Ziyun and Manager Chen's faces abruptly froze. Even behind them, Lu Dajing blinked in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. What is my master doing? Is he courting? Chapter 5. The Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. Manager Chun and Lu Danian stood awkwardly in place, while the enchanting Ziyun appeared momentarily lost in thought. A venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, had actually presented a gift to Ziyun, a hairpin of such intimate significance. They dared not utter a word. With Elder Su's esteemed position in the mysterious sect, they were too intimidated to speak. As Ziyun regained her composure, she beheld the gentle smile adorning the elder's withered visage, blinking her beautiful eyes several times. Within her gaze danced surprise and confusion, soon followed by a flicker of concealed delight. The old man, nearing the end of his days, still harbored thoughts of a beautiful maiden. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, for she was not one to be easily swayed. The esteemed elder's gesture could only signify one thing. He harbored intentions of a more personal nature. Yet, he was far too old for her to accept. Of course, even if he were younger, she would not inexplicably accept a gift from a man. Thank you, Elder Su. Should you wish to make any purchases in the future, please do consider supporting the business of my Zilai trading company. Ziyun gracefully accepted the golden hairpin into her embrace. Even if she could not accept it, she could not allow the revered elder of the mysterious sect to lose face in front of so many witnesses. Seeing this, Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. Of course, with Manager Ziyun here, should any needs arise in the future, I shall certainly patronize your esteemed business. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted a low-grade hairpin. This first gift to Ziyun triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the exquisite Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin. Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin, an exquisite magical artifact. Upon infusing spiritual energy, it releases a fiery phoenix attack, with power increasing alongside the user's cultivation. An exquisite magical artifact, the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin. Observing the radiant brilliance of the hairpin in his spatial vault, Su Xiao felt a surge of joy. This return was exceedingly exhilarating. Though an exquisite magical artifact may pale in comparison to more common treasures, it remained a coveted item in the realm of cultivation. Previously, at the 9th level of the nascent soul, he had possessed no such artifact. Even his esteemed junior sister, Dugu Ling, owned but 2 exquisite magical artifacts. If sold for spirit stones, it would command a staggering price. Ziyun regarded the elder's ethereal demeanor, a sly amusement flickering in her heart. The old fellow was putting on quite the act. After their exchange, Su Xiao, supported by Lu Danian, climbed into the carriage. The carriage ambled along East Street towards the city gate. At the entrance of Zilai Trading Company, Manager Chun observed the slowly departing carriage, his expression peculiar. Manager, I've heard that Elder Su has but a year left to live. I never imagined he would still have such thoughts. Truly, age does not diminish his vigor. Ziyun straightened her proud figure, a hint of self-satisfaction gracing her features. Does this not prove my extraordinary charm as a manager? All right, old Chun, it is time to get to work. Elder Su's days are numbered, and I suspect he will soon visit us for the Flower Spirit Stone. We must extend him our warmest welcome, for he is a substantial benefactor. The bustling East Street was alive with throngs of people and a myriad of shops. On the carriage, Lu Dajing cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiao, who was seated in meditation. With a compassionate expression, he said, Master Uncle, please endure a little longer. Master is already searching for a partner for you. She will surely be no less than that Ziyun. Being a man himself, he understood the profound solitude his master uncle felt in this moment of vulnerability. It was only natural for him to wish to experience the company of a woman at this stage of life. He empathized wholeheartedly. Su Xiao opened his eyes, regarding Lu Dajing as if he were a fool. The latter pressed on, Master Uncle, if it truly comes to that, I can arrange for several beautiful outer sect female disciples to attend to you. As the law elder of the outer sect, they would not dare refuse. Su Xiao's expression darkened, and he exhaled heavily. In response, he delivered a sharp slap to Lu Dajing's head, exclaiming, You rascal! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to sully our sect's female disciples? Su Xiao retorted disdainfully, Is your master uncle that sort of person? My gifts to Ziyun were merely acts of courtesy. You wouldn't understand even if I explained, Dajing. Your master uncle is not that kind of person. The gifts to Ziyun served other purposes. It is not as you presume. Trust in your master uncle. Lu Dajing gazed at the sincere countenance of his elder. Nodding earnestly, he thought to himself, how could such a venerable figure be captivated by mere beauty? It seemed he had misjudged the situation. However, he refrained from inquiring further, having chosen to unconditionally trust his master uncle. As the carriage approached an intersection, they encountered a gathering of people, amidst which voices of contention could be discerned. Shopkeeper, how dare you sell these 3 Foundation establishment pills, so laden with impurities, to my junior sister? Outside a shop, a young man clad in a light blue robe shouted at a group of 4 or 5 attendants, his face flushed with anger. You are deceiving your customers. Beside him stood a male and 3 female companions, all donned in the same light blue uniforms, indicative of the outer disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect. Among them, one slender and fair young woman held 3 white pills in her hand, her expression a portrait of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At the entrance of the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper maintained a veneer of politeness, responding with a smile, "Esteemed guests, once a transaction is made, it is final. You left the store some time ago. How can we ascertain that you did not substitute these 3 Foundation establishment pills in an attempt to defraud us?" The male disciple who had spoken earlier furrowed his brow, falling silent. The charming young female disciple promptly clarified, "I did not exchange anything. These 3 Foundation establishment pills were purchased from your pharmacy. You are deceiving me." Her delicate and fair visage bore a hint of crimson, revealing her distress. After much effort, she had gathered 3 medium-grade spirit stones to procure 3 Foundation establishment pills for her own cultivation, only to encounter unscrupulous merchants. This represented her entire savings. The surrounding male onlookers, captivated by her beauty, rallied to her defense. "These despicable merchants are even cheating a fair maiden. How utterly shameless!" they exclaimed. "Do they not realize that she is a disciple of the Piaomiao Sect? Are they not afraid of incurring the wrath of its members?" Under the collective ire of the spectators, the middle-aged shopkeeper smiled calmly. "Please, everyone, do not panic. Our establishment has always prided itself on integrity, never selling defective pills. It seems likely that someone has swapped this young lady's pills with counterfeit ones. My dear, I suggest you swiftly seek out the miscreant who committed the switch. He may not have fled far, and you might be able to retrieve your belongings." Upon hearing this, not only the 5 outer disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, but also the surrounding crowd were incensed. Clearly, this pharmacy was engaging in extortion. The middle-aged shopkeeper, noticing that the crowd remained, subtly revealed a hint of pressure characteristic of a core formation practitioner. Instantly, the expressions of the onlookers and the 5 disciples shifted. This shopkeeper was indeed a cultivator at the core formation stage. Although fighting was prohibited within the city, those of higher cultivation naturally possessed more rights to argue. The beautiful young woman turned pale. She realized that recovering her 3 medium-grade spirit stones would likely prove exceedingly challenging. "What is happening?" Xiao inquired, observing the congested crowd ahead from his carriage. Lu Danian replied, "Master Uncle, a few of our sect's outer disciples have encountered a dispute with the merchants. We need not concern ourselves. It should disperse soon. The Piaomiao Sect has numerous outer disciples in Xiao City, and such disputes occur daily. Generally, the sect does not intervene in minor matters regarding spirit stones and pills. It is left to the individuals to resolve, lest we become overwhelmed." Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Detected fortuitous woman, Lin Yenner, fortune level, C. Return multiplier, 10 times. Bond level, 1 note. The fortune level may increase through special opportunities. Oh, the system's voice resonated in his ear, prompting a slight shift in Su Zhao's expression. Chapter 6. The gift of Foundation establishment pills. Is the C-grade fortune girl also entitled to a tenfold return from the outset? Su Zhao's eyes brightened, and he promptly waved his hand, saying, "DNIN, halt. Since we have encountered fellow disciples of our sect, let us go and take a look." Lu Dnin immediately nodded, replying, "Yes, Master Uncle." To him, the words of his Master Uncle were akin to divine decree. Whatever was said must be heeded. Among the crowd, a middle-aged steward observed the group of disgruntled customers with a calm demeanor, a subtle smirk glinting in his eyes. The disciples of the Piaomiao Sect were akin to sheltered blossoms, naive and easily deceived. He held the upper hand. Even if an elder from the Piaomiao Sect were to arrive, he would remain unscathed. Moreover, the Piaomiao Sect typically would not concern itself with trifles involving a few mid-grade spirit stones. "Junior sister, let it go. Though these 3 Foundation establishment pills are of inferior quality, they do possess some efficacy. With a stroke of luck, one might still establish a foundation." 2 ordinary-looking female disciples consoled nearby. It was evident that the proprietor had no intention of issuing a refund, leaving them powerless. The 2 male disciples accompanying them felt a sense of embarrassment. Lin Shimi was their cherished light. They wished to stand up for her. But faced with the proprietor's firm stance and his elevated status as a high-level core formation cultivator, they dared not escalate the situation further. A crowd of onlookers seethed with indignation, lamenting the unscrupulous merchant, who was a disgrace to Xiao City. Cough, cough. What is happening ahead? Is someone bullying the disciples of the Piaomiao Sect? Just as the crowd was about to disperse, an elderly voice resonated from behind. Shortly after, Xiao, clad in a gray robe, approached accompanied by Lu Dni in his blue robe. Upon recognizing the 8 trigrams blue robe worn by Lu Dni, the surrounding onlookers were momentarily stunned. An outer sect elder of the Piaomiao Sect. In an instant, excitement surged among the spectators. The audacious merchant was now faced with a senior from the Piaomiao Sect. They were eager to witness his downfall. The crowd, invigorated as if struck by a surge of energy, prepared to relish the merchant's embarrassment. As the 5 disciples recognized Lu Dni's appearance, their faces lit up with astonishment. Disciples, pay respects to Elder Lu. As the outer sect enforcement elder, Lu Dni was the most recognizable figure, known to virtually all outer sect disciples. Cough, cough. Lu Dni did not respond, but instead cast a glance at Xiao beside him. The 5 disciples, upon scrutinizing Xiao's visage, appeared as if struck by lightning. They knelt in unison before Xiao. The delicate and slender female disciple, Lin Yenner, was nearly brought to tears, exclaiming through her sobs, "Disciple Lin Yenner implores Elder Su to uphold justice for us." The commotion caused by the 5 disciples astonished everyone present. The elderly figure, clearly of significant stature, held a position far superior to that of the outer sect elder beside him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged shopkeeper and his staff turned pale at the unexpected arrival of the Piaomiao Sect elder, panic flickering in the shopkeeper's eyes. This, surely, it cannot be so unfortunate to have coincidentally encountered a high-ranking figure from the mysterious sect. Come now, rise up, whatever grievances you have. Feel free to share them with me. Xiao approached amiably, assisting Lin Yenner and her companions to their feet, offering a gentle nod with a faint smile. Lin Yenner, clad in a pale blue robe, possessed a slender and delicate figure, reminiscent of a graceful willow branch. Her complexion was as fair as snow, and her beauty was picturesque, akin to a blooming blue lotus, exuding a captivating aura of youthful vitality. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, imbued with a touch of warmth and innocence. Her hair, lustrous and ebony, cascaded down her back like a flowing waterfall. She appeared as pure and enchanting as a girl from the neighborhood. Recognized by the system as the fated daughter of fortune, she certainly embodied beauty in every sense. Lin Yenner and her companions gazed at Xiao with excitement and surprise, never anticipating they would encounter the renowned Elder Su at such a pivotal moment. Esteemed for his virtue and kindness, he was well known within the sect. A male disciple hurriedly stepped forward, pointing at the unscrupulous merchants across the street, embellishing the tale of the prior events. With Elder Su backing them, their confidence soared. Even if the Lord of Tiger Howl City were to appear, they would demand the return of junior sister Lin's spirit stones today. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly expectant, with some even recognizing the venerable elder from the mysterious sect. Could it be that this esteemed figure is Elder Su? What? This elder is indeed Xiao, the senior brother of the sect leader? This is disastrous. The merchants who dared to bully the mysterious sect have been caught red-handed by Elder Su of the inner sect. Upon hearing the male disciple's accusations, Xiao turned his gaze with a smile towards the middle-aged shopkeeper and his entourage. Lu Dnian, standing nearby, cooperatively exuded an overwhelming aura of nascent soul pressure, enveloping the shopkeeper and his companions. Overwhelmed by this sudden and extraordinary force, the middle-aged shopkeeper and several employees collapsed to their knees, their faces ashen and stripped of their previous arrogance. The shopkeeper, now pale, had just realized that this white-haired elder was indeed Elder Su of the inner sect, the senior brother of the sect leader. Elder Su, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The shopkeeper, struggling to regain his composure, rushed to Xiao and Lu Dnian, hastily offering his apologies. Elder, there must be some mistake. This young lady's elixir must have been swapped. Our small shop is truly uninvolved. He dared not admit the truth, acknowledging it could lead to grave consequences if reported to the city lord. Alas, he simply wished to settle the matter with money. Xiao reassured him with a smile. Fear not, the mysterious sect values reason. If it truly was a swap, I shall personally convey an apology on behalf of these young ones. Dnian, please bring forth those 3 foundation-building pills for inspection to ascertain their origin. Lu Dnian nodded in agreement. Understood, Master Uncle. No need. The middle-aged shopkeeper's complexion turned pale, and he hurriedly said, There is no need to investigate. We will compensate you threefold. As a nascent soul cultivator, there are countless ways to trace the origin of this elixir. Su Xiao smiled and replied, Are you truly certain that no investigation is necessary? My esteemed Piaomiao Sect would never take advantage of you. Truly, it is unnecessary. The middle-aged shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled obsequiously. Senior Su, your presence graces our humble establishment. It is our honor. How could we trouble you to inquire about such trivial matters? Rest assured, we shall directly compensate that rogue with 9 medium-grade spirit stones. With that, he retrieved 9 luminescent jade-white spirit stones from his storage pouch. These are medium-grade spirit stones, each equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, 1 high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 medium-grade ones. The 9 medium-grade spirit stones were handed directly to Lin Yin'er, who appeared momentarily stunned, her expression somewhat dazed. Subsequently, she gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Elder Su, this is truly wonderful. Su Xiao, observing her reaction, did not decline. He smiled at the middle-aged shopkeeper and said, In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, shopkeeper. No, this is merely our duty. The middle-aged shopkeeper wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the other party did not pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the onlookers were thoroughly entertained by the sight of the shopkeeper and his associates being bested in front of Su Xiao. Some even felt their faces flush with envy, yearning for a figure like him to support them. After receiving a few more compliments from the shopkeeper, Su Xiao approached Lin Yin'er and inquired, Are you Lin Yin'er? Lin Yin'er, startled, promptly bowed respectfully, I am Lin Yin'er, an outer sect disciple. Thank you, Elder Su. Noticing her cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Su Xiao continued, It seems you are at the perfect moment to utilize a foundation establishment pill. Slowly, he took out 10 pristine, unblemished pills from his spatial storage and handed them to her. I have a few foundation establishment pills that are of no use to me. There is no need for you to purchase any, so I shall gift these to you. Upon hearing this, everyone around was left dumbfounded. The 4 companions beside her displayed extreme envy, and even the onlookers stared at Su Xiao in astonishment. Is this truly Elder Su of the Piaomiao Sect? 10 foundation establishment pills given away just like that? This girl is incredibly fortunate. Chapter 7, 100-fold critical hit. The supreme beauty elixir Lin Yin'er was gazed upon with envy by her 4 companions. She extended her delicate, pale hand, trembling slightly as she accepted the 10 foundation establishment pills from Su Xiao. Her charming face flushed crimson down to her neck. Her heart brimmed with excitement, almost unable to believe her own fortune. Disciple, thank you, Elder Su. As she looked at the 10 foundation establishment pills in her hand, they appeared markedly more translucent compared to the previous 3. These were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Gazing at the elderly Su Xiao, whose hair and beard were completely white, she recalled the rumors she had heard outside the mysterious peak. It was said that Elder Su had but a year left to live. A wave of discomfort washed over her. She did not wish for such a remarkable elder to pass away. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. This is your first gift to Lin Yin'er, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, returning the Supreme Beauty Elixir. The Supreme Beauty Elixir? Su Xiao's eyes sparkled at the system's announcement. The Beauty Elixir was a special type of pill, cherished by female cultivators. An elixir of supreme quality had never before graced the market. A single high-grade beauty elixir could easily fetch hundreds of high-grade spirit stones, and yet was still hard to come by. This return was simply exhilarating. Regaining his composure, Su Xiao regarded the reverent Lin Yin'er before him and spoke slowly. Lin, my young friend, with these 10 foundation establishment pills, you should have no trouble advancing to the foundation establishment realm. Should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will assist you. With that, Su Xiao, accompanied by Lu Danian, departed in a carriage amidst the eager and envious gazes of the onlookers. It was rare to encounter one favored by fortune. He wished to become well acquainted with each such individual for future support. Lin Yin'er was indeed a promising candidate for mutual benefit. Disciple bids farewell to the elder. Lin Yin'er and her companions watched the carriage fade into the distance, still lost in the wonder of their recent encounter. Sister, you've struck it rich. 9 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. This is a tremendous opportunity. 2 female companions nearby were nearly drooling with envy. They lamented silently, regretting not purchasing some foundation establishment pills themselves. Had they known, Elder Su would surely have gifted them as well. Sister Lin, Elder Su mentioned you could seek him out if you face difficulties in your cultivation. This is a monumental opportunity. The two male disciples were flushed with excitement, their expressions nearly twisted with fervor. This meant that their beloved senior sister had garnered the favor of Elder Su. In comparison, the 10 foundation establishment pills seemed trivial. Had they not seen Elder Lu behave like a mere junior in front of Elder Su? Even if Elder Su had but a year to live, it was still an extraordinary opportunity. Lin Yin'er felt somewhat flustered, overwhelmed by the praise and astonishment from her companions. She gazed in the direction where Elder Su had departed, her heart fluttering with excitement. To her astonishment, such a legendary fortune had befallen her. Joy and elation coursed through her, coloring Lin Yin'er's delicate features with a rosy hue, her breath quickening with exhilaration. Elder Su had been exceedingly kind to her. After the initial thrill, her four companions looked at Lin Yin'er, their faces tinged with disappointment. How could such a grand opportunity not have come to them? The heavens seemed unjust. The crowd surrounding them had yet to disperse, their envious gazes fixed upon Lin Yin'er. To be a disciple of the Grand Sect. Such fortune was almost terrifying. How they longed to join the mysterious Cloud Sect. Elder Su, even in his advanced years, remained strikingly handsome. One could not help but fantasize about bearing his children. In the old man's view, this young lady, under Elder Su's guidance, might one day soar to unprecedented heights. Indeed, fortune can unexpectedly grace anyone on any given day. The crowd was filled with envy and contemplation. A stroke of fortune from the heavens is a desire cherished by all. Outside the city gates, Lu Dajing retracted the carriage and then cast a peculiar glance at Su Xiao. The latter furrowed his white brows, seemingly grasping the underlying meaning. He lifted his leg and kicked Lu Dajing's backside, exclaiming in anger, "I told you that the gifts from my master were for a reason. What is that look you have?" "Why, yes, my master has his reasons. Rest assured, I understand." Lu Dajing dodged another kick from Su Xiao, grinning foolishly. After these two instances of delivering gifts, he had begun to sense his master's intentions. Amidst his foolish laughter, a silent sorrow lingered in his heart. His master was indeed too lonely, too isolated. Upon returning, he would hasten to inform the sect leader to find a beautiful partner for his master. Although only a year of life remained, his master should still experience the joys of manhood. It was a duty he, as a disciple, felt compelled to fulfill. Summoning his flying sword, Lu Dajing respectfully assisted Su Xiao onto it. The sword soared into the sky, carrying them directly towards the mysterious Cloud Peak. At the secluded courtyard on the mountainside outside the mysterious Cloud Sect, Su Xiao separated from Lu Dajing and sat upon a mat within the room. It appeared that every maiden of fortune experienced a stabilizing trigger upon receiving their first gift. He retrieved the exquisite, shimmering Jiutian Divine Phoenix hairpin, feeling the immense power it contained, nodding in satisfaction. A top-tier magical artifact, it represented the strongest weapon possessed by cultivators. In fact, possessing several such artifacts could make slaying opponents of higher levels almost effortless. He decided to keep it for the time being, whether for his own use or to gift it to another in the future. Su Xiao stored it away in his spatial repository and then produced a crystal-clear, top-grade youth-enhancing pill. This too was a treasure seldom encountered in the realm of cultivation, though he likely had no immediate need for it. Regarding the rejuvenation pill, his understanding of it was scant. Should he inadvertently consume it, transforming his visage into that of an aged individual, it would indeed be a most lamentable fate. To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to reserve this item for gifting at a more opportune moment. No female cultivator can resist the allure of an exquisite rejuvenation pill. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to present it to his junior sister, a paragon of fortune, whose exceptional luck might yield a remarkable outcome upon her first gift. With this intention in mind, he carefully stored the rejuvenation pill, preparing for his initial cultivation session following an anticipated tribulation failure. Currently, he found himself at the first level of the foundation establishment stage. The classification of realms within this cultivation world is as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, and void refinement, among others. Each major realm is subdivided into 9 levels, with various pills corresponding to each tier to facilitate cultivation. For instance, as he presently occupied the foundation establishment realm, He required foundation establishment pills to expedite his progress. Naturally, most cultivators cannot afford such pills, relying solely on their innate talents. However, he still possessed a reserve of 190 foundation establishment pills, readily available for use. Given the resources at his disposal, particularly with the support of the system, they held little significance for him. With the ethereal longevity technique in mind, Xiao consumed a foundation establishment pill and activated the inner sect's cultivation method, the ethereal longevity technique. This was an exceptionally powerful method, accessible only to inner sect disciples, while ordinary outer sect disciples were relegated to a truncated version of the technique. As the foundation establishment pill took effect, the ethereal longevity technique completed a full cycle. Suddenly, the bottleneck within his body shattered with a resounding crack. Congratulations, host. Your realm has ascended to the second level of foundation establishment. Chapter 8. The envious murmurs in the sect square so swift? Xiao sensed the second level of foundation establishment, his gaze flickering slightly. He surmised that after consuming the longevity pill, a portion of the spiritual energy lost during the thunder tribulation had returned, thus facilitating such rapid advancement in his realm. Undeterred, Xiao continued to cultivate on the meditation mat, the potency of the foundation establishment pill swiftly permeating his body. Typically, a single foundation establishment pill could sustain a practitioner for 3 days, yet in just one evening, Xiao consumed 5, propelling his cultivation directly to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Upon breaking through to this new level, his cultivation speed began to decelerate slightly. Drawing upon his prior experience of reaching the 9th level of nascent soul, he now cultivated at an astonishing pace, bolstered by the effects of the foundation establishment pills. As dawn broke the following day, Xiao emerged from his meditation mat, refreshed and invigorated. Such rapid progress had begun to take a toll on his mental state. He resolved to stabilize his realm before continuing his practice. With 51 years of lifespan remaining, there was no need for haste. He could afford to proceed gradually. The spatial repository still contained 184 foundation establishment pills, more than enough for his needs. In the outer mountain hall, the sect square was alive with activity. A group of outer disciples clad in azure robes had commenced their breathing exercises on the Jadestone Plaza. This location was among the most spiritually rich areas in the outer mountain, a favored free training ground for the disciples. The majority of these outer disciples were at the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages and were unable to fly using swords. Only upon reaching the core formation stage, after mastering sword flight techniques, could they transcend the confines of the earth and soar through the skies. Core formation practitioners constituted the backbone of the sect. Once an outer disciple attained this stage, the sect would begin assigning them official duties. Furthermore, those with exceptional talent might even attract the attention of inner elders, leading to their admission into the inner mountain, a coveted dream for all outer disciples. Among the seated practitioners in the plaza was the graceful and youthful Lin Yenner. She sat cross-legged with closed eyes, diligently practicing the outer sect's ethereal technique. Having reached the 9th level of chi refinement, she was poised to enter seclusion and utilize a foundation establishment pill to make a significant breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. At this moment, she still reveled in the excitement of the previous day's fortuitous encounter. Occasionally, she would open her beautiful eyes during her practice, secretly praising Elder Su, who was truly remarkable with such esteemed predecessors in their sect. Her identification as a disciple of the Miaoyan sect felt even more profound, and she envisioned a promising future ahead. Brother, have you heard? Yesterday, junior sister Lin was deceived by unscrupulous merchants in Tiger Howl City and encountered our Elder Su. During Lin Yenner's meditation, the surrounding disciples cast glances in her direction, their eyes brimming with envy. Fortuitous encounters were serendipitous, yet she had experienced one. Of course. Oh my. Junior brother, this news has spread like wildfire among our outer sect last night. How could I not know? Our Elder Su is truly a rare and benevolent figure, willing to stand up for us outer disciples. The murmurs gradually spread, and nearly all the disciples in the plaza began discussing this event in small groups. It is said that the unscrupulous merchant was so intimidated upon encountering Elder Su that he nearly lost control of himself. He even knelt to present 9 mid-grade spirit stones as an apology to Sister Lin. How exhilarating. Our Sister Lin only spent 3 mid-grade spirit stones. And now she has profited by 6. What a windfall. You overlooked a crucial detail. Not only did Sister Lin gain 6 mid-grade spirit stones, but it is rumored that Elder Su personally bestowed upon her 10 high-quality foundation establishment pills afterward. That is the key point. Oh, right. 9 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. Alas, how come I am not fortunate enough to encounter such splendid fortune? With 10 foundation establishment pills, considering Sister Lin's talent, she might very well advance directly to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. I am so envious. At this moment, a few female disciples chimed in. This is nothing. You do not know that Elder Su remarked before leaving that Lin Yenner can seek him out anytime she faces challenges in her cultivation. That is truly her great opportunity. Heaven, how enviable. How can there be such a wonderful elder? I want to seek out Elder Su. I wish to serve him as a maid. Enough of that. This is a rare opportunity. If you head to Elder Su's courtyard now, he might just send you away, huh? Alas, Lin Yenner is truly fortunate. The discussions around varied in volume, with some naturally reaching Lin Yenner and her 2 senior sisters. One senior sister smiled at Lin Yenner and said, "Junior sister, you have become famous now. Everyone is envious of you." The other senior sister encouraged, "Junior sister, since Elder Su has said so, why not pay him a visit? With his guidance, your foundation establishment is assured." Lin Yenner felt her cheeks flush and could no longer remain seated. She glanced at her 2 senior sisters, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Senior sisters, that may not be appropriate. Elder Su probably just said that casually, and besides, with Elder Su's foundation establishment pills, I should be able to establish my foundation." The slightly plump senior sister urged, "Junior sister, how can you easily let go of such a great opportunity? Alas, so foolish." The other, slightly slender senior sister's eyes brightened as she said, "Junior sister, considering Elder Su has helped you so significantly, he resides in our outer mountain. You should express your gratitude, otherwise it would be quite impolite." Upon hearing this, Lin Yenner's eyes glimmered with contemplation. The senior sister is right. Elder Su has assisted her so much, and he happens to be residing in the outer sect. Given his advanced age and solitude, he must feel quite lonely. Regardless, she ought to personally express her thanks. Having made her decision, she informed her 2 senior sisters and then returned to her own dwelling. The disciples' quarters at the Misty Cloud sect are uniformly arranged, with male disciples on one side and female disciples on the other, primarily in single rooms. Upon returning to her tidy and fragrant abode, Lin Yenner contemplated and decided to bring along a box of flaky pastries prepared by her mother from her hometown. Approaching with empty hands to express gratitude seemed lacking in sincerity. Although this flaky pastry may not be precious, it embodies her heartfelt sentiments. A hint of nervousness colored Lin Yenner's delicate visage with a faint blush. Clutching a beautifully wrapped box, she descended the mountainside, hesitantly making her way to Su Xiao's residence. "Disciple Lin Yenner, I have come to express my gratitude to Elder Su." Outside the small courtyard, her voice trembled, and she stammered, having mustered the courage to arrive. Su Xiao, reclining in a rocking chair with a cup of tea, had already sensed her approach. His eyes brightened slightly as he beheld the charming young woman, smiling as he nodded in acknowledgement. Dressed in a light blue long robe, she moved gracefully. Her fair and youthful features radiating beauty, her poised figure standing like a blooming flower. She appeared as pure and lovely as a blue lotus in water. "Oh, it is you, Lin Yenner. I remember you well." Su Xiao beckoned her. "The gate is unlocked. Please come in." Just as he had anticipated, the fated daughter of fortune had indeed presented herself at his doorstep. Chapter 9: The arrival of Lin Yenner. Upon hearing the aged voice of Su Xiao, Lin Yenner's delicate figure trembled. She hesitantly opened the modest courtyard door and cautiously stepped inside. The courtyard housed 3 structures, and Elder Su, clad in a gray robe, sat in an old armchair beside a wooden table, gazing at her with a warm and approachable smile. Lin Yenner hurried forward, holding a beautifully crafted box of pastries with both hands, kneeling on one leg, and stammered, "Elder, I have come to express my gratitude for your kindness yesterday. This is a renowned pastry from my hometown, a token of thanks for you." Her body was rigid with tension, her head bowed, unable to meet Su Xiao's penetrating gaze. The disparity in their statuses within the Misty sect was overwhelming. He was a venerable inner sect elder and the master's senior brother, while she was merely an inconspicuous outer sect disciple. She feared that her visit might intrude upon Elder Su's time and dreaded that he would disdain her humble offering. Rise and place it on the table, Su Xiao said, ceasing his swaying and straightening his frail form, gesturing towards the nearby wooden table. Hearing his words, Lin Yin'er promptly approached and respectfully placed the pastries on the table. The delicacies were encased in a mahogany box, adorned with golden patterns. Clearly not something an ordinary household could afford. Please, take a seat, young friend Lin. There is no need to be overly formal. Noticing her anxiety, Su Xiao reassured her with a gentle smile. Just consider me a common, aging man. Lin Yin'er, taken aback by his kindness, hurriedly replied, No, Elder Su, you surely have many years ahead of you. Instantly regretting her words, she realized they might touch upon Elder Su's sorrowful matters. She dared not sit beside him. His imposing aura filled her with trepidation, making her wish to depart swiftly. Elder Su, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Elder Su, I take my leave. Her nervous speech tumbled out chaotically, resembling a frightened little kitten standing beside Su Xiao. Su Xiao, upon hearing her words, raised his white brows slightly. Leave? That simply won't do. I must find a reason to continue our conversation and offer you more. With a playful glint in his eyes, he inquired, Pray tell, young friend Lin, do you have a master in the outer sect? Lin Yin'er blinked her bright, watery eyes and shook her head. No. Elder, I am merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, not yet at the foundation establishment stage. Su Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Disciples below the foundation establishment stage in the outer sect were uniformly managed, with outer sect elders taking turns to impart teachings in the Great Hall. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one hope to be taken as a disciple by an outer sect elder for focused cultivation. Su Xiao smiled. Young friend Lin, I see great potential in you. With 10 foundation establishment pills, you should be able to reach that stage. Yesterday, I encountered Lin Xiaoyu, which I consider a fortuitous meeting. Should you face any difficulties within the sect in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Lin Yin'er felt her heart racing with excitement. Elder Su, how could he say such words once more? The first time may have been a casual remark, but the second time, Elder Su must genuinely wish to assist her. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Yin'er promptly knelt before Su Xiao, bowed her head, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Disciple, thanks to the elder. Thanks to the elder. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. It is of no matter. I have already stated that we are fated to meet. Lin Xiaoyu, might I trouble you with a small favor? Lin Yin'er rose, her complexion flushed, and replied earnestly. Elder, please speak freely. I shall assist you in any way possible. Her eyes were resolute, imbued with determination. She now understood that forming a connection with Elder Su was the most significant turning point and opportunity in her cultivation journey. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. In my old age, my shoulders have become quite sore. Lin Xiaoyu, would you be so kind as to massage my shoulders? My weary bones are nearly immobile. Lin Yin'er paused in surprise. This task seems far too simple. Merely a shoulder massage? No problem. She quickly responded. Taking a deep breath, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her delicate, fair hands. Then, with a fragrant breeze, she approached the rocking chair behind Su Xiao and began to gently massage his shoulders. Elder Su, please let me know the pressure you prefer. Lin Yin'er was both earnest and gentle, concerned that she might apply too much force and cause discomfort. Su Xiao felt the soft touch on his shoulders and nodded in satisfaction. That's about right. Yes. Continue. A look of enjoyment graced his face as he exhaled softly. This girl possesses a certain talent for massage. Lin Yin'er observed the slight relaxation on his aged visage, and her heart swelled with joy. Elder Su was helping her, and she longed to do something in return. Furthermore, as an elderly man, he must feel lonely. She wished to keep him company. While Su Xiao relished the massage, he opened a box on the table and took a couple of bites of a pastry. Delicious. Lin Xiaoyu, this pastry is truly delightful, far superior to those served in the cafeteria. Hearing this, Lin Yin'er beamed with happiness, saying, if Elder Su enjoys it, I will ask my mother to send more over so that Elder Su can indulge often. Su Xiao nodded with a smile, sipping tea, savoring the pastry, and enjoying the massage. This serene way of spending his later years seemed quite appealing. As time passed, Lin Yin'er tirelessly continued to massage Su Xiao. When midday approached, Su Xiao finally called to a halt. Lin Xiaoyu, that's enough. Thank you. Lin Yin'er quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, No, no. Elder Su has shown me immense kindness. This is nothing. If Elder Su wishes, I will come daily to provide massages. Ha. Daily visits are unnecessary. Let us discuss it again once you reach the foundation establishment stage. Su Xiao rose, his aged form still relatively upright. Gazing at the vibrant and youthful Lin Yin'er before him, he inquired with a smile, "Do you possess any protective talismans?" Lin Yin'er hesitated, responding, "I do not. My spirit stones are insufficient." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao chuckled and retrieved 3 low-grade magical artifacts from his spatial repository, a jade hairpin, a ring, and a sword. These artifacts had been chosen earlier at the Zilai Trading Company, selected for their suitability as gifts for a girl of fortune. "Young friend Lin, you have assisted me for quite some time. I must express my gratitude. This jade hairpin serves as a low-grade offensive artifact, the ring as a low-grade defensive one. And this sword as well." Observing Lin Yin'er, who appeared utterly astonished, he continued, "I no longer require these artifacts. Our fates are intertwined, and you have rendered me assistance. So I bestow them upon you for your protection." Lin Yin'er's eyes widened in shock, her expression nearly petrified. 3 low-grade artifacts equated to 3 high-grade spirit stones. Such treasures. Elder Su, are you truly gifting them to her? Su Xiao took her hand and placed the artifacts within it, smiling. "There is no need for formality. To me, this is of little consequence. With these 3 artifacts, you shall not be bullied within the outer sect." As Lin Yin'er gazed at the artifacts in her hands, and then at Su Xiao's aged, wrinkled visage, her eyes began to well with tears. Kneeling, she wept with gratitude, "Disciple, thank you for your profound kindness, Elder. Should you require anything in the future, I would gladly face any peril." Her initial shock transformed into joy. Lin Yin'er realized she had encountered a great benefactor. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 3 low-grade artifacts, resulting in the return of a medium-grade artifact, the jade hairpin, the Shinlight ring, and the meteor sword. The 3 medium-grade artifacts have been deposited into the spatial repository. Su Xiao, hearing the system's voice beside him, smiled inwardly and nodded. This was likely a standard tenfold return, without triggering a critical hit. 1 medium-grade artifact is roughly equivalent in value to 10 low-grade artifacts. Though it did not trigger a critical hit, he had still made a solid profit. Excellent. Chapter 10. The sect square exploded. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Yin'er tearfully bid farewell to Su Xiao once more, respectfully retreating from the secluded courtyard. Gazing at the 3 artifacts in her hands that shimmered with a faint light, her heart was a tumult of feelings. Elder Su had been exceedingly kind to her. From now on, she was determined to repay his kindness, willing to do anything for him. As she traversed the small path of the courtyard and arrived at the main road leading up the mountain, she discovered her 2 senior sisters had been waiting at the entrance. "Senior sisters? What brings you here?" Lin Yin'er inquired, her eyes wide with surprise. The slightly plump senior sister smiled and replied, "We saw you heading to Elder Su's courtyard and simply came to check on you. How did it go? Elder Su must be very benevolent, right? Did he offer you any guidance?" The slender senior sister also gazed at Lin Yin'er with eager anticipation. "In no guidance at all." Lin Yin'er hesitated, her beautiful eyes shifting. "What? No guidance? That's impossible. You spent the entire morning with Elder Su, and didn't he impart anything to you?" The slightly plump senior sister seemed incredulous. "Truly, nothing." Lin Yin'er responded. "Elder Su had a sore shoulder, so I merely helped him massage it." "What? A shoulder massage?" The 2 senior sisters were taken aback, their eyes suddenly alight with excitement. This was indeed a good sign. It indicated that Elder Su held her in high regard. The slightly plump sister laughed. "No worries. If he didn't offer guidance this time, he will surely do so next time." The 2 sisters were ecstatic. If Lin Yin'er established a good rapport with Elder Su, they, being close to her, would undoubtedly receive favorable treatment in the future. Even if they could not partake in the feast, they would at least savor the broth. "By the way, junior sister, why do you have so many artifacts in your hands?" The slender sister suddenly exclaimed. These are 3 low-grade artifacts. Where did you get them?" Lin Yin'er blinked her eyes, recalling Elder Su's warm smile, and joyfully replied, "These were given to me by Elder Su. He said it was a reward for helping him with his shoulder massage boom." The 2 senior sisters felt as though they had been struck by lightning, stunned into silence. A mere shoulder massage for an entire morning had earned her 3 low-grade artifacts? Such an occurrence was beyond their comprehension. "No," the 2 sisters internally screamed. Why wasn't he at us?" Artifacts combined, We don't even possess a single artifact. Within the courtyard, Xiao returned to his old rocking chair. On the table beside him lay a box of pastries containing 8 pieces. After the earlier massage, only 3 remained. The pastries brought by Lin Xiaoyu were quite delectable. Xiao picked up another one, savoring it while sipping his tea. The pastry should be filled with a fragrant floral filling, leaving a lingering taste upon completion. 3 mid-grade magical artifacts. There's no rush. I shall have another opportunity to present them. He has already formulated a plan in his mind. For those disciples cultivating qi and establishing their foundation, low-grade artifacts suffice. It is prudent to reserve mid-grade artifacts for those at the core formation stage or above, as they are likely to yield greater returns. According to the system's tendencies, the distribution of gifts must be judicious and not indiscriminate. He conducted a thorough inventory of his spatial repository. 16 low-grade artifacts remain, alongside 184 foundation-building pills, 50 high-grade spirit stones, and 20 essence-gathering pills meant for core formation practitioners. With ample resources at hand, he intends to distribute them gradually, without haste. That Lin Yin'er possesses commendable aptitude. Once she reaches the foundation establishment stage, he can bestow upon her another wave of gifts. The following morning, the sect's square erupted in commotion. Lin Yin'er was absent, deeply engrossed in her seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment realm within her chamber. The outer disciples, once focused on meditative practices, had lost their concentration. Clusters of 3 or 5 congregated, fervently discussing the previous day's events regarding Lin Yin'er. My goodness, have you all heard? It's utterly madness. My revered 9 heavens immortal emperor, Elder Su gifted Lin Shimi 3 low-grade artifacts yesterday. Some disciples in the square were nearly beside themselves. Though they were low-grade artifacts, they could only be procured with a single high-grade spirit stone. The ease of such a gift was beyond their comprehension. Do you know why Elder Su bestowed artifacts upon Lin Shimi? Simply because she gave him a shoulder massage. It's insane, utterly insane. A mere shoulder rub earns 3 low-grade artifacts? This world has gone mad. I have toiled tirelessly to complete sect missions, and it has taken me years to afford a single low-grade artifact, while Lin Yin'er receives 3 for a shoulder rub? This is unacceptable. I might as well end it all. Some more composed disciples began to analyze the situation. Do not panic. There is still hope. Listen to my reasoning. Elder Su's time is drawing near, and with his accumulated wealth over the past millennium, he surely possesses numerous treasures. Elder Su has no partner, no descendants, nor disciples. This indicates that his possessions lack an heir, which explains his generous disposition. After this analysis, a surrounding crowd of disciples gathered curiously. The speaker continued, Lin Shimi is merely fortunate. She happened to catch Elder Su's attention. There's nothing extraordinary about her. We must act swiftly and seek our fortune with Elder Su. Perhaps in his good humor, he might casually distribute a trove of artifacts and pills, and we could all benefit. Upon concluding the analysis, excitement sparked in the eyes of all present. It makes perfect sense. If Elder Su's relics are not to be inherited by his disciples, then who else? Surely not to be taken to the grave. Elder Su, I am coming. I wish to be your godson. No, your grandson. I shall go too. I am more than willing to serve Elder Su by offering tea, washing his feet, and making his bed. All I desire is for him to be pleased and bestow upon me a precious elixir, and I shall be utterly content. And me. If Elder Su were to grant me a magical artifact, I would gladly warm his bed as well. This junior sister, you might want to reconsider your rather unattractive visage. Even I would hesitate. Begone you. The crowd was in high spirits. Yet only a select few dared to venture down the mountain to Su Zhao's abode. These individuals were willing to risk their pride. The cultivation resources on the Panlong continent are scarce and invaluable, essential for practitioners on their path. They are even more significant than mere currency. If there were a way, one would brave even the most perilous of situations, let alone suffer a loss of face. Numerous female cultivators, possessing a modicum of beauty, have resorted to bartering their bodies for resources. Disciples pay their respects to Elder Su. The sound of numerous disciples bowing echoed from outside, leaving Xiao in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Why are so many outer disciples congregating here? Chapter 11. The Daughter of Destiny. Jin Liuxiang Xiao rose from his seat and stepped outside the courtyard. He gazed at the multitude of individuals kneeling before him, their figures silhouetted against the darkened sky, and his brows furrowed slightly. A bold male disciple from the outer sect spoke up, "Elder Su, since you reside alone on the outer mountain, maintaining the courtyard must be quite inconvenient for you. Fear not. Since Elder Su has come to the outer mountain, we, your disciples, cannot stand idly by. Allow me to take charge of the cleaning." Before Xiao could respond, the disciple swiftly retrieved a broom from his storage bag and dashed into the side courtyard, fervently commencing his task. The earnestness and dedication displayed left Xiao momentarily astonished. Upon witnessing the eagerness of their fellow disciple to undertake the chore, the others quickly lost their composure. "Elder Su, Brother Zhou will tire himself out cleaning alone. I shall assist him." "Oh dear, Elder Su, there's a wasp nest forming beside your courtyard. Those are venomous bees. Leave it to me." "Elder Su, several trees have fallen at the back of your courtyard, which is rather unsightly. No worries, I will ensure they are restored to their former state." As the astute disciples found various tasks to occupy themselves with, those remaining began to brainstorm. "Elder Su, it seems the roof of your house may leak during rain. I shall inspect it for you. This fence is not secure. Entrust it to me." "Elder Su, I will sweep your house. I shall polish the floor. I will unclog the toilet." As the outer disciples busied themselves with an array of peculiar tasks, Xiao blinked in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? However, recognizing the good intentions behind their actions, he refrained from reprimanding them. After a moment of contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon him. It must be that the news of delivering items to Lin Yin'er has spread. Xiao chuckled and shook his head. These disciples, without a doubt, were envious of Lin Yin'er and sought to gain some advantage from him. How amusing. Each of them, neglecting their primary duties, was only interested in these shortcuts. He returned to his rocking chair, remaining silent, and observed with amusement as dozens of outer disciples diligently worked around him. Of course, delivering items was out of the question. Why would he engage in tasks that offered no benefit? He knew that once the initial enthusiasm of these disciples waned, he would be free to depart. As he leisurely rocked back and forth, savoring his tea, a voice from the system resonated in his ear. "Detected, Daughter of Destiny, Jean Liuo. Destiny level, C. Return multiplier, 10x. Bond level, 10. There is a Daughter of Destiny among us." Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as he turned toward the direction indicated by the system. At once, a young woman clad in a pale blue robe came into view. She was a strikingly beautiful young lady, tending to the green plants he had cultivated in the corner of the courtyard. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards Xiao, clearly hoping to seize a stroke of fortune. Xiao's eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest, yet he remained silent, closing his eyes to attentively observe the woman before him. The throng of people made it unwise to act hastily. He resolved to wait for a more opportune moment when the crowd thinned. Did Elder Su just glance my way? The thought sent a thrill through Jean Liuo as she poured water, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She sensed that her suspicions might indeed be correct. Ever since the news of Elder Su gifting Lin Yin'er had spread within the outer sect, she had been quietly analyzing the motivations behind his actions. The peculiar gaze he had cast earlier had not escaped her notice. It seemed plausible that Elder Su, in his solitude, had developed an interest in enchanting female cultivators. Jean Liuo was no naive disciple. She had diligently cultivated her way to the second level of foundation establishment. Her progress was attributed to her astute intellect and an understanding of the male psyche. Although she had never engaged in intimate relations with a man, she had skillfully manipulated her male peers to procure cultivation resources. Achieving the second level of foundation establishment was a testament to both her striking beauty and her adeptness in navigating male attention. It was indeed as she had surmised. Jean Liuo felt a surge of confidence. After all, a man was still a man, and it was impossible for them to resist the allure of captivating female cultivators like herself. With newfound assurance, she surveyed the eager disciples around her, inwardly mocking their ignorance. A group of fools, utterly oblivious to what Elder Su truly desired, expending their energies fruitlessly. Even the woman with the peculiar visage had arrived, lacking any sense of self-awareness. Time trickled by as Jean Liuo continued to water the plants, unhurried. As long as Elder Su did not dismiss her, she had her own means of engaging with a man of his caliber. Meanwhile, the workers assigned to tidy the courtyard had swept it 3 times, finding no further tasks to occupy them. Observing Xiao seated motionless in his rocking chair, They sighed in resignation before respectfully taking their leave. What else could they do? They could not remain indefinitely in Elder Su's abode, after all. Alas, it seemed that this opportunity was not as easily acquired as they had hoped. With the departure of the sweepers, the remaining disciples gradually lost confidence and approached Su Xiao to bid farewell. He, in turn, greeted each with a smile, acknowledging their efforts. By afternoon, only one person remained in the courtyard, Jin Liuxiang. Elder Su, I have finished watering the flowers and shall take my leave now, she said softly, approaching him with graceful steps. Her eyes glimmered with anticipation as she cast a furtive glance at the elder. Su Xiao rose to his feet, gazing at the woman before him. The sect's robe clung to his form, accentuating her exquisite curves. Her beauty was captivating, her skin as flawless as snow. Her figure was striking, the robe struggling to contain her ample bosom. Her flat abdomen bore no excess flesh, complemented by a slender waist. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a depth of emotion, exuding a tender allure. What a mesmerizing little enchantress she was. Su Xiao exhaled softly, regarding the young woman with a smile. What is your name, little friend? He inquired. Jin Liuxiang's countenance brightened at his words. Inquiring about her name. Jin Liuxiang gazed intently at Su Xiao, seemingly a bit shy as she introduced herself. I am Jin Liuxiang. Su Xiao nodded and inquired. What is your current cultivation level? I am at the second level of foundation establishment. Do you have a master? Yes. My master is an elder in the law enforcement team, Zhou Xiao. Su Xiao acknowledged with a sound, realizing that Zhou Xiao was indeed under the command of Lu Dadian, a C-rank daughter of fortune, and judging by her appearance, she appeared to be around 20, already possessing the foundation establishment realm. She was undoubtedly a gifted disciple. Those certified by the system, it seemed, were indeed never mistaken, and they were all strikingly beautiful. Haha, Su Xiao chuckled. I appreciate your assistance today, young friend Jing. Please take care of the watering of the plants in my humble courtyard. I feel a connection with you, so here are 10 foundation establishment pills. I have grown old and no longer require them. Consider this a token of gratitude. Upon finishing his words, he retrieved 10 pristine foundation establishment pills from his spatial storage and handed them to Jin Liuxiang. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the 10 pills, filled with delight. Without hesitation, she knelt down and expressed her gratitude. Disciple thanks Elder Su profusely. At that very moment, several outer disciples who had lingered nearby, secretly observing from a distance, were utterly dumbfounded. He actually gave them away. Elder Su truly bestowed gifts. Chapter 12. The Return of the Supreme Longevity Pill. The disciples lurking at a distance were filled with reluctance. They merely wished to observe whether Elder Su would indeed bestow a gift. To their astonishment, he truly did. Moreover, it was granted to the very last disciple remaining. Regret began to seep into their hearts. Had their efforts been insufficient? How vexing. Had they known, they would have stayed. In the other courtyard, Su Xiao beheld Jin Liuxiang, who was kneeling in gratitude, while the system's voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. For the first time, gifting Jin Liuxiang, a 100-fold critical hit is triggered, returning the Supreme Longevity Pill. Supreme Longevity Pill. Consuming it increases lifespan by 300 years. 300 years of life. Su Xiao's heart leapt with joy. Was this not precisely what he required? His current lifespan dwindled to a mere 51 years, and it would remain unchanged until he ascended to the 9th level of the nascent soul. Only by undergoing the thunder tribulation once more and breaking through to the God transformation realm would his lifespan limit extend from 1,000 years to 3,000. It was then that he would truly revive, returning to his former pinnacle of glory. At that time, his youthful visage would be restored, allowing him to once again possess the breathtaking beauty of his past. Indeed, with 300 additional years, and with the system at his side, reaching the God transformation realm would be effortless. Observing Jin Liuxiang before him, Su Xiao felt in high spirits and stepped forward to assist her to her feet. Oh, dear Jin, there is no need for such formality. We are fated to meet. Should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation in the future, seek me out, and I shall aid you. Jin Liuxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glint. Observing the warm smile of the elderly man, she could not help but smirk internally. Elder Su, indeed, was a man who yearned for companionship in his twilight years. As Su Xiao supported her, she suddenly lunged forward, appearing unsteady. With a lack of balance. Jean Liuxiang fell into Su Xiao's embrace. Su Xiao was taken aback. "Oh dear Elder Su, I apologize. I just twisted my ankle," gradually regaining her footing against Su Xiao's sturdy frame. She expressed her gratitude and departed. Yet, within her heart, certainty blossomed. Elder Su was undoubtedly of a particular inclination. "Haha, no matter," Su Xiao replied with a calm smile. "Be cautious, dear Jean. Should you face challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." At this moment, Jean Liuxiang respectfully bowed, saying, "I am profoundly grateful for the elder's kindness. Elder Su's generosity shall not be forgotten, and I shall never decline your future requests." After exchanging further expressions of thanks, she left with newfound confidence. Excitement coursed through her veins. Compared to her fellow disciples and her master, Zhou Xiao, Elder Su was incomparable. If she could cultivate a good relationship with him, her path to cultivation would be firmly secured. Filled with joy and elation, Jean Liuxiang began to contemplate her future plans on her way back. Meanwhile, the scene that had unfolded in the small courtyard left the onlookers utterly astounded. What had transpired just moments ago? The scheming woman, Jean Liuxiang, has surprisingly nestled in Elder Su's embrace. Moreover, Elder Su showed no signs of resistance. Goodness, what have they witnessed? In this moment, the hearts of the dozen disciples lingering in the distance seemed to be shaken profoundly. Could it be that Jean Liuxiang intends to leverage her beauty to obtain resources from Elder Su? "Elder Su, you must not be enchanted by that green tea vixen." In another courtyard, Su Xiao returned to his room and sat on the meditation mat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jean Liuxiang is indeed a woman of some cunning. However, it matters not. As long as she is a bearer of fortune, he shall not refuse her. Each one of them is a potential asset to be harvested. A win-win scenario. In the pursuit of the path to immortality, he shall rely on the returns from these fortunate women. He retrieved a shimmering, exquisite longevity pill from his spatial storage and examined it closely. Once a pill reaches the pinnacle of quality, it commands an exorbitant price. The longevity pill presented to him by Ji Shui was likely of medium quality, only capable of extending life by 50 years, while this exquisite one promises 300 years. Without further ado, Su Xiao swallowed the longevity pill in one go, intending not to share it. In an instant, a surge of vitality blossomed within him, emanating from his organs and gradually enveloping his entire body. Ultimately, he felt rejuvenated, as if he had returned to his youth. Not only had his withered skin and aged appearance improved slightly, with wrinkles softening, but his internal organs and tendons had also been profoundly repaired by this exquisite longevity pill. He felt no weaker than a typical young man, and in some aspects, he surpassed them, which greatly satisfied him. "The effects are remarkable," Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Realm: Foundation Establishment 4th Layer. Special Physique: None. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. It seems that the longevity pill cannot be reused. Su Xiao observed his remaining lifespan, realizing that the effects of the exquisite longevity pill had supplanted those of the previous one. He then settled back onto the meditation mat and began to practice the ethereal longevity technique. It is essential to maintain a balance in cultivation, ensuring it is enduring and profound. The following day, not only was the sect square abuzz, but even the accommodations for both male and female disciples erupted in commotion. Rumors had spread about Su Xiao gifting 10 foundation establishment pills to Jean Liuxiang, and now the entire outer sect was abuzz with this extraordinary tale. Elder Su has given gifts once again. 10 foundation establishment pills. 10 foundation establishment pills. That Jean Liuxiang merely went to Elder Su's courtyard to tend to the flowers, and, upon her departure, Elder Su bestowed upon her 10 foundation establishment pills. Insanity. Elder Su has truly lost his mind. In the accommodations area, a throng of disciples gathered. First, it was Lin Yin'er who received gifts, and now Jean Liuxiang. Have you all noticed a pattern? Elder Su only gifts those recognized as beauties in our outer mountain. You, how dare you tarnish Elder Su's reputation in such a manner? No. Do not misunderstand. Elder Su, revered for his virtue and integrity, is undoubtedly not that kind of person. What I mean is that a beautiful woman might capture Elder Su's attention, for after all, he is a man. Are you courting death? Elder Su is so advanced in age, yet still possesses such thoughts? I cannot believe it. There must be another reason. By the way, Jean Liuxiang was the last to leave the courtyard. Elder Su must have witnessed her unwavering determination. Yes, indeed. It is precisely that. Elder Su, being such a good person, must have set this challenge for us, and only Jean Liuxiang has fulfilled it. In an instant, the grand and solemn image of Su Xiao was once again solidified. Chapter 13. Jean Liuxiang's speculation. The murmurs in the lodging area were incessant, predominantly condemning Jean Liuxiang. They accused her of not only accepting benefits, but also plotting to seduce Elder Su for further gain. However, Elder Su, with his profound sense of justice and integrity, outright rejected her advances. Following this incident, the disciples understood that the opportunities associated with Elder Su were not easily attainable, leading them to deliberate for a longer term. In the female cultivator's lodging area, within a fragrant and exquisitely adorned room, Jean Liuxiang gazed at the Ten-Thousandfold pills in her hand, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. Lin Yin'er spent merely half a day in Elder Su's secluded residence and received 3 low-grade magical artifacts. I, on the other hand, have only acquired 10 Ten-Thousandfold pills after the same duration. Something must be amiss. Gradually, her thoughts began to wander in that direction, massaging his shoulders. Lin Yin'er, I see you have discerned Elder Su's desires and surrendered yourself within that half-day. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of understanding as she pieced together the situation. For these outer sect disciples, 3 low-grade magical artifacts represented astronomical values. Elder Su would never part with them so easily. Lin Yin'er must have done something during that time. Even if she did not directly offer herself, she certainly provided Elder Su with ample benefits. Realizing this, Jean Liuxiang's heart grew heavier. In terms of appearance, she believed herself to be equally as captivating as Lin Yin'er. And in cultivation, she surpassed her by several levels. Why should she not be able to attain what the other had? With this clarity, a resolute expression emerged in her eyes. Her ability to become a disciple under Zhou Xiao in the second level of foundation establishment was merely due to Zhou Xiao's lust. Captivated by her beauty, however, she had been astute enough not to let Zhou Xiao have his way. Yet, surrendering herself was merely a matter of time. She was now fully aware of the unspoken rules within the sect. Having now made Elder Su's acquaintance, she regarded Zhou Xiao as insignificant in comparison. Elder Su, if I serve him well in his later years, perhaps all of his future inheritances could be mine. Jean Liuxiang's eyes radiated with fervor. Mere appearances mattered little to her. Tangible benefits were of utmost importance. She aspired to advance further along the path of cultivation and rise above others. Elder Su may be older, but she could accept that. With newfound determination, she sat beside her vanity, beginning to adorn herself. This very night, she intended to completely win over Elder Su, compelling him to bestow upon her even greater resources. Lin Yin'er was currently in seclusion, presenting a splendid opportunity. In the afternoon, Su Xiao had been cultivating on the mat for an entire day. The absorption rate of the foundation establishment pills had slowed, and he had only digested 2. His cultivation level had ascended to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Although this pace was slower than in previous days, compared to others, it was akin to riding a rocket. With a sigh of relief, Su Xiao halted his cultivation, intending to rest and rejuvenate before continuing. He felt a surge of joy. At this pace of cultivation, returning to his peak was merely a matter of time. The spatial treasury was filled with magical artifacts and exquisite treasures. He had no reason to worry about his strength. Even if a nascent soul practitioner were to attack, he could retreat unscathed, or even counterattack effectively. One Southern Ming Li fire sword alone rendered his power nearly indistinguishable from his former zenith. Disciple has come to pay respects to Elder Su. At that moment, several feminine voices floated in from outside the door. Su Xiao's expression shifted as he rose and opened the door. Standing before him were 5 or 6 female disciples, all clad in light blue robes, representatives of the outer sect. What brings you here? The system had detected no fated women among them. These were merely ordinary disciples. One girl, with a round face and unremarkable features, swallowed hard. Summoning her courage, she knelt and boldly declared, Elder Su, it must be quite inconvenient for you to live here alone, right? I wish to serve you. I can bring you tea and water, and I can cook as well. Please do not look down upon me. Seeing someone take the initiative, another girl with a round face knelt down as well, exclaiming, Me too. Elder Su, allow me to be your maid. I will serve you diligently. The remaining girls all knelt on the ground, each vying to become Su Xiao's maidservant. Some even offered to do anything he required. They had all come after hearing rumors about Lin Yin'er and Jean Liuxiang. A few of them had conspired together, hoping for a stroke of luck with the elder. Should he take a liking to them, it would mean a meteoric rise in their fortunes. Su Xiao swallowed hard, gazing at the 5 or 6 women, silently shaking his head. What was this? Round faces and unremarkable appearances. There were 1 or 2 who were somewhat presentable, but they were certainly not fated women. He understood their intentions clearly. However, as a highly esteemed inner sect elder, how could he accept disciples as maidservants? Such a rumor would tarnish his reputation. Chapter 14. The upgrade of bonds. My dear friends, I am quite well on my own, so there is no need for your assistance. Su Xiao declined warmly, urging them to return. Otherwise, others might mistakenly believe I am taking advantage of my seniority to impose upon you. Haha. His words were imbued with a gentle, benevolent tone, resonating with the essence of a venerable elder. Without the exchange of gifts, these individuals bore no connection to him. The group of 5 or 6 female cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Indeed, how could a venerable elder like Su not possess the decency to bestow resources without cause? Those despicable rascals dared to spread such rumors about Elder Su. Truly contemptible. They had wasted their trip in vain, which was utterly intolerable. Daring not to offend Su Xiao further, the group of maidens offered their respectful farewells before awkwardly departing the courtyard. As they reached the main road, a figure clad in a light blue robe approached. It was Jean Liuxiang. Upon sighting her, the women's eyes momentarily sparkled with derision. So, she has come as well? No need for speculation. She must share our sentiments. Let us observe how Elder Su will dismiss her. Jean Liuxiang, noticing their expressions, had similarly deduced their intentions. With a confident and graceful demeanor, she made her way toward the secluded courtyard. Hey, what audacity does this woman possess? Elder Su will not be swayed by her antics. I am eager to witness her emerge in utter disgrace. The expression of Wogu's face soured instantly. Had it not been for her companions restraining her, she would have confronted Jean Liuxiang with harsh words. Wait, we shall remain here. I am determined to see her expression when she is cast out. Inside the small house of the courtyard, Jean Liuxiang entered upon the invitation of Su Xiao. Observing the meticulously adorned, enchanting figure before him, Su Xiao offered a warm smile, contemplating a suitable reason to bestow gifts upon her. Under the pretense of expressing gratitude for 10 Foundation Establishment Pills, Jean Liuxiang took a deep breath. Her cheeks tinged with crimson. Summoning her courage, she addressed him. Elder Su, I hope you will not take offense, but I wish to discuss a matter with you. Oh, Su Xiao glanced at her, surprised that she spoke before he had the chance. What business do you wish to discuss, Jean? Please, enlighten me. He sat before her, a gentle smile gracing his face, and began to surmise the nature of her request. Noticing Su Xiao's apparent interest, Jean Liuxiang felt a surge of confidence. Elder Su, please do not take this amiss. You have reached the twilight of your years, and after your failed tribulation, it seems that your path of cultivation may be beyond redemption. I have heard that you have but a year left to live. I would like to offer myself as your maidservant, devoted to attending to you until the day you depart this world. This, Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, deep in thought. Becoming a maidservant was not an unappealing proposition. It would mean he could bestow gifts without any pretext. Moreover, she was indeed quite beautiful. His eyes brightened at the thought. Based on this, Su Xiao chuckled softly and inquired, Are you truly willing? She responded with a light laugh, I am willing, master. Jean Liuxiang harbored her own calculations. The other party had only a year left to live and would not be able to serve for long. When the time came, she would not only acquire a substantial amount of cultivation resources, but might also have the opportunity to become an inner disciple under Elder Su. With that in mind, it seemed quite favorable. Su Xiao smiled, reassuring, Jean, do not worry. As my attendant, you need not fret about cultivation resources. I shall assist you. Thank you, Elder. Jean Liuxiang exclaimed joyfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The concern for future cultivation resources had been alleviated. Looking at Su Xiao, joy radiated from her eyes. A sense of triumph evident. However, knowing that the other had lived for a millennium, she recognized the need to demonstrate sincerity. Furthermore, The elder had already bestowed upon her 10 precious foundation establishment pills. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she boldly approached, flaunting her alluring figure. Congratulations, host. Your bond with the Fortune's daughter, Jean Liuxiang, has increased to 2. Fortune's daughter, Jean Liuxiang. Fortune level, C. Return multiplier, 20 times. Bond level, 2. The following morning, the two donned their garments. So this was the way to level up. The room was infused with an enchanting fragrance as Xiao took a seat at the table, smiling. Jean, do you possess any magical artifacts? Jean Liuxiang. Her cheeks still flushed, brightened at the question. I have a low-grade magic sword, gifted to me by my master. She shyly settled on the edge of the bed, feeling a bit awkward. Xiao smiled slightly upon hearing this. Retrieving a mid-grade jade hairpin and a low-grade defensive magic ring from his spatial storage. He also produced 10 high-grade spirit stones, placing them on the adjacent table. Here is a mid-grade magical artifact, a low-grade one, and 10 high-grade spirit stones. Jean, I believe these should serve as your current limit. Keep them for your protection. Chapter 15. The sect square erupted again, a mid-grade magical artifact. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Jean Liuxiang was astonished. She gazed at the jade gold hairpin on the table, which emitted a faint luminescence, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Her breath quickened. Moreover, 10 high-grade spirit stones equated to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Jean Liuxiang's cheeks flushed with joy as she hastily collected the items into her storage pouch. Thank you, Elder Su. I shall visit every few days to attend to you. Her elation was palpable as she impulsively embraced Xiao, the fragrance of her presence wafting through the air. Inwardly, she held disdain for her master, Xiao, having taken her under his wing. He had only bestowed upon her a low-grade sword. Yet, Elder Su was so generous, so magnanimous. Xiao smiled. It is but a trifle. I have said before that you and I share a bond, and even if you do not serve this old man, I would still present you with gifts. Given the sincerity of her gesture, he felt compelled to reciprocate. It was a win-win situation, as he had often proclaimed. Congratulations, host, on the successful gift of the mid-grade magical artifact, Jade Gold Hairpin. This has initially increased the bond level and triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the supreme grade magical artifact. 4C's Tranquility Pendant. 4C's Tranquility Pendant, supreme grade magical artifact, upon use, unleashes corrosive weak water from the 4C's to attack or defend. Congratulations, host, on the successful gift of the low-grade magical ring, returning 2 mid-grade magical rings. Congratulations, host, on the successful gift of 10 high-grade spirit stones, returning 200 high-grade spirit stones. The returns were successful, and the 1,000-fold critical hit had been triggered, prompting Xiao to nod in satisfaction. After a tender exchange, Jean Liuxiang, her face still flushed, departed respectfully from the residence. Quite bold, indeed, he chuckled. Dismissing further thoughts, Xiao began to organize his spatial storage. Following this round of returns, the contents of his storage had multiplied significantly. Among his treasures were the Nanming Li Fire Sword, the supreme grade magical artifacts, the Jiutian Shinfeng Hairpin, and the 4C's Tranquility Pendant. He also possessed supreme grade elixirs, including the Supreme Youth Elixir, along with 200 high-grade spirit stones, 172 foundation establishment pills, 16 low-grade magical artifacts, 3 mid-grade magical rings, and 1 mid-grade magical sword. This wealth of resources was sufficient to establish a small sect. The 10,000-fold return system is truly exhilarating. In high spirits, Xiao sat upon the meditation mat, channeling the ethereal longevity technique, and commenced his joyful cultivation. Jean Liuxiang's face remained flushed long after her departure. It was not solely due to the substantial resources she had just acquired for her cultivation, but also because she was experiencing her first taste of such human interactions, leaving her slightly unsettled. Elder Su undoubtedly possessed many more treasures. Henceforth, she must cultivate a good relationship with him, ensuring she serves him well in the twilight of his life. Of course, a romantic involvement was out of the question. Elder Su held a revered status within the sect, and should their affairs be disclosed, it would be detrimental to both parties. Such matters must remain confidential. She was resolute in her silence, and Elder Su would certainly not divulge it either. Jean Liuxiang was filled with elation, for she no longer needed to bear the disdainful gaze of her repugnant master. Xiao, an unattractive middle-aged man, paled in comparison to the venerable Elder Su, who was 100 times more handsome. Moreover, Elder Su was amiable, exuding the warmth of a kind-hearted person. Their transaction was merely a product of Elder Su's advanced age and solitude. In terms of character, wealth, status, and generosity, Elder Su far surpassed the grotesque Zhou Xiao. Jin Liuxiang now regarded Su Xiao with unreserved admiration, rendering Zhou Xiao insipid in contrast. Elder Su was indeed quite commendable. A wave of joy surged within Jin Liuxiang. At the entrance of the mountain path, a voice exclaimed, "Senior sister! Senior sister! Jin Liuxiang has emerged." A round-faced girl tugged at another's cheek, and several female cultivators instantly perked up. They had concealed themselves nearby all night, fueled by their determination. Finally, Jin Liuxiang had appeared. Upon catching sight of her countenance, they were struck dumb with astonishment. Although Jin Liuxiang remained beautiful, her makeup was somewhat disheveled. Thunderstruck, the several female cultivators stood frozen. They were not young maidens. The eldest among them was nearing 40. Seeing Jin Liuxiang in such a state made them unsteady on their feet, confirming their suspicions that she had undoubtedly spent the night in the company of a formidable man. Yet, the man had been at Elder Su's villa the entire night. As they observed Jin Liuxiang hastily retreating, furtively glancing around as if fearful of being noticed, the reality solidified their convictions. Elder Su, you must not be beguiled by this wretched woman. Collapsing amidst the trees, the group of women struggled to accept the shocking truth they had witnessed that day. Once back in her accommodation, Jin Liuxiang secured the door and began her seclusion for cultivation. With 10 foundation building pills at her disposal, she had enough to sustain her for quite some time. When they eventually ran out, she planned to procure more from Elder Su. For the affluent Elder Su, these items were mere trifles. She was in high spirits. By afternoon, the entire outer mountain erupted with gossip. Rumors regarding Elder Su circulated widely, with nearly every outer sect disciple engaged in fervent discussion. In the outer sect plaza, voices rose in disbelief. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that Elder Su is such a person. Neither can I. Elder Su is esteemed for his virtue and integrity, a venerable elder of unparalleled kindness. You claim he has an affair with an outer sect disciple. I would rather die than believe it. Dear fellow disciples, this is no longer a matter of belief. Someone witnessed Jin Liuxiang exiting Elder Su's villa, and she stayed the entire night. Consider this. Elder Su has only gifted items to 2 individuals, Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang, both renowned beauties of our outer sect. Before Lin Yin'er obtained 3 inferior magical artifacts, she had spent an entire morning in Elder Su's courtyard. In contrast, Jin Liuxiang was even more extravagant, remaining there for a whole night. Initially, I found this hard to believe, but now I have heard that Jin Liuxiang has entered seclusion. She must have reaped substantial benefits from Elder Su. However, this does not necessarily imply that Elder Su shares any ambiguous relationship with them. Junior brother, awakened to reality, Elder Su is a good man. Yet he is still a man at this moment. It is entirely possible that both Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang have entangled relationships with Elder Su. No, I cannot accept this. Elder Su, please come forward and clarify. Elder Su, tell me, this cannot be true. A multitude of disciples clutched their chests in despair. They found it unbearable to confront such a reality. They yearned for Elder Su to be the epitome of a perfect sect elder, safeguarding their growth yet. Regardless of their desires, the rumors surrounding Su Xiao have irrevocably spread, even reaching the grand hall where the outer sect elders convene. In the resplendent back hall, Lu Danian, clad in a bagua robe, sat to one side. His simple countenance shifted from awkwardness to suppressed laughter, then to unease, ultimately settling into acceptance. Uncle Master, if you had this intention, you could have simply informed your disciples earlier. Why go to such expense? Chapter 16. A month had passed, and within the grand hall sat a dozen or so elders of the outer sect, all donned in similar attire. Among them were both men and women, each holding a prominent position in overseeing the affairs of the Piaomiao Sect. Their expressions mirrored that of Lu Danian, yet many bore a peculiar and awkward demeanor. The entire outer mountain was abuzz with rumors, as their disciples had already reported the matter to them. An elderly man could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Elder Lu, you are quite close with Elder Su. Perhaps you could consult him directly and clarify the situation. If these are mere rumors, we must act swiftly to instruct our disciples to refrain from spreading them. After all, Elder Su is esteemed within our sect. If such rumors are left unchecked, it could have a significant impact on both our Piaomiao Sect and Elder Su himself. The outer sect elders collectively harbored disbelief. Xiao, with his seniority and stature, had maintained an untarnished reputation for a millennium. Now, to suggest that the venerable Elder Su was engaging in improper relationships with young female disciples, or even suspected of supporting them with cultivation resources, they could not fathom such an occurrence involving someone of Elder Su's respected standing. At his advanced age, could he even harbor such intentions or possess the vigor to act upon them? They would not believe it, not even if the heavens themselves proclaimed it. Liu Danian surveyed the assembly of high-ranking elders, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. He had witnessed the peculiarities regarding his master, who had indeed been inexplicably bestowing gifts upon beautiful female cultivators. The notion of him supporting a female disciple could not be easily dismissed. Esteemed elders, Liu Danian proclaimed with solemnity, I believe it unnecessary to consult Master Su on this matter. He is in the twilight of his years, isolated in our outer mountain. Do you truly wish for such foolishness to disturb our revered Master Su? It is utterly absurd. The outer sect elders furrowed their brows, silently nodding in agreement. Indeed, the situation was too ludicrous. They themselves felt embarrassed to approach Elder Su about it. Liu Danian continued with righteous fervor, furthermore, Master Su is now advanced in age and physically limited. What harm is there in him nurturing a few favored female disciples and gifting them a token of appreciation? He has led a life of hardship, and after failing his tribulation, is it not reasonable for him in his twilight years to seek companionship and care? Esteemed elders, we must put an end to these rampant rumors circulating in the outer sect. I implore you to return and counsel our disciples to cease their chatter. Upon hearing Liu Danian's words, the elders initially nodded in agreement, but as they pondered the implications, their expressions morphed into shock as they gazed at Liu Danian. What was he suggesting? Could it be that Elder Su truly had interactions with the female disciples? Their faces contorted into a mix of disbelief and incredulity. They could not accept that Elder Su would engage in such conduct. Impossible. Liu Danian sensed the unusual atmosphere among the elders surrounding him, and, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, The sect leader has previously hinted to me that, in due time, a companion will be sought for Elder Su, allowing him to retire peacefully within the sect and ensure the continuation of his lineage. Esteemed elders, prior to the arrival of Elder Su's companion, it is imperative that we put an end to the rumors circulating in the outer sect. We cannot allow these slanderous tales to hinder Elder Su's chance for a meaningful connection. I kindly ask for your cooperation. This pronouncement fell like a bombshell, leaving the elders in a state of astonishment. A companion? Elder Su, who was nearing the end of his days, still sought a partner to bear offspring? The shock was palpable, even bordering on fear. The expressions of the outer sect elders were nothing short of spectacular, yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. Liu Danian's words echoed the will of the sect leader. What could they possibly say? Even if they harbored doubts, a seed of uncertainty had begun to sprout in their hearts. Could it truly be that Elder Su, in his twilight years, had suddenly developed an interest in women? How fantastical! How absurd! Yet outwardly, the assembly of elders remained taciturn, all expressing their tacit approval. Regardless of whether Elder Su had indeed taken a female disciple under his wing, these rumors must not spread. The scandal of his supposed patronage needed to be suppressed swiftly. In the following month, the outer sect began to impose a strict code of silence among the disciples regarding the rumors surrounding Xiao. At least on the surface, the disciples seemed intimidated and kept their mouths shut. During this period, Xiao diligently combined the use of high-grade spirit stones and foundational elixirs in his cultivation, achieving an impressive advancement to the 7th level of foundational cultivation. He had utilized 3 high-grade spirit stones and 10 foundational elixirs, an elevation of 2 levels in a month. His training pace had stabilized, but even this stability was a speed unattainable by most cultivators. Not everyone could boast an almost inexhaustible supply of high-grade spirit stones and foundational elixirs at the foundational level. During this time, Jean Liuxiang visited him twice. Xiao generously bestowed upon her 20 foundational elixirs and returned 40 essence-gathering elixirs meant for core formation cultivators, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Under Xiao's patronage, Jean Liuxiang ascended to the 3rd level of foundational cultivation. As for Lin Yin'er, she had been absent for a month and was likely in seclusion, striving to break through the foundational stage. Significant breakthroughs in cultivation are notoriously challenging. It is not uncommon for cultivators to remain in seclusion for half a year or even a year. One evening, as Jean Liuxiang found herself nearly depleted of foundational elixirs, she adorned herself in her fragrant chamber and, in good spirits, quietly made her way to Su Xiao's residence. With an unlimited supply of foundational elixirs, her cultivation had progressed rapidly. Reflecting on her dealings with Elder Su, she felt it was an exceedingly advantageous arrangement. Initially, the outer sect disciples had expressed some discontent towards her, but they had since fallen silent, now regarding her with a mixture of awe and respect. Even some female disciples gazed at her with extreme envy. Not only had she reaped tangible benefits, but her vanity had also been immensely gratified. Now, should Su Xiao publicly acknowledge their relationship, she would not only accept, but also eagerly anticipate it. Elder Su is indeed the formidable figure she truly wishes to associate with. The mere thought of her master, Zhou Xiao, now fills Jean Liuxiang with a sense of revulsion. For the entire month, she has harbored no desire to even lay eyes upon him. As Jean Liuxiang departed from the lodging area, making her way to Elder Su's villa, a young man stealthily emerged, appearing not far behind her. Junior sister, she is once again seeking out Elder Su. How many times has it been now? It is utterly detestable. What virtues does that decrepit old man possess? The young man, observing her graceful form, felt his insides boiling with rage. The mere contemplation of his junior sister's actions sent tremors through him, nearly driving him to the brink of bloodshed in his fury. Junior sister, this time master will not let you off so easily. Wretched couple. Chapter 17. The scheming of Zhou Xiao. A young man with an elongated face and an unremarkable appearance donned a pale blue outer robe, serving as an enforcer's assistant and the foremost disciple of Zhou Xiao. He was also the nominal senior to Jean Liuxiang. Since Jean Liuxiang had been taken under the wing of their master, he and another junior had been utterly captivated by her beauty, which was indeed among the finest within the outer sect. However, after some time, he discovered that Jean Liuxiang was not as graceful and enchanting as she appeared. She was, without a doubt, a manipulative vixen, having deceived him and his fellow disciple out of numerous spiritual stones and elixirs. Consequently, neither of them had even dared to touch her, which was infuriating. Now, it seemed she had resorted to consorting with Elder Su for the sake of cultivation resources. He felt utterly insulted, though he was aware that Master Zhou Xiao harbored feelings for Jean Liuxiang as well. He could no longer endure this situation and resolved to inform his master to intervene and deal with this brazen pair. Elder Su, ostensibly a paragon of virtue and a role model, was secretly engaged in such disgraceful conduct. Moreover, he had manipulated the outer sect elders to suppress the burgeoning gossip. Shameless, disgraceful. Fueled by indignation, the young man with the elongated face made his way directly to Zhou Xiao's abode. Behind the male disciples' dormitory lay a spacious and elegant courtyard, designated for the accommodation of the outer sect elders, where Zhou Xiao resided. At that moment, Zhou Xiao was seated in the courtyard's main hall, listening to the report from the elongated-faced youth, when he suddenly shattered the teacup in his grasp with a resounding crack. Zhou Xiao, an unattractive middle-aged man of short stature, bore a face marred by pockmarks. His expression was one of fury as he rose to bellow, "Jean Liuxiang, that wretched woman!" His face twisted with rage. His chest heaving, he trembled from the shock of the news imparted by the elongated-faced youth. Jean Liuxiang was a disciple he had specifically chosen for his own enjoyment. With her outstanding beauty and youthful allure, he had already invested in a low-grade magical artifact for her, anticipating her eventual acquiescence. To his dismay, she had been intercepted by Elder Su. "Malu, how many times has that vile Jean Liuxiang visited Elder Su's residence this month?" Zhou Xiao seethed. Initially, he had dismissed the rumors, unable to fathom that someone as esteemed as Elder Su would engage in such behavior. Yet, the first-hand account of his own senior disciple, not just once but repeatedly, forced him to reconsider. Coupled with Jean Liuxiang's recent aloofness towards him, he could no longer remain skeptical. "Vile woman," the elongated-faced youth, Malu, replied vehemently. "This is the third time. Master, she has visited Elder Su's residence for the third time. Moreover, I have made it a point to observe, each time, she has returned to the dormitory only the following morning. Each time she emerged, she bore an unmistakable glow, clearly having dallied with Elder Su. Master, we cannot let Jin Liuxiang escape unscathed. Beside Ma Lu sat another tall and slender male disciple, his junior, who, as a victim himself, was equally incensed and wore a furious expression. Zhou Zhao's face contorted with rage, his already unattractive countenance becoming even more grotesque. The pitted scars seemed to ooze with an unsightly fluid, causing him great disgust. Gritting his teeth, he took a seat and gazed at the darkening sky. The mere thought of Jin Liuxiang and Su Zhao's affair made him feel utterly ill at ease, his body restless and agitated. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhou Xiao spoke in a low voice. Did Jin Liuxiang visit Elder Su again? Indeed. Ma Lu replied immediately, without a doubt, Master. They might very well be entangled in bed right now. Infuriated, Zhou Xiao felt an overwhelming wave of discomfort. He had never anticipated such a disgraceful situation would unfold before him. If the individuals involved were mere disciples, he would have stormed in, condemning them for their lewdness and exacting punishment on the spot under the guise of the law enforcement team. However, Elder Su was no ordinary disciple. He was a revered elder of the inner sect, a senior of the sect leader. Master, we cannot simply let them off the hook. Ma Lu and his fellow disciple fanned the flames of his anger. After a moment of deep contemplation, Zhou Xiao seemed to arrive at a decision. His eyes gleaming with cunning as he remarked, Elder Su is merely esteemed for his reputation. In reality, he is just a foundational cultivator, insignificant in the grand scheme. That vile Jin Liuxiang must surely be coveting Elder Su's inheritance, willingly engaging in such disgraceful acts. Now that I am aware of their indiscretions, I shall ensure that wretched woman does not have her way. Prepare yourselves. Shortly, we shall go to Elder Su's residence to catch them in the act. Ma Lu and his companion were taken aback. What? Master, are we truly going to Elder Su's residence? Isn't that unwise? He is the granduncle of Elder Lu. Their master, Zhou Xiao, was merely at the foundation establishment stage, an outer sect steward. Was it appropriate to confront an inner sect elder in such a manner? With a cold smirk, Zhou Xiao replied, Humph. If you don't speak of it, and I don't speak of it, who will know of tonight's events? Once we catch them in their disgraceful act, Elder Su will undoubtedly refrain from making it public, and he will dare not seek help from others. Who knows? Perhaps Elder Su will even offer us a substantial sum to keep our mouths shut. As for Jin Liuxiang, she will no longer dare to cavort with Elder Su and will obediently remain under my command. His scheme was twofold. If he captured them in the act, he could extort resources from Elder Su while simultaneously holding leverage over Jin Liuxiang. That little beauty would have no choice but to comply with his every demand. Vile woman, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Noticing the lingering trepidation in his disciples, Zhou Xiao waved his hand dismissively, grinning maliciously. You needn't worry. Elder Su is on the brink of death and surely values his reputation. Besides, he is merely a foundational cultivator now, posing no threat to us. Rest assured. Upon hearing Zhou Zhao's reassurances, Ma Lu and his companion felt their anxieties dissipate, nodding in agreement. Master speaks wisely. As long as we catch them in the act, not only will we secure a hefty sum for silence, but we will also have Jin Liuxiang firmly under our control. The three of them conspired in secret. As the moon ascended to its zenith, they donned their nocturnal garments and stealthily made their way towards Su Zhao's secluded residence, guided by the ethereal glow of the moonlight. Chapter 18. The Move. The Southern Ming Lihuo soared in the secluded chamber of Su Zhao's residence. Elder Su, your generosity is quite remarkable. You must possess a plethora of resources, do you not? Jin Liuxiang remarked, her breath fragrant like orchids, a faint blush gracing her delicate features. Su Xiao chuckled softly, not much, but rest assured, Liuxiang, while it may not be abundant, it will certainly suffice for your needs. Even should I depart this realm, I would never neglect you. A silent mirth danced within him. Naturally, neglect was out of the question, as her bond with him had escalated to level 2. Even her fortune level had recently risen to grade B. In the days to come, he intended to bestow upon her more gifts, ensuring a mutually beneficial relationship. This was undeniably Jin Liuxiang's fortune. Through their time together, he discovered that although she possessed a certain avarice and a few ulterior motives, she was fundamentally a woman of character and principles. She did not cloak her desires in secrecy, articulating them plainly, which relieved Su Xiao of the burden of justifying his gifts. Such a woman, blessed with fortune, seemed tailor-made for him. He resolved to provide her with all the cultivation resources she required. Really? Thank you so much, Elder Su. Jean Liuxiang exclaimed, her countenance brightening, a rosy hue gracing her alabaster cheeks. At that moment, Su Xiao glanced towards a certain direction outside the room. What is it, Elder? Jean Liuxiang's expression shifted, concern etching her features. Su Xiao's face turned grave as he replied, a few individuals are approaching the residence. I suspect they harbor ill intentions. As he spoke, he swiftly donned his gray robe, while his spiritual sense reached out, perceiving 3 shadowy figures stealthily making their way towards his courtyard. Though his cultivation had regressed to the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual awareness remained undiminished, still at the pinnacle of the nascent soul level. While this might not be of great utility in combat, his ability to detect and sense far exceeded that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Someone is coming? Jean Liuxiang's expression turned serious as she hurriedly dressed in her sect's robe. Humph, indeed, just 3 scoundrels, Su Xiao scoffed coldly. Having discerned their intentions from the path they took to approach, they were likely here to investigate matters concerning him and Jean Liuxiang. Go, he murmured, and instantly, a fiery red sword light surged forth, soaring from the window. The brilliant glow illuminated the ground, radiating an imposing aura. Elder? Jean Liuxiang, now properly attired, was taken aback by the spectacle. The fiery sword Su Xiao had unleashed was awe-inspiring, shaking even her heart with its might. This was undoubtedly a superior-grade magical artifact, perhaps even a transcendent one. Jean Liuxiang felt a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration within her. The old man, once a formidable figure at the nascent soul 9th level, despite his fall to the foundation establishment stage, was still not someone an ordinary cultivator could contend with. Not far from the small courtyard, when Zhou Xiao and his companions beheld the fiery sword light erupting from the room, they stood there, mouths agape in astonishment. Feeling the irresistible and formidable aura emanating from within, the 3 individuals were momentarily paralyzed in shock, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Zhou Xiao was alarmed. This was certainly not a technique that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could wield. The fiery red sword before him exuded an aura that suggested it was at least a superior magical artifact. Elder Su. They had been discovered by Elder Su. Quickly, we must retreat. Zhou Xiao cried out in terror. Despite being at the 6th level of the core formation stage, he trembled at the sight of the fire sword hurtling towards them, utterly devoid of any inclination to resist. How could Elder Su possess such power? It was impossible. Master, what should we do? The 2 beside Ma Lu were so frightened they could hardly move. It was over. They had been exposed. Moreover, Elder Su's strength was terrifying. As the fiery sword approached with lethal intent, the trio hastily summoned their own swords, attempting to defend with their swordsmanship. Bang, bang, bang. However, the moment their swords made contact with the flaming sword, they were shattered into fragments, unable to impede its advance in the slightest. Impossible. Zhou Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he howled in horror. Yet, it was too late. The Southern Ming fire sword, under Su Xiao's mental command, swiftly sliced through their lower bodies. In an instant, their thighs were severed, and their upper bodies collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The flying sword soared into the sky, emitting a clear ringing sound before returning to Su Xiao's residence. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao and his companions lay on the ground in pain, their eyes filled with terror. With a single strike, they had been completely subdued. The severed areas of their legs were charred to a crisp by the flames. Even if they wished to reattach them in the future, they would have to remove a portion of the damaged flesh, leaving them permanently diminished. Su Xiao opened the door and, accompanied by Jean Liuxiang, stepped out of the courtyard into the forest where the 3 lay prostrate. Master? Is it really you? Upon recognizing the 3 on the ground, Jean Liuxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Xiao glanced at the grotesque middle-aged man and sneered, saying, Liuxiang, is this your master and senior brother? Yes. Elder Su, he is Zhou Xiao. The astute Jean Liuxiang immediately surmised her master's intentions. She now regarded the 3 with contempt, wishing fervently for their immediate demise. As Zhou Xiao and his companions beheld the 2 figures before them, their expressions turned pale with dread. Elder Su, Jean Liuxiang. It's over. Elder Su. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Xiao lamented from the ground, his face ashen, his grotesque visage etched with profound fear and regret. Who would have imagined that this elder Su, who had failed the thunder tribulation, still possessed such formidable strength? It was hopeless, completely hopeless. Su Xiao smiled gently and approached, saying, "Zhou Xiao, I recognize you. You are under my disciple Lu Danian, are you not? What brings you here at this late hour? I initially thought you were a thief, which is why I acted first. By now, I naturally understand your purpose. Was it not merely to catch him in the act?" During this period, Jin Liuxiang had relayed the matters concerning these 3 disciples to him. Each of them, neglecting their cultivation, remained preoccupied with thoughts of Jin Liuxiang. Such individuals have little hope of attaining the great Tao. It seems the sect must impose stricter regulations. Su Xiao sighed inwardly. At this moment, he naturally shielded himself from distractions. He was merely fostering a good rapport with the daughter of fortune, facilitating future gifts as he embarked on the path to immortality. Indeed, Elder Su, I am but your disciple's subordinate, under Elder Lu. Elder Su, I implore you, for Elder Lu's sake, to spare me. It is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Xiao and the other 2 lay on the ground, clasping their fists and pleading repeatedly. Chapter 19. The astonished Lu Danian Su Elder. We were momentarily bewitched by spirits, which led us to secretly investigate matters concerning you. Primarily, it is because Jin Liuxiang is my disciple and I fear she may be bullied by you, Su Elder, which compelled me to resort to such desperate measures. Su Elder, please, have mercy on us. Zhou Xiao struggled to rise, kneeling before Su Xiao with one leg, repeatedly bowing his head in contrition. Beside him, Ma Lu and another, both at the foundational level of cultivation, had lost their legs and lacked the strength to stand. Jin Liuxiang looked at her repugnant and lowly master with a sense of disgust. Stealing a glance at the tall and dignified Su Xiao, her heart brimmed with joy in that moment. Su Elder, truly a person worthy of trust. This was the support she ought to seek. Admiration and reverence surged within her as Su Xiao, showcasing his formidable strength and wealth, grew larger than life in her eyes. Su Xiao frowned slightly, addressing Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao, you are mistaken. Liuxiang is here under my guidance for her cultivation. You, alas. Seeing Su Elder sigh, Zhou Xiao turned pale with fear. Regardless of their relationship, if Su Elder did not grant them forgiveness, there would be no place for them in the Miao Sect. Indeed, their very lives could be at stake. In all his calculations, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Su Elder had not diminished in strength. Su Elder, please spare me this once. I shall never dare again. Zhou Xiao, disregarding everything else, rushed forward to grasp Su Xiao's legs, continuing to plead for mercy. Su Xiao shook his head. Liuxiang, he is your master. What do you think should be done about his nighttime intrusion into my cave, harboring ill intentions? Jin Liuxiang cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Xiao, coldly responding, Su Elder, it would be best to end it swiftly. What? Zhou Xiao's face changed dramatically. Liuxiang, I am your master. I even gifted you a low-grade magic sword. Liuxiang, please intercede on my behalf before Su Elder. I beg you. Jin Liuxiang retorted with displeasure. Do not call me Liuxiang. Yes, yes. Jin Xiaoyu, I beseech you, spare my life. Zhou Xiao implored. Jin Liuxiang furrowed her delicate brows. She harbored a desire for Zhou Xiao's demise, this loathsome man. Yet, the final decision rested with Su Elder. Su Xiao sighed. Death is not warranted. Zhou Xiao, you are also part of the law enforcement team. How about this? Summon Lu Danian, and let him handle it according to the rules. Afterward, he ceased to heed Zhou Xiao's desperate pleas. Producing a communication talisman, he cast a spell and softly stated, Danian, come to my cave. There has been an incident. Just you alone. Before long, Lu Danian hurried over on his flying sword. Upon seeing the group by the small courtyard amidst the mountains, he was instantly taken aback. What is the situation here? Lu Danian glanced at Jin Liuxiang, then at Su Xiao. He merely swallowed hard, his heart swelling with joy at the trust bestowed upon him by his master. Zhou Xiao, what mischief are you up to? Lu Danian glared at the trio on the ground, his brow furrowed. Su Xiao recounted the events leading up to the situation. As for his connection with Jin Liuxiang, Su Xiao merely stated it was fate, having spent a night imparting wisdom on cultivation. Although his reasoning might seem tenuous, Su Xiao had his own intentions. Lu Danian was indeed a commendable individual. Zhou Xiao, you audacious wretch, Lu Danian exclaimed, kicking Zhou Xiao several times after hearing the account. You dare pry into Master Su's affairs? Are you seeking a death wish? With swift blows, Zhou Xiao soon found himself battered and bruised, his appearance more disheveled than before. Elder Lu, spare me. Zhou Xiao cried out pitifully from the ground. Su Xiao interjected, Danian, let us adhere to the sect's rules. Jin Liuxiang has severed ties with Zhou Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lu Danian repeatedly cupped his fists in acknowledgement. He then turned to Zhou Xiao, fuming, Zhou Xiao? Were it not for Master Su's intercession, I would have ended your life today. Clean yourself up tonight. By dawn, you and your companions shall depart from the mountain. The Piaomiao Sect has no room for disrespectful disciples. Zhou Xiao's heart leaped with joy at the words. Yes, yes, thank you, Elder Lu, thank you, Elder Su, for your mercy. For him, preserving his life meant that, with his golden core stage prowess, he could manage quite well as a wandering cultivator. This was the most fitting punishment. Now be gone. Should I see you again tomorrow, I shall strike you down. Lu Danian bellowed. Zhou Xiao hastily expressed his gratitude to the two elders before clutching his singed leg and rousing Ma Lu and the others nearby. The trio, dragging their injured leg, scrambled away in terror. Lu Danian approached Su Xiao, feeling somewhat ashamed. Master, it is my fault for not managing my subordinates well, causing you distress. He pondered momentarily. Master, did your cultivation not regress to the foundation establishment stage? Yet you easily subdued Zhou Xiao, maintaining at least a high-level golden core strength. Truly remarkable. Su Xiao chuckled. No matter, Danian. It seems the outer disciples have misconstrued matters regarding Lu Xiang and me. Your enforcement team must clarify these rumors. Otherwise, it becomes quite challenging for me. Lu Danian immediately grasped the implication, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Master, with disciples present, who would dare speak ill of you? We shall enforce the sect's regulations. Very well. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Nearby, Jin Liuxiang observed the usually stern and imposing enforcement elder behaving like a humble apprentice before Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. In that moment, she felt fortunate to have aligned herself with the right person. With Elder Su by her side, her path of cultivation was assuredly secure. Su Xiao contemplated briefly. Danian, Lu Xiang shares a profound affinity with you and me. Her innate talent is commendable, having already reached the third level of foundation establishment. Let her become a named disciple under your tutelage, thus averting the emergence of individuals with ulterior motives like Zhou Xiao. What do you think? Lu Dajing cast a glance at the nearby Jin Liuxiang, who was dressed in loose garments, her cheeks slightly flushed, and was instantly taken aback. What is happening? This. Master Uncle, this seems inappropriate. Lu Dajing wore a look of grievance. What is inappropriate? It is decided. Su Xiao did not afford the other party any opportunity for resistance. It is merely a named disciple, nothing of great consequence. He then turned to Jin Liuxiang and asked, Liuxiang, would you be willing to take Lu Dajing as your master? Jin Liuxiang's eyes sparkled with delight as she knelt down and bowed deeply to Su Xiao, proclaiming, Thank you, Elder Su. I am willing. Her heart brimmed with excitement. The esteemed law elder Lu Dajing is a disciple of the sect leader. By becoming Lu Dajing's disciple, does that not link her to the revered Duga sect leader? In this manner, even if Elder Su were to pass away in the future, she would still have Lu Dajing and the sect leader supporting her. Jin Liuxiang gazed at Su Xiao, nearly moved to tears. Elder Su has been exceedingly kind to her, even arranging matters for her future so meticulously. She vowed to serve the elder faithfully in his final days. Chapter 20. The Grand Gossip Master. This is rather inappropriate. Even Lu Daxian feels like weeping. Master, this arrangement resembles a funeral pyre. He harbors a foreboding sense that Lin Yenner may ultimately require him to take her as a registered disciple. Over the years, he has discerned the affection the sect leader holds for Master. Despite the sect leader's insistence on finding a partner for Master, it remains solely their prerogative. Should news of him supporting a young mistress from Master surface, he fears calamity will befall him. What is there to lament? Daxian, do you not sense your elevated cultivation has rendered you deaf to Master's counsel? Su Xiao regarded Lu Daxian, his white brows slightly furrowing. The innate authority, etched into his very soul, sent Lu Daxian's heart racing, trembling in trepidation. No, I shall heed Master's words. Jin Xiaoyu, would you consent to be my registered disciple? Lu Daxian nodded vigorously. Su Xiao's expression softened once more, smiling. That is the spirit. Remember, do not disclose this to your junior sister. It suffices that we are aware. Lu Xiang, pay your respects to your master. Jean Lu Xiang, with a flirtatious glance, promptly turned and bowed to Lu Daxian. Disciple pays respects to the master. Lu Daxian, bearing a bitter countenance, sighed, alas, it is merely a registered disciple, a name only. Jean Xiao, you need not be so formal. Very well. This acceptance surely heralds a future replete with troubles. Su Xiao continued. Daxian, you need not concern yourself with the cultivation resources for Lu Xiang. I shall arrange that. He then assisted Jean Lu Xiang to her feet. Lu Xiang, the evening grows late. I shall forego your guidance for today. Here are 20 foundation building pills for your cultivation. Once depleted, do remember to seek me out. Su Xiao, with grand generosity, proclaimed, do not hesitate, take what is due. Lu Xiang, I shall cover all your future cultivation resources. Both Jean Lu Xiang and Lu Daxian were left in a state of bewilderment. The former was moved to tears by Su Xiao's magnanimity, while the latter was astounded by Master's liberality. Master, many thanks, Elder Su. Jean Lu Xiang accepted the 20 foundation building pills, kneeling before Su Xiao, tears streaming down her cheeks. Elder Su, you are the greatest benefactor of my life. The only man I acknowledge. Though somewhat aged, he is indeed a distinguished gentleman. A true magnate. Lu Daxian swallowed hard, blinking repeatedly at Su Xiao. No wonder Master can effortlessly win the hearts of young beauties like Jean Lu Xiang. With such lavishness, were he in Master's position, he too would willingly offer himself. Enough, rise. Su Xiao helped Jean Lu Xiang to her feet. He then turned to Lu Daxian, imparting with significance, Daxian, regarding these matters. Before he could finish, Lu Daxian interjected, rest assured, Master, I fully comprehend. Not a whisper of this shall escape my lips. Jean Xiaoyu merely shares a bond with her master uncle, who offers guidance in her cultivation during the night. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Xiao appreciated the response. Lu Danian has already become a highly skilled auxiliary pilot. After offering a few words of advice, Su Xiao prepared to return to his quarters for rest. Master uncle, please wait. Lu Danian stepped forward, his expression shrouded in mystery. As for Zhou Xiao and his companions, should the disciple he trailed off, subtly touching his neck, the implication unmistakable. Su Xiao chuckled softly, stating, although I wish never to encounter Zhou Xiao again, as a dignified sect of the Piaomiao school, how could we engage in such dark affairs? He continued, Danian, let them descend the mountain first. As for subsequent matters, you may handle them as you see fit. Lu Danian's eyes brightened, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing as he clasped his fists and replied, yes, Master Uncle. The disciple understands. After Su Xiao departed, only Lu Danian and Jean Liuxiang remained. The latter held 20 foundation establishment pills, gazing at Su Xiao's retreating figure. At that moment, she realized how remarkably handsome and charismatic that tall silhouette was. Enough of that. Lu Danian promptly regained his authoritative demeanor as the outer sect's law enforcement elder. He looked at Jean Liuxiang and solemnly advised, Jean Xiaoyu, Master Su is elderly and solitary. During this final period, you must accompany him well and never disappoint his affections. Should he feel sorrow, my Piaomiao Sect shall not take it lightly with you. Jean Liuxiang's countenance shifted abruptly. She hurriedly nodded. Master, the disciple comprehends. Rest assured, Elder Su has bestowed upon me a life-altering grace, and I shall exert my utmost effort. Lu Danian nodded in approval, reminding her, that is well. Furthermore, do not refer to me as master. You are merely a registered disciple affiliated with my side, lacking the essence of a true master-disciple relationship. With that, Lu Danian summoned his long sword and departed on it. Jean Liuxiang blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with joy. With Elder Su around, she felt a profound hope for the future. In the small courtyard room, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, returning 20 essence gathering pills. Why is it only counting 10? Su Xiao, sitting on the mat, stirred slightly. It was evident that he had overgifted, exceeding what the recipient could currently utilize. The system had denied the excess. Indeed, whether it be pills, magical artifacts, or other cultivation resources, the gifts must be reasonable and fit for the recipient's immediate use. Otherwise, the system would not acknowledge them. However, there was no cause for concern. He would be more cautious next time, and this time had not resulted in a loss. The 20 essence gathering pills were equivalent to 200 foundation establishment pills, a true win-win situation. Closing his eyes, he began practicing the Piaomiao longevity technique, circulating his spiritual energy throughout his body, engaging in his daily cultivation. A few days later, an explosive piece of news began to circulate among the outer sect disciples. Jin Liuxiang's master, Xiao, along with her 2 elder brothers, had been expelled from the Piaomiao Sect. Furthermore, the outer sect beauty, Jin Liuxiang, had astonishingly been taken as a registered disciple by Elder Liu. The news detonated among the outer disciples like an atomic bomb. The emotions that had been suppressed by the higher-ups of the outer sect began to erupt once more. In the accommodation area, groups of outer disciples huddled together, whispering furtively. Their expressions were nothing short of extraordinary, as if they had just heard some earth-shattering gossip that shattered their worldviews. There was no need for speculation. The truth was laid bare. Jin Liuxiang had truly allied herself with Elder Su. My heavens! Who would have thought that such a venerable figure, esteemed for his moral integrity within the sect, would falter at this late stage in his life? Moreover, Jin Liuxiang had advanced to the 3rd level of foundation establishment within just a month. The foundation establishment pills in her possession were seemingly inexhaustible. It was said that her master, the deacon Xiao, harbored feelings for Jin Liuxiang, which Elder Su discovered. And as a result, he was expelled from the sect. Even his 2 disciples could not escape this fate. The newly informed disciples were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Elder Su could not possibly be such a person. They refused to believe it. Chapter 21. The arrival of Dugu Ling. The curiosity among the disciples grew increasingly fervent, and their imaginations began to run wild. How shocking it was that Xiao had uncovered the affair between Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang. Elder Su, in a fit of rage, wielded his connections to expel Xiao and his disciples from the sect. Surely, Elder Su could not be such a person. Alas, under normal circumstances, this would be unthinkable. Yet when it comes to matters of the heart, anything is possible. Moreover, that Jin Liuxiang is undeniably beautiful. Goodness, who would have imagined that Elder Su harbored such inclinations? To banish Xiao's entire sect for the sake of an external disciple with dubious intentions. It is simply appalling. Hush, lower your voices. We mustn't let others overhear. One disciple cautioned. If the law enforcement team catches wind of our discussion regarding Elder Su, we could meet the same fate as Xiao. Upon hearing this, the disciples fell silent, aware that the law enforcement team was conducting thorough investigations. Anyone daring to speak of Elder Su's affairs within the sect faced a year-long penalty of spirit stones, with Xiao serving as a grim reminder of the consequences. How terrifying! Elder Su, how have you changed so drastically in your later years? The disciples hardly recognized you anymore. While many external disciples remained skeptical, the seeds of doubt regarding Elder Su's integrity had already been sown in their hearts. Behind the great hall on the outer mountain, within the law enforcement hall, Lu Denian listened to the reports from the law enforcement team members below, his brow furrowed deeply. The rumors surrounding Elder Su had spread like wildfire among the outer disciples, proving impossible to contain. The law does not punish the masses, and it would be impractical for his team to apprehend each gossiping disciple and expel them from the mountain. A middle-aged steward, looking troubled, spoke up. Elder Liu, perhaps you should advise Elder Su to exercise more discretion. The rumors have escalated on the outer mountain, and it is likely that news of Elder Su has reached the inner mountain as well. It is not only the outer disciples who are discussing it. We stewards in the law enforcement team have also been voicing our concerns about Elder Su. That Jin Liuxiang even struts openly to Elder Su's residence without a care in the world. We find ourselves in a difficult position. Lu Denian slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "What discretion? Elder Su is merely providing guidance to Jin Liuxiang in her cultivation. You mustn't overthink this." Yes, the stewards murmured in agreement, though they felt a sense of dread. Just days prior, Xiao had delved too deeply into the matter of Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang, resulting in severe injuries and his expulsion from the mountain. Faced with such a terrifying situation regarding Elder Su's potential favoritism towards female disciples, they dared not utter a single complaint. Elder Su, as your days draw near, what has compelled you to take an interest in female cultivators? At that moment, a streak of light appeared at the door. In an instant, a woman clad in a flowing blue dress descended gracefully before them. The woman possessed a pair of noble and ethereal phoenix eyes, dazzling and enchanting like the stars scattered across the night sky. Her breathtaking beauty and celestial grace stood out, as if she were the most exquisite blossom in existence. Her fair skin shimmered with an alluring luster, smooth as the rarest jade in the world. With a swan-like elongated neck boasting a flawless curve, her delicate collarbone radiated an unparalleled feminine charm. The elegant azure dress clung to her form, accentuating her perfect curves to perfection. As the gentle breeze passed, her cascading black hair, falling to her slender waist, swayed slightly, seemingly carrying an irresistible fragrance. The visitor was none other than Lu Danian's master, the esteemed leader of the Misty Sect, Dugu Ling. Upon the entrance of the woman, the faces of those in the law enforcement hall shifted dramatically. They respectfully clasped their fists and bowed, exclaiming, "Disciples pay their respects to Master Dugu." Dugu Ling's expression turned slightly cold as she fixed her gaze on Lu Danian, casually gesturing with her jade hand. "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Lu Danian." Yes, the members of the outer sect's law enforcement swiftly fled, not daring to linger a moment longer. It was over. Elder Lu was doomed. After providing cover for Elder Su's favored female disciple, now the sect leader had arrived to demand accountability. Some of the attendants even wore expressions of schadenfreude. "Master Dugu, please deal with Elder Lu and Elder Su promptly. If this turmoil is not quelled soon, the reputation of our Misty Sect will be irreparably tarnished." Regarding an elder of Elder Su's standing, only the sect leader and the Grand Elder could intervene with any semblance of effectiveness. Lu Danian. Dugu Ling's hands clasped behind her back. Her chilling voice sent a shiver down Lu Danian's spine. "The disciple pays respects to Master." Lu Danian hurriedly stepped forward, saying nothing as he knelt before Dugu Ling Master. "This is not the fault of the disciple." Lu Danian was utterly petrified, having immediately sold out Elder Su upon arrival. He had only encountered Dugu Ling thrice in his life, and each time was accompanied by the downfall of countless cultivators. "Uncle Master, it's not that the disciple does not wish to help you, but I truly cannot bear it any longer." Upon witnessing this, Dugu Ling's delicate brow furrowed slightly. Her voice icy as she commanded, "You shall recount every detail of the misdeeds of that old rascal Su Xiao during this period. Dare to defend him in my presence, and you shall meet your end." Lu Danian's complexion turned pale, his eyes filled with terror. "Master, the situation is such." It was Elder Su himself who sought to keep a young mistress. On a sunlit, serene morning, Su Xiao lay in bed. The golden willow fragrance gently bloomed nearby as a beautiful maiden rested, her lovely eyes closed. He needed to find an opportunity to meet more women of fortune. Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, pondering thoughtfully. Gifts for women of fortune should not be given thoughtlessly. To ensure a greater return from the system, one must increase the quantity. Moreover, the initial gift to a woman of fortune could trigger a critical hit. Even if each woman of fortune received only one gift, it would still yield substantial profit. It seems that wandering about aimlessly might lead to an encounter with several fortunate women. For a venerable elder like him, it would be entirely reasonable to present a token of appreciation upon acknowledging a fateful connection, just as he was about to rouse Jin Liuxiang to return. Su Zhao's eyes flickered with urgency as he sensed an immense and astonishing surge of spiritual energy approaching swiftly. Trouble is brewing. "Liuxiang, quickly don your garments. The sect leader is coming." Su Xiao exclaimed before hastily descending from the bed and donning his gray robe. Upon awakening, Jin Liuxiang, upon hearing of the sect leader's imminent arrival, was struck with terror, her enchanting visage paling instantly. She was acutely aware that the esteemed Dugu sect leader was the junior sister of Elder Su. The consequences of their current state would be dire if she were to see them like this. In a flurry, they both dressed, and Jin Liuxiang was on the verge of departing when, with a resounding crash, the door was flung open by a force of spiritual energy. There stood Dugu Ling, clad in a flowing azure gown, radiating beauty that illuminated the space. A fleeting glance into the room revealed Jin Liuxiang, and her expression darkened abruptly. Jin Liuxiang's face drained of color as she beheld the breathtaking figure before her, a stark reminder of her own inadequacies. This was the revered sect leader of the mysterious Cloud Sect, Dugu Ling. Disciple Jin Liuxiang pays her respects to sect leader Dugu. Jin Liuxiang rushed forward, kneeling gracefully on the ground to offer her profound homage. Chapter 22. The gift of the exquisite youth elixir leave, Dugu Ling commanded. Her gaze fixed solely on Su Xiao, disregarding Jean Liuxiang entirely. Why yes. Jean Liuxiang, trembling with fear, hurriedly distanced herself from Dugu Ling, casting a fearful glance back at Su Xiao. The sect leader is truly terrifying. The oppressive aura emanating from Dugu Ling made Jean Liuxiang feel as diminutive as an ant before her. Once Jean Liuxiang departed, Dugu Ling closed the door and turned towards Su Xiao, who appeared somewhat awkward. With an unusual smile, she remarked, "Senior brother, I have assured you that I would find a beautiful partner for you, yet you cannot contain yourself even for a few days? It seems you have grown more preoccupied with such matters as time passes." Su Xiao, sensing the reproach in her tone, sighed with a smile. "Junior sister, my connection with Jean Liuxiang is merely one of guidance in her cultivation. Please do not overthink it." He shook his head inwardly, realizing that he could not hide the truth for long. Dugu Ling had been his childhood companion, and although his talents were limited, preventing him from attaining the divine transformation realm and becoming her partner, he was acutely aware of her inexplicable possessiveness over him. While it was acceptable for her to seek a partner for him, he knew that should he pursue one himself, Dugu Ling would undoubtedly be displeased. It was, after all, due to his youthful charm and allure that he had left an indelible impression on her heart. "Do not deceive me. I bear you no grudge." "Humph. All men are the same, even as they age," Dugu Ling scoffed, taking a seat at the table. With a serious expression, she continued, "Senior brother, your recent actions have reached the inner sect. Because of you, both my and Master S reputations have suffered. This must cease immediately, or I shall have to impose punishment on your behalf, standing in for Master." She felt a surge of anger at the thought of her senior brother seeking companionship behind her back. For a millennium, she had intervened at any sign of such inclinations. He could grow old and die, but he was to be hers alone. If he were to find a partner, it must be one of her choosing. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile, attempting to clarify. "Junior sister, my actions are not without reason. Do not judge solely by appearances. I shall simply not allow Jean Liuxiang to visit again." Over time, his bond with Jean Liuxiang had reached a level of 2, indicating that excessive contact would no longer enhance their connection. He needed to explore new methods to strengthen their bond. "What about that Lin Yener?" Dugu Ling inquired, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Su Xiao chuckled. "My relationship with Lin is merely one of fate. There is nothing further to it. You needn't worry, junior sister." Dugu Ling nodded, her expression a complex amalgam of emotions as she regarded Su Xiao. "Senior brother, once I find your partner, you may do as you please," she declared, rising with a playful smile. "At that point, I shall no longer interfere." Detected, the daughter of fortune, Dugu Ling. Fortune level, SS. Return multiplier, 50 times. Bond level, 1. Gazing at the noble and ethereal figure of his junior sister, Su Xiao once again heard the system's affirmation whispering in his ear. He shook his head at her words, realizing that for the sake of his own path to immortality, he could not simply acquiesce to her wishes. The rules of this system dictated that he must bestow gifts upon the daughters of fortune to receive their corresponding returns. Clearing his throat softly, Su Xiao stepped forward and reassured, "Junior sister, do not worry. I shall be more attentive in the future." With a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, he retrieved a gleaming elixir from his spatial storage. This was the supreme youth-preserving pill, specially prepared for Dugu Ling. Its effects would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Approaching her side, Su Xiao stroked his distinguished goatee, holding the pill aloft as he declared, "Junior sister, this is a supreme youth-preserving pill that I stumbled upon in my later years. I had intended to keep it for my own twilight days, but seeing you upset over my matters today fills me with remorse. Thus, I present this pill to you, hoping it brings you joy." Su Xiao's confidence shone through. No female cultivator could possibly refuse a youth-preserving pill, especially one of such supreme quality. A youth-preserving pill? Supreme? Dugu Ling was momentarily taken aback, her exquisite face reflecting disbelief. Observing the pill in Su Xiao's hand, she eagerly accepted it. Scrutinizing it closely, "Is it truly of such exceptional quality? Brother, where did you acquire this? Do you realize that one cannot even purchase this with spirit stones anymore?" Upon her first sight of the supreme youth-preserving pill, all thoughts of Su Xiao's alleged infidelity vanished from her mind, replaced by overwhelming excitement and exhilaration. Previously, she had toiled endlessly to procure merely a mid-grade youth-preserving pill, a rarity coveted by countless female cultivators. While the mid-grade variant could help her maintain her youthful appearance in her later years, its effects were far inferior to those of the supreme version. If this were presented at the Piaomiao Sect, it could fetch thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Ecstatic, the cold demeanor on Dugu Ling's face dissipated, replaced by a flush of color on her cheeks. Her brother had gifted her something so precious. Su Xiao chuckled. "Junior sister, calm yourself. It is not as extravagant as it seems." "Brother, thank you," Dugu Ling exclaimed, swallowing hard with excitement. Unable to contain her joy as she rushed forward to embrace Su Xiao, a fragrant breeze enveloped them. "I always knew that you would be the best to me in this lifetime." Dugu Ling felt elated. In that moment, she sensed the presence of the brother she once cherished, the one who lingered in her dreams. Su Xiao smiled gently. "Though I may have aged, I shall never forget you, junior sister." Gifts to Jin Liuxiang and Yin were merely a few foundational pills and a handful of low-grade artifacts, nothing more than frivolities. But this supreme youth-preserving pill, I shall reserve solely for you. In this lifetime, only my junior sister has elicited genuine love from me. When it comes to sweet nothings, Su Xiao is effortlessly eloquent. With such a barrage of sugary sentiments, it is unlikely that the solitary junior sister will ponder much further, thus facilitating his benevolent offerings. As for the exquisite magical artifacts, although the recipient is capable of utilizing them, an appropriate rationale for gifting remains elusive. After all, his own artifacts were lost amidst the tribulations of the thunderstorm, rendering their presentation at this juncture inappropriate. Such matters can be revisited in the future. Senior brother. Dugu Ling gazes upon the visage of her companion, which, though aged, retains an undeniable charm, her exquisite cheeks faintly tinged with a rosy hue. The once frozen depths of their affection seem to be rekindled by a singular, remarkable beauty-enhancing elixir. Chapter 23. The 3,000 Avenues. The path of earth and fire after a tender exchange. The exquisite visage of Dugu Ling blushed as she donned her skirt. She gazed at Su Xiao and sighed. Senior brother, my mysterious longevity sutra is cultivated based on a pure yin body. Alas, in this lifetime, it seems we shall not become Dao partners. Su Xiao shook his head with a smile, responding, "It matters not, junior sister. If not in this life, then perhaps the next. Having shared a millennium with you is already enough for me." He understood that Dugu Ling's remarkable progress over the past 1,000 years, reaching the 9th level of the transformation god stage, was due to her rare pure yin constitution. This was also the reason why Ji Shui had favored her in the past. While such a physique allowed for rapid cultivation, it precluded romantic entanglements with men. Should the pure yin body be compromised, her cultivation speed would significantly diminish. Before advancing to the empty refinement stage, Dugu Ling must maintain her pure yin form. Dugu Ling looked at Su Xiao, her eyes filled with a hint of guilt. "Senior brother, in this life, I have wronged you so, and yet you are willing to gift me such a precious supreme youth elixir. I now comprehend your intentions. You have endured much over this millennium. Should you desire a romantic pursuit in the future, I shall not obstruct you. But senior brother, do keep it discreet. Do not let it become common knowledge." Su Xiao's eyes brightened at her words. This was precisely what he had hoped to hear, with his junior sister's non-objection and their master in seclusion. The several elders would be too preoccupied to concern themselves with such matters. He could now freely present gifts to the daughter of destiny. Before leaving, Dugu Ling advised, "Senior brother, I am already seeking a suitable Dao partner for you. Rest assured, I will find a woman whose appearance resembles mine. Thus, in your final decades, it would be as if I were always by your side." With that, Dugu Ling took the supreme youth elixir and, filled with excitement, soared away from the small courtyard. She could hardly wait to return and test the effects of this extraordinary elixir. Meanwhile, Su Xiao sat heavily in his chair, his expression gradually becoming dazed as he contemplated the notion of a Dao partner resembling his junior sister. "Junior sister, does that not seem a bit peculiar? Congratulations, host, on the successful gift of the supreme youth elixir. The first gift to Dugu Ling has triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, resulting in the return of the 3,000 Avenues elixir. 3,000 Avenues elixir, a divine elixir of heaven and earth, born of celestial fortune. Consuming it grants random comprehension of one of the heavenly paths. Boom. The system's words reverberated like thunder in Su Xiao's mind. Comprehending a heavenly path. Su Xiao gazed in disbelief at the golden divine elixir, roughly the size of a fist, manifesting in the spatial vault, his eyes brimming with astonishment. To comprehend the 3,000 avenues, was this not the aspiration of every cultivator? After a millennium of cultivation, he understood well that upon reaching the transformation God stage, one would begin to engage with the so-called heavenly Tao. The bottlenecks of the transformation God and empty refinement stages could only be transcended by grasping a certain degree of the 3,000 avenues. Master Ji Shui secludes himself to comprehend a path among the 3,000 avenues within the secret realm. Now, a single pill of the 3,000 avenues has enabled him to grasp a fundamental principle of the universe. Does this not imply that, in the future, when he ascends to the realm of transforming spirit and refining void, he shall encounter no obstacles? How utterly exhilarating! Su Xiao hastily shut the door and retrieved a fist-sized divine pill from his spatial vault. It radiated with resplendent, multicolored hues, seemingly enveloped in an ethereal aura. Extraordinary in its essence. How could such a large pill be consumed? Must he bite into it piece by piece? Just as he brought the 3,000 avenues pill to his lips, it unexpectedly responded, transforming into a stream of colorful light that flew into Su Xiao's mouth. Subsequently, a peculiar energy surged within him. An inexplicable force of law enveloped his entire being. In that moment, he felt as if he had ascended to a celestial realm, beginning to perceive the marvels of the 3,000 avenues. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the path of earthly fire among the 3,000 avenues. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1,008 years. Realm, Foundation Establishment 7th Layer. Special Physique, Earth Fire. Remaining lifespan, 301 years. After a considerable time, the enveloping force dissipated. Su Xiao regained his senses, feeling the essence of the earthly fire he had just grasped, and his aged visage glowed with vitality. Remarkably, it was the path of earthly fire. He felt an overwhelming excitement. Each path within the 3,000 avenues leads directly to the immortal realm, and he had directly comprehended the path of earthly fire. The path of fire encompasses numerous branches within the 3,000 avenues. Earth fire is the true fire of the threefold essence, the earthly fire among the heavenly, earthly, and human flames. It is the flame of wood and stone, the most commonly utilized by ordinary folk. In contrast, heavenly fire is the fire of the 9 heavens tribulations, crucial for transcending calamities. Human fire, on the other hand, is the heart fire generated within the human body, also known as karmic fire. With a flick of his hand and a slight shift of his will, the power of the earthly fire manifested, conjuring a brilliant blaze of yellow-red flames in the palm of Su Xiao. The tremendous heat radiated throughout the room, creating waves of warmth. One could hardly fathom the devastation such a small flame would wreak upon a person. Even a being at the nascent soul stage would find it a considerable threat. Truly remarkable. Su Xiao, filled with excitement, extinguished the earthly fire and drew forth the south, brightly fire sword. The already fiery blade began to blaze with an intense flame after Su Xiao channeled the power of earthly fire. Observing the combined might of both, he swallowed hard. After comprehending the path of earthly fire, the potency of his south brightly fire sword had dramatically increased. It is no exaggeration to say that, with his current foundation establishment 7th layer strength, bolstered by the south brightly fire sword and earthly fire, his offensive capabilities rival those of his former self at the nascent soul 9th layer. Indeed, he is even more formidable. Impressive. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, storing away the earthly fire and the south brightly fire sword. He felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Although his realm still required some refinement, his strength had seen a significant enhancement. Furthermore, having comprehended the path of earthly fire, he would no longer face bottlenecks in the realms of transforming spirit and refining void. As long as he successfully endures the 9th tribulation of the nascent soul, his cultivation will soar to unprecedented heights with the assistance of the system, allowing him to catch up to his junior sister. The anticipation is palpable, he chuckled. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the cushion, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Jean Liuxiang consumed 30 foundation establishment pills and returned 60 essence-gathering pills, advancing to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Under the relentless nourishment of resources, Xiao successfully ascended to the first level of core formation. At last, he could wield the sword control technique, soaring through the skies in pursuit of the clouds and the sun. Chapter 24. The news of Lin Yener in the past 2 months. The rumors surrounding Xiao within the sect have gradually subsided. After the sect leader, Dugu Ling, personally instructed Lu Dajing, the latter rallied a group of law enforcement officers to diligently apprehend those who dared to discuss the matter privately. Those caught faced severe beatings and a month's suspension of spiritual stone distribution. The outer disciples fell silent, refraining from uttering a word about Xiao unless they were in the safety of their own quarters. It seemed to have become a taboo within the Piaomiao Sect. However, an event soon transpired that reignited the fervor among the disciples of the Piaomiao Sect. Despite the law enforcement team's efforts to suppress the unrest, the anxious outer disciples could no longer contain their fears. The master of Jin Liuxiang, Zhou Xiao, had been killed, including Zhou Xiao's 2 disciples. They mysteriously perished outside Huxiao City. After being expelled from the Piaomiao Sect, the trio, possessing considerable cultivation skills, had found work as guards in Huxiao City. However, after an outing from the city on an assignment, their lifeless bodies were discovered in the dense forest outside. This incident rapidly spread throughout the Piaomiao Sect, sending the outer disciples into a state of terror. Offending Elder Su, the consequences were utterly tragic. Now, these disciples were so frightened that they dared not utter a sound. Being apprehended by the law enforcement team was preferable. At least they would only face beatings and a deduction of spiritual stones. But if they inadvertently offended Elder Su, their very lives could be at stake. Thus, the esteemed and virtuous image of Xiao underwent a profound transformation in the hearts of the disciples. He shifted from being a kindly elder to an unscrupulous elder, known for his duplicitous nature. Moreover, this unscrupulous elder wielded immense power and held a prestigious position within the sect. The disciples, upon catching sight of Xiao from a distance, dared not approach him. Even some beautiful female disciples would tremble in fear, their faces paling at the sight of Elder Su passing by. In a secluded courtyard on the outer mountain, Xiao, who had recently ascended to the core formation stage, listened to Lu Dajing's report with a puzzled expression, stroking his goat beard. Dajing, he inquired, how has my reputation deteriorated to such an extent? Now, those disciples regard me as they would a ravenous wolf or a ferocious tiger, keeping their distance. Some female disciples have even been frightened to tears. Am I truly that terrifying? Dressed in a bagua robe, Lu Dajing swallowed hard. Observing his bewildered master, he felt a pang of distress. The law enforcement team's efforts to suppress public opinion were nearing backlash. Initially, everything was satisfactory, but in executing his master's orders, they had discreetly dealt with Zhou Xiao and his 2 disciples. Somehow, this matter leaked within the sect, and now the law enforcement team was on the verge of collapse. However, as for his master's tarnished reputation, what could be done? After all, he was nearing his end. As long as his master found peace, that was what mattered. Timidly, Lu Dajing mustered the courage to say, Master, once the time comes for you to find a partner, perhaps it would be wise for you to temper your conduct a bit. Otherwise, should this public sentiment escalate, it will be challenging for our law enforcement team to maintain order. Xiao chuckled lightly. Fear not, Dajing. Have I not refrained from seeking Jin Liuxiang's company during this period? I am not that kind of person. I see that you are precisely that kind of person. Lu Danian dared not speak, merely offering a foolish smile and nodding. After giving some instructions, Lu Danian departed the small courtyard and returned to the enforcement hall to continue directing the enforcement team to suppress public opinion. At noon, 2 female disciples, one plump and the other slender, approached the small courtyard with a hint of anxiety. Xiao, upon seeing them, smiled and said, I remember you. How is Lin Xiaoyu faring now? She must have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, I presume? The 2 women, naturally, were Lin Yonger's close friends and senior sisters. They looked at Su Zhao's kind face, their expressions somewhat pale. The current Elder Su had become a taboo figure in their hearts, a terrifying old man capable of wrathful deeds. The plump senior sister adjusted her demeanor and, in a state of trepidation, knelt down and pleaded, Elder Su, please save our junior sister Lin. She cannot return from Jingshi City. Xiao raised his brows slightly and asked, what has happened to Lin Xiaoyu? The plump senior sister hurriedly explained, Elder Su, a month ago, Junior sister Lin broke through to the Foundation establishment realm and went to Jingshi City to visit her family, but she was detained by members of the Piaomiao Sect. The young master of the Piaomiao Sect, Lihuo, has taken a liking to her and insists on taking her as a concubine. The Piaomiao Sect has even pressured the city lord of Jingshi City, and it has been agreed that they will take our junior sister to the Piaomiao Sect for marriage in 3 days. Su Xiao's brow furrowed, his countenance growing grave. The Piaomiao Sect? This insignificant sect dares to intercept his destined daughter of fortune? Such audacity. How do you know of this matter? Su Xiao inquired softly. The plump senior sister, sensing Su Xiao's seriousness, felt a surge of hope and responded, "It was our junior sister who sent us a message via a communication talisman. Now her family is being monitored by the Piaomiao Sect, and they cannot even leave the city gates. Elder, our junior sister is very distressed. She does not like the Piaomiao Sect, nor does she wish to marry Lihuo. However, the city lord of Jingshi City has consented to this marriage, and even if her family resists, they are powerless to oppose it. Elder, she is one of us from the Piaomiao Sect, and in her final message, she hoped we could find a way to rescue her. Elder, we have no master in the outer sect. You are our only hope." The two women bore earnest expressions, their eyes filled with urgency. With their junior sister in peril and the Piaomiao Sect holding a modest reputation in the northern borders of Donglai country, only Elder Su could advocate for her. Did she not mention her identity as a disciple of the Piaomiao Sect? Su Xiao's gaze sharpened. She did, the plump senior sister replied. But the members of the Piaomiao Sect claim that their sect does not interfere with marital matters. They even suggested that this union would strengthen ties between the Piaomiao Sect and the Piaomiao Sect. Such absurdity. Su Xiao scoffed inwardly, his eyes filled with contempt. The Piaomiao Sect was at best a third-rate faction on the Panlong continent, unworthy to carry the shoes of the Piaomiao Sect. Since Lin Yong'er was his destined daughter of fortune, he naturally could not turn a blind eye. Having made his decision, Su Xiao smiled and said, "I understand now. You have both worked hard." He took out 6 Foundation establishment pills, distributing 3 to each of the 2 women. "Lin Xiaoyu and I share a bond. Rest assured. I will escort her back to the sect. These Foundation establishment pills are a token of my gratitude for your guidance." Upon hearing this, the 2 women were overjoyed. They accepted the pills and bowed deeply to Su Xiao. After offering a few words of caution to ensure the secrecy of the matter, the 2 women respectfully withdrew. At this moment, Su Xiao rose and murmured with a smile, "It has been quite some time since I ventured beyond the sect. This journey is an opportune chance to explore. Perhaps fortune will favor me, and I may encounter a woman of destiny, yielding great rewards." Chapter 25. The Purple Sky Thunder Talisman. 3 days hence, the Piaomiao Sect shall journey to Jingshi City for the wedding. There is no rush. With a contemplative gaze, he summoned the mid-grade magical artifact, the Meteor Sword. Stepping upon the flying sword, he ascended into the air, heading directly towards Xiao City. In a secluded and exquisitely fragrant private room on the 3rd floor of the Zilai trading house, the proprietress, Zun, gracefully entered with an alluring sway of her figure. Adorned in a flowing purple silk gown, her legs were playfully obscured beneath the fabric, accentuating her captivating silhouette and emanating an irresistible charm. With a flirtatious blink of her enchanting eyes, she approached Su Xiao and poured him a cup of tea. "Ah, Elder Su, what brings you here this time?" she inquired with a teasing smile. "Rest assured, whatever you desire, my humble establishment shall not disappoint you." Ziyun gracefully settled beside Su Xiao, observing the seemingly respectable elder with a hint of intrigue in her eyes. Ever since Su Xiao gifted her a magical hairpin, she had anticipated his return. With her undeniable allure, it was hardly an unfounded expectation. Su Xiao candidly stated, "Mistress Ziyun, I am here to procure a batch of high-quality talismans. These talismans, inscribed with arcane scripts, unleash powerful spells upon activation, serving as excellent aids in a cultivator's defense against adversaries. However, high-quality talismans are exceedingly rare, typically bestowed by sect elders to their promising juniors." Raising her delicate brows, Ziyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she queried, "What level of quality does Elder Su seek? Do you require talismans suitable for the nascent soul stage?" Su Xiao replied with a smile, "Indeed. Talismans of the nascent soul stage can unleash a single strike with the potency of a nascent soul cultivator. While they may not prove particularly useful against nascent soul practitioners, they serve as a formidable deterrent against those below that level. Of course, This was not particularly advantageous for Su Xiao at present. What he truly coveted were the return gifts of talismans from the transformation stage, or even the non-existent void refinement talismans. As he prepared to bring home his fated daughter of fortune from Jingshi City, he knew he must be adequately equipped. Nascent soul stage? Ziyun's expression shifted with excitement. And she chuckled, Elder Su, you have come to the right place. In all of Xiao City, only my Zilai trading house possesses talismans for nascent soul practitioners. Moreover, our stock of such premier talismans is quite limited. Both parties were well aware that the most advanced talismans available on the market were of the nascent soul stage. Su Xiao inquired, how many do you have in stock? With a thrill of anticipation, Ziyun replied, there are 9 remaining. 5 thunder induction talismans, 2 earth fire talismans, and 2 ice sword talismans. Elder Su, all of these talismans are meticulously crafted by transformation stage cultivators, ensuring their exceptional quality. They may prove invaluable to your juniors in critical moments. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully. What is the price per talisman? Not expensive at all. Merely 20 top-grade spirit stones. Quite reasonable. In that case, I shall take them all. Ziyun's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. This elder truly was generous, even foregoing negotiation. Today would certainly yield a bountiful profit. Shortly thereafter, Ziyun respectfully entered with 9 talismans in hand. The spiritual stones were promptly exchanged on-site, and the other party offered Su Xiao a discount, totaling only 160 high-grade spiritual stones. After securing these talismans, Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered. He retrieved 3 thunder-calling talismans from his spatial storage. Gazing upon this enchanting woman of A-grade fortune, he stroked his beard and chuckled. Shopkeeper Ziyun, since our last parting, I have come to realize our profound affinity. As my lifespan wanes, I shall never exhaust these talismans. I see you have yet to reach the nascent soul stage. Hence, allow me to gift you these 3 thunder-calling talismans for your protection and to cultivate a benevolent connection. Su Xiao was confident. Cultivators from the trading company valued spiritual stones and would find it hard to refuse such a gesture. Free for me, Ziyun exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at Su Xiao. This old man truly was willing to invest to pursue her. 3 thunder-calling talismans represented a substantial sum of 60 high-grade spiritual stones, an immense fortune anywhere. In that instant, she comprehended why this inner sect elder of the Misty Cloud sect had failed his tribulation. His thoughts were evidently preoccupied with such matters, making failure almost inevitable. With a chuckle, Ziyun promptly accepted the 3 thunder-calling talismans from Su Xiao. Such a fortunate occurrence was one she would never refuse. Elder Su, you are exceedingly generous, Ziyun exclaimed, carefully stowing away the talismans. She gracefully approached Su Xiao and embraced him, a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. Elder Su, individuals like you are indeed rare gems, Ziyun sighed. Even in your old age, you remain quite handsome. Had you been younger, you would surely have captivated many female cultivators. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of charm, Su Xiao chuckled lightly. The closer their relationship grew, the more natural future gifts would become. If only Elder Su were younger, Ziyun said with a playful smile. Now that Elder Su was aged and his lifespan limited, she mused that otherwise, she would have aspired to be his companion. She was also calculating, given his generous gift, failing to reciprocate would be a breach of decorum. As a venerable elder of the Misty Cloud sect, he must have accumulated countless spiritual stones over the millennia, which explained his lavishness. Though a deeper relationship was improbable, it was essential to ensure he remained a steady patron at the Zilai Trading Company. Moreover, despite his age, Elder Su possessed a unique charm that was truly captivating. Elder Su, you must visit my Zilai Trading Company again. Ziyun's cheeks flushed with allure, and she refrained from saying more. Su Xiao replied with a smile. With a beauty like shopkeeper Ziyun here, I would naturally have no reason to go elsewhere. Their relationship deepening would facilitate future exchanges, creating yet another stable win-win scenario. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 3 thunder-calling talismans of the nascent soul stage, returning 3 purple cloud thunder talismans of the god transformation stage. Purple cloud thunder talismans. Upon activation, unleash the purple cloud heavenly thunder upon enemies, with a power equivalent to a strike from a 9th-level god transformation cultivator. Chapter 26. A call to murder on the following day at noon, in the grand city of Jingshi, located in the northern region of Donglai. A mere 1,000 miles from the ethereal sect, Su Xiao leisurely descended on his sword, reaching the outskirts of the city in just a couple of hours. Within his spatial storage, 3 potent Xiao thunder talismans of the 9th layer of transformation lay safely ensconced. Moreover, his current mastery of the Southern Ming Li Fire Sword and the Earth Fire Great Dao rendered his combat prowess unparalleled to that of yesteryear. Jingshi City was vast and bustling, alive with the sounds of vehicles and throngs of people. Outside an imposing residence, 2 disciples clad in black from the Piaomiao Sect obstructed Su Xiao's path. "Old man, if you wish to avoid death, then vacate the premises," they warned. "The Lin residence is now under the control of our Piaomiao Sect, and no one is permitted to approach." The 2 disciples exuded a menacing aura, their countenances fierce as they regarded Su Xiao, emanating the early-stage energy of the core formation. These were elite disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, having brought along 7 or 8 similarly skilled comrades, led by an elder, all there to ensure that their young master could wed the Lin family heiress in 2 days' time. Su Xiao observed the brazen demeanor of the Piaomiao disciples with a glint of surprise in his aged eyes. Have the Piaomiao Sect grown so arrogant? He mused. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets. You old fool, with 1 foot already in the grave. You should hurry and leave. The 2 disciples, puffed up with pride, hurled insults at the frail Su Xiao, unyielding in their disdain. The Piaomiao Sect had established dominance over the nearby cities, rendering even Donglai powerless against them. Supported by the demonic sect, they were, without a doubt, a third-rate faction wreaking havoc in Jingshi. Still not leaving? It seems you, old man, are asking for a beating. One of the Piaomiao disciples leapt forward, preparing to kick the aged figure of Su Xiao. As the latter's expression darkened, a blaze of red and yellow flame erupted in an instant, surging forth towards the disciple with a resounding whoosh. Upon contact, the fire spread rapidly, engulfing him in a fiery embrace, causing the disciple to panic and desperately attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet, the red-yellow blaze clung to him like a parasite, impervious to all efforts to quench it, and only grew fiercer. "Ah, old man, who exactly are you? Stop this at once." The disciple screamed, now transformed into a living torch. His cries filled with terror. The other disciple's face paled at the sight, rushing forward to assist, but it was futile. Within mere moments, the disciple consumed by the earth fire was reduced to a heap of ash. Who are you?" The remaining disciple stared in horror at Su Xiao, realizing that this white-haired elder, seemingly only of core formation realm, possessed terrifying power. "Why did you not inquire earlier?" Su Xiao replied, shaking his head, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "It seems that the lack of discipline over the years has instilled in you a delusion of invincibility. It is high time for the Piaomiao Sect to intervene and teach you a lesson." Upon hearing the name of the Piaomiao Sect, the disciple of the Su Nim Sect was instantly filled with astonishment. The Piaomiao Sect? How could they be from the Piaomiao Sect? Hadn't they always remained aloof from worldly affairs? Were they truly willing to antagonize his Su Nim Sect over a trifling outer disciple? Yet, he had no time to ponder further. The fiery crimson flames swiftly enveloped him, filled with terror and anguished cries. The disciple of the Su Nim Sect followed in the footsteps of his predecessor, reduced to a pile of black ash. With a resounding thud, Su Xiao kicked open the grand gates of the Lin residence. Inside the courtyard, several disciples of the Su Nim Sect sat indulging in meat and wine. The servants and maidservants at the side attended to them, their faces pale and fearful, compliant and submissive. "How did you get in? Didn't anyone stop you outside?" The countenance of several Su Nim Sect disciples shifted upon seeing Su Xiao. How could such an old man have entered? Were their 2 junior brothers merely idle? "Old man, I'm talking to you. How did you get in? Don't you know this Lin residence has been taken over by our Su Nim Sect?" Several disciples rose, their expressions hostile as they approached Su Xiao. The leading figure, a cultivator at the late core formation stage, glared menacingly at the elderly man, ready to eliminate him on the spot if he offered any insolent reply. However, before they could react, Su Xiao made a swift motion with one hand, summoning the southern bright fire sword, which transformed into a streak of fiery meteor, hurtling towards the group. As a disciple of the esteemed Elder Ji Shui of the Piaomiao Sect, he had long been accustomed to arrogance. His disdain for these Su Nim Sect members had little to do with Lin Yener. If he was displeased, he would strike. Before the Su Nim disciples could comprehend the situation, the southern bright fire sword, resembling a blazing meteor, darted back and forth within the courtyard. In just a couple of breaths, it pierced through the chests of each of the demonic disciples. The swiftness and ferocity were unmatched. Even with protective talismans, they could not withstand the might of the Southern Bright Fire Sword, empowered by the ground fire. This was the power of the 9th level of the nascent soul. With a splatter, the demonic disciples clutched their burning chests, spitting out blood. One by one, they collapsed, their terrified gazes fixated on the elder before them. Who are you? As the flames spread across their chests, these demonic disciples succumbed to overwhelming dread and despair, turning to ash. I told you to ask first, Xiao remarked, retrieving his sword and shaking his head with a smile. Although he insisted on inquiry first, he would still slay them. The searing heat and the gruesome demise of the Su-Nim sect members sent shivers down the spines of the nearby servants and maidservants, who screamed in terror, desperately fleeing. Murder! Murder! At that moment, 4 figures emerged from the main hall, startled by the commotion. Among them were an old man in black robes, a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and Lin Yenner, clad in a white dress. When Lin Yenner beheld Su Xiao's visage, her youthful and charming face froze in shock. Elder Su has arrived. She stood petrified in place. In an instant, she comprehended the unfolding events. It must have been her senior sister who informed Elder Su about her plight. At that moment, her heart surged with indescribable excitement, as if she had grasped a final lifeline. Ignoring the dark-clad man beside her, she sprinted towards Su Xiao. Elder Su. The previously gentle and warm smile of the elder replayed endlessly in her mind. Tears streamed down her face in this poignant moment. Although she had no family in the mysterious Cloud sect, Elder Su had become her kin. Elder Su had come to rescue her. Lin Xiaoyu. I am already aware of your situation, Su Xiao said, gazing at the tearful Lin Yenner who clung to his arm. He gently patted her head and said kindly, Come with me. Let us return to the sect where you can cultivate in peace. No one will dare to bully you. Lin Yenner held onto his hand tightly. She had finally been saved. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman in front of them looked at Su Xiao with shining eyes. This, Elder Su. He must be an elder of the mysterious Cloud sect. The mysterious Cloud sect has come to rescue Yenner. Meanwhile, the old man in the black robe surveyed the charred remains of the Piaomiao Sect disciples scattered on the ground. His cold, cruel face darkened immediately. Soon after, an overwhelming aura of the nascent soul stage erupted, enveloping Su Xiao in an instant. Chapter 27. The demise of Elder Eagle. Your audacity knows no bounds. Do you not comprehend the consequences of slaying a disciple of the Piaomiao Sect? Even if you are a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, you shall never escape the relentless pursuit of my sect. The elder in the black robe possessed a gaze as fierce and menacing as that of a hawk. He fixed his eyes upon Su Xiao, unleashing the formidable aura of his 6th-level nascent soul. Instantly, the entire Lin residence was enveloped in the overwhelming and terrifying energy radiating from him. The nearby mortal servants, merely caught in the wake of this oppressive force, fainted on the spot, suffering grievous injuries. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman beside him recoiled in fright, their faces paling as they felt the crushing presence of the elder. They were but cultivators at the core formation stage, and in the face of such terrifying power, their expressions betrayed their astonishment. Elder Eagle, please, temper your wrath. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. The middle-aged man shouted urgently, his heart racing with fear. The 6th-level nascent soul Elder Eagle was a senior elder of the Piaomiao Sect, wielding significant power. If it came to a confrontation, the seemingly unremarkable Elder Ci of the mysterious Cloud sect would likely stand no chance against him. Misunderstanding. The elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he pressed forward, his voice dripping with menace. There is no misunderstanding. 8 of my disciples have perished. This old fool has committed a capital offense. The mysterious Cloud sect, a name shrouded in notoriety, was rumored to be enigmatic. He was eager to see if they were merely a facade without substance. His fury mingled with disdain as he regarded Su Xiao, who appeared to be merely a core formation elder, and his murderous intentions were ignited. To kill the 8 disciples of the Piaomiao Sect was tantamount to declaring war, and this old fool was merely seeking his own demise. With a grand gesture, a surge of dark malevolence erupted from Elder Eagle's hands. The sinister energy coiled above his head, morphing into a colossal ghostly visage, hurtling towards Su Xiao with terrifying speed. Kill anyone who slays a disciple of the Piaomiao Sect. The Black Spectre, imbued with an overwhelming aura, bore a gaping maw large enough to engulf Xiao whole. The latter's aged visage twisted with disdain. It appeared that the denizens of the demonic sect were nothing but fools, driven mad by their own dark arts. Raising his withered hand slightly, fiery flames of red and yellow erupted from the void. Two fist-sized orbs of flame emerged, unleashing a wave of searing heat that threatened to incinerate the very air around them. The flames transformed into two phoenixes of fire, surging forward and crashing against the terrifying ghostly face with a resounding impact. The crackling of flames echoed as the ghostly visage was consumed in mere moments, leaving no trace behind. Elder Eagle's countenance shifted dramatically, his sharp eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman behind him gazed at Xiao in disbelief. Although this elder did not seem to have reached the nascent soul stage, his mastery of fire was indeed formidable. Is this truly the essence of the mysterious Cloud Sect? As the crowd slowly regained their senses, still enveloped in shock, Xiao's finger flicked, and a blazing meteor of flame shot skyward. It then dove downwards, hurtling directly towards the chest of Elder Ying. Do not underestimate my mysterious demon sect, you elder of the mysterious Cloud Sect. Elder Ying's face contorted with fury as a finely crafted iron shield soared from his chest. This gilded round shield, once summoned, transformed into a wall of radiant light, standing guard before him. This was his prized top-grade magical artifact, the Golden Light Shield. And with his cultivation at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, its defensive capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. No sword could pierce through the protection of his Golden Light Shield. Boom! The Southern Bright Fire Sword collided with the wall of light, unleashing a shockwave of unprecedented ferocity. Lin Yin'er and several others were staggered back by the force, barely managing to maintain their footing. Indeed, the battles of nascent soul cultivators were fearsome. Crack! The wall of light began to fracture under the impact of the Southern Bright Fire Sword. Fissures radiating from the point of contact. The red and yellow flames enveloping the sword crackled, dimming the radiance of the shield. This sight left Elder Ying utterly astounded, almost in disbelief. Boom! The Southern Bright Fire Sword, as a magical treasure, bore an exceptionally strong blade imbued with searing flames. In mere moments, it shattered the Golden Light Shield into fragments. This was power emanating from Xiao, who was merely at the 1st level of the core formation stage. Were he to reach the nascent soul stage, the Southern Bright Fire Sword, along with the Earth Fire, would be even more formidable. Impossible. Elder Ying's darkened eyes widened in shock. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the Southern Bright Fire Sword struck the core of the Golden Shield, shattering it into countless pieces. With relentless momentum, the sword zipped through the air with astonishing speed, piercing through Elder Ying's gaunt chest. The opponent's sword technique was executed with such swiftness that he had no chance to employ any other spells, and he was impaled, the flames searing his flesh. You. Elder Ying clutched his chest, terror spreading across his aged visage. He never fathomed that a seemingly ordinary core formation elder could unleash such a devastating attack. His seemingly indestructible Golden Light Shield had failed to withstand even a single blow. The flames of red and yellow roared, threatening to consume him entirely. But having sustained grave injuries, and with his spiritual energy dissipating, he lacked the strength to suppress the terrifying fire any longer. You are seeking your own demise. Old thief, my mysterious demon sect will not spare you. In an instant, the flames engulfed Elder Ying, who, amidst endless fear and despair, was reduced to a charred remains. A death most final. Retrieving the Southern Bright Fire Sword, Xiao stroked his dapper goatee, glancing at the pallid faces of the Lin family members around him. With a gentle smile, he declared, I am Xiao, an elder of the inner sect of the mysterious Cloud Sect, here to escort Lin Yin'er back to the sect for cultivation. Might I inquire as to who the head of the Lin family is? A gentle breeze caressed the sky, and Xiao, having just vanquished the disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, appeared as an ordinary elder, seemingly harmless. The middle-aged man in splendid attire, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale and trembled as he approached Xiao. Standing before him, still somewhat apprehensive, he clasped his fists in salute, exclaiming, Greetings, Elder Su. I am Lin Dadong, Lin Yinji's father. Meanwhile, a graceful woman clad in palace attire, possessing a captivating beauty and exuding the mature charm of a woman in her 30s. Approached with a quivering gait, both were profoundly astonished. This elder Su was, in fact, an inner sect elder? Yinji has already acquainted herself with the elders of the Piaomiao Sect. Lin Yinji gazed at Su Xiao, her bright, enchanting eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Elder Su is truly formidable. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe rushed in, his face flushed with panic. Upon witnessing the charred remains of the Xuanma sect disciples and the elder, now reduced to charcoal, his greasy visage turned ashen, and he exclaimed in fear to Lin Dadong. Lin Xiandi, what? What on earth has transpired? How did Elder Ying and the others end up like this? This man was Jin Hao, the lord of Jinshi City, who had been overseeing the marriage arrangements. With the Xuanma sect's young master Li Jiyue yet to arrive for the betrothal, and now all the Xuanma sect members dead, he was nearly overwhelmed with terror. Chapter 28. Li Jiuyin of the Xuanma sect. After a brief moment, Lin Yin'er thoroughly introduced Su Xiao to the three individuals. The expressions of Lin Dadong and Jin Hao changed dramatically upon hearing this. A revered inner sect elder of the Piaomiao sect? The senior brother of the sect's leader? Or perhaps a disciple of the esteemed elder of the Piaomiao sect? Lin Dadong and Jin Hao were momentarily overwhelmed by astonishment. The white-haired elder before them, exuding an ethereal presence, held such a high position within the Piaomiao sect? How could Lin Yin'er, a mere outer sect disciple, possibly know such a prominent inner sect elder? Lin Dadong and his wife were both astonished and elated. In contrast, Jin Hao, the lord of Jinshi City, was filled with shock and trepidation. Li Jiuyin of the Xuanma sect had set his sights on Lin Yin'er as a potential match. Now, with this esteemed elder from the Piaomiao sect demanding a person and having slain Elder Ying and his associates, how could he explain this to the young master Li Jiuyin in 2 days' time? As they stood in the courtyard, Su Xiao glanced at Lin Yin'er beside him and said with a warm smile, "Young brother Lin, your Yin'er and I share a fateful connection. I find her to be clever and charming, worthy of my guidance. I have come to take her back to the Piaomiao sect for cultivation. So let the matters concerning the Xuanma sect be laid to rest." Lin Dadong and his wife were filled with excitement. To have such a senior from the Piaomiao sect take an interest in Yin'er boded well for her future there. Indeed, Lin Dadong exclaimed, "We shall heed Elder Su's wishes. Elder, we entrust Yin'er to your care." However, Jin Hao wore a bitter expression, trembling as he implored Su Xiao, "Elder Su, the Xuanma sect has already issued an ultimatum regarding this marriage. They insist on marrying Miss Lin. Brother Lin, you had initially agreed to this, and to go back on it would surely enrage the Xuanma sect." Lin Dadong furrowed his brow as he looked at Jin Hao. Although he had indeed consented, it was out of fear of the Xuanma sect's might. He had no desire for his daughter to wed someone like Li Jiuyin. He had learned that the young master of the Xuanma sect had no fewer than 10 concubines, a notorious libertine. The consequences of Yin'er going to the Xuanma sect were unimaginable. Su Xiao turned his gaze to Jin Hao, his eyes carrying an intimidating glint as he said, "Lord Jin, your unilateral arrangement of a marriage for my disciple from the Piaomiao sect has already shown my magnanimity in not holding you accountable. Now, go and seek a divorce from the Xuanma sect, simply stating that Lin Yin'er wishes to return to the Piaomiao sect for cultivation." Jin Hao's complexion turned ashen once more. With only a first-level nascent soul cultivation, and with Elder Ying and his comrades having met a tragic end in Jinshi City, how could he possibly approach the Xuanma sect for a divorce without risking his life? "Elder Su." Jin Hao fell to his knees before Su Xiao. Desperation etched on his face. "Elder, you have slain Elder Ying and the others. How could I possibly go to the Xuanma sect? That would be akin to walking into a trap. I never wished to be this matchmaker. But alas, the Lin family's daughter is so beautiful that Li Jiuyin could not forget her after just one glance, and has since been pressuring me. I implore you, Elder, to take action on behalf of Jinshi City and help us dissolve this engagement in the name of the Piaomiao sect. The adversary who was capable of vanquishing Elder Ying undoubtedly possesses profound cultivation. Moreover, as a revered inner elder of the Misty sect, he is not one to offend lightly, especially in comparison to the Xuanma sect." Elder Su Xiao gazed at the corpulent figure before him, his aged eyes betraying a hint of disdain. How could such a person hold the esteemed position of the city lord of Jinshi? Indeed, it seems that unspoken rules prevail everywhere. Lin Dadong and his wife shared a similar expression of concern. Should the annulment of the engagement not proceed smoothly, the Xuanma sect members might come knocking, bringing turmoil to Jinshi City upon hearing of Elder Ying's demise. As Su Xiao pondered, the voice of the system unexpectedly resonated. Detected a foe of fortune, Li Juan identity, young master of the Xuanma sect. Mission issued. Eliminate the foe of fortune, Li Juan. Mission reward. A guaranteed 1,000-fold critical strike next time. A mission? Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered with intrigue. This 1,000-fold return system even has a task to eliminate a foe of fortune. It is indeed a generous offering from the system. Li Juan of the Xuanma sect? Quite favorable. I shall dispatch him with ease. Clearing his throat, Su Xiao spoke with an authoritative tone. Since the city lord of Jin has stated thus, I, as an elder of the Misty sect, shall see this through and assist you in dealing with Li Juan. He inquired, pray tell, what is the current situation with the Xuanma sect? Upon hearing this, Jin Hao and Lin Dadong felt a wave of relief wash over them. Truly, the Misty sect is a prestigious and righteous faction, embodying both heritage and responsibility. Lin Yinner was taken aback, her heart swelling with gratitude. Elder Su, how wonderful. You are truly too kind to me. She felt that she would never be able to repay Elder Su's kindness in her lifetime. Jin Hao hastily added, Elder Su, it is as follows. 2 days hence, young Master Li Juan will arrive with the Xuanma sect's wedding party to claim his bride. At that time, if Elder Su were to intervene and annul the engagement in the name of the Misty sect, Li Juan would surely think twice and comply. Thus, Jinshi City would remain unscathed, and the Lin family's young lady could return to the Misty sect for her cultivation. Jin Hao's heart raced with excitement. With an inner elder of the Misty sect advocating for Jinshi City, the Xuanma sect would undoubtedly acquiesce. Su Xiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then spoke slowly. In that case, these 2 days. Jin Hao interjected eagerly. For these 2 days, we humbly invite Elder Su to reside at my lord's manor. My manor shall extend the highest honors to Elder Su. Thus, they awaited the arrival of Li Juan. 2 fleeting days passed. During this time, Jin Hao spared no effort in hosting Su Xiao at the lord's manor, with an abundance of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. The Misty sect, aloof and transcendent, ensured that even the Emperor of Donglai would be met with the utmost respect upon his arrival. On the morning of the appointed day, 2 miles outside Jinshi City, a grand procession of individuals arrived, soaring on their swords. Upon landing, they summoned a series of elaborately adorned puppet carriages from their storage bags. The carriages were draped in auspicious red, embellished with dragon and phoenix motifs, while disciples of the Xuanma sect, clad in crimson, followed closely behind. At the forefront, a carriage is occupied by a young man draped in a resplendent red cloak, exuding an air of delicate charm. Adorning his chest is a crimson flower, and he is attired as a groom. His gaze is imbued with both yearning and brilliance. The mere thought of Lin Yinner's pure and enchanting visage ignites within him an overwhelming desire to consummate their union that very night. He is none other than Li Jui, the heir of the Xuanma sect. Clearing his throat, Li Jui laughed heartily, addressing the 3 elder pathfinders. 3 elders. Master. The 3 pathfinding elders responded in unison, their voices resonating with authority. 5 vanguard flagbearers. Present, Master, came the jovial reply from 5 figures clad in black. Disciples seated at the front. Here, they echoed, bowing respectfully to him. Li Jui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proclaimed, Today, I, your master, am to wed. You must all remain spirited. Regardless of whether Lin Yinner consents, we shall bring her back to our sect today and hold the ceremony on the spot. Aye, master. The crowd responded exuberantly, their eyes alight with fervor. With the master's marriage, they would be rewarded with abundant resources. Lin Yinner of Jinshi City, today, regardless of her protests, must comply and return with the master to share in the nuptial festivities. Chapter 29. Vanguard of the burning fire flag before the gates of Jinshi City. Jin Hao awaited alongside the officials of Jinshi City and the Lin family. Shortly thereafter, the wedding procession of the Xuanma sect arrived. Before they could discern the figures approaching, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from the nascent soul realm descended upon them like a tidal wave. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and trembled, accompanied by the howling of the wind. As the Xuanma sect's wedding party reached Jinshi City, a multitude of nascent soul cultivators unleashed their formidable aura, enveloping the welcoming party. This was the display of power from the Piaomiao Sect's bridal procession. The presence of such a plethora of sect experts was solely to ensure that the young master secured his beautiful bride. Jin Hao, Lin Dadong, and the others swallowed hard, their complexions paling. The strength was overwhelming. Within the bridal procession, there were several formidable beings at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the Jinshi city officials, their eyes reflecting palpable fear. The Piaomiao Sect's casually dispatched wedding party possessed strength far exceeding that of Jinshi city. Truly, it was the might of a great demonic sect. The people of Jinshi city were utterly astonished by the approaching members of the Piaomiao Sect. The Piaomiao Sect had only sent elders Su. This marriage proposal was not going to be easily dismissed. Welcome, young Master Li of the Piaomiao Sect. Haha. It has only been a few days, and the young master appears even more radiant. Please, do come in. As the bridal party drew near, the city lord Jin Hao wore a forced smile, moving forward to welcome them. Despite his outward cheer, a deep worry gnawed at his heart. The overwhelming pressure from the nascent soul cultivators rendered him breathless. He dared not even mention the possibility of canceling the engagement. Moreover, he could not bring himself to speak of the deaths of Elder Ying and the others at Elder Su's hands. Li Jui scoffed, casually waving his hand at Jin Hao. Upon seeing Lin Yan standing beside Lin Dadong, his eyes widened in astonishment, a spark of brilliance igniting within them. She was adorned in a pure white gown, her figure graceful and enchanting. Her slender silhouette resembled a delicate willow, standing tall with elegance. Her fair, exquisite visage radiated an endless youthful beauty, akin to a pristine lotus emerging from the water, captivating all who beheld her. Her smooth, snow-white skin glistened with a delicate sheen, and her long neck exuded charm. A gentle breeze stirred, causing her raven locks to dance gracefully, embodying the unique allure of youth. After marveling at her beauty, Li Jui stepped forward and dismounted from his carriage. Surrounded by the members of the Piaomiao Sect, he folded his arms and coldly demanded, Jin Hao, what is the meaning of this? I informed you that I was coming to collect the bride today, and you have arranged for Miss Lin to appear in this manner. Where is her phoenix crown and bridal robe? Do you intend for her to accompany me back to the sect in such attire, to wed? Boom. The aura of Li Jui in the nascent soul stage surged forth like a flood. Nearby, the members of the Piaomiao Sect, sensing their master's displeasure, each unleashed their nascent soul pressure, overwhelming the surroundings. The faces of the Jinshi city inhabitants shifted dramatically as they felt the crushing force of the nascent soul pressure, each one retreating in disarray. Even Lin Yan turned pale, tightly grasping her mother's hand. Young master, please calm your anger. Jin Hao hurriedly approached Li Jui, his expression one of bitter distress. His corpulent figure trembled slightly, exuding an air of hesitation as if he wished to speak, but could not. Surrounded by a throng of individuals from the Piaomiao Sect, he dared not broach the subject of annulling the engagement. Elder Su, please emerge. Jin Hao, it appears you no longer wish to remain in Jinshi city. Hurry and escort Miss Lin back to change her attire and return promptly. Li Jui's voice thundered, his feminine eyes ablaze with fury. Were it not for the beauty of Lin Yan before him, he would have no qualms about beating Jin Hao into submission without a second thought. Did you not hear what the young master commanded? Move swiftly. The 3 Yin elders and the vanguard of the 5 flags glared at Jin Hao with malevolent expressions, as if a single refusal from him would provoke an explosion of rage. This left Jin Hao trembling in fear, lamenting his predicament internally. Meanwhile, Lin Dadong and the others from Jinshi city were equally apprehensive. The Piaomiao Sect had come prepared. Would Elder Su succeed in annulling this marriage? Just as Jin Hao found himself in a quandary, an ancient laughter emanated from a nearby carriage. Subsequently, an elderly man clad in gray, with hair and beard as white as snow, slowly emerged from the carriage. Li Jui, I intend to take Lin Yan with me. Let this engagement be forgotten. As Su Xiao approached the crowd, Jin Hao and Lin Dadong's group finally exhaled in relief. With a prominent intersect elder from the Piaomiao Sect standing in their corner, they felt emboldened to defy the Piaomiao Sect. What? Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, Li Jui's expression shifted dramatically, his narrow, dark eyes brimming with anger and disbelief. Who are you, old man? What gives you the right to speak here? With a surge of indignation, he shoved Jin Hao aside and advanced to confront him. The surrounding members of the Piaomiao Sect followed suit. their imposing presence causing the faces of Jinshi City's inhabitants to pale once more. Haha, I am Su Xiao, an elder of the Piaomiao Sect's inner circle. Lin Yin'er is one of my disciples. We do not consent to this marriage, Su Xiao stated coldly, his eyes glinting with a mix of mockery and disdain. An elder of the Piaomiao Sect's inner circle? Su Xiao's declaration struck the hearts of every member of the Xuanma sect, like a bolt from the blue. The Piaomiao Sect had sent someone? Lihuo and his companions were left in a state of shock. An elder from the inner circle for a mere outer disciple. Initially stunned, they soon exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that this white-haired elder appeared to possess only foundation-building cultivation. Once again, the members of the Xuanma sect glared at one another in anger. A mere foundation-building elder dares to claim to be an inner sect elder of the Piaomiao sect? How audacious! Jinshi City, daring to defy the commands of the Xuanma sect? And now, someone is pretending to be an elder of the Piaomiao sect to annul a marriage? Seeking death, old man. How dare you impersonate an elder of the Piaomiao sect at your advanced age? It seems you are tired of living. A boorish giant cast his gaze upon Su Xiao, who stood defiantly in his path, and in an instant, he charged forward, intent on delivering a lethal blow. He was a fire flag vanguard, at the third level of the nascent soul realm. It was evident that Jinshi City had no desire to let anyone go. He was prepared to make an example out of Su Xiao. The brutish man conjured a long-bladed artifact, swinging it down towards Su Xiao's forehead with ferocity. The immense power of the nascent soul surged forth, and the blade glimmered ominously. Its might was awe-inspiring. In a heartbeat, a crimson divine sword shot forth. The Nanchuanli fire sword, imbued with boundless power, soared directly towards the midpoint of the long knife. With a thunderous clash, the long knife met the divine sword, shattering upon impact. Immediately thereafter, the two protective artifacts of the Fire Flag Vanguard were obliterated, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that decapitated him. Flames of red and yellow erupted at both the severed blade and the body of the Fire Flag Vanguard, engulfing them in a fierce blaze. Within mere moments, the shattered knife was reduced to a pool of molten gold and iron amidst the inferno. The headless corpse of the Fire Flag Vanguard was scorched to a charred black, a sight too gruesome to behold. The sequence of events transpired with such astonishing swiftness that neither side had time to react. As the charred remains of the Fire Flag Vanguard crumpled to the ground with a soft thud, the onlookers turned their incredulous gazes towards Su Xiao. Collectively inhaling sharply in disbelief, their eyes wide with profound astonishment. Chapter 30. Successfully provoking the Xuanma Sect. Lihuo gazed in disbelief at the elderly figure before him. He was certain the spiritual energy released by the opponent was evidently at the early stage of the core formation realm. Yet, with that fiery flying sword, he could even vanquish nascent soul practitioners. Moreover, the audacity to slay a member of the Xuanma Sect. Shock morphed into an overwhelming fury, as Lihuo's bloodshot eyes glared at the elderly man ahead. The surrounding members of the Xuanma Sect were equally astonished by Su Xiao's thunderous prowess. The Fire Banner Vanguard, a third-tier nascent soul cultivator, along with several protective magical artifacts, had been effortlessly slain by the opponent. It was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, Jin Haolin and his entourage from Jinshi City were stricken with pallor, their expressions filled with dread. How could Elder Su suddenly resort to murder? Had it not been agreed that only a cancellation of the engagement would ensue? Lin Dadong and his wife shielded Lin Yin'er behind them, equally astonished. Elder Su, despite his advanced age and seemingly amiable demeanor, transformed into a figure of terror upon encountering a member of the Xuanma Sect. With this turn of events, there was no chance for negotiation. They were destined to face the Xuanma Sect's relentless vengeance. At this moment, Lin Dadong was already contemplating escape. Should discussions collapse, he was prepared to flee with his wife and daughter, to hide and live in obscurity. If the conflict between the Piaomiao Sect and the Xuanma Sect erupted due to Lin Yin'er, the Lin family, mere merchants of spiritual tea, would surely face annihilation. Su Xiao leisurely retracted his divine sword, casting a glance at the immobilized members of the Xuanma Sect, a faint smile gracing his aged visage. Daring to strike at an elder of the Piaomiao Sect, Lihuo, do you comprehend that such actions could lead to the annihilation of your Xuanma Sect? Though his voice bore the weight of age, it was imbued with an unyielding authority. The profound heritage of the ancient sect was fully displayed in that moment. This was the essence of invincible confidence. You, You truly are an elder of the Piaomiao Sect? Li Jui's complexion paled. Initially, he had doubted, but upon witnessing the divine sword wielded by the core formation elder, his resolve wavered. The sword, imbued with flames, was undoubtedly a formidable top-tier magical weapon. In fact, it was one of the finest among its kind. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for how a mere core formation elder could slay the Fire Banner Vanguard. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Jui, and his expression shifted as he demanded, "What about eldering? What have you done to him?" A sudden wave of foreboding surged within him. Yet, he dared not be excessively brazen before Xiao, for the Piaomiao Sect's reputation as a righteous leader was not unfounded. Xiao nonchalantly replied, "That old fool disrespected me. He is already dead." What? The faces of the members of the Xuanma sect changed once more. Elder Ing and his group had also perished at the hands of this old man. Infuriating. "Old man, you have gone too far." Li Jui's anger surged, his face flushed with rage. However, the remnants of his rationality warned him against antagonizing the members of the Misty Sect. The individual before him was an esteemed elder from the inner circle of the sect. Should he decide to eliminate this threat, the Xuanma sect would be unable to withstand the wrath of the Misty Sect. This matter warranted a discussion with his father upon his return. At this moment, thoughts of marrying Lin Yin'er as a concubine had completely faded from his mind. Such trivial matters paled in comparison to the looming threat of the Misty Sect. He couldn't fathom why an elder from the Misty Sect would venture forth to rescue a mere outer disciple. It was unfathomable. Had they gone too far? Xiao scoffed. "What if I do take advantage of you? You, a mere child, what can you possibly do to me? If you possess any courage, come at me. I shall pierce you through with a single strike. With such a scoundrel as you, what else could you do besides chasing after women? Truly, you are nothing but a repugnant waste." The mockery was palpable. Li Jui was akin to a thousandfold critical blow to him. "You, old man, how dare you?" Li Jui was nearly incensed to the point of explosion by the elder's words. Was this old man truly here for Lin Yin'er? It was evident that he had come to provoke the Xuanma sect. "Old man, go perish. You have slain so many disciples of my Xuanma sect. Even if the Misty Sect were to pursue this, we have the moral high ground." Li Jui promptly drew a superior greatsword, prepared to engage Xiao in a life-or-death struggle. "Young master, you must remain calm." The elder of the three stepped in to restrain Li Jui. The three elders, though burning with indignation, were guided more by reason. If they were to slay this elder, it would irrevocably enmity with the Misty Sect. Even if they were in the right, the Xuanma sect would find itself in a precarious position. After all, the two sects were not of the same caliber. Xiao continued his derision. "And you three decrepit old fools, do you not reflect on your advanced age? Allowing this brat to run amok. I wonder if you've been living akin to swine or dogs." Boom. Xiao's words reverberated like thunder, exploding in the hearts of all present. It was not solely the Xuanma sect members who wore bewildered expressions. Even the crowd from Jingshi City stared at Xiao in confusion. "Elder Su, what is happening?" The Xuanma sect had already exercised remarkable restraint after the deaths of so many of their disciples. Now, applying the pressure of the Misty Sect's influence should have facilitated a smooth retreat from this marriage. Yet, it was evident that the other party had no intention of relenting. Even the three elders began to curse. Jin Haolin and the others were left in a state of utter shock. Even Lin Yin'er, who stood behind, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Elder Su's actions. "Old man, what did you just say? I see you are truly seeking death." "Alas, in consideration of the Misty Sect, I had intended to spare your life, but today, even the King of Heaven cannot save you." The three black-robed elders were incensed, their faces contorted with rage. They were the top three elders of the Xuanma sect, responsible for the affairs both within and outside the sect. To their astonishment, they had been scolded by an elder in the core formation stage. No longer obstructing Li Jui, the three individuals retrieved their magical artifacts and proclaimed, "Young master, let us first eliminate this old man Su. We can discuss the subsequent matters upon our return to the sect. Perhaps he is merely an outer disciple of the Misty Sect, relying on the pretense of authority." Li Jui was already seething with indignation. Upon hearing the elder's words, he drew forth his sword and summoned the disciples of the Xuanma sect. "Disciples of the Xuanma sect, heed my command. This Xiao has slain our brethren and insulted us. Seize him immediately and rend his body to pieces." The disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, upon receiving the command, glared with ferocity. Subsequently, they all brandished their magical artifacts and surged towards Su Xiaolao like a tidal wave. Today, this old man was destined to perish. The inhabitants of Jingshi City, upon witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. They hastily retreated to evade the onslaught of the Piaomiao Sect's disciples. Their cultivation was relatively weak, and they dared not stand against Elder Su. Jean Haolin and the others were utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Elder Su was undeniably formidable. One might mistakenly believe there existed a deep-seated enmity between him and the Piaomiao Sect. Old Man Su, prepare to meet your end. At the forefront, Li Jui, accompanied by Elder Sanin, forged ahead, while a cadre of elite demonic cultivators followed closely behind. This assembly was such that even a careless god transformation cultivator could easily falter, let alone this old man Su. Utterly foolish. Su Xiaolao remained unperturbed, merely smiling faintly. He discerned that among the demonic cultivators, Elder Sanin was the most formidable, with each being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Even wielding the Southern Ming fire sword would pose some challenges. Yet, he had long devised a plan. With the Xiao Thunder Talisman at the 9th level of God transformation in hand, the next move was entirely dependent on him. Holding the purple talisman, Su Xiaolao remained as steady as a mountain, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 31. Return of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Before Su Xiao lay a group of demonic cultivators. He summoned the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, a formidable artifact returned by the system. The moment the talisman was activated, a deafening roar of wind and thunder erupted from the purple talisman. Instantly, the heavens darkened, and ominous clouds gathered. A tremendous pressure, emanating from the 9th layer of divine transformation, descended upon the demonic cultivators led by Li Junyani. What is happening? Li Junyani, the elder of the Three Yin, and the Four-Banner Vanguard halted their assault, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gazed at the impending orb of light in the sky. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Divine thunder of transformation. By heaven, how could such a force appear so suddenly? Was it that old man's talisman just now? The eldest of the Three Yin elders realized the gravity of the situation, his eyes reflecting sheer incredulity. Could it be that the talisman wielded by their adversary was of the divine transformation stage? Retreat. Back to the sect. The elder of the Three Yin, sensing the overwhelming might in the sky, shouted urgently, unwilling to confront such a power head-on. Yet, it was too late. The divine thunder had already locked onto them. In an instant, a colossal bolt of thunder descended, aimed directly at Li Junyani and the elder of the Three Yin. The light of the thunder flickered, and an immense pressure enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, the inhabitants of Jingshi City trembled in terror. Divine transformation. There was indeed a practitioner of the divine transformation stage among them. The purple lightning, as thick as a tree trunk, struck relentlessly at Li Junyani and the elder of the Three Yin. In an instant, the tremendous force of the thunder consumed the three. The residual energy of the thunder surged forth, leaving no member of the Piaomiao Sect unscathed. This was a strike from the 9th layer of divine transformation. Even the aftershock sent the Four-Banner Vanguard, all Yuaning cultivators, flying. No, within the storm of thunder. The elder of the Three Yin struggled valiantly with his lifelong cultivation. Yet, Li Junyani, still lacking in strength, was powerless against such fury. In the depths of agony and despair, Li Junyani cast one last glance at the white-haired elder, only to be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend how the Piaomiao Sect had incurred such enmity with Su Xiao, as if a deep-seated grudge existed between them, a mystery he could not unravel. With his demise, he vanished into nothingness. The might of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman was astonishing. After claiming Li Junyani, its power remained undiminished. The elder of the Three Yin, caught within the thunderous column, succumbed to despair and was obliterated as well. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with fervor. This talisman returned by the system was undeniably superior to those crafted by void refinement cultivators. A product of the system is assuredly a masterpiece. As the thunder dissipated, the corpses of Li Junyani and the elder of the Three Yin were left in utter ruin, while the disciples of the Four-Banner Vanguard were hurled away by the thunder, their bodies charred. Yet, they still clung to life, gasping for breath. It is over. The Piaomiao Sect is finished. They gazed at the elderly figure clad in gray before them, their hearts filled with despair and shock. The formidable power of the talisman displayed was nothing short of terrifying. This was by no means a mere transformation talisman. In fact, they suspected it could be an unheard-of void refinement talisman. Yet, they had no time for further contemplation. The Southern Ming Li fire sword, imbued with the might of the earth's fire, relentlessly cut down the disciples of the demonic sect, sparing not a single one. Within mere breaths, the entire bridal procession, numbering in the dozens, was annihilated by Xiao, leaving not a soul alive. Even Li Jui was obliterated by lightning, leaving not even ash behind. The earth fire blazed, reducing the entire wedding party to charred remains. Xiao stepped forward and retrieved a storage bag from the ground. This was Li Jui's storage bag, crafted from special scales. A top-tier item among storage bags, preserved amidst the storm. A brief glance filled Xiao with delight, for it contained over 400 high-grade spirit stones, 3 high-grade magical artifacts, and more than 30 transformation pills suitable for nascent soul cultivators. This young man was quite affluent. Without further thought, he tossed it into his spatial vault. Returning to the assembly in Jinshi City, the onlookers were left petrified, as if sculpted from stone, by Xiao's thunderous display of power. The young master of the Piaomiao Sect, Li Jui, along with Elder Sanin, and so many elite disciples, all perished. They could scarcely believe their eyes. This seemingly benevolent Elder Su was, in fact, so terrifying. Although his cultivation was not particularly high, the treasures he wielded included even transformation lightning talismans. Could this possibly be the extraordinary heritage of the ancient sect, the Misty Sect? Lin Xiaoyu. Xiao smiled gently at the stunned Lin Yin'er. With a pale face, she stepped out from the crowd and knelt before Xiao, overwhelmed by his might. The elder truly lived up to his reputation as the Master's senior brother, a distinguished elder of the inner sect. Even in the face of calamity, he still possessed the power to annihilate worlds. How formidable! Her heart raced with both excitement and elation. With Elder Su's protection, the Piaomiao Sect would no longer dare to disturb her. Xiao spoke. The matter is resolved. Let us return to the sect. Lin Xiaoyu, we are fated to meet. Henceforth in the sect, you shall be a registered disciple of Lu Danian, and I shall ensure you have the resources for your cultivation. Lin Yin'er was taken aback by his words. To be a registered disciple of the Law Elder? That was the disciple of the esteemed Master Dugu. Elder Su was truly too kind to her. Tears of gratitude streamed down her face once more. She realized that with Elder Su, she was regarded not merely as a name, but as a potential successor. Disciple, thank you for your immense kindness, Elder. Kneeling, she bowed thrice with fervor. Her fair forehead reddened from the effort, expressing her heartfelt sincerity. Haha. Xiao waved his hand with a smile, stating that it was said they were destined to meet. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of defeating the enemy of fortune and obtaining a chance for 1,000-fold return. The next gift will surely be returned. Xiao's aged eyes flickered. He retrieved a lightning-attracting talisman of the nascent soul stage, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 10 high-grade spirit stones from his spatial repository. Take these. This is the gift for your apprenticeship under Master Lu Dajing, which I have provided on his behalf, Xiao said with a smile. Keep the lightning-attracting talisman safe. It may save your life in times of peril. Lin Yin'er gazed at the kind visage before her, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Trembling, she accepted the items and bowed deeply to Xiao 3 times. Elder Su, in the days to come, I shall do whatever you ask. From now on, I shall serve only Elder Su. Behind them, Lin Dedong and Jin Hao looked on in astonishment. Elder Su truly valued Lin Yin'er and intended to nurture her. The Lin family was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Lin Dedong and his wife were filled with excitement, their faces flushed. A powerful and esteemed elder from the elusive sect had taken notice of Yin'er. Yin'er, you will rise to greatness in the future. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting Lin Yin'er the lightning-attracting talisman, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a 9 heavens divine thunder talisman of the 9th layer of refining void. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, returning 10 golden essence pills. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 high-grade spirit stones, returning 100 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 32. A new task. The system's voice echoed, and Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The 9 heavens thunder talisman. Indeed, The system had returned this previously unheard-of talisman of void refinement. With this talisman in hand, it was akin to possessing an unparalleled strike from a void refinement cultivator. Jin Hao, his expression fraught with fear, approached and repeatedly bowed before Su Xiao. Elder Su, I fear that Jinstone City is in grave trouble. Upon hearing his words, Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Jin Hao implied that with the death of so many elite members of the Piaomiao Sect, including the sect leader's son, Li Jinyani, should the Piaomiao Sect learn of this news, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Jinstone City. Once Elder Su departed, calamity would befall them. Observing the shocked and frightened members of Jinstone City, Su Xiao reassured them, "Do not worry. If the Piaomiao Sect comes knocking, simply inform them that it was all an act of my Piaomiao Sect, and direct them to seek me, Su Xiao, at Piaomiao Sect. My sect shall bear all consequences." He was unfazed. The Piaomiao Sect was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Piaomiao Sect, let alone daring to confront them. If they did come, it would be akin to courting death. Hearing this, Jin Hao and the others let out a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su." Lin Dedong and his wife stepped forward, respectfully offering their thanks to Su Xiao. The latter said, "Young friend Lin, Yin'er is quite to my liking. I intend to nurture her. Rest assured, as long as I am present in the Piaomiao Sect, no one shall bully Yin'er." The couple's faces brightened with joy, and they bowed deeply. With such a distinguished elder from the Piaomiao Sect watching over Yin'er, it was an immense opportunity for her. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Su Xiao summoned the meteor sword, preparing to take Lin Yin'er back to the sect. The latter, gazing at Su Xiao standing on the sword, felt a flush of warmth on her youthful, delicate face. "Elder Su wishes for me to ride with him on the same sword? What an extraordinary honor." With a light leap, Lin Yin'er landed behind Su Xiao. However, as it was her first time flying with someone, she struggled to maintain her balance and instinctively clung to Su Xiao's back. "Elder Su, I apologize. I have never flown on a sword before." Her face grew even redder, yet she did not dare to let go. With a gentle smile, Su Xiao said kindly, "Yin'er, just hold on tight. Once you reach the core formation stage, you will be able to fly on your own." Lin Yin'er nodded softly. After parting from the others, Su Xiao took to the skies with Lin Yin'er aboard. In the northern region of Jinstone City, amidst a range of mountains, numerous black structures stood densely clustered, emanating a sinister aura. Within a spacious room, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes, filled with alarm. "This is bad. The soul lantern is malfunctioning." His body transformed into a streak of light as he hurried toward the soul lantern chamber. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of bright, ethereal blue soul lanterns extinguishing one by one. The lanterns of Elder San Yin had gone out. The lantern of the Five-Banner Vanguard had gone out. Finally, when he beheld the extinguished lantern of Li Jinyani, his fierce eyes widened in horror, filled with boundless murderous intent. "No, Jinyani, my son, who has dared to take your life? I, Li Tianba, vow to tear him to shreds to avenge you." His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was a mask of fury. How could so many elite members of the Piaomiao Sect perish in Jinshi City? He thirsted for revenge. In the northern frontier of Donglai Kingdom, Su Xiao soared through the clouds with Lin Yin'er, gliding gracefully through the sky. Although their speed was not swift, it was Lin Yin'er's first experience at such heights, and the breathtaking landscapes below evoked a sense of trepidation within her. She clung tightly to Su Xiao out of fear. Su Xiao maintained a steady pace, not too fast, to accommodate Lin Yin'er's comfort. This outing has indeed proven fruitful, Su Xiao mused inwardly. His greatest gains, aside from the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, were the superior spirit stones. His spatial repository now housed 550 superior spirit stones, alleviating any future financial concerns in this regard. He had also procured over 30 transformation pills from Li Jinyani's storage pouch. These pills, valued at 10 superior spirit stones each, were rarely affordable for cultivators at the nascent soul stage, as few possessed the financial means to utilize them consistently. Detected a fated adversary, Li Tianba. Identity, Sect Master of Piaomiao Sect. Mission issued, eliminate the fated adversary Li Tianba. Mission reward, guaranteed 10,000-fold critical hit on the next gift. Another mission? Su Xiao's aged figure halted momentarily, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. A 10,000-fold critical hit. What an enticing task. He had heard faint whispers of the Xuanma sect master, rumored to be a divine transformation cultivator and likely the father of Li Junyani. A flicker of contemplation passed through his gaze as he redirected his sword towards the Xuanma sect mountain range. "Elder, shall we return?" Lin Yin'er inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. Su Xiao replied with a smile, "We shall not return. We are headed elsewhere." "Oh, very well." Lin Yin'er nodded, accepting the elder's words without question. Su Xiao continued, "We are now bound for the Xuanma sect. Elder still has unfinished business to attend to, and it is fortuitous that we can accomplish it together." The Xuanma sect. Lin Yin'er's expression transformed, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was perilous to venture there so soon after Elder had just slain Li Junyani and his entourage. Within the confines of the Xuanma sect, the enraged Li Tianba summoned all remaining elders and disciples to gather in the sect's square. Below, a sea of black-clad figures amassed, numbering in the hundreds. These individuals were disciples of the Xuanma sect, among whom were numerous core formation and nascent soul cultivators. This was the pinnacle of his sect's martial prowess. "Disciples of the Xuanma sect, heed my command. Your young master, Li Junyani, has perished in Jinshi City, along with Elder Sanin and the Five-Banner Vanguard. This time, our Xuanma sect shall obliterate Jinshi City and unearth the fiends responsible for their deaths. We shall exact vengeance." From the elevated platform, Li Tianba's voice thundered with unrestrained fury, his words laced with an overwhelming intensity. "Vengeance! Vengeance! Vengeance!" Upon hearing these words, the assembly of elders and disciples erupted in a furious roar, their indignation palpable. How dare the mere city of Jinshi lay a hand upon the esteemed young master of the Xuanma sect? Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. The mighty army approaches. Today marks the demise of Jinshi City. Although a portion of their fighting strength has been diminished, leaving their sect grievously weakened. With the sect master personally leading the charge, those miscreants are doomed to perish. Let us proceed. We shall march upon Jinshi City to demand retribution. Those who offend the Xuanma sect shall be met with unwavering vengeance. Li Tianba's voice resounded powerfully, his formidable aura of the fourth level of divine transformation surging forth. In an instant, the expressions of the elders and disciples below were filled with astonishment. Each one, eager for action, readied their swords and followed suit, intent on avenging Li Jui and Elder Sanin. Chapter 33. The catastrophe of the Xuanma sect. Hundreds soared into the sky on their swords, invoking the Xuanma technique. As dense black clouds billowed upward, creating a spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. Nearby, both cultivators and ordinary mortals were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Xuanma sect had mobilized such a formidable force, indicating that a grave incident was afoot. In the heavens, Li Tianba stood above the crowd, his black robe billowing as his divine aura radiated fiercely. The surrounding dark and sinister demonic energy surged and roared, while beneath him, a throng of cultivators waved their flags in fervent support, as if a celestial demon had descended, reigning supreme over the earth. It was as though he dominated all creation, casting a disdainful gaze upon the world. At Jinshi City, kill, kill, kill. The echoes of furious roars reverberated through the heavens and the earth, filled with a seething rage and hatred that showed no signs of abating. This spectacle left the nearby cultivators and mortals trembling in fear. What had Jinshi City done to provoke the wrath of the Xuanma sect? Given the circumstances, it seemed Jinshi City was on the brink of annihilation. They hastily sought to flee. These individuals understood that the Xuanma sect was in a volatile state. Any foolhardy attempt to approach would lead to a swift and untimely demise. Just as Li Tianba prepared to draw his sword and speed toward Jinshi City, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before the members of the Xuanma sect. The old man stood upon a flying sword, his gray robes fluttering gently in the breeze. His white hair and beard glimmered in the sunlight, exuding an ethereal aura that rendered him almost celestial. Who dares to obstruct the path of the Xuanma sect? Step aside at once, or face a grave fate. Li Tianba gestured for his disciples to halt. The old man's imposing presence indicated he was no ordinary individual. Were he not formidable, Li Tianba would have already struck without a second thought. Su Xiao chuckled softly, observing the cold, stern middle-aged man in black robes before him, who bore a resemblance to Li Jiyue. In an aged voice, he addressed him. "You are Li Tianba, the leader of the Xuanma sect, And the father of Li Jiyue? Li Tianba was momentarily taken aback. The elder knew of his son, Li Jiyue. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, his eyes gleamed with fury as he replied coldly, "Indeed. I am Li Tianba. Old man, if you possess any knowledge regarding my son Li Jiyue, speak quickly. Who is responsible for his death? The Piaomiao Sect will spare no effort in avenging my poor son." Xiao nodded inwardly. He then slowly withdrew an unassuming black talisman from his spatial pouch. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, a formidable weapon necessary to accomplish a particularly challenging task set by the system. "I am Xiao, an elder of the Piaomiao Sect." Xiao's old eyes glinted with a hint of mockery as he continued, "Li Tianba, your son ventured to Jinshi City to abduct a disciple of my Piaomiao Sect as his concubine, which has severely transgressed our boundaries. I have adhered to the rules of the Piaomiao Sect and eliminated those who have harmed our disciples. Your son, Li Jiyue, was one of them." Boom. Xiao's words resonated like thunder from the heavens, echoing in the ears of every disciple of the Piaomiao Sect. The gathered crowd, engulfed in darkness, gazed incredulously at the elder wielding the sword, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Piaomiao Sect. This elder is a senior member of the inner circle of the Piaomiao Sect. He has even slain the young master and elder Sanin. The expressions of the Piaomiao Sect cultivators shifted dramatically in disbelief. How dare the Piaomiao Sect act with such audacity? Li Tianba's gaze fixated on Xiao, his fury reaching a boiling point. It erupted like a volcano, his wrath surging forth like molten lava. Yet, he restrained his anger with unusual composure. If this matter involved the ancient and enigmatic Piaomiao Sect, the situation had grown exceedingly complex. For millennia, the righteous and demonic factions on the Panlong continent had coexisted peacefully, relying on a tacit mutual restraint. To his shock, a mere outer disciple of the Piaomiao Sect had garnered such significant attention. Even an inner elder had descended. Moreover, they had taken a life. "Xiao, you old rogue. The Piaomiao Sect indiscriminately slaughters my Piaomiao Sect members, including my son. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Li Tianba seemed to sense that his opponent was merely at the core formation stage. Though doubts lingered in his heart, he disdainfully declared, "If the righteous and demonic forces clash, the Piaomiao Sect will bear full responsibility. You old rogue, today, I shall end your life. The Piaomiao Sect will have no recourse. This is all you're doing." With that, he summoned his divine power, preparing to strike down the elder in vengeance for his son. The opponent's mere core formation cultivation could not possibly afford him high standing within the Piaomiao Sect. His overwhelming fury had made him forget how this individual, with such cultivation, could have slain so many of his Piaomiao Sect's formidable experts. Xiao stood atop his flying sword, a faint smile gracing his aged visage. He could sense the murderous intent directed at him. However, it was akin to striking a rock with an egg. Under the formidable strike of a 9th-level void refinement cultivator, not only Li Tianba, but the entirety of the Piaomiao Sect would be reduced to ashes. As for the consequences, he feared nothing. As an inner elder of the Piaomiao Sect, what could these rabble from the demonic path do to him? "Piaomiao Sect, you dare to forcibly seize my Piaomiao Sect disciple. Today I, Xiao, shall act on behalf of the Piaomiao Sect to annihilate you." Upon concluding his declaration, dark talismans infused with spiritual energy surged forth. The once bright sky, illuminated by sunlight, was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, obscuring any trace of daylight. The booming roar of thunder resonated across the realm, the oppressive arcs of lightning flickering within the clouds, poised to strike at any moment. Li Tianba and the other disciples of the Piaomiao Sect were incensed by Xiao's brazen words. Yet, as they sensed the abnormality in the sky, their faces turned pale, eyes filled with terror. This is the pressure from a void refinement master? The Piaomiao Sect dares to dispatch such a formidable cultivator to battle. Impossible. It can't be. Righteous sects have not engaged a void refinement cultivator in millennia. Sectmaster. This is dire. We must retreat. A void refinement cultivator from the Piaomiao Sect. We stand no chance against them. The remaining elders of the sect near Li Tianba were utterly terrified by the violent thunderclouds overhead. One after another, they urged Li Tianba to flee the thunder zone, insisting that survival was paramount. This was beyond what the Piaomiao Sect could withstand. "You old thief. You from the Piaomiao Sect have crossed the line." Li Tianba's expression darkened significantly. He felt the surging lightning in the sky had already marked him as its target. No matter what, escape was impossible. Quickly, cease this matter. We can still negotiate. Fear and shock consumed him. Li Tianba surrendered. The overwhelming pressure from the lightning was not that of an ordinary cultivator. It was likely the work of a formidable figure in the later stages of refining the void. Negotiate? Su Xiao scoffed. What nonsense. I came here to take your life. A mere minor demonic sect. Allowing its disciples to seize members of my Piaomiao Sect. Wasn't he that a death wish? As his words echoed, the thunder in the sky reached its zenith. With a roar, a massive purple lightning bolt, resembling a dragon, descended. This bolt was more than 10 times thicker than the previous purple celestial lightning. Like a divine light descending from the heavens, it enveloped all the disciples of the Xuanma sect in an instant, striking down upon them with relentless fury. Chapter 34. The tragic annihilation of the Xuanma sect. The moment the colossal purple lightning appeared, it obliterated the entire Xuanma sect, reducing it to mere rubble. Countless structures, enshrouded in dark malevolence, were utterly annihilated by the cataclysmic ray of light, exploding into dust with a resounding crash. Not a single piece of wood or stone remained. Everything was swept away in the wake of this celestial thunder. Within the embrace of this purple-white behemoth, the denizens of the Xuanma sect could scarcely endure a single breath. Their bodies disintegrated, limbs first, then internal organs, until ultimately, not a trace remained. The most formidable among them, Li Tianba, in a state of profound terror and despair, managed to withstand 3 fleeting breaths, supported only by his divine transformation and array of magical artifacts. Yet, that was all he could muster, merely 3 breaths. As time elapsed, his artifacts were shattered into fragments by the relentless lightning, and his mortal form was completely dismantled. In the end, he vanished like a minuscule speck in the vastness of this tremendous storm. He could not fathom how Su Xiao, an elder of the ethereal sect, could wield such overwhelming celestial thunder. This power of lightning was not within the reach of mere void refinement cultivators. It was the very essence of heaven and earth. Yet, he had no opportunity for further contemplation. With his corporeal form dissipating and his soul extinguished, Li Tianba stood no chance against the might of the 9 heavens thunder. Akin to an insignificant ant, utterly defenseless. Even his artifacts and storage bags could not withstand such formidable strikes, dissolving into nothingness. After the thunderstorm had eradicated all members of the Xuanma sect, its formidable might continued to surge forth. The sect's core was utterly devastated. Even the flora and fauna of the surrounding mountains were annihilated, reduced to mere fragments by the ferocious lightning. It was as if the heavens had unleashed a cataclysmic trial, erasing every vestige of the Xuanma sect in mere breaths. From this day forth, the world would know no sect by the name of Xuanma, as if it had never existed, leaving not a single trace behind. 10 breaths later, the divine lightning dissipated. The dark clouds parted, and brilliant sunlight once again bathed the earth below. However, the former grounds of the Xuanma sect had transformed into a charred wasteland, devoid of any vitality. My goodness! The power is utterly astonishing. The astonishment in Su Xiao's aged eyes had not faded since the beginning. It was overwhelmingly strong. This divine lightning talisman was terrifying in its might. Was this truly the prowess of a mere 9th-level void refinement practitioner? It seemed that even his own master, Ji Shui, at the void refinement stage, would likely suffer grievous injuries under such a tempest. The system is truly monstrous. Su Xiao coughed lightly and discreetly departed on his sword. Such a commotion would surely be perceived by cultivators within dozens of miles. Surrounding the Xuanma sect, nearby practitioners had witnessed the entire spectacle of the lightning strike. Now, their faces were ashen, eyes wide with fear. They stood frozen, as if turned to stone, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Could it be that the Xuanma sect had provoked the wrath of the heavens, incurring divine punishment? It was too terrifying, too frightening. Such formidable thunder from the heavens, unlike anything they had ever heard or seen before. Several cultivators at the core formation stage hastily took to their swords to investigate. Upon reaching the desolate, charred grounds of the Xuanma sect, they stood frozen in disbelief. The Xuanma sect has perished? On a small hillside several miles away, Lin Yenner, clad in a flowing white dress, was equally stunned. She had just witnessed the swarm of Xuanma sect cultivators darkening the sky. Initially, She thought Elder Su might encounter difficulties while attending to his affairs. However, what transpired next was utterly beyond her comprehension. Heavenly thunder descended. A colossal bolt, tenfold more powerful than the thunderous arts wielded by Elder Su, obliterated the entire sect in a single strike. Now, not a single cultivator remained in the sky. Could this possibly be the doing of Elder Su? A wave of profound concern and guilt surged within Lin Yenner. Had Elder Su annihilated an entire sect due to her issues? The thought was beyond her imagination. Her understanding could no longer encompass such a reality. Elder Su, had he been too good to her? So benevolent that it left her feeling uneasy. Yenner, let us depart. The matter is concluded, and we shall return to the sect. Su Xiao approached, his sword gliding gracefully as he collected the still-dazed Lin Yenner. Turning back with a smile, he remarked, the Xuanma sect has erred, and heaven has delivered its retribution. From this day forth, the Dragon Coil continent shall no longer bear the name Xuanma sect. The air was serene and untroubled. Su Xiao, with a benevolent smile, exuded the aura of a kind-hearted, enlightened master. Thank you, Elder Su. Yenner will forever be in your debt. Lin Yenner swallowed hard. Elder Su truly lived up to his reputation as the master of the sect. So immensely powerful. There is no need for such formalities. We are destined to cross paths, and it is my duty to assist you. Su Xiao replied just as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, eliminating the adversary of fortune, Li Tianba. The next reward will undoubtedly be a 10,000-fold critical hit. Nodding with satisfaction, he leisurely directed his flying sword towards the Piaomiao Sect. Meanwhile, in Jinshu City, not far from the remnants of the Xuanma Sect, within the Lord's mansion, Jin Hao was graciously hosting Linda and his wife as esteemed guests. Although the Lin family merely dealt in the trade of spirit tea, Lin Yenner had caught the eye of an inner elder of the Piaomiao Sect. In time, her prospects within the sect appeared limitless, with the golden core realm within her grasp. Such a powerful and well-connected family was not one Jin Hao dared to overlook. Dear Brother Lin, please do not take offense. I was merely coerced by the Xuanma sect to agree to that Li Julian's matchmaking. Jin Hao implored, Brother Lin, sister-in-law? In the future, in Jinshu City, not only will the spirit tea business flourish, but even the spirit pill trade will receive my full support. Tax exemptions for all. Allow me to personally introduce you to the path of the elixir, dear brother. I shall drink this cup as a self-imposed penalty. Within the resplendent hall, Jin Hao incessantly expressed his apologies, anxious not to displease the Lin couple, who wore smiles and had no intention of confronting him. Their hearts brimmed with joy. With Yenner under the protection of Elder Su from the mysterious Mist sect, even though she had just reached the foundational realm, her family had already reaped the benefits. It seemed that the future of the Lin family was indeed promising. Yenner was truly fortunate. At that moment, several guards from Jinshu City hurried into the hall, their faces etched with panic. Upon seeing Jin Hao, they exclaimed in alarm, City Lord, this is terrible. We have received news that the Xuanma sect has been annihilated. All disciples of the sect have perished. Even the sect leader, Li Tianba, has met his demise within the Xuanma sect. It has been utterly wiped out. Not even a complete piece of wood remains. Jin Hao and Lin Dadong were left dumbfounded, frozen in place. The Xuanma sect has been eradicated? Could it be? Their thoughts immediately turned to Su Xiao and the mysterious Mist sect. Jin Hao's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. He looked at the pale-faced Lin Dadong, crying out in terror, Brother, this marriage has nothing to do with me. You must speak favorably of me in front of Elder Su. We are both from Jinshu City and have shared many years of friendship. My life depends on you, dear brother. Chapter 35, A Thousandfold Critical Hit. Returning the 9 turns Qianquan pill at the entrance of the Piaomiao sect, Su Xiao gently set Lin Yenner down, then soared back to his small courtyard on his sword. Subsequently, he summoned Lu Denian, instructing him to continue accepting Lin Yenner as a registered disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Denian's expression was quite remarkable. Master Uncle is up to his antics again. Yet, he dared not utter a word of dissent, nodding vigorously in agreement. With even the aloof Dugu sect leader having fallen under Master Uncle's influence, he could only turn a blind eye to such matters. As a mere novice disciple, he had no courage to oppose his Master Uncle, and thus complied. In the accommodation area for female disciples of the outer sect, the 2 elder sisters, plump and slender, were overjoyed to see Lin Yenner return safely. Once inside their quarters, Lin Yin'er expressed her gratitude. Sisters, I owe you so much. Elder Su rescued me from the Xuanma sect. She recounted the events that transpired, but when it came to the annihilation of the Xuanma sect, she tactfully withheld details, knowing the gravity of the matter weighed heavily on her heart. The plump elder sister exclaimed, Junior sister, from now on, with Elder Su shielding you at the Piaomiao Sect, you can soar to great heights. Do you realize that Jin Liuxiang served Elder Su and is now a registered disciple of Elder Lu? Elder Lu, the law enforcement elder of the outer sect, and a disciple of the sect leader Dugu. Junior sister, do not be timid. Serve Elder Su well, and perhaps one day you too may become Elder Lu's disciple. Lin Yin'er, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of emotion in her eyes and merely nodded. Elder Su had indeed informed her of the prospect of becoming Elder Lu's registered disciple. The plump elder sister continued to encourage her. Junior sister, you mustn't be shy. Although Elder Su is older, I've heard he was strikingly handsome in his youth. Even now, despite his age, I dare say he is far more attractive than those younger disciples. Junior sister, with Jin Liuxiang still in attendance to him, you must seize every opportunity to serve Elder Su. The slender elder sister eagerly chimed in, nodding in agreement. Indeed, junior sister, your beauty is sure to capture Elder Su's favor. We need not fear that scheming Jin Liuxiang. The two of them, exchanging enthusiastic remarks, soon left Lin Yin'er bewildered. What is going on here? Seeing Lin Yin'er still in a daze, they sighed in unison. Junior sister, it appears you truly have yet to serve Elder Su. At this rate, you will inevitably be overshadowed by Jin Liuxiang. Having also benefited from Su Xiao, they were eager for Lin Yin'er to rise in status, hoping to share in her good fortune. After a sigh, the plump elder sister discreetly shared the rumors surrounding Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang in Lin Yin'er's ear. Sister, this cannot be true. Elder Su is such a kind-hearted person. He would never engage in such actions. Lin Yin'er's immediate reaction was disbelief. She could not fathom that Elder Su's assistance was motivated by such intentions. Impossible. Upon witnessing this, the plump and slender senior sisters sighed once more. Junior sister, you are still too young. If it weren't for the beauty of the other, why would Elder Su bestow resources and rescue her from the clutches of the Xuanma sect? The two cautioned, Junior sister, Elder Su holds a revered position within the sect. Being a senior elder, such matters must not be overtly acknowledged. That Jin Liuxiang must have comprehended Elder Su's intentions, which is why she could swiftly break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Think carefully, junior sister. What motive does Elder Su have to assist you if not for your beauty? Now that Elder Su has done so much for you, if you remain indifferent, it may become increasingly difficult for you to navigate your future at the Piaomiao Sect. They refrained from saying more. Such matters only needed to be addressed once. Ultimately, it was imperative for Lin's junior sister to come to her own realizations. Lin Yin'er fell into silence. Was Elder Su truly such a person? She found it hard to believe. Yet upon further reflection, as an outer disciple, she truly had no qualities that could possibly attract Elder Su's attention, nor warrant such generous gifts. Her heart was in turmoil. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Junior sister Lin, I heard you have returned. Elder Lu requests you to come and pay your respects. After your apprenticeship, you will become Elder Lu's named disciple. The plump and slender senior sisters were initially taken aback, but soon elated. They hastily dragged Lin Yin'er out the door. As night fell, Jin Liuxiang entered the chamber, performing a respectful bow before Su Xiao. Liuxiang, it has been a while. I assume your resources are nearly depleted? Su Xiao observed her, his aged eyes flickering, stroking his goatee. Jin Liuxiang replied with utmost respect, Indeed. Elder, I have utilized quite a bit during this period, yet my progress has been rapid. Due to the circumstances surrounding the headmaster Dugu, she had not visited for 2 months. Su Xiao retrieved 10 foundation establishment pills, 10 superior spirit stones, and a fire talisman from his spatial repository. He then handed them to her, saying, Liuxiang, this fire talisman is for the Yuan-Ing realm. Keep it on your person for your own protection. Jin Liuxiang was overjoyed at this. She repeatedly bowed in gratitude before placing the items into her storage bag, her expression turning somewhat pitiful as she said, Elder Su, I miss you, but I fear the headmaster Dugu. Su Xiao chuckled softly. Fear not, Liuxiang. I have made arrangements with the headmaster. From now on, she shall not interfere in my affairs. When your resources are exhausted, simply come to me for more. Upon hearing this, Jean Liuxiang's face flushed with excitement. It was only in this way that she felt reassured. Subsequently, she stepped forward and embraced Su Xiao, the fragrance enveloping the air. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment Pills, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning the Heavenly Divine Pill, 9-turn Xingquan Pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Superior Spirit Stones, returning 200 Superior Spirit Stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Yuan Ying Fire Talisman, returning 2 Grade 9 Red Flame Talismans. Chapter 36. The Four Major Sect of the Righteous Path, 9 Transformations of Xingquan Pill, a divine elixir born of the harmony between heaven and earth. Consuming it reverses destiny and transforms one's essence, achieving unparalleled cultivation speed and fortune. Once again, the divine elixir of heaven and earth. Su Xiao surveyed his spatial treasury. The fist-sized 9 transformations of Xingquan Pill shimmered with brilliance, enveloped by the ethereal aura of the 9 heavens, radiating a celestial glow. He grasped the essence of the system's description. Consuming this pill could alter one's constitution and fate, allowing for a complete metamorphosis. This was precisely what he required. Over the past millennium, he had tirelessly cultivated to the 9th level of the nascent soul, yet his mediocre aptitude had hindered him, preventing him from attaining the God transformation stage in this lifetime. With the 9 transformations of Xingquan Pill to enhance his constitution and fortune, coupled with the fire of the earth, the path to God transformation and void refinement would be within his grasp. The following morning, after donning their garments, Su Xiao, with a slight flush and discomfort, spoke to Jean Liuxiang. Liuxiang, I have found you a junior sister named Lin Yenner. She is currently at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment and shares a connection with me. You shall be her senior sister. Do not bully her, but rather protect her. Jean Liuxiang raised her delicate brows slightly, pouting with a knowing smile. Lin Yenner, I understand. Rest assured, Elder, since Lin Yenner is someone you value, I shall take good care of her yet. A hint of disappointment lingered in her heart, but she would heed Elder Su's words. Su Xiao replied, Yenner is merely my ordinary junior, Liuxiang. My primary concern is her talent. Upon hearing this, Jean Liuxiang's expression shifted, and she chuckled. Liuxiang comprehends. That is all the assurance I need. After a moment of tender exchange, she expressed her gratitude and took her leave. Though the rumors from the outer mountain had been somewhat suppressed, she dared not linger here for too long. Seated before the meditation cushion, Su Xiao retrieved the 9 transformations of Xingquan Pill from his spatial treasury. Similar to the 3,000 Dao Pill, the fist-sized divine elixir transformed into a streak of light and entered his mouth. Instantly, he felt his body and spirit being cleansed repeatedly under the pill's influence. The black impurities within his body surged forth, ultimately enveloping him in a layer of dark, viscous substance. After what felt like a rejuvenating bath, Su Xiao's appearance, though still aged, now shimmered with a subtle glow, appearing a touch more youthful and spirited. A unique aura of destiny surrounded him, making him feel as though he had been reborn. Both his body and consciousness were profoundly different from before. This was an elevation of his innate potential. Remarkable. The 9 transformations of Xingquan Pill was indeed worthy of its legendary reputation. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently consuming a Yunjin Pill and commencing his cultivation with superior spirit stones. With 135 Yunjin Pills remaining and 740 superior spirit stones at his disposal, the resources at his command, combined with the enhancement from the 9 transformations of Xingquan Pill, propelled his cultivation speed to extraordinary heights, far exceeding that of ordinary geniuses. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Realm: 1st stage of Foundation Establishment. Special physique: Earth Fire, Dao Body. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. A few days later, the entire Panlong continent trembled. The news of the annihilation of the Piaomiao Sect, located in the northern borders of the Donglai Kingdom, spread like wildfire. Although the Piaomiao Sect was merely a third-rate sect within the Panlong continent, it was still a recognized entity, with a god transformation practitioner stationed there. Such a terrifying incident of sect annihilation had not occurred on the Panlong continent for thousands of years. Who could have anticipated its resurgence now? In an instant, both righteous and demonic factions were engulfed in fear, anxious about the future of the Panlong continent. The hard-won ceasefire agreement was at risk of being irrevocably torn apart. One of the four major righteous sects, the Piaomiao Sect. The sect leader's senior brother remarked, "The destruction of the Xuanma sect appears to be an extraordinary event. I fear that if this matter is not handled properly, the entire continent will descend into chaos." An elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow and inquired, "Junior brother, do we know who is responsible for this?" Reports from the Donglai Kingdom suggest it was an elder from the Piaomiao Sect, as the Xuanma sect attempted to abduct one of their outer disciples, inciting the elder's wrath. What? For the sake of an outer disciple, they annihilated an entire sect? Who is this elder? How reckless! It is said to be the inner sect elder Xiao. Xiao? Could it be the disciple of Ji Shui? I heard he was nearing death, suffering from senility. Alas, sect leader, it is likely that facing death has rendered him reckless. Such individuals are the most perilous. When death approaches, they care not for our lives. We must hold the Piaomiao sect accountable and demand an explanation. Otherwise, the fury of the demonic sects will not be quelled. Xiao. That old fool. How could he commit such an act? Immediately send word to the Piaomiao sect to confirm this matter. If it is indeed Xiao's doing, the Piaomiao sect must bring that old fool to justice. Understood, sect leader. Within the righteous four major sects. At the 10,000 Buddha monastery. Abbot, this is dire. The Xuanma sect has been annihilated in a single day, surrounded by golden light and the sound of Buddhist chanting. An elderly monk in a robe suddenly opened his eyes. With a hint of worry, he gravely asked, "Yuan Tong, what has transpired? Please elaborate." Abbot, the Xuanma sect was destroyed by the Piaomiao sect. It was that inner sect elder Xiao's doing. Indeed, it is Ji Shui's esteemed disciple. Why did he destroy the Xuanma sect? It is said that the Xuanma sect sought to seize an outer disciple from the Piaomiao sect, thereby inciting Xiao's anger. An outer disciple? The venerable old monk slightly raised his brow, contemplating for a moment before gently shaking his head. The cycle of cause and effect. The decrees of heaven and earth, how profound it is. It appears that the dragon continent shall once again be engulfed in a tempest of blood and strife. Let us send a missive to the mysterious cloud sect, urging them to handle this matter with care. The old monk, Xiao, possesses some knowledge of the situation. His failed attempt at transcending the divine has left him with little time remaining. Truly, he has no reservations. I hope our Buddhist order can avert this calamity. Indeed. Abbot. Chapter 37. The leader of the Joyous Sect, Yulinglong. In the realm of the four major orthodox sects, the Joyous Sect resides. Within a beautifully adorned chamber filled with a fragrant aroma, a woman clad in sheer silk garments sits gracefully. She possesses an enchanting figure. Her delicate form beneath the translucent fabric boasting an exaggeratedly perfect proportion that could stir the blood of any beholder. Her cascading black hair shines with a lustrous sheen, while her waist, as slender and smooth as a water snake, evokes the gentlest allure of a tender willow swaying in the breeze. Her exquisitely beautiful face captivates the heart, reminiscent of a queen among roses, vibrant and alluring. The subtly visible legs beneath her light skirt are long and well-proportioned, their tender skin glowing like spring snow. Her dainty feet are charmingly petite, reminiscent of warm, exquisite jade. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from her body is so alluring that any man who catches a whiff would find himself ensnared in its enchantment. This is Yulinglong, the leader of the Joyous Sect. A woman in a yellow dress enters the room. "Master, I have investigated the annihilation of the Xuanma sect." Yulinglong raises an enticing eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Was it the Piaomiao sect's doing? Indeed. It is said that an inner sect elder named Xiao from the Piaomiao sect was angered after the Xuanma sect abducted one of their outer disciples. Yulinglong's eyes flicker, a hint of recollection passing through. "Ah, so it is that handsome fellow," she muses with a slight smile. Xiao is Ji Shui's eldest disciple and the senior brother of Du Guling. It is said that he was taken on as a convenient apprentice when Ji Shui accepted Du Guling, possessing only mediocre talent, merely serving as a foil to her. Who would have thought that after a failed thunder tribulation, he would create such a stir at the brink of his demise? Yulinglong reminisces about the image of Xiao from several centuries ago, his breathtaking visage nearly rendering her speechless. The woman in the yellow dress blinks and says, "Master, the demonic forces are quite agitated, especially under the leadership of the master of the Xuanma sect, the Breaking Heaven demonic sect. If this matter is not handled properly, it may ignite a fierce conflict between the righteous and the demonic paths. Rising to her feet, Yu Linglong adjusts her delicate veil and reassures, Meyer, do not worry. I shall personally inquire with Du Guling shortly. Recently, that Du Guling has been flaunting an exceptional beauty-enhancing elixir she somehow acquired, boasting before me incessantly. Humph, that little girl is indeed fortunate. How enviable. The woman in the yellow dress timidly asks, Master, do you think there will be a confrontation between the righteous and the demonic? It's merely a trivial matter, Yu Linglong replies, looking at her with a chuckle. Even if a conflict arises, what of it? I would relish the resurgence of battle on the Panlong continent, for it would yield a new crop of extraordinary talents for the disciples of our joyous sect to cultivate. Meanwhile, at Piaomiao Mountain, in a small courtyard, Su Xiao sits on a meditation mat, his aged eyes slightly widening, a glimmer of light shining within them as he reflects on his recent progress to the second stage of the core formation. Since the recent baptism of the 9 turns Qi Yuan pill, his cultivation speed has reached a pace that elicits despair. In merely a few days, he has transcended to the first stage of the golden core realm. Should outsiders become aware of this, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. It is a well-known fact that for ordinary cultivators, each breakthrough in the golden core stage is fraught with difficulty, often taking hundreds of years. Among those who have lived for 500 years, it is common to find many who have not yet reached the 7th level of the golden core. In the past few days, he also took the opportunity to visit the Zilai Merchant Guild, replenishing his stock of gifts. He restocked the Foundation Establishment Pills to 200, and low-grade magical artifacts to 20. As for the mid-grade artifacts, he possesses 4, with 3 high-grade and 2 supreme-grade artifacts. He also retains 4 Yuaning talismans and 4 Huashan talismans. Additionally, he procured 3 rare mid-grade beauty pills, spending 300 high-grade spirit stones on them. Even as a mid-grade item, their price is exorbitant. After gifting 1 mid-grade beauty pill, the alluring Zi Yun provided him with some delightful incentives. Su Xiao was exceedingly pleased and returned a high-grade beauty pill. This item proves exceptionally beneficial when given to the Daughter of Destiny, making it an excellent gift for acquiring divine pills from the heavens, warranting early preparation. Upon reaching the 2nd level of the golden core, Su Xiao retreated to his small courtyard, reclining in a rocking chair while sipping tea and enjoying a leisurely life. At that moment, a streak of brilliance descended from the distance. Upon landing, it revealed his exquisite junior sister, Du Guling, adorned in a flowing azure dress, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Her flawless, delicate features bore a hint of seriousness as she approached Su Xiao and grasped his aging frame. Senior brother, have you annihilated the entire Xuanma sect? Du Guling's tone was tinged with indignation. Observing Su Xiao, her brows furrowed slightly. How could a senior brother nearing the end of his lifespan, and having fallen back to the foundation establishment stage, perpetrate such an act? Moreover, it was all for an outer sect female disciple. This was the most infuriating aspect for her. Su Xiao, perceiving her distress, replied, Junior sister, the Xuanma sect is merely a third-rate faction. Their destruction is inconsequential. After all, they abducted a disciple of our Piaomiao Sect. Du Guling withdrew her hand in frustration, retorting, Senior brother, I see you have reverted to your old ways. To obliterate a demon sect for the sake of 1 Lin Yena? What difference does that make to their malevolent ways? Furthermore, this matter has not only spread wildly within our sect, but has also reached the entire Panlong continent. Senior brother, you are nearing the end of your days. Must you not seek a more tranquil existence? Du Guling shook her head. Today, her communication talismans had almost been overwhelmed. Countless righteous sects had reached out to her, seeking clarification on the matter. Everyone feared that this could potentially ignite another conflict between the righteous and the demonic factions. And the catalyst for this turmoil was her senior brother's actions for the sake of a beautiful female disciple. Seeing her displeasure, Su Xiao's aged face broke into a faint smile. In an instant, he produced a fiery red hairpin, shimmering with strands of crimson light. The hairpin seemed to harbor boundless power, and as it was unveiled, the sound of a phoenix's song resonated. This was Su Xiao's supreme great artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. He had long devised a plan to enlist the help of his junior sister in resolving this matter. By presenting her with a gift, he could not only bribe her, but also ensure a return benefit, a masterstroke. As for the origin of the item, He had already concocted a story. Upon catching sight of the exquisite phoenix hairpin, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was a supreme magical artifact. She could sense the extraordinary power contained within the nine heavens' divine phoenix hairpin. This was the formidable aura characteristic of an unparalleled treasure. "Brother, where did you acquire such a remarkable item?" she inquired, her fair complexion tinged with a faint blush, for this splendid piece seemed tailor-made just for her. Xiao replied with calm assurance, "I obtained it after vanquishing the Piaomiao Sect. It was discovered in their treasury. My dear sister, this is their most precious possession. However, as this supreme artifact is a women's adornment, it would be inappropriate for me to keep it. Thus it is yours. In this lifetime, you are my sole beloved. If not for you, who else could I possibly gift it to?" Donggu Ling swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she accepted the nine heavens' divine phoenix hairpin from Xiao. With a gentle infusion of spiritual energy, a magnificent fire phoenix soared skyward, ascending into the clouds. The resounding cries of the phoenix reverberated through the heavens, drawing the astonished gazes of countless outer sect disciples. Chapter 38. The resurgence of sect opinions. How exhilarating! The fiery red phoenix hairpin danced in Donggu Ling's hands, her heart brimming with excitement. A supreme artifact she possessed only to herself. One had been gifted by her master, Shui, while the other she had acquired through great perseverance. To her astonishment, her senior brother had presented her with yet another supreme artifact today, one of her most cherished kind. "Brother, you are truly wonderful." The anger within Donggu Ling dissipated in an instant. Under the bombardment of such a lavish gift, she found herself utterly defenseless. Overcome with joy, she embraced Xiao, the enchanting fragrance enveloping her. "Sister, do not be overly excited." Xiao chuckled softly. "Sister, if only you could live to see me break through the void refinement stage," Donggu Ling replied, her heart overflowing with happiness. Acquiring a supreme artifact made the annihilation of the Piaomiao Sect seem trivial. "Brother, you truly cherish her." "All right, let us discuss serious matters," Xiao interjected. "Sister, the Piaomiao Sect is an affiliate of the Broken Sky Demon Sect. Should they come knocking, I entrust the matter to you." Donggu Ling scoffed lightly. "Fear not. With me around, they shall not stir up any great waves." At that moment, a thought struck her, and she curiously asked, "Brother, how is it that you have once again broken through to the core formation stage? And are you not nearing old age? With your artifact lost, how can you possibly eradicate the Piaomiao Sect? Brother, do you harbor some secrets yet untold?" Seating herself at a nearby table, Donggu Ling awaited Xiao's revelation. The latter smiled mysteriously. "Sister, though I faced a tribulation failure, I am not an ordinary cultivator." "Oh," Donggu Ling's phoenix eyes sparkled with intrigue. "I knew there was something amiss with you. You previously produced a supreme beauty elixir, and now you've obliterated the entire Piaomiao Sect. Their sect leader is, after all, a core formation cultivator," Xiao casually remarked. "Recently, I journeyed through the 10,000 great mountains and stumbled upon a senior's cave dwelling, from which I retrieved a few core formation talismans. Thus, when the Piaomiao Sect provoked me, they received a few of those talismans in return and were consequently eradicated." Upon hearing this, Donggu Ling's phoenix eyes gleamed with subtle brilliance. "Core formation talismans? Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Brother, your luck is extraordinary." Xiao chuckled. "Just a stroke of fortune, nothing more. Sister, I still possess a few core formation talismans. Should anyone dare to bully me in my old age, before they meet their demise, I can ensure they take a few with them." Donggu Ling declared, "Brother, with my Piaomiao Sect backing you, who would dare to provoke you? I shall be the first to oppose it. Brother, focus on enjoying your time in the sect, and refrain from causing trouble in the future." Afterward, Donggu Ling could hardly contain her eagerness to bid farewell, preparing to return and thoroughly refine the supreme artifact, the nine heavens' divine phoenix hairpin. With the aid of this artifact, her strength would ascend to new heights. Xiao gazed at the retreating silhouette of the woman, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations, host, on successfully bestowing the exquisite artifact, the nine heavens' divine phoenix hairpin. The treasure, the momentary 5 Extremes Mountain, has been returned." The momentary 5 Extremes Mountain, born from the fusion of earthly magnetic stones and infused with spiritual energy, can be refined to varying sizes, as sturdy as gold and iron. It bears the weight of the 5 mountains and 3 peaks. Under its pressure, Even gods and demons cannot withstand it. The annihilation of the Piaomiao Sect and the Nanming Sect reignited fervent discussions within the sections. Elder Xiao, nearing the end of his days, had obliterated a demonic sect for the sake of a mere outer disciple. This incident left the members of the Piaomiao Sect utterly astounded. Elder Su, who would have thought he could still wield such power in his twilight years? The Nanming Sect had formidable divine transformation cultivators stationed there. The law enforcement team, led by Lu Dajing, had become entirely passive, refraining from arrests or confrontations, allowing the disciples to speculate freely. They themselves were bewildered. How had Elder Su achieved this? In the morning, at the outer sect square, thousands of disciples could not help but marvel. Elder Su was astonishingly powerful. He had eradicated the Nanming Sect in just one day. Who had dared to claim that Elder Su was merely at the foundational level? Come forth and face the consequences. Alas, the beautiful female disciples in the sect were in for a rough time. With Elder Su's overwhelming strength, if he were to pursue them relentlessly, even the esteemed headmaster Dugu would struggle to intervene, to rescue Lin Yenner from the clutches of the Nanming Sect. Elder Su had taken such drastic measures. How fierce was that? Initially, the disciples were taken aback by Su Zhao's prowess. Subsequently, they began to jest about his unabashed desires. Now, for the sake of a beautiful disciple, he could annihilate an entire sect. What would happen if he encountered someone even more enchanting in the future? Moreover, given his advanced age, he had nothing to hold back. Elder Su was truly formidable. Yet, the majority of the female disciples gazed at him with starry eyes. Elder Su was incredibly valiant. I admire such a man immensely. How enviable for junior sister Lin. Elder Su is so dashing. To obliterate an entire sect for junior sister Lin, he is the romantic hero I dream of. It appears that Elder Su genuinely cherishes Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yenner. He would even risk his life to annihilate the Nanming Sect for them. Such admiration. It would be wonderful if such a majestic elder took notice of me. This last remark came from a nearby cleaning sister. As soon as she spoke, everyone around, regardless of gender, turned to her with peculiar expressions in their eyes. This auntie, perhaps you should consider your appearance. Does Elder Su even have the slightest interest in you? The cleaning lady instantly became displeased. She dropped her broom, hands on her wide hips, glaring with her round, copper-like eyes. What is wrong with me? Perhaps Elder Su might just fancy my type. Nearby female disciples were rendered speechless. Male disciples felt nauseated. In the accommodation area, Jean Liuxiang's charming face flushed slightly as she returned to her room. Inside, the pure and captivating Lin Yenner was meditating. Senior sister, you're back? Chapter 39. The arrival of the demonic sect. Jean Liuxiang gracefully approached and sat beside Lin Yenner, her enchanting figure radiating allure. With a satisfied smile in her bewitching eyes, she remarked, Junior sister, I have privately advised you for quite some time, yet you remain unheeded. When Elder Su's patience runs out, you shall find yourself entirely unguarded. Lin Yenner, gazing at her senior's fair neck adorned with a rosy hue, suddenly grasped that her sister had visited Elder Su's courtyard. Lowering her head, she fell silent. Over the past few days, she had grown familiar with Jean Liuxiang. Both were registered disciples under Lu Danian, thus forming a sisterly bond. To attend to Lin Yenner's cultivation and fulfill Elder Su's wishes, Jean Liuxiang had been by her side almost every day. An additional significant reason for their companionship was that both had been thrust into the limelight by the other disciples, making them hesitant to frequent the sect square. Lin Yenner, her face flushed with shyness, murmured, Sister, I still have not made up my mind. Deep within her heart, she found it difficult to accept that Elder Su, such a gentle and kind elder, would treat her so kindly merely for her beauty. Yet, upon glancing at her beautiful senior, her resolve wavered. Not only had her sister expressed this sentiment, but it echoed throughout the opinions of everyone outside. Then take your time to ponder, Jean Liuxiang replied with a smile. Junior sister, individuals like Elder Su, a formidable and benevolent figure, are indeed rare. Few would willingly offer their resources for our cultivation as he does. Only those nearing the end of their lifespans, like Elder Su, would act in such a manner. This is our opportunity. Without further ado, Jean Liuxiang washed herself and began her cultivation. Though Elder Su was aged, he was far more handsome than those greasy senior brothers and sisters. At noon, 3 formidable presences approached from the west, carrying an overwhelming aura of anger and intimidation. Upon reaching the gates of the Misty Mountains, they unleashed their full power, enveloping the entire sect in a formidable force. Duguling, come out at once. You, Misty Sect, have torn the agreement and unjustly slaughtered thousands of my demonic disciples. If you do not provide an explanation today, I, the leader of the Breaking Heaven demonic sect, shall not relent. The three figures hovered in the air, exuding a magnificent presence. Clad in black, the central figure was a stern-looking middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with fury, embodying the very essence of malevolence. He was Mo Jitian, the leader of one of the 5 great demonic sects of the Panlong continent. Flanking him were 2 elderly men with graying hair, their expressions fierce as they glared at the disciples of the Misty Sect below, arms crossed behind their backs, their eyes gleaming with menace. They were the inner elders of the Breaking Heaven demonic sect, here to assert their authority. The disciples of the Misty Sect, both within and outside the mountains, were stricken with terror, retreating into their buildings in fright. It is over, it is over. The Breaking Heaven demonic sect has come knocking. Oh, the dire consequences of Elder Su's actions. For the sake of a trivial matter, our Misty Sect is facing ruin. As they trembled in fear, the disciples were engulfed in dread. Suddenly, several ethereal presences surged from the inner mountains. In an instant, 4 streaks of luminous energy shot into the air, halting before the 3 members of the Broken Sky Demon sect. At the forefront stood a noble and graceful woman clad in a green dress. Her figure was long and exquisite, and her breathtaking beauty was enough to leave one breathless. The perfect form beneath her green attire was enveloped in a luminous white aura. With a mere gesture, she exuded boundless elegance and poise. Her flawless black hair danced gently in the breeze, swaying like delicate willows before her enchanting waist. Upon her appearance, the heavens and earth dimmed in comparison. She was none other than the sect master of the Misty Sect, Duguling. Behind her stood an elderly woman and 2 aged men, all donned in plain white robes, representing the esteemed inner elders of the Misty Sect. The 4 radiated an overwhelming and invincible aura, each at the 9th level of the ethereal transformation. Mo Jitian, mind your tongue, Duguling retorted fiercely. Having received the favor of her senior brother Xiao, this matter must be handled with utmost propriety. You, Duguling, the audacity of your Misty Sect knows no bounds. Mo Jitian, incensed by the affront, felt his anger boiling within him. The Misty Sect's arrogance was intolerable. They had annihilated a sect under the Broken Sky Demon sect, and yet dared to act so brazenly. This was beyond the pale. How dare you? Duguling scoffed disdainfully, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. A mere third-rate demon sect dares to kidnap a disciple of the Misty Sect and attempts to force her into servitude. We merely acted to uphold justice against such a wretched sect. Mo Jitian, if you leave today, consider it as if nothing has transpired. However, if you dare to make a move, today shall be your demise. Mo Jitian's fury reached a boiling point upon hearing her words. His chiseled features twisted in rage as he glared at Duguling, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare you, little girl? If I do not exact justice today, what face would my demon sect have left in this world? With that, Mo Jitian struck fiercely. In an instant, over a dozen enchanted demonic blades emerged, floating in the air and exuding a terrifying aura. Each of these blades was a high-grade artifact, a testament to the strength of the Broken Sky Demon sect. Childish tricks. Duguling huffed lightly. Instantly, a sword gleaming with azure light erupted from her chest. The moment it appeared, the temperature plummeted sharply. Snow began to fall from the sky, as if even the sunlight was about to freeze, surrounding them in an eternal ice cavern. This was Duguling's supreme artifact, the Ice Spirit Sword, renowned since the early days of her master, Ji Shui. Little girl, today, I shall see if you have truly inherited Ji Shui's legacy. With a thunderous roar, 3 high-grade demonic blades, shrouded in thick black energy, hurtled toward Duguling, their overwhelming spiritual power causing the very heavens to change color. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme Ice Spirit Sword, under the deliberate control of the esteemed Duguling, swathed in a thick layer of frost, soared gracefully through the air to intercept. As soon as the 3 demonic blades made contact with the icy sword, they were instantly encased in the chilling spiritual force it exuded, sent flying effortlessly away. How splendid! The disciples of the Misty Sect below were filled with elation at this display. Truly, their esteemed leader, Dugu, was unmatched in strength. In just a single move, it was evident that Dugu surpassed those of the demonic path by leaps and bounds. Magnificent, Dugu was not only beautiful, but also extraordinarily powerful. Those wretched demons dared to stir trouble in our misty sect, a blatant invitation to death. With Dugu at the helm, what was there to fear? Elder Su was indeed fortunate to have such a protective junior sister. One by one, the disciples of the Misty Sect emerged from their buildings, emboldened, openly gazing at the sky to witness the battle of divine transformation. Meanwhile, the demon known as Mo Tian, who had been struck back by the three blades, wore an expression of darkening dismay. How formidable! Although it had merely been a light probing moment ago, he could distinctly sense the immense power of the opponent's exquisite artifact and the vastness of the chilling spiritual force contained within. Dugu Ling, the leader of the Misty Sect, was likely on the verge of transcending to the void refinement stage. Chapter 40. The Might of the Nine Heavens. Divine Phoenix Hairpin Su Xiao reclined in a rocking chair within the quaint courtyard, observing the distant clash between Dugu Ling and Mo Tian in the sky, a subtle smile gracing his weathered face. Such trivial skirmishes, he chuckled softly. It was apparent that both parties were exercising restraint. Despite the fierce reputation of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, they dared not make a true move before the mysterious Cloud Sect. After all, the sect leaders were merely figureheads. The true experts were the formidable practitioners of the void refinement stage from various sections. Without their intervention, even the most boisterous threats were merely for show, seeking to gain some advantage. As he witnessed Dugu Ling and Mo Tian engage, Su Xiao felt deeply the formidable power of the God Transformation's 9th-level Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman returned by the system. One could surmise that merely casting a couple of these would leave Mo Tian unable to withstand them. He had already mastered the Supreme 5 Extremes Mountain artifact returned by the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. Now, with 2 artifacts in his possession, he wielded the might of a God Transformation expert. In the heavens, Mo Tian was unwilling to let the matter conclude so hastily. He bellowed at Dugu Ling, summoning a dozen demonic blades that radiated malevolent energy, causing a tempest of black fog to swirl in the sky. With a thunderous boom and the sound of cracking, the demonic blades seemed to respond to Mo Tian's call, merging into a colossal demonic sword. The black energy enveloped the space, causing it to tremble as it passed. It turned out to be a supreme-grade magical artifact. Dugu Ling, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh. Having heard of Mo Tian's possession of the supreme-grade black Xiao pursuing soul blade, to his astonishment, it was a blade formed from 18 superior-grade demonic swords. Ha! Dugu Ling, surrender Su Xiao now. That old dog shall not escape today. The hearts of countless disciples of my demon sect remain unsettled. I have pondered for 2 millennia and cannot fathom why a mere inner elder of the mysterious Cloud Sect would annihilate my entire Piaomiao Sect for a seemingly insignificant outer female disciple. Has that old fool succumbed to senility? Mo Tian yearned to confront Su Xiao directly with such questions. The opponent was nearing death, yet still instigated a righteous versus demonic war. Such a foolish old man would be better off dead for everyone involved. The colossal black blade, the black Xiao pursuing soul blade, swiftly approached Dugu Ling. The latter responded with a disdainful huff, unleashing the utmost chill of the supreme ice soul sword from midair. Instantly, a tempest of frigid winds surged forth, swiftly encasing the blade in a massive layer of ice, reducing its speed by 1/3. Subsequently, the outer layer of deep blue ice thickened, and in less than 2 breaths, a gigantic ice sword spiraled through the air. The surge of spiritual energy resonated as it charged toward the black Xiao pursuing soul blade. The clash of these 2 formidable forces sent shockwaves throughout the atmosphere, leaving the disciples of the mysterious Cloud Sect pale with fear. With a thunderous crash, the sword and blade collided, unleashing a torrent of tremendous energy waves. The force was so immense it felt akin to a cataclysm. The elders of both sides steadied themselves, their expressions reflecting a mixture of astonishment. This was the tremor caused by a God Transformation 9th-level expert wielding a supreme-grade artifact. Truly overwhelming. The black and blue artifacts clashed in the air, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a stalemate. Mo Tian fervently unleashed his spiritual energy, striving to maintain the invincibility of the black Xiao pursuing soul blade. However, he appeared to be in excruciating distress, his face turning a deep shade of liver red, and his wide eyes seemed on the verge of popping out of their sockets. In stark contrast, on the side of Dugu Ling, the atmosphere was serene and carefree, radiating an ethereal beauty. Still not stopping? Dugu Ling chuckled lightly. Her delicate jade-like fingers gracefully raised. Instantly, a streak of fiery crimson light shot forth from her beautiful black hair. As it ascended into the air, it transformed into several enormous fire phoenixes that danced and spiraled. With a resounding cry, the fire phoenixes charged directly towards Mo Jitian. The dark protective energy surrounding him appeared as feeble as cotton in the face of the blazing fire phoenixes and was immediately consumed by their flames. What kind of magical artifact is this? Yet another supreme-grade treasure? Duguling, where did you acquire such an extraordinary hairpin? Mo Jitian's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. The power of her hairpin was terrifying, standing out even among supreme-grade artifacts. As 3 fire phoenixes approached, the 2 elders from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect sighed softly. They joined forces to deploy a black flag artifact as a means of defense. The black flag expanded wildly, morphing into a dark wall of light that barely held back the assault of the 3 fire phoenixes. However, the wall crackled ominously under the searing heat of the phoenixes, and it seemed unlikely it would withstand for much longer. Dugu Sect Leader, it was your disciple Xiao who first annihilated my demon sect, violating the righteous demonic pact. The 5 sects of the demon path invite the 4 sects of the righteous path to participate in the forthcoming Tianjiang Mountain Conference in a month. Please bring Xiao along, so we may provide an explanation to both paths. If this matter is not resolved adequately, the Panlong continent will suffer untold devastation. After speaking, the 2 black-robed elders summoned their flying swords and prepared to retreat. They were utterly astonished. The leader of the Piaomiao Sect, Dugu Ling, had acquired yet another supreme-grade artifact. Moreover, it was an offensive artifact imbued with fire attributes. Mo Jitian was simply no match. Hearing this, Mo Jitian, filled with resentment, shouted, "No, Dugu Ling, come and face me in a fight to the death, and that Xiao, I will take his life." One elder replied solemnly, "Sect leader, we will discuss this in a month. That is enough for today. The Piaomiao sect has profound foundations. We must deliberate carefully. If we do not leave now, we will soon become a laughingstock to the righteous path." Mo Jitian's expression spiraled out of control, his face reddening like a monkey's backside. Ultimately, he spat out a few more curses, vehemently berating Xiao, before retreating in a hasty and embarrassed manner. "Xiao, in a month, I will personally take your life." The echoes of Mo Jitian's furious roars lingered as he vanished from sight. Dugu Ling retracted her artifact and shook her head. "Brother, you truly know how to stir up trouble. However, on account of the Jiutian Divine Wind hairpin, I shall forgive you." Her heart brimmed with joy. The power of this supreme-grade artifact far exceeded her expectations. With the fusion of ice and fire, her strength had at least increased by 30%. "Sect leader, how did you acquire yet another supreme-grade artifact?" exclaimed the 3 inner elders, rendered speechless. The exquisite artifact of the Miao sect is indeed recorded in the annals, yet this suddenly appeared fire phoenix divine hairpin has never been seen before. Dugu Ling joyfully exclaimed, "Elders, this was a gift from my senior brother. Although he is nearing the end of his days, he still holds affection for me." "What? Elder Su?" The 3 were once again taken aback, their aged eyes wide with disbelief as they exchanged glances. They had certainly heard the rumors regarding Elder Su. How could he, in such a casual manner, bestow an extraordinary artifact? "Thank you, Elder Su. You truly only bestow gifts upon beautiful maidens." Even the sect leader has succumbed. Detected a fateful adversary, Mo Jitian, identity, sect leader of the Piaomiao Demon Sect, mission issued. Eliminate the fateful adversary Mo Jitian, mission reward. Next gift will assuredly yield a 10,000-fold critical hit. By heavens. It has come again. Xiao sprang to his feet, hastily gazing into the distant sky. Yet, Mo Jitian had already vanished without a trace, leaving no shadow behind. "Damn it. System, why didn't you issue the mission sooner? Had you done so, I would have dispatched him just now." Chapter 41, The Grand Elder. Zhuge Wufang, the esteemed Master Dugu, is simply extraordinary. She is breathtakingly beautiful. Her charisma is unparalleled. The disciples of the Miao Sect gazed up at their goddess in the sky, their mouths agape, nearly drooling in reverence. They wished to venerate her as a deity. Master Dugu single-handedly faced 3 opponents, vanquishing the nefarious demons of the dark sect, sending them fleeing in disarray. Her might is truly formidable. The outer disciples were starstruck, their hearts racing with exhilaration. With such a powerful goddess at the helm of the Piaomiao Sect, they felt immensely fortunate. Fortunately, rumors circulated that Elder Su had pursued Master Dugu for a millennium, but she remained resolute in her refusal. That old lecher, were he to succeed, the fate of our master would be dire. It is said that Elder Su, in his youth, was strikingly handsome, nearly captivating our master. Thankfully, the Grand Elder kept a watchful eye, thwarting Elder Su's advances. The Grand Elder is magnificent. That old lecher dares to covet the goddess beloved by all male disciples of the Piaomiao Sect. Thankfully, he is nearing the end of his days. At such an advanced age, our master has finally navigated through this perilous phase. Splendid. Over the years, the disciples have often heard whispers regarding the rumored romance between the master and Elder Su. Yet, they all understood a crucial point. Dugu Ling had cultivated her pure Yin body to the 9th level of the transformation god realm within a millennium, aiming for the void refinement stage. This implies that even after 1,000 years of pursuit, that old lecher had never laid a finger on their goddess. At this moment, within the sect, both inner and outer disciples were overwhelmed with a sense of relief, collectively exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration. Elder Su has less than a year left to live. When he passes, he will undoubtedly be consumed by regret, his heart shattered. What a delightful thought. Feasting and revelry await, as all male disciples prepare to celebrate the demise of the old lecher. Some who once harbored secret affections for Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er even hope that the dark sect will deal with this old lecher decisively, hastening his departure from this world. Days later, adorned in a flowing light green gown, Dugu Ling soared through the air on her sword, heading toward a perilous location in the back mountains. She descended onto a ledge between cliffs, pressed against a stone door, and entered gracefully. Master Zhuge, the date for the 9 Sects conference is set for next month, Dugu Ling announced to an elegant elder in a Taoist robe seated within the cave dwelling. She settled onto a stone bench, sighing. The 5 major dark sects are united as never before, and they will undoubtedly demand an explanation from our Piaomiao Sect. This will not be easy to navigate. She glanced at the exquisite tea wafting with enticing fragrance on the stone table. Her delicate nose twitched, and she promptly poured herself a cup, gulping it down with delight. Master, this spirit tea is exquisite. It surpasses even the finest spirit stones. Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. She quickly poured herself several more cups. Stop. Don't finish it all. This pot costs 100 superior spirit stones. The elder winced in pain, rushing over to seize the teapot. Ling, my dear, 1 cup is sufficient for you. Do you wish for me to drink it all? The elder's tone was tinged with bitterness. The old Taoist, with hair as white as snow and a complexion as smooth as that of an infant, appeared to be in his 50s, considerably younger than Xiao. Noticing that only half a pot remained, he hastily tucked it away, hesitant to bring it forth again. Humph. Dugu Ling shot a glance at him, remarking, Master Uncle, you are quite stingy. Look at my senior brother. He gives me exquisite magical artifacts without a second thought. He is truly the better one. The old Taoist chuckled at her words, adjusting his long beard as he sat down. Ling girl, what on earth is that rascal Xiao up to lately? At 1,000 years of age, he spends his days indulging in the company of female disciples. I can hardly bear to witness it. A lecher like him, and you still find him appealing? Aren't you afraid of making people laugh until their teeth fall out? Zhuge Wufang, one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Piaomiao Sect, could not fathom why that scoundrel Xiao would engage in such behavior at his age. To keep mistresses? Even I, as an elder, could not stoop to such a level. Dugu Ling, with a hint of uncertainty, replied, Master Uncle, while I do not believe my senior brother is that sort of person, the truth remains. As for his motivations, I am not entirely sure. Perhaps he faces some hidden struggles. Zhuge Wufang rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the table. What struggles? That scoundrel has simply been unable to entertain thoughts of you for a millennium and now seeks solace with a few charming female disciples as he nears his end. I understand these matters well. At this point, a wave of melancholy washed over Zhuge Wufang. The memory of his junior sister, Ji Shui, with her myriad charms, kept him awake at night. Having waited a lifetime for her, he found himself with nothing to show for it. Occasionally, he longed to emulate Xiao and take a few mistresses for comfort, but as a distinguished elder of the Piaomiao Sect, he could never bring himself to do so. Thus, even after several millennia, he remained a lonely virgin. Dugu Ling observed him curiously, asking, "Master Uncle, why are you in tears?" "Oh, it is nothing. I merely recalled some old memories." Zhuge Wufang composed himself and murmured, "Let us discuss serious matters, Ling girl. The righteous and demonic factions must not go to war. The 7,000 years of peace in the Panlong continent have been hard-won. The human race has only just begun to flourish anew, and we cannot let that scoundrel's actions jeopardize everything. In my view, if the demonic faction presses hard, we might appease them with a supreme magical artifact. One such artifact could exchange for an entire sect's territory, which is hardly a loss." Dugu Ling nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in his proposal. After all, the supreme magical artifact would not come from her own resources. This is the supreme artifact, the glimmering mirage fan. You take it, and when the time comes, present it to the Breaking Sky Demon Sect. Zhuge Wufang remarked that this object, though ornate, serves little practical purpose, while it can create myriad illusions to confound enemies. Even possessing a modicum of offensive capability, it is of no consequence to cultivators at the transformation stage and holds no real value for the demonic sect. Dugu Ling took the charming feather fan into her hands, blinking in curiosity. "Master Uncle, what if the issue resolves without needing to present this magical artifact?" Zhuge Wufang chuckled softly. "In that case, my dear Ling, you may keep it. It still has some utility at the transformation stage." "Thank you, Master Uncle." Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. A single exquisite magical artifact is certainly preferable to none at all. Her typically frugal Master Uncle had finally shown some generosity. Her mind began to race with ideas on how to intimidate the members of the demonic sect into submission. Additionally, she resolved that Xiao, that troublesome young man, ought to behave himself within the sect. With only 50 years of life left, must he continue to meddle in affairs? Why not enjoy a peaceful retirement instead? At his age, his quiet passing would serve as the greatest contribution to our Miao sect and humanity as a whole. Chapter 42. Arrival at the Celestial Mountain. A month passed swiftly. Through continuous resource nourishment, Su Zhao's Taoist body reached the 4th stage of the core formation within merely a month. Such an unprecedented rate of advancement during the core formation stage is unparalleled in history. He became increasingly adept at wielding the 5 Extremes Mountain and the Southern Bright Fire Sword. Their combination was hard for ordinary spirit transformation practitioners to resist. During this time, Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er consumed a total of 30 Foundation Establishment pills and returned with 50 Essence Gathering pills. He also distributed a mid-grade youth preserving pill to each of them, receiving 3 high-grade youth preserving pills in return. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably this month. However, one thing left Xiao dissatisfied. From the lips of Lu Dajing, he learned that his esteemed reputation among the elders of the mysterious Cloud sect had become but a shadow of its former self. Furthermore, the Outer Sect's enforcement team had caught wind of a new nickname for Xiao within the sect, the terrifying Old Lecher. What on earth? Who is spreading such malicious rumors about me? Xiao sat in the rocking chair of his courtyard, letting out a long sigh. Curse that system. It has tarnished my reputation. Previously, the enforcement team had been complacent, and now Xiao was ready to adopt a similar attitude. At dawn, beams of light descended upon the inner mountain. Landing outside Zhao's courtyard were Dugu Ling and 3 inner sect elders. Hee, Elder Su, your leisurely days of retirement have become the envy of many. Once I fail my lightning tribulation, I shall move here to keep you company. The portly elder among the 3 approached Xiao with a grin. Xiao rose with a smile to greet him. Old Zhu, what do you mean? Given your physique, overcoming the void refinement lightning tribulation should be a piece of cake for you. If I were to depart in the future, I would still rely on you all to assist the sect leader. He acknowledged the other 2 elders, Old Lu and Elder One. One was a stern-looking elder, while the other was a white-haired matron. Both responded with smiles, their gazes towards Xiao revealing hints of astonishment and intrigue. Elder Su, how is it that despite the impending failure of the lightning tribulation, you appear more invigorated than ever? With your indulgences and the gifts of exquisite artifacts to the sect leader, are you experiencing a resurgence of vitality? The 3 of them were seasoned inner sect elders of the mysterious Cloud sect, personally appointed by Ji Shui to assist Dugu Ling with sect affairs. All were formidable practitioners at the 9th stage of spirit transformation, and they were well acquainted with Su Xiao. Dugu Ling, adorned in a flowing green dress, radiated a noble charm, her exquisite figure glowing like a beacon. In comparison to the 4 elderly figures beside her, she was akin to a swan amidst a gaggle of groundhogs. Senior brother, let us depart. Today is the day of the Celestial Mountain Conference, Dugu Ling urged. Uncle Zhuge has warned you to behave yourself in retirement and refrain from any more antics. Otherwise, he will personally come to find you. The 3 elders exchanged knowing smiles, casting sidelong glances at the notorious old lecher spoken of within the sect. Elder Wen shook her head in disbelief. How had the once dashing and vibrant young man who had stirred the sect become such a figure of frivolity in his old age? Blinded by folly. She truly was deceived at that time. Su Xiao chuckled. Rest assured, junior sister, your elder brother is not such a person. After imparting some advice regarding the upcoming meeting of the 9 sects at Tianjiang Mountain, Dugu Ling and her 3 companions summoned their flying swords and leaped into the air. Seeing this, Su Xiao let out a soft snort and leisurely retrieved a colossal sword of pure white jade from his spatial vault. As the sword was summoned, it emanated a cascade of vibrant, multicolored light. Su Xiao stepped lightly upon it, accompanied by a beautiful halo, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding an unparalleled aura. This was the esteemed flying sword of Lihuo from the Piaomiao Sect, a mere display piece of little practical use, yet undeniably stylish. Dugu Ling and the 3 inner sect elders were utterly mesmerized. Their pupils trembled, nearly blinded by the brilliance. Elder Su truly becomes more extraordinary with age. Brother, shall we exchange swords? I find yours quite intriguing. No exchange. This is merely a decorative item and serves no real purpose. Your elder brother possesses few magical artifacts, so I make do with this one. Tianjiang Mountain, the heart of the Panlong continent, serves as a central hub for the various human nations to communicate, where powerful representatives from each nation convene to discuss matters of great importance. The meeting of the 9 sects is essentially the highest level assembly at Tianjiang Mountain. Typically, convening such a meeting signifies a crisis for humanity, necessitating collective discussion. After flying for half a day, they arrived at a towering snow-capped peak. The summit seemingly cloaked in radiant, multicolored light, a breathtaking sight from afar. As the 5 reached the pinnacle, they found an open area surrounded by 9 long tables, prepared for the representatives of the righteous 4 sects and the demonic 5 sects. Ah, Sister Dugu has arrived. It has been quite some time. You have grown even more beautiful. A stunning woman draped in pink gauze stepped forward, greeting Dugu Ling and her companions with a smile. Oh, could this be the famed inner sect elder of the Miao Sect, Su Xiao? How have you aged so? Alas, what a pity. Su Xiao regarded the breathtaking woman scrutinizing him, his white brows slightly furrowing. It was the leader of the Hahuan sect, Yu Linglong, adorned in sheer fabric. Her enchanting visage seemed capable of ensnaring the very souls of men with a single glance. Her long, alluring legs appeared even more radiant than the surrounding snow. Every gesture she made radiated the peak allure of mature femininity. This woman is remarkably striking even atop this icy peak. Detected, Fate's Chosen One, Yu Linglong, Fate Level, SS, Return Multiplier, 50, Bond Level, 1, the system's voice echoed in Su Xiao's ear. His aged eyes glimmered as he focused on the leader of the Hahuan sect, a newfound brightness shining within. He stepped forward with a smile, clasping his fists in greeting. Ah, it has been many years since we last met, Master Yu. You have truly become more radiant. Su Xiao felt a surge of delight and instinctively began to scrutinize the other party. To his surprise, the leader of the Hahuan sect turned out to be a rare SSS-class fortune bearer. If a gift were to be presented, it would undoubtedly lead to a monumental outcome. Senior brother, what are you doing? Dugu Ling, noticing Su Xiao's momentary distraction, immediately darkened her expression and pulled him back. The 3 elders nearby, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, shook their heads at Su Xiao's behavior. Elder Su, it seems that upon encountering a beauty, you are rendered utterly motionless. Now they understood why this old man had taken a young mistress. Truly, he was an old lecher. Even the enchanting women of the Hahuan sect, known for their insatiable desires, had captured his attention. Chapter 43. the 5 sects of demonic path upon catching sight of Du Guling's expression. Yu Linglong instantly deduced the unusual connection between the two. Her alluring eyes shimmered with a subtle radiance. Despite Su Xiao being on the brink of death, could Du Guling still harbor such thoughts? Although he was indeed a distinguished gentleman, Du Guling's lack of discernment was quite amusing. Suddenly, Yu Linglong's countenance shifted. She gazed at Su Xiao ahead, her captivating eyes sparkling with intrigue. Fortune. Through the unique secret arts of the Lihuo sect, she perceived the boundless fortune enveloping Su Xiao. Such an immense reservoir of fortune was inexplicably manifesting on the frail, elderly figure who had failed to withstand the tribulation of thunder. She was utterly bewildered. Yu Linglong had never encountered a man radiating such prodigious fortune. Logically, this was an impossibility. She swallowed hard, her excitement palpable. The Lihuo sect's techniques were distinctive, capable of absorbing fortune to significantly expedite the cultivation process. The fortune surrounding this elder was so vast, it was almost beyond belief. With his assistance, the success rate of refining the void would be guaranteed. Haha, Du Guling. Even in his advanced age, your senior brother's charm remains undiminished. Yu Linglong gracefully approached, wrapping her arms around Su Xiao's. A beguiling fragrance wafted through the air. The latter was momentarily taken aback. This woman was truly a siren of unparalleled allure. Master Yu, please temper your advances. My lifespan is already limited. Su Xiao sighed, shaking his head. What of your dwindling lifespan? If Du Guling is enamored, then I too am intrigued. Elder Su, do visit the Lihuo sect. We shall extend our warmest hospitality. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. The rumors surrounding him were indeed accurate. For the fortune he possessed, she was more than willing to cultivate a rapport. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. His allure only intensified the more she gazed upon him. Yu Linglong, do you not recognize the nature of this occasion? If you wish to be frivolous, choose another. Your senior brother cannot endure your whims. Du Guling felt a surge of irritation. Had the other completely disregarded her status as his junior sister? Yet, she was equally perplexed, wondering why her senior brother, in such a decrepit state, failed to repel Yu Linglong's advances. Du Guling, you appear rather petty. You are so stringent. Are you not pitying our elderly gentleman here? With a reluctant release of Su Xiao's arm, she retreated back to the realm of the Lihuo sect. Yu Linglong's seamless display of charm left Zhu Luwan and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Their expressions were a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Initially, they had assumed that Elder Su was the one with ulterior motives. Yet, it was Yu Linglong who had taken the initiative. They silently scrutinized Su Xiao, who appeared to be a decade older than themselves, each of them racking their brains to fathom the mystery. How could such a frail old man, on the verge of death, possibly attract the attention of the Lihuo sect's leader? It was utterly inconceivable. As Du Guling coldly scoffed beside Su Xiao, she remarked, Senior brother, if you wish to meet an untimely end, then indulge in frivolities with that woman. Do not blame your junior sister for failing to warn you. With that, she cast a fierce glare at Yu Linglong before taking her seat at the table. Although angered, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of contrary admiration. After all, her senior brother's allure remained undiminished, proving worthy of the affection she once held for him. He still had the power to ensnare that vixen. Once both parties settled, the Master Dao of Daoshanmen, accompanied by 3 elders, soon arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, the elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, scrutinized Su Xiao intently. Was this the individual who annihilated the Piaomiao Sect for the sake of a petty lover? Had he not failed his thunder tribulation? How could he possibly achieve this level of cultivation, currently at the core formation stage? Dao Yi's examination grew rather excessive, prompting an awkward smile from Su Xiao in response. He recognized these individuals. Dao Yi was, after all, a rather incorrigible character himself. In the distance, a radiant light obscured the skies as 3 bald elders approached, riding on a wave of Buddhist radiance. The monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple had arrived. Chanting their sutras, they solemnly seated themselves at the table, eyes closed in meditation, embodying the demeanor of enlightened monks. In Su Xiao's eyes, only the monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple seemed somewhat normal. Next came the 5 demonic sects, the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, the Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the 10,000 Poisons Sect. A palpable aura of malevolence, bloodlust, and decay enveloped the area. As these four demonic sects made their entrance, the once serene Tianjiang Mountain was instantly shrouded in an eerie shadow. Even the nearby pristine snow began to corrode, becoming riddled with decay. Where were the members of the Polar Demon Sect? That insufferable Xiao. I had expected them to set off early, yet here they are, still not arriving. What trickery is this? The master of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, Mo Tian, had initially felt anger upon seeing the members of the Piaomiao Sect. Now, after such a prolonged delay, the Polar Demon Sect's intentional tardiness only fueled his fury. It was not that the demonic sects lacked unity, but rather that the new leader of the Polar Demon Sect was excessively pretentious. Even among the various demonic sects, there was a palpable sense of discomfort. On the righteous side, the members merely smiled in silence, patiently awaiting their counterparts. Before long, a fragrant shower of exquisite flower petals began to drift from the heavens. A melodious tune resonated, stirring the hearts of those present. From the distant horizon, a lavish gilded palanquin, gracefully lifted by 8 enchanting demonesses, glided into view. The new leader of the Polar Demon Sect, Master Xiao, had arrived. 3 elder figures in black robes cleared the way, calling out to the summit ahead. The gilded palanquin, borne aloft by the 8 demonesses, descended gracefully to the center of the clearing. A strikingly handsome man clad in a dapper white robe emerged, gently supporting 2 of the demonesses as he stepped down. "Greetings, esteemed seniors," announced the new leader of the Polar Demon Sect, Xiao. A palpable chill emanated from the handsome figure, an embodiment of the ultimate coldness at the 9th level of the transformation stage. Xiao and the others from the righteous faction gazed at this new leader of the Polar Demon Sect as though he were a fool. The remaining 4 demonic sects were each left with a grim expression. This tyrant had utterly disgraced their esteemed organizations. Upon his first encounter with Yulinglong and Duguli, Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly crossing in disbelief. Good heavens! The maidens of the righteous sects are truly exquisite. Master, please assist me. I desire them all. Chapter 44. The extraordinary experience. Baby Xiao felt as though his heart might explode. It thumped wildly, pounding with fervor. He exerted every ounce of willpower to maintain composure, lest he embarrass himself before his 2 future wives. Such a physique, such a visage. He glanced at Yulinglong and then at Duguli, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire, sparkling with unrestrained brilliance. This was undeniably the perfect partner tailored just for him. Fool, compose yourself. Do not lose your decorum in the presence of women. You are the leader of the extreme demonic sect. A voice resonated from the depths of his consciousness, jolting him back to reality. Yes, master, I understand. A flicker of fear crossed Xiao's eyes as he hurriedly led the 8 demonesses and 3 elders to the location of the extreme demonic sect. Once seated, his eyes glowed with an emerald brilliance, fixating unblinkingly on Yulinglong and Duguli. A mischievous smile curled at his lips. They were his, all his. He had a formidable master supporting him, the destined one of the Panlong continent. Yulinglong and Duguli exchanged glances filled with mutual disdain as they regarded this never-before-seen young leader. Xiao wore a peculiar expression. It had been ages since he had encountered such an imbecile. Detected the child of fate. Xiao, source of fate, contains the soul of a harmonization stage cultivator within. Mission issued. Eliminate the child of fate, Xiao. Mission reward. 10,000-fold return system item library upgrade. Enhancement of item quality cap. Another mission? Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao felt a surge of astonishment. This was no mere gift of critical hits. This was a direct upgrade of the item library. He now sensed that the items returned by the system had a limit. The highest for elixirs was the Celestial Divine Elixir, while for magical tools, it was the treasured artifacts. If it leveled up again, the returned items would be nothing short of miraculous. How exhilarating! This pompous Xiao had always been irksome to him. Now, with the system issuing a mission targeting this exceptional child of fate, he was practically a superlative experience baby. However, it must be noted that the presence of a harmonization stage old monster's soul within him posed a considerable challenge. The harmonization stage, a realm beyond the virtualization stage, was shrouded in mystery even to Xiao, who knew little about it. One thing was certain. Reaching the harmonization stage meant standing at the pinnacle of the Panlong continent. Yet, he remained untroubled. After all, The adversary only harbored a harmonization stage soul, and its power was likely incomplete. In a real confrontation, it would likely fall short of a fully realized virtualization stage cultivator. There was no need for haste. With the system at his disposal, he would gradually dismantle this arrogant figure. Sister, when did this new leader of the extreme demonic sect take office? I had not heard of it before. Determined to take the life of this pompous fool, Su Xiao began to inquire. Du Guling flicked her phoenix eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao, and softly replied, "It is a recent development. Xiao emerged as a remarkable talent during the grand competition of the extreme polar demon sect, astonishing all with his ability to defeat a transformation stage cultivator despite being at the nascent soul level. This extraordinary feat garnered the attention of the esteemed elders, who took him as a direct disciple. Over the decades, Xiao honed his formidable gifts, achieving the pinnacle of the transformation stage and subsequently assuming the mantle of sect leader. Now, at merely 4 centuries of age, he is poised to ascend to the void refinement stage, a certainty beyond doubt. Furthermore, due to his meteoric rise, the extreme polar demon sect has subtly established itself as the foremost among the 5 major demon sections. Su Xiao nodded slowly, recognizing the archetypal protagonist in Xiao. With a concealed divine soul within, it was no wonder he cultivated at such a rapid pace, boasting formidable strength. Dong Guling, having expressed her disdain, wished to avoid any further mention of the lecherous and ostentatious Xiao. Despite his youth, strength, and exceptional talent, his lascivious gaze repulsed her to the point of wishing to avert her eyes. Yu Linglong shared a similar sentiment. Although Xiao was a young genius with an abundance of fortune, precisely the type favored by her sect, his lewd demeanor and frivolous eyes made her feel disgusted, a sentiment she had never experienced towards men before. Moreover, after witnessing Su Xiao's boundless aura, Xiao appeared utterly insignificant by comparison. The allure of the seasoned gentleman suited her far better. Yu Linglong, captivated by Su Xiao's unique charisma and infinite fortune, felt a deep-seated affection. As Xiao finished his display, the crowd dismissed it as mere folly. The meeting commenced with Patian, the representative of the Breaking Heaven demon sect, vehemently berating Su Xiao, hurling insults such as old dog, murderous maniac, and lecherous old man, while revealing sordid details that even the disciples of the Misty sect had not unearthed. With each revelation, the atmosphere thickened, as names like Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yan'er were mentioned. In a fit of rage, Patian declared to Dong Guling that the repulsive deeds of this old dog, Su, were far from over, branding him as a disgrace to humanity for his heinous acts. He demanded that if no resolution was reached today, the Breaking Heaven demon sect would not stand idly by regarding the slaughter of thousands by Su Xiao, nor would the other 4 demon sections. After Patian took his seat, the righteous sects exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Had it not been for the recent revelations sweeping across the Panlong continent, they would have fiercely defended Su Xiao's prior conduct. However, the truth was undeniable. He had indeed annihilated the entire Xianin sect for the sake of a female disciple from the outer sect. The 3 venerable monks from the Buddhist order commenced a serious discourse, tracing the struggles of humanity from millennia past to the present, advocating for unity among the human race. Yet, amidst their earnest entreaties, Patian interjected, demanding that the Breaking Heaven demon sect be allowed to vent its grievances today, or the entire realm of demon sects would rise in opposition. Mo Jitian remained unmoved, retorting with unwavering resolve. Upon realizing that the demon sect had no intention of letting matters rest, Du Guling understood that the Liuguang Qianhuan fan could no longer be safeguarded. Thus, she spoke coldly. My senior brother has failed in his tribulation and has little time left. Mo Jitian, having said so much, state your intentions plainly. If you seek my brother's life, you must tread over my corpse to claim it. At her words, several members of the Breaking Sky demon sect scoffed. Mo Jitian replied slowly, Du Guling, I am aware of the deep bond you share with that old dog Su. You would rather see him grow old than kill him. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you. Here rests the proposition. That old dog Su is quite capable, isn't he? And he enjoys exterminating sects? I propose a one-on-one duel. If he can endure a single incense stick's worth of time against me, this matter shall be resolved. What say you? To demand Su Xiao's life directly would mean tearing the veil with the righteous path, a risk too great to bear. To seek benefits outright would also be unbecoming. Pride would not allow such a request. The most prudent strategy would be to engage in a splendid duel, compelling the opponent to willingly concede and offer benefits. While anger simmered, securing sufficient gains from the Piaomiao Sect was of utmost importance at this juncture. Chapter 45. The unquestionable dominance of Wang Xiao. When the demand for magician was put forth, all present understood the implications. The three elderly monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple sighed in relief, recognizing that there was no serious threat. The Dao Sect and the Lihuo Sect cast disdainful glances at the Piaomiao Sect, too apathetic to offer further commentary. Dugu Ling snorted softly, having long suspected the ulterior motives of her opponents. Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This adversary destined for misfortune had conveniently presented himself. With 4 remaining talismans of the 9th level of transformation and 2 magical artifacts at his disposal, Magician was essentially walking to his demise. Dugu Ling chuckled lightly, narrowing her eyes as she addressed Magician. Magician, my senior brother has failed his tribulation and is merely at the golden core stage. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for challenging him, a mere practitioner of the 9th level of transformation? She continued, how about I stand in for my brother in this contest of spells? If you can endure a single incense stick's duration against me, I shall offer my brother's life as restitution for your grievances. What say you? Xiao nearly lost his balance upon hearing her words. His junior sister was so considerate. No, this was a matter between him and that old curmudgeon Su. It must be resolved personally. However, Magician was not foolish. He merely sought benefits and had no intention of risking his life. Old Su was nearing the end of his days, his life worth little. Dugu Ling anticipated this response and was prepared to compromise, intending to silence the Mo sect members with the promise of the Liu Guang Qianhuan Fan. Just as everyone thought the 9 sects conference was coming to a successful conclusion, with humanity's peace preserved, a voice filled with righteous indignation abruptly emerged, preceding Xiao. I object. Xiao rose, brandishing a magical folding fan, and in the frigid air, he fanned himself while laughing. Magician, you are being excessively oppressive. He continued, Xiao, elder of the Piaomiao Sect, has faced tribulation failure and is in the twilight of his years, with little time left. How can you bring harm upon such a forlorn, defenseless elder? He then turned towards Dugu Ling with a charming smile. Rest assured, Sect Master Dugu, with me, Xiao here, no one shall lay a finger on your solitary senior brother. Initially intending to follow the Mo sect's plan, upon seeing Dugu Ling, he shifted his stance. This was a splendid opportunity for him to forge a connection with her. Only a remarkable female cultivator like Dugu Ling was worthy of being a companion to someone of his destined caliber. Xiao's unpredictable behavior left the other 4 demonic sects in bewilderment, while Magician looked on with a face full of suspicion. What on earth is this brat up to? The righteous sects regarded Xiao with astonishment. How peculiar was this new leader of the extreme polarity demon sect? Being ancient beings who had lived for millennia, they could easily discern that this young man had taken a fancy to Dugu Ling. Xiao, what on earth are you doing? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, summon your sect's elders. Do not embarrass our Mo sect here. Magician ground his teeth in frustration, while the Piaomiao sect was ready to intervene, only to be interrupted by this audacious young man. How could one still defend the righteous? Are the individuals from the Polar Demon Sect blind to have chosen such a lecherous person as their leader? Demon Lord G. One must not show disrespect towards the leader of the Polar Demon Sect. Instantly, 3 dark-robed elders from the Polar Demon Sect positioned themselves protectively in front of Xiao, their cold gazes directed at the group from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, exuding the formidable aura of the 9th level of transformation. These were the 3 most powerful intersect elders of the Polar Demon Sect, unwaveringly guarding Xiao, solely to ensure the absolute safety of their extraordinary genius. Xiao casually waved his fan, signaling the 3 elders to withdraw. He then stepped forward with measured grace and addressed Demon Lord Ji with a composed smile. There is no need for anger, Demon Lord. Su Zhao's life is of little value. If you could extend a courtesy to the Polar Demon Sect and refrain from troubling leader Dugu, I am willing to compensate with 2,000 high-grade spirit stones on behalf of leader Dugu, as an apology to your Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Boom. Xiao's proclamation struck like a thunderclap, leaving all present in stunned silence. The Polar Demon Sect was offering compensation to the Misty Sect? and a staggering 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Was Xiao truly so infatuated with a woman that he had lost his senses? The three elders from the Misty Sect were bewildered. Their leader's allure was so immense that it had completely captivated that young man. Dugu Ling cast a look of disdain at Xiao, choosing silence. Although she was eager to refuse his assistance, who would dare oppose high-grade spirit stones? Despite feeling a sense of revulsion at the thought of accepting such money, it was still money after all. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones? Xiao, are you serious? Demon Lord Ji was equally flabbergasted. Such a colossal sum was beyond his capacity to decline. In fact, he even swallowed hard at the thought. Their breaking heaven demon sect's psychological threshold was merely 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, yet the other party was offering double that. This wretched boy certainly had a significant amount of spirit stones in his possession. Xiao reveled in the awe and astonishment directed at him. Feeling an immense sense of delight, he felt as though he were floating in the clouds. This was a requisite for becoming the king of extravagance. He relished being so flamboyant and captivating. His gaze then fell upon the exquisite figure of Dugu Ling, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he declared, "I share a fateful connection with Leader Dugu. The mere 2,000 spirit stones are but a trifle. Leader Dugu, let us not allow such trivial matters to disrupt our harmony between the righteous and the demonic." Ha! Dugu Ling was now unwilling to even cast a glance in his direction. He was simply too lecherous. Even someone as greedy as she felt on the verge of losing control, wanting to pummel him before ultimately rejecting his advances. Very well. Since the Polar Demon Sect had intervened to mediate this matter, the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect would naturally extend a courtesy in return. Demon Lord Ji was in high spirits, having acquired double the sum. "Su, you old dog, now that you are on the brink of death, refrain from wandering about. Simply take care of your little mistress and do not cause further troubles." He chuckled. "Living out your days in peace would be the greatest contribution you could make to our human race, huh?" With that, he settled down with a sense of satisfaction. Xiao cast an exceedingly lascivious glance at Dugu Ling before returning to his seat. At this moment, both the righteous and demonic factions were somewhat perplexed. To flaunt before the fairer sex, Xiao had the audacity to produce 2,000 spirit stones. Truly the king of pretense. Nevertheless, while it was amusing to observe, the matter had been resolved. The anxieties of those from the Wanfo Temple and the Daotian sect were finally alleviated, at the very least. A grand battle between the righteous and demonic was averted, just as the elderly monk from the Wanfo Temple prepared to deliver a stirring farewell speech. Su Xiao stood up with a cold smirk. "Esteemed guests, the spirit stones from the extreme demon sect are not accepted by my Piaomiao Sect." His aged voice resonated throughout the venue, once again shocking the disciples of the 9 sections. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, stared in disbelief at the standing Su Xiao. "Elder Su, you refuse to accept them?" The sect master had not uttered a word. In this situation, they could effortlessly acquire a peerless magical artifact. The righteous faction's previous sense of relief was once again replaced by anxiety. What madness was Su Xiao exhibiting? Is he not allowing anyone to feel at ease? You, an elder on the brink of death in the core formation stage, have stirred such a tumult, and now, when someone stands up for you, you are unwilling to accept it? Chapter 46. Aging and fearlessness. All eyes at the scene were captivated by the ethereal figure of Su Xiao, an elderly man exuding an aura of otherworldliness. The members of the Breakthrough Demon Sect swallowed nervously, apprehensive about what this old man might unleash next. For them, this was a golden opportunity. Dugu Ling furrowed her brows slightly and whispered, "Senior brother, perhaps it's best if you refrain from speaking any further. If you continue, we may lose the flowing light and 1,000 illusions fan." Su Xiao smiled charmingly. "Fear not, junior sister. Just observe. Leave everything to your senior brother. I assure you, there will be no unnecessary expenses." What a jest! The demon lord of the abyss had issued a mission with a 10,000-fold reward. Such a splendid chance to deal with the adversary could not be squandered by Xiao's interference, nor could he dare to flaunt his bravado before him. Addressing the astonished and worried gazes of the crowd, Su Xiao exclaimed, "Demon lord of the abyss, I have tolerated you for far too long. You foul imbecile. Do you find pleasure in barking like an old dog? You wish to challenge me? Very well, I accept your challenge. But this shall not be a mere skirmish. It will be a battle of life and death." With that, he turned to the distant Xiao and scoffed, "How old are you?" You wish to meddle in the affairs of us elders? You should focus on growing up first. The 2,000 spirit stones are but a trifling matter for my misty sect. You need not concern yourselves with that. If the demon lord of the abyss seeks a duel, I am equally willing. Gasp. The entire assembly, both righteous and demonic, were left in stunned silence by Su Xiao's declaration. Even the enlightened monks of the 10,000 Buddha's temple scrutinized this old man with intrigue. Is he perhaps suffering from senility? A master from the Dao sect was calculating furiously, attempting to discern Su Xiao's intentions. He could not fathom why the man would willingly approach death. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he could not find a clear answer. It seemed that Su Xiao's fate was shrouded in mystery. Yu Linglong gazed at the attention-grabbing Su Xiao, her eyes shimmering with admiration. So handsome. Elder Su truly grows more charming with each passing moment. She had always known that a man of such extraordinary fortune could not remain in hiding forever. Having annihilated the Xian demon sect, he surely possessed significant power. The members of the bloodthirsty demon sect, heavenly corpse sect, and 10,000 poisons sect were expressions of concern. The very chaos had been instigated by this old man. Should the demon lord of the abyss inadvertently slay him, the misty sect might very well plunge into war. The most astounded were the members of the extreme demon sect, breakthrough demon sect, and misty sect. Dugu Ling and the three elders stood frozen in place, bewildered by Su Xiao's intentions. If a fight ensued, Elder Su would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. The demon lord of the abyss stared at the imposing, fearless elder, momentarily taken aback and forgetting to retort. Why was this old man deviating from the expected script? A battle of life and death. Was this elder truly out of his mind? Curiously, the most infuriated of all was not the demon lord of the abyss, but rather the recently intervened Xiao. He gazed at Su Xiao, who captivated the attention of the entire audience, brimming with confidence, unable to contain his inner fury any longer. His face turned a deep shade of maroon. That old fool, so oblivious to reality. How dare he disregard the goodwill of this genius? If matters had concluded in that fashion, he would have been the brightest star of the day, heralding the dawn of his tenure as the new leader. Yet now, all eyes were drawn to that old man. He, the master of the extreme demon sect, had suddenly transformed from protagonist to mere bystander, from hero to jester. He could not accept this. In an instant, Su Xiao's identity shifted from a pitiable, solitary elder to his foremost rival. How dare he steal the limelight from Xiao? This was tantamount to courting death. Fool, calm yourself. Just as Xiao was about to explode with rage, a voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Master. Xiao immediately suppressed his anger. That old man was far too arrogant. Does he not realize how few spirit stones he possesses? Do not speak. Just observe their contention. I was about to scold you earlier, truly a fool. Remain obedient. Reluctantly, Xiao responded, yes. Master. Yet his gaze remained filled with resentment towards Su Xiao. The previous sense of exhilaration he felt under the spotlight had completely vanished. What remained was an overwhelming sense of frustration. To transition from protagonist to bystander was a fate worse than death for a prideful king. Su the old dog. I shall watch how you meet your demise. To disregard the generosity of this master. Seeking death. Once adored and revered by the masses. Xiao now found Su Xiao stealing the spotlight to be more repulsive than swallowing a fly. Mo Jitian regained his composure and rose, casting a peculiar glance at Su Xiao. Su the old dog, do you truly wish to engage me in a duel without reconsideration? He was reluctant to part with the 2,000 high-grade spirit stones of the extreme demon sect. It now seemed he understood the intentions of the misty sect. Perhaps they had deliberately pushed Su Xiao into the fray to meet his end, thus absolving themselves of any need to compensate him for the heavenly breaking demon sect. Quite likely. Rumor had it that this old man had less than a year to live. Whether he died sooner or later was inconsequential to the Misty Sect. Damn it. The extreme demon sect had already come to your aid, and yet you orchestrate this farce. What a bunch of fools. Consideration my foot. Su Xiao retorted fiercely. Today it is either your death or mine, and all present shall bear witness. Should I fall to your hand, the Misty Sect shall not pursue any recompense. The expressions of those from the heavenly breaking demon sect darkened. They had guessed correctly. The old man was indeed here to meet his end. The Misty Sect was truly ruthless. Mo Jitian looked toward Dugu Ling, who swallowed hard and chose to remain noncommittal. Su Xiao had already hinted at her earlier. Although she did not understand her senior's confidence, she chose to trust him. Su Xiao, perhaps you should reconsider? Mo Jitian's tone softened, yet he found himself in a quandary. Killing Su Xiao brings no benefits and merely attracts the wrath of the formidable Piaomiao Sect. He does not wish for such a fate. Mo Jitian, are you truly afraid that I might end your life? Su Xiao chuckled derisively, addressing you, foolish fool, whose bravado is loud yet falters when faced with action. Is it true that the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect is composed of such spineless individuals? His invectives were unambiguous and unrestrained. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, feeling a surge of sympathy for the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Those who are reckless fear the resolute, and the resolute fear those who are willing to risk it all. It is rumored that Su Xiao has less than a year to live. He feels liberated and unfettered. Mo Jitian, it seems you have encountered a formidable opponent. Just as Mo Jitian hesitated amidst the spectators' intrigue, Xiao Mu's domineering nature surfaced, compelling him to step forward once more. Sect leader Mo, since Su Xiao has accepted your challenge, I propose that you engage in combat. Whoever remains standing in the end shall receive these 2,000 spirit stones, generously provided by the extreme demon sect. With that, he produced a storage bag from his bosom and cast it among the crowd. Casting a wicked grin at Su Xiao, he reveled in the attention he had regained. Su old dog, prepare to meet your demise. This genius is the most dazzling figure of the Panlong continent. Chapter 47. The strength of Elder Su. As Xiao Mu's storage bag fell to the ground, all eyes turned towards him in astonishment. 2,000 spirit stones. Was he truly willing to part with them so easily? The expressions of disbelief were palpable. Wasn't the new leader of the Polar Demon Sect intent on taking Elder Su's life? Such an act could only be seen as adding fuel to the fire, as if he relished the chaos. Indeed, Xiao, the sect leader, was undoubtedly a prodigy seldom seen in our demon sect for millennia. His generosity was simply astounding. Over at the Breaking Sky Demon Sect, Mo Jitian's eyes gleamed at the sight of the storage bag. Initially, he had no inclination to kill Elder Su, considering it a futile effort. But now, with Xiao Mu's reputation tarnished by Elder Su's insult, he was willing to spend 2,000 top-grade spirit stones to procure the life of that old man. For the sake of dignity, he deemed it fitting to call Xiao Mu the king of extravagance. Elder Su, who dares to label our Breaking Sky Demon Sect as cowardly? For over 10,000 years, we have stood tall, having extinguished countless ignorant cultivators like yourself. You wish for a life and death battle? Very well. Should you possess the capability to slay me, the Breaking Sky Demon Sect shall not hold your Misty Sect accountable. Mo Jitian was visibly shaken, his hands clasped behind his back, restoring his previously unyielding demeanor. This was the true essence of the Demon Sect. Elder Su's eyes also glimmered with determination. He proposed that all present bear witness to his duel with Mo Jitian. This battle would be one of life and death, and regardless of the outcome, it would conclusively resolve the matter. He felt exhilarated. The king of extravagance was even presenting him with spirit stones, 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, no less. Was this an unexpected reward for fulfilling his mission? He would utilize the 9th-level transformation talisman with all his might to crush this insolent Mo Jitian. The surrounding disciples from the 9 sects were momentarily dazed. What had transpired to lead to this? Nevertheless, amidst their astonishment, both righteous and demonic factions nodded in agreement to witness the duel. After all, with Elder Su's demise, the matter would be entirely settled. An elder nearing the end of his life was akin to a ticking time bomb, creating unease among them. Yulin rested her alabaster arm on her chin, gazing affectionately at Elder Su. She was curious about what remarkable qualities this elderly man, endowed with such formidable fortune, possessed. The 3 elders conferred, stating that if their senior brother found himself at a disadvantage, they would intervene immediately, exchanging the luminescent 1,000 illusions fan for his life. Dugu Ling's brows knitted tightly as she discreetly arranged matters. Her senior brother had taken a longevity pill, granting him another 50 years of life. He must not perish outside the sect. He had always treated her with such kindness, yet she felt unable to repay him. The weight of her guilt pressed upon her. She must ensure her senior brother enjoyed a complete and fulfilling twilight of life. Yes, rest assured, sect leader, the 3 elders solemnly affirmed. Even without the sect leader's prompting, they would take action. After all, despite Elder Su's recent tarnished reputation, their bond with him ran deep. and they could not bear to see him meet a tragic end. The abbot of the 10,000 Buddha temple, Liao Chun, with a subtle arch of his brow, emanated an infinite radiance of Buddhist light and proclaimed, "Esteemed benefactors, following this duel, we shall definitively sever the ties with the Piaomiao Sect. Should anyone instigate further trouble without cause, we at the 10,000 Buddha temple will be compelled to invoke the mighty Vajra to subdue the demons." A few elderly monks, perturbed by the eccentricities displayed around them, found their composure slightly shaken. There was no pretense left. The stakes were laid bare. Anyone who sought to create discord would meet their fate. "Gentlemen, please proceed," Liao Chen concluded. Upon his words, Mo Tian and Su Xiao, mounted upon their flying swords, descended upon the peak of a distant snow-capped mountain. Observers from various nations, witnessing the tension-filled exit of the two, were instantly struck with astonishment. As if struck by thunder, why had a duel suddenly erupted? Had the conference among the 9 sects truly reached an impasse? Most of them were the mightiest cultivators from their respective countries, many being at the transformation stage. The palpable spiritual energy and murderous intent radiating from the two indicated that the situation was far from simple. A life-and-death duel was imminent. Mo Tian, the leader of the Breaking Sky Demon Sect, a formidable being at the 9th level of the transformation stage, faced off against Su Xiao, a prominent figure recently spoken of in hushed tones within the Piaomiao Sect. However, confusion arose as he appeared to be merely at the core formation stage. The expressions of the onlookers were nothing short of priceless. An aged core formation elder challenging Mo Tian? Unbelievable. It dawned upon them that this was a deliberate act of self-sacrifice to atone for past grievances. All eyes were fixated on this lopsided confrontation, with most silently speculating that Mo Tian could dispatch Su Xiao with just a few moves. Sitting comfortably, Xiao Mu he contemplated how to handsomely present 2,000 spirit stones to Mo Tian, ensuring his new status as the sect leader would resonate throughout the Panlong continent. The very thought exhilarated him. As for Dugu Ling, the widow of the deceased senior brother, she might grieve for a time. But there was no rush. Once he reached the void refinement stage, he would slowly court her affections. His gaze began to wander towards his beloved Yulinglong. Surely, with his fated prowess, the beauties of the Hehuan sect would be drawn to him like moths to a flame. "Su, prepare yourself. If you can withstand a single strike from my black fiend pursuing soul blade, I shall concede your prowess." He guffawed. 18 exquisite magical blades, cloaked in dense black mist, materialized around Mo Tian. Under his command, these blades surged towards Su Xiao, merging midair to form the unparalleled black fiend pursuing soul blade, a colossal black weapon infused with boundless resentment, erasing the snow and mountains in its wake. Its speed and ferocity eclipsed even that of the earlier confrontation between the Piaomiao Sect and Dugu Ling by a significant margin. He intended to eliminate Su Xiao in one decisive blow, leaving no avenue for escape. This elder, capable of annihilating the Piaomiao Sect, was certainly no ordinary core formation cultivator. Mo Tian would afford him no opportunity for a comeback. "Ha ha ha, Su, embrace your end quietly. There shall be no suffering." Mo Tian's laughter echoed madly. In the distance, Dugu Ling and her companions had readied themselves for a rescue, secretly channeling their spiritual energy. Thunderous roars reverberated through the air. At this critical moment, Su Xiao made his move. With a single hand gesture, an iron mountain materialized before him, rapidly expanding until it reached a towering height of 30 zhang and a width of 20 zhang. Its emergence was akin to a divine artifact descending from the heavens, exuding an irresistible force. This was Su Xiao's treasured artifact, the Shiyu Wujishan. The approaching Haisha Zuhan Dao, despite its own impressive length of 3 zhang, appeared diminutive and frail in comparison to the Iron Mountain. With a thunderous crash, the Haisha Zuhan Dao collided directly with this colossal iron formation. The mountain stood steadfast, like the most impenetrable fortress, remaining utterly unmoved even under the formidable assault of the extraordinary weapon. Not even a speck of iron was dislodged. What was happening? What was this entity? The demonic figure, Mo Tian, was taken aback. The members of the 9 sects were astonished. Even the representatives from various nations at Tianjiang Mountain were left in shock. How could Su Xiao, at the core formation stage, so effortlessly withstand Mo Tian's earth-shattering strike? Crack, Cracks began to form where the tip of the Haishazin Dao met the Xiao Wujishin. Finally, with a resounding boom, the entire Haishazin Dao was shattered by the indomitable divine stone of the Xiao Wujishin, disintegrating into fragments of scrap iron. This unbelievable scene rendered all present speechless. You, Su old man, I curse your ancestors. Mo Tian's heart was bleeding. What a loss. Such an extraordinary weapon as the Haishazin Dao could not be acquired for even 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Su Xiao swiftly retracted the Xiao Wujishin. Immediately afterward, 2 Jiuchong Huashan talismans disintegrated in his hands. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky. Countless arcs of lightning flickered overhead, and a colossal purple divine lightning bolt had fully locked onto Mo Tian. Simultaneously, around Mo Tian, endless red and yellow flames erupted from the void. The extreme heat seemed capable of melting the very air, incinerating all in its path. This was the Jiuchong Huashan Talisman, the Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman, and the Scarlet Flamefire Talisman. Chapter 48. The Battle at the Pinnacle of Transformation, What Lies Ahead. Is the Transformation Talisman. Moreover, it is the talisman of the ninefold transformation. Observing the ominous clouds, violet lightning, and the fiery blaze of red and yellow in the distant sky, the assembly of the 9 sects erupted in astonishment. So that was it. Their lingering doubts were finally dispelled. The elder Su Xiaoshan concealed such formidable transformation talismans within him. No wonder he exuded such arrogance. The overwhelming power he wielded, undoubtedly, belonged to the top tier of the ninefold transformation talismans. The spiritual energy subtly diminished among the 3 elders, Dugu Ling and Zhu Luwen. Elder Su, has he not exhausted his transformation talismans yet? Dugu Ling had previously informed them that Su Xiaoshan encountered an esteemed elder's cave dwelling within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Acquiring some high-level talismans, the ease with which he extinguished the members of the Piaomiao Sect was attributable to these transformation talismans. Alas, the formidable mage Jitian is doomed. The 2 transformation talismans employed by Elder Su possess astonishing might. The elders gazed at the distant flames and rolling thunder, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. The transformation might contained within Elder Su's talismans far surpassed that of ordinary ones. Xiao Mu's handsome visage turned a shade of green with rage. Watching the talismans unleashed by Su Xiaoshan, his eyes reflected a blend of concern, shock, and resentment. Su old dog, do you still have transformation talismans hidden away? By heavens, Mage Jitian, if you dare to lose, I shall show you no mercy. Feeling the overwhelming might of the transformation talismans wielded by Su Xiaoshan, Xiao Mu's heart sank to the depths of despair. He had never witnessed such formidable transformation talismans. Even a genius like him would find it arduous to contend with such potent artifacts. The expressions of the crowd from Tianjiang Mountain turned increasingly vivid. They finally comprehended how the supposedly failing Su Xiaoshan had obliterated the Piaomiao Sect. After all this time, he had been concealing transformation talismans. Boom. The torrential red and yellow flames, under Su Xiaoshan's perfect command of the earth fire path, transformed into countless fiery dragons racing toward Mage Jitian. The latter's once resolute face had turned the color of liver. He had anticipated that Su would possess something, but he never imagined it would be such a powerful transformation talisman. Su old dog, you are cheating. Mage Jitian summoned all his defensive artifacts from his storage bag. A large black umbrella unfurled, ascending into the air to shield him from the impending lightning tribulation. A golden embroidered jade robe enveloped him, radiating a warm white light to fend off the approaching fire dragons. Additionally, a black shield floated around him, conjuring a dark-hued light wall to ensure his safety. These were all his top-tier artifacts. Though panic-stricken, Mage Jitian harbored his own strategy. If he could withstand the onslaught of these 2 talismans, then a spent Su Xiaoshan would revert to being an ordinary core formation elder. Defeating him would be as easy as pie. The Black Sha pursuing Soulblade, he would certainly demand compensation from the Piaomiao Sect for a replacement. The outcome of a cultivator's duel hinges not only on cultivation levels, but also on the superiority of their artifacts. Whosoever wields the mightiest artifact possesses an augmented chance of victory. Initially, he felt no trepidation towards the commonplace transformation talismans, confident that his 3 superior grade artifacts would effortlessly withstand them. However, Su Laogo's two exceedingly potent attack talismans compelled him to exert every ounce of his strength in defense. As for the Iron Mountain that had previously shattered his exquisite grade saber, its fleeting appearance had led him to mentally categorize it as merely a defensive talisman, one that had since been rendered ineffective after a single use. Once your talismans are exhausted, I shall methodically crush you to death, you decrepit canine. With the defensive formation in place, the celestial purple thunderbolt suddenly descended from the heavens. This divine lightning, several times thicker than a barrel, had long since locked onto Mo Jitian. Upon its emergence, it struck directly upon the expansive black umbrella above him. The resounding thunderclap echoed. The black umbrella whirled chaotically, conjuring a series of luminous shields for protection. Yet, as soon as the shields appeared, they were obliterated by the purple thunderbolt. It shattered more than a dozen shields in succession, its ferocity undiminished as it drew ever closer to the black umbrella, poised to breach its defenses. Below, numerous fire dragons, manipulated by Su Xiao, surged towards the luminous wall formed by the black shield from all directions. The sizzling sounds crescendoed. Black smoke billowed upward as the luminous shields were consumed. Ultimately, with a deafening explosion, the luminous wall could no longer withstand the searing flames of the fire dragons, disintegrating into countless fragments. No, my black luminous shield, Su Laogo, may you meet a wretched end. Mo Jitian was engulfed in regret and dread. He lamented his decision to accept Su Xiao's challenge. That old man was far too cunning. The fire dragons breached the first layer of defense, lunging directly at Mo Jitian's corporeal form, continuing to burn beyond his ornate golden attire. Like maggots clinging to bone, they were insatiable and impossible to extinguish. Mo Jitian had no choice but to exhaust his spiritual energy to maintain his golden attire, temporarily keeping the multitude of fire dragons at bay. Su Xiao stood poised in midair, astride his jade-white great sword that radiated a spectrum of colors, exuding an ethereal grace that rendered him otherworldly. Dashing, impressive. Having comprehended the essence of earth fire, he deftly manipulated the red flame talismans. Coupled with the celestial purple thunderbolt, he surmised that he might very well extinguish his adversary's life with just two talismans. Boom! The sky's purple thunderbolt once again penetrated a layer of luminous shields, and the black umbrella artifact could no longer withstand the onslaught of this superlative divine lightning, shattering with a resounding crack. The thunder cascaded downward, instantaneously striking Mo Jitian, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The skies roiled with dark clouds and thunder, unleashing its energy with unrestrained ferocity. It was not until 10 breaths had passed that the purple thunderbolt began to dissipate, revealing a charred figure within its wake. Simultaneously, the might of the red flame talismans was utterly expended, incinerating both the opponent's black shield artifact and golden attire. Ha 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 ha! Su Laogo, have your talismans run dry? I am still alive. What follows shall be your demise. Mo Jitian, wielding 3 superior-grade artifacts and a plethora of inferior-grade ones, stood resolute. At long last, he has endured the ferocious tempest of thunder and flame. Though merely a fraction of his spiritual energy remains, he is more than capable of dealing with an old man at the core formation stage. I shall end your life. The mysterious Cloud Sect must compensate for all my losses. Die, you wretched soul. Channeling all his remaining spiritual energy, he unleashed the malevolent heavenly magic. His form enveloped in ethereal demonic apparitions. The spectral figure wielded a long blade, enveloping the essence of the malevolent heavenly body, and charged directly at Su Xiao. This was his final strike. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to withstand, let alone a mere core formation elder. Su the old dog, deserving of 1,000 deaths, how utterly despicable. A wave of trepidation coursed through the heart of the malevolent heavenly. Just moments ago, he had nearly fallen victim to Su Xiao's counterattack. It was far too perilous. That old man should be subjected to 1,000 tortures. Su Xiao, witnessing this, offered a slight smile, leisurely retrieving a talisman from his spatial repository. Ah, master of demons, I see you shall depart in silence. Who informed you that I was out of talismans? Ha ha. The crimson flame talisman in his hand instantly dissipated. With a whoosh, countless red and yellow flames reappeared around the apparition of the malevolent heavenly. Boom. Under Su Xiao's control, the flames transformed into innumerable fire dragons, surging forth toward the malevolent heavenly. I, You must be joking. The malevolent heavenly, ensconced within the demonic apparition, was rendered utterly dumbfounded. His once resolute visage now appeared pallid, devoid of any trace of color. Chapter 49. The terrifying old man. Does that old man still possess fire talismans? At the conference of the 9 sects, the representatives of Tianjiang Mountain stood upright, their gazes fixated on the figure of Mo Jitian, enveloped by an endless sea of fire dragons. Shock and disbelief painted their faces as they witnessed this astonishing scene. Such a formidable 9th-tier talisman of the transformation god. Surely even an ethereal practitioner would find it challenging to conjure one, wouldn't they? Has old Su truly not exhausted his reserves? This is disastrous. Mo Jitian is doomed. Countless fire dragons obliterated the demonic apparition of Mo Jitian, reducing it to mere nothingness. Subsequently, they lashed onto him, fervently igniting his flesh. Me, Su Laogo, cease this at once. This is blatant cheating, he screamed, writhing in agony as the flames consumed him, his spiritual power depleted, leaving him incapable of contending against Su Xiao. This 9th-tier talisman of crimson flame had transformed into his death warrant. Su Xiao stroked his goatee, chuckling, Mo Jitian, I bid you farewell. Ha ha ha. Those who are mired in filth do not have long to live. Do heed my words in your next life. With a single gesture, a thunderous roar erupted. The red and yellow flames surged, and in an instant, the defenseless Mo Jitian was reduced to a charred husk. In his final moments, a surge of anger and regret filled his heart. To perish before an old man nearing his twilight years was an utter travesty. How unfair. I refuse to accept this. With his spirit extinguished, the power of the crimson flame talisman gradually dissipated, and the charred remains fell with a thud into the snow. Su Xiao, soaring forward on his sword, retrieved the relatively intact storage bag from the corpse. With so many onlookers, he knew he could not desecrate the dead. He would soon return it to the 2 elders of the Broken Heaven demonic sect. After all, having slain their sect leader and pilfered his storage bag was not a deed Su Xiao would commit, at least not in front of such a large assembly. The representatives at the distant 9 sects conference were left in a stupor, dumbfounded by this inconceivable spectacle. Mo Jitian, just like that, had perished? He couldn't withstand even 2 moves. The representatives from Tianjiang Mountain stared at Su Xiao with equal bewilderment. Where did this old man acquire such an abundance of top-tier transformation god talismans? Dugu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as she looked at Su Xiao. Senior brother, you are simply magnificent. Although victory was achieved through talismans, you still vanquished Mo Jitian. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, she swiftly summoned the storage bag containing 2,000 superior spirit stones into her grasp. This was her senior brother's reward for triumph. 2,000 superior spirit stones. A splendid gain indeed. She hurriedly secured it, lest the loathsome Xiao Mu attempt to retract his promise. Elders Zhu and Lu were utterly captivated by Su Xiao's overwhelming prowess, their eyes wide in astonishment as they beheld him. The pinnacle talismans of the transformation god, Elder Su is truly fortunate to stumble upon such divine artifacts so carelessly. Su Xiao descended gracefully upon his jade-white, flying sword, landing firmly before the 2 petrified elders of the Breaking Heaven demon sect, tossing the charred storage bag of the demon extreme heaven at their feet. This is the storage bag of the demon extreme heaven, he declared. You 2 elders, having wagered, must accept defeat. Since I have emerged victorious, I trust the Breaking Heaven demon sect will refrain from causing disturbances henceforth. Casting a glance at the mesmerized crowd, still reeling from shock, he continued with a smile. I was fortunate enough to vanquish the demon extreme heaven, as you, esteemed sect leaders and elders, have borne witness. I implore you to oversee the Breaking Heaven demon sect, ensuring they do not trouble my mysterious ethereal sect. Upon finishing his words, the 2 elders snapped back to reality, their faces paling as they beheld the scorched storage bag in their hands. They swallowed hard, surveying the speechless onlookers, and, exchanging a resolute glance, summoned their flying swords, retreating swiftly toward the Breaking Heaven demon sect without uttering a word or taking any action. They had barely registered the thought of rescuing the demon extreme heaven in time. The battle had concluded far too swiftly. They had never anticipated that their sect leader would perish at Su Xiao's hands so rapidly. They needed to return immediately to inform the Grand Elder. A calamity had befallen the Breaking Heaven demon sect. The remaining spectators gradually emerged from their stupor, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Xiao, rendered momentarily speechless. Though the strength of the demon extreme heaven might not have been the pinnacle among the 9th level of the transformation god stage, he was undeniably formidable. Yet, facing Xiao's talismans, he could not withstand even 2 exchanges before meeting his demise. This Su old man is truly terrifying. Yu Linglong stood in astonishment. Her cheeks flushed. The wonder in her gaze transformed into a deep, delightful surprise as she looked at Xiao, her body quivering slightly, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed king, Xiao Mu, stared blankly at Xiao, collapsing into his seat in utter disbelief. The demon extreme heaven was dead? Su Old Dog had actually triumphed over the leader of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, who was at the 9th level of the transformation god stage. At that moment, he felt utterly drained. A torrent of rage and resentment consumed his mind. Glancing at his storage bag filled with 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, now clutched in the hands of Duguling, he thought, no, Su Old Dog, I am the protagonist. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd linger, Xiao waved his hand with a chuckle. My friends, I merely stumbled upon a few top-tier talismans of the 9th level of the transformation god stage, which allowed me to cunningly defeat the demon extreme heaven. There is no need for astonishment. These talismans are limited, and I have nearly exhausted their supply. In the future, I will rely on your testimonies. The death of the demon extreme heaven must not bring trouble to my mysterious ethereal sect. His words resonated in the ears of everyone present, gradually dispelling the shock within their hearts. Their expressions shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Nearly exhausted? That implied there were still some left. The sect leaders and elders from the Daotian Gate, the 10,000 Buddhist Temple, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, and the 10,000 Poisons Sect all wore strange expressions. The talismans in Su Old Man's possession were something even they struggled to resist. The individual before us is an elderly man, teetering on the brink of death, with less than a year to live. Yet, he wields such formidable power, rendering him capable of unbridled chaos. Elder Su, you are too modest. My Daotian sect has maintained a cordial relationship with your Piaomiao Sect for millennia. The 2 sects are like branches of the same tree, and I bear witness to this trivial matter. In the future, I kindly ask Elder Su for his continued support. I, Dao Yi, express my gratitude here. Dao Yi, the master of Daotian Gate, approached with fervor, greeting Xiao with warmth, as if he were a long-lost brother. Amipa, Su's words are overly kind. My 10,000 Buddha temple has always been on amicable terms with the Piaomiao Sect. As long as my temple stands, the ruptured heaven demon sect would never dare to trouble you. Liao Chun, accompanied by 2 esteemed monks, advanced to pay their respects to Xiao. Elder Su, the sects of righteousness and evil have had an agreement for 7 millennia. We, as part of the human race, should unite in harmony rather than resort to violence. Should the ruptured heaven demon sect dare to provoke your Piaomiao Sect, I, of the bloodthirsty demon sect, shall be the first to object. Furthermore, my Tian Corpse sect stands with you. Elder Su, rest assured, I shall dispatch individuals to monitor the ruptured heaven demon sect upon my return. My 10,000 Poisons sect too, Elder Su. We are all branches of the same tree. You need not worry. We will ensure that the ruptured heaven demon sect does not disrupt the unity of humanity. One by one, the elders and masters from various sects approached Xiao with fervent camaraderie, disregarding the differences in their realms and ages. The man before them possessed an unknown number of these divine talismans, and he was but an old man nearing his end. A figure wielding such power, yet with little time left, is indeed the greatest threat on the Panlong continent. One must not antagonize him. He is now beyond fear and concern. Xiao has truly become a terrifying figure. Xiao Mu sat slumped in his seat, watching as Xiao was surrounded and admired by the crowd. His face twisted in rage, contorted by the injustice of it all. Xiao, an old man on the verge of death. Why must he overshadow him? No, this cannot be real. His distorted features were filled with resentment and despair, unable to accept the harsh reality of his own insignificance. Chapter 50. The exasperated Xiao Mu fool. Calm down. Even a dying old man can provoke you to this extent. How can you hope to rule the world in the future? Why on earth did I choose this incompetent fool as my disciple? The furious voice from the depths of my soul surged once more, filled with both regret and helplessness. If it weren't for my urgent need for a refuge to cultivate, I would never have sought out this waste of space as my apprentice. Truly, it is an act of sheer folly. Master, I recognize my mistakes. Xiao gazed at Su Xiao, who was basking in the adoration of the crowd, his face flushed a deep shade of crimson. The turmoil and anguish within him roiled like a tempest. Ever since he met his master, he had never experienced such a scene of utter disregard. In the extreme demon sect, he had always been the celebrated genius, the center of attention. Su the Elder, you steal my thunder. I shall not rest until I settle the score with you. For a proud king, the inability to shine is already a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, not only was he eclipsed, but his glory was also usurped by another, an almost senile old man. The thought alone made him want to spit blood in rage. Enough, endure for now. With my guidance, you shall inevitably become the sovereign of the Panlong continent. The voice from the depths of his consciousness urged him, suggesting that the old man might still possess those peak-level talismans of transformation. Do not provoke him. Remember, you must exercise patience and first reach the realm of refinement. Xiao Mu's temperament was on the verge of eruption, suppressing his discomfort and fury. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes. Master, I understand." Though he was aware that Su the Elder had but a few days left to live, it did not quell his irritation. He longed to take action immediately, to press that old man to the ground. Meanwhile, Dugu Ling, clad in a resplendent blue gown, gracefully approached Su Xiao. "Brother, these spirit stones are your prize. Do ensure you keep them safe." In front of the gathered crowd, she took hold of Su Xiao's hand and placed the storage bag into his palm. Her exquisite visage radiated under the sunlight and snow, while her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with affection and adoration as they gazed upon Su Xiao. Not only did her brother love her, but he was also immensely powerful. Truly, he was the man she had admired since childhood. Dugu Ling's infatuation was evident, as she unabashedly expressed her feelings in front of so many onlookers. This display sparked astonishment among the onlookers from various sects, their eyebrows raised in surprise. Rumor had it that Dugu Ling and Su Xiao were once a loving couple, but the elder Ji Shui of the Misty Sect had cruelly torn them apart. Subsequently, Dugu Ling had cultivated the Misty Longevity technique with her purine body, leading to a millennium of separation. Now, with Su the Elder on the brink of death, their chances for reunion were all but extinguished. The crowd murmured in sympathy. What good are powerful talismans without exceptional talent? Ultimately, they fade into mere dust, arriving as they depart. Before departing, it was imperative for them to lavish compliments upon this terrifying bomb, ensuring that he did not succumb to madness before his demise, unleashing chaos with his talismans. Xiao Mu concealed himself amidst the crowd, observing as Dugu Ling clutched Su Xiao's hand tightly, unwilling to release her grip. Her unmasked gaze of infatuation struck Xiao Mu like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly bewildered. How dare that old dog? How could he, the very progenitor of my vexations, dare to entice my Dugu Ling? This was intolerable. Rage coursed through Xiao Mu, causing his body to tremble as though he had encountered his most formidable adversary, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred directed at Su Xiao. "Once I attain the void refinement realm, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that this old man was rumored to have failed his tribulation and had but a year left to live. How dare you? Frustration surged through him, and in a fit of madness, he shattered the talisman fan in his grasp. How could a dying old man act with such impunity? Xiao Mu was utterly unhinged. Su Xiao accepted the spirit stone pouch. "Junior sister, thank you. Alas, my lifespan is limited, but rest assured, during my remaining time, should anyone dare to bully you, I shall fight to the death for you." "Thank you, senior brother." The three elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, stood nearby, too afraid to utter a word. Elder Su truly harbors intentions towards the sect master. From now on, they must keep a vigilant watch over the two, ensuring the master does not falter at the last moment and lose her pure essence. Even in his advanced age, Elder Su, though still a handsome elder, raised questions about the sect master's intentions. It was truly bizarre. The surrounding masters and elders stood frozen, silently crafting their plans. During the time before Elder Su's passing, it was crucial to avoid provoking anyone from the Misty Sect. In the coming year, the Misty Sect would reign supreme. As Xiao Mu beheld the tender exchange between the two, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. No, Dugu, my beloved, you are mine. Mine. Yet, he could only seethe in impotent fury within the confines of his heart. Ultimately unable to endure the sight of Su Xiao engaging in such youthful dalliance, he chose to close his eyes, refusing to witness this heart-wrenching tableau any longer. The old dog Su is nearing his end. The old dog Su is departing this world. He cannot compare to me, a genius. No comparison. Continuously reassuring himself, Xiaomu finally managed to regain his composure and steady his stance. Su Xiao released Dugu Ling's hand and tossed the spirit stone pouch into his spatial storage, nodding in satisfaction. This was indeed a significant resource. Xiaomu, the notorious king of pressure, truly lived up to his name. With a light chuckle, he glanced at Xiaomu from behind the crowd, smiling as he addressed him. Master Xiao, I thank you for your superior spirit stones. Do come visit the Misty Sect when you have the chance. I shall personally welcome you, haha. Upon witnessing this, a wave of envy swept through the crowd. With 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, the Piaomiao Sect had struck gold. They began to feel sympathy for Xiaomu, who had initially intended to feign superiority and take advantage of the situation to eliminate old Su. Unexpectedly, the tables turned dramatically, as old Su managed to turn the tide and defeat Mo Jitian. Xiaomu gazed at Su Zhao's repugnant visage, swallowing hard. Summoning all his strength to suppress the hatred boiling within, he forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace, uttering, "In no worries, this is what Elder Su deserves." His heart felt as though it were being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. Xiaomu harbored a fervent desire to approach and choke the old man to death. Ha! Su Xiao paid no further heed to his opponent. As the chosen one of destiny, with a powerful divine soul residing within him, he was already scheming how to deal with Xiaomu in the future. Congratulations, host, on completing the task by slaying your fated enemy, Mo Jitian. Reward. On the next occasion, a guaranteed 10,000-fold critical hit will be triggered. Chapter 51. The communication of Yu Linglong. The system rewards have been credited. Su Xiao smiled faintly, feeling justified for expending 3 transformation talismans to vanquish the demon lord. Elder Su is indeed formidable. It has been a long time since I encountered a man as gallant as him. Yu Linglong shifted closer, leaning against Su Xiao. Master Yu, please maintain your decorum. Su Xiao's face twitched slightly. Elder, I merely admire you. Yu Linglong replied softly, tilting her head. After speaking, she discreetly retrieved a fragrant communication talisman from her bosom and slipped it into Su Xiao's embrace. Elder, do reach out when you have time. She giggled, patting Su Xiao's shoulder before departing, accompanied by a waft of perfumed air. On the side, Dugu Ling furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. That insufferable woman. With so many people around, she couldn't express her displeasure. Moreover, she was not currently Su Xiao's partner and had no rightful claim to meddle in his affairs. Besides, she had already benefited from him. It was not her place to interfere with his romantic entanglements. The onlookers from both the righteous and demonic sects were nearly bewildered. The esteemed leader of the Lihuo sect, Yu Linglong, had taken the initiative to show favor to that old man. Unthinkable. These sect leaders and elders were at a loss, unable to fathom how a nearly decrepit elder could capture the attention and even affection of such a distinguished figure as Yu Linglong. Though Dugu Ling and Su Xiao had known each other since childhood, the connection between Yu Linglong and him was tenuous at best. They simply could not comprehend that the women of the Lihuo sect were indeed not discerning. Xiaomu, witnessing Yu Linglong's overtures towards Su Xiao, felt an explosion of emotions within him. Suppressing his boundless resentment and fury, he endeavored to reassure himself. It's nothing. Just that Su old dog recently made quite an impression, and Lady Yu merely wishes to familiarize herself with him. Indeed, how could he possibly attract my Yu? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. With intense self-affirmation, Xiaomu gradually regained his composure. He decided to postpone his intentions toward Dugu Ling, planning to propose once he reached a higher realm upon his return as a conqueror. As for Lady Yu, he could immediately take action. The beauties of the Lihuo sect favored youthful men, and he fit the bill perfectly. After the meeting adjourned, he resolved to seek out Lady Yu and cultivate their affections, hoping to consummate their relationship that very night. He possessed unwavering confidence in his appearance and abilities. Lady Yu, your husband approaches. He chuckled to himself. Today's assembly of the 9 sects concluded successfully. Although the members of the Breaking Sky Demon sect had departed, the monk Lihuo from the 10,000 Buddhist temple still delivered a closing address filled with sentiments of unity and camaraderie. Following this, they bid farewell to the main protagonist of the day, Xiao, their expressions imbued with reverence. Old man, one must not provoke him before his demise. After the farewells, Xiao summoned his jade-white flying sword and returned to the mysterious mist sect alongside Dugu Ling and the others. In the skies, the inquisitive Dugu Ling asked, "Senior brother, how many of those talismans do you possess?" The talismans from that senior's cave are astonishingly powerful. Even Master would struggle to produce such artifacts. She was filled with astonishment. "Which esteemed senior's cave did you plunder, senior brother?" Beside them, the three elders, Zhu Lu, and one, were equally perplexed. The acquisition of these talismans by Elder Su was truly alarming. If he still had 10 or 8 of them left, their stay at the Misty Sect would be fraught with sleepless nights. Unlike others, they were aware that Elder Su had consumed a longevity pill, leaving him with merely 50 years to live. Elder Su stroked his beard and chuckled. "Not many, just 1 or 2, junior sister. You see, every time we use one, we lose one. We must practice frugality. Should the Broken Heaven Demon sect come looking for trouble, there's no need to disturb Uncle Zhuge. Just leave it to your senior brother." The three elders sighed inwardly. "Elder Su, with you wielding these divine talismans, who in their right mind would dare provoke you? It's likely that for the next year, none of the 9 major sects would dare to offend you." They patiently wait for Elder Su to pass away. However, if a year later they discover that Elder Su is still alive, one can only imagine their expressions. Dugu Ling continued. "Then, senior brother, was that Iron Mountain we saw earlier also a defensive talisman? It didn't seem like one to me." The Iron Mountain had appeared only momentarily, shattering the soul-seizing blade of the Devil's Abyss before vanishing entirely. She hadn't sensed any incarnation aura from that Iron Mountain. It appeared to be an ordinary Iron Mountain, relying solely on its own hardness to withstand a supreme artifact. Elder Su's old eyes flickered as he replied casually, "Indeed. It is also a talisman, found alongside others in that senior's cave. It is better not to discuss the matter of treasures just yet. After all, it is rather difficult to explain why such a treasure wasn't utilized during the Thunder Tribulation. Furthermore, a core formation cultivator cannot refine treasures. One must reach the transformation stage to even begin to engage with such high-grade items." At that moment, Elder Su sensed a disturbance within the spatial storage. Upon inspection, he discovered a delicate and exquisite communication talisman, imbued with a faint fragrance, given to him by Yu Linglong. "Elder Su, upon our meeting today, I am deeply enamored by your presence and wish to discuss some matters privately. In the small grove of maple trees 10 miles south of Tianjiang Mountain, I await your arrival in the pavilion." The enchanting voice lingered in Elder Su's ears, captivating him to his core and sending shivers down his spine. This woman was simply too alluring. However, Elder Su had no intention of declining. He would visit Yu Linglong and return the favor with some gifts. As an S-rank fortune-bearer, her first offering would surely yield 1,000-fold return. Senior brother, that flirt from the Harmony sect must have sent you a message, right?" Dugu Ling pouted her delicate, rosy lips, her stunning visage tinged with irritation. Elder Su reassured her with a smile. "Not at all, junior sister. A dear friend of mine happens to be nearby and invited me for a drink upon hearing that we arrived at the Misty Sect. You may depart first. I shall engage in some reminiscing before returning to the sect. Rest assured, I possess the talisman of spiritual transformation, so there is little peril involved." The three elders wore expressions of discomfort, remaining silent. "Elder Su, have you truly come to believe your own fabrications?" The moment the communication talisman was produced, they were struck by the scent that gnaws at one's bones and devours the soul. Is that not the very essence of Yu Linglong? Chapter 52. Fortune returns 50-fold. Dugu Ling could hardly be bothered to expose Su Zhao's clumsy lie, merely murmuring, "Brother, after cultivating for a millennium, your understanding of the Huan sect may still be insufficient. Their cultivation techniques can siphon the spiritual energy and fortune of men. The concept of fortune is enigmatic. But let us set that aside for now. Merely considering spiritual energy, countless cultivators have been depleted by it." She solemnly advised, "Brother, Yu Linglong still relies on her innate talent to reach the 9th level of the transformation stage. Growing too close to her could lead to an untimely demise." Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her words, particularly by the term fortune. After consuming the 9-turns pill, his fortune and talent had reached their zenith. In terms of spiritual energy, he considered himself merely at the core formation stage, hardly an attraction for Yu Linglong. As for appearance, although he was handsome, he had grown older. Could it be that his supreme fortune was what drew Yu Linglong to him? It was entirely plausible. Su Xiao chuckled. Fear not, junior sister. I am well aware of the prowess of those enchanting women and will not become entangled with her. Our friendship is simply that of old acquaintances. He then took to the skies on his shimmering, rainbow-hued jade-white sword, bidding farewell to the four and flying towards the southern end of Tianjiang Mountain. 10 miles to the south of Tianjiang Mountain lay a picturesque maple forest, still within the mountain's domain. This area was a favored gathering spot for representatives from various nations, adorned with exquisite buildings and splendid scenery. In a pavilion surrounded by swirling red leaves, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in light red gauze sat at a stone table, savoring a sip of spiritual wine. Her flawless figure boasted exaggerated curves, and her skin glowed with a smooth, pale radiance. An alluring fragrance wafted through the air, emanating an irresistible charm. This was the Hahuan sect's leader, Yu Linglong, who awaited Su Xiao's arrival. She had instructed her elders to return to the sect while she came to meet Su Xiao. Was the old man truly down to his last year of life? A glimmer of disbelief sparkled in her eyes at the rumor. If a person were nearing death, their fortune could not possibly exude such overwhelming vigor as Elder Su's. The old man must be concealing some secrets. How delightfully cunning. At that moment, a streak of rainbow light appeared on the horizon. The jade-white sword descended, and with a charming stroke of his beard, Su Xiao leaped off the flying sword. I apologize for keeping you waiting, sect leader Yu. As he stepped into the pavilion, the enchanting fragrance enveloped him, lifting his spirits. Gazing upon the captivating leader of the Hahuan sect, Su Xiao smiled slightly as he took a seat opposite her. Sect leader Yu, is there something you wish to discuss privately with me? Yu Linglong playfully chided, laughing. Elder Su, you feign ignorance. Although Elder Su is aged, he remains the most handsome and gallant man I have ever encountered. I admire Elder Su and miss him, which is why I summoned him here. The immense fortune radiating from Su Xiao left her utterly astounded. As she drew closer, immersed in the boundless aura surrounding her, she felt that the cultivation bottlenecks she faced were loosening significantly. Even before she could absorb it, the astonishing effects were already apparent, sending Yu Linglong into a near frenzy. Elder, unable to resist, Yu Linglong collapsed into Su Xiao's embrace. In an instant, a fragrant aura diffused around them. Sensing the inexhaustible and magnificent aura emanating from him, she promptly employed the unique technique of the Hahuan sect, beginning to gradually absorb the fortune from his being. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong, 1 point, returning 50 points to the host. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong, 1 point, returning 50 points to the host. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong, 1 point. Su Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Yu Linglong had commenced the absorption of fortune. It was clear that she was drawn to his aura. However, the system astonishingly returned these fortunes to him at a ratio of 50 to 1. Goodness! The system was truly remarkable. This was considered a return. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, seeing that he offered no resistance, continued to absorb the fortune from him with her eyes closed. It was overwhelming. She could not exhaust it all. Her heart raced. No matter how much she absorbed, the fortune emanating from him seemed truly infinite, showing no signs of diminishing. In fact, she sensed that his aura had grown even more formidable and profound. When she could absorb no more, she turned her gaze towards Su Xiao. This old man was like a supercharged reservoir of fortune. The techniques of the Hahuan sect inherently required the synergy of fortune for cultivation. The more fortune one absorbed, the faster the progress. Yet, typically, men possessed little fortune, hardly sufficient for their training. Hence, the women of the Hahuan sect were fervently seeking out talented young men. But this elder was terrifyingly abundant in fortune, so much so that she could not absorb any more. Seeing her pause, Su Xiao chuckled. Master Yu, why have you stopped? I'm nearly on my last legs. This fortune is of little use to me. Since Elder Yu does not mind this old man, I have nothing of value to offer. This fortune is yours. Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. He was aware of her fortune absorption. Elder Su, I apologize. I simply could not help myself. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. After all, he was a terrifying elder wielding a formidable weapon. Su Xiao smiled. I've already said it's all yours, Master Yu. Do not be polite. This is of no use to me. The more you absorb, the more I receive in return. Looking into Su Xiao's sincere eyes, Yu Linglong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This elder was truly remarkable. Understanding her affinity for absorbing fortune, he not only remained unperturbed, but willingly offered it all to her. How could there be such a benevolent man in this world? Eventually, Yu Linglong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Elder, it's not that I don't wish to absorb more, but my fortune is already at its limit. I cannot absorb any further until I refine it. Oh, is there such a condition? Su Xiao blinked his aged eyes and, stroking his beard, shook his head slightly. Is this all? It seems insufficient. Chapter 53. The Unraveling of Xiao Mu in the Distance. A strikingly handsome man clad in white soared through the sky, wielding a crystal longsword. The exquisitely carved sword shimmered with the brilliance of dragons and phoenixes, appearing as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. This was none other than the newly anointed prince, Xiao Mu, who had followed the enchanting Yu Linglong. He instructed his 8 maidens and 3 elders to wait nearby while he pursued the alluring fragrance that captivated his senses. His slender eyes sparkled with an intense fervor, brimming with anticipation. It seemed he possessed unwavering confidence that upon their first encounter, he would effortlessly win over Yu Linglong. A genius of his caliber was surely the object of adoration for the Hahuan sect. Ha! My beloved Yu, I am coming. His eyes radiated with fervent excitement. The mere thought of her sent him into a frenzy. As a prodigy, he had cultivated a secret technique, granting him an extraordinary sense of smell. Even from 10 miles away, he could detect the exquisite aroma emanating from Yu Linglong. How intoxicating! Truly, she was deserving of the title of my beloved. With the divine light of his sword illuminating his path, Xiao Mu could hardly contain his eagerness as he pursued the source of the fragrance. He was already contemplating which approach would be the most natural and effective to initiate conversation when he finally encountered Yu Linglong. Upon entering the 10-mile expanse of the maple forest at Tianjiang Mountain's southern edge, Xiao Mu landed and sheathed his flying sword. The fragrance in the air grew increasingly potent, driving him into a state of ecstasy. He dashed towards its source, heart aflame with joy. However, just as he caught sight of a delicate pavilion ahead, he came to a sudden halt, his expression frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened as a surge of fury erupted within him, unleashing an overwhelming tide of resentment. What had he just witnessed? No, this cannot be real. The anguish within him felt as though his very soul was being stripped away, his pupils trembling with disbelief. Su Laogo, how dare you? You have the audacity to seduce my beloved. In the pavilion before him, Su Xiao was nestled with the woman he cherished most, Yu Linglong. The two were entwined, lost in each other's embrace, their garments in disarray. He could no longer bear the sight. My beloved, surely, you are being coerced by this lecherous old man. Yes, coerced. With a thunderous roar, an immense wave of spiritual energy erupted from within Xiao Mu, the supreme artifact. The millennial ice crystal clutched tightly in his grasp. The exquisite artifact gifted by his master, the Tianma Wanshan banner, soared from his storage pouch, hovering ominously in the air. Countless spectral shadows swirled around the banner, each a fearsome apparition, roaring menacingly at the two within the pavilion. He could no longer restrain himself. He was determined to eradicate this insatiable old lecher. The couple within the pavilion instantly sensed the turbulent spiritual energy approaching. Someone was coming. Yu Linglong's enchanting visage quivered at the sudden realization. Release Su Xiao and adjust the delicate veil draped over oneself. Su Xiao rose, equally astonished, gazing towards the source of the spiritual upheaval. In the distant sky, a colossal banner fluttered in the wind, seemingly releasing countless vengeful spirits. The overwhelming force was awe-inspiring. A formidable deity at the 9th level of transformation. Elder Su, exercise caution. Yu Linglong's countenance turned grave as she cautioned. Prior to her arrival, she had instructed the members of Tiangao Mountain to refrain from coming here today. How could a practitioner of divine transformation have entered this maple leaf forest? Su Xiao nodded slightly, and the two promptly soared forward. Fool, remain calm. The voice from the depths of the sea of consciousness echoed once more. In a state of uncontrolled rage, Xiaomiu's eyes glowed crimson, driven mad by the scandal involving Su Xiao and Yu Linglong. All he desired was to deal with Su Xiao immediately. He could not wait for the day when his opponent would perish of old age. Not even a single day or hour could he endure. How could that old dog Su entice his two beloved wives? This was inconceivable. Su Xiao and Yu Linglong were approaching. He needed to flee quickly. That Su Xiao was peculiar, likely still possessed residual divine transformation talismans. At this moment, you have yet to reach the level of refining the void and cannot withstand those divine transformation talismans. A hint of gravity also settled in the heart of the integrated elder. That invincible fool. If only he would return to the extreme demon sect and cultivate in peace. It would suffice to wait for Su Xiao to pass away. Why risk engaging in battle? Once he reached the realm of void refinement, would beautiful women not be plentiful? Foolishness. Master, I can no longer endure this lecherous old man. Xiaomiu's heart was tormented beyond measure. It was one thing for Dugu Ling to associate with him, but now even Yu Linglong was entangled with that old dog Su. The mere thought of that aged visage alongside his wife's enchanting figure ignited a fiery rage within Xiaomiu, robbing him of rationality. Foolish. In a year, that old man will be dead. You must endure. Leave. If you do not depart now, I shall no longer recognize you as my disciple. Perhaps the words of the integrated elder struck a chord deep within Xiaomiu. His body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear appearing in his eyes, restoring some semblance of calm. Without his master, Xiaomiu was nothing, let alone Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling. Even everything he currently possessed would be reduced to ashes. Master, I am so furious. In a year, it will all be over. He will be but a dying old man, not worth our intervention. If you desire Yu Linglong, once you become the sovereign, you may reclaim her. And as for the leader of the mysterious mist sect, what you must do now is to endure. Depart. As the presence of Su Xiao and Yu Linglong drew ever closer, Xiaomiu shouted, suppressing the endless fury within. He stowed his magical artifacts and, stepping onto his flying sword, transformed into a streak of luminous light, soaring away. Endure. He would endure today. Old dog Su, once you are gone, I shall come to reclaim my two wives. Indeed, an old man nearing death is not worth the risk of confrontation. Let this old man pass through the final year of his life. In this dragon continent, all of his wives will inevitably return to his side. Su Laogo, it is a pity that by then you will be deceased and unable to witness the scene of this genius and his wives consummating their union. Ha! In his last moments, Xiaomiu came to a profound realization. His master was indeed correct. A dying old man was not worthy of his attention. Su Xiao and Yu Linglong soared to the scene, but Xiaomiu had already taken flight, leaving only a fading glimmer in the sky. What was that roar just now? It bore a resemblance to Xiaomiu's arrogant self. Su Xiao stroked his goat beard, a hint of confusion stirring within him. What was that arrogant fellow doing here? Was he spying on him and Yu Linglong? How utterly perverse. Shaking his head, Su Xiao dismissed the thought. It was inevitable he would meet his demise at that man's hands, so what did it matter if he spied? Elder Su, the chill in the air has not dissipated. It seems to be the work of the polar demonic sect. Yu Linglong's exquisite visage bore a trace of solemnity. If the polar demonic sect is involved, then it must be Xiaomiu. The mere thought of it caused her eyes to flash with disdain. That repulsive man was actually spying here? How utterly vile. The moment she recalled his lecherous appearance, a wave of nausea washed over her. Enough, enough. Master Yu, let us not concern ourselves with him any longer. The beauty of the sect leader does not disdain an old man such as myself. I possess an item, not particularly precious, but it shall serve as a token of my esteem for the sect leader. Chapter 54. Return of the 3,000 Dao Pills. Oh, a gift for me? A glimmer danced across Yu Linglong's visage as she gazed at Su Xiao, who stifled a chuckle. This old man had failed his tribulation, aside from those talismans. He likely possessed little of value. Yet, he intended to present her with a gift. How amusing. Su Xiao retrieved a high-grade beauty pill from his spatial storage, its pristine form radiating a soft luster. Even though it was of superior quality, it was a premium item bestowed by the system, far removed from the mediocre wares typically found in the market. Master Yu, this is a high-grade beauty pill. I happen to have one saved. Given your enchanting beauty, consuming this pill will ensure your appearance remains youthful for a long time, Su Xiao remarked with a gentle smile. Yu Linglong, however, was taken aback by the pill in Su Xiao's hand. A high-grade beauty pill. Having already amassed a considerable fortune in luck, she was now being offered this exceptional item. Such pills were rarely found in the market, mostly limited to mid-grade varieties. She had only ever consumed one mid-grade beauty pill herself. Although cultivators do not easily show signs of aging and possess methods to maintain their youth, the presence of a beauty pill would make retaining a youthful visage significantly simpler. Thank you, Elder Su. You are truly too kind to me. Yu Linglong exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the beauty pill and placed it into her storage pouch, the fragrance enveloping her. The two shared a tender moment. Yet, Yu Linglong still harbored reservations. After donning a sheer crimson veil, Su Xiao merely smiled. It was only natural that she would have concerns, given his aging appearance contrasted with her striking beauty. Alas, it seems I must hasten my progress towards the transformation stage. Once I regain my youth, my handsome visage will return. Yu Linglong entwined her arm with Su Xiao's, her stunning face flushed. Elder, once I refine this fortune, may I come seek you again? Su Xiao replied with a grin. Of course, Master Yu. As I promised, all this fortune is yours to claim at any time. Huh, Elder, you truly are too generous to me. After a heartfelt farewell, Yu Linglong soared away on her sword, eagerly anticipating her return to the sect to refine the high-grade beauty pill and the immense fortune she had accumulated. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted Yu Linglong a high-grade beauty pill. This being the first gift to Yu Linglong has triggered a 10,000-fold critical strike, returning 3,000 Dao Pills. 3,000 Dao Pills randomly comprehend a power of the Dao. One opportunity for a 10,000-fold critical strike remains. The next ordinary gift may trigger this. Su Xiao gazed at the fist-sized divine pill in his spatial storage, his face beaming with joy and satisfaction. Another 3,000 Dao Pills. Such an abundance was always welcome. The power of the Dao is crucial in the transformation and void refinement realms. Understanding an additional aspect of Dao will enhance his strength. Excellent. Summoning his jade-white long sword, Su Xiao, in good spirits, flew towards the Misty Sect. Having instilled fear in the major sects with his 9-layered talismans, he felt assured that the demonic sect would refrain from causing him trouble for quite some time. In a spacious chamber of the polar demon sect, Xiao Mu returned, increasingly agitated with every passing moment. Each time the affectionate scenes between Su Xiao and Yu Linglong surfaced in his mind, his fury escalated, prompting him to wreak havoc upon the furnishings of the room. Su, old dog, I shall not share the same sky with you. His bloodshot eyes seemed to blaze with fire. After venting his rage, he recalled his master's words, managing to suppress his fury and regain his composure. 1 year. This genius shall endure for 1 more year. After that, it will be the era of this genius. The thought of his destined greatness, ruling over the realm in the future, ignited a fervent flame within Xiao Mu. He believed himself to be the true protagonist of the Dragon Plate continent. The breathtaking beauty of Yu Linglong occasionally flashed before his eyes, causing his face to flush. She was simply too exquisite. Come in. As the door swung open, a woman clad in black knelt before him. A.E., the most beautiful among his 8 maidservants, presented herself. However, as Xiao Mu gazed upon her, profound disappointment arose within him. Compared to women like Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling, A Yi's beauty seemed utterly diminished. How vexing. I must make do for now. Meanwhile, at the Dao Tian Gate, Dao Yizhenren returned to the sect's grand hall and promptly summoned all intersect elders for a meeting. He cautioned all disciples and followers that within this year, before Su Xiao's demise, they must not offend the disciples of the Misty Sect under any circumstances. Admit your mistakes and stand tall when punished. Under no circumstances must there be any disputes with the disciples of the Misty Sect. The fate of the Xin Demon Sect served as a dire warning. Having provoked the unrestrained Su Xiao, they were obliterated by the 9th tier of the transformation god talismans. It was utterly terrifying. Such a dying old man must not be trifled with. Similar occurrences had unfolded at the Wanfo Temple, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the 10,000 Poison Sect, and the Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, affecting even the numerous second- and third-rate sects under the jurisdiction of these major sections. Presently, the entirety of the Dragon Plate continent acknowledged one truth. The Misty Sect was not to be provoked, especially not Elder Su Xiao of the Inner Sect. They must not incite his wrath before he passes away. In the back mountain of the Breaking Sky Demon Sect, Two assistant elders reported Su Xiao's situation to the Grand Elder. That fool, Emoji Tian, has died. It is indeed fortuitous, as it opens a position for my son. Such a fool was unworthy to lead the Breaking Sky Demon Sect forward. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, I shall have my son, Yu Wenhao, assume the position of sect master. The two elders nodded and then inquired, Grand Elder, what about the vendetta against the demon sect master? That Su Xiao is nearing his end. What revenge can he possibly pursue? Inform the disciples to refrain from causing trouble this year. Let us wait until that Su Xiao has passed before taking action. Chapter 55. A year later, upon his return to the Misty Sect, Su Xiao encountered elders Dugu Ling and Zhu Luwan. After exchanging pleasantries, he retreated to his small courtyard and consumed 3,000 Dao Pills from his spatial repository. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the Dao of human fire. Human fire? Su Xiao's aged eyes sparkled with delight. Having already grasped the Dao of earth fire, he now attained understanding of human fire, also known as the fire of karma. It manifests from within and is a vibrant crimson, one of the most extraordinary forms among the three fires of heaven, earth, and humanity. Rage, lust, heart flame, and calamity fire all fall within the realm of human fire. As he absorbed the profound essence of this newly comprehended human fire, Su Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, sensing the terrifying potency of this rule of power. With the force of human fire, he could ignite a myriad of emotions within his adversaries: anger, hatred, desire, and inner demons. Unless his opponent possessed a heart untainted by desire, a mere flicker of thought would set their karmic flames ablaze. Now that he had grasped both earth fire and human fire, the confluence of these fiery forces would only grow stronger alongside his cultivation. After a brief contemplation, a thought struck him. If he were to comprehend heavenly fire, would it not equate to mastering the true fire of samadhi? The prospect thrilled him. True fire of samadhi was indeed a celestial technique, a genuine divine ability. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Xiao settled onto the meditation mat in his room and began to cultivate the misty longevity technique. Having slain Mo Jitian, he had undoubtedly offended the demonic sections. Thus, rapidly enhancing his cultivation was the true path to self-preservation. Moreover, the tyrant of the extreme demon sect awaited his response. Reaching the Yuanying stage sooner would facilitate his plans. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008. Realm: 4th layer of golden core. Special physique: earth fire, human fire, Dao body. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. Days later, news of a mountain falling from the sky reached the Misty Sect, causing a stir throughout the entire sect. Every disciple, whether outer or inner, was abuzz with discussions about the recent luminary figures of the Panlong continent. Our Elder Su, can you believe it? The old lecher single-handedly took down the leader of the Breaking Sky Demon Sect. Is this true? Elder Su is truly formidable. But Mo Jitian was a 9th layer of transformation powerhouse, the leader of one of the 9 sects. It cannot be. It cannot be. There is no way this old lecher possesses such strength. I refuse to believe it. In the sect's outer square, even the inner disciples, usually elusive, gathered to exchange insights, eager to learn more about Elder Su. They were equally curious as to how an elderly man who had failed the lightning tribulation could possibly slay one capable of confronting a sect leader. This was simply absurd. Everyone, quiet down. Let me share some insider information. The old lecher unearthed the cave of a powerful predecessor, retrieving several super talismans of the 9th layer of transformation. He relied on these talismans to obliterate the demon Lord Tian one by one. Upon hearing this, the nearby individuals widened their eyes in astonishment, turning their gazes toward him. To annihilate using talismans of the 9th level of divine transformation. Goodness, the old lecher is undeniably shameless. What blatant cheating. In that moment, many male disciples, enamored by the charms of Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er, lamented in their hearts, exclaiming in frustration at the demon Lord Tian's lack of resolve. Why hadn't he dealt with this old lecher? Now, releasing the old lecher back into the sect means they must face a terrifying elder wielding divine transformation talismans daily. Alas, the beautiful female disciples of our Miao sect are doomed. Even the esteemed Master Dugu may struggle to suppress this old lecher now. But wait, it doesn't end there. After the old lecher vanquished the demon Lord Tian, it is rumored that he coerced the leader of the Harmony sect, Yu Linglong, into an inappropriate liaison. The demon sect has even spread word that our elder Su is a lecherous fiend, threatening Yu Linglong with 9th-level divine transformation talismans, compelling her to serve this old lecher. And it was witnessed by others. Talk about awkward. My goodness, this old lecher is simply astounding. He even spares not the enchanting women of the Harmony sect. Truly a lecherous demon, as aptly named. A multitude of male disciples found themselves engulfed in endless anguish and fury. Meanwhile, the female disciples trembled in fear. Regardless of their beauty, their complexions paling, dreading an encounter with this old lecher. Fear not, junior brothers and sisters. Let us endure for another year. This old man's lifespan is now less than a year. After a year at most, our Miao sect shall be restored to its former glory. The old lecher ought to descend into hell. Upon hearing this news, numerous inner and outer disciples applauded, their faces alight with excitement. Wonderful. Just one more year of patience. And our Miao sect, perhaps even the entire realm of cultivation, shall regain its tranquility. Thankfully, the old lecher's lifespan is running short. Time flew swiftly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this year, the entire Panlong continent's cultivation world enjoyed an unprecedented peace. The major sects, both righteous and demonic, had never been so united, helping one another in harmony. No bloodshed occurred. Disciples from various sects even grew as close as brothers, with not a single brawl taking place. Xiao, through his singular efforts, entirely transformed the previously harsh cultivation atmosphere of the Panlong continent within this year. At the outer gate square of the Miao sect, the arena was set up grandly. Today marked the day of the sect's grand competition, where numerous outer disciples vied for the coveted spots to become inner disciples. Contestants were elite disciples under 50 years of age in the foundation building stage. The top 10 victors would successfully enter the inner sect, learning the inner sect's profound techniques. The arena was divided into 10 platforms. On one such platform, clad in the outer sect's attire, the youthful and captivating Lin Yenner wielded a mid-grade magic weapon, the Meteor Sword, to battle. This was a mid-grade magic item Xiao had gifted her a few months prior. Now, under the nurturing of foundational elixirs and superior spirit stones, both she and Jean Liuxiang have ascended to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. Opposite Lin Yenner stood a male disciple, wielding a low-grade magical weapon. With a subtle movement of her elegant brows, as the contest commenced, she summoned the Meteor Sword, employing her telekinetic skills to engage her adversary. The power of the medium-grade magical weapon was formidable, its speed astonishing, causing the male disciple to retreat step by step, unable to withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, from her lustrous black hair, a magical hairpin soared forth, infused with spiritual energy, unleashing several fireballs that shot towards the male disciple with explosive force. I concede, the male disciple, utterly startled, found himself at a disadvantage against her superior cultivation and numerous magical artifacts. Lin Yenner, with a radiant smile gracing her delicate features, retracted her magical weapon and leapt down from the stage. The enchanting Jean Liuxiang had already secured victory in this round, awaiting Lin Yenner below. Sister, splendid work. Win one more round, and we shall gain entry to the inner sect. Jean Liuxiang exclaimed with joy, grasping Lin Yenner's tender, ivory hand. Sister, this is all thanks to Elder Su. Without him, we could never have reached this point. At the mention of Xiao, their expressions dimmed slightly. In the past 3 months, they had not seen Elder Su at all. The small courtyard was deserted, as if he had vanished entirely, severing all ties. The elder, perhaps, has passed on. The thought of such a possibility brought forth a wave of sorrow in their hearts, especially for Lin Yenner, who felt that Elder Su had treated her with unparalleled kindness, even surpassing that of her own parents. Yet, until his demise, she had never had the opportunity to repay his kindness. A pang of regret surged within her. Given another chance, she would undoubtedly dedicate herself in gratitude to Elder Su. Surrounding them, the outer sect disciples, witnessing Lin Yenner and Jean Liuxiang advance to the decisive round, could not contain their agitation. Those two shameless hussies. Their rank and artifacts are merely the result of trading their bodies. Indeed, these two vixens have clung to Elder Su's coattails to reach this stage. Without him, they would amount to nothing. The vitriol came predominantly from female disciples, consumed by envy and resentment, their voices growing louder with each utterance. A group of over 10 women encircled Lin Yin'er and Jean Liuxiang, incessantly hurling insults and pointing fingers. The nearby male disciples remained indifferent, showing no inclination to intervene. These brazen women must have divided the old lecher's legacy to achieve such progress. Even more brazenly, some cast furtive glances at the two women's appearances and figures, their eyes glinting with desire. Such beautiful women would make splendid partners. Who knows, perhaps by courting them, one could even inherit a portion of the old lecher's fortune. Lin Yin'er's complexion turned pale, fear gripping her. Jean Liuxiang stood resolutely, shielding her behind her. However, the sheer number of assailants proved overwhelming, and even she displayed signs of distress, gritting her teeth. Without Elder Su's protection, their lives within the sect would undoubtedly grow difficult. Ha ha ha. Two wretches. Elder Su has vanished for 3 months. I dare say he has long since attained enlightenment in some distant realm. You still wish to cling to Elder Su's favor? From now on, no one shall come to your defense. Those of lowly character must meet a fitting end. Lin Yin'er was encircled by a throng of scornful voices, her heart heavy with sorrow and fear. She found herself longing for Elder Su once more. Jean Liuxiang dared not speak, remaining silent as she cast a cold gaze upon the surrounding disciples. Heh, Liuxiang, Yin'er, win just one more round, and you shall gain entry into the inner circle. I have already arranged for your inner master. You shall take your vows under Elder One. At that moment, a voice, gentle and warm, drifted down from the heavens. The two women looked up, and upon seeing that familiar gray robe, their hearts ached, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Elder Su. Chapter 56. Standing up for little honey, Su Xiao descended gracefully atop the jade-white sword light, having just emerged from a 3-month seclusion in his secluded cave within the mountains. Clad in a gray robe, his once pure white hair now bore strands of black. His visage and skin, previously marked by weariness, appeared more taut and smooth. If he had once resembled an elderly man on the verge of burial, he now looked akin to a robust septuagenarian, exuding an air of dignity and charm. Transformed into a distinguished elder. Master, you have grown younger? Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er, wiping away their tears, beheld the elder before them, their hearts swelling with joy. After 3 months of silent anguish, they longed for Su Elder to thrive, wishing for his enduring presence. Su Xiao smiled. Recently, my cultivation has seen some restoration. It's merely a trifling matter. With that, he cast a stern glance at the petrified disciples surrounding him, clearing his throat to address them. How many times must I remind you? We, of the Piaomiao Sect, must unite and protect one another, not bully our fellow disciples. What punishment do you deserve for your insults and harassment towards Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er? His authoritative voice, amplified by spiritual energy, reverberated in the ears of every disciple present. Thud, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Su Xiao. Those who had tormented Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er fell to their knees, paralyzed with fear. Su Elder, it's a misunderstanding. It was all just a joke with the two junior sisters. Please, don't take it the wrong way. The disciples, both male and female, who had previously insulted the two, now knelt with pallid faces, unable to meet the gaze of the formidable elder. He lives. The old lecher is still alive. Thank goodness. Moreover, they sensed the formidable yuan-ing pressure radiating from him, realizing not only had he survived, but he had also ascended in cultivation, seemingly rejuvenated with the emergence of black hair. What on earth is happening? All nearby disciples were left in a stupor. Soon, hundreds gathered around the 10 arenas, their astonishment palpable upon witnessing Su Xiao's youthful appearance. He lives, and has grown younger. The old lecher, what in the world is happening? The elders overseeing the sect's grand competition approached, their expressions filled with disbelief as they beheld Su Xiao. Elder, you're still alive. Upon seeing Su Xiao, whose hair had regained its vigor, Lu Dajing's eyes widened in shock. He realized his master had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years. Yet the prospect of rejuvenation was bewildering. Wait, yuaning pressure? Has my master returned to the yuaning realm? Su Master, where have you been these past 3 months? Your disciples have missed you dearly. Lu Danian approached Su Xiao with a sheepish grin, showering him with compliments and expressions of admiration. The reputation of the master uncle had soared to remarkable heights, instilling trepidation among the various sects even during his core formation stage. Now that he had returned to the nascent soul realm, Even the sect leader would likely find it challenging to rein him in. Su Xiao observed the trembling outer disciples kneeling nearby and shook his head, stroking his goatee. Danian, what is happening with your law enforcement team? These outer disciples have bullied Lu Xiong and Yenner, and you, as their master, do not intervene? A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Xiao's weathered face. If this continues, what will become of our reputation in the Piaomiao Sect? Chaos will ensue. Severe punishment is imperative. Lu Danian promptly agreed and summoned the nearby law enforcement personnel, addressing the kneeling outer disciples sternly. For offending Master Su, you are all to be apprehended. According to sect rules, each will receive 10 lashes and a year's worth of spirit stones deducted. The disciples gasped in horror, tears welling in their eyes. Elder Su, we were wrong. Please spare us. We shall never do it again. Regret filled their hearts, realizing too late that the old man was still alive. Had they known, they would never have dared to humiliate Jean Lu Xiong and Lin Yenner in public, for she was the beloved of Elder Su. The law enforcement team, under Lu Danian's command, showed no mercy, dragging the outer disciples away. Most of them were female disciples, facing 100 lashes. They felt despondent enough to wish for death. The onlookers turned pale, fearfully glancing at Elder Su. The old lecher is truly terrifying. He is now openly defending his beloved. This is it. As long as the old lecher lives, the Piaomiao Sect is doomed. Haha, Elder Su, it has been a year, and you seem ever younger. Congratulations on your return to the nascent soul realm. This is a momentous occasion for our Piaomiao Sect. Nearby outer elders approached Su Xiao warmly, their expressions filled with reverence. With such a formidable figure still alive, not only within the Piaomiao Sect but throughout the entire Panlong continent, none would dare to provoke him. Upon returning to the outer sect courtyard with Jean Lu Xiong and Lin Yenner, they found it in disarray after 3 months' absence, with wilted flowers and a layer of dust covering everything. Excitedly, they began to tidy up, for serving Elder Su was their greatest joy. Su Xiao reclined in a rocking chair in the courtyard, savoring spirit tea from his spatial storage. A year had passed, and he had unexpectedly advanced to the first level of the nascent soul stage so swiftly. After spending 3 months in the inner sect's cave dwelling, he had successfully broken through. To his delight, his aged appearance had slightly rejuvenated. He no longer appeared so decrepit. Before his seclusion, he had gifted Lin Yenner a thunder-drawing talisman and a medium-grade magical artifact. The talisman had triggered a task reward of a 10,000-fold critical strike, returning to him a divine thunder talisman of the 9th layer of void refinement. This should be the most formidable talisman that the current system can provide. The medium-grade magic sword has returned a superior-grade magic sword. As for Jean Liuxiang, already possessing a medium-grade magical artifact, she was gifted an ice sword talisman, which returned 2 talismans of the 9-fold profound ice sword rain of transformation. Additionally, there was no shortage of foundation establishment pills and superior-grade spirit stones. After accounting for the expenses of his secluded cultivation, there remained 300 superior-grade spirit stones, 100 Yunjin pills, and 30 Huaying pills. By the afternoon, the 2 women had tidied the small courtyard impeccably. They approached Su Xiao, kneeling anxiously before him, their beautiful eyes filled with admiration and longing. Su Xiao smiled and said, Liuxiang, Yenner, you have worked hard. As he spoke, he produced 20 Yunjin pills and 20 superior-grade spirit stones. Now that you have reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, it is time for you to advance to the core formation stage. Each of you shall receive 10 Yunjin pills and 10 superior-grade spirit stones, so you may hasten your core formation and proceed to cultivate within the inner sect. When the time comes for core formation, I shall personally impart to you the ethereal longevity technique. Upon hearing this, the 2 women were overjoyed, kneeling to receive Su Xiao's generous gifts. Disciple thanks the elder. Congratulations to the host, successfully gifted 20 Yunjin pills, returning 30 Huaying pills. Congratulations to the host, successfully gifted 20 superior-grade spirit stones, returning 300 superior-grade spirit stones. Chapter 57. The Celestial Realm of the Southern Zhan Kingdom. After delivering the items, the 2 women bowed in gratitude and stood beside Su Xiao without leaving. Jean Liuxiang's face flushed with embarrassment as she began to massage Su Xiao's shoulders from behind. Instantly, the fragrance of youthful femininity wafted from her. Elder, I have missed you dearly during your absence these 3 months. Jean Liuxiang gazed at the elder, whose appearance had rejuvenated and become even more handsome. Her heart filled with joy. "Yenner, you may return now. Your senior sister will attend to my shoulders and be back shortly." "Yes, elder." Lin Yenner, her cheeks crimson with shyness, fled from the small courtyard. A few days later, the news of Su Laotu's survival spread throughout the entire Panlong continent. "What? That old dog is still alive? He has even broken through to the Yuaning stage?" In the grand hall of the extreme demon sect, upon hearing the elder's report, Xiao Mu was left utterly bewildered. His slender eyes were wide with shock, filled with anger and resentment once more. "Impossible. That old man is over 1,000 years old. How could he still be alive? Is it a momentary revival?" "Yes, it must be a momentary revival. Surely his death is imminent." Xiao Mu's frustration was palpable. Just 3 months prior, he had accepted that Su Laotu was dead, yet now he had resurfaced and even ascended to the Yuaning stage. "Are you kidding me?" The third elder reported. "Sect Master, calm your anger. Su Xiao failed his tribulation and cannot possibly possess the strength to attempt it again. He was merely a 9th-level Yuaning cultivator. Restoring to the Yuaning stage is still within the realm of possibility." Another elder added, "Sect Master, Su Xiao is currently at his weakest, not to be feared. At most, he is just an old Yuaning. His days are numbered. The most pressing matter now is the contention for the celestial realm of the Southern Zhan Kingdom. In 1 month, the celestial realm will open, allowing cultivators beneath the transformation stage to explore within. If our extreme demon sect can obtain the divine pill of the Great Path, your breakthrough to the refining void stage will be within reach." Upon hearing about the divine pill of the Great Path, Xiao Mu's eyes brightened with excitement, momentarily casting aside thoughts of that detestable old dog. The celestial realm of the Southern Zhan Kingdom opens once every 300 years, harboring the Great Path divine tree deep within, which bears the divine pill of the Great Path. Consuming this pill grants the ability to comprehend an additional force of the Great Path, making it one of the rarest divine pills in the Panlong continent. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. The prospect of breaking through to the refining void stage and marrying 2 wives sent shivers of anticipation through him, his face aglow with fervor. "Dispatch people, the 3 elders. We must send our strongest Yuan-ing cultivators from the extreme demon sect. We must secure the divine pill of the Great Path." Xiao Mu's eyes gleamed with fervent determination as he commanded the selection of 4 Yuan-ing cultivators, each to bring 3 cold, refining fire pills. There must be no mistakes. The 3 elders exchanged worried glances. "Sect Master, if 3 cold, refining fire pills are consumed consecutively within a short period, it may pose risks to our talented disciples." "It matters not." Xiao Mu squinted and waved his hand, declaring that for the future of our sect, sacrificing a little is of no consequence. With a genius like me as the sect leader, the supremacy of the extreme demon sect is merely around the corner. Indeed, sect leader. At the same time, the news of Su Zhao's continued existence astonished the Daotian sect, the 10,000 Buddha temple, the Lihuo sect, and the other 4 demonic sections. "What? Su Xiao is still alive? Hasn't a year passed?" Whatever the case, he is probably just holding on. Regardless, junior brother. Next month marks the opening of the Celestial Secret Realm, an event that occurs once every 300 years. We must select the finest disciples from Daotian sect to participate, with the goal of obtaining the divine pill of the Great Way. Even if we cannot secure the divine pill, we must return laden with ample benefits. Hurry, let the selection commence. At the 10,000 Buddha Temple, Amitabha, it is indeed fortunate that Su Benefactor has not perished. It has been 2,000 years since I have witnessed such tranquility in the world of cultivation. I hope Su Benefactor can live for a while longer. Yuan Tong replied, "Next month, the Celestial Secret Realm opens. Let us choose disciples from the Luohan Hall. If we can bring back the divine pill of the Great Way, even if Su Benefactor were to pass, the tranquility of this cultivation realm would be preserved. That would be the best outcome." In the Lihuo sect, a chuckle escaped the lips of an elder. Indeed, the old fellow is not so easily dispatched. On a delicate jade couch draped in sheer silk, the enchanting Yu Linglong reclined, her alabaster arm cradling her head. She was still refining the fortune she had pilfered from Su Xiao that day. This fortune was not only abundant, but of astonishing quality. The mere thought of Su Xiao ignited a sparkle in her captivating eyes. "Mayor, next month when the Celestial Secret Realm opens, Select 4 disciples at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Tell them not to exert themselves too fiercely. Even I do not expect the divine pill of the Great Way, just bring back some good treasures. A flicker of anticipation crossed the stunning visage of Yu Linglong. Presently, she had little need for the divine pill of the Great Way, the reason being Su Xiao's boundless fortune. With an extraordinary figure like Elder Su around, breaking through the void refinement stage is merely a matter of time. There is no need to risk the disciples in pursuit of the divine pill of the Great Way. Let it be a journey for leisure. At the back mountain cave of the mysterious Mist Sect, the elegantly garbed Duguling sipped on spiritual tea, smiling as she spoke. Uncle Zhuge, I have already decided on the candidates for the celestial secret realm next month. Allow my eldest disciple, Shui Yu, to lead the expedition. She has been able to withstand the divine thunder tribulation for several years, yet has suppressed her cultivation for the sake of the celestial secret realm. The elder in Taoist robes, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, nodded with a smile. Indeed, Shui Yu possesses exceptional talent and stands at the forefront among the inner disciples. With her leading, the probability of obtaining the divine pill of the Great Way is significantly high. My dear girl, should you acquire the divine pill and break through the void refinement realm, our mysterious Mist Sect will dominate for the next 300 years. Sister Ji, upon her return from seclusion, will also be greatly pleased. As if struck by a thought, Zhuge Wu's expression shifted slightly as he spoke solemnly. That little rascal Su Xiao has recently emerged from seclusion and is said to have broken through to the nascent soul stage. What is the necessity of this struggle? It is but a futile endeavor. Ling, my dear, seize an opportunity to remind that insufferable young man not to cause trouble simply because he believes his time is limited. He should conduct himself with propriety and make the most of the next 50 years. Should he instigate another calamity akin to the last one that befell an entire family, I shall personally take it upon myself to apprehend him. That wretched lad, despite his age, still indulges in youthful affairs, and dares to openly defend his paramour in front of the disciples. Alas, he certainly possesses a certain audacity. Chapter 58, The Daughter of Fortune. By Xiao on the day of the final competition of the Outer Sect, thousands of disciples gathered around 10 arenas, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. The 10 disciples who emerged victorious today would ascend to the heavens, gaining the opportunity to apprentice under the inner sect elders. The arenas of Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yang'er were positioned adjacent to one another, a strategic arrangement orchestrated by Su Xiao. He stood between the two platforms, stroking his beard with a smile as he observed the last bout. Once the two women entered the inner sect, they would expedite their advancement to the golden core stage, facilitating his gift of the essence gold pill. The return transformation pill would serve him well, thus conserving resources, a clever maneuver indeed. Su Elder has actually arrived. Goodness, murmured the disciples in awe. With Su Elder supporting Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yang'er, who would dare to challenge them? It would be akin to courting death. Panic spread among the disciples. The reputation of the sect was at stake. With such an elder present, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Nearby disciples kept their distance from Su Xiao, wary of incurring the wrath of this formidable elder, especially as he was at a critical juncture of his lifespan. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him? The disciples who had endured 10 rounds of lashings still languished in their beds. Upon noticing Su Elder's presence, the two women felt their confidence surge. They summoned their magical weapons, eager to engage in battle. Su Elder's very existence provided them with a formidable safety net. Their opponents, upon seeing the seemingly benevolent elder, felt their hearts quail, their faces turning pale. Although they were also talented disciples of the Outer Sect, the thought of provoking Su Elder filled them with dread. The match had not yet commenced, and already their fighting spirit had waned. They even contemplated how to graciously concede in front of Su Elder to elicit a smile from him. Detected, Daughter of Fortune, by Xiao. Fortune level, B. Return multiplier, 10x. Bond level, 1. A B-level Daughter of Fortune? Su Xiao's eyes flickered as he turned his gaze towards the adjacent arena. There, a young girl clad in a pale blue long robe stood poised with her sword, awaiting the commencement of the match. She was a vision of elegance, tall and graceful, her beauty pure and enchanting. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, framing her exquisite and delicate form. Her skin was fair and smooth, her countenance refined and charming, reminiscent of a beloved lily. Opposite her stood a robust and imposing young man, his fierce gaze fixed upon by Xiao, intent on defeating her and securing his place within the inner sect. On the high platform, Lu Danian prepared to signal the start of the finals. However, before he could raise his hand, he noticed Su Xiao gesturing for him to wait. A jolt of realization coursed through him, prompting him to halt and await the elder's cue. Su Xiao approached by Xiao's arena, and the surrounding outer sect disciples instinctively recoiled, not daring to impede his passage. By Xiao, come down. Elder Su has a few words to share with you, he said. His expression warm and kind, his eyes gleaming with a subtle light. He had discerned before arriving that Bai Xiao was unlikely to prevail in this match. Her opponent was already exuding the aura of a golden core cultivator on the cusp of a breakthrough. The more fortunate daughters, the better. Since we have encountered each other, let us send you into the inner sanctum together, fostering a bond for future benevolence. Me. Elder Su. Are you calling for me? Bai Xiao turned around, and upon seeing Elder Su's aged visage, her face paled, and her heart raced. Elder Su, is it truly this notorious elder of our sect? Yes, indeed it is you. He, do not be afraid, you and I are fated. Come here. Upon uttering these words, Elder Su left all the disciples around him in a state of bewilderment. Even the confident young man on the stage suddenly lost his composure. What the hell? The old lecher has begun to select a consort in public. Is there any hope left for the Piaomiao Sect? Elder Su's kind and benevolent smile morphed into something lecherous and sinister in the eyes of countless disciples. They dared not voice their anger. This old lecher had once again set his sights on the goddess Bai. She was the last of the three renowned beauties of the outer sect. The first two had already been taken by him. Heaven above. Sect leader, supreme elder. Come forth and punish this devil. Bai Xiao, her face filled with dread, descended from the arena, gracefully approaching Elder Su. She struggled to suppress her fear, offering a smile as she bowed to him. Disciple Bai Xiao, greetings to Elder Su. At least she retained her manners and was not intimidated by his aura. She was indeed a promising prospect. The system's certified daughter of fortune, in terms of appearance, talent, and disposition, was a rare gem among women. Elder Su nodded and smiled. Bai Xiao, do not believe the rumors about me. My lifespan is limited. I merely wish to find a few gifted disciples to pass on my legacy. Jin Luxiang and Lin Yan were the same. You and I share a fate. And your talent is commendable. If you can enter the inner sect, you will surely soar to great heights. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Observing Elder Su's kind smile, her fear gradually dissipating. Elder Su seems not to be as dreadful as the rumors suggested. Thank you, Elder Su. But I fear that as a disciple with only the 8th level of foundation establishment, I may struggle to emerge victorious this time. She was self-aware. Reaching the finals was already her utmost limit. Elder Su waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Since you and I are fated, I shall assist you. Once you enter the inner sect, you may become a disciple of Elder One. When you win the arena match, come to me, and I shall assist you in the apprenticeship ceremony. Bai Xiao's heart stirred, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Entering the inner sect was her lifelong aspiration. To also be a disciple of Elder One, one of the 3 esteemed protectors of the sect, was a dream come true. Thank you, Elder. Bai Xiao knelt and bowed, unable to contain her excitement. Now she understood why Jin Luxiang and Lin Yan endured the scorn of others to follow Elder Su. Elder, it turns out you are passing on your legacy. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Do you have a master in the outer sect? Elder Su inquired. Indeed, my master from the outer sect is Elder Mengdan. Oh, it is she? Haha, that makes things easier. Go forth. With my presence, you shall not falter. Many thanks, Elder. With that, Bai Xiao, her perfectly curved figure on display, ascended the stage confidently. At that moment, the youth opposite her was utterly petrified. This was due to the lecherous old man who consistently smiled at him. That smile sent shivers down his spine. Goodness, this old lecher was indeed threatening him. At Su Xiao's signal, Lu Danian issued the command to commence the competition. Su Xiao had no worries regarding Jin Luxiang Lin Yan as he had already given her opponent a warning glance. However, Bai Xiao's adversary was so terrified that his limbs turned to jelly, unable to launch any effective attack against her. The old lecher's gaze was too daunting. Bai Xiao had, astonishingly, also fallen under the old man's spell. Ultimately, the youth, fearing retribution from Su Xiao, stumbled backward and fell off the stage. Bai Xiao thus emerged victorious, advancing to the inner sect. Hiss! The surrounding disciples, witnessing this clumsy display of favoritism, were left in a state of shock. They cast fearful, furious, yet helpless glances at that terrifying old man. My goodness! Even the white goddess has succumbed. With just a few words, the old lecher successfully claimed the last of the outer sect's 3 beauties. Moreover, he intimidated the opponent to ensure Bai Xiao's advancement. No, as long as this terrifying old lecher remains alive. The day of the demise of the Miao Sect is not far off. Chapter 59. The first elder of the outer sect, Meng Dan above. Lu Danian and several other elders of the outer sect gazed at the victorious Bai Xiao on the arena, their hearts filled with a sense of nostalgia. Elder Su, no longer even pretending. The Elder Su who had once excavated the cave of his predecessor now exuded an overwhelming confidence. However, they merely voiced their inner grievances in silence, maintaining an outward appearance of indifference. The lifespan of their opponent had reached its conclusion, having vanquished even the formidable 9th layer of the transformation spirit. They couldn't fathom the prospect of contending with these outer sect elders. Soon, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner emerged victorious as the second and third contenders. Their opponents, trembling in fear, scarcely dared to exert their strength and retreated from the stage in submission. Well done, Liuxiang and Yenner. Come here. I would like to introduce you to a junior sister. Su Xiao called them over with a smile, while Bai Xiao awaited nearby. Elder. Lin Yenner greeted Bai Xiao with a smile. They were previously acquainted, but not intimately familiar. Su Xiao continued. Once the 3 of you have reached the core formation stage and can fly with swords, you may move to the inner sect for cultivation. I have already spoken with Elder One, so there is no need for you to worry. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 women brightened, and they immediately knelt before Su Xiao in gratitude. After inquiring about Bai Xiao's age, Su Xiao continued, upon entering Elder One's tutelage, Liuxiang, you shall be the senior sister, Bai Xiao, you will be the second senior sister, and Yenner, you will be the junior sister. You 3 should get along well. And you need not worry about cultivation resources. I shall take care of everything. Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Bai Xiao was taken aback by the elder's generosity. Her outer sect master had provided her with limited resources. Otherwise, with her aptitude, she would have reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment long ago. In terms of talent, she felt she was not inferior to senior sister Jean or junior sister Lin. Bai Xiao, here are 10 foundation establishment pills, 10 superior grade spirit stones, and a medium grade magical artifact, the Xianguang ring, as a token of our first meeting. Su Xiao presented the items to her. As you are currently at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, there is no rush for the formal apprenticeship gift. We shall discuss that when you are close to reaching core formation. Bai Xiao stood momentarily stunned as she received the items. Thank you, Elder. Elation radiated from her as she knelt and offered 3 deep bows in gratitude. The value of this meeting gift was immeasurable. Her outer sect master had not provided her with as much as Elder Su had offered in this instance. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Our fates are intertwined. And this is but a given, Su Xiao replied with a smile. In the future, I shall rely on you to carry forth my legacy. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. As it is the first gift to Bai Xiao, a critical hit has been triggered, returning an unparalleled insight pill. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 superior grade spirit stones, returning 100 superior grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting a medium grade magic ring, returning a superior grade magic ring. Unparalleled insight pill. After consumption, the user enters a state of sudden comprehension for a brief period, useful for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. All disciples nearby watched in astonishment as Su Xiao generously bestowed gifts, including Lu Danian and the other outer sect elders and stewards. Elders, are you merely going to stand by and watch? Does the Misty Sect still uphold any principles of justice? The outer disciples were infuriated, their faces turning ashen with rage, wishing they could immediately eliminate that old man. It was utterly intolerable. The sect's competition continued, and eventually, 10 exceptional disciples emerged, earning the privilege to ascend to the inner sect. Upon reaching the core formation stage, the sect would arrange for inner elders to take them as disciples. Lu Dajing accompanied Su Xiao back to the small courtyard, his eyes weary with frustration. If this continued, the reputation of his master would only deteriorate. Su Xiao chuckled, saying, "As long as one maintains integrity, one need not fear the shadows that may distort the truth. Dajing, my master is merely cultivating talent for our misty sect. What is there to fear?" Huh. Lu Dajing was taken aback. Dajing swiftly reorganized the enforcement team. Anyone spreading rumors will face disciplinary action according to sect rules. Do it properly. Yes, master. Lu Dajing watched Su Xiao's upright figure, tears welling in his eyes. Master, it truly burdens him. In a residence within the outer mountain accommodation area, Bai Xiao reported good news to her master, Meng Dan. What? That old man Su has taken you as his successor and gifted you so many items. Meng Dan's expression shifted to one of shock, anger flickering in her eyes. That old fool is courting death. Bai Xiao hurriedly explained, Master, the elder is quite benevolent. He is not as everyone claims. The beautiful woman retorted angrily, Xiao, you are being foolish. Just wait, I will confront that old man. With that, she disregarded Bai Xiao and flew off on her sword, heading straight for the exit of the residence. The brilliant sword light illuminated the sky as it soared across the square. The outer disciples below were electrified, as if they had received a jolt of adrenaline. It's Elder Ming. Elder Ming must be furious. How fortunate that our outer sect has such a righteous and upright elder. Let us go. We should stake out outside the small courtyard and see how Elder Su is reprimanded by Elder Ming. Haha. Elder Ming, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, is the foremost elder of our outer sect. With her intervention, Elder Su is surely doomed. Haha. This is delightful. Countless disciples followed the radiant sword light of Meng Dan, gathering in the nearby forest surrounding Su Xiao's small courtyard, eager to witness his downfall. Chapter 60. The fortunate girl deceived by appearances. Su Xiao was meditating on a mat in his chamber. Old Su, come out now. Xiao is my protege, and you shall not bring her harm. The door swung open, and a woman clad in a blue robe stormed in with indignation. Su Xiao lifted his gaze, and a glimmer of light flickered in his aged eyes. The woman entering appeared to be in her early 30s, her demeanor both gentle and stunning, with exquisitely delicate brows. Her slim waist and ample curves complemented her long, proportionate legs, creating a figure that could drive one to madness, her attire struggling to contain her bosom. With every gesture, she exuded the alluring charm of a mature woman, a beauty in full bloom. Dandan, you have come again, Su Xiao remarked, observing the exquisite woman with a complex expression and letting out a soft sigh. Meng Dan retorted fiercely, do not call me Dandan. Old man, have you even glanced at your own appearance lately? Over 1,000 years old, and yet you still behave so inappropriately, harboring thoughts about my Xiao. Why haven't you left this world yet? With a resounding bang, she closed the door and took a seat at the table, preparing to have a serious discussion with this old man. Xiao was her disciple, and she would not allow this old rogue to have any designs on her. Su Xiao rose and sat across from her, pouring a cup of spiritual tea, and sighed. Dandan, Bai Xiao possesses remarkable talent. She is a promising seedling. I merely offered her gifts to assist her entry into the inner sect. What is wrong with that? Meng Dan arched her elegant brows and scoffed. You old rascal. Who in the sect is unaware of your reputation by now? Is it merely her beauty that has caught your eye? I want to even bother asking about Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. Let me be clear. Release Xiao from your grasp. This time, we will overlook your attempt to assist her into the inner sect, but you must never seek her out again. Su Xiao shook his head and replied, Dandan, are you not aware of the resources you possess? Do you wish for Bai Xiao to follow your path? Filled with talent, yet forever stalled at the nascent soul stage? Meng Dan was momentarily taken aback by this soul-stirring inquiry. She gazed at the white-haired Su Xiao, her eyes flickering with hesitation. He spoke truthfully. During her early years of cultivation, she had struggled due to a lack of resources and now found herself stuck at the 9th level of the nascent soul, unable to advance. However, she blamed this predicament on the old man. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. 300 years prior, when she had entered the inner sect, she could have chosen a resourceful elder as her master. Yet, she had been naive, captivated by Su Xiao's unparalleled good looks, and became his named disciple. They even shared a romantic liaison for a time. But what was the outcome? The old man was impoverished, unable to aid her cultivation, and ultimately led her astray. In despair, she returned to the outer sect as an elder, intending to accumulate resources to break through to the transformation stage. He had wasted her precious time, 100 or 200 years, shamelessly. I won't allow it. You shall not bring harm to Xiao. Meng Dan's gently beautiful face displayed a resolute determination. Her tragedy would not befall her disciple. Su Xiao chuckled. Dandan, once I felt a sense of guilt towards you. But now the situation has changed. You are aware that I have inherited the resources of a senior's cave. My lifespan dwindles, and these resources would serve no purpose if left unused. They are intended for you three as successors. Dandan, I owe you a debt from the past, and I shall make amends before my demise. The old man spoke with profound affection, his handsome, aged visage revealing a hint of shame. Old fellow, have you forgotten your age? Do you still believe you possess the same charm as before? To dwell on such matters, even in death. How shameless! Meng Dan glared at him with indignation. Detected, daughter of fortune, Meng Dan, fortune level, C. Return multiplier, 20, bond level, 20. Dandan is also a daughter of fortune? Su Xiao's eyes flickered, and he regarded Meng Dan with even greater remorse. With such extraordinary talent, she had not advanced beyond the transformation god stage in 3 centuries. It was all his fault. With a thought, Su Xiao produced an ice blue pendant, its ethereal glow suggesting it was anything but ordinary. This was a supreme-grade magical artifact, the pendant of peaceful seas. The moment he revealed it, Meng Dan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. What an impressive artifact. It must be of the highest grade. Dandan, I am indebted to you. This is the supreme-grade pendant of peaceful seas. Possessing it will significantly enhance your chances of successfully weathering the thunder tribulation. Afterward, he presented her with a high-grade beauty elixir. Dandan, you remain as beautiful as ever. This is a high-grade beauty elixir. I hope you will always retain your beauty. Dandan, I have no use for these items, so I bestow them upon you. I hope you can forgive me. Su Xiao's aged eyes were sincere as he extended the offerings towards her. Meng Dan stood there, stunned. A supreme-grade artifact? A high-grade beauty elixir? She gazed at the old man in disbelief, suddenly envisioning his youthful form, still so handsome. Su, Elder Su, are you truly giving me these? Meng Dan swallowed hard, her delicate, fair hands trembling as she accepted the artifact and elixir. This amounts to thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, these are exquisite treasures that cannot even be purchased with spirit stones. All of these are for you, Dandan. From now on, I shall provide all the cultivation resources for you and by Xiao. Before I pass, I will assist you in breaking through to the transformation god realm. Su Xiao observed the astonishment in her eyes, nodding in satisfaction. He understood that Dandan loved him, yet reality forced them apart. Su, Elder Su, why must you go to such lengths? Meng Dan stored the items in her spatial pouch, tears streaming down her cheeks. Under the bombardment of sweet gestures, her defenses crumbled. Overwhelmed with joy. Elder, you remain as handsome as ever. Dandan, after all these years, you are still as beautiful, yet I have grown old. Su Xiao sighed deeply. Meng Dan felt a surge of excitement, reminiscing about the sweet moments they had shared in the past. Suddenly, I find the affluent Su Xiao to be even more captivating. Elder, please do not be like this. Although you have aged, your appearance remains as striking as ever. At least, to me, you still possess a handsome visage. Meng Dan, having acquired such a precious item, can no longer reprimand him with any authority. Dandan, after all these years, I truly miss you. Meng Dan's face flushed with embarrassment, resembling a young maiden, her eyes brimming with shyness. Deep within her heart, she harbors love for Su Xiao. Congratulations on the successful gifting of the extraordinary artifact, the 4 Seas Ascending Peace Pendant. Upon gifting Meng Dan for the first time, a 1,000-fold critical hit was triggered, returning the treasure, the 9-fire glazed cover. Congratulations on the successful gifting of the superior youth elixir, returning 2 extraordinary youth elixirs. Chapter 61. Dugu Ling was bewildered on the following morning. In a chamber filled with enchanting fragrance, Su Xiao gazed at the softly slumbering Meng Dan beside him, shaking his head with a smile. Dan remained as gentle and shy as she was centuries ago. Now, she was accompanied by a woman of 20-fold fortune. An old acquaintance, no less. After resting for half an hour, the sun began to rise. Old man, I shall take my leave, Meng Dan said, donning her attire. With a soft smile, she embraced him, and an intoxicating scent enveloped the air. Her stunning visage flushed with a delicate hue, her curvaceous form emanating the unique charm of mature femininity. Xiao nodded. Yes, Dan, focus on your cultivation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. My door is always open for you. Meng Dan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, you owe me greatly, and you must repay me in the future. I appreciate your help with Xiao, but do not harbor any thoughts towards her. Xiao sighed with a smile. Of course, you are keeping a watchful eye. After exchanging tender moments, Meng Dan gradually exited the courtyard. They're out. Finally out. What is happening? Why has Elder Meng spent the entire night in Elder Su's chamber? What is going on? Those lurking in the outer sect's forest employed their far-seeing techniques, fixating their gazes on the emerging Meng Dan. Many had already departed after enduring the long night, yet upon seeing Meng Dan's appearance, their jaws dropped in astonishment. I can't believe it. Elder Meng's eyes are filled with tenderness. Her beautiful face is blushing uncontrollably. Her gait is distinctly abnormal. With just one glance, the disciples who had persevered until now were frozen in disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. Even their esteemed first elder of the outer sect, the beloved of countless elders and disciples, had fallen for Elder Meng? Impossible. It shouldn't be. Elder Meng was a formidable figure at the 9th level of the nascent soul. Oh heavens! This cannot be real. Meng Dan, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, discreetly summoned her flying sword and hastily soared towards her residence. This furtive scene was once again witnessed by the disciples concealed in the distant forest. I can't take it anymore. I shall not coexist with that old rogue. Some male disciples at the scene fainted from indignation. As long as that old rogue lives, the Misty Sect shall surely perish. A few disciples coughed up blood, nearly choking on their rage. The next day, the entire Misty Sect erupted in chaos. News of Su Zhao's patronage of female disciples, and even the clandestine support of their master, spread like wildfire, becoming a topic of fervent discussion among countless inner and outer sect members. Now, every male disciple, regardless of age or rank, regarded the old lecher as their ultimate foe. Even the enforcers of the law began to strike in protest. No, Elder Meng is truly my goddess. Elder Su, how could you behave in such a manner? This is outrageous. I can hardly believe it. My dream lover has been taken by an old man. The elderly enforcers of the law are beside themselves with grief, their hearts heavy with despair at the thought of Elder Meng, nearly vomiting blood in disbelief at this shocking revelation. Lu Danian, seated within the hall of law enforcement, wore a pallid expression on his once innocent face. Master Uncle, this is too much. In the Dream Dan residence, Bai Xiao rushed into the hall, panic-stricken as she approached her master. Master, outside, there are rumors about you. And Elder Su, and even about me. She was on the verge of losing her composure. The entire outer mountain was abuzz with gossip, dragging her into the scandal, labeling both master and disciple as shameless. Dream Dan, with her stunning beauty enhanced by a rosy glow of delight, had already consumed a top-tier beauty elixir, radiating an even more enchanting allure. Upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, she shook her head and replied, "It is all mere gossip. Xiao, should you find yourself lacking resources in the future, simply approach Elder Su. I have already arranged for him to cover your expenses within the inner sect. Do not give credence to those external rumors." What? Bai Xiao stared at her suddenly more beautiful master, momentarily dazed. She felt an unsettling sense that perhaps the rumors had a kernel of truth. She was utterly stunned. The matter was too significant. Countless disciples were discussing it, and it soon reached the ears of Duguling cursed that senior brother. How could he entangle himself with that Dream Dan? Humph. A beam of azure light shot forth from the inner mountain, heading straight for Su Zhao's residence. With a forceful kick, Duguling burst through the door once more. Senior brother, come out. What on earth is going on? Are you rekindling old flames? Have you no shame left? Duguling's exquisite features were marred by a flicker of anger. A fleeting dalliance with a mistress was one thing, but this old flame posed a palpable threat. Her senior brother was only allowed to love her. Su Xiao sprang up from his cushion, a smile gracing his face as he stepped forward. It's all mere gossip. Junior sister, please remain calm. Let us converse like civilized individuals. He invited her to sit and poured her a cup of spirit tea. Duguling retorted angrily. I toil day in and day out for the sect, tirelessly preparing for next month's expedition to the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, you indulge in keeping a mistress. And now that Dream Dan is involved, do you have any idea how the entire sect is discussing your affairs? Or will you hide your face? Su Xiao blinked, momentarily disregarding the other comments, suddenly inquiring, the heavenly realm? Is it opening soon? Of course. I'm swamped with preparations. And now I have to deal with your nonsense. Dugu Ling was seething, exasperated by the chaos surrounding her. This time, the various factions are coveting the celestial secret realm. If I fail to acquire valuable treasures, my position as the rightful leader of the Piaomiao Sect may be jeopardized. You have truly disappointed me, junior sister. Su Xiao recalled the celestial secret realm, which opens once every 300 years, allowing cultivators below the transformation stage to enter. The most coveted treasure is the Dao Divine Pill, rumored to possess effects akin to his 3,000 Dao Pills. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached, saying, Junior sister, why didn't you mention this sooner? Rest assured, I shall take charge of the matters concerning the celestial secret realm. Is it merely the Dao Divine Pill? You are my one and only beloved. Before I depart from this world, I will certainly bring back the Dao Divine Pill for you, enabling your ascension to the void refinement stage. Upon hearing his words, she looked at Su Xiao in bewilderment, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. Chapter 62. The Request of Ziyun Brother, are you jesting? Even if you have somewhat restored your cultivation and reached the first level of the nascent soul, what purpose does it serve? Within the secret realm, any item tainted with the aura of a transformed spirit will result in immediate expulsion. Your talismans are of no use. Dugu Ling gazed at the foolish old man before her. Although he had become younger and more handsome upon attaining the nascent soul, he remained an elderly man with little time left. Su Xiao smiled enigmatically. Sister, there is no need for concern. I have inherited not merely talismans from the cave of the esteemed predecessor. He inquired, now, who do you intend to send on this mission? Dugu Ling pondered for a moment, then replied, the eldest disciple, Shui Wei, will lead, accompanied by my second disciple, as well as Elder Zhu's and Elder Lu's disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. They are all cultivators at the 9th level of the nascent soul, each possessing several high-quality magical artifacts. With Shueyue's family's supreme artifact, we should be well equipped. Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard and nodded. The selection is sound, yet that second fellow is the weakest and lacks proper form. He shall remain to cultivate within the sect. I will take his place. With my involvement, dear sister, you can await the divine pill of the great Dao. He laughed heartily. Dugu Ling regarded her overly confident brother with a hint of hesitation. Could it be that he had gained some other advantage within the predecessor's cave? Brother, this is no light matter. She furrowed her brow. The final contest for the divine pill of the great Dao has always been exceedingly brutal. If one's strength is insufficient, even life-preserving talismans may fail to manifest, leading to death. Other sects will surely fight for their lives. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Fear not, sister. Trust in your brother. I have squandered my life, but this time, I wish to make a final contribution for you and the Piaomiao Sect. The well-being of the Piaomiao Sect is intertwined with your own. His earnest expression was both sincere and handsome. Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration, reminiscent of the time in the village when her brother Su, capable of anything, was extraordinarily striking. Brother, she embraced Su Xiao, tears of fragrant affection streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Brother, this is a final endeavor in the face of death. Truly, you care for me. Su Xiao's insistence led Dugu Ling to ultimately agree to his substitution for her second disciple in the expedition to the celestial secret realm. After she departed, a satisfied smile crept across Su Xiao's aged face. The celestial secret realm is indeed tailored for me. He nodded with contentment, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Now that he had reached the nascent soul realm, possessing the dual powers of earthly and human fire, along with 3 magical treasures, he could contend even against transformed spirit cultivators without the need for talismans. Not to mention, those nascent soul practitioners within the celestial secret realm would pose little threat. Upon returning from the secret realm with newfound prestige, he would have ample reason to present gifts to his sister. Moreover, the realm held numerous treasures, and he intended to seize his share. That arrogant Wang Xiaomu would undoubtedly attend to observe, as he had not forgotten the primary task assigned by the system. In the days leading up to his departure, Su Xiao thoroughly familiarized himself with the magical artifact, the 9-fire-glazed shield. Once the crimson shield was summoned, 9 colossal fire dragons danced at his command. These fire dragons, born of the purest earthly flames, were perfectly aligned with his mastery of the earthly fire path, enabling him to unleash their formidable power. As for the supreme-grade enlightenment pills, he found no immediate use for them and set them aside for the time being. At dawn, Su Xiao soared away on his sword towards Tiger Roar City. Before embarking on his journey into the secret realm, he intended to replenish his spatial inventory at the Zilai Trading House. In the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor of the Zilai Trading House, he encountered Ziyun, adorned in flowing purple silk, her fair and graceful figure radiating charm as she approached with a bright smile, bringing forth the items he requested. Recognizing her, Su Xiao paid the discounted price of 700 high-grade spirit stones, eliciting pure delight from the enchanting woman before him. The transactions included 120 golden nourishing pills for 120 high-grade spirit stones, 40 transformation pills for 400 high-grade spirit stones, and 4 thunder-invoking talismans, 3 ice sword talismans, and 3 earth-fire talismans for a total of 200 high-grade spirit stones. After securing his purchases, Su Xiao produced 10 transformation pills and remarked, "I did not expect you, Manager Z, to have broken through to the 1st level of the nascent soul realm." He offered the 10 transformation pills as a gift for her cultivation. Ziyun's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. 10 transformation pills were equivalent to a staggering 100 high-grade spirit stones. "Elder Su, you are truly generous," she exclaimed, her admiration evident. "You seem to be growing younger and more handsome by the day." Accepting the transformation pills, her captivating visage glowed with delight as a fragrant breeze enveloped them, and she gracefully linked her arm with Su Xiao's. "Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 transformation pills. You have received 10 spirit refining pills in return." Su Xiao was taken aback. Spirit refining pills? Such rare elixirs were typically reserved for the advanced stages of cultivation and were scarcely found in the marketplace. Shortly thereafter, Ziyun appeared to recall something, her voice as soft as a fragrant breeze. "Elder, I have heard that your sect, the Misty Sect, will also be attending the Heavenly Realm Secret Realm in South Zhan Country?" Su Xiao chuckled in response. "Indeed, you have inquired correctly, Manager Z. I will be leading our Misty Sect's expedition into the Secret Realm." "What? You are also going, Elder?" Ziyun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The participants in the Heavenly Realm Secret Realm were typically those at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Yet here was an elder who had just regained his nascent soul prowess, preparing to lead the charge. Was he not nearing the end of his years? Su Xiao reassured her, "Do not be surprised. I still possess considerable strength. Moreover, the other 3 members are all prodigies of our sect, so it is merely a trifle." Ziyun blinked her alluring eyes, and suddenly, tears glistened in her beautiful gaze as she began to sob delicately. "What is the matter, Manager Z?" Su Xiao inquired. Leaning against his shoulder, Ziyun's tear-filled eyes sparkled with a glimmer as she whispered, "Elder, may I request a favor from you?" "Fear not, for I do not disdain your request, my dear. Speak freely, and if it is within my means, I shall assist," Su Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Ziyun's heart swelled with joy. Although the elder's lifespan was limited, he had recently garnered a formidable reputation across the Panlong continent, instilling fear in the hearts of many. If the other party is willing to take action, the Zilai Merchant Guild will undoubtedly become the authority in the future. With a pitiful expression, Ziyun expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder. Elder, this time our Donglai Kingdom will also send 4 individuals to the Celestial Secret Realm, one of whom is the young master of our Zilai Merchant Guild, Shangguan Jinyu. Elder, Shangguan Jinyu is the youngest genius not only in our Zilai Merchant Guild, but in the entire Donglai Kingdom, having reached the 9th stage of the nascent soul at just over 100 years old. Moreover, he possesses formidable strength and wields a top-tier magical artifact. However, Shangguan Jinyu is quite the lecher, always casting his eyes upon me." As she spoke, Ziyun covertly glanced at Su Xiao's expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Su Xiao, upon hearing this, moved his aged eyes, grasping her intentions. Just as he was about to respond, the voice of the system resonated, detected a rival of fortune, Shangguan Jinyu. Identity, young master of the Zilai Merchant Guild from Donglai Kingdom. Mission issued, eliminate Shangguan Jinyu. Mission reward, Guaranteed 10,000-fold critical hit next time. The system is remarkably astute. Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered, and he chuckled inwardly. He then turned to Ziyun, confidently stroking his beard, and said, "Rest assured, Manager Ziyun, that lecher daring to covet you has overstepped the bounds. I shall not allow him to leave the celestial secret realm alive." Ziyun was utterly bewildered by his words. She had never suggested that he directly kill anyone. Chapter 63. Return of the Hongming Qidan. Ziyun was still somewhat taken aback. "Elder, this promise is far too thorough," she exclaimed, embracing him with excitement. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance, and her stature was impressive. The two shared a tender moment. Once Ziyun had donned her gown, Su Xiao smiled and said, "Ziyun, if you do not mind this old man, I have little to offer in return. I still have some time left in this life. Leave that Shangguan Jinyu to me, and I shall ensure he does not return to Donglai Kingdom." Ziyun gazed at the composed and confident Su Xiao, her eyes brimming with delight. In that instant, she felt that this charming elder had become increasingly handsome, wealthy, and powerful. His dominance was evident. Should Shangguan Jinyu truly perish in the secret realm, her family would undoubtedly become the authoritative voice of the Zilai merchants. "Elder, I am immensely grateful to you. Upon your return, I would willingly serve you, Elder Su." Her eyes sparkled with fervor. The elder's wealth was astounding. It was rumored that he had unearthed a substantial cultivation cave. The treasures on him before his demise must have been numerous. If he could also eliminate her formidable foe, Shangguan Jinyu, then serving him would be a trivial matter. Su Xiao chuckled, "Rest assured, Ziyun, this matter is in my capable hands." "Thank you, Elder," Ziyun exclaimed joyfully. Days later, the day of departure arrived. Several streaks of light descended upon Su Xiao's courtyard. "Senior brother, we are setting off," announced Duguling, accompanied by Zhu Luwen and 3 other protective elders, ensuring the spoils from the secret realm were secured. Dressed in a gray robe, Su Xiao stood tall and dignified, his silver hair perfectly framing his visage, exuding both charm and elder authority. "Uncle Master, you are alive. How wonderful." A petite girl rushed towards him, colliding directly into his embrace. A refreshing and delightful fragrance enveloped them. "Shui Wei, be gentle. This old man cannot withstand such forceful greetings at my age." "Haha, I just missed you, Uncle Master." The petite girl released Su Xiao, grinning mischievously. She was diminutive, nearly 2 heads shorter than Su Xiao, clad in a form-fitting white dress, exuding charm. Her porcelain-like, fair complexion was adorned with delicate dimples, and her luminous skin appeared tender and soft. Her glossy black hair cascaded to her shoulders, and her cute tiger teeth added to her youthful allure. This young girl was Shui Yue, the eldest disciple of Duguling. In less than a century since her initiation, she had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul's 9th level, a newly emerging genius succeeding Duguling. Detected, daughter of fortune, Shui Yue, fortune level, S, return multiplier, 30, bond level, 1, Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered. This eternally youthful girl was also a daughter of fortune? An S level at that? "Shui Yue, my dear disciple, your uncle is nearing the end of his days. Why do you not come to pay a visit? He longs to see you." Su Xiao smiled warmly, nodding in satisfaction at the response. 30-fold is not insignificant, especially for one at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, which makes the gift all the more convenient. "Ah, uncle, I was in seclusion. It was only recently that my master summoned me out, and here I am, visiting you right away." Shui Yue waved her petite hand, which was only half the size of Su Xiao's, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light as she chuckled innocently. "Uncle, I heard there have been some matters concerning the sect lately. Is it true?" "Goodness, Shui Yue, it has been a long time since I last saw you. Here are 10 transformation pills. You can certainly make use of them now. Consider this a token of our reunion." Su Xiao produced 10 transformation pills, and as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Duguling blinked, while the 3 elders gulped nervously. The young men, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, gazed greedily at the transformation pills in Su Xiao's hands. Good heavens, Elder Su is exceedingly generous. 10 transformation pills are worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Even as disciples of the sect's protectors, they could not afford such a luxury. "What? You're giving them to me? So many transformation pills?" Shui Yue blinked her large, watery eyes in disbelief as she grabbed them all and stuffed them into her storage pouch. She then swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling like stars, and exclaimed, Uncle, do you perhaps have feelings for me? I am willing. As long as you bestow good things upon me, I too wish to earn your affection. Thunderous laughter erupted, as if struck by a bolt from the heavens, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded, including Su Xiao, who stared in astonishment at her. Where on earth did this little girl learn such things? Shuiwei, be quiet. Come here at once. Dugu Ling's expression darkened, her tone tinged with anger. Seeing this, Shuiwei pouted and returned to her side, yet she cast a dazzling glance at Su Xiao, implying that he should consider her words. Su Xiao was rendered speechless. The three elders and the two young men awkwardly fidgeted, creating an atmosphere thick with discomfort. Ahem. Hee. Shuiwei is still as innocent as a little girl. Junior sister, esteemed elders, and dear disciples, let us not dwell on such jesting remarks. Su Xiao hurriedly attempted to smooth over the situation. Now that we are all gathered, let us depart. The heavenly human secret realm is of utmost importance, and we must discuss matters on site. Indeed, Elder Su speaks wisely. Let us set forth before it becomes too late. Elders Zhu and Lu quickly chimed in. Come along, brother. Dugu Ling shot a cold glance, clearly uninterested in engaging further with her elder brother. With an awkward smile, the group summoned their flying swords and soared southward towards the Nanzangguo. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted 10 transformation pills. For your first gift to Shuiwei, you have triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning a primordial qi pill. The Hongming Qi Dan grants the imbiber an eternal and indestructible essence of Hongming, which, when utilized in conjunction with spiritual power, significantly amplifies the efficacy of spells and magical artifacts, revealing boundless applications. Chapter 64. The Might of Fire in the Southern Zhan Kingdom. There lies a magnificent and sprawling estate on the outskirts. The estate is densely populated with intricately designed buildings, and at its center stands a towering, colossal black stone that rises dramatically from the ground. This immense stone, over 20 zhang high, resembles a mountain, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. Its surface shimmers with a faint glow, as if enveloped by an enigmatic energy. This is the entrance to the secret realm of the celestial beings in the Southern Zhan Kingdom, known as the Mystic Light Divine Stone. At this moment, the open space is filled with individuals from various factions eager to explore the celestial realm. Among them are the Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the 10,000 Poisons Sect, alongside the Taoist Heavenly Gate, the Harmonious Union Sect, and the 10,000 Buddhist Temple. Additionally, nearly 50 to 60 factions from the 10 nations and several second- and third-rate sects have gathered, amounting to several hundred of the most distinguished figures from the Panlong continent. Elder Su, to my astonishment, you appear younger than I remember. Your black hair and beard have grown back, and you have regained your Yuan Ing cultivation. You are truly becoming more handsome. How delightful. Haha. Su Xiao and the rest of the members from the Misty Sect have also arrived, with Dugu Ling accompanied by 3 elders engaging in customary socializing with the leaders of other sections. However, Su Xiao finds himself awkwardly drawn to the enchanting head of the Harmonious Union Sect, Yu Linglong, who has taken his arm, making him feel rather embarrassed amidst the crowd. Is it too much to ask for a bit of discretion? Having consumed the Hongming Qi pill prior to arriving, he now harbors an indomitable and eternal essence within him. Master Yu, with so many eyes upon us, I believe it would be best for me to retreat, he suggests. Not at all, Elder. My Harmonious Union Sect stands alongside your Misty Sect as one of the 4 major righteous sections. Your leader, Dugu, is my dear friend. She shall say nothing. Yu Linglong leans against Su Xiao, unwilling to release her hold. Behind her, 2 elderly women with graying hair observe closely. They are senior elders of the Harmonious Union Sect, their eyes gleaming with intrigue as they regard Su Xiao, who is radiating an overwhelming aura of fortune. How immense and boundless his luck seems. Their aged faces are filled with astonishment as they glance at the old man, their eyes sparkling with intensity. Yet, upon observing Yu Linglong and Su Xiao together, the 2 elders can only shake their heads with a sigh, lamenting the fact that the sect leader has made her move first. Nearby, 4 beautiful disciples of the Harmonious Union Sect stand, chosen to enter the secret realm. Like the elders, they too perceive the infinite and grand fortune that Su Xiao possesses, their sparkling eyes revealing envy upon their lovely faces. It is no wonder the sect leader seems unconcerned about the significance of the divine pill of the Great Path. With Su Xiao present, her success in the void refinement realm is nearly assured. Look, it appears that Yu Linglong of the Harmonious Union sect truly has a connection with the old man. How brazen they are to flaunt their relationship in broad daylight. A voice whispers in disdain. The world has indeed fallen into disrepute. Even the enchanting women of the Harmonious Union sect do not spare such an aged man. How utterly shameless. Yu Linglong must be blind. Why on earth does that despicable old man Su deserve such treatment? I refuse to accept it. All around, the onlookers scrutinized the scene with barely concealed astonishment. They could not fathom how a decrepit old man could win the affection of the most beautiful woman of the Hahuan sect, the enchanting Yu Linglong. It was utterly incomprehensible. Rumor has it that this Su elder not only openly supports his female disciples at the Piaomiao Sect, but he has also taken it a step further by providing for the disciples' masters as well. These tales have spread like wildfire within the Piaomiao Sect. And now Su is reviled by all, his reputation utterly tarnished. Good heavens! The hypocrisy is astounding. He is now dubbed the terrifying old lecher, and no beautiful female cultivator seems able to escape his clutches. This scoundrel should have met his end long ago. Surrounding male cultivators glared at Su Xiao with palpable hostility, wishing they could tear this monstrous lecher apart. Dugu Ling and 3 elders cast their wary gazes in his direction, their expressions grave as they kept their distance, too embarrassed to even acknowledge one another. Dugu Ling, however, was unconcerned. She knew her senior brother loved only her, and the rest were mere trifles. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li eyed Yu Linglong's figure, their faces flushed with embarrassment, almost losing their composure. The elder. It was not enough to simply support a line of disciples. Now he was even pursuing the enchanting beauty of the Hahuan sect. How ruthless. Ah, so this is how Master Su enjoys his affairs. This is how one should indulge in such pursuits. I must learn well, for only then will Master Su continue to bestow gifts upon me. The petite and adorable Shui Yu blinked her large eyes, fixated on Yu Linglong's movements. She even began to sway along, almost losing her balance. It was somewhat challenging, but not insurmountable for me. Go, Shui Yu. As she observed Yu Linglong and Su Xiao, some of Yu Linglong's admirers could no longer contain themselves. They could no longer tolerate seeing a nearly expired old man act so brazenly towards their goddess. Old lecher, release my goddess. One burly male disciple cried out in despair, thoroughly losing his composure, ignoring the presence of numerous esteemed cultivators from the Panlong continent. He drew a long blade from his storage pouch and rushed towards Su Xiao with a fierce determination, his yuaning 4th-level aura surging forth as he sought to slay this shameless old lecher. Stop! Lu, what are you doing? His companions shouted, but it was too late to restrain him. The hulking man charged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury, a volcanic anger that he could no longer contain. Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered in surprise. Have the younger generations truly forgotten the virtues of respecting their elders? Before Yu Linglong could react, he waved his hand, and in an instant, an ethereal force emerged, enveloping the oncoming disciple. The latter's form jolted as his rage transformed into a tangible, terrifying crimson flame that erupted from his eyes. In an instant, a crimson flame erupted from the heart, enveloping the towering figure from within. It elicited a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the air. This scene left the onlookers, including the masters and elders of various sects, utterly dumbfounded. In less than 10 breaths, the robust man was completely consumed by flames, reduced to a charred remnant that fell to the ground as a pile of black ash. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, remarking, "Which disciple is this? Step forward and claim your own. I have never witnessed such a fierce fire that could incinerate its own wielder." Chapter 65. Su Laotu. Public enemy number 1. What is happening? The nearby cultivators were utterly astonished. They stared at the charred remains on the ground, frozen in place. Their gazes filled with suspicion as they turned towards Su Xiao. Was this the doing of Su Laotu? Impossible. He is but an elderly man nearing his end, whose cultivation has declined. How could he possibly wield such formidable power? Where's Lu? The burly man's companions rushed over, encircling the blackened ashes, their faces etched with profound sorrow. You have met a tragic fate. They were merely elders from a third-rate sect, having come to the heavenly realm in hopes of fortune, only to find one of their own dead before even entering the secret realm. Su Laotu, it must be your wicked hand at work. May you suffer an ill fate. The sect leader, cradling a handful of ashes, wept uncontrollably along with the other 2 elders. Originally, they had 6 brothers, and now only 3 remained. The heavens are unjust. Su Laotu, we, the Flying Blade Sect, shall not rest until we seek vengeance against you. Yuling Long's expression darkened as she clutched Su Xiao's arm, saying, Xiao Fantong, you shall not speak to Elder Su in such a manner. The oppressive aura of her 9th-level transformation surged forth, suffocating the 3 men. Should you continue to disrespect Elder Su, your sect shall cease to exist. She then turned to Su Xiao, her authoritative demeanor softening into one of concern and charm. Elder, I hope I did not frighten you just now. Feel free to reprimand them. These Flying Blade Sect individuals are utterly disrespectful. Su Xiao glanced at the trembling trio and blinked his aged eyes. Are they your people? Yes, they are an affiliated sect of my Hahuan sect. Yuling Long's eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration as she looked at Su Xiao. Just moments ago, she had felt an inexplicable force emanating from him while being close to him. This must be the reason behind the wrath of the intruders. Elder Su, you are truly remarkable. There must be secrets to you. I am so fond of this. Yuling, you surely do not understand this Su Laotu. He is known as a lecherous old man in the Piaomiao Sect. Do not be deceived by him. The old lecher is undoubtedly coveting your body. Sect leader. Xiao Fantong and his companions knelt and banged their heads to the ground, vehemently denouncing Su Xiao. Not only did they resent the loss of their comrade, but they could not bear to see their exalted and divine leader so closely associated with such an old lecher. This was more painful than death itself. To slander my elder Su is to court death. Yuling Long snorted coldly, raising a hand. Immediately, a cloud of pink mist drifted forth, enveloping Xiao Fantong and his companions in an instant. No, sect leader Yuling. He is an old lecher. Everyone knows this. The pink mist seeped into their skin, and their final cries of anguish echoed as their flesh began to swell crimson. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the 3 were reduced to a mist of blood. The scene was gruesome and terrifying, a sight that could chill one's very soul. Yuling Long chuckled softly, exclaiming, From now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of Elder Su shall be considered an enemy of my Hahuan sect. With that, she continued to absorb the boundless fortune emanating from her adversary. Master Yu, such actions are excessive. We are all of the same faction, Su Xiao sighed with a smile. Excessive? How could it be? Yuling Long retorted. They dared to slander Elder Su. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushed slightly, completely unperturbed by the myriad bewildered expressions surrounding her. For the sake of this lecherous old man, Yuling Long would annihilate even her own subordinate sect. Such ruthlessness was beyond measure. I cannot accept this. What is it about this old lecher that captivates Master Yu? I am young and handsome. Why am I not the one? That shameless old lecher. Unworthy of respect in his old age. He deserves to be vanquished. I admire those 4 brave souls who dared to speak out. As long as that old lecher lives, the future of our human race remains bleak. The young cultivators who followed their elders felt a pang of anguish in their hearts. Yet, due to the formidable status of the 4 major sects of Hahuan, none dared to step forward and denounce the old lecher. The bloodstains on the ground served as a cautionary tale. Old lecher, may you meet a miserable end. Ba, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Su, you would be well suited to come to my Wanfo temple for further cultivation. Liao Chun clasped his hands together, reciting a sutra to guide the souls of the 4 unfortunate spirits. Dao Yizhenren stroked his long beard and remarked to the nearby Dugu Ling with a smile. Dugu sect leader, having spent a millennium with Elder Su, are you not angered by Yuling Long's claim over him? Dugu Ling, her phoenix eyes shimmering with indifference, replied, Why should I be angry? My senior brother loves only me. That Yuling Long is merely a passing fancy. Just moments ago, Su Xiao had displayed his mastery over the heart fire technique, effortlessly dispatching a 4th-level nascent soul cultivator. Truly, he is formidable. No wonder he is the object of my admiration. Furthermore, the old man has little time left. Some matters I cannot undertake, so let that wanton woman handle them. After all, my senior brother does not love her, and I stand to lose nothing. Huh. Dao Yizhenren was taken aback, observing her infatuated expression and silently swallowing hard. Is there no one normal left in the Piaomiao sect? Just as Su Xiao and Yuling Long drew all eyes upon them, becoming the focal point of the gathering, a melodious flute sound pierced the air accompanied by familiar petals drifting down. The head of the extreme demon sect, Master Xiao, had arrived. The 8 demonesses bore his palanquin, setting it down in the center of the clearing. As Xiao straightened his chest and raised his head, eagerly anticipating the attention of the crowd, he suddenly realized that not a single person acknowledged him. What is happening? His once excited demeanor was doused with cold water. Following the gazes of the crowd, Xiao felt as if struck by lightning, instantly petrifying in place. What the hell? They are completely disregarding me. In front of him, the old man Su Xiao was being embraced by his beloved wife, stealing all his thunder and capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Damn it, old lecher, I shall tear you to shreds. It would have been acceptable for 2 individuals to venture into a secluded grove alone. However, now he brazenly displays affection in public. That is his precious wife, the future partner of this extraordinary genius. Enraged, Xiao was poised to confront the lecherous old man, unable to contain his fury any longer. Master, you must not, urged the 3 elders, hastening to intervene. Su Xiao is nearing the end of his life. The Grand Elder has instructed us not to oppose him. Once Su Xiao passes, Yu Linglong will merely be a possession of the sect master. Xiao Mu's face turned a shade of green with rage as he struggled to suppress his boiling anger, glaring at Su Xiao with disdain. Let that old man enjoy himself for a while longer. Indeed, he was merely an old man on the verge of death, not worth the trouble. Accompanying Xiao Mu into the arena was the new sect master of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, Yu Wenhao, along with his entourage. Dressed in black, the young and handsome Yu Wenhao maintained a low profile. Standing amidst the crowd, his chiseled features bore a hint of mockery. Old man, on the brink of death, yet still daring to provoke the seductive women of the Harmony sect. Does he not fear being drained of his very essence? How audacious! Let him revel in his final moments. He relished the sight of such ostentatious individuals, their faces contorted with despair and regret in their last moments. Chapter 66. Entering the Secret Realm, Detected Enemy of Fortune. Yu Wenhao, Identity, Sect Master of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Mission issued. Eliminate Yu Wenhao. Mission reward. Obtain a chance for a 10,000-fold critical hit. Yu Wenhao, the new Sect Master of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect? Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered. He inquired of the nearby Yu Linglong, Master Yu. I have heard that the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect has appointed a new leader? With a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, Yu Linglong replied, Indeed. However, Elder Su, rest assured, with my presence, they shall not dare to retaliate against you. Such an individual, brimming with boundless fortune and surprises, had genuinely captured her interest. Who is he? What is his name? Yu Wenhao, the son of the Grand Elder of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect? Yes, that individual. Yu Linglong gestured towards an inconspicuous man clad in black amidst the crowd. Su Xiao's discerning gaze fell upon him, and indeed, the man exuded an air of humility. One might easily overlook him if not for a careful observation. The piercing look Su Xiao directed at Yu Wenhao sent a tremor through his spirit. Yu Wenhao's eyes widened slightly, astonished as he regarded the renowned Su, his brow furrowed. After Su Xiao offered him a benevolent and warm smile, he turned his attention away. How can this be? Yu Wenhao was taken aback. Just moments ago, the kindness emanating from Su Xiao's gaze had inexplicably instilled a sense of threat within him. That gaze bore hostility. It should not be the case. The secret techniques he practiced could entirely mask his aura and fortune. Even diviners could not perceive him. How could he be singled out by that old man? He had not even expressed a desire for vengeance against that fool Mo Jitian. He had never even met the old man. Had he? Something is amiss. Yu Wenhao, who prided himself on scheming behind the scenes, began to feel a twinge of wariness. Dare to look at me? I shall ensure you meet your downfall in the shadows. Observing Su Xiao and Yu Linglong, a group of cultivators felt as though they had ingested something distasteful. Disdain for Su Xiao filled their hearts. But they soon settled at the makeshift long table erected before the mystic light divine stone. The celestial secret realm was guarded by the imperial family of the Southern Zhan Kingdom, with the venerable former emperor personally presiding over the exploration of the secret realm. The 9 major sects occupied the foremost positions, exuding an imposing presence. Each seated master and elder was at the 9th level of divine transformation, their might palpable. After a few courteous remarks, the former emperor waved his hand, causing the divine stone to shimmer with brilliance. In an instant, A radiant pillar of light shot into the sky. As the light dissipated, a circular portal, large enough for two, appeared at the base of the divine stone. The celestial secret realm is now open. I invite all young friends to enter, the former emperor declared before stepping back to await the arrival of the cultivators. Below, the leaders of 50 to 60 factions began their final instructions, reiterating the rules of the celestial secret realm. Duguling glanced at Su Xiao and huffed, "Senior brother, you shall lead the team once we enter the celestial secret realm. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and I have provided you with life-saving talismans. Should you encounter danger, activate the talisman. Its divine transformation aura will be revealed, and the secret realm will transport you out. Remember, the realm is only open for 10 days. Plan accordingly." Dugu Ling gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful phoenix eyes tinged with a subtle sorrow. Although her senior brother cherished only her, his public companionship with Yu Linglong unsettled her deeply. "Rest assured, junior sister, with me around, it's merely a trifling matter," Su Xiao replied with a smile. Shui Yu lowered her head, lost in thought, occasionally stealing glances at her master Su. What was this girl secretly contemplating? Something felt amiss. Groups of 4 cultivators entered the luminous circle, vanishing into the divine stone. The individuals venturing into the secret realm were predominantly the most formidable nascent soul ninth layers from various powerful factions. One could only imagine how fiercely and brutally the contest for the Grand Dao Divine Pill would unfold. As Su Xiao approached the luminous circle with Shui Yu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. The Misty Sect is actually led by this old lecher. Impossible. Wasn't he this old rascal on the brink of death? He is participating in this celestial exploration? What is the Misty Sect thinking? Are they truly sending this old lecher in to wreak havoc within the realm? Havoc indeed. In the secret realm, one cannot utilize transformation god talismans. This old man has just regained his nascent soul strength. Even if he possesses some remarkable skills, facing the geniuses of various sects, he would still meet his demise. The elders and sect leaders were utterly shocked. They never dreamed the Misty Sect would send this old curmudgeon inside. Xiao Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He quickly detained several nascent soul geniuses from the extreme Abyss Demon Sect. "You lot, aside from the Grand Dao Divine Pill, your most crucial task is to ensure that old man." At this point, Xiao Mu's expression darkened, and he gestured across his throat. The 4 nascent soul ninth layer disciples instantly understood, their eyes gleaming with determination as they declared, "Rest assured, sect leader, we've long harbored contempt for this old cur. Even if we have to consume all 3 cold refinement fire elixirs, we will dismantle him piece by piece. Not even a life-saving talisman shall be spared." Xiao Mu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Upon your successful return, ample rewards await." Meanwhile, Yu Wenhao from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect also quietly instructed his 4 disciples. Thereafter maintaining a serene smile. "In the realm of cunning, none could rival him. Su old cur, perish already. I shall represent the multitude of female cultivators in ending your existence." Once Su Xiao and his companions entered, Yu Linglong gracefully approached Dugu Ling and took a seat beside her. She linked her arm with Dugu Ling's and chuckled. "Do not be upset, Sister Dugu. That old man is simply too remarkable. I can't help but be drawn to him." Dugu Ling snorted in amusement. "Sister Yu, my senior brother is merely indulging in idle flirtation with you. You cannot truly win his heart." She scrutinized her rival from head to toe, her lips curling slightly. "Senior brother will only ever love me. Even in death, he remains mine." Dugu Ling exuded confidence, her captivating phoenix eyes radiating disdain. After all, she had once exchanged vows with her senior brother, having grown up as childhood sweethearts. Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback, blinking her alluring eyes in surprise. With a soft chuckle, she laughed, radiating a charm reminiscent of the Rose Queen. "Indeed, Elder Su's heart belongs to the solitary sister. I, as her elder sister, shall undoubtedly not obtain it. All I desire is Elder Su himself. Let us each fulfill our needs, remaining the best of sisters." Hee. Chapter 67. I have contracted this prairie in the secret realm. Each group is teleported randomly. Su Xiao and his 3 companions found themselves in a vast meadow adorned with vibrant red foliage. The surroundings were shrouded in a misty haze, illuminated by an ethereal light devoid of sun or moon, permeated by an indescribable gray fog. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li gazed in awe at the clusters of fiery red grass blades, their excitement propelling them to spin in place. Master Su, Junior Sister Shui, fiery pattern grass. It's all fiery pattern grass. Our luck is extraordinary. They eagerly pulled out a map compiled by their predecessors, pointing animatedly at it. Master Su, Junior Sister Shui, we're in the eastern part of the secret realm, the fiery grass plain, abundant in fiery pattern grass. This grass is a vital ingredient for concocting transformation pills. Each plant can yield at least 2 pills. We landed in the perfect spot. We might just strike it rich. Su Xiao stroked his beard, smiling. This is splendid. What are we waiting for? Hurry and harvest. Gather it all into your storage bags. Yes, master. The two promptly drew their swords, methodically reaping the nearby fiery pattern grass, their faces alight with sheer joy, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Shui Yu, with her porcelain-like, adorable visage glowing brilliantly, blinked her beautiful eyes at Su Xiao. Suddenly, she began to move beside him, her petite form twisting awkwardly as she attempted to mimic the somewhat incomprehensible poses of Yu Linglong. Shui Yu, what are you doing? Why aren't you harvesting the fiery pattern grass? Stop fidgeting. Su Xiao turned, his brows slightly furrowed. This is valuable. You should be working alongside Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. Oh, all right, master, I'll go right away. Shui Yu frowned, drew her sword, and albeit puzzled, began to cut the fiery pattern grass. What is going on? It seems master is not very interested, uncertain yet resolute. Shui Yu was determined to uncover the secret behind her masteress' affections. She pushed aside her thoughts and excitedly resumed harvesting the grass. This is all spirit stones. Outside the secret realm, before the Xianguang divine stone, disciples from all sects had entered the secret realm, leaving behind the sect leaders and elders. Soon, officials from the southern Zhan kingdom brought over 9 enormous spirit walls, setting them before the assembly. 9 nascent soul cultivators from the southern Zhan kingdom sat behind the spirit walls, channeling their energy. In an instant, images materialized on the walls, displaying scenes of disciples from the 9 major sects, including those from the Piaomiao Sect who were busy harvesting fiery pattern grass. The perspective was a bird's eye view. The royal family of the southern Zhan kingdom had placed these projection devices within the secret realm to allow those present to observe the situation inside. Due to the rarity of these devices, only 9 were deployed, typically following the movements of the 9 major sects' disciples. Did the Piaomiao Sect members directly teleport to the fiery grass plain? What astonishing luck they possess. They've already begun harvesting. That lecherous old dog. His fortune is beyond belief. The higher-ups from various sects, displeased with Su Xiao, whispered their grievances to one another, keeping their voices low since members of the Piaomiao Sect were still seated before them. The disciples of the 5 sects of the demon path were not as fortunate as those from the other 3 major sections. Some had fallen into the river and were searching for a place to change their clothes, while others had plunged into the abyss of shattered stones and were desperately trying to ascend with their swords. The most unfortunate were the 4 disciples of Xiaomu from the Polar Demon Sect, who had landed directly in a den of ferocious beasts and were now being pursued by 3 enormous tigers. The beasts within the secret realm were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, having lived for hundreds of years in this realm, their strength far surpassing that of human cultivators of the same level. Without a coordinated effort from at least 3 or 4 teams, no one dared to challenge these monstrous creatures. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? Xiaomu exclaimed in frustration, seeing the disciples of the Miao Sect happily harvesting spiritual herbs while he was nearly bitten to death by a beast. His heart was filled with resentment towards Su Xiao, whose presence only aggravated his displeasure. Sitting together, Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong exchanged satisfied nods. The 4 disciples of the Hehuan sect were also faring well, having landed in the forest of 10,000 trees, where they were busy chopping down spiritual wood. Although it could not compare to precious herbs like fire pattern grass, it was still an excellent material for crafting magical artifacts and talismans. Elder Su, instead of joining them in harvesting the spiritual herbs, had taken to sipping tea. The 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, were painfully aware of the waste. Their counterpart had brought out a complete set of tables and tea utensils, neglecting the nearby spiritual herbs to lounge like a lord. What was going on? Wasn't this a waste of such a promising start? If others joined in the harvesting, it would surely lead to losses. Dugu Ling chuckled. It's no matter, brother is getting old. Let him rest a bit longer. Yu Linglong covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Sister Dugu, I suspect Elder Su has grown disdainful of these spiritual herbs since he unearthed the senior's cave. At that moment, two four-member teams flew into the lethal grass plains. They represented the second and third-rate sects of the demon path. Upon landing, their eyes widened in astonishment at the abundant fire-pattern grass surrounding them. It's all fire-pattern grass. We struck gold. Hurry, let us get to work. Can't you see others are already harvesting over there? If we delay, they'll take it all. The two teams appeared to know each other, swiftly producing their magic swords, ready to showcase their skills. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, clad in a gray robe. Xiao. Su, Elder Su, how did you get in here? The 8 individuals were momentarily bewildered. While other disciples had entered, how had this old lecher from the Piaomiao Sect managed to follow them? Xiao furrowed his brow at their words and coldly inquired, which sect do you belong to? The two leaders, dressed in black, smirked at his inquiry. We are disciples of the Demon Flame Sect and the Soul-Devouring Sect, affiliated with the Breaking Sky Demon Sect. Old man, step aside. Don't hinder our harvesting of spiritual herbs. The aura of their perfected nascent soul stage erupted, their faces devoid of fear. This was a secret realm where transformation talismans were ineffective. This old lecher was nearing his end, not a cause for concern. Moreover, were it not for the unspoken rules of the secret realm, which forbade mutual slaughter before the contention for the Grand Dao Divine Pill, they would have relished the opportunity to teach that repugnant lecher a lesson. This vast expanse of prairie is under the jurisdiction of our Piaomiao Sect. You have 3 breaths to vacate, or face dire consequences. Xiao raised an eyebrow and offered a slight smile. A subordinate sect of the Breaking Heaven Devil Sect? The sect leader Mog Tian has already been eliminated. These foul eggs hold no significance. Furthermore, the system has assigned him a task regarding the new sect leader, Yuan Hao. A mere glance revealed that this individual was a scheming old fox intent on ensnaring him. Otherwise, the system would not have classified him as a foe of destiny. What? Su, you must be out of your mind. The secret realm has its rules. No hostilities are permitted before the contest for the Grand Dao Divine Pill. The 8 individuals were taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity of the proclamation. Had they been allowed to act, they would have long since dealt with that universally despised old lecher. That was the unspoken agreement. Moreover, the time limit of 3 breaths had arrived. With a thunderous roar, Xiao summoned forth 9 colossal fire dragons of crimson and gold, each as thick as a barrel, soaring skyward. They radiated an intense heat, their gaping maws wide open, hurtling towards the 8 individuals with ferocity. The flames reached towards the heavens, igniting the very air itself. The 8 cultivators of the devil path stared in shock at the oncoming fire dragons, their eyes wide with astonishment. That old lecher, he truly dares to strike. Chapter 68, Brother. I can no longer intervene. The members of the Mo Yin sect and the soul-devouring sect felt the overwhelming heat waves emanating from the 9 colossal fire dragons. Each individual wore expressions of wariness, hastily summoning their defensive artifacts for protection. Such power, it was far beyond their expectations. Even before the fire dragons reached them, they could already sense the formidable aura radiating from these majestic creatures. This was no ordinary Yuanian cultivator. Boom! The 9 fire dragons enveloped the 8 demonic disciples, their scorching bodies coiling around them, unleashing an extreme heat that obliterated their protective artifacts. The 2 disciples of slightly lower cultivation levels could barely withstand 2 breaths before being incinerated through their defenses by the crimson and golden flames. The fire dragons coiled tightly around them. What manner of divine ability is this? You old lecher, cease at once. You have transgressed the rules. Sizzle! The fire dragons roared, unleashing a cataclysmic inferno that swiftly consumed the 2 disciples. The intense heat vaporized their corporeal forms, reducing them to clouds of black ash that scattered with the wind. Retreat! Immediate retreat! The 2 middle-aged captains, terrified, shouted in panic. The old man disregards the rules and has begun to take lives. How could a mere old man, on the brink of death and at the initial stage of Yuaniing, wield such powerful fire magic? It is impossible. This power far exceeds that of a Yuaniing cultivator. But it was too late to retreat. The remaining 6 were each ensnared by at least 1 fire dragon, relentlessly assaulting their protective artifacts. Surrounded by these overwhelmingly powerful fire dragons, they could only futilely defend. with no opportunity to counterattack. This was a complete domination of strength. In a matter of moments, two more cultivators had their defensive artifacts incinerated, reduced to ashes by the fire dragons. You old lecher, you are openly violating the rules of the secret realm. You shall not escape retribution upon our return. The two captains watched in horror as their disciples were devoured one by the fire dragons, their faces paling and brows furrowing in dread. It was over. The old man would not spare them. Ha ha, as Xiao, an esteemed elder of the Piaomiao Sect, what can you two insignificant demonic sects do to me? Xiao smiled faintly, daring them to summon their sect leader to confront him. The 9 fire dragons were manifestations of the power released from the 9-fire Lihuo shield within his spatial vault. His spatial vault was unlike a storage bag. It was attuned to his will. Artifacts like the 9-fire Lihuo shield, capable of long-range attacks, could be manipulated directly by infusing spiritual energy without the need for physical retrieval. The commotion had already drawn the attention of Shuiwei, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li. Holding fire-patterned grass, they stood transfixed, watching Xiao dispatch the disciples of the demonic sect in disbelief. Master, he is actually killing? I can't believe it. Aren't we forbidden from fighting in the secret realm until the very end? This has been a rule for countless years. The shimmering eyes of Shuiwei gazed at Xiao's tall and robust figure, then shifted to the disciples of the demonic path consumed by the fire dragons. A spark of astonishment and admiration quietly blossomed within her gaze. Master, so formidable, she mused, even feeling that those 9 powerful fire dragons would be a challenge for herself. Master is truly remarkable. Not only is his strength unparalleled, but he also disregards the rules of the secret realm. I adore Master. Old lecher, I, the demonic path, shall never coexist with you. The disciples, witnessing their comrades being incinerated one by one, saw the 2 middle-aged captains, faces etched with unwillingness, take out their life-saving talismans. With a swift motion, they vanished from the spot, leaving the 9 fire dragons to strike at nothing but air. Xiao retracted the fire dragons, stroking his handsome goatee with a smile. Such a trifling demonic sect, utterly unaware of its limitations. Shuiwei, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, what are you staring at? Hurry and harvest the spiritual herbs. Once we finish this batch, we must move on to the next location, quickly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li gulped nervously, faces filled with trepidation. Yes, yes. We shall begin at once. Shuiwei followed the two as they commenced their task, her porcelain-like, fair visage adorned with a hint of a smile, already devising the next plan. Outside the secret realm, 2 middle-aged disciples, ablaze, suddenly appeared before the Xian Guang divine stone. Rolling on the ground in agony, they cried out, Sect leader, elder, save us. That old lecher is killing people. The leaders of the soul-devouring sect and the demonic flame sect, prepared for rescue, hurried forward and used their divine powers to extinguish the flames engulfing the two, saving their lives. The crowd at the scene was already in an uproar. The old lecher has openly violated the rules and committed murder. This is intolerable in our cultivation world. He must be severely punished. To seduce beautiful female cultivators is one thing, but now he disregards the rules entirely. If this old scoundrel is not dealt with, I shall be the first to protest. The Piaomiao Sect must provide an explanation. If this old rogue is not severely punished, our cultivation world will descend into chaos. Sect leader Dugu, this is only the first day, and that old dog has already started killing. What will happen next? We must have an explanation. We must have an explanation. The disciples of the demonic path were in an uproar, each demanding a satisfactory response from Dugu Ling. Though their voices were fierce, their hearts were filled with shock. The old lecher's strength is astonishing. Although these 8 demonic disciples were not from major sects, several of them were genuine 9th-level Yuaning. The old lecher's fire control technique has reached such a level? No wonder the Piaomiao Sect sent this nearly expired elder to the forefront. It seems they intend to extract as much benefit from Su Lao before he meets his end. How shameless. Sister Dugu, I never expected Elder Su's fire techniques to be this powerful. Even a transformation stage cultivator would find it difficult to contend with. Hee hee. Yu Linglong laughed softly from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with delight. The old man harbors too many secrets. Dugu Ling and Zhulu Wan, upon hearing the cacophony of condemnation surrounding them, exchanged glances filled with a peculiar light, remaining silent. Sect leader Dugu, elders, Su Xiao's actions blatantly contravene the regulations of the cultivation world. Will you not utter a word? The leaders of the Demon Flame Sect and the Soul-Devouring Sect wore grim expressions, their hearts ablaze with fury. The disciples of both factions had intended to seize some benefits, yet they returned empty-handed, having lost 6 lives and driven 2 away. This expedition was utterly futile. The other sect leaders and elders from the 9 sects turned their gazes toward them, among whom Yuan Hao appeared particularly solemn, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Old dog, how dare you lay a hand on my subordinate sect of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect? Your moment of demise will surely come. Xiao Mu, he was equally infuriated, gritting his teeth in anger. Su, old dog, you only dare to be arrogant before those of the nascent soul stage. As all eyes converged upon her, Du Guling's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she murmured, esteemed ones, Su Xiao is my senior brother, and he is but a dying old man. I am merely a humble junior sister with little authority in his presence. If you seek an explanation, it is best to confront him directly when he emerges. His actions are beyond my control. Furthermore, I cannot simply go in and drag him out, can I? The crowd around her gasped in astonishment. The Misty Sect seems to be resorting to unscrupulous tactics. Chapter 69. Super Yuanian Cultivator in the Secret Realm. On the fiery grass plains, Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li had completely harvested the mature fire-pattern grass nearby, filling their storage bags to the brim. The 3 of them approached with expressions of exhilaration, their eyes sparkling with joy. Uncle Master, we have collected several hundred stalks of fire-pattern grass. We can at least refine over 1,000 transformation pills. Our Piaomiao Sect is going to prosper. Over 1,000 transformation pills, which can be exchanged for more than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is an immense fortune even for the 9 major sects. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. A mere 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and look at how excited you all are. It's trivial. Bring out the map. Let us proceed to the next location for further harvesting. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li nodded vigorously. They now understood why the esteemed Dugu sect leader had sent Su Shirshu along. Such an unconventional elder cultivator was indeed well suited for this otherworldly secret realm. Even if they encountered trouble from other sects outside, it would be unwise to provoke a nearly decrepit old man. Truly remarkable. Xiao Wang pointed at the map and said, Uncle Master, Junior Sister, Junior Brother, if we head north, we will reach the Iron Mountain range within the secret realm. The mountains are rich in Xian iron, ice iron, and red iron, all of which are excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. After 300 years of erosion, there must be plenty of or scattered about. We must hurry. Perhaps many others are already mining there. Su Xiao's eyebrows lifted slightly, then let us proceed. With that, he summoned his jade-white flying sword, stepping upon a rainbow of light. Soaring ahead, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li followed closely behind. Shui Wei gazed at Su Xiao, who seemed like a deity descending from the heavens, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Uncle Master is so handsome. In the secret realm, there were restrictions preventing them from flying too high, so the 4 of them flew just a few meters above the ground. As they traversed the depths of the fiery grass plains, the roar of ferocious beasts echoed nearby. As though sensing their presence, Xiao Wang quickly warned, Uncle Master, those are the demonic beasts within the secret realm. Let us keep our distance and avoid detection. The demonic beasts here are quite formidable. Generally, even Yuanian cultivators are not their match. Su Xiao's aged eyes shifted toward the location of the 2 beasts. There, he beheld 2 massive black-furred demon wolves, each towering over 2 men, with sharp fangs that inspired dread at first glance. Is there not spirit grass in their territory? Su Xiao paused his flying sword and inquired. Xiao Wang focused intently and lamented greedily. Uncle Master, that is concentration grass. It is a primary ingredient for refining the spirit refinement pill. Such treasures of heaven and earth are typically guarded by demonic beasts. We can only gather other righteous sects and attempt it in the final days. Su Xiao nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before declaring. No need to wait for the final days. Let us go now. Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, we will confront the demonic beasts together. With me here, there is nothing to fear. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were taken aback. Uncle Master, the demonic beasts in the secret realm possess the strength of the 9th level of Yuaniing, equivalent to the 1st or 2nd level of transformation. We cannot engage them alone. The 2 hastily urged. Not a problem. It is merely a minor matter. Su Xiao smiled serenely and declared, I shall take the lead. You all can provide support. With that, he boldly soared ahead on his sword towards the two demon wolves. Shueiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, how imposing. Uncle Master. No, this is far too dangerous. Before the two could finish their protests, Su Xiao had already engaged the demon wolves in battle. 9 fiery dragons surged forth, their flames scorching the two wolves, igniting their eyes with a furious crimson glow. How? The wolves raised their heads and roared, their demonic aura swirling around them as they attempted to fend off the onslaught of fire. Soon, they frenziedly pursued the human elder, enraged by the assault. Damn it, my brother and I just stepped out for a moment, and now our fur is singed. That human elder must be punished. We shall tear him apart. Shueiyu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li rushed to assist, quickly drawing the attention of one demon wolf, surrounding it, and launching an attack. Onlookers in front of the divine stone were left dumbfounded. Does this old man really think he can face the demon beasts alone? Is he out of his mind? Such audacity. It would be fitting for that old dog to perish at the jaws of a wolf. Laughter and derision filled their faces as they anticipated Su Xiao's imminent downfall. The demon wolf pursuing Su Xiao glimmered with demonic light, its massive jaws wide open, eager to snap the elder in half. How? With a ferocious leap, the wolf lunged, seemingly poised to strike Su Xiao. Is that all? Pathetically weak. Su Xiao gracefully maneuvered on his flying sword, with 9 fiery dragons trailing behind him, charging towards the wolf. In the midst of this, a sword of vibrant red and yellow light shot forth, aimed directly at the wolf's gaping maw. The crimson sword, riding the wind, expanded in size, ultimately transforming into a colossal blade, long enough for 2 men, piercing straight into the wolf's mouth. This was the Nanming Lihuo sword. Having reached the nascent soul stage, Su Xiao could now wield the power of this treasured sword with finesse. With a resounding thud, the Nanming Lihuo sword penetrated the demon wolf's mouth, emerging from its back, striking through its heart and incinerating its innards. The wolf collapsed without a whimper, meeting a swift demise. Meanwhile, Shueiyu summoned an ice-blue gourd, from which a continuous stream of deep blue weak water flowed, flooding the surrounding ground into a vast ocean. The massive wolf found its movements hampered in the watery expanse, becoming a target for Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's flying swords. This wolf's hide is extraordinarily tough. My high-quality flying sword can barely make a dent. Junior sister, we ought to retreat. We cannot kill it. It's simply impossible. As their words faded, a blazing fireball surged forth. With a single thrust of the immense red sword, the wolf, ensnared in the weak water, was eviscerated on the spot. How dare such a minor beast be so audacious? Su Xiao descended amidst a spectrum of radiant light, reclaiming the Nanming Lihuo sword and the 9 fiery dragons. All right, Shueiyu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, quickly gather the Ningxin grass. I see dozens of them here. We could refine about 100 pills. Upon landing, Su Xiao clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled softly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were utterly astonished. Shueiyu had gathered the weak water, clutching the crystal blue gourd, her large eyes brimming with excitement. Master, you are truly extraordinary. Master, how impressive you are. In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Shueiyu leaped onto Su Xiao. He shook his head with a sigh. Shueiyu, can you not be so impulsive? Do not always leap onto this old man. The sparkle in Shueiyu's eyes was unmistakable. That fiery red flying sword you wielded earlier was magnificent. It must be an exceptional magical artifact, indeed, the finest among them. Master is not only handsome, but also immensely powerful and wealthy. No wonder so many sisters desire his patronage. Master, I miss you. Let us go harvest some spirit-gathering grass quickly. The 2 demon wolves and the demon cores are worth quite a few spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Shueiyu's eyes lit up. She nodded eagerly and immediately retrieved her sword, dashing towards the corpses of the demon wolves to extract the cores. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, why are you still dazed? Hurry up, we must proceed to our next harvesting location, Su Xiao urged. Oh, yes, we will go at once. The 2 snapped back to reality and hastily grasped their swords to collect the spirit-gathering grass. They were in awe. Master is simply incredible. Their hearts trembled, and breaths quickened as they truly began to grasp Su Shirshu's formidable prowess. He was a superlative nascent soul capable of contending with transformation stage cultivators. Chapter 70. A complete explosion. The various sect leaders and elders outside the realm were left astounded by Su Xiao's terrifying power, rendered speechless. Regardless of whether they belonged to the righteous or demonic paths, witnessing his combat prowess, far surpassing that of the nascent soul stage, left them bewildered. Was it not said that he had failed the tribulation? With such strength, how could he possibly not overcome the transformation god thunder tribulation? This is absurd. Goodness. This old dog Su is not to be underestimated. That blazing giant sword must be among the finest of supreme magical artifacts. A pure offensive weapon, perfectly aligned with his fire attribute. Where did this old dog acquire such a divine sword? Oh dear, this is dire. With such power, the only ones able to contend with him in this secret realm are likely the disciples of the 9 sects. And even that is uncertain. How infuriating. May that old dog suffer a miserable fate. The sect leaders and elders sighed in exasperation. Su Xiao had unearthed the cave of a powerful practitioner, gaining not only abundant resources, but also an exponential increase in strength. The heavens are unjust. Now, regardless of the Misty Sect, Su's formidable power has become a terrifying bomb within this secret realm. Why does the shadow of that old dog loom everywhere? Truly, he is my senior brother. Remarkably strong. Du Guling's beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with admiration as she cast a glance at the nearby Yuling Long, smirking with disdain. Within the secret realm, Su Xiao and his companions flew for quite some time before arriving at the edge of the iron or mountain range. Master Uncle, we have arrived. The 4 descended, and Xiao Wang consulted the map to confirm their location at the southern edge of the iron or mountains. Look, Master Uncle, there are iron ores exposed everywhere. No one has come here yet. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were brimming with excitement, hastily retrieving the prepared iron shovel artifacts under Su Xiao's instructions, and began to excavate in this mountainous area. The ore seeds were typically buried beneath the soil, with only a small portion visible, necessitating careful excavation. Take your time. It's still early. Su Xiao adjusted his goat beard and sought a flat area to rest. Having toiled his entire previous life in a 996-work schedule, he vowed never to labor again in this lifetime. Such tasks were best left to the younger generation. Shuiyu, why aren't you mining? What are you doing over there? Su Xiao inquired, glancing at his disciple. Master Uncle, I believe I've been injured by the aura of a demon wolf. Shuiyu suddenly looked weak, her large eyes rolling as she collapsed beside Su Xiao. What? Surely not. Did you not possess that gourd for protection? Su Xiao questioned, his eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, Shuiyu's complexion turned pale, her beautiful face devoid of color. What is happening? You are so strong. Even Xiao Wang and Xiao Li are unharmed. How could you be injured? He was utterly perplexed. A thread of divine consciousness probed into her condition. Upon investigation, he discovered something amiss. All of her meridians had been completely severed. It was indeed true. Wait a moment, Master Uncle lacks medical skills. I will fetch Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. Su Xiao attempted to call for assistance, but Shuiyu stopped him. With a weak gaze, she murmured, Master, there's no need. I know them well. They cannot save me. What then shall we do? Perhaps I should teleport you away. Your sister is outside, and she will surely be able to aid you. Su Xiao spoke with urgency. Shuiyu was someone he had watched enter the fold, and should anything happen to her, he would bear the weight of guilt. Please, no? Shuiyu interjected hastily. Master, I do not wish to leave. Our Shui family possesses a method that can save me. Su Xiao's eyes flickered with intrigue as he inquired, what method? At his words, Shuiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly, harboring a glimmer of triumph. Humph, Master is so clever, yet I have managed to deceive him. She continued, her voice frail. Master, I possess the rare water spirit body of the Shui family, which allows me to crystallize ice within to heal my wounds. However, this healing method requires the family's spiritual fire for balance. At present, we lack spiritual fire, but your fire techniques can serve as a substitute. Su Xiao nodded. I see, that will suffice. Quickly, begin the ice crystallization. I will stoke the flames for you. Just let me know the required temperature. Shuiyu nodded her small head adorably. As she spoke, she commenced her cultivation. In no time, she was ready. Master could now employ his fire technique. With her eyes closed in concentration, Su Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of awkwardness. She had instructed him to draw closer, but the chill emanating from her body signaled that she had begun her healing process. He could only embrace the task of igniting the earth's fire to assist her. Suddenly, the unique fragrance of the young girl enveloped him. Shui Ling secretly chuckled to herself, thinking, now Master will surely hold me in greater affection. In order to deceive Elder Su, she had truly shattered her own meridians, healing herself with the water spirit body. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li continued to toil diligently in their mining efforts, while the crowd outside the secret realm erupted in excitement. Chapter 71. A brazen threat. I am utterly infuriated. This is simply shameless. That is Shui Yue, the newly emerged genius of the Piaomiao Sect. I can no longer endure this. When he emerges, I shall personally deal with that old dog Su. The assembly of sect leaders and elders stood aghast as the two clashed, thoroughly losing composure. This old dog must not live. Such injustice cannot be tolerated. Come, come. I await him at the entrance. I, a master of the transformation stage, shall not rest until this old dog is dismembered. The existence of such a person is a blasphemy against our human race. I will slay him. The elderly sect leaders were enraged, their faces turning crimson as they summoned their ultimate treasures, rushing to the front of the Xian Guang divine stone, prepared to strike down Su the old dog upon his emergence. The representatives of the 9 major sects were left dumbfounded. Even the usually benevolent and forgiving abbot Liao Chun wore a frown, his aura radiating with Buddhist light. Amitabha, it appears that even our 10,000 Buddha temple cannot redeem a person like Su. Xiao Mu's countenance darkened as he shook his head repeatedly at Su Xiao. Just as the Piaomiao Sect was engulfed in confusion, an elder, overwhelmed by anger, spat out a mouthful of blood. The old dog Su must not live. I shall not be human if he does. Wiping the blood from his lips, the elder brandished a colossal wolf fang mace, joining the ranks of those waiting to confront Su Xiao. This latest development spiraled the situation out of control, with everyone banging tables and shattering cups, demanding the immediate capture of Su Xiao for punishment. Yu Linglong watched Lingbai, stifling a laugh. Do not be upset, Sister Dugu. It seems your disciple has been injured, and the elders are merely assisting her in healing. Sister Dugu Ling and the 3 elders noticed that Shui Yue was utilizing her Shui Ling body to condense ice crystals for healing. However, they were left with a perplexing question. When had Shui Yue sustained such an injury? The 3 elders were utterly baffled, at a loss for words. This is sheer madness. Dugu Ling gritted her teeth, her phoenix-like eyes dark as water. Upon returning, Shui Yue shall be confined for 3 years. Esteemed leaders and elders, please, remain calm. My disciple Shui Yue was injured while confronting the demon wolf. This is a unique healing method of the Shui family. My senior brother Su Xiao is merely helping her dispel the cold. Let us not overthink this. Dugu Ling hurriedly led the 3 elders to the divine stone, urging the indignant elders to step back. Even the might of the Piaomiao Sect cannot stand against the entirety of the immortal cultivation world. Sister, why haven't you arrived yet? Hurry and join us in mining. Little Wang and Little Li, exhausted from their labor, approached for a brief respite. Upon seeing Su Xiao tending to Shui Yue, they stood with wide eyes, utterly astonished. What is happening? Boom. It struck them like thunder, leaving them completely bewildered. Uncle Master, Little Wang, Little Li, your junior sister is injured. I am using the earth fire to help her dispel the cold. As Shui Yue's injuries healed, he stepped forward and remarked, Master Uncle was merely attending to my wounds. I sustained severe injuries earlier, and it was entirely thanks to Master Uncle's healing. The 2 then turned their gaze towards Su Xiao, their eyes filled with palpable dread. Elder Su, this is utterly terrifying. Su Xiao, however, chose not to elaborate further. The southern bright flame sword soared from his grasp, transforming into a colossal sword that he held firmly. As he approached the 2, he polished the fiery blade while chuckling softly. Little Wang, Little Li, Master Uncle is indeed healing Shui Yue. Should any inappropriate rumors arise within the sect in the future, I shall be most displeased. With a sharp flick of the divine sword, a crisp and resonant sound echoed across the heavens. Yes, yes, yes. Master Uncle, rest assured. You were undoubtedly healing just now. Without a doubt. The 2 felt the overwhelming, formidable aura emanating from the southern bright flame sword, their legs trembling in terror, nearly causing them to collapse to the ground. Elder Su, is this an attempt to silence us? This is too frightening. Su Xiao nodded, retracting the divine sword. And with a benevolent smile, he gently patted the shoulders of the 2. I nearly forgot to mention to Master Uncle that within the secret realm of the 9 sects, there exists a special flying shuttle for communication, which transmits images to the outside. Thus, in the event of any rumors, it would not be from us. The two trembled uncontrollably, their speech faltering. It was clear that the news would inevitably spread, and they needed to extricate themselves from this situation swiftly. Elder Su's terrifying power could genuinely pose a threat to them if he sought retribution. Chapter 72. The Might of Wuji Mountain. What? There is a transmission shadow shuttle? Su Xiao blinked his weary eyes and looked up. Indeed, in the distant sky, a small black that was circling above them, reminiscent of a drone from a previous life, seemingly capturing vertical footage. Su Xiao slowly shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Should he bring it down? It was too late now, and he felt a twinge of guilt. With a clear conscience, one need not fear shadows. His junior sister and old Lu must certainly be aware of his healing process. Nodding silently, Su Xiao steadied his emotions, choosing not to dwell on it. Master Uncle, thank you for assisting me in my recovery. Shueyu exclaimed with a smile. Shueyu, you must not behave this way again. Do you not understand the propriety between men and women? Even in the context of healing, there should be boundaries. His expression turned stern as he publicly reprimanded her. However, since your severe injury has just healed, your strength will undoubtedly be diminished. This secret realm is fraught with peril, so let me provide you with a few items for your protection. As he spoke, he produced 2 thunder-calling talismans and 1 ice sword talisman, along with a high-quality magical ring. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. These 3 talismans and the magical ring are a gift for you, to ensure a successful venture into this secret realm. What? Another gift for me? Shueiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she unreservedly accepted the items, exclaiming, Thank you. Master Uncle, you are truly wonderful. She gazed at the 3 talismans and the high-quality magic artifact in her hands. Although the talismans were of limited use to her, each was worth at least 20 high-grade spirit stones. The high-quality artifact, on the other hand, was valued at 100 high-grade spirit stones. The casual generosity of her master uncle amounted to a total of 160 high-grade spirit stones, far more lavish than her master. Indeed, gaining the favor of her master uncle meant an endless supply of training resources. Her master uncle was simply the best. This scene left Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, who were nearby, utterly astonished. I can't believe it. Master uncle is truly pampering his junior sister. The gifts included a high-quality artifact and valuable talismans. These were prized assets indeed. The ease with which he bestowed such gifts was astonishing, despite their current abundance. It was important to remember that these resources belonged to the entire sect, shared among thousands, with the sect leader overseeing their usage. For them, 100 high-grade spirit stones was already a substantial fortune. All right, you two, hurry off to the mines. Once you finish, move to another location and continue digging. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Master Uncle, we shall go this instant. The two of them dared not utter a word, scurrying away to the mines. Shueiyu, filled with joy, secured her treasures and happily followed along, hopping with delight as she wielded her shovel. Observing the lively and healthy demeanor of the young girl, Su Xiao stroked his goat beard in contemplation. Did she truly sustain an injury? Is she not deceiving me? Though he had no evidence to support his suspicions, the truth remained that her meridians had been severed. Little girl, should I discover any deceit, do not expect mercy. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a high-quality magical ring, returning the exquisite artifact, the flowing starfall ring. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 thunder symbols of the nascent soul, along with a return of 6 purple cloud thunder symbols of the transformation stage. Congratulations also for successfully utilizing 1 ice sword symbol, which returned 3 ice sword rain symbols of the transformation stage. After exhausting this area of iron ore, the 4 individuals prepared to relocate and continue their digging. The mysterious Cloud Sect had provided each of the 3 with 10 large storage bags, rendering their findings trivial in comparison. Who goes there? A voice boomed. This mining area has been claimed by our Heavenly Corpse sect. Depart at once. As the 4 headed north to the next major mining site, they encountered a group of over a dozen individuals in black garb who were already excavating. Su Zhao's eyes flickered. The Heavenly Corpse sect? They had encountered members of the 9 great sects. Was it not said that resources would be shared prior to obtaining the divine pill? It seems that strength speaks volumes. I am Su Xiao of the mysterious Cloud Sect. The elder landed a short distance in front of the members of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, stroking his beard. This was one of the 3 small teams of the demonic path, led by the Heavenly Corpse Sect. The leader, a strikingly beautiful woman adorned with dark eyeliner and an air of malevolence, bore several skulls hanging from her waist. Upon recognizing her identity, her eyes widened in astonishment. The old lecher. It's you. How delightful. Heavenly Corpse Sect. Yellow Springs Gate. Disciples of the malevolent Ghost Gate, heed my command. Let us eradicate this old lecher. The dark-haired woman seethed with rage upon seeing Su Xiao's lecherous grin and flippant beard. She was determined to seek justice for her fellow female cultivators who had suffered at his hands. The 4 were momentarily stunned as the group of demonic disciples surged forward with righteous indignation, brandishing their magical artifacts and summoning vengeful spirits that charged toward them. With a flick of her wrist, the woman unleashed a dozen long-haired flying corpses, which lunged at them without hesitation. Little Wang and Little Li were somewhat bewildered. The reputation of their master had become so tarnished that these demonic cultivators were eager for a confrontation. Ha! Su Xiao, you, the old lecher whom everyone seeks to eliminate, dare to linger in the secret realm, the dark-haired woman declared, producing a black banner artifact, waving her hands to summon another 50 or 60 evil spirits cloaked in dark mist. Su Xiao shook his head. Rumors can be quite harmful. He had initially intended to greet them with courtesy before engaging in combat, but the opposition had directly escalated the situation. Shuiwei, Little Wang, Little Li, you merely observe. Leave the fighting to me. My days are numbered, and I fear no enmity. With a swift gesture, he conjured the 5 Extremes Mountain, which transformed into a colossal iron mountain that blotted out the sky. Rumbling, the iron mountain descended with the force of Mount Tai, decisively suppressing all the malevolent beings summoned by the 3 sections. Shuiwei, Little Wang, and Little Li were initially moved and eager to assist. But upon witnessing the overwhelming presence of the Iron Mountain, they stood frozen in awe. Master is truly formidable. The Iron Mountain bore a weight akin to that of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, harmonizing with the enigmatic and extraordinary primordial energy coursing through Su Xiao's being. The force unleashed was nothing short of remarkable, compressing the muddy terrain of the mine by a full third. This spectacle left the disciples of the dark-skinned woman utterly dumbfounded. What manner of artifact is this? Su Xiao raised a hand, and in an instant, the 5 Extremities Mountain soared once more. Within the vast crater, an overwhelming sight greeted the eye, for disciples of the Heavenly Corpse Sect had unleashed their flying corpses. The zombies lay crushed into mere patties, numbering over 100. Rendering the scene utterly gruesome. No, my flying corpses. The disciples of the Heavenly Corpse Sect lamented in anguish, their faces contorted in distress. While even those from the Yellow Springs Sect and the Lethal Ghost Sect displayed expressions of deep sorrow. This immense mountain artifact had not only flattened the zombies, but had also obliterated the wandering spirits and vengeful ghosts they had summoned, their most vital allies. The old lecher possesses such formidable strength? Before they could gather their wits, the Iron Mountain surged once more, crashing down upon the disciples of the 3 sects with a thunderous roar. In their final moments, 12 individuals met the same fate as the zombies, reduced to mere flesh patties. Chapter 73. The inevitable demise of Shangguan Jinyu beneath the Iron Mountain. A thunderous crash echoed, plunging the scene into a chilling silence. Humph, dare to strike first? Now the forces of the Devil Sect have nothing to retort. Su Xiao stroked his beard with a smile, commanding, Shuiwei, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, proceed with the mining. The trio swallowed hard, gazing at the colossal iron mountain before them, their hearts trembling with awe. Master Uncle, where did so many extraordinary artifacts come from? How incredible! Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes were filled with a glimmer of fear. They were resolute. They must never let the rumor of their master uncle keeping the little apprentice sister circulate. Otherwise, they might meet the same fate as those meat pies. They nodded in unison and hurriedly began their work. Shuiwei stared at Su Xiao, momentarily entranced. Her lovely, delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Master Uncle, you are magnificent. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Yes, Master Uncle. You are so handsome. Do I need you to tell me that? Now go. Su Xiao reclaimed the Iron Mountain, revealing 8 lifeless meat pies beneath it. They were beyond saving, brutally crushed. having had no time even to activate their life-saving talismans or protective artifacts. Managed to flee. However, Su Xiao shook his head. They had escaped. But it was they who had struck first, and he was in the right. Outside the secret realm, the dark-clad woman and her 3 disciples appeared before the crowd, looking dazed and pale. Upon seeing the elder of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the dark-clad woman burst into tears. Master, that old lecher killed people. He is a demon. He destroyed all my magical corpses. The elder of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, Shirtong wore a grim expression. He had witnessed the entire ordeal. It was difficult to assess. After all, this time old Su had not struck first. Return, he commanded. It is better to come back early when one is outmatched. Do not worry. Old Su has someone to deal with him. Filled with resentment, Shirtong cast a sidelong glance at Dugu Ling, who remained calm and even smiled faintly at him. How infuriating. Shirtong was exasperated. Yet, he felt powerless. They had broken the rules first and thus lost their justification. Moreover, even if the old lecher had attacked first, the people of the mysterious Mist sect would also play dirty. Such strength from the old lecher is intolerable. The other sect leaders and elders sighed in dismay. That invulnerable Iron Mountain must indeed be a top-tier artifact. This is troubling. Once this Iron Mountain artifact emerges, its power is beyond the reach of nascent soul cultivators. Where did this old lecher acquire such an abundance of supreme artifacts? Were they all excavated from the Grand Cultivator's caves? What terrifying luck is this? The mysterious Mist sect. Shameless. To send such a person into the secret realm. Utterly disgraceful. The 2 leaders of the Huangquan sect and the Liguomen looked pallid, collapsing at the table. Their elite talents had suffered devastating losses. Not a single one had escaped. In other words, this expedition into the secret realm not only failed to yield profit, but resulted in a significant loss. The formidable prowess of Su Xiao has become something everyone has grown accustomed to. During this exploration, Su Xiao stands as the focal point of attention. Among the onlookers, only the elderly empress of the Southern Zhan Kingdom, a master of the void refinement stage, perceived the peculiarities of Su Xiao's magical artifacts. His aged visage flickered with intrigue as he murmured, could this truly be a magical artifact? He contemplated a possibility but promptly dismissed it. A nascent soul cultivator could hardly refine a treasure, let alone possess one. After mining, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li eagerly leaped into the depression left by the Iron Mountain, retrieving the storage bags from the Yellow Springs sect and the Malevolent Ghost sect. Master Uncle, these 2 sects have collected a considerable amount of ore, along with their spirit stones and magical artifacts. A gruesome array of storage bags lay before Su Xiao, stirring a sense of excitement in both of them. You may divide the spirit stones and artifacts among yourselves. The iron ore is to be reserved for our sect. Su Xiao expressed little interest, considering that these nascent soul cultivators possessed, at most, a few dozen high-grade spirit stones, not quite worthy of his esteemed attention. Thank you, Master Uncle. The 2 were elated. Promptly summoning Shui Yu, and the 3 divided the spirit stones equally. Each received a high-grade artifact along with several mid and low-grade ones. In high spirits, Xiao Wang produced a map and continued their search for a route. After excavating another mining site, they set their sights northward towards the Wanmu Forest. Detected, Daughter of Fortune, Su Mayer, Fortune level, A, Return multiplier, 10, Bond level, 1. The 4 descended into a vast grove, where Su Xiao heard the system's voice. Looking ahead, he saw 4 women from the Hahuan sect chopping spiritual wood. The most enchanting among them, a fair maiden clad in a yellow dress, gazed at him with a charming smile. Elder Su, it is truly wonderful that you have arrived, Su Mayer exclaimed, abandoning her task to approach him with her 3 companions. Upon witnessing the boundless quality of Su Xiao's fortune, their faces flushed with desire to bask in his aura, though they hesitated. Aware that Elder Su was a treasured figure of the Jade Palm sect, Su Xiao's aged eyes sparkled as he regarded the girl named Su Mayer, offering a courteous nod. She was a disciple of Yuling Long, clad in a lovely strapless yellow dress. Her snow-white skin radiated a captivating sheen, as fresh and alluring as cream. Her stunningly beautiful face bore the allure of a mature woman while still retaining the bashfulness of youth. Though her figure was not as exaggerated as Yuling Long's, it was undeniably charming, with a waist that could be clasped with ease. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, exuding an enticing fragrance. In comparison to her, The other three female disciples, though still beautiful, seemed to pale in comparison. "Ah, it is you, Su Xiaoyu." Su Xiao chuckled. "Rest assured, my young friend, that the Piaomiao Sect has always maintained a cordial relationship with your Lihuo sect. Feel free to chop away, none would dare to disturb you." In the presence of the daughter of fortune, Su Xiao displayed a generous demeanor, recognizing this as the foundation of his lengthy cultivation journey. The four young women were momentarily stunned, blinking their beautiful eyes before hurriedly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Su." "Well, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li Shuiyu, you should also gather some wood. There are still some spirit trees left here to bring back to the sect." "Yes, Master Uncle." Taking up their swords, the three dispersed to chop wood. Su Meyer and her companions watched as Su Xiao rested on the ground, an overwhelming aura swirling around him, causing the four to swallow hard, their hearts aflame with impatience. They even lost the desire to chop the spirit wood. "Oh, more visitors?" A distant team of four, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Upon realizing it was the notorious Elder Su, their expressions shifted dramatically, astonishment filling their eyes. They then caught sight of the four stunningly beautiful women from the Lihuo sect, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A sense of foreboding struck them, and they inwardly cursed. This old lecher dares to entice female cultivators in this secret realm? Such audacity cannot be tolerated. Fellow cultivators of the Lihuo sect, with us here, we will ensure that this old man does not lay a finger on you. A dashing young man clad in golden robes stepped forward, shielding the four Lihuo sect beauties behind him. The remaining three advanced, each exuding an extraordinary presence, unmistakably individuals of high status. Su Xiao glanced at the four with a hint of perplexity, feeling utterly bewildered. Had his reputation sunk so low that it instilled fear? Even more baffling were the expressions of the Lihuo sect disciples, who looked at the newcomers with disdain. How dare they disrupt their private time with Elder Su? "Who are you?" Su Xiao inquired casually. "I am Shangwan Jinyu from the Eastern Lai Kingdom, and these three are princes of the Eastern Lai Kingdom," Shangwan Jinyu declared, elegantly adjusting his golden robe, positioning himself as a protector for Su Meyer and her companions. He was wary of the old man's intentions, fearing he might act inappropriately toward these beauties. The old man may be old, but if anyone should act, it should be us young ones. "Shangwan Jinyu? The young master of the Zilai Chamber of Commerce?" Su Xiao's heart jolted, blinking his aged eyes. "Indeed. How did you know? You needn't concern yourself with so much." Suddenly, with a swish, the southern Ming Li fire sword flew forth before anyone could react, slicing through the air. With a resounding thud, it struck Shangwan Jinyu's head, exploding it into a mist of blood. "You have provoked this elder. If you wish to live, immediately leave the secret realm." Su Xiao sheathed his sword, coldly addressing the three princes, who were left pale and utterly bewildered. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task, defeating the luck rival Shangwan Jinyu. Task reward: one-time multiplier of 10,000 times for critical hits." Chapter 74. The daughter of fortune, Su Meyer, and her companions stood frozen in shock. The three princes of Donglai were trembling with fear. Shangwan Jinyu, the strongest among them, had been effortlessly slain by the old man in a single move. "Why are you still here?" Su Zhao's voice thundered with fury, causing the three princes to feel as if their hearts had shattered. "Yes, Senior Su, we shall leave immediately." Without hesitation, they produced their life-saving talismans and, upon crushing them, vanished in an instant. None had forewarned them that this secret realm could be so deadly. They had no intention of contending for the divine pill of the great Dao. Madness. The old man had gone mad. The death of Shangwan Jinyu compelled them to flee without a moment's delay. Upon arriving at the divine stone, the three were left in a state of utter disarray. The old lecher was terrifying. From a distance, the sovereign of Donglai was the first to rush forward, checking on the trio's injuries. When he saw that none were harmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his three sons had escaped unscathed, and Elder Su had spared them, granting a semblance of dignity to Donglai. Yet, he could not fathom what had led these individuals to offend Elder Su. President Shangwan, remain calm. Su Xiao has even killed disciples from the 9 sects. This is beyond our control, the sovereign reassured, glancing at the enraged elder behind him. The elder, Shangwan Filian, president of the Zilai Merchants Association, suppressed his overwhelming grief and fury, his gaze fixed on the members of the Piaomiao Sect. His aged eyes glimmered with a blood-red intensity, as if he were ready to confront them with ferocity. Seeing this, Dugu Ling rose solemnly. President Shengwan, sovereign of Donglai, please allow me to await my senior brother's return. I assure you he will provide a satisfactory explanation. Dugu's sect leader. Su Xiao has incited the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people, yet he indiscriminately slaughters without distinction. If this secret realm concludes without an explanation to my Zilai Merchants Association, then no matter how formidable your Miaoyao sect may be, I, Shangwan Filian, shall not rest until I seek retribution. With a flick of his long robe, he returned to his seat, awaiting the old lecher's emergence. He yearned for vengeance for his son. The sovereign of Donglai shook his head with a heavy sigh, clasping his hands in respect towards Dugu Ling, before returning to Shangwan Filian's side with his 3 sons. What on earth had transpired with Elder Su? Why had he inexplicably resorted to murder? Elders Zhu Lu and when exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Elder Su truly posed a conundrum for their Miaoyao sect. Dugu Ling felt a mixture of joy and concern. She was pleased that her senior brother's strength had surged, even surpassing that prior to the tribulation. Yet, she worried that with such rampant killings, their Miaoyao sect would become the enemy of the cultivation world. This situation was untenable. Her position as sect leader would become exceedingly difficult. The other sect leaders and elders present shook their heads at Elder Su. To label him merely a lecher was to underestimate him. This old man was truly a devil of unparalleled evil. How had the Miaoyao sect produced such a scoundrel? In the Wanmulan, the lifeless body of Shangwan Jinyu lay fallen. Su Meier and her companions were engulfed in trepidation. Elder Su, his strength was unfathomably formidable. With a single move, the formidable Shangwan Jinyu, at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, was subdued. The 4 women swallowed hard, struggling to believe the rumors about the seemingly frail old man who was nearing death, yet possessed such incredible power. Su Xiao rose with a smile, reassuring them. Do not be afraid. I have a personal vendetta against Shangwan Jinyu, which is why I intervened. Continue gathering the spiritual wood. Rest assured, with me here, no one dares to lay a finger on you. Upon hearing this, the 4 women sighed in relief. So, Elder Su had a grudge against Shangwan Jinyu. Their eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and the fear that had gripped their hearts dissipated in an instant. They gazed at Su Xiao with increasing excitement. Not only was Elder Su immensely powerful, but his fortune was also astonishingly abundant. They could hardly believe the whispers claiming he was merely an old man on the brink of death. Elder, you have worked hard, they exclaimed. These 4 individuals inexplicably sought to seize our spiritual wood, but thanks to your intervention, they have been sent packing. They yearned to embrace Su Xiao and bask in his fortune, yet hesitated, apprehensive. It is of no consequence. I have a rapport with your sect leader. It is only fitting, he replied, before settling down to rest, closing his eyes in meditation. In his mind, he contemplated how to appropriately present a gift to Su Meier, hoping for a bountiful return. At that moment, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li returned, startled by the sight of the headless corpse on the ground. Upon inquiring about the situation, Su Xiao simply stated that the individual had crossed him. Ah, how terrifying! Xiao Wang and Xiao Li trembled in fear. Elder Su, you truly kill without a second thought. By the way, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, how much spiritual wood have you gathered? Su Xiao suddenly asked. Xiao Wang calculated and replied, Uncle Master, we have collected approximately 50 or so pieces. Hand them over to me. You may continue your work. The 2, somewhat puzzled, complied and transferred the storage bags containing the spiritual wood to Su Xiao, then proceeded to find Shui Yu to continue their task. Su Xiao, upon probing with his consciousness, confirmed their haul of roughly 50 to 60 pieces. He then approached the weak-legged Su Meier, smiling. Little friend Su, my earlier actions may have delayed your wood gathering. Here are over 50 pieces of spiritual wood, a gift for you. Su Meier's face flushed with excitement as she accepted the storage bag, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Elder Su, you are gifting me something? This is too much, she stammered, her body trembling slightly. It is nothing to be concerned about. You and I share a fateful connection. I would not let you suffer a loss, Su Xiao replied, stroking his beard with an air of nonchalance. Thank you, Elder Su. Su Meier longed to absorb the boundless fortune that radiated from him, linking her arm with his. Instantly, an alluring fragrance enveloped them. Little friend Su, what has come over you? Su Xiao's old eyes flickered with curiosity. Elder, 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meier, 10 points returned. 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meyer, 10 points returned. The system's voice resonated, and Su Xiao instantly understood. It turns out that the other party is drawn to the fortune he possesses. This is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. The more he acquires through stealth, the more his own fortune will be replenished. The three ladies from the Piaomiao Sect beside him observed with envy and jealousy. However, the senior sister had already taken the initiative to approach, leaving them only to stare in disbelief. Su Xiaoyu, feel free to absorb the fortune that I possess. It is of no concern to me, the elder said. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, which soon transformed into delight. Elder Su actually knows she is absorbing fortune, and he even encourages her to do so. In that instant, she comprehended why her master held Elder Su in such high regard. Elder, there is a cave over there. Let us proceed in that direction, Su Meyer suggested. Su Xiao chuckled softly, guiding her towards a concealed cave not far away. While enhancing fortune, he also intended to provide something that would trigger a task for a 10,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting spiritual wood. The first gift to Su Meyer has triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a 10,000 years spiritual root. 10,000 years spiritual root contains 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid, each capable of reviving the dead and healing grievous injuries. Remaining 1 instance of 10,000-fold critical hit, the next gift will trigger. Chapter 75. Return of the Jiuyang Dragon Blood Pill within a concealed cave. Su Meyer retrieved a fragrant mink fur blanket from her storage bag and spread it upon the damp earthen floor. Elder, please. Su Meyer assisted Su Xiao in settling down. Elder, you wouldn't mind if I absorb your fortune, would you? Su Xiao shook his head with a smile, replying, not at all, my young friend. Please, feel free to absorb it. The longevity of an old man is not extensive. Do not let it go to waste. Thank you, Elder. A gentle fragrance enveloped her as she tenderly embraced him, channeling her energy to wholeheartedly absorb the fortune emanating from Su Xiao. Elder, you are truly generous. In that moment, she felt that this magnanimous and charming elder outshone the youthful prodigies in an instant. Su Meyer has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meyer has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meyer has stolen 1 point of fortune. The system's notifications rang out incessantly. Su Meyer closed her eyes, absorbing the energy. Su Xiao chuckled softly. My young friend, it feels as though we are old acquaintances. I sense a special affinity between us. This is a high-grade beauty pill. It is of little use to me, so I shall gift it to you, fostering a good relationship. As he spoke, he moved his arm and retrieved a pill imbued with a unique spiritual energy from his spatial repository. A beauty pill? A high-grade one. Upon hearing his words, Su Meyer's eyes flew open. She gazed at the extraordinary pill in Su Xiao's hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Elder, you truly wish to gift me this high-grade beauty pill? Su Meyer was instantly elated. A high-grade beauty pill was something one could scarcely find on the market. Even if it were available, one would need several hundred high-grade spirit stones to even consider it. How could Elder Su be so generous as to offer her such a precious item? Su Xiao extended the beauty pill towards her, saying, we are fated. This mere high-grade beauty pill is a trivial matter. Just take it, my young friend. I have no use for it. Su Meyer held the precious pill in her hands, her heart brimming with excitement. Elder, you are too kind to me. To know you is truly a fortune I have cultivated over a lifetime. She was completely captivated by the elder's lavishness. He had gifted her spiritual wood and a high-grade beauty pill, all while possessing an overwhelming amount of fortune. Where else could one find someone so unconditionally benevolent? Congratulations, host, on successfully receiving the high-grade beauty pill, triggering a task reward of 10,000-fold enhancement. Returning the Jiuyang Dragon Blood Pill. Jiuyang Dragon Blood Pill. Consuming it grants a trace of true dragon blood, strengthening internal organs and bones, and bestowing the ability of limb regeneration. The Jiuyang Dragon Blood Pill? Su Xiao's eyes brightened at the sound of its name. It promised great value. The ability to regenerate limbs was indeed worthy of its origin. By the way, young friend, I have heard that your Piaomiao Sect's techniques not only absorb fortune, but also spiritual energy? Su Xiao inquired. Indeed, however, the absorption of spiritual energy can be rather troublesome. Su Meyer's enchanting visage turned a deep shade of crimson. Oh, Su Xiao shook his head. Well then, let us not trouble the young friend any further. Outside, 3 disciples of the Lihuo sect were felling spiritual trees. They felt a deep resentment and regret within. Their senior sister had seized the advantage. They could no longer draw upon fortune. Where had their master uncle gone? Why had he not appeared for so long? Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and Shui Yu had not only finished cutting down the nearby spiritual trees, but they had also exhausted all the wood that could be harvested in the entire Wanmu forest. The 3 female disciples pointed towards a distant cave. Elder Su and senior sister Su were inside the cave. Chapter 76. Advancing to the second stage of the nascent soul, the petite and adorable Shui Yu nodded earnestly beside them, appearing deep in thought. The 3 women from the Lihuo sect sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting their senior sister. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li stood at a distance, bewildered and whispering to each other. Junior brother, I truly cannot comprehend this. Neither can I. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Within the cave, Su Meier, having donned her strapless dress, shyly inquired, Elder, is it true that your lifespan is nearly at an end? Meier finds it hard to believe. She felt a bit unwell, her cheeks flushed, lacking prior experience. Su Xiao chuckled, haha, indeed, my remaining lifespan is quite limited. With that, he rose and approached the cave entrance. There were numerous matters to attend to in the secret realm, and time could not be squandered. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1009 years. Cultivation level, second stage of the nascent soul. Special physique, earth fire, human fire, Dao body, primordial true qi. Blood of the true dragon. Remaining lifespan, 300 years. Su Xiao consumed the 9-yang dragon blood pill. The effects were remarkable. He appeared noticeably younger. After glancing at his status panel, he nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, his spiritual energy had been siphoned. However, logically, he should have suffered a significant loss in cultivation. Yet, with the system's restitution, not only had he not regressed, but his cultivation had actually ascended a level. His conjecture was correct. The Lihuo sect could not only reclaim fortune, but also return siphoned spiritual energy. To directly elevate his cultivation level was astonishingly swift. With his eyes gleaming with excitement, Su Xiao felt exhilarated. He was experienced enough to understand the arduous journey of advancing in cultivation after reaching the nascent soul stage. At 300 years of age, he had attained the first stage of the nascent soul, and it wasn't until 800 years that he barely reached the 9th stage. It took him an additional 200 years to achieve his peak, enabling him to transcend the divine thunder tribulation. 500 years had been spent to reach the 9th level. And then there was his disciple, Lu Dajing, who, despite his considerable talent, had been stuck at the 6th stage of the nascent soul for decades. It was said he had only recently reached the 7th stage. Would the system not introduce any unforeseen complications in the future? Su Xiao smirked internally, aware that the system's restitution needed to be reasonable. Continuously siphoning spiritual energy would likely lead to dire consequences. This phenomenon should also depend on fate. Su Meier smiled. Elder, once I refine the fortune, may I come to seek you again? Of course, you may come to me at any time. You are free to absorb my abundance of fortune. Su Xiao nodded generously, feeling that there was no need for further words under the circumstances. Thank you, Elder. You are truly wonderful. Su Meier exclaimed with excitement. Su Xiao then produced 10 transformation pills, handing them to her. Meier, take these 10 transformation pills. Should you find yourself short on resources in the future, do not hesitate to come to the Piaomiao Sect. The elder possesses abundant resources. There is no need to feel hesitant. He noticed that Su Meier had recently reached the 9th stage of the nascent soul and still had a considerable distance to go before reaching her peak. The transformation pill was currently the most suitable elixir for her. 10 transformation pills. In Su Meier's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed as she joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder. You are truly exceptional." The 10 transformation pills were worth 100 high-grade spirit stones, a substantial sum to casually bestow, not to mention the previous high-grade beauty pills. Elder, your generosity knows no bounds. There will be an endless supply of fortune in the future. Overwhelmed with excitement, she embraced Su Xiao, the enchanting fragrance enveloping them. Once again, they shared a tender moment. Congratulations, host. Your bond with Su Meier has increased to 2. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 transformation pills and receiving back 20 divine pills. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the forest of 10,000 trees, dozens of cloaked figures continued to gather, forming a formidable alliance. At the forefront stood a stern middle-aged man, his expression fierce as he demanded, "Where are the disciples of the Breaking Sky Demon Sect?" "Brother Gui, the four from the Breaking Sky Demon Sect have begun to set up formations in the forest of 10,000 trees," came the reply. The cold-faced man smirked. "Excellent. With this gathering of elite disciples from the demon path, coupled with the formations laid by the Breaking Sky Demon Sect, Su Old Dog is doomed. Instruct everyone to proceed as planned. If necessary, take the cold refinement fire elixir and ensure a swift annihilation." "Understood, Brother Gui." Outside the secret realm, all eyes were fixed upon the ethereal Lingbai of the mysterious sect, automatically disregarding everything else. "Su Old Dog has emerged," someone shouted, and the crowd instantly perked up, their gazes riveted on the entrance. Su Xiao appeared slowly at the cave's mouth, supporting Su Meyer. At the sight of her flushed cheeks, her slightly limp form, and her unnatural gait, it became evident that something had transpired. "Damn it." A collective sigh escaped the lips of the sect leaders and elders, their expressions filled with anguish and despair. Some buried their faces in their hands, overwhelmed with sorrowful lamentations. Su Old Dog has triumphed once more. Chapter 77. The stirring of the demon sect. As Su Xiao supported Su Meyer out, Yu Linglong furrowed her brows in concern. Donggu Ling mocked her, observing the scene where most of the sect leaders and elders had already lost their composure, too weary to continue their tirades. "Su Old Dog, how infuriating. Alas, it is best to simply ignore him. Are the female cultivators of the Harmony sect truly blind? Su Old Dog, I curse your ancestors through 18 generations. Just wait until you come out. I shall witness your demise." That old fellow, nearing his end, so exasperating. "Su Old Dog, I will tear you to pieces." With a resounding crash, Xiao Mu slammed his palm on the table, his face flushed with rage, his entire being trembling with fury. His eyes blazed with anger, a blood-red hue enveloping his gaze. He beheld Su Meyer's enchanting, flushed countenance within the spirit mirror. The envy and jealousy surging within him was nearly uncontrollable. How detestable. "Su Old Dog." Xiao Mu felt as though his heart and lungs might explode from rage. He was unwilling to accept it. In a fit of despair, Xiao Mu roared, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the table crimson. "Master, please calm your anger." 3 elders nearby were taken aback. The headmaster was genuinely furious. Ghost Li and his companions were already making arrangements. With the collaboration of various demonic sects, Su Xiao was undoubtedly doomed. The 3 elders hurriedly sought to placate him. Xiao Mu glanced at Ghost Li and his 3 companions who were hastening towards the forest of 10,000 trees, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and forced himself to sit down, suppressing his fury. "Very well. This time, I shall see how that old dog can evade his fate." His eyes gleamed with malice, his face a mask of indignation. He fixed his gaze on the spirit mirror, eager to witness the demise of the old dog. "Useless, merely a woman. Yet she has affected your resolve. Such a person is unworthy of being my disciple." A voice of reprimand echoed within his soul, dousing him with cold water and bringing him back to some semblance of clarity. "Master, I truly detest Su Old Dog. Master, I implore you, help me rid myself of him. I shall heed your every word henceforth." Moments later, the elder of the fusion stage spoke coldly. "I shall say this one last time. That old man is peculiar, and he likely possesses formidable talismans. The best course of action for you now is to wait for him to perish of old age. The divine Dan of the great path matters little. With me here, your breakthrough to the refining void stage is assured. Do not allow your anger to jeopardize your resolve." Xiao Mu trembled with rage, knowing his master spoke the truth, yet he could not reconcile his feelings. "Mayor, but she was Yu Laupa's dowry. Mayor, my beloved, I loathe myself for not being able to protect you." The commotion caused by Xiao Mu drew the attention of some onlookers. They regarded him with a degree of empathetic understanding. Just look at how Su Old Dog has provoked this talented disciple of the demonic sect to such a state. He is practically spewing blood. The old dog refuses to die. It is an affront to natural justice. Yu Wenhao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Mu, whose chiseled features remained impassive, even imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Old dog, leap with all your might. Soon, your demise shall arrive." Ha ha. At that moment, the crowd finally became aware of the movements of the demonic sects within Lingbai. The extreme ice demon sect, the soul-devouring demon sect, the 10,000 poison sect. along with dozens of disciples from various lesser demonic factions, were hastening towards the Wanmu forest. Even the sly disciples from the ruptured sky demon sect were stealthily setting up formations around the forest, having already established numerous focal points within a brief span of time. This is bad. The demonic forces are preparing to strike against my senior brother. Du Guling discerned the looming threat, her phoenix-like eyes glistening with frost and concern. Yu Linglong observed the movements of the Lingbai demon sect's disciples, her gaze unusually grave. The disciples of the Harmony sect were also still within the Wanmu forest. Oh, how splendid. The demonic factions are united in purpose. They aim to take the life of the old dog. How delightful. With the 4 great demonic sects coordinating their efforts and the formations littered throughout the Wanmu forest, even if the old dog is a god transformation cultivator, his life is forfeit. Alas, at last, I behold a piece of good news. The expressions of the assembled sect leaders and elders were electrified, their old eyes sparkling with hope as they anticipated the demon's success in slaying that old dog under their blades, whether representatives from the 10 nations or the righteous sects. In this moment, they all nodded in approval at the sight of the demonic practitioners diligently at work. The more they observed, the more strikingly heroic these figures appeared, as if they were saviors ridding the world of malevolence. In the realm of the celestial beings, there are rules. Casualties within the secret realms are deemed normal and do not constitute enmity. Should the old dog perish, the Misty sect would only stir up a fuss, and it would soon pass. In Wanmu Forest, Su Meyer gracefully approached the 3 women. At that moment, Su Xiao sensed something amiss in the surroundings. This is grave. An enemy attack. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, Shui Yu, be on high alert immediately. Chapter 78. 3 Battlefields. The 3 individuals were taken aback and immediately released their spiritual senses to probe the surroundings. Indeed, in the distance, dozens of nascent soul auras were rushing towards them with fervor. There was no need to guess. They were the targets. Ha! Su Laogo, today marks your demise. Figures cloaked in black emerged in the distant sky. Whether wielding swords or blades, they gazed down upon Su Xiao and Meyer with expressions rife with fury and derision. Gue Li and a few sharp-eyed individuals recognized the flushed, enchanting visage of Su Meyer from the Hahuan sect. It was blatantly abnormal. Damn you, old man. Su Laogo. This is a secret realm. The disciples from the bloodthirsty demon sect and the 10,000 poisoned sect were gritting their teeth in rage. Beholding the captivating Su Meyer, their hearts surged with jealousy and hatred, uncontrollable and ferocious. You old lecher. If I don't dismember you into 8 pieces today, I shall not be the eldest disciple of the extreme ice demon sect. The dark disciples previously dispatched for reconnaissance had already reported that the old man and Su Meyer had entered a cave. To their astonishment, upon arrival, they found Su Meyer supporting Su Xiao. I can't believe this. Su Laogo. Damn it. Let me see you perish. They had no intention of allowing Su Laogo to survive even a second longer. The 4 from the extreme ice demon sect summoned their magical artifacts, unleashing a brilliant icy blue light, and charged towards Su Xiao. Shuiwe, Xiaoli, Xiaowang, take care of yourselves. Meyer, use your life-saving talismans as necessary. The incoming demon sect disciples bear ill intentions, and a fierce battle is likely imminent. Su Xiao regarded the 4 assailants from the extreme ice demon sect, his aged eyes glinting with intensity as he waved a hand. Instantly, he was enveloped in a resplendent multicolored radiance and ascended into the air. In the process, he summoned the 9 fire-glazed shield, with 9 massive fire dragons swirling around him, roaring with a thunderous might. They lunged fiercely towards the 4 from the extreme ice demon sect. This old man possesses such formidable magical artifacts. Damn it! Charge! Everyone attack! No one is permitted to leave here alive today. Gue Li, the elder brother of the extreme ice demon sect, wielded an ice-blue long knife, shrouded in an aura of endless chill. Upon contact with the fire dragons, a hissing sound echoed incessantly. Within mere moments, his superior-grade magic knife was scorched red by one of Su Xiao's fire dragons, on the verge of destruction. How could this be? Not only Gue Li, but the other 3 were equally astonished. The extreme heat of these fire dragons was enough to instill fear. If entangled by the fire dragons, they sensed they might not endure even 2 exchanges. The old man's strength is peculiar. Quickly, consumed the cold, refining fire pills. With a thunderous crash, Gui Li's ice-blue long knife shattered into a mass of molten iron beneath the onslaught of the fire dragons. The extreme ice demon sect, alongside other demonic disciples, focused their assault on Xiao. The bloodthirsty demon sect and the 10,000 poisons sect executed their plan to encircle the disciples of the Misty sect and the Hahuan sect. The two factions had already engaged in combat, and the battle within the forest reverberated with earth-shattering intensity. On one side of the forest, a crystal blue gourd swells in the breeze, transforming into a colossal gourd towering to the height of a man. Endless icy blue water cascades forth, washing away the pungent, blood-soaked waters below. Bloodthirsty demon sect, you dare to challenge our Miaomiao sect? It is time to retaliate. Xiao treads upon the void, observing the four individuals ahead who are channeling their blood energy. In this moment, she seems to shed her usual innocence. Her large eyes brim with combat fervor, and her beautiful black hair dances in the wind. She resembles a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Senior brother, let us swiftly deal with them and assist our master. He is single-handedly facing dozens of foes up there. As she spoke, the aura surrounding Xiao pulsated, her form gradually becoming translucent. Utilizing the innate ability of her water spirit body, she transformed into a transparent icy blue figure in an instant. With a splash, she dove into the cascading river of icy blue water. In that moment, the lake-like icy blue water seemed to come alive, conjuring towering waves that surged wildly toward the four members of the bloodthirsty demon sect. Truly, she is the newly appointed prodigy of Miaomiao Sect. Her power is indeed formidable. The four members of the bloodthirsty demon sect, clad in black and red garments, widened their eyes in astonishment. Not daring to delay, their leader summoned forth a blood cauldron artifact, from which thick, scarlet blood gushed forth. This viscous blood, imbued with a formidable corrosive power, devoured the surrounding flora upon contact, reducing them to blackened remnants that vanished with the slightest breeze. This is the bloodthirsty demon sect's exquisite artifact, the beast blood cauldron. The endless thick blood enveloped the four, countering the oncoming icy blue waves. The beast blood cauldron trembled violently, barely sustaining against Xiao's icy blue water. Quickly eliminate the remaining two cultivators. Xiao is formidable. She has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. I cannot withstand for long. Once you finish them, return immediately to assist me. The middle-aged leader's face reddened as he exerted all his spiritual energy to manipulate the beast blood cauldron. Endless icy blue waves crashed against the sea of blood, each impact shaking his body and causing him immense discomfort. Truly, she is the eldest disciple of the Miaomiao sect. So powerful. Amidst their battle of spells, the remaining three members of the bloodthirsty demon sect unleashed their scarlet artifacts, shimmering with blood light, rushing toward Xiao Wang and Xiao Li without hesitation. Seeing this, the latter's expressions shifted as they summoned several superior artifacts, surrounding themselves with flying swords, forming a 7-star sword array. United in strength, the 7-star sword array emitted dazzling sword light, morphing into a colossal transparent sword that charged at the three adversaries. On another front, the four members of the 10,000 Poisons sect pursued Su Meier and her companions from the Harmony sect. Countless poisonous insects, snakes, and ants surged from behind, causing their delicate features to turn pale in an instant. Junior sisters, defend against the enemy. Wait for the Miaomiao sect to come to our aid. Su Meier descended, positioning herself before her three companions. With a wave of her hand, a brass bell soared into the air, transforming into a massive copper bell. The deafening clang of the bell echoed throughout the mountains as pink mist emanated from the bell, dispersing the endless swarm of insects and serpents surrounding them. This is her exquisite magical artifact, the Harmony Bell. Ha! The enchantresses of the Harmony sect. Go to hell. Su Meier, you shameless wretch. Utterly disgraceful. So vile. Vile creature. For figures clad in black hats emerged from the swarm of serpents and insects. The leader among them was an exceedingly unattractive young man, his face marred by pockmarks, resembling the aftermath of a vicious insect bite, both terrifying and grotesque. Chapter 79. The battle that captivated all the remaining three were hardly in a better situation. Within the Wan Poison sect, a normal person was nearly impossible to find. After speaking, The leading, grotesque middle-aged man summoned a black cloth bag with a single hand gesture, which soared into the air and expanded. A noxious, corrosive black mist erupted from the bag, enveloping the surrounding poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, causing them to swell in size. The previously palm-sized poison rat leaped forth. Now as large as a cat, black ants transformed into man-eating ants, and poisonous snakes morphed into colossal pythons. These venomous creatures, as if invigorated by a stimulant, lunged recklessly towards Su Meyer and her companions. Ha! Enchantresses, prepare to meet your end. Vile creatures never escape a gruesome fate. The four from the Wan-poisoned sect unleashed their magical artifacts, their powers resonating with toxic energy. The moment they materialized, the surrounding trees began to decay instantly. The four women of the Huan sect paled, summoning their artifacts to fend off the onslaught of the poisonous beasts and the four assailants. Under the protection of the exquisite Huan bell, they managed to hold their ground, preventing the enemy from breaching their defenses. At the outset of the skirmish, they had contemplated using their life-saving talismans to flee. However, sect leader Yu had advised them to act within their means, taking what they could carry without any rigid demands. Yet, they soon discovered that their talismans were rendered ineffective in this forest of myriad trees. Someone had surreptitiously set up a formation, nullifying their protective charms. Devilish scoundrels. How despicable. They intend to annihilate us completely. In the sky, Xiao soared leisurely on his sword, wielding the southern bright fire sword to reap the lives of the demonic disciples. Had these fiends lost their senses? Even as their demise loomed, they refused to use their talismans to escape? Was it truly the case that I am so loathsome that they would risk everything to confront me? Xiao found himself momentarily astonished by the carnage. The colossal sword, an embodiment of the southern bright fire, blazed forth, cutting a swath through the adversaries. The first three demonic disciples, stricken with terror, attempted to flee on their swords. Yet, they could not match the swiftness of the southern bright fire sword. In a mere breath, the giant sword caught up to them. With a sickening sound, the three were severed at the waist, their wounds charred and aflame. In an instant, they were reduced to ash. How infuriating! You old lecher, where did you acquire such formidable artifacts? Meanwhile, the four from the extreme ice demon sect were now visibly shaken, their eyes wide with fear. They had already consumed their second cold refinement fire pill, significantly boosting their spiritual energy, nearly reaching the initial stage of transformation. Yet, faced with the onslaught of the old man's 9 fire dragons, they found themselves retreating. With no hope of victory in sight, how could the old man possess such strength? One man stands against our elite cadre, unvanquished. He has even turned the tide against so many of our disciples. Now, aside from the 4 of them, only 2 or 3 teams of a dozen individuals remained, struggling to endure. Xiao smiled silently, disinterested in the plight of the extreme ice demon sect. As the sword soared through the air, the incantation in hand was deftly manipulated, directing the South Ming fire sword to continue its relentless slaughter. Ah, you lecherous old man, may you meet a wretched end. A disciple was pierced by the fiery blade, igniting his body, which was swiftly reduced to ashes. The others trembled in fear, their fighting spirit extinguished, longing to flee. Yet, it was not that they desired to remain. A formation was laid out nearby, rendering their life-preserving talismans useless. Those cursed devils of the heavenly demon sect had warned them against such treacherous deeds, and now, the boomerang had returned to strike them. No, the South Ming fire sword darted back and forth, leaving the remaining disciples of the demonic path with no escape. One by one, they perished beneath the fiery blade. As some disciples felt their resentment swell to an unbearable extent, this hatred ignited into a tangible inferno, bursting forth from within, incinerating them entirely. Soon, silence enveloped the sky. The second-rate demonic cultivators had all met their demise at Xiao's hands. Not a single one escaped. Clearly, a formation had been set, rendering their life-saving talismans ineffective. Those treacherous practitioners of the demonic path were indeed sinister, courting death. Xiao's expression darkened as he retracted the South Ming fire sword. His gaze fixated on the 4 members of the extreme ice demon sect desperately battling the fire dragon, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Outside the secret realm, all eyes were riveted on this ultimate showdown. The sect leaders and elders shook their heads in dismay, sighing in lament. These elite disciples of the demonic path were utterly inept. Pathetic. The lecherous old man had yet to unleash his full power. His Iron Mountain artifact remained unutilized. And yet the demonic disciples had all fallen. Too formidable. The heavens are unjust. Why is Su the old dog so powerful? The members of the extreme ice demon sect had already consumed their second cold refinement fire pill, yet remained ensnared within the 9-dragon fire formation. Utterly worthless. Ridiculously worthless. Su the old dog is far too arrogant. He only bullies those at the nascent soul stage. When he emerges, I will show him what true divine transformation looks like. The sect leaders and elders were filled with righteous indignation, their fists clenched in frustration at the incompetence of the demonic disciples. Almost everyone present stood in solidarity with the disciples of the demonic path, hoping they would slay the lecherous old man and restore justice. Yet, they were met with repeated slaps in the face. Su the old dog. Such excessive arrogance. Xiao slammed his hand on the table, his face a mask of fury. Old lecher, I curse your entire family. As the battle raged on, he discerned the trend. The cold refinement fire pill would not suffice for a third dose. They could not escape the 9-dragon fire formation, let alone slay the old lecher. What are you waiting for? Quickly consume the third cold refinement fire pill. Yet, no matter how loudly he shouted, it was futile. Those inside were oblivious to his cries, while the onlookers could only watch helplessly, filled with sighs of despair. To consume 3 cold refinement fire pills in such rapid succession would undoubtedly lead to the ruin of their cultivation. The newly appointed leader of the Polar Demon Sect exhibits an astonishing ruthlessness. Donggu Ling anxiously observes Ling Bai. Despite her concerns, her eyes are alight with admiration and delight. Senior brother. So formidable. Truly impressive. As expected of the one who loves her alone and has shared vows with her. Her heart swells with excitement. This is the senior brother she idolizes. Exceedingly handsome. Beside her, Yu Linglong watches the fervently excited Donggu Ling and smirks slightly. Her gaze tinged with worry as it drifts towards the Hahuan sect's arena. Above the Wanmu forest, Gue Li struggles against 3 or 4 fire dragons. Observing the fallen members of the demon sect around him and the approaching Su Xiao, his face flushes with anger as he finally cannot restrain himself, bellowing, "Take the pill. The third cold refinement fire pill. How long must we wait for you to show yourselves? Come forth at once." With a thunderous roar, the sky erupts in sound, and a series of luminous barriers manifest above the 5. Shortly thereafter, 4 figures appear on the horizon, wielding exquisite magical artifacts and lunging towards Su Xiao with reckless abandon. The 5 elements primordial formation is now activated. Old lecher, prepare to meet your demise. How dare you chase after women in the secret realm? I curse your ancestors. As the words leave his mouth, the sky's barriers flicker. Countless heavenly flames, thunderbolts, ice swords, and golden light converge upon Su Xiao, crashing down with ferocious might, each strike bearing the power of a pinnacle Yuan Ing cultivator. At this moment, the 4 from the Polar Demon Sect have also consumed their third cold refinement fire pill, their spiritual energy surging forth as their skin flushes crimson. Their fury escalates, faces contorted as they unleash a torrent of spiritual power, sending 9 fire dragons careening away, commanding the supreme artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal essence. It seems even the air begins to freeze as they charge towards Su Xiao. This time, they seek the old dog's life. Outside the secret realm, nearly everyone stands in tense anticipation, eyes fixed on Ling Bai, holding their breath. The fate of the old dog hangs in the balance with this onslaught. Yet, just as the 4 from the Polar Demon Sect and the 4 from the P prepare to encircle Su Xiao for the kill, they suddenly perceive something unimaginable. Their movements halting abruptly, fear etched upon their faces. Old dog, what are you planning? Do you not realize? In this secret realm, one cannot utilize transformation talisman. Chapter 80. Su Xiao's transformation talisman. Above the vast expanse of the Wumu forest, a colossal iron mountain hovered ominously over Su Xiao, shielding him from the relentless assaults of the primordial 5 elements formation. Countless bolts of lightning and searing flames, as well as icy blades and golden swords, struck against the iron edifice, only to be repelled by its formidable exterior. Unyielding, Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard with a faint smile, his other hand clasping for talismans. 2 were the 9-fold purple cloud thunder talismans of transformation, and the other two were the ninefold Xianbing sword rain talismans of transformation. He had come to comprehend the rules of the secret realm during this period. While the might of the transformation realm could exist, the source of that power would be expelled from the realm upon its release. In essence, if he employed the transformation talismans, he would be instantaneously transported out of the secret realm. However, the effects of the transformation talismans would persist within its confines. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Break Demon Sect and the Polar Demon Sect dared not advance. Old dog, if you proceed, the Miaomiao Sect will never attain the divine elixir of the Great Dao. Release it at once. Using transformation talismans in the secret realm, even if you exit, the myriad sect leaders and elders will not spare you. The four from the Polar Demon Sect were profoundly shaken, their eyes filled with unrelenting terror. Similarly, the four shadowy figures from the Heavenly Break Demon Sect were equally struck with fear. Both factions felt the faint yet potent aura of transformation emanating from Su Xiao's grasp, their faces paling and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Old dog, you truly possess the ninefold transformation talismans. Moreover, you've produced 4 of them in an instant. What on earth has this old dog scavenged in the depths of his cave? Haha, come, approach me. Come and strike this old man. Let me see if I don't obliterate you insignificant pests. Su Xiao burst into laughter, feeling an unparalleled sense of delight, holding a nuclear option in his hand. This was the essence of formidable intimidation. Even a transformation realm expert like Mo Tian had been annihilated by 3 of these talismans, let alone these drug-addled nascent soul cultivators. Stand down. Let us speak civilly. The members of the Heavenly Break Demon Sect were paralyzed by fear, not daring to move. Regret gnawed at their hearts. Cursed be it. Why had they set up the shielding life-preserving formation? Now, they could not even utilize it themselves. Oh, damn it. The notoriety of the opponent's ninefold transformation talismans resonated throughout the cultivation world, rendering their shielding formation utterly futile. Even the former leader, Mo Tian, had not survived 3 of these. What hope did they have as nascent soul cultivators but to be swiftly eradicated upon contact? Old dog, how utterly shameless. Enough of this game. I am quite fatigued. Let my disciples collect your remains. Su Xiao smiled faintly, simultaneously unleashing the 4 ninefold transformation talismans, infusing them with spiritual power. In an instant, the talismans shot forth in 4 directions. As they activated, they disintegrated into a wisp of flying ash. Booming thunder reverberated. The misty sky was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds, where countless arcs of lightning danced within, exuding an overwhelming pressure. My heavens, old dog, you have truly lost your mind. The members of the Broken Sky Demon Sect and the Polar Demon Sect were rendered pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. They sensed that the threat was not merely the thunder in the sky. The temperature in the air suddenly plummeted, and 2 enormous deep blue ice spheres materialized from the void, gathering an oppressive force directed at them. Shuiwei, Xiaowang, Xiaoli, Uncle Master has stepped out for tea. Do not forget to collect the corpses of the demonic disciples later. The supreme divine pill will be entrusted to you, Su Xiao declared, his voice infused with spiritual energy, addressing the battlefield of the Hahuan sect in the distance. Mayor, you shall follow the disciples of the Misty Sect. Once these demonic disciples perish, they will pose no further threat in the secret realm. Gradually harvest their spoils and bring back more treasures for your Jade Master. With that, the laws of heaven and earth descended within the secret realm, and Su Xiao's imposing figure vanished in an instant. His actions were deliberate. Eliminating the remaining members of the 4 major demonic sects would effectively decimate their forces within the secret realm. Shuiwei, possessing remarkable talent and reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage, would ensure dominance in the secret realm, effortlessly obtaining the supreme divine pill. With a whoosh, the 2 deep blue ice spheres struck first, unleashing a barrage of ice swords that fell like rain. Their formidable might aimed directly at the Broken Sky Demon Sect and the Polar Demon Sect, the members of both sects. Feeling the overwhelming force of the 9th level of the transformation realm, turned ashen, their eyes widening in terror. It's over. The pinnacle ice swords of the 9th level of transformation realm are beyond our ability to withstand. Su old dog, I curse you. A cacophony of sounds erupted as they could not evade. Their summoned artifacts were shattered by the icy onslaught in an instant. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as, within mere breaths, 8 members from the 2 major demonic sects were mercilessly pierced by the relentless storm of ice swords. Their forms were frozen solid by the frigid aura of the ice swords. The 8 frozen figures collapsed, shattering upon impact, and leaving nothing but a scattering of ice shards. Their demise complete. Aside from the exquisite artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal, and a single demonic blade from the Broken Sky Demon Sect, all other artifacts were reduced to mere fragments by the deluge of ice swords. This demonstrated the overwhelming power of the pinnacle talisman at the 9th level of transformation realm. Meanwhile, in the other battlefields, Shueiyue and Su Meyer were taken aback by Su Xiao's words. Sensing the unparalleled aura of the transformation realm in the sky, their eyes brightened as they deduced that Elder Su possessed a transformation talisman and had indeed activated it. Uncle Master, rest assured, I shall bring back the supreme divine pill. Shueiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she witnessed the fall of the members of the Broken Sky Demon Sect and the Polar Demon Sect. Uncle Master, this is simply magnificent. I adore it. Su Meyer, gazing at the sky where the 9th level of transformation realm thunder loomed, noticed that a violet lightning bolt was locking onto the attacking members of the 10,000 Poisons Sect. The elder had used a talisman worth its weight in gold solely to assist her in overcoming the 10,000 Poisons Sect. Oh, my beloved elder. What is happening? Su Old Dog actually employed the transformation talisman. Has the old lecher lost his mind? I can't believe this. The 4 grotesque men of the Wan Poison Sect felt the ominous clouds looming above, heralding the impending descent of the transformative divine thunder. They gulped, their hearts pounding with fear, as terror clawed at their insides. That was the talisman of the pinnacle of the 9th level of transformation. The lecherous old man. How could such a thing exist? No. With a resounding roar, 2 colossal bolts of purple lightning cascaded downward, targeting the captain locked in the sights of the bloodthirsty demon sect and the Wan Poison Sect. The 2 factions were nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily summoning all their magical artifacts in a desperate bid to withstand the divine thunder. There was no escape. Absolutely none. No one could elude the grasp of the transformative divine thunder at the 9th level. Crack. As the barrier of the formation above the Wanwood Forest made contact with the purple lightning, it shattered into countless fragments. The formation was utterly obliterated. Chapter 81. Departing the secret realm in that fleeting moment, the disciples from the 2 sects sensed the dissolution of the surrounding formations. Their expressions brightened with joy as they hastily reached for their life-saving talismans, desperate to escape the secret realm. However, the speed and ferocity of the purple lightning shattering the barriers was overwhelming. Just as the 2 factions retrieved their talismans, the colossal purple bolts of thunder struck them with unrelenting force. The lightning surged forth, enveloping the 8 individuals in an endless tempest of thunder. This was the might of a peak 9th layer nascent soul cultivator. Su Laogo, I curse you to be born without skin in your next life. With boundless despair and resentment, the 8 were reduced to ashes amidst the torrential lightning. Their protective artifacts were shattered into mere fragments. Utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the heavenly thunder, the dazzling pillars of lightning persisted for 10 breaths before gradually dissipating. Shui Ling and Su Mei's groups were hurled backward by the residual shockwaves of the thunder, though fortunately, they emerged relatively unscathed. Shui Yu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li approached in trepidation, their eyes filled with lingering fear as they gazed upon the charred and sunken ground ahead. Su Shishu's talisman was simply too formidable. Oh my brothers, now that Su Shibwa has departed, I am your leader. Shui Yu flashed a charming smile, urging, let us see if there are any remnants of artifacts or storage bags left. We should salvage whatever we can. Certainly, junior sister. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as they hurried forward to inspect the remains. Meanwhile, Su Mei and her companions rose to their feet. They had been closer to the epicenter, and their fair skin bore the scorch marks of the thunder. However, these injuries were minor, and they would heal soon enough. Elder, you have been so kind to Mei to have a partner like you is indeed a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Su Mei gazed longingly at the spot where Su Xiao had vanished, momentarily lost in thought. Haha, senior sister, do not dwell on it. You are already under Su Elder's care. The fortune he possesses now belongs to you and the sect leader. The 3 younger sisters beside her giggled in admiration. They too were exhilarated. Su Elder had willingly utilized such a precious ninth-layer nascent soul talisman for their Piaomiao Sect. A man so generous was undeniably captivating. We envy you, senior sister. We envy the sect leader. Senior sister, we also wish to be close to Su Elder. Could you perhaps introduce us? Su Mayer chuckled lightly, her delicate face glowing with pride as she replied, an introduction is certainly possible, but dear junior sisters, whether the elder takes an interest in you is another matter entirely. His standards are quite high. The three girls vied to curry favor, eagerly proclaiming, it's quite all right. As long as you introduce us, that is all that matters. With that, the four girls shared a knowing laugh. The battle situation in the Wanmu forest left those outside the secret realm utterly dumbfounded. Su Laogo, is it true that he possesses a nascent soul talisman? And moreover, once again, four cards were revealed. How infuriating. The battle concluded, and the disciples of the demon sect were utterly annihilated. The masters and elders of the demon sect sat slumped in their seats, their expressions vacant, devoid of hope. Xiao Mu was in a state of utter bewilderment. Yuan Hao was not faring much better. The two of them, akin to brothers in misfortune, stared blankly in their seats, their faces as pale as death. Su Laogo, I, Xiao Mu, shall ensure that you are torn to shreds. Enraged to the point of trembling, a sweet taste rose in his mouth, and he nearly coughed up blood again. Xiao Mu was driven to madness. Yuan Hao's gaze was as dark as water, suppressing the shock within him. He had meticulously arranged everything, yet he never anticipated that the old lecher possessed such an abundance of transformation symbols. Moreover, that old dog truly dared to use them. Damn it. Su Laogo, congratulations. You have become my lifelong adversary, Yuan Hao. I shall find a way to annihilate you. Consumed by extreme rage, yet concurrently exhilarated, the ecstatic Su Laogo would only experience true satisfaction when he ultimately vanquished his opponent. The assembled masters and elders sighed in despair. The old lecher, after all, could not be exterminated. What a pity. The disciples of the demon sect. Filth. Nonsense. Damn it. The Xiangui divine stone flickered. Clad in a gray robe, radiating an ethereal presence, Su Xiao appeared before the crowd. His handsome visage wore a faint smile, having consumed the 9-yang dragon blood pill. His physique appeared even more robust, exuding boundless vitality. Even his appearance seemed to possess a youthful luster. Junior sister, I have returned. With a light chuckle, he gazed at the starry-eyed Dugu Ling, who was infatuated with him. She looked at Su Xiao with admiration, her beautiful phoenix eyes twinkling. The old lecher. Despicable. How dare he return? Damn it. This perverted old man. I want this lecherous old dog's life. Before the Miao sect could react, everyone present became unsettled at Su Xiao's appearance. They produced top-tier magical artifacts as if they were worthless. They infused their spiritual energy into the artifacts, eager to demonstrate what true transformation at a high level entailed. Old pervert, go to hell. Rubbing their fists in anticipation, especially those elders of the demonic path who had suffered heavy losses. They were seething with rage, waiting for a leader to take the first strike and then to dismantle the old lecher piece by piece. What are you planning to do? Su Xiao observed the middle-aged and older cultivators polishing their exquisite magical artifacts, calmly retrieving 3 or 4 transformation symbols from his storage pouch. He fashioned them into a small fan, gently fanning himself. I advise you all to remain calm. The cultivation world has regulations stating that grievances from the celestial secret realm cannot be carried out. Masters and elders, do not be too stubborn. Moreover, it was indeed your demon sect that surrounded us first. With an air of nonchalance, he addressed the gathering, even as a throng of transformation experts stirred restlessly before him. Su Xiao remained as steady as an old dog, unfazed by the tumult around him. After all, he possessed not only 8 pinnacle talismans of the transformation realm, but also a supreme talisman of the void refinement realm, the 9 heavens divine thunder talisman. If displeased, he could obliterate everything in an instant. Observing the talisman in Su Xiao's hand, those around him stood frozen, their expressions akin to deflated balloons, pale and ghastly. Old lecher, I curse your entire family for 18 generations. They were astounded by the sheer abundance of transformation realm talismans he wielded. That old dog's cave must have once been a talisman shop. What a surprise. Chapter 82. A direct confrontation. Buy one get one free senior brother. You aren't injured, are you? Dugu Ling was the first to rush forward, embracing Su Xiao. Senior brother, You were incredible. Wow. You even have so many transformation symbols in your hand. Haha. Junior sister, how could I possibly be hurt? Those young disciples of the demonic sect are merely trifles in my presence. Dugu Ling's face flushed with excitement as she gently led him back to their seats at the mysterious cloud sect. The surrounding middle-aged and elderly sect leaders and elders were left dumbfounded, their faces contorted with fury. Su, old dog, you still haven't severed ties with Dugu Ling? How outrageous. Have these women lost their vision? The heavens are blind. Xiao Mu glared at Su Xiao and Dugu Ling, feeling a surge of bitterness rise in his throat. Nearly spitting blood. I. You old fool. His handsome face twisted with rage, akin to a beautiful flower marred by pig dung, his composure shattered. I will kill you. You lecherous old man. His skin flushed a deep crimson as Xiao Mu's spiritual power erupted, nearly overwhelming his emotions. Fool. If you can't control yourself, you might as well meet your demise. The voice of the combined body Grand Master echoed with palpable anger. I will slay you and find another disciple. Xiao Mu clenched his teeth in hatred, yet felt utterly helpless. The old dog still possessed transformation symbols, making him a formidable opponent. Master, once I achieve the virtual refinement realm, I will be the first to seek revenge on Su, old dog. The combined body Grand Master replied solemnly, there is no need. That old man has surpassed 1,000 years, having failed the transformation thunder tribulation. He will not live to see your breakthrough. Simply wait for him to pass away. As my disciple, you must exhibit patience and wisdom. Su Xiao and Dugu Ling returned to their seats, where Yulinglong embraced Su Xiao, a fragrant breeze wafting between them. Elder, you truly are full of surprises. I like you so much, Elder. 1 point of fortune stolen by Yulinglong, returning 50 points. Fortune stolen by Yulinglong. Su Xiao looked at Yulinglong, feeling embarrassed, and shook his head with a smile. Dugu Ling snorted, Sister Yu, my senior brother will never like you. Senior brother, tell me, do you love only me? Say it now. This scene left everyone present aghast. I, Su, old dog, truly a beast. I will never coexist with that old dog. The sect leaders and elders behind them were seething with rage, some even spitting blood in anger. The 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, dared not even look. Su Elder truly is a model for middle-aged cultivators. Su Xiao, though those disciples of the demon path initiated the conflict, and I hold my tongue regarding their demise, my son, Shangwan Jinyu, has neither wronged you nor provoked you. By what right do you take his life? As Su Xiao pondered how to respond to Dugu Ling's words, a venerable elder clad in brocade appeared before the table of the mysterious Sky Sect, accusing Su Xiao. Behind him stood the embarrassed monarch of Donglai, who cast Su Xiao an apologetic glance. Helpless, he could not intervene, even though he was internally grateful that Su Xiao had spared his 3 sons. Who are you? Su Xiao squinted his aged eyes. I am Shangwan Feilian, president of the Zilai Trading Guild and the father of Shangwan Jinyu. With a formidable aura of the 6th level of the transformation stage, Shangwan Feilian was resolute today. While others may hesitate to strike first against the old pervert, he dared to do so. He sought justice for his deceased son. Su Xiao rose, hands clasped behind him, his gaze filled with disdain. Your son, Shangwan Jinyu, brazenly harassed Su Meyer of the Pleasure Sect and assaulted this elder. He deserves to die. President Shangwan, why should this elder refrain from killing a man who is deserving of death? He sneered inwardly. A mere 6th level of the transformation stage dared to provoke him. You, my son is not that kind of person. Su Xiao, you seek death. Shangwan Feilian's face flushed with rage as he shouted. I believe it is you who seeks death, Su Xiao retorted with a cold scoff, producing a transformation talisman before the crowd. An elder openly cursing him was a matter that could not go unpunished. How could Su Xiao continue to exist in the cultivation world if he did not eliminate such a person? Let it be a 2-for-1 deal for Ziyun. Boom. The sky darkened as clouds gathered, a fierce aura of the 9th level of the transformation stage swirling within. Purple lightning flickered, heralding the arrival of the Xiao Thunder Talisman. You dare to use a transformation talisman here. Shangwan Feilian's expression changed drastically as he felt himself ensnared by the thunder, his face paling in an instant. The elders and sect leaders surrounding them looked on in disbelief. Su Xiao, the old dog, truly dared to use talismans here. Old dog, I will take your life first. Shangwan Feilian brandished his magical artifact, intending to strike down Su Xiao. However, Both Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong acted simultaneously, sending Shangwan Feilian crashing against the Xiangong Divine Stone. Boom! The purple lightning rained down, striking Shangwan Feilian directly. "Ah, old dog! I will not spare you even in death." After struggling for a moment, Shangwan Feilian was reduced to ashes amidst the 9th level of the transformation stage's thunder. The monarch of Donglai was left dumbfounded. Xiao Mu and Yuan Hao fell silent. All the sect leaders and elders were rendered speechless. The old dog, truly fearless in his old age. Chapter 83. Obtaining the Divine Pill of the Great Dao. Is it appropriate for the Lord of Donglai to lay hands on an elder of our esteemed Piaomiao Sect? Dugu Ling restored the dignity of the sect leader. Her phoenix eyes glacial as she regarded her opponent, the might of the 9th level of the transformation stage manifesting. The Lord of Donglai was struck with profound shock as he glanced at the ashes of Shangwan Feilian. Swallowing hard, he hastily exclaimed, "Please, sect leader, calm your wrath. Elder, I beg you to forgive me. It is my failure as the Lord of Donglai that has brought trouble upon your esteemed sect." Shangwan Feilian's provocation of Elder Su was a grave offense, and now, having been subjected to Elder Su's punitive talisman, he had brought this upon himself. Casting a fearful glance at Su Xiao, a wave of inexorable dread washed over him. This elder, on the verge of death, was truly not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had the backing of the 2 foremost sect leaders of the righteous path. Sect leader Dugu, Elder Su, there are pressing matters in the palace. I shall take my leave. Farewell. The Lord of Donglai hastily retrieved Shangwan Feilian's remaining storage bag and, accompanied by his 3 dazed princes, fled on his sword. He had long wished to depart, but Shangwan Feilian had refused to let him go. Now his life was at stake. The talisman of the 9th level of transformation was overwhelmingly powerful, intimidating a group of sect leaders and elders into submission. They dared not provoke such an elder, a nearly expired man, wielding unrestrained power. Now even Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong were compelled to protect this elder. Merely looking at him was infuriating. The leaders and elders of the 2nd and 3rd-rate demonic sects took their leave of the aged emperor of Nanzhan. They had initially contemplated settling the score with the old dog Su, but now they were devoid of such intentions. Better to wait patiently for him to pass away. Old dog Su was not to be provoked at present. He could essentially be deemed one of the most formidable figures in the realm beneath the void refining stage on the Panlong continent. Half of those present had already departed, the majority being from demonic sections. Aside from the 5 great demonic sects, the rest of the demonic practitioners had dispersed. The Tian Corpse sect among the 5 great demonic sects glanced at Su Xiao with unbridled resentment before silently departing as well. The remaining 4 sects awaited the righteous practitioners to emerge and reclaim their abandoned supreme artifacts. The situation within the secret realm had tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the righteous. Shui Yu had become the leading figure of the righteous path, and over the next 2 days, she, along with a host of righteous disciples, thoroughly harvested the resources within the secret realm. Piaomiao Sect had filled their storage bags, claiming over 30% of all resources. Ultimately, the Righteous Alliance set foot on the central island, uniting to vanquish the beasts guarding the Divine Pill of the Great Dao, successfully obtaining this edition of the Divine Pill. It is not the case that in every edition of the Celestial Secret Realm, human cultivators can acquire the Divine Pill of the Great Dao. If the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions escalates severely, the remaining individuals may not be sufficient to combat the guardian beasts. Master, I have obtained the Divine Pill of the Great Dao. This is for you. The entrance of the Shuangguan Divine Stone sealed shut, bringing this edition of the Celestial Secret Realm to an early conclusion. Shui Yu of the Piaomiao Sect emerged victorious, securing the Divine Pill of the Great Dao. Very good. Dugu Ling gazed at the radiant, fist-sized Divine Pill in her hand, her delicate features brimming with joy. Master, this is all thanks to my esteemed master. I am merely basking in his glory. Upon hearing this, Dugu Ling slightly furrowed her brows and smiled. Shui Wei, you have performed admirably. After you return to the sect and complete your 3 years of seclusion, your master will reward you with exceptional resources and promote you to an inner sect steward. Shui Wei, filled with joy at these words, exclaimed, Thank you, master. However, her expression shifted as she suddenly realized, blinking her eyes, Master. What do you mean by 3 years of seclusion? Dugu Ling chuckled coldly and replied, This is a minor punishment that your master has decided upon. Once you have completed it, you shall be duly rewarded." Shui was taken aback. What was happening? She hadn't committed any wrongdoing. "Master, I don't want to be in seclusion," Shui pleaded, fear creeping into her voice as she earnestly begged Dugu Ling for mercy. "Enough, Shui. My mind is made up. You shall remain in seclusion on the back mountain. You have acquired quite a bit. It will suffice for you to prepare well for your breakthrough into the transformation realm." Dugu Ling's exquisite visage remained cold and indifferent. She had already discerned that Shui Yue's injury was intentional. "Uncle Master, please help me plead my case," Shui Yue implored, certain that her kind uncle would assist her. Su Zhao's expression darkened as he firmly placed Shui Yue beside Dugu Ling, silently instructing, "Set up more defensive formations. Do not let this girl escape." "Shui Yue, you should reflect on your actions in seclusion," he said. Meanwhile, Su Meyer and the other three quietly approached Yu Linglong to report their findings from the secret realm. "Meyer, do you acknowledge your mistake?" Yu Linglong inquired, her stunning features adorned with a slight smile, her eyes shimmering with light. Su Meyer's expression shifted drastically, and she hurriedly knelt, repeatedly bowing her head. "Master, it wasn't he like that. I merely wished to absorb the fortune for cultivation. Please do not punish me." The three younger sisters beside her were equally frightened and knelt down in haste, shocked that the sect leader would be so concerned. "I simply disapprove of your actions taken without my consent," Yu Linglong said with a flowery smile, devoid of visible anger, yet her tone was profoundly intimidating. "Should there be a next time, I will expel you from the sect." Hearing this, Su Meyer understood the gravity of the situation, sighed in relief, and tearfully expressed her gratitude. "Disciple acknowledges my mistake." "Thank you, Master, thank you. Master, all right. You may rise," Yu Linglong said, stepping forward to assist Su Meyer. The righteous faction returned the supreme-grade artifacts to the four devil sections. Xiao Mu, with a sullen face, glanced at Su Xiao, having received the Millennium Ice Crystal Essence, his heart boiling with anger and impulsiveness as he boarded the palanquin, carried away by the 8 demonesses. Su Laogo, this is utterly outrageous. One day, I shall recover everything with interest. Chapter 84. Reporting results. Yu Wenhao returned with the exquisite demonic blade of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, stealthily departing with 2 elders. Before leaving, he cast a venomous and longing gaze at Su Xiao. "Old man, continue your antics. Court those beautiful female cultivators. When your demise arrives, I shall undoubtedly be by your side, witnessing the despair etched upon your face. Dying of old age? Impossible. I shall exhaust all means to bring about your untimely end. You shameless old pervert. You are my lifelong nemesis." Su Xiao noticed the dejected departure of Xiao Mu and Yu Wenhao. One was a child of fortune, the other a nemesis of fate. Both were targets explicitly marked for death by the system. However, it was not yet the time for overt action. Meticulous planning was required. After all, one was protected by the soul of a formidable integration stage cultivator, and the other was the son of a high elder from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Even if he remained unperturbed, he had to consider the thousands of disciples in the Piaomiao Sect. Haha. Congratulations, Master Dugu. Your sect is truly enviable with Elder Su among your ranks. Elder Su, still vigorous in his old age, possesses extraordinary strength. I am in awe. Daoi, the true man, wore a broad smile, expressing excitement as he congratulated the members of the Piaomiao Sect. The Dao Tian Sect's 1FO temple had reaped considerable rewards from this journey, encountering little resistance, as the Piaomiao Sect had resolved most conflicts. In addition to obtaining the supreme Dao Pill, they had garnered numerous benefits. Amipa, Su Benefactor shares a karmic bond with our Buddha. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to invite you to visit our 1FO temple, said Abbot Liaochun with a warm smile. I shall personally explain the teachings of Buddhism to you, cleansing you of your worldly afflictions. Su Xiao politely clasped his fists in gratitude, but inwardly scoffed. What nonsense is the old monk spouting? I possess no worldly afflictions. These Buddhist practitioners have surely lost their wits through incessant chanting. After parting ways with Yu Linglong and Su Meyer, Su Xiao and the others bid farewell to the elderly emperor of the Southern Zhan Kingdom and returned to the Piaomiao Sect. Su Xiao, Dugu Ling, and Elder Zhu Luwen were all beaming with joy. Although the journey had its share of grim moments, the outcome was undeniably favorable. The Piaomiao Sect emerged as the greatest victor in this session of the celestial human secret realm, returning not only with the supreme Dao Pill, but also an abundance of resources. For the next 300 years, the Piaomiao Sect would firmly hold its position at the pinnacle of the 9 major sects, leading the righteous path. However, Shui Yu and the 2 young men, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, appeared somewhat disconcerted. The latter two cast fearful glances at Su Xiao, apprehensive that their knowledge of their master's secrets might lead to their silencing. Shui Yu sighed, her beautiful and charming face adorned with a trace of worry. If her master did not advocate on her behalf, she would surely face confinement upon her return. Something felt amiss. The more Shui Yu pondered, the more she sensed something was wrong. If her master truly had taken her under his wing, he would certainly have spoken up for her. Yet, he did not, and even endorsed her master's punishment. Something was definitely off. Her master had yet to genuinely take her under his wing. Her large eyes darted about in confusion. She racked her brain in vain, unable to discern where the problem lay. In the secluded mountains of the Miaomiao Sect, the elder's cave abode lay in silence. Su Xiao had retreated to his courtyard to enjoy a peaceful retirement, while Shui Yu was confined to the rear mountains. The sect leader, Dugu Ling, along with the 3 venerable protectors, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, reported to Zhuge Wufang the results of their latest expedition into the celestial realm. Ha! Excellent! 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 Zhuge Wufang exclaimed, his thumb raised in approval towards the 4 individuals, his rosy old face glowing with delight. Ling girl, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. This time, you have truly brought honor to our Miaomiao Sect. When our senior brothers and sisters emerge from their seclusion and learn of this tremendous harvest, they will surely be filled with joy. Indeed, indeed. It is no wonder you are all members of the Miaomiao Sect. Truly remarkable. Zhuge Wufang's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. The spiritual herbs, including the fire pattern grass, were in abundance, and even a significant quantity of divine refinement herbs had been gathered. The storage bags brimmed with resources such as spiritual ores, woods, and stones. They had even returned with the Grand Dao divine elixirs. Such a bounty surpassed the combined yields of previous generations. For the next 300 years, our Miaomiao Sect shall undoubtedly witness the emergence of prodigies and a surge in strength. After taking a sip of spiritual tea, he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Dugu Ling remarked, Master, beyond Shui Yu and the others, the pivotal figure in this secret realm exploration was undoubtedly my senior brother. He excavated a cave in the heart of the 10,000 mountains, acquiring not only numerous formidable artifacts, but also a plethora of divine transformation talismans. Thanks to him, we triumphed over the demonic sects in the secret realm. Zhuge Wufang nodded in agreement, chuckling. That little rascal has finally accomplished something of significance. It is not in vain that our Miaomiao Sect has nurtured him for a millennium. He has repaid the sect's kindness before his passing. Truth be told, with his talent, reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul would have been a lofty goal without the sect's support. Achieving the golden core stage would have been a blessing. He even experienced the divine transformation thunder tribulation before his demise. Cough, cough. It hasn't been a complete loss for him. He can rest peacefully now. Elder Zhu clasped his fists and smiled. Master, Elder Su truly exerted great effort this time, obliterating the 4 major demonic sects with 4 divine transformation talismans. It was Elder Su who also vanquished the Heavenly Corpse sect prior. His contributions are indeed significant. Zhuge Wufang set down his teacup with a smile. Little Su performed admirably this time. Elders, regarding the rumors about him, please keep a close watch and strive to clarify them, so as not to tarnish his reputation in his later years. As for the cultivation resources, there is no need to provide him with any, as he has no use for them. Instead, focus on the female disciples he supports, ensuring that for the next 50 years, he does not suffer any grievances. Dugu Ling blinked, while the expressions of Elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen turned peculiar as they swallowed hard. Master, it remains to be seen how Elder Su might react to this. Can Elder Su truly endure such grievances? It has almost become a matter of public enmity. At this moment, Zhuge Wufang pondered deeply, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze upon Dugu Ling with gravity. Ling, my dear, he began, Xiao Su has excavated a grand cultivation cave, and he possesses numerous exquisite magical artifacts, not to mention an abundance of 9th-tier talismans. These are treasures coveted by all cultivators. You and Xiao Su share a childhood bond. Though not officially partners in the Tao, you are nonetheless spiritual companions. Before Xiao Su departs from this world, you must keep a vigilant eye on him. These treasures must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. They must remain securely in your possession. Do you comprehend your master's intentions? Zhuge Wufang regarded Dugu Ling, imparting a significant glance. She understood instantly, responding with a confident smile. Rest assured, Master, although my elder brother is flirtatious and entangled with many, his heart belongs solely to me. We have once pledged ourselves to the heavens and were formally wed. When my elder brother passes, all his magical artifacts and talismans will rightfully be mine. Chapter 85. Elder Su, I apologize. Observing the confident demeanor of Dugu Ling, Zhuge Wufang felt a profound sense of relief. The failure of little Su during the Thunder Tribulation was a lost cause. Should his relics come into the possession of Miss Ling, coupled with the divine pill of the Great Way, it was certain that their Piaomiao Sect would soon boast another pinnacle cultivator of the void refinement realm. How splendid! The fortunes of Piaomiao Sect are on the rise. Dugu Ling took her leave to prepare for the upcoming sect conference in a few days, intending to share this joyous news with all the disciples. The three elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, remained behind to engage in a private conversation with their master. Details. We must discuss the details. Has that young Su stirred up another earth-shattering event? I have already received messages from several old friends urging me to eliminate the threat he poses to the cultivation world and confine that lad. Zhuge Wufang furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, the three elders gulped nervously. How to articulate this? Elder Zhu sighed deeply, his expression troubled. Master, Elder Su, has been rather ambiguous with the head of the Hahuan sect, Yu Linglong, in public. It seems the head is not keeping a close watch on him. Given that the head is of a purely Yin constitution, she cannot possibly become a Dao partner with Elder Su. Even if she wished to intervene, it might be beyond her capacity. Zhuge Wufang stroked his beard gravely. Yu Linglong, is it true that the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect have lowered their standards to such an extent? Not even sparing an old man. Perhaps she has taken a liking to little Su's magical artifacts and talismans. You must ensure that Miss Ling remains vigilant. I wouldn't want her to be outmaneuvered by Yu Linglong. Is there more? Please, continue. The three exchanged glances, and Elder Zhu sighed again, expressing, it is not merely Yu Linglong. Elder Su also has a connection with Yu Linglong's disciple, Su Meyer, and it is indeed a significant connection. Moreover, it is widely known that Elder Su's reputation within the cultivation community has deteriorated considerably. Zhuge Wufang was momentarily taken aback. Yu Linglong's disciple? This scoundrel is quite fortunate. The Hahuan sect is indeed bold, sending both master and disciple to pursue him. It seems Miss Ling poses quite the threat. No, you must go and find Miss Ling again. She must keep a close eye on that boy. While she may give herself willingly, she must not part with her treasures. Zhuge Wufang was utterly speechless. That scoundrel, not content with the beautiful female disciples of the outer sect, has now entangled himself with the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect as well. Truly remarkable. Is there anything else? I have heard that he has recently acquired another nickname in the cultivation world, the perverted old lecher. Has he truly engaged with two female cultivators from the Hahuan sect? The three elders felt a chill run down their spines, too fearful to speak further. You are concealing something from me. Speak. Zhuge Wufang's expression turned severe, and his gaze became menacing. Elder Zhu trembled, while Elder Lu turned ashen. Elder Wen wore an expression of awkwardness. Ultimately, under the threat of his master, Elder Zhu reluctantly stated, Master, please do not be angry upon hearing this. Elder Su acted out of a desire to save others. Angry? Why would I be angry? Zhuge Wufang scoffed. I am well aware of the antics of that young rascal. He must have entangled himself with some female cultivator again. Speak. What is it? It is as follows. At that time, Shuiwei was injured. Thus, Elder Zhu recounted the origins of Su Zhao's moniker succinctly. What? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Wufang was instantly jolted upright, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure of the void refinement realm uncontrollably emanating from him, enveloping the three individuals entirely. That wretched boy! How utterly beastly! Even Shuiwei. The spiritual energy of void refinement trembled, causing the very mountain to quake. Master, please remain calm. Do not let anger consume you. Elder Su had no such intentions. It was Shuiwei's folly that led to this. The three were utterly flabbergasted. They hastily knelt, fervently pleading on behalf of Elder Su. If this accusation were to befall Elder Su, he would not live to see old age. Their master would likely dispatch him to the afterlife at once. After a moment, the tumultuous spiritual energy began to subside, as Zhuge Wufang managed to rein in his emotions. To think such a deed could be committed. Were it not for the merit that young man has earned in the celestial secret realm, I would have already sent him to his demise. Zhuge Wufang huffed, his face a stormy shade of indigo. Shuiwei was the hope of the Piaomiao Sect's next generation, the prime candidate for the position of sect leader. Possessing extraordinary talent and a water spirit body, she was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. That insolent brat is courting death. To save lives. Master, Elder Su is saving lives. He certainly did not mean it that way. We assure you. Seeing his 3 disciples so fervently vouching for Elder Su, Zhuge Wufang begrudgingly chose to trust their words. With a stern countenance, he murmured, Shuiwei shall be confined for 3 years. She must remain in seclusion without a moment's reprieve. That wretched boy shall balance his merits and demerits and remain in the outer mountain, living out his days in quietude. From this day forth, they are not to meet. The 3rd elder sighed in relief, promptly bowing and affirming, Yes, master. Several days later, in the Piaomiao Sect's Outer Gate Plaza, an inspiring sect assembly was convened. Almost all members of the Piaomiao Sect were present. Disciples from both the inner and outer gates, elders, stewards, and miscellaneous personnel, all were accounted for, totaling several thousand individuals. The main speaker of the assembly, Dugu Ling, elaborated on the gains and successes from this year's celestial secret realm. Throughout the discourse, he emphatically acknowledged and underscored Elder Su Xiao's monumental contributions in this endeavor, effectively elevating him to the stature of a revered hero within the sect. A solid foundation has been established for the sect over the next 3 centuries, securing its esteemed position as the foremost among the 9 sects of righteousness and evil. With the immense resources brought back from the celestial realm, the next decade will see the annual resources available to all disciples double. The disciples in the crowd were left speechless in astonishment. Once they regained their composure, they erupted in exuberant cheers, their excitement palpable. What unparalleled generosity! The sect is truly magnanimous. I wish to be a disciple of the mysterious sect in my next life. Some even began to shed tears of remorse. They realized they should never have slandered Elder Su, branding him a lecher. In truth, Elder Su has been silently contributing to the sect. Even as he approached the end of his lifespan, he resolutely participated in the celestial realm, risking his life to bring back vast cultivation resources. Elder Su, we are sorry. We wronged you. Was it merely supporting a few female disciples? What is so terrible about that? Have we not seen Lin Yin'er, Jin Liuxiang, and Bai Xiao reveling in happiness? This is not support. It is an act of charity. Elder Su, we apologize. The disciples who had previously hurled the harshest insults now weep with profound guilt. They had misjudged Elder Su. Chapter 86. The Extraordinary Enlightenment Pill in the Face of Substantial Cultivation Resources. Elder Su found all other matters trivial and insignificant. Ultimately, Dugu Ling revealed that Su Xiao had consumed a longevity pill, leaving him with a remaining lifespan of 50 years. The gathered elders, attendants, and disciples applauded, proclaiming that heaven had eyes. Such a venerable figure in their sect should not depart this world so swiftly. In these final 50 years, they vowed to ensure Elder Su enjoyed a complete and beautiful twilight of life. As the meeting adjourned, Meng Dan accompanied by Xiao, who was in tears. Master, Elder Su is truly wonderful. I cannot bear to see him pass on. Woo. The voluptuous and graceful Meng Dan gently patted by Xiao's back. With a face that radiated beauty intermingled with pride and comfort, she reassured Xiao. Every cultivator must eventually face death. Those who achieve immortality are exceedingly rare. It is already a treasure that Elder Su, in his twilight years, is so cherished by his disciples, dispelling the previous rumors. In these last 50 years, we must treat Elder Su with the utmost kindness and not heed the slander from the outside world. The elegant Bai Xiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, master. The elder has been so good to us, so great. I will certainly treat him well from now on. Meanwhile, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were also overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. The elder has another 50 years to live. This means he can protect us for at least 50 more years. How wonderful. Such a benevolent person like Elder Su should not depart so soon. Sister, now we need not worry. The enchanting Jean Lu Xiang took Lin Yan'er's hand, saying, the elder has 50 more years. We can repay his kindness together. Lin Yan'er wiped her tears and nodded slightly. Sister, I will strive diligently. After the meeting, the noble and graceful Dugu Ling, adorned in a blue dress reminiscent of a swan, arrived at Su Xiao's small courtyard. She pushed open the door to find Su Xiao meditating on a mat. Sister, how did it go? Su Xiao's eyes twinkled with anticipation. Dugu Ling closed the door, seated herself at the table, and chuckled. I've cleared your name. Now those disciples feel utterly guilty and regard you as a hero of our Piaomiao Sect. You can rest easy now. No one will avoid you anymore. They all say they will ensure you have a blissful old age in these 50 years. Su Xiao rose and sat beside Dugu Ling's sister. This is indeed a relief. The rumors circulating in the sect were truly outrageous. Dugu Ling's gaze shifted slightly, a cold glint flickering within. Brother, Shui Yu is Navi. How can you also be so naive? Our master is nearly beside himself with anger. Had it not been for the intervention of 3 elders, you might have been sent on your way long ago. Su Xiao explained. Isn't it that little girl with her mischievous thoughts who tricked me? Junior sister, you must exercise strict discipline in the future. Although Shueiyue possesses remarkable talent, her mind has yet to mature. She must be guided closely. Dugu Ling nodded in agreement. However, her delicate brows furrowed as she remarked, I see you harbor similar thoughts. What do you mean by that? Su Xiao replied earnestly, Brother, do you not know? In this life, I shall love only you. Seizing the rare opportunity to present a gift, Su Xiao's countenance softened into a faint smile as he retrieved a luminous white elixir from his spatial storage. The pill emanated an aura of profound significance, and as it was unveiled, both individuals felt a jolt of energy. Junior sister, this is a supreme enlightenment pill, which I acquired from a senior's cave dwelling. Su Xiao explained. Initially, I intended to keep it for myself, but since you will soon be attempting to break through the void refining bottleneck, this extraordinary divine pill will significantly enhance your chances of success, though it still does not alleviate my concerns entirely. Therefore, I bestow upon you this supreme enlightenment pill. With both pills assisting you, your advancement in void refining is all but assured. This way, I can rest easy. Dugu Ling gazed at the pill in Su Xiao's hand, her stunningly beautiful visage shimmering with a hint of radiance. Perhaps overwhelmed with emotion, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She looked at Su Xiao in disbelief, her eyes wide with surprise and astonishment. A supreme enlightenment pill? This brother possesses such a legendary elixir. She recalled hearing tales of the enlightenment pill, which could propel one into a state of sudden comprehension, allowing them to transcend their limitations effortlessly. The method for crafting such a pill was said to be retained solely by the Daotian sect, and it was notoriously challenging to produce. For centuries, the Daotian sect had managed to create only one mid-grade enlightenment pill. Even that had been flaunted by Dao Yizhenren, who boasted that advancing in void refining was as simple as drinking water. To think that my brother would willingly gift me a supreme enlightenment pill. Brother, you are so incredibly kind to me. She carefully stored the supreme enlightenment pill, nearly overwhelmed to the point of tears. With this supreme enlightenment pill and the divine pill, the barriers to void refining would vanish. It could very well be a matter of just a few years. Her brother truly loves only her. In an instant, thoughts of Shueiyue were cast aside, and even the number of disciples she had slipped from her mind. Junior sister, do not be overly excited. It is merely a trifle. What belongs to my brother is also yours. Dugu Ling embraced Su Xiao, her heart brimming with exhilaration. The alluring fragrance emanating from him filled the air. Brother, I do not wish for your demise, a purine body. Perhaps it is best left aside. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting the supreme enlightenment pill. You have received 3,000 Dao Pills in return. Chapter 87. The True Fire of Samadhi. A quarter of an hour later. Senior brother, what are you doing? Did you not say it was better to let it be? Perhaps it is best to forget it. Master will surely punish me upon his return. Su Xiao lay down in despair, his gaze somewhat vacant. His junior sister was correct. He must not disrupt her innate talent. Dugu Ling smiled faintly beside him, donning her elegant dress, her rosy, radiant cheeks glowing with beauty. Do not be disheartened, senior brother. I shall enter seclusion for a time to prepare for my breakthrough in the realm of void refinement. You must behave yourself and refrain from indulging in frivolous pursuits while I am away. And do not dwell on me too much, as the sect leader. I have many responsibilities." With that, she opened the door, her excitement palpable, and transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from sight, to the realm of void refinement. "I shall arrive." Xiao sighed heavily. Though he understood he could not hinder his junior sister's progress, this was not the outcome he desired. He shook his head with a smile, dressed, and tidied his bedding. Once again, he was presented with 3,000 Dao Pills. Sitting upon the mat, Xiao consumed the returned elixir. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Tao of heavenly fire among the 3,000 paths. Heavenly fire. Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, this must be the system assisting him. Among the 3,000 paths, he had precisely grasped the Tao of earth fire, heavenly fire, and human fire. It was no mere coincidence. With a subtle movement of his fingers, dark clouds began to gather outside the room. Amidst the flickering arcs of electricity, pure white flames descended with astonishing speed, striking the trees ahead. The white fire, imbued with celestial might, incinerated the wood upon contact, leaving nothing behind. Xiao swiftly quelled the rapidly spreading flames, nodding slightly as he sat on the mat. The power of heavenly fire was no less than that of earth fire or human fire, perhaps even surpassing them. With the convergence of the three fires, the true fire of Samadhi was born. Comprehending the principles of heaven and earth, Xiao's gaze sharpened. In an instant, a deep crimson flame materialized in his palm. The color of the flame was rich and purplish, though only the size of a fist. Its scorching heat surged like a colossal wave, battering everything in its vicinity. Xiao quickly contained the flame, fearing it might set the house ablaze. Too powerful. His eyes gleamed with vigor. Although his current strength allowed him to summon only a fist-sized true fire of Samadhi, he believed that if this eternal flame touched an enemy, they would surely be engulfed in despair. Subsequently, he summoned the South Brightly Fire Sword and the 9-fire glazed shield. With his newfound understanding of the true fire of Samadhi, he could bestow it upon the divine sword and the fire dragon, significantly enhancing their might. Now, it seemed he could rival the power of the late-stage divine transformation without even needing talismans. Xiao smiled faintly as he retracted the two magical artifacts. Sitting back on the mat, his heart elated as he practiced the ethereal longevity technique. Though he felt a tinge of regret over his junior sister's departure, the growth of his strength provided a small solace to his heart. Days later, the Panlong continent erupted. What? The lecher still has 50 years of life left? He consumed a longevity pill? How on earth did he acquire such a treasure? Elder Su, has the Piaomiao Sect no regard for the sanctity of rest? Ba, this is splendid. The realm of cultivation shall enjoy tranquility for another 50 years. The grand halls of the first dash, second dash, and third-rate sects were in chaos. The sect leaders and elders were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom the absurdity of it all. Such a precious item as the longevity pill, and they bestow it upon an old man who failed his tribulation rather than reserving it for promising disciples? Has the Piaomiao Sect lost its senses? The leaders of each sect were in a frenzy. The longevity pill is exceedingly rare. Even a low-grade pill that merely extends life by 10 years would incite fierce competition in the market. Some inadequately gifted cultivators might seize that decade to break through to the next realm and tread the path to immortality. And now the Piaomiao Sect claims to have given a longevity pill to a failed tribulation elder? Madness. The extreme demon sect. How dare you? Su Laogo. Piaomiao Sect. I, a genius poised to reach the pinnacle, shall be the first to annihilate you. The fury of Xiao, the sect leader, reached a boiling point. He was on the verge of exploding. In his rage, he smashed the furnishings within the grand hall, sending the disciples of the extreme demon sect trembling in fear below. I shall not coexist with you. Initially, he thought that enduring a year of resentment would lead to complete liberation. But now 50 years. No. The three elders beside him wore grim expressions. Xiao actually consumed a longevity pill. The Piaomiao Sect has truly outdone themselves. This move was utterly unforeseen. Their faces flushed crimson, eyes ablaze with fury. Xiao could no longer contain himself, rampaging and destroying. Fool, cease this madness. Is it merely a longevity pill you consumed? Look at yourself. There is not a shred of dignity befitting a disciple. Yet you persist. The furious voice of a combined body cultivator echoed. prompting Xiao to suppress his overwhelming rage and return to his seat. Master, 50 years, how can I wait? I cannot endure him. After a moment of contemplation, the combined body cultivator coldly remarked, that old man is rather repulsive for having consumed a longevity pill. However, do not fret. It is merely an additional 50 years of life, a fleeting moment for a cultivator. The second tribulation will be tenfold stronger than the first, in the end. He remains merely a nascent soul cultivator. Once I reach the void refinement stage, I shall not fear his talismans. If the opportunity arises, I will assist you. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization, and he quickly replied, Yes. Master, I understand. Thank you, Master. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes glinted with murderous intent. The Breakthrough Demon Sect. Upon hearing this news, Yu Wenhao was filled with elation, excitement radiating from within. Ha! Heaven does not forsake those with determination. Old dog, your demise approaches swiftly. Initially, he feared that his adversary might unexpectedly pass away, thwarting his plans for vengeance. Now, however, he has a full 50 years to orchestrate his schemes. Victory is assured. Old dog, continue to revel. The higher you soar, the more painful the fall will be. The despair will be even greater. Chapter 88. Mother of Shui Ro Hihi. I mentioned that Elder Su does not seem like someone on the brink of death. And indeed, it appears so. Within a fragrant chamber of the Harmony Sect, Yu Linglong reclined on a soft couch, draped in delicate gauze. Beside her, Su Meyer exclaimed with excitement, Master, do you think Elder Su could possibly transcend the divine lightning tribulation and reach the divine transformation stage, returning to the path of immortality? Yu Linglong chuckled derisively. That old man is deluding himself. No matter how many magical artifacts and talismans he possesses, he has no chance on the immortal path any longer. Meyer, do you harbor feelings for Elder Su, wishing for him not to pass away? Su Meyer's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy as she nodded silently. Elder Su was her first companion on the path, and he had treated her so well. He was charismatic, dignified, and affluent. She could not bear the thought of her beloved companion dissipating into dust 50 years hence. Yu Linglong sighed softly. Meyer, I comprehend your sentiments. Yet the lightning tribulation is unparalleled. Even if the old man possesses strength far beyond his former self, he cannot advance to divine transformation again. The power of the second lightning tribulation is inconceivably immense. I have yet to hear of anyone who has failed a lightning tribulation and succeeded upon a second attempt. Rising, she playfully poked the tip of Meyer's nose and smiled. 50 years is ample time. The old man's luck may yet be beyond our grasp for the next 50 years. Treat him kindly. He is our opportunity. If you can win him over, perhaps he will bequeath us some of his exquisite artifacts before he departs. The path of immortality is fraught with challenges. As disciples of the Harmony Sect, do not allow emotions to hinder your cultivation. At the Grand Hall of the mysterious Veil Sect, 2 streaks of light shot forth from within, landing in the courtyard before the outer hall. As the radiance dissipated, one figure emerged, clad in an octagonal blue robe, Lu Danian. The other was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Rest assured, Madame Shui, my master is merely treating Sister Shui's injuries, Lu Danian stated solemnly. My master is not that kind of person, and you must not heed the malicious rumors circulating outside. Just moments ago, my master assured you that such occurrences would never transpire within our mysterious Veil Sect. You can be at ease. The woman in the blue dress appeared somewhat pale. Her water blue gown accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding a unique charm of mature femininity. Her beauty was exquisite, with delicate, captivating brows. Her form was voluptuous, her waist invitingly slender. Her proud bosom drew endless attention, and her beautiful black hair was elegantly styled atop her head, adorned with a jade hairpin that shimmered with light. With every gesture, the mature woman emanated an enchanting allure. She was Shui Ro, the mother of Shui Wei. Elder Lu, I understand your words. I certainly trust the words of sect leader Dugu. Elder Su would not engage in such actions. Shui Ro bit her silver teeth gently, her lovely face betraying a trace of worry. However, I still harbor some concerns. I wish to meet Elder Su and speak with him personally. She is the head of the Shui family. Upon hearing the rumors circulating among the major sects regarding Shui Yu and Elder Su, she immediately took to the skies on her sword, heading to the Piaomiao Sect. Her sole concern was the well-being of her daughter, fearing she might be mistreated at the sect. Shui Yu is exceptionally gifted, possessing the Shui Ling body as recorded in the family's annals, and her future is boundless. Should this incident affect her resolve on the path, it would be unbearable for her. Lu Danian appeared troubled. His master, now a revered figure at the Piaomiao Sect, had achieved great deeds and was in the twilight of his years. He did not wish to disturb his master over this misunderstanding, nor place him in an awkward position. Shaking his head with a sigh, Lu Danian said, "In that case, Madame Shui, please follow me. My master resides in a small courtyard on the outer mountain, not far from here." Shui Ro nodded gracefully, her demeanor elegant as she followed him away from the square towards the small courtyard. Wow, that woman is stunning. Elegant. This is what elegance looks like. So refined. Even Elder Lu treated her with such courtesy. Her status must be extraordinary. A group of outer disciples practicing in the square gathered around, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at Shui Ro. At that moment, a few disciples privy to the inside story approached, eager to enlighten the curious onlookers. "What are you all staring at? This is Shui Ro, the president of the Bai Shui Merchants Association in Xinhua City, the capital of Beifeng Nation. She is also the eldest disciple of the solitary leader, Shui Yu's mother. Don't be fooled by her youthful appearance. She is a renowned transformation cultivator, having reached the 7th level of transformation decades ago. In our sect, she could easily serve as an inner elder." The disciples listened intently, captivated. The 7th level of transformation. No wonder Elder Lu is so courteous to her. She is indeed a formidable cultivator. Suddenly, it dawned on them, wait. Why are they heading towards Elder Su's courtyard? Could they be seeking him out? A few senior disciples, well-versed in the matters of the sect, exchanged awkward glances. Unable to contain their curiosity, they began to share the gossip. They briefly recounted the incident involving Su Xiao and Shui Yu that had occurred in the secret realm. What? That's impossible. Elder Su, the heroic figure in his twilight years, couldn't possibly have taken a young mistress like Shui's sister. The outer disciples were left in disbelief. Elder Su couldn't be that depraved, could he? No. They refused to believe that their well-meaning Elder Su, who always looked out for their welfare, would engage in such conduct. Calm down, calm down. It's said that Shui's sister was gravely injured at the time, and Elder Su selflessly saved her, which led to that situation. The two of them actually share no relationship. This is merely a rumor from other sects. President Shui may have heard these rumors, and, concerned for her daughter, came to the Piaomiao Sect to seek Elder Su for clarification. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples finally felt reassured. We thought so. How could Elder Su, such a selfless elder, possibly do such a thing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The outer disciples, who once felt a sense of doubt, now held Elder Su in high esteem. What a great hero. Elder Su, with his high moral standing and noble character, would never act in such a manner. The nefarious sect of demonic practitioners is undoubtedly responsible for spreading such malicious rumors. They seek to tarnish the reputation of our esteemed Elder Su. The populace is incensed, their wrath instinctively directed towards the denizens of the demonic sect. In a quaint courtyard, Lu Danian arrives with Shui Ro, where Su Xiao graciously opens the door to receive them. The moment Shui Ro catches sight of Su Xiao's smile, her beautiful eyes flutter with a hint of confusion. The man exudes an extraordinary aura, his benevolent smile radiating a celestial charm reminiscent of an otherworldly sage. Could such a person truly be the perverse old lecher spoken of in the rumors? Chapter 89. The startled Shui Ro. The humble servant has the honor of meeting Elder Su. At the entrance, Shui Ro slightly bowed, gracefully greeting Su Xiao. She regarded him with a furrowed brow, her heart laden with concern. It is often those who feign propriety that engage in the most perverse acts. The rumors surrounding Elder Su and female cultivators have been rampant lately, earning him the unseemly title of a lecherous old man. It is imperative to take precautions and extinguish these potential threats before they have the chance to blossom. Ah, it is Lady Shui. I recall our last encounter was several decades ago. Your appearance remains unchanged, and I still have a vivid impression of you, remarked Su Xiao, stroking his beard, though his eyes betrayed a hint of awkwardness. She is the president of the Bishi Commerce Association from the Crescent Moon City of the Northern Wind Kingdom, and also the mother of Shui Yu. It is evident she has come to see him, likely due to the circulating rumors. Please, Lady Shui, do come in. My humble abode may be modest, but I hope it does not displease you, Su Xiao invited warmly. Thank you, Elder Su, Shui Ro replied, her beautiful eyes blinking softly. She too remembered Su Xiao from decades past when he was not so aged and had possessed an astonishing charm. Even now, though older, he retained some vestiges of his former grace. Dinyan, Su Xiao addressed Lu Dinyan, you may wait outside. I wish to converse with Lady Shui alone. Lu Dinyan glanced at the two, adjusting his large eyes, and respectfully replied, yes, Master Uncle. Upon entering and closing the door, Su Xiao poured a cup of spiritual tea for Shui Ro and sat opposite her. From the moment Shui Ro stepped into the room, a captivating fragrance enveloped the space, an enchanting blend of various floral scents, both sweet and delicate. Lady Shui, I have a few guesses regarding your purpose here, Su Xiao said with a smile. Rest assured, Shui Yu is my junior. When she was gravely injured, it was her water spirit body that crystallized into ice. I had no choice but to assist her. The rumors outside are utterly unfounded. Getting straight to the point, Su Xiao offered his explanation. Upon hearing this, Shui Ro's expression shifted slightly. The outrageous rumors surrounding him unsettled her. Although she was a practitioner at the 7th level of the Transformation God realm, holding a significant status, Elder Su's reputation in the cultivation world was formidable. His talismans of the Transformation God were unparalleled, having defeated even powerful foes such as Mog Tian and Shangwan Filian. She could not afford to consider him merely an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. It was essential to adopt a gentler approach. Umph. Without uttering a word, Shui Ro suddenly began to weep. Tears like raindrops adorned her delicate features, her beautiful eyes reddening slightly as she gracefully produced a silk handkerchief to dab at her tears, a sight both enchanting and heart-wrenching. Madam, what is the matter? Su Xiao furrowed his brow in concern. Why do you weep? Elder, Shui Ro wiped away her tears, her beautiful and delicate face displaying a pitiful expression. Shui Yu is my only daughter. I have raised her since childhood while managing the Shui family's legacy. It has been a difficult journey filled with countless hardships. Shui Yu's father sacrificed himself for our family before she was even born. Now, she is my only kin. If anything were to happen to Shui Yu, I would no longer wish to live. Sob. Clear tears cascaded down her cheeks as she secretly glanced at Su Xiao through her silk scarf. In her enchanting eyes, a flicker of light danced. Su Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, Madam, there is no need for such distress. The old Taoist has already stated that this is merely a rumor. You need not be sorrowful. Shui Yu is my disciple's apprentice, and we will take good care of her in the future. Just as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected the daughter of destiny, Shui Ro, destiny level. A. Return multiplier, 10, bond level, 10. This widow is also a daughter of destiny. Su Xiao felt a slight tremor within, gazing at the stunningly beautiful, curvaceous woman before him, his old eyes blinking in surprise. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The Shui family holds a prominent position in the Northern Wind Kingdom, and their lineage is exclusively female. With exceptional talents in the Shui Dao, even without possessing the Shui Ling body, Shui Ro's innate gifts are rare, not to mention her striking beauty. He must seize this opportunity to strive for an initial critical return. Hearing Su Xiao's earnest assurances, combined with his transcendent demeanor that inspired confidence, Shui Ro felt her worries ease slightly, convinced that this was indeed a mere rumor. Moreover, with the presence of the esteemed Dugu sect leader and the Grand Elder of the Piaomiao Sect watching, it was unlikely that Elder Su would dare to disturb Shui Yu. With just 50 years, Shui Yu could easily evade any potential danger. As she prepared to express her gratitude and take her leave, Su Xiao smiled and retrieved a stunning ring radiating a fiery red aura from his spatial pouch. Madam, this is a peerless magic ring I recently acquired, the Flowing Star Meteor Ring. Upon use, it can summon blazing meteors with great power. Shui Ro glanced at the exquisite ring glimmering in Su Xiao's hand, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. A peerless magic artifact. Elder Su possesses yet another peerless artifact in the form of a ring. Su Xiao continued, given the distress caused by these rumors, I sincerely apologize, madam. Shui Yu is my disciple, and I hold her dear. This Flowing Star Meteor Ring is a gift for you, as an apology. As she beheld the brilliant, fiery artifact in his hand, Shui Ro nearly thought she had misheard. Elder Su intends to present her with a peerless artifact? Her eyes widened in disbelief as her heart raced. Such peerless artifacts are incredibly precious. Even the Shui family by Shui Chamber of Commerce possesses but two, one of which was gifted to Shui. This. Her tone trembled slightly, her ample, fair form blushing with excitement. Suddenly, she appeared to have an epiphany, her eyes filled with terror as she cast a glance towards Su Xiao. Elder Su, could it be that he harbors such intentions towards her? Or perhaps he is fixated on Shui, preparing to use a supreme magical artifact to win over her as a mother? Her thoughts took a disconcerting turn, and Shui Ro felt that the once benevolent smile on the elder's face had transformed into something lewd and monstrous. This old scoundrel, he is truly a lecherous old man, willing to offer a priceless magical artifact for the sake of mother and daughter. She could hardly fathom any other motive he might possess. This warped perception stemmed largely from the multitude of suitors pursuing her, including the monarch of the northern wind. No, Elder Su, I cannot accept such a thing. It is far too precious. Shui Ro's complexion, initially flushed, gradually turned pale. The lecherous old man, with only 50 years left to live and holding the 9th rank of transformation talismans, held a significant position within the Piaomiao Sect. She could not confront him directly. Regardless of whether his intentions were directed at her or Shui, she could not acquiesce. Observing her waning color and the fear in her eyes, Su Xiao sighed and shook his head, realizing she likely misinterpreted his intentions. Undeterred, he smiled and clarified, Madam Shui, this is not solely for you, but also for Shui. Shui is my cherished disciple, and she is soon to face the tribulation of divine transformation. The fiery meteor summoned by the flowing star meteor ring is an excellent means to withstand the tribulation. Before she undergoes her trial, you may bestow it upon her for refinement. The old man is nearing his end, and the magical artifact will serve no purpose in my possession. Bestowing it upon you is also a means to prevent the gifted talent of our Piaomiao Sect from following in my footsteps. Madam, you surely do not wish for your daughter Shui to fail in her tribulation, do you? Chapter 90. The reluctant action of Shui Ro was momentarily stunned as she gazed at the kindly old man before her, memories of her daughter flooding her mind. Indeed, the tribulation of transformation was fraught with peril. It was during such a trial that her daughter had nearly lost her life. The possession of an exquisite artifact would undoubtedly enhance her chances of success. She could not bear the thought of her daughter encountering any mishap during the tribulation. Yet, Elder Su, even now, she remained uncertain whether his intentions were directed towards Shui or herself. How terrifying! Elder Su, with a gentle smile, placed the radiant starfall ring before Shui Ro. Madam, do not feel burdened. I am merely considering the welfare of that girl, Shui. Shui Ro's gaze fell upon the splendid artifact, emanating an ethereal glow. Truth be told, she yearned to take it and present it to Shui, but she was apprehensive about the consequences that might follow. Would he seek out Shui afterwards? His reputation was already renowned throughout the realm. If you have any reservations, it is perfectly understandable. I had intended to gift this exquisite artifact directly to Shui. Elder Su remarked with a resigned sigh, preparing to retract the ring. If she refused it, he could not impose it upon her. He would simply present it to Shui later, who would undoubtedly accept it without hesitation. Wait. Just as Elder Su was about to reclaim the ring, Shui Ro seemed to have an epiphany and grasped his hand in alarm. No, Elder Su, I want it. Please do not seek out Shui. She is in seclusion at a critical moment. Elder Su chuckled, oh, ha, if that is the case, then it is all for the best. Rest assured, madam, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish for Shui to succeed in her tribulation. If you have no further matters to discuss, you may take your leave. I have said all that is necessary. Shui Ro stood, holding the radiant starfall ring, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. What should she do? She had accepted the exquisite artifact, though she longed for it. Her fear of potential repercussions loomed larger. With her teeth clenched, a resolute glimmer flashed in her eyes. She must not allow Elder Su to harbor any intentions towards Shui. Elder, your generous gift of such a precious artifact leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. A radiant smile suddenly graced Shui Ro's stunning visage as she entwined her arm with Elder Su's, the unique floral scent emanating from him enveloping her senses. What is the meaning of this, madam? Elder Su's aged eyes widened in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Elder, I have lost my husband, and now only Shui remains. I must trouble you to look after her in the Piaomiao Sect. Shui Ro endeavored to maintain her composure. She understood that only in this manner could Yu remain safe. Of course, I shall look after her, but there is no need for such gestures, madam. Elder Su swallowed hard, still bewildered. Elder, in this secluded space, there are no outsiders. Why must the elder speak in such a manner? If the elder is willing to bestow upon us such a precious artifact, enabling Yu to successfully transcend her tribulation, then the elder shall be regarded as Ruo's benefactor. A faint smile graced Ruo's lips. Although she was aware that this was merely a tactic to temporarily divert the old man's attention towards herself, she whispered to Su Xiao, Elder, do you perhaps disdain me for having once been married? Su Xiao's countenance shifted, disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at the woman before him. What an absurd notion. Madam, what words are these? With your beauty, how could there be any disdain? He uttered instinctively. Ha ha, Ruo chuckled softly, while inwardly she scoffed. The old lecher had finally revealed his true intentions. It was evident that he harbored feelings for her. Nevertheless, for the sake of Yu, she was willing to keep him intrigued. Not to mention, he was a treasure trove himself, albeit with a mere 50 years left to live. If she could entice him sufficiently, it was conceivable that not only would she obtain this exquisite artifact, but even greater rewards in the future. Having taken this step, it was in her nature to maximize her gains. If he had designs on her, he must be prepared to be thoroughly drained. Elder, I am grateful for the artifact, Ruo said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. After a moment of intimacy, Su Xiao settled down. Ruo donned her skirt. Her stunning visage flushed, imbued with tender emotions. Elder, there is no need for further words, Ruo replied with a bashful smile. Hoping that the elder would care for Yu in the future, treating her as a daughter, and that would suffice for her contentment. Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. A glimmer passed through Ruo's enchanting eyes as she spoke softly. Elder, there are pressing matters at home, and I cannot remain with you for long. Should the opportunity arise, I shall visit the Piaomiao Sect to see both you and Yu. With that, Ruo rose. Now that they shared this connection, she felt assured about Yu. As for becoming her partner, that was out of the question. At most, she would offer some sweetness to keep him intrigued, while simultaneously severing his hopes for Yu. Su Xiao stood up, retrieving 10 refining spirit pills from his robe, and handed them to her with a smile. Madam Shui, here are 10 refining spirit pills, a gift for your cultivation. If you do not mind this old man with a fleeting lifespan, I must express my gratitude. Ruo stared at the 10 golden pills in Su Xiao's hand. Momentarily taken aback, she gazed at him in disbelief, her beautiful eyes reflecting shock and delight. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted the Liuoguang Starfall Ring. First gift to Ruo triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the artifact Xiantian Bagua Ring. Xiantian Bagua Ring, a defensive artifact that generates a Xiantian Bagua formation beneath the feet when infused with spiritual power to ward off adversaries. Chapter 91. 3 years later, the Divine Refining Pill. It is truly a treasure that is rare and difficult to obtain, completely unavailable in the market. Ruo was utterly bewildered. The Divine Refining Pill is immensely precious. Although various sects possess the methods to concoct it, the raw materials are exceedingly hard to procure. Each pill that enters the market is not seen by ordinary individuals, but is instead auctioned at the most prestigious venues. Elder Su astonishingly bestowed upon her 10 pills at once. Her fingers trembled slightly as she dreamily accepted the Divine Refining Pills. To reach the 7th level of divine transformation, she had only consumed a mere 10 pills, relying on her innate talent for the remainder of her cultivation. She looked up at Elder Su's kind and gentle smile. In that fleeting moment, she suddenly realized how handsome this elder truly was. So charming. Elder, you are exceedingly kind to me. Ruo was filled with uncontainable joy. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving 10 Divine Refining Pills, returning 10 Void Sky Pills. Even though the other party's reputation was somewhat tarnished, the generous gift of such precious items made it impossible for her to suppress her delight. 1 exquisite magical artifact and 10 Divine Refining Pills. This elder is truly extravagant. Rest assured, madam, I will take good care of that girl Yu. With me around, she will not lack in cultivation resources in the future. Thank you, elder. You are truly wonderful to us. Elder Su waved his hand, saying, Yu is my disciple's niece and your daughter. It is only right. Upon hearing this, Ruo felt completely at ease. She gently embraced Elder Su. After a tender moment, the enchanting Xiao donned her upper skirt, reluctantly saying, "Elder, I have matters to attend to and cannot stay with you any longer. If given the chance in the future, I shall come visit again." As she opened the door, Elder Su escorted Xiao outside. Standing outside was Lu Dajing, who, upon seeing Xiao's stunning face slightly smeared with makeup, was taken aback. Her fair skin was faintly flushed, and her voluptuous figure appeared somewhat unnatural. He was dumbfounded. His eyes bulged wide, and he stood frozen like a statue. In the distance, the outer disciples who had come to catch another glimpse of her beauty were equally stunned, gazing in disbelief at Xiao in the courtyard. No, Elder Su. That is a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of divine transformation. Sister Xiao's mother. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. At the back of the mysterious mountain, after a surge of spiritual energy, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Within a certain cave, a delightful young girl clad in a white dress opened her eyes, filled with excitement and anticipation. He. The formation set by my granduncle has finally dissipated. Xiao, you are free now. With exhilaration, Xiao sprang up and entered the room. Utilizing her water-based techniques, she enjoyed a refreshing bath and then changed into a pristine new white dress. Although she could venture out once a month during these 3 years, it was confined to the inner mountain, rendering it rather dull. At long last, I am free. I wonder how you have fared these past 3 years, dear master. Xiao sat before her dressing table, meticulously arranging her hair. Her charming visage radiated a brilliant glow. A year ago, as she prepared to face the tribulation of transcending, her mother gifted her an exquisite magical ring along with 10 divine elixirs, coupled with her own azure crystal gourd and the artifact lent by her master. She successfully navigated the tribulation and has now ascended to the 1st level of the transformation realm. Moreover, she still possesses 3 divine elixirs, ensuring ample time for her cultivation. It is said that these were all bestowed upon her by Uncle Su. How exceedingly kind he has been to me. Having reached the transformation realm, Xiao appeared somewhat more mature, standing taller than before. Yet, she still retained the appearance of a young girl. After tidying her longer hair into an elegant pair of ponytails, Xiao eagerly anticipated her departure from the inner mountains, soaring into the sky on her sword. She reveled in the exhilaration of her newfound freedom, gliding through the heavens. Then, with a mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes, she chuckled, "I shall first surprise Uncle. Surely, he will be overjoyed to see me. But how should I trick him this time?" After pondering for quite some time, without a satisfactory conclusion, she resolved to go first and figure it out later. As for my master and granduncle, humph. They locked me away for 3 years. I shan't pay them any mind. Quietly alighting amidst the thickets on the mountainside, Xiao cast a spell upon herself, rendering her completely invisible. This invisibility technique, combined with her ethereal physique and her current cultivation level, made it nearly impossible for even a transformation realm practitioner to detect her. With a skip in her step, she joyfully made her way to Su Xiao's small courtyard. Upon arriving outside the courtyard, she stealthily leaped inside. The door was closed. Is Uncle inside? Curiosity piqued. She circled around to the window, gently opening it a crack to peer inside. Behind the inner mountain, within the cave of Zhuge Wufang, she mused by now. That little girl should have emerged for some time. Why hasn't she come? Shouldn't she be the first to visit me, her granduncle? Zhuge Wufang chuckled as he stroked his beard. She has probably gone off to play again. Now that she has reached the transformation realm, she lacks any decorum. Producing an 8-trigram compass, he infused it with his pure spiritual energy. Soon, his brows furrowed in concern. Why is she at little Su's place? How infuriating. These two must not meet. His expression shifting, Zhuge Wufang transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from his location. Chapter 92. The Wrath of Zhuge Wufang. Not far from the small courtyard, a spectral figure descended from the mountain woods. Upon landing, it cast an invisibility spell and, with a cold snort, made its way towards Su Xiao's abode. Anger welled up within Zhuge Wufang at the thought of Su Xiao. Never mind. It is not worth dwelling upon, for such thoughts may disturb his path of cultivation. The aura of his refined spirit was completely concealed as he approached the rear of the courtyard with swift strides. In an instant, he detected the presence of Xiao, and upon opening his divine eye, he found the girl peering sneakily through the window. What is that little rascal up to? Is she drooling? Zhuge Wufang's irritation grew. She must be brought back for strict punishment. It seems that Shui Yu shall remain in confinement for a few more years. Stealthily approaching the window, Zhuge Wufang intended to seize the girl and take her back for a good reprimand. However, his gaze inadvertently wandered into the room's interior, and he became momentarily frozen in place. Inside the fragrant little courtyard, Su Xiao poured a cup of spiritual tea for the enchanting Ziyun. Thank you, Elder. Ziyun beamed, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Ever since Su Xiao had helped her family eliminate Shangwan Jinyu and Shangwan Filian 3 years ago, the Zi family had gained complete control over the Zilai Chamber of Commerce. As the daughter of the family head, Ziyun had ascended to the position of the chamber's young master, all thanks to Elder Su's assistance. Su Xiao chuckled casually. No need for thanks between us. Over the past 3 years, he had cultivated his Dao body and continuously bombarded himself with resources, reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. During this time, Yu Linglong and Su Meyer had visited him twice to absorb fortune. Su Meyer even drew upon spiritual energy during their intimate moments, yet, as he had expected, the insidious system only doubled the returned energy. Throughout the 3 years, Su Xiao prudently gifted various resources to these daughters of fortune. Now he had amassed over 900 high-grade spirit stones, 390 transformation pills, 120 spirit refinement pills, and 30 void sky pills. The void sky pill, used in the realm of refining the void, was something he had never even heard mentioned by others. It must be an exceedingly rare item. At that moment, Su Xiao's eyes widened as he sensed a terrifying aura approaching. Bang. The door was violently flung open by a wave of formidable energy. How disgraceful. Su Xiao, as an inner elder of our misty sect, how dare you act so brazenly? As the supreme elder, I shall enforce the sect's regulations today. Zhuge Wufang, clad in a Taoist robe, bore a righteous expression tinged with fury. He glanced at Su Xiao and then at Ziyun, his anger boiling over. Look at what you are both doing. Seeing Zhuge Shibua, Su Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly explained, Shibua, I was merely enjoying a cup of tea. Zhuge Wufang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted, and what about before this? Come here at once. With that, he unleashed his divine powers. Instantly, 2 ropes flew forth, binding the pair tightly together like rice dumplings. Ziyun was left in a state of shock. Zhuge, the esteemed elder. Could it be that he is the renowned alchemist of the mysterious sect, Zhuge Wufang? At this thought, her complexion turned ashen. She had visited this place numerous times over the past 3 years, and yet no one had paid her any heed. Why on this day? Had Elder Zhuge come to ensnare her? Come. Zhuge Wufang's expression darkened as he unceremoniously cast the 2 individuals into the courtyard. Shuiwe, have you emerged from your retreat? Su Xiao exclaimed upon spotting Shuiwe, tightly bound and grinning foolishly. Why are you also tied up? Su Xiao pondered, perplexed, yet his inquiry was met with silence. Lost in a daze after your seclusion? Su Xiao shook his head in disbelief. He then turned to comfort Ziyun, offering a reassuring smile. Fear not. Master Uncle is sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. He shall not trouble us too greatly. Perhaps he is simply in a foul mood today. Ziyun, albeit reluctantly, nodded, her heart slightly calmed. Zhuge Wufang cast a glance at the jovial Su Xiao and the foolishly grinning Shuiwe, shaking his head with a heavy sigh, his heart brimming with indignation. You mischievous brat. Why can't you live a quiet life? Always stirring up trouble. Come with me. None of you shall escape today. You must face severe consequences. Zhuge Wufang's fury ignited as he soared, 3 ethereal arms of power grasping the trio, propelling them towards the inner mountain. As they passed through the outer mountain square, the outer disciples below were left in stunned silence upon witnessing Su Xiao and Ziyun bound in the sky. I can't believe it. Elder Su has been captured, and the esteemed Ziyun is here too. By heaven and earth. After 3 years, the esteemed elder has finally taken action. If Elder Su remains unmonitored, what shall become of him? Chapter 93. An imposed task. The outer disciples were filled with indignation, pounding their chests and spewing blood. Elder Su, truly, one cannot change their nature. It seems that Sister Shui has only just emerged from her seclusion. How much more can one endure? The illustrious halo of the heroic Su Xiao has gradually dimmed over these 3 years. Jin Liuxiang, Lin Yener, Elder Ming, by Xiao, Ziyun. It is a sight that offends the eyes. The defenses have been breached. It is intolerable. Elder Su, a severe punishment is imperative. In the main hall of the inner mountain, 3 figures stood, their expressions somewhat nuanced. Zhuge Wufang untied the ropes binding the 3 and, with a dark expression, glanced at Ziyun, slowly speaking. Young lady, at such a tender age, you possess a cultivation of the 6th level of the nascent soul. Your talent is extraordinary. What could have drawn you to this nearly lifeless wretch? Speak truthfully. Were you threatened? Fear not, should you admit to it. This elder will stand up for you and break the legs of this scoundrel Xiao. Ziyun listened, somewhat bewildered. She gazed at the towering figure of the transcendent elder and swallowed hard. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she cautiously replied, No. Elder Zhuge, I truly love Elder Su. I love him. Xiao nodded in appreciation, a smile gracing his face. Shui Yu looked on with envious glimmers in her eyes. Zhuge Wufang felt a surge of pain in his chest. How could this be? Stepping back several paces, he nearly collapsed into the seat of the sect leader, almost spitting blood. What on earth is happening here? This wretched boy possesses such peculiar charm. It is profoundly mysterious. Centuries of cultivation allowed him to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. In a solemn voice, he asked, You are Ziyun, daughter of Zixian? Yes. Ziyun nodded timidly. In earlier years, Zixian had served as an alchemical apprentice for a time, establishing a semblance of master-disciple affection. Considering his past, I shall spare you this once. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's eyes sparkled with joy. She had not anticipated that her father had such a history. Thank you. Elder Zhuge, young lady, I advise you to prioritize your cultivation. The entanglements of the mortal realm can be stumbling blocks for our kind, Zhuge Wufang earnestly counseled. This scoundrel Xiao is not worthy of your trust. Focus on your cultivation. Convey a message to your father. Express that I am deeply displeased with your affair with Xiao, and he should handle it himself. Ziyun's gaze dimmed as she glanced at Xiao, silently murmuring, Yes. Elder Zhuge, you may leave now. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Zhuge. Ziyun cast one last look at Xiao before preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Xiao stepped forward with a smile, retrieving 10 transformation pills and a high-grade talisman from his spatial pouch. Take these 10 transformation pills and this high-grade talisman for your use. Ziyun gratefully accepted the items, cradling them in her hands. Elder Su has been exceedingly kind to her. How touching. The system's voice chimed, congratulating the host for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills and returning 20 spirit refinement pills. It also announced the successful gifting of a high-grade talisman, returning an exceptional grade protective talisman. Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Previously, when the other party enhanced their bond, the system rewarded him with an exceptional grade enlightenment pill. He knew this opportunity was not to be squandered. Zhuge Wufang stood in stunned disbelief. 10 transformation pills and a high-grade artifact? Just like that, a gift? This must be worth over 200 high-grade spirit stones. Could it be that such generosity is customary at every meeting? He gazed at Xiao in incredulity, wanting to intervene but finding no justification. In a fleeting moment, he suddenly perceived the source of Su's unique allure. This little rascal, what kind of hidden lair has he discovered? Ziyun departed, leaving Shui Yue with a look of envy, while Zhuge Wufang remained bewildered. Rising, Zhuge Wufang exhaled deeply. He glanced at the petite and adorable Shui Yue, then at the old man who was indulging in frivolity and chaos before his demise. His brow furrowed, unable to bear the sight. After a moment of contemplation, a thought occurred to him, and he suddenly chuckled. Little Su, fret not. Your master uncle permits you to atone for your misdeeds. Huh, atone for my misdeeds? Xiao blinked in confusion. What wrongs had he committed? He had no romantic partner. What issues could arise from simply dating? Surely, his master uncle had grown muddled in his old age. Zhuge Wufang suddenly smiled benevolently, his tone gentle. You have but a little over 40 years of life remaining, and you still possess the transformation talisman. There happens to be a task here that is perfectly suited for you. Since your energy is so abundant, do not let it go to waste. In these remaining years, contribute more to the sect. Xiao felt a tightening in his chest, a sudden sense of foreboding. Zhuge Wufang patted his shoulder, chuckling. The demon clan has recently promoted 2 void refinement demon cultivators, and their movements have become rather pronounced. Iron Curtain City is struggling to cope. Each major sect is preparing to dispatch a 9th-tier god transformation expert for support. According to our agreement, Ling should have been stationed here for a while, but she is in seclusion, about to enter a closed retreat, and will have no opportunity to assist. This good opportunity for experience shall be entrusted to you. Little Su, your master uncle has faith in you. Do not disappoint him, haha. Zhuge Wufang observed Su Xiao's bewildered expression, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Excellent. Finally, he could send this young man away. Shui Wei was now safe. Master uncle, this seems rather inappropriate. Su Xiao regained his senses, blinking his eyes in astonishment. Others are to be ninth-tier god transformation cultivators. I am merely a ninth-tier nascent soul. How can I replace junior sister? Please, have someone else go? What a ridiculous jest. He possesses a formidable system, effortlessly cultivating while the grand path lies ahead. Is it truly necessary to venture to Iron Curtain City for training? Is this not an exercise in futility? No. Your renown in the realm of cultivation is well known, rivaling even that of the spirit girl. It is you, and I, your master, have personally designated this task for you. Pack your belongings. You are to report to Iron Curtain City in 10 days and seek out Elder Duan Hongling. I shall send her a message. Su Xiao contemplated resisting for a moment. Zhuge Wufang's expression darkened. Should you refuse, I shall relocate you to the inner mountain cave. I will personally attend to you, ensuring you enjoy a splendid twilight of life. Su Xiao swallowed hard. This felt like being pushed into a corner. Shui Yu was bewildered. The master was leaving. I refused to accept it. Master uncle, I do not want the master to depart. I still wish to learn the arts from him. Learn what? Shui Yu, starting tomorrow, you shall resume your seclusion. Until you attain the second level of transformation, you are not permitted to emerge. Zhuge Wufang was determined to steer her back onto the righteous path. Should she dare to disagree, Master Uncle would confine her mercilessly, and she could forget about stepping out for an entire year. What? No, Master Uncle. I do not wish to enter seclusion again. Chapter 94. Arrival at Iron Curtain City. Shui Yue could not defy the stern gaze of Zhuge Wufang. Casting a pitiful glance at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a blend of longing and distress. Just as she stepped out, she was to be confined again. No. Master, please say something. Su Xiao sensed the peculiar expression on her face, feeling that she was concealing some mischief. Master, you are right. Shui Yue needs proper guidance. Otherwise, she may inadvertently create chaos. Zhuge Wufang nodded in agreement. This brat finally spoke some sense. Did he have ulterior motives for Shui Yue? It seemed unlikely. But the responsibility for leading her astray must be borne. That rascal in Iron Curtain City cannot escape. Master, please no. In a panic, Shui Yue rushed to Su Xiao, tugging at him with her delicate hand, utterly unwilling. Su Xiao sighed with a wry smile. Shui Yue, this is for your own good. Focus on your seclusion. Your master is heading to Iron Curtain City and may not return for some time. With that, he produced 10 gleaming golden pills. These are the spirit refining pills. Keep them for your use, and whenever you run out, come find me in Iron Curtain City. Master truly cares for you, he added, a smile gracing his aged face. Remembering Madame Shui, he shook his head with amusement. 10 spirit refining pills. Thank you, Master. You are so kind. Shui Yue exclaimed, her excitement overwhelming as she embraced Su Xiao, a refreshing fragrance enveloping him. Patting her head, Su Xiao turned to Zhuge Wufang. Master, since you have made up your mind, I shall report to Iron Curtain City in place of my junior sister. Let her focus on her cultivation in the sect, striving to reach the void refinement realm as soon as possible. Zhuge Wufang was utterly flabbergasted. Oh, be careful on the way, he managed to say, swallowing hard as he gazed at the 10 spirit refining pills in Shu Yue's hands, lost in contemplation. 10 spirit refining pills. Just like that, they were given away. And when they were gone, she could simply ask for more. How extravagant. That brat. Just how many treasures does he possess? Even during his own ascension to the transformation realm, he had not had the opportunity to consume such a quantity. Now, it dawned on him that Shui Yue had received a total of 20 spirit refining pills from him. Zhuge Wufang was left speechless. With such generosity, he suddenly felt that Shui Yue had struck an incredible deal. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 spirit refining pills, returning 30 void sky pills. A few days later, Su Xiao prepared to set off. In a cave dwelling within the inner mountains, Meng Dan sat before her bed, her expression steeped in longing. Her gentle, exquisite features bore a hint of blush, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her voluptuous figure was captivating, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Dandan. As I depart, Elder Zhuge did not specify how long it would be until my return. Here are 10 spirit refining pills for you to keep. Should you exhaust them, feel free to seek me out in Iron Curtain City. There is no need for formality between us. Su Zhao's face bore a gentle smile. Over the past 3 years, with Su Zhao's guidance, Meng Dan had successfully ascended to the God Transformation realm and returned to the inner sect as a steward. By Xiao Qiao, Jin Liuxiang, and Lin Yin'er also achieved their own breakthroughs, advancing to the inner sect. They transitioned from Elder Wen's tutelage to become disciples under Meng Dan. Now, the 3 disciples stood gracefully a short distance away, observing Su Elder as he bid farewell to their master. Ah, Elder, you have been exceedingly kind to me. Meng Dan shall always be by your side. Meng Dan exclaimed, clutching the 10 spirit refining pills with excitement, and she embraced Su Xiao. She was acutely aware of the rarity of these pills. Without Su Elder's assistance, acquiring even one would have been a formidable challenge. Casting a glance at Bai Xiao Qiao and the others, her cheeks flushed as she said, "You 3, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Elder Su." "Yes, master." The 3 of them swallowed hard, their faces crimson, and hurriedly exited the room, closing the door behind them. 2 hours later, after bestowing resources upon Jin Liuxiang and the others, Su Xiao returned to the small courtyard. The system had rewarded him with a total of 40 embryonic transformation pills, 400 high-grade spirit stones, and 20 void sky pills. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Xiao Wang and Xiao Li awaited him in the courtyard. They had also reached the first level of the God Transformation realm and would accompany Su Xiao to Iron Curtain City for support. "Since we are all here, let us depart," Su Xiao instructed. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, I have heard that 2 formidable demon races have emerged. Remain vigilant upon our arrival at Iron Curtain City." As attaining the God Transformation realm is no small feat, Su Xiao spoke solemnly, his hands clasped behind his back. The mobilization of Iron Curtain City suggests that the demon races have stirred up significant activity. It is no wonder that the leaders of the 9 sects have all come to lend their support. "Humph. Xiao Bi Wang, Yu Wenin, we shall meet again." Upon hearing this news, Su Zhao's heart raced with excitement, grateful that Master Zhuge had insisted he go. Indeed, the opportunity had presented itself. "Yes, Uncle Master." The disciple understands. The 2 looked at Su Xiao, swallowing hard in unison. "Goodness. Uncle Master, you have been summoned to Iron Curtain City by the Grand Elder. The truth has come to light." "Su Uncle Master, it is said you were caught in the act by the Grand Elder." "No. It cannot be that outrageous. This is absurd." Yet, they maintained a facade of respectful smiles, concealing their trepidation, fearful that an ill word from Su Uncle Master might lead to their demise. They were aware that he had reached the God Transformation realm, yet they felt utterly insignificant. After all, even the most formidable beings had fallen at his hands. With hearts full of apprehension, the 2 mounted their swords, following Su Xiao northward. Iron Curtain City is nestled within the vast mountain ranges of the Panlong continent, adjacent to the domain of the human race. For countless millennia, the human race has dispatched numerous cultivators to guard Iron Curtain City, ensuring the safety of their spirit stone mines. Beneath the vast and imposing iron-cast city walls, a throng of human cultivators stood in line, eagerly awaiting passage through the Iron Curtain City to mine for gold. Su Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, descended to the base of the wall, cutting in line. The former produced the emblem of the Misty Sect for the guard to inspect. "Is the esteemed elder the leader of the Misty Sect?" The guard's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the insignia, his demeanor instantly transforming into one of utmost respect. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. "No, I am Su Xiao, an inner elder of the Misty Sect, here to assist in place of the leader, De Guling." "Oh, so it is Elder Su, please proceed." The moment the words left his lips, the captain of the guard, at the nascent soul level, stiffened. Gazing at the benevolent elder before him, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Xiao? The inner elder of the Misty Sect, Su Xiao. Could it be that he is the infamous perverted elder who instills dread in female cultivators throughout the cultivation world? At that instant, the nearby cultivators turned their attention to the man who claimed to be Elder Su of the Misty Sect. One by one, their expressions morphed into those of terror and indignation. Could this be the notorious perverted elder Su Xiao? Male cultivators clenched their fists, while female cultivators broke into a cold sweat. In an instant, the atmosphere at the city gate became charged with tension. Detected the woman of fortune, Lu Lingling. Fortune level, C. Return multiplier, 10. Bond level, 1. Is this the woman of fortune? Xiao, following the system's guidance, noticed a slender, fair-skinned young female cultivator standing nearby. The young woman gazed at Xiao, visibly anxious, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of fear. Xiao smiled and nodded, recognizing her as a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He approached her, retrieving 10 Foundation Establishment pills from his robe. My dear, I see a connection between us. Here are 10 Foundation Establishment pills, a gift to you, to forge a good bond. His warm smile radiated the aura of a venerable elder. Gasp! The young female cultivator, Lu Lingling, looked at the smiling elder, her face drained of color, trembling in fright. The surrounding crowd was stunned, as if struck by lightning. What the hell? The lecherous elder. He has already begun to seek out beautiful female cultivators upon arriving at Iron Curtain City. Which fool allowed this perverted elder to enter? Iron Curtain City. It's over. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li stared in shock at their master's adept skills in wooing women, their spirits plummeting to despair. Master, is there no end to this? This is Iron Curtain City, after all. Chapter 95. The angry disciples of the Chui Mountain Sect at the city gate. The crowd held their breath, their fists clenched tightly, drenched in sweat. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li swallowed hard, rooted to the spot alongside the guards, too intimidated to intervene. The notorious reputation of the lecherous old man was as thunderous as it was feared. He was unafraid even of the leaders of the 9 sects. Although he had failed his divine transformation tribulation, he possessed the highest level talismans of divine transformation. If displeased, he could obliterate Iron Curtain City. Silence enveloped the scene. As fury ignited within the hearts of the onlookers, their gazes fixed intensely upon Xiao, who was boldly flirting. They dared not speak, their anger stifled within. Oh, little girl, what is your name? The old Taoist has little time left, and these foundational cultivation pills are of no use to me, so I shall gift them to you. Xiao stroked his grizzled goatee, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Only cultivators above the foundational level were permitted within Iron Curtain City. Those who ventured here were often disciples who struggled outside, hoping to earn spirit stones as miners. 10 foundational cultivation pills. No one would refuse such an offer. Elder, I am Lu Lingling. The beautiful young cultivator trembled in fear, glancing furtively at her silent companions, none of whom dared to assist her. Even her senior brother averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Take them. Cultivation is arduous, and since fate has brought us together, I hope you can progress further on your path. He opened his palm, revealing 10 glimmering foundational cultivation pills, resonating with spiritual energy, captivating all who beheld them. Truly, 10 foundational cultivation pills, and of exceptional quality. Including Lu Lingling and her few companions, the nearby loose cultivators stared in awe. What a lecherous old man. He is genuinely willing to invest for the sake of wooing a girl. Lu Lingling gazed at the pills, her pale face flushing with a hint of color. Excitement surged within her. Elder Su was offering her 10 foundational cultivation pills. Yet, recalling the terrifying moniker he bore in the cultivation world, her body trembled with hesitation, and she dared not step forward. Elder, I do not fear. Old Taoist will not impose anything upon you. I merely wish to assist. Su Zhao's unparalleled aura, combined with his benevolent smile, gradually eased Lu Lingling's apprehension. As she beheld the 10 foundational cultivation pills, something she had never dared to dream of, Lu Lingling's cheeks flushed as she excitedly extended her trembling hands to receive them. Refusal? Impossible. No cultivator would decline the opportunity to acquire free cultivation resources, especially those who had come to Iron Curtain City to mine. As Lu Lingling accepted the foundational cultivation pills, her breathing quickened. Her cheeks glowed like ripe apples, her eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. 10 foundational cultivation pills. Elder Su had directly gifted her 10 foundational cultivation pills. She was merely a lowly disciple of a minor sect, practically a loose cultivator. Yet she had unexpectedly received such a bountiful gift. She gazed upon the elder before her, exuding an ethereal aura and possessing an extraordinary presence. She suddenly felt that Elder Su was not as deplorable as the rumors suggested. In fact, the more she looked at him, the more handsome he appeared. The junior expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su. The stunning Lu Lingling could no longer contain her excitement. She knelt on the ground, her long legs bending as she bowed in thanks before Su Xiao. For someone of his renown in the cultivation world to regard her favorably was an immense stroke of fortune. This scene left the nearby cultivators utterly bewildered. What a lecher, they thought. He must be using resources to court that beautiful female cultivator. How shameless. Utterly despicable. Su Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, Lu Xiaoyu, I will be residing in Iron Curtain City in the future. Should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out at the Piaomiao Sect's residence in the city. We are fated to meet, and I shall not turn a blind eye. With that, Su Xiao led the bewildered Xiao Wang and Xiao Li into the city. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment Pills. The first gift to Lu Lingling has triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a supreme Dao Enlightenment Pill. Lu Lingling watched Su Xiao depart, rising to her feet, her delicate face flushed with excitement. Gripping the 10 Foundation Establishment Pills tightly, her eyes sparkled with exhilaration, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she struggled to regain her composure. Could such a kind and gentle senior truly be the perverted lecher described in the rumors? Her heart was in turmoil. Sister, stay awake. Do not be deceived by that old lecher. He is after your body. Several male disciples hurriedly approached, their faces etched with urgency and concern. Lu Lingling was the most beautiful female cultivator of the Chui Mountain sect, the very goddess they could only dream of. How infuriating. That old lecher was far too excessive. Who brought this old pervert here? I will not let this go unchallenged. The surrounding male cultivators shared the same sentiment. Their fists clenched, wishing they could slay the old lecher on the spot. This is how it is as soon as we arrive in Iron Curtain City. What will happen in the future? Damn it. Yet the nearby female disciples remained mostly silent, their gazes filled with endless envy and jealousy as they looked at Lu Lingling. Elder Su's earlier display of generosity had been simply too charming. No, why isn't it us? Elder Su, I am willing. I would gladly be chosen. Seniors, rest assured. There are so many cultivators in Iron Curtain City. Elder Su will not do anything to me. Besides, I believe Elder Su is not that kind of person. The rumors must be mistaken. Lu Lingling excitedly stored the Foundation Establishment Pills, her pretty face entirely flushed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding male disciples turned pale. No, sister, why are you still defending that perverted old lecher? They exclaimed in disbelief. Sister, that old lecher is truly after your body. Several male disciples were so enraged they nearly spat blood as they gazed at their beautiful sister, whose face was still radiant with color. My heart feels as though it is shattering. Oh, lascivious old man, heaven shall exact its punishment upon you. In the bustling Iron Curtain City, where cultivators abound, trade flourishes significantly. This city serves as a gathering point for various sects from the human territories of the Panlong continent, truly earning the title of the foremost city of humanity. At the residence of the mysterious Cloud sect, an elderly hunchbacked man approached, accompanied by several nascent soul disciples to extend a warm welcome. Haha, Elder Su, my dear brother, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The lecherous hunchback chuckled softly as he approached Su Xiao, his eyes gleaming with envy. Elder Su, I have heard much about your recent affairs, truly enviable. The other nascent soul disciples regarded Su Xiao with expressions of peculiar curiosity. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile, responding, Elder Mu, you jest. Rumors are unreliable. I merely have a limited lifespan and am nurturing a few juniors. The hunchbacked elder before him was Elder Mu, one of the 3 inner gate elders of the mysterious Cloud sect stationed in Iron Curtain City. With a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the transformation god realm and dressed in a white robe, he exuded the air of a seasoned old man. The two were old acquaintances, sharing camaraderie as they made their way to a splendid guest chamber, while the remaining nascent soul disciples escorted the young Wang and Li to their quarters. Where is senior sister and Elder E? Su Xiao inquired as he settled into the room, producing some spirit tea and pouring a cup for both men. Elder Mu savored the tea and replied, Elder E is overseeing our spirit stone mine. As for senior sister, she has been refining pills in her chamber and has not emerged for nearly half a month. Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. What is she refining pills for? Elder Mu sighed deeply. What else could it be for? She refines pills to sell them. Elder Su, our senior sister suffers greatly. Her hidden ailment remains unresolved. and her cultivation at the 9th stage of the transformation god realm has stagnated. She has toiled in Iron Curtain City for hundreds of years. Considering her lifespan, she is already over 2,800 years old. If her hidden ailment does not heal, no matter how extraordinary her talent, she will ultimately be unable to progress in her cultivation and will meet her end. Chapter 96. The misfortunes of the senior sister Su Xiao felt a wave of melancholy upon hearing the words. The senior sister, Duan Hongling, was the disciple of the esteemed elder Shi Ganglai of the Piaomiao Sect. Master Shi had been in seclusion within the secret realm for several centuries, leaving the management of the sect to Master Ji Shui and the second elder Zhuge Wufang. As the most senior and oldest elder of the inner sect, the senior sister was initially the most likely candidate to transcend the tribulation and ascend to the realm of refining the void. However, she had sustained severe injuries in a battle against the demon clan hundreds of years ago, leaving her with a hidden ailment. Despite possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of the transformation stage, her progress had been significantly hindered. With only 3,000 years of lifespan allotted to those at the transformation stage, the senior sister had barely over a century left. Moreover, to heal her hidden ailment, she needed to reach the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Only then would she have a chance to withstand the tribulation and return to the path of immortality within this limited time. Alas, is there truly no way for the sect to assist her? Su Xiao reminisced about the breathtaking red figure of the senior sister when he and Duge Ling first entered the sect. A millennium had passed, and the senior sister, like him, had reached the twilight of her lifespan. Elder Mu sighed. We have done all we could to help. The sect has shown its utmost compassion. With Master not present, the senior sister must rely solely on herself now. Curiously, Su Xiao inquired, what does the senior sister need? Is it expensive? Elder Mu shook his head. She currently has but one opportunity, the golden body relic of the 10,000 Buddha temple. This relic is a divine elixir left behind by the great cultivator who transcended the void at the temple, capable of reconstructing meridians and reforming the physical body. Only the golden body relic can cure her hidden ailment, yet the monks of the temple demand 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Alas, the senior sister must also purchase various elixirs annually to maintain her cultivation. It is truly tragic. Elder Su, let us cease discussing her plight. Every time I think of the senior sister's unfortunate circumstances, I am overwhelmed with sorrow. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. Then why not assist her? Elder Mu replied. Assist her? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Can I truly manage that? He waved his hand. Elder Su, I have but a few hundred high-grade spirit stones left in my possession, and I too must cultivate, lest I follow in your footsteps. Haha. Su Xiao smiled in silence. In the realm of cultivation, resources were paramount. Without them, no matter the level of attainment, progress would be nearly impossible. It was unlikely that any cultivator would willingly part with their resources unless they were a dearly beloved person. Elder Su, please take care and rest well. There will be Yuaning disciples on duty at the residence. Do not hesitate to give your orders for anything you require. Once the senior sister returns, I will arrange tasks for you. The demon clan has been causing quite a stir lately, and everyone is quite busy. At that moment, a commotion arose from the talisman within Elder Mu's robes. Damn it! Those beasts from the demon clan have begun to seize spirit stones again. Elder Su, I must take my leave. I shall rush to the mine and repel the demons. Hurriedly, he exited the room, summoning his sword and transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the outskirts of the city. The following day, at the residence of the 9 great sects in Iron Curtain City. How outrageous! This lecherous old man, even before entering the city, he has begun to flirt with the beautiful female cultivators. Have the people from the Misty Sect lost their minds? Have they truly brought this old pervert to Iron Curtain City? Are they attempting to incite chaos? Alas, it is quite troubling. This shameless old man, a libertine on the brink of death, has come to Iron Curtain City to cause us trouble. How infuriating! Foolish Misty Sect. Elder Su has truly arrived. The Misty Sect. It is difficult to assess. Amipa, how splendid. Yuan Tong, accompany me to pay a visit to Senior Miaoyu. I intend to suggest that she sends Su, the benefactor, to the territory of the demon race. Perhaps it will yield extraordinary results. At the residence of the extreme demon sect, the elegantly clad and strikingly delicate Xiao Mu was seething with anger. This old lecher is utterly despicable. He just arrived in Iron Curtain City yesterday and is already openly harassing beautiful women. He has no shame whatsoever. Xiao was furious. The mere thought of that lecherous old man with the beautiful female cultivators left him restless and irritable. How detestable! I will not allow this old pervert to leave Iron Curtain City alive. After taking a sip of tea, his anger slightly subsided. Recalling the promise made by his master, he felt a surge of anticipation. He must take the old lecher's life. Master, the time has come for the opening of the Bu Trading Company. The news is confirmed. Madame Shui Rou herself will preside over the event in Iron Curtain City. Oh, my beloved Shui? Xiao Mu's expression brightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. She has truly come. This is wonderful. He now has another opportunity. Just thinking about her voluptuous and enchanting figure made him tremble with excitement, unable to contain himself. Such an exquisite woman is precisely the object of his desire. For now, he would hold off on the others, such as Yu and Dugu. The old lecher can have them for the time being. But with Shui, he must take action. She must be won over. Ha! Old lecher, I will take Shui Rou. And you can go frolic with that insipid Shui Yu. By the time you meet your end, you might even call me father-in-law. Ha! The mere thought of this delightful scenario flushed his face, stirring his emotions. Shui, I am coming. Let us summon the 3 elders at the residence. Today, the extreme demon sect shall wholeheartedly support the Bu Trading Company. I shall buy as much as I can. At the residence of the Broken Sky Demon Sect. Yu Wenhao sneered. This old dog is brazenly lecherous. Now, he doesn't even spare the female cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, purely focused on appearances, completely disregarding anything else. In just one day, word has spread throughout the city. How splendid. Let him continue to flaunt his antics. Only when the old lecher meets his demise in front of the multitude will he experience the utmost ecstasy. Such is the essence of accomplishment. Master, the envoy from the ape clan awaits outside the city. Oh, so soon? Excellent. Change attire and stealthily accompany me out of the city. In Yu Wenhao's eyes, a gleam of determination shone brightly as he took up the spirit stones. This time, I shall not let him escape, that old lecher. At the residence of the Harmony Sect, Yu Linglong and Su Meyer were absent, preoccupied with refining their fortunes within the sect and unable to offer assistance here. Instead, it was the sect's grand elder, Wu Pinger, who came. An elderly woman with silvery hair sat gracefully upon the jade couch in the chamber. Elder Su, once again on the lookout for beautiful female cultivators. Indeed, it seems that men, regardless of age, are perpetually drawn to youthful and alluring women. Though the elder's face bore the marks of time, a hint of her former elegance still lingered, suggesting that she must have been extraordinarily captivating in her youth. Linglong, it is not that I covet your beauty, but rather, my lifespan is waning, and I am in dire need of abundant fortune. As she spoke, Wu Pinger invoked an enigmatic secret technique, enveloping herself in a radiant aura. In merely 10 breaths, she transformed from a frail, white-haired elder into a stunning young beauty with flowing black hair. Her appearance was nothing short of breathtaking, her enchanting eyes glimmering with vitality. Elder Wu, you, a few female disciples outside, hearing the commotion, pushed open the door and were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the rejuvenated Elder Wu. You need not worry. I have merely assumed a youthful guise for the sake of convenience in my endeavors. Nothing to fret over. Chapter 97. The bold 8 maidens in the residence of the Misty Sect. Within Su Zhao's chamber, several disciples stationed outside hurriedly bowed and announced, Elder Su. There are visitors at the door who wish to pay their respects. Seated in meditation upon his bed, Su Zhao's aged eyes flickered with curiosity. Oh, do they reveal their names? No, Elder. The disciples exchanged peculiar glances, swallowing hard. Elder Su, they are a group of young female cultivators. And they are exceptionally beautiful. These maidens were the nascent soul practitioners stationed at the estate. Moments ago, a troop of elegantly attired female cultivators had come to visit Elder Su. My goodness, the allure of the elder is truly remarkable. One disciple exclaimed. He has only just arrived in Iron Curtain City. The tales of his illustrious deeds had already spread among the disciples of Iron Curtain City. While they had benefited from his presence in the secret realm, the elder's lifestyle was astonishingly scandalous. Recent whispers suggested that their inner sect's senior sister, Shui Yu, had ambiguous ties with Elder Su. If that were not enough, it seemed Elder Su also shared an unclear relationship with the mother of Sister Shui. The esteemed Madame Xiao. Good heavens! This is utterly outrageous. Yet, they dared not vocalize their thoughts, nor could they easily send away the enchanting female cultivators outside. The lecherous old man surely relished such company. Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. A group of beautiful female cultivators? Unfamiliar to him. Just as he contemplated sending them away, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Bring them to me, he instructed. Let them enter my chamber. The disciples were taken aback. Elder, should they all come in? How many are there? Approximately 7 or 8, one replied. Oh, that is quite all right. There is ample space. Let them all in. With trepidation, the disciples gulped nervously. Yes, Elder, good heavens. The old lecher. How enviable. In a few days, they would be on duty, laboriously mining at the spirit vein. Yet here was Elder Su, surrounded by beauty, not for work, but seemingly for a leisurely retreat. Before long, 8 stunning maidens entered Su Xiao's room and closed the door behind them. Upon seeing the dignified elder seated upon the bed, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and they quickly knelt to pay their respects. Elder, you are truly handsome. It is a great honor for us to behold your true visage, a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The 8 women bowed reverently, their eyes shimmering with fervent desire. They had all heard the tales of the lecherous elder and hoped to seize a stroke of fortune. Eager to serve Elder Su in hopes of acquiring cultivation resources. One of them, Lu Lingling, had received 10 foundation establishment pills simply for her beauty. The guards allowing them entry signified the elder's interest. They had a chance. Su Xiao cast a discerning glance. Everyone possesses a certain charm, and they are somewhat self-aware. However, he shook his head internally. The system's criteria for selecting the fated daughters of destiny are exceedingly stringent. While these female cultivators are indeed attractive, they do not possess extraordinary beauty. Clearly, the system offered no hints, and Su Xiao's plans were thwarted. He had initially intended to see if there were any fated daughters available as gifts. Please leave. I mistakenly thought you were friends, but it appears otherwise. Su Xiao waved his hand, dismissing them. Do as you wish. The 8 women's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with disappointment. They ranged in age from their teenage years to their 30s, each confident in their appearance, daring to visit the ethereal residence of the Piaomiao Sect. Yet, it seemed that Elder Su did not take a liking to them. Elder, I am willing to serve as your maid, to attend to your needs. A slightly older and beautiful young woman hurriedly knelt and approached, her face a mask of reluctance. Whatever the elder asks of me, I shall comply. As she spoke, she reached out delicately to grasp Su Xiao's arm, her complexion flushed and her eyes glimmering. Su Xiao could instantly discern her intentions. I am willing to. I am willing, cried another. I shall serve you forever, until the day you depart this world. I only ask for a chance. The remaining 7, seeing this, rushed forward. Some clutching Su Xiao's arm, others grasping his leg. Those who could come here were bold. They had long since cast aside their inhibitions. Being scorned by outsiders was far preferable to the drudgery of mining every day. You are not fated for me. Begone. Shaking his head, Su Xiao unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, sending the women sprawling away. Though they were all beautiful, he could not accept them at this moment. Resources were scarce, and he needed to reserve them for the fated daughters of destiny. Elder, the 8 beautiful women gently landed, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with a sense of injustice. Why can Lu Lingling and other beautiful female cultivators be accepted, while we cannot? No. It must be that we failed to impress the elder. Elder, I am willing to do anything for you. I only ask for a chance. 2 of the beautiful cultivators gritted their teeth and delicately began to loosen their belts. What are you doing? If you do not leave at once, do not blame me for being unkind. Su Xiao's expression darkened. Were female cultivators now so desperate? Had the competition grown excessively fierce? Elder, just as the remaining women were preparing to demonstrate their resolve, a voice resonated from outside. Get out. The voice, imbued with the overwhelming spiritual power of a 9th-tier cultivator, struck like thunder. The moment it was uttered, the 8 female cultivators bled from their 7 orifices. Several foundation-building women were unable to withstand the overwhelming surge of spiritual power, spitting blood in terror as they gazed towards the door. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully kicked open. A radiant figure, adorned in a vivid red dress that shimmered with the brilliance of sunlight, stood outside. If you do not leave immediately, your lives shall be forfeit. The 8 women, upon seeing the visitor, were paralyzed with fear. Ignoring Su Xiao, they hastily fled, their attire hastily donned. Duan Hongling. It must be the Grand Elder of the Misty Sect. Duan Hongling. How infuriating. Why has she arrived at such a critical moment? They were on the verge of success. Bold as they were, they dared not gamble with their lives and resolved to seek another opportunity. In a flurry, the 8 of them dashed out of the residence, some even with bare arms. The Yuanying disciples at the entrance watched the beautiful female cultivators with widened eyes, swallowing hard in trepidation. My goodness! The old lecher truly intends to take them all. Thank heavens! Thank heavens! Elder Duan, your arrival is most fortuitous. Deliver us from this menace. Overthrow the old lecher. Su Xiao gazed at the ethereal beauty in the flowing red dress at the entrance, blinking in astonishment. Senior sister, your timing is impeccable. I merely allowed them to enter to ascertain if they were my friends. However, upon their arrival, they immediately plotted against me. Now, thanks to my attempts at persuasion, they have begun to disrobe. Su Xiao rose, a smile gracing his lips as he sighed softly. Chapter 98. The Gift of the Eternal Tree Roots. Su Xiao. You have become increasingly audacious with age. The woman in the red dress glanced over, causing Su Xiao's brows to subtly twitch. She wore a form-fitting crimson gown, radiant like blazing flames, contrasting sharply with her frosty, exquisite countenance. Her skin, fair as snow, glistened delicately under the sunlight, resembling the luster of polished jade. Her long, slender legs were alluringly proportioned, their perfect curves rendering them irresistible to the eye. Lustrous black hair danced lightly in the breeze, ethereal and enchanting, without a hint of flaw. She resembled the most beautiful red plum blossom in the world, proud yet aloof, existing in splendid isolation. However, a slight flaw marred this youthful beauty. A profound weariness lingered in her strikingly serene brows, infused with an undertone of anxiety that, when combined with her icy demeanor, created an inexplicable sense of distance. Su Xiao shook his head inwardly. After so many years apart from his senior sister, her appearance had changed not at all, remaining as beautiful as he remembered. Who would have imagined that such a stunning woman had already lived for over 2,800 years, with merely a century left to her life? Su Xiao smiled and said, Senior sister, do not heed the rumors. I am not that kind of person. Duan Hongling huffed coldly. Your nature is of little consequence. What matters is that you do not let me see them. Su Xiao, I truly did not expect that even as you approach your twilight years, you still harbor such thoughts. If Master Ji were to hear of your affairs, she would undoubtedly put an end to you herself. A faint fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from Duan Hongling, mingling with her natural allure, creating an invigorating aroma that was refreshing and delightful. Su Xiao found no desire to explain. With her temperament, words would be futile. Detected fate-bearing woman, Duan Hongling. Fate level. A. Return multiplier, 10. Bond level, 1. To his surprise, his senior sister was indeed an A-grade fate-bearing woman. Su Xiao was not overly astonished. Before her injuries, Duan Hongling had ranked among the elite in their sect, blessed with both talent and beauty. However, it seemed that her incessant alchemical pursuits had dulled her temperament, rendering her increasingly irritable. Yet, nearing death, Su Xiao could empathize. He merely smiled faintly, refraining from engaging in debate. Come with me to the main hall. I shall assign you a task. Duan Hongling's breathtakingly cold visage flickered with disdain as she shook her head and turned away. Once, she had appreciated this sharp-minded and striking junior brother, but now, he had transformed into an elderly figure after failing his tribulation and had squandered a life-extending elixir. What she found most intolerable was his brazen patronage of female disciples and his dalliance with the enchantresses of the Harmony Sect. The entire Piaomiao Sect, and even the entire Panlong continent were abuzz with gossip. This Su Xiao was undoubtedly a perverse old lecher. The thought that he even harbored feelings for the sect's prodigy, Shuiyu, infuriated her further. She had no intention of bestowing him even a modicum of kindness. Master Zhuge, how could you send such a person to Iron Curtain City? Is it merely because he possesses a few talismans for transformation? This is utterly ridiculous. In the Grand Hall, Duan Hongling summoned Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, her icy demeanor directing attention to the map. The main spirit mine of our Piaomiao Sect is under the supervision of Elder Yi, while the subordinate sect spirit mines are under the joint oversight of Elder Mu and myself. Recently, the demon clan has been rampant, frequently raiding our spirit stones, causing us considerable losses. Elder Mu and I are somewhat overwhelmed. From now on, the 3 spirit mines being excavated by Piaomiao Sect, Shunbing Pavilion, and Wulei Sect shall be entrusted to your guardianship. Noticing Su Zhao's intention to protest, Duan Hongling's expression hardened. Do not even think of refusing. Aren't you in possession of numerous talismans at the 9th level of the transformation stage? That should suffice to deal with those demons. Su Xiao chuckled and nodded. All right, since the senior sister has spoken, there is no problem. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and the other Yuanying disciples nearby exchanged glances. Look, just see how tarnished Su Elder's reputation has become. Duan Elder shows no kindness whatsoever. This perverted old lecher deserves his fate. Duan Elder, please punish Su Elder severely. After issuing the task and handing over the communication talismans, Duan Hongling prepared to return to her alchemy. Her brow furrowed. She had no energy left to dwell on Su Zhao's matters. With only 150 years of life remaining, if she could not break through to the void refinement stage within 50 years, the effects of the mid-grade youth-preserving pill would gradually fade in her last 100 years. At that point, she would become a white-haired old woman, an outcome she could not accept. For her, only 50 years remained. Senior sister, wait. Su Xiao smiled slightly, and then addressed Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. You all may leave for now. I have something I wish to discuss privately with Duan Elder. The group stood bewildered, glancing between the stunningly beautiful Duan Elder and Su Elder's lecherous grin. In an instant, they felt as if struck by thunder, frozen in place. Good heavens! Su Elder, could it be that you have developed an interest in Duan Elder again? Everyone else is already over 2,800 years old. They thought in shock. This old lecher has an excessively heavy taste. Yet, they dared not reveal their thoughts, swiftly exiting the hall to linger outside, trembling in fear. Su Elder is utterly perverse. They lamented, nearly in tears. What is it? Duan Hongling's beautiful eyes revealed a glacial frost. Su Xiao inquired, Senior sister, how is your injury? Duan Hongling paused at his words, her eyes dimming as she replied nonchalantly, It's nothing to worry about. Even though my lifespan is limited, my strength remains undiminished. It will not affect you. Observing this stubborn and proud woman, Su Xiao shook his head inwardly. With a light chuckle, he produced a section of a locust tree root exuding rich spiritual energy from his robe. This is a millennium spirit root, one I discovered in a great cultivator's cave. Su Xiao slowly spoke. This ancient spiritual root contains 3 drops of spiritual liquid, capable of healing all injuries in the world. My senior sister has shown me considerable care in the past, so I wish to present this ancient spiritual root to her, to assist in treating her hidden ailment. Upon hearing this, Duan Hongling's eyes widened in astonishment. Gazing at the dark yellow root in Su Zhao's hand, which emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy, she stood there, utterly dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Ancient spiritual root. Ancient spiritual liquid. This is truly what it is. She had long suffered from a hidden ailment and had meticulously studied every medical text available. The only remedy for her meridian injuries, aside from the golden relic, was this rare and sought-after ancient locust tree root. Su Xiao, is this truly the ancient tree root? Duan Hongling's tone became increasingly urgent. Her previously haughty demeanor flushed with excitement. If it were not the truth, would I deceive you? Su Xiao chuckled softly, placing the ancient tree root into her delicate, fair hands. Take it. Each drop of this spiritual liquid should possess the efficacy of a golden relic. It would be prudent to use all 3 drops. Duan Hongling gazed at the treasure in her grasp, swallowing hard as she felt the resplendent spiritual energy and enigmatic aura within. She was certain that this was indeed the legendary ancient locust tree root. Moreover, Su Xiao intended to gift it to her. In an instant, her breath quickened with disbelief, excitement, and exhilaration, a whirlwind of emotions overwhelming her mind, even causing her body to tremble. Yet, recalling Su Zhao's notorious reputation within the cultivation community, she cast a particularly complex gaze in his direction. Su Xiao, could it be that he, beyond this possibility, she could fathom no other reason for him to bestow such a precious treasure upon her? Chapter 99. The excited Duan Hongling. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting the Millennium Tree Root. This is the first time you have gifted Duan Hongling, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return, granting the Pure Jade Bottle. The Pure Jade Bottle. Within it, one can condense the essence of a millennium, Bathing in it cures all ailments and heals all injuries. As the voice of the system resonated, Su Xiao's eyes brightened, and he nodded internally. It seemed he had received a substantial millennium spiritual root, one that was boundless in potential. Delightful. Noticing the peculiar and intricate expression on Duan Hongling's face, Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile. Do not worry. Outside whispers are mere rumors, senior sister. Feel free to utilize it. I will not impose anything upon you. Her gaze was a complex mixture of excitement and concern, making him appear as if he were some sort of lecherous old man. Duan Hongling regarded Su Xiao's indifferent smile, her delicate hand clutching the millennium tree root tightly. Her brows furrowed slightly, and the colors in her beautiful eyes shifted. Her stunning visage flushed slightly as her mind raced with tumultuous decisions. Su Xiao, by doing this, could only have one motive: to covet her beauty. With less than 50 years remaining in her lifespan, spiritual stones and elixirs were of no use to her. Considering his lifestyle, it was no surprise that Su Xiao was enamored with her appearance. Yet, perhaps due to their familiarity, he had not explicitly stated it. But she was nearly 2,000 years his senior, gazing at the mystical millennium tree root, enveloped in ethereal qi. Clarity gradually returned to Duan Hongling's eyes. This was an extraordinary opportunity. She absolutely could not allow it to slip away. Returning to the path of immortality, what did her appearance matter? Su Xiao shook his head, reminding her once more, Senior sister, please return to heal your wounds. If you can ascend to the refinement void, I will consider it my contribution to the sect before my demise. Duan Hongling turned to him, her beautiful gaze imbued with a cold, resolute determination. She would not owe anyone anything. Extending her hand, smooth as jade, she grasped Su Xiao's palm. A gentle, cool sensation coursed through him. Senior sister, what are you doing? He felt the rapid pulse of her heartbeat. Duan Hongling's expression remained stern as she spoke. Su Shidi, I, Duan Hongling, will not owe anyone anything. You are destined to grow old. Spiritual stones and elixirs are of no use to you, and I know what you desire. This is merely interest. Once I recover, I will repay you. At this point, a hint of determination flickered in her eyes. What? Senior sister, you misunderstand. I have no such intentions. Su Xiao frowned and shook his head. After all, she was a venerable lady over 2,800 years old. She was hundreds of cycles his elder. He truly held no such thoughts. Humph. Duan Hongling scoffed. Rest assured, when I, Duan Hongling, speak, I never go back on my word. Shitty. Thank you for the millennium spiritual root. It is of great use to me now. If I return to the path of immortality, you will be my greatest benefactor. With that, she released Su Xiao's hand, securing the tree root before stepping outside, her cheeks flushed with excitement and longing. She was still somewhat dazed. Her junior brother, that perverse old lecher, had unexpectedly acquired a millennium-old spiritual root in the grand reconstruction of the cave dwelling, and he even gifted it to her. It was an opportunity she dared not even dream of. Old lecher, if my hidden affliction were to be cured, I would certainly like to see if you are truly the person the rumors depict. A slightly dazed Duan Hongling walked past the disciples at the entrance. What the hell? The disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, were struck dumb, utterly shocked by Duan Hongling's appearance. They glanced again at the old lecher, who was standing at the door with a benevolent smile, even pinching his palms in delight. The group of disciples was on the verge of collapse. What the hell? Old lecher, this is too damn perverse. Elder Duan is over 2,800 years old, a venerable female cultivator. And he doesn't even spare her. Damn it. Including Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, the disciples could hardly believe their eyes. From Elder Duan's dazed expression, it was evident that the old lecher had ensnared her, forcing Elder Duan to succumb. Elder Duan, you must hold on. You cannot let the old lecher succeed. Damn it. What are you all doing? Su Xiao cast a glance at the stiff, bewildered disciples. A slight frown creasing his brow. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, the three sects of Baijiao men are now under our management. Take the communication talismans and patrol the three spirit mines at once. These affiliated sects must remit half of their spirit stone profits to our Piaomiao Sect. We cannot allow them to be plundered by the demon race. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li snapped back to reality, trembling as they replied, Yes, Master Uncle. Elder Duan, a seasoned 9th-level transformation cultivator, found herself at a disadvantage against the old lecher. As mere junior disciples, offending such a figure would lead them to certain doom. Terrified, they dared not even breathe. The old lecher is too terrifying. Days passed, and Duan Hongling, in seclusion, was utilizing the Millennium spiritual route to heal her injuries, remaining unseen. Elder Mu became increasingly busy, supporting the affiliated sect's mining sites alone, and sometimes even dragging Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, both transformation cultivators, to assist. The mining sites under the jurisdiction of Piaomiao Sect outside Taimu City were primarily excavated by Foundation Establishment and nascent soul disciples. The Foundation Establishment cultivators faced harsh conditions, toiling day and night for spirit stones. The nascent soul cultivators had it slightly better, as they could take turns returning to Taimu City to rest for a few days. The 3 spirit mines under Su Xiao's oversight were currently uneventful, with Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and the powerful enforcers dispatched from the affiliated sects. They managed adequately without his presence. In the garden of the estate, Su Xiao, having completed his cultivation, came to a small pavilion for tea. Detected, daughter of fortune, Mu Yuer, fortune level, B. Return multiplier, 10, bond level, 10. Su Xiao's old eyes flickered as he gazed in the direction indicated by the system. At the entrance of the residence, a contingent of nascent soul cultivators was exchanging shifts, preparing to guard the estate. Among the returning group was a striking female cultivator clad in a green dress, her fair skin and exquisite beauty radiating youthfulness. Appearing to be in her 20s, Su Xiao observed her with a smile, shaking his head in amusement. Wasn't she the granddaughter of Elder Mu, that rather grumpy old man? It was surprising to discover that she too was a daughter of destiny, and a B-grade one at that. Old Mu, despite his unkempt appearance, had managed to father such a lovely granddaughter. Perhaps gifting her something would render the miserly old Mu sleepless with joy. Haha. Chapter 100. Lu Lingling's visit at the entrance. A dozen or so Yuanying disciples preparing to descend into the mine gazed at Su Xiao, who was leisurely sipping tea in the distant courtyard, and quickly led Mu Yuer aside. Junior sister, you must be extremely cautious here. The group of Yuanying disciples looked at the stunningly beautiful female cultivator before them, their eyes filled with concern. She was the gem of their mind. With that lecherous old man lurking in the estate, their hearts were riddled with anxiety. What's wrong, senior brother? Mu Yuer blinked her exquisite almond-shaped eyes, perplexed. Elder Su has arrived. Surely, you have heard of his notorious reputation over the past few years? Yes, it is indeed Elder Su Xiao. Sigh. Perhaps it's best if you don't return for your rest, junior sister. Instead, why not continue mining with us? The Yuanying disciples were all on high alert, fearing that the depraved old man would set his sights on their goddess, Yuer. Even the 2,800-year-old matron was not spared from his lecherous intentions. How could they let their enchanting junior sister fall into such peril? How despicable. That old pervert. May he meet a dreadful end. What? Elder Su is here. Mu Yuer followed the gazes of her companions to the gentle old man in the distance who smiled at her. Her beautiful eyes blinked, filled with curiosity and confusion. Is there a mistake, senior brother? I have heard the rumors, but surely they cannot be true. Senior sister Shui is still just a young girl. Moreover, Elder Su is the senior brother of our sect leader and holds a prestigious position within the sect. He wouldn't engage in such conduct, would he? Having spent considerable time in Iron Curtain City with Elder Mu, Mu Yuer had not experienced the fear that the disciples of the Piaomiao Sect felt towards the outside world. A middle-aged senior brother quickly corrected her. There is no mistake. Junior sister, Elder Su is precisely that kind of person. Just a few days ago, upon arriving in Iron Curtain City, he reached out to a beautiful female cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. This matter has spread like wildfire throughout the city. Furthermore, Elder Su has plans for... Well, never mind, I want to elaborate on that. Please, junior sister, you must be exceptionally careful. The returning Yuanying disciples swallowed hard upon hearing this. That old lecher had actually come to Iron Curtain City. Casting a glance at the distant Su Xiao, who was smiling and sipping tea, they felt a chill run down their spines, enveloped by the immense dread of that depraved old man. Mu Yuer, though skeptical, ultimately chose to stay and rest. She was somewhat fatigued from mining and had long wished to return for a break. The Yuanying disciples sighed and, seeing her insistence, could only offer a final round of caution. Once the handover was completed, the group of disciples, trembling with trepidation, greeted Su Xiao and then retreated to their rooms to rest. Muyuer, heeding her brother's warnings, stood at the back of the crowd, hesitant to approach. She merely stole a glance at the old man before hastily slipping away. Su Xiao smiled and shook his head. This group of juniors must be spreading rumors about me again. Alas, the fear of public opinion is daunting. In the afternoon, outside the residence of the mysterious Cloud Sect, two plain-looking young women exclaimed with delight. She has gone in. Lu Shimi has been taken inside by the people of the mysterious Cloud Sect. How wonderful. It seems Elder Su truly has a fondness for Lu Shimi. Although his reputation may not be stellar, it is said that Elder Su is exceedingly wealthy. The two women, brimming with excitement, thought that if Lu Shimi were to receive Elder Su's favor, a mere fraction of his generosity would suffice to cover several months of their arduous labor in the mines. Their efforts in persuading Lu Shimi to visit Elder Su would not be in vain. They were self-aware, knowing that their looks were not sufficient to forge a connection with Elder Su, and thus, it was imperative for someone like Lu Shimi to take the initiative. They concealed themselves in a distant alley, carefully avoiding the gaze of the disciples from the Emerald Mountain Sect. Little did they know that during their escort of Lu Lingling, they had already attracted the attention of various faction spies. Presently, the nearby tea houses, taverns, inns, and shops were teeming with onlookers. Lu Lingling's striking beauty had already captivated their attention, and they were eager to witness just how depraved this lascivious old man truly was. In Su Zhao's room, two Yuaning disciples entered, trembling with trepidation as they brought Lu Lingling inside. "You may leave," Su Xiao instructed, nodding with a smile at Lu Lingling. "Yes, Master Uncle." The disciples exchanged glances, taking in the youthful beauty of Lu Lingling and the elderly figure before them. Their hearts sank, realizing the grim reality of the situation. "No, this cannot be true. Elder Su, you must not do this." Yet, they dared not utter a word. Trembling as they retreated from the room, Junior Lu Lingling pays her respects to Elder Su. Lu Lingling, her face flushed with nervousness, knelt and bowed her head, expressing her gratitude for the Foundation establishment pills he had bestowed upon her previously. After toiling in the mines for several days, she had finally come to a realization. Elder Su had offered her 10 Foundation establishment pills with a mere wave of his hand, a sum that would take her months of mining to earn back. Her senior sisters had advised her not to squander her fortune, and now she believed they were right. Since Elder Su had mentioned destiny, surely he would assist her, wouldn't he? Su Xiao regarded the young woman before him, his aged eyes flickering with interest. Dressed in a simple white gown, although modest, it could not conceal her exquisite figure. Her youth and beauty were striking, with lustrous, thick black hair. Without any makeup, her complexion was as fair as milk. Her figure was slightly slender, boasting an impeccable proportion that was a delight to behold. Her long, graceful legs added to her enchanting allure, radiating youthful vitality, reminiscent of an endearing neighbor girl. No wonder she was recognized by the system as the daughter of fortune, capable of overshadowing any of the previous 8 female cultivators. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Rise, and take a seat." Seated at the table, Su Xiao poured a cup of spiritual tea for her. "Lu Xiaoyu, what is your current cultivation level?" "Foundation establishment, 9th layer. It's a bit lacking," she replied. Su Xiao stroked his beard with a smile. "Since you have come to seek me, it must be that you have encountered some difficulties in your cultivation, am I correct?" As he spoke, he pondered for a moment, then retrieved 20 high-grade spirit stones from his robe. "Here are 20 high-grade spirit stones. This should suffice for you for a while. You and I have a fateful connection, so there is no need for formality. Foundation establishment, 9th layer. I believe the system would acknowledge this gift of 20 spirit stones." Lu Lingling stared at the 20 high-grade spirit stones, completely taken aback. 20 high-grade spirit stones. This equates to 200 Foundation establishment pills or 20 essence gathering pills. Even upon reaching the core formation stage, she wouldn't be able to deplete them. These were spirit stones she could never hope to earn even after years of mining. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. She felt as though she were in a dream. "Take them." Su Xiao placed the spirit stones before her. With trembling, delicate fingers, she cautiously gathered the stones. Nearly in a daze, experiencing for the first time that being a woman could be like this. Gazing at Su Xiao's increasingly handsome visage and his benevolent smile, she swallowed hard, recalling the words of her senior sisters. In that moment, she was utterly overwhelmed by the 20 high-grade spirit stones, The advice of her senior sisters was indeed sage counsel. Reflecting on the countless hours spent mining, she suddenly felt a wave of self-mockery. How foolish she had been. Looking at the benefactor before her, the last remnants of her psychological defenses crumbled. Thank you, Elder. The kindness you have shown will not be forgotten by your junior. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she cautiously glanced at Xiao, entwining her arm with his. Elder, Lingling no longer wishes to mine. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted 20 high-grade spirit stones. 200 high-grade spirit stones returned. Chapter 101. The bewildered Yuanying disciples. The enchanting fragrance emanating from the individual before her captivated Xiao, who sighed with a smile. In that case, Lingling, find yourself a stable residence in Iron Curtain City. These resources should suffice for you to gradually reach the Jedon stage. Once you attain that level and exhaust your resources, seek me out. From now on, your cultivation resources will be provided by the elders. Lu Lingling's charming face flushed with a delicate hue. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with joy as she bowed deeply before Xiao, exclaiming, Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Lingling is willing to serve you always. Her fair complexion blushed like the dawn, and she felt as if she were in a dream. She had never imagined that within mere moments of entering, she would receive cultivation resources that had eluded her for years of hard work. This was beyond her wildest dreams. Her breath quickened as she gazed at Xiao, recalling the words of her senior sisters and the rumors surrounding Elder Su in the cultivation world. Nothing in this world comes without a price. This was a blessing from heaven. Fortuitously, she possessed a lovely appearance. The following morning, congratulations, host. Your bond with Lu Lingling has increased to 2. Fortune's daughter, Lu Lingling. Fortune level, B. Return multiplier, 20. Bond level, 2. Lu Lingling's fortune level has risen to B. Dressed and prepared, Lu Lingling attended to Xiao's needs. Her beautiful face slightly flushed, her slender form feeling somewhat awkward, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. From this moment onward, her cultivation resources would no longer pose a challenge. The Yuanying stage, and even the elusive Huashan stage, once beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, would no longer be mere fantasies. Such joy was intoxicating. In Iron Curtain City, she vowed to serve the elder diligently, her fortuitous benefactor. Observing her shyness, Xiao chuckled softly. Lingling, do you have any regrets now? Absolutely not. Lu Lingling replied fervently, swallowing hard. In that instant, she found Elder Su increasingly handsome, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. His demeanor was exceptional, kind, and gentle, starkly contrasting the rumors circulating outside. She found herself enamored with Elder Su. Xiao smiled as he produced 2 low-grade magical artifacts and 1 mid-grade artifact. Lingling, you are currently at the Foundation Establishment level, soon to reach Jedon. You may make use of these 3 artifacts. They are a gift for you. Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, observing the youthful beauty before him with satisfaction. After a night of deepening their bond, it had risen to 2. He had not forgotten that the first increase in bond level granted an additional bonus. 2 low-grade artifacts and 1 mid-grade artifact. Lu Lingling stood frozen, staring at the 3 artifacts shimmering with a soft glow in Xiao's hands. Elder, are you truly giving these to me? Her heart brimmed with astonishment. Yesterday, I received 20 exquisite spirit stones, and now there are 3 magical artifacts? Among them is even a medium-grade artifact. Yet, she possesses only 1 inferior-grade artifact, which she painstakingly saved for a long time to purchase. Elder Su, you are exceedingly generous. You are truly extravagant. Her breath quickened, and even her fair neck flushed slightly. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Lu Lingling extended her small hand to accept the artifact, placing it into her storage pouch. With heartfelt gratitude, she bowed repeatedly before Xiao. All right, Xiao chuckled lightly. Lingling, you seem a bit unwell. Why not rest for a while before you leave? Remember, if you run out of resources or encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lu Lingling gazed at the increasingly handsome and distinguished Elder Su before her, her emotions overwhelming her to the brink of tears. Elder, you are so exceptionally kind to her. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting Lu Lingling an inferior-grade sword, enhancing the bond level for the first time, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a supreme-grade sword, the Gung Jin Yaoguang sword. Congratulations, host, On successfully gifting Lu Lingling an inferior-grade artifact, returning 2 medium-grade artifacts. Congratulations, host. On successfully gifting Lu Lingling a medium-grade artifact, returning 2 superior-grade artifacts. Experiencing such events for the first time, Lu Lingling felt somewhat disoriented and fatigued. She managed to rest until noon before feeling slightly better. Elder, Lingling bids farewell. Lu Lingling looked at Su Xiao, who was seated in meditation on the cushion. Her delicate face slightly flushed, her eyes shimmering with delight. Be careful, Su Xiao advised. After a final tender moment, Lu Lingling, with a hint of shyness, stepped through the door. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hurriedly making her way towards the main entrance. The 2 Yuanying disciples stationed at the gate were taken aback by Lu Lingling's rosy, bashful visage and her timid, evasive gaze. They stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. My goodness. Elder Su, you really have the audacity. Oh, thank you. What on earth? The notorious old lecher's reputation truly precedes him. The 2 were on the verge of losing their minds. Such a beautiful girl, and now she was gone. The last 8 pale in comparison to this one. Utterly obliterated. Yet, they dared not utter a single word. In fact, they were so frightened that they pretended not to see and allowed Lu Lingling to pass. The Yuanying disciples resting in the nearby courtyard also witnessed Lu Lingling sneak out of Elder Su's room. Each one dumbfounded, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Elder Su, even in Iron Curtain City, you behave this way? We are all watching. This was outrageous, not even bothering to conceal his actions. Oh, my goodness. Everyone stand in place. They all stood there, wide-eyed and bewildered. As they regained their composure, they turned to see their fair-skinned and beautiful junior sister, Muyue, with her long, slender legs. Endless terror spread within her heart, her eyes filled with deep concern. Junior sister, hurry back to the mine. This is no place for you. Muyue gazed at Lu Lingling, who had stealthily slipped out, her face flushed with embarrassment. She stood there in disbelief. At over 200 years old, she understood everything. She could never have imagined that the seemingly kind and benevolent Elder Su, distinguished in demeanor and somewhat handsome, could truly be such a person. Junior sister, quickly return to the mine and resume your work. A group of senior brothers rushed over, nearly on the brink of collapse. Elder Mu, please come back. If you do not, junior sister will be in danger. Muyue swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Senior brother, it cannot be that dire. Elder Su should not be so fearsome. Perhaps he is merely offering guidance to Lu Lingling. One of the brothers, filled with rage, exclaimed, guidance. My foot. Have you not seen how unsteady Lu Lingling is on her feet? That lecherous old man. This is utterly terrifying. Just then, Su Xiao arrived in the courtyard. Observing the group surrounding Muyue, his eyes narrowing slightly. What are you all doing huddled together? Elder Su. The sudden appearance of Su Xiao left the disciples stunned. Muyue's beautiful almond-shaped eyes glimmered with a hint of fear, her delicate cheeks paling slightly. Su Xiao regarded Muyue, stroking his goatee with a nod. Yue, I have shared a long-standing friendship with your grandfather. Now that you have returned, I must express my regard. Here are 10 transformation elixirs, perfectly suited for you. As he spoke, Su Xiao retrieved 10 gleaming pills from his spatial storage. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. In an instant, a surge of dread washed over their hearts. No, Elder Su. What are you planning to do? Chapter 102. Return of the 10 refinement pills. Su Xiao gazed at Muyue amidst the throng. Clad in a form-fitting green dress, her tall silhouette was exquisitely accentuated. With graceful curves, her fair and delicate visage resembled a captivating lily. Her long lashes exuded youthful vitality, and her lustrous hair emanated a uniquely feminine fragrance. Her skin was luminous and smooth, unmarred by the slightest blemish. Most striking were her slender, elongated legs, perfectly proportioned and alluring. Su Xiao nodded slightly, bemused by the thought of how Elder Mu, that old codger, could possibly have such a stunning granddaughter. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of partner Elder Mu had chosen. Surely, she must be as beautiful as an ethereal fairy. Come here, Yue. This is a token of my esteem from the elder, Su Xiao proclaimed with a gentle and benevolent smile. Unbeknownst to him, such a smile had already transformed into something quite unsavory in the eyes of the surrounding Yuanying disciples. 10 transformation pills. As these disciples beheld the 10 spirit-infused pills in Su Xiao's hands, their eyes widened in disbelief. 10 transformation pills. That was equivalent to a fortune of 100 top-quality spirit stones. Many among these Yuanying disciples had never consumed so many even after reaching their current realm. This was an immense sum. Oh, goodness, what an old lecher. His generosity is truly extravagant. In that moment, they finally comprehended why Lu Lingling had rushed out with a beaming, bashful expression. No one else in the world would bestow resources in such a manner. They mused that if they were women, they might even consider surrendering. Elder Mu Yuer, initially apprehensive, found herself hesitant to engage Su Xiao in conversation. Yet upon witnessing him produce 10 transformation pills, offering them to her, her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue. She felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The rumors surrounding him had been confirmed today. Indeed, he was as described, his lifespan dwindling, uninterested in cultivation, and on the lookout for enchanting female cultivators. She held considerable confidence in her appearance, believing she could rank among the top 10 within the entire Piaomiao Sect. Elder Su truly was such a person. However, gazing at the 10 transformation pills, worth a staggering 100 top-quality spirit stones, her breath quickened and her cheeks flushed. She was caught in a profound dilemma, uncertain whether Elder Su genuinely harbored intentions towards her or if this was merely a simple gesture of goodwill. She found herself in turmoil. How she longed for those transformation pills. Even her grandfather would never bestow upon her such abundant cultivation resources. Su Xiao, observing her distress, shook his head, reflecting on how rumors could be so detrimental. You need not worry. As an elder, my lifespan is limited, and these will serve me little purpose. Given the camaraderie between your grandfather and myself, the 10 transformation pills are merely a trifle. There is no need for you to do anything. With a slight smile, radiating an extraordinary charm, he appeared strikingly handsome. Elder, really, is it true? Unable to resist the allure of the transformation pills any longer, Mu Yu swallowed hard and stammered. Su Xiao chuckled softly. Of course. Just take them. The elder has plenty of these, far more than he could ever use. Otherwise, when I pass on, who will make use of these items? Boom. Su Xiao's words struck the Yuanying disciples like a thunderclap, leaving them in disbelief. Transformation pills in surplus? No wonder. No wonder this old lecher had so quickly recovered to the 9th level of Yuanying. But how much had this old lecher unearthed in the great cultivation cave? Why such fortuitous luck? Why not for them? As Mu Yu observed the benevolent smile on Su Xiao's face, her initial concerns gradually transformed into delight. She hurried forward, enveloped in an enticing fragrance, and approached Su Xiao. With her delicate, jade-like hand trembling, she accepted the 10 transformation pills. Thank you, Elder Su. Mu Yu's fair and lovely face, akin to a blooming lily, flushed slightly. Unable to contain her joy, she bowed repeatedly to Su Xiao. Haha, as I said, it's a mere trifle. Cultivate diligently. If you encounter difficulties in your training and Elder Mu cannot assist, I shall lend a hand. We are familiar with one another, so there is no need for formality. Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, nodding gently. He knew well that no cultivator could resist the allure of cultivation resources. The Yuanying disciples around them were left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Su Xiao and Mu Yu. Each of them began to question their understanding of cultivation. 10 transformation pills. That was what they had labored for years in the mines to acquire. Elder Su offered them without so much as a blink. How outrageous. Mu Yu's beautiful face flushed even more as she recalled the rumors surrounding Su Xiao. She felt somewhat dazed, unsure of what to do next, awkwardly frozen in place. Junior sister, didn't you say last time that you were struggling with a certain technique? Brother will teach you right away. Let's go. The senior Yuanying brother, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly stepped forward to rescue Mu Yu from the situation. Old lecher, with us around, you shall not harm our goddess. The surrounding Yuanying disciples snapped back to reality, rushing forward to encourage Mu Yu to escape. Mu Yu blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, her fair little hands tightly clutching the transformation pills. She hurriedly said to Su Xiao, Elder, brother is right. Thank you, Elder. I shall take my leave. Feeling somewhat flustered, she anxiously followed the group of nascent soul disciples as they departed, glancing back at Su Xiao. Elder Su, could he truly be the terrifying lecher that the outside world spoke of? Yet somehow, he appeared rather handsome at this moment. However, she was fearful of his reputation and dared not linger, apprehensive that Elder Su might engage in some outrageous act. After all, she was still a young maiden. Su Xiao smiled and shook his head. Those scurrilous rumors are truly damaging. It seems I must find an opportunity to clarify matters. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, and receiving the 10,000 forging jadebone pills. 10,000 forging jadebone pills. Consuming this will transform the entire skeletal structure into celestial jade, imperishable through the ages, eternal and undying. Meanwhile, outside the residence of the Misty Sect, neither Lu Lingling's two senior sisters nor the crowd of onlookers hiding in various shops had left. Not a soul departed. The longer Lu Lingling remained, the greater the likelihood of explosive news. Their eyes did not blink as they watched throughout the night, fearful of missing any crucial information. Lu Lingling emerged with an unnatural gait, her pretty face flushed. Her body seemed weak, as if she could not steady herself. Boom! When the onlookers from the surrounding shops beheld her appearance, they were struck as if by lightning. I can't believe it. The old lecher. Not a detail escaped. What the hell? In just a few days, he has utterly ruined a beautiful female cultivator. The old lecher must not be allowed to live. Such injustice cannot be tolerated. I can no longer endure this. Chapter 103. The schemes of the disciples of the crowd gathered within those shops was utterly aghast, their hearts bleeding at the sight of the enchanting Lu Lingling. How could such beauty be subjected to such cruelty? Cursed be the old dog. The various faction spies within Iron Curtain City were equally enraged, their fury boiling over. That lecherous old man, utterly shameless. Without a moment's hesitation, they stealthily departed, intent on relaying this explosive news to their superiors. Su, the old dog, had scarcely been in Iron Curtain City for a few days. If he was not brought to justice, what would the future hold? In the alley opposite the Piaomiao Sect, two elder sisters, who had waited all night, rushed forward to support the still somewhat dazed Lu Lingling. Junior sister, is everything well now? Elder Su must have bestowed upon you many treasures, yes? The two sisters, of ordinary appearance, were overjoyed as they observed Lu Lingling's flushed complexion, which hinted at something extraordinary. They immediately understood the situation. She had succeeded. Lu Lingling, her face adorned with bashfulness, found it difficult to speak before her two elder sisters, merely nodding in agreement. Her eyes sparkled with profound joy. Elder Su was truly remarkable. Beyond her newfound reputation, she felt unparalleled in every aspect. And the more she gazed upon him, the more handsome he appeared, a man worthy of her trust. Sisters, I am deeply grateful for your previous counsel. Lu Lingling's enchanting visage turned even more crimson as she extended her hand, retrieving 2 high-grade spirit stones from her storage pouch and presenting them to her elder sisters. High-grade spirit stones. Junior sister, you are too generous. Thank you. Each sister received 1 spirit stone, their faces flushed with excitement. They knew that by guiding their junior sister and fostering a good relationship with Elder Su, they too would share in the benefits. 2 high-grade spirit stones as a gesture. How many had their junior sister receive? My goodness, just how much did Elder Su bestow upon you? Could you possibly share the details with us? One elder sister, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired with longing eyes. A glimmer of pride and joy flashed in Lu Lingling's eyes as she whispered, "It's not much. Just 20 high-grade spirit stones, 2 low-grade magical artifacts, and 1 mid-grade magical artifact." The revelation struck like thunder, leaving the 2 elder sisters in shock. 20 high-grade spirit stones, 3 magical artifacts, including 1 mid-grade artifact. This was beyond belief. As they regained their senses, they felt as if they were dreaming, unable to fathom the sheer wealth of Elder Su. They had reached the core formation stage, yet in their entire lifetimes, they had never amassed as much spirit stone as their junior sister had acquired in this single encounter. No, Elder Su, I despise my own lack of beauty. After the initial shock, they assisted Lu Lingling, who was unwell, as if they were her devoted attendants. With profound respect, they supported her as they returned to their residence. Lu Lingling was no longer their junior sister. She was now under the aegis of Elder Su. By caring for her, they could potentially benefit from Elder Su's future generosity. Junior sister, once you recuperate, let us venture into the mines together. Oh no, senior sister. The elder has proclaimed that he will provide all my cultivation resources. I am to refrain from mining. What? All of it? Indeed, senior sister. I am preparing to break through to the core formation stage, and I shall no longer toil in the mines. Lu Lingling's charming, rosy complexion bore a hint of pride. Observing her senior sister's attentive care, she felt even more reassured in her choices. Elder Su, how splendid! Her admiration for Elder Su flourished as she realized how narrow her previous perspective had been. In the afternoon, voices from various factions in Iron Curtain City erupted in outrage. What? Just a few days? Damn it. That old dog Su refuses to die. It's against the natural order. Have you seen? Can't even walk steadily. That old dog is truly despicable. Alas, this old dog has returned to wreak havoc in Iron Curtain City. If this reaches the demon clan, they will surely mock us mercilessly. How could our human race produce such a scoundrel? Sigh. I've heard of the Green Mountain Sect. It seems to be a branch of our Dao Tian sect. Elder Su, you are indeed ubiquitous. Ba, Yuan Tong, last time Senior Miao was absent. Let us visit again in a few days. In the Polar Demon Sect, Xiao glanced at the recording stone left by his disciples. Within, Lu Lingling appeared youthful and beautiful, her complexion radiant, stepping out of the Piaomiao Sect's residence with an awkward gait. Cursed old dog, I shall not rest until I achieve my vengeance. He shattered the recording stone in fury, his face turning green with rage. Such a beautiful female cultivator. Ruined by that old dog. What charm does that old dog possess? Why am I, Xiao, devoid of such fortune? Regaining his composure, Xiao spoke in a deep voice. Prepare yourselves. We shall visit the Bai Shui Trading Company. Today, we must secure our indispensable position in Lady Shui's esteem. A cold smile graced his lips. With Lady Shui present, though jealousy stirred within him, she remained his ultimate objective. Capturing Lady Shui would allow him to reclaim his standing. Days later, in the small courtyard rented by the disciples of the Green Mountain Sect. What? The old dog actually bestowed so many gifts upon the junior sister? 7 or 8 male disciples of the Tsuishan sect surrounded a private chamber. Their astonishment akin to being struck by thunder, hardly able to believe their ears. They had just returned from the mines when they were met with such earth-shattering news. Senior brother, this is all there is. I had to exert considerable effort to pry this information from the senior sister. 20 top-grade spirit stones, 3 magical artifacts, and 1 mid-grade artifact. Not to mention the 10 foundation building pills from before. Senior brother, the entire city is abuzz with the rumors of the junior sister and that old dog Su. Even the 2 senior sisters have temporarily ceased their mining. They must have gained substantial benefits from the junior sister. The leading middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. No wonder the junior sister had stopped mining. It turned out she had indeed sought out that old dog Su. How infuriating. That old dog is utterly despicable. Truly, his reputation is well-deserved. The goddess-like junior sister being courted, his own anger trembled through him, shared by all present. Yet, he was no longer in a state of sheer shock. The reason was simple. The old dog had given far too much. Such an abundance of cultivation resources. And the junior sister had merely to serve a little to obtain them. This was wealth that could not be amassed even after decades of grueling labor in the mines. Let us go find the junior sister. She is someone nurtured by the Tsuishan sect. Having received these benefits, she must not be allowed to enjoy them alone. A glimmer of determination flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. A tinge of greed surfaced on his square face. There was too much at stake. The old dog had given far too much. They must claim their share. Chapter 104. Utter shock at the residence of the Misty Sect in Su Zhao's chamber. He was diligently practicing the ethereal longevity technique. Clad in a gray robe, he exuded an extraordinary aura, standing tall and ethereal. Ever since he consumed the 9-yang dragon blood pill, he felt his physique becoming increasingly robust, surpassing all aspects of his youth. Now, any trace of age had vanished from his demeanor. Beneath his graying hair, a handsome and mature visage emerged. Wrinkles had diminished, and his skin appeared more taut, radiating an otherworldly charm. He retrieved the 10,000 forged jade bone pill returned by the system. The pill, as white as jade, shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow and was the size of a cherry. An enigmatic aura emanated from it, unmistakably a premium item. Truly, the system provided. Consuming such high-grade elixirs would surely lead to his ascension to immortality in due time. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction and swallowed the pill. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from within him. The celestial radiance flickered in a spectrum of colors, seemingly emanating from his very bones, penetrating his flesh and organs. In that moment, Xiao felt as though his bones were being tempered through countless trials. After a brief introspection, he beheld his skeletal structure, now resplendent and white as jade, utterly indestructible. Is this the celestial jade bone? Immortal and indelible? Xiao's eyes sparkled with amazement. Only he understood the resilience and marvel of his celestial jade bones. It seemed even his cultivation aptitude had evolved alongside this transformation, enhancing to a new level. Indeed, Xiao nodded in contentment. Name, Xiao. Age, 1012 years. Realm, 9th layer of the nascent soul. Special physique, Dao body, primordial true qi, true dragon bloodline. Celestial jade bone, divine ability, true fire of samadhi. Remaining lifespan, 297 years. Elder. Someone is here to visit you at the entrance. 2 eager nascent soul disciples rushed to announce outside his door. Who seeks my presence? The people from the Piaomiao Sect. The 2 disciples sighed. The individuals from Piaomiao Sect had arrived, requesting an audience with Elder Su. Even Lu Lingling had been brought along. The intent was clear. They were likely seeking more cultivation resources. The disciples, whose beauty rivaled blossoms, had fallen victim to the Elder's whims, and discontent was mounting within the sect. Without a substantial allocation of resources to placate them, the Piaomiao Sect would undoubtedly press on. Elder, just look at the troubles you've stirred. Piaomiao Sect? Xiao's gaze shifted slightly as he followed the 2 disciples outside. At the entrance of the Misty Sect, curious nascent soul disciples gathered. Among them, the delicate Muyuer. Upon spotting the enchanting Lu Lingling amidst the crowd, felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, as if recalling something. Having taken the elder's belongings, she felt a twinge of anxiety. What now? How to face Elder Su? Yet, the desire for the transformation pill was strong. Xiao observed the dozen or so disciples from Piaomiao Sect outside, a slight frown creasing his brow. Not only were they present, but the disciples of the Chui Mountain Sect were also surrounded by a throng of onlookers from Iron Curtain City. Even patrons from nearby inns and shops occasionally glanced over. At this moment, nearly everyone within the city was aware of Lu Lingling, that wretched woman who bartered her virtue for resources. The senior disciple with a square face from Chui Mountain Sect approached Xiao with a forced smile. Junior Lihuo pays his respects to Elder Su. Upon seeing Xiao, Lihuo's eyes widened in astonishment. The old dog appeared even more spirited than in previous days. How infuriating. It seemed that this was all due to his goddess junior sister providing him with some sort of nourishment. Lihuo's heart brimmed with resentment. Old dog, if you don't suffer a significant loss today, I shall not relent. Xiao remained composed as he cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man and noticed Lu Lingling among the disciples of Chui Mountain Sect. Her youthful, fair visage bore a hint of bitterness. Her delicate eyes were slightly reddened, reflecting a trace of sorrow as she looked at him helplessly. It was evident that Lu Lingling was unhappy. Beside her, 2 other women wore awkward expressions, seemingly hesitant to meet Xiao's gaze. With a slight movement of his brows, Xiao directed his attention towards Lihuo, the square-faced disciple, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lihuo's eyes sparkled as he clasped his fists and proclaimed, "I have long heard of Elder Su's esteemed reputation. It is an honor for our Chui Mountain Sect that Lu Lingling has garnered your favor. Elder, Lu has been a disciple of our sect since her youth, under the tutelage of our sect leader. Over the years, the leader has shown her immense kindness, and now Lu wishes to repay this debt of gratitude. We have come today to seek Elder Su's consent." Xiao scrutinized Lihuo, his eyes gleaming with insight as he swiftly discerned the purpose of their visit. How does Lu Lingling intend to express her gratitude? Xiao narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. Lihuo spoke confidently. Lu intends to bestow the gifts she received from the elder upon our sect leader. Thus, it would be a fitting way to repay the leader's kindness. However, as disciples of Chui Mountain Sect, we do not dare to make such decisions unilaterally, which is why we seek Elder Su's approval. He spoke deliberately loudly, ensuring that all nearby could hear. The ostentatious arrival of Lu Lingling was intended to draw attention and apply pressure on the old dog. It was entirely reasonable for Lu to repay her master with a gift. If this old dog had even a shred of dignity, he could not possibly refuse in front of such a large crowd. He would also need to procure additional resources to handle this matter appropriately. If they wanted their goddess from Chui Mountain Sect, they would not acquiesce without extracting a price. This old man was becoming increasingly bothersome. The nascent soul disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect standing at the entrance quickly grasped the intentions of the visitors. Indeed, they had come seeking something. The disciples inwardly lamented. Just to pursue a beautiful female cultivator, they had stirred up such a ruckus. Now, Chui Mountain Sect was openly and covertly demanding resources. How could one expect that a beautiful disciple, cultivated by someone else, could be so easily exploited? Should they refuse or deny? Elder Su or the mysterious Cloud sect would surely find themselves in an embarrassing predicament in the future. Even Lu Lingling felt utterly humiliated before the gates of Chui Mountain. So many eyes were upon them. The onlookers were fixated on Su Xiao and the disciples of Chui Mountain. The lecherous old man was in for a troublesome time. He had brought ruin upon the beautiful disciples of others. Chui Mountain would certainly demand an explanation. If Su, the old dog, failed to make a significant sacrifice to appease the disciples of Chui Mountain, his reputation would inevitably tarnish further. He couldn't even provide resources to his adopted disciples to show respect. What good was his so-called wealth? Even that last shred of a rich man's reputation would vanish completely, and Lu Lingling would never be able to face anyone again. Witnessing the scene ahead, they felt immense satisfaction. At last, someone could take this old lecher down a peg. If he refused to spend, he would be thoroughly scorned. With empty pockets and stinginess, he could no longer deceive the female cultivators. If he spent generously, they would revel in his misfortune. Old dog, surely, you must be bewildered now? Ha ha ha. Su Xiao shook his head. Without a word, he summoned the distressed Lu Lingling. Upon seeing him, she hurried over, her beautiful cheeks flushed with shyness, yet her eyes betrayed a sense of helplessness. Lingling, are you willing to offer your resources to your master? Su Xiao inquired kindly. Lu Lingling glanced at her brothers from Chui Mountain, bit her lip, and nodded. Disciple is willing. She truly felt cornered. Before leaving, her senior brother had recounted all the kindness her master had shown her over the years. Indeed, her master had treated her well, and she ought to repay him. You still have the items on you, right? Su Xiao asked. No. I gave them to senior brother. He said he would take them back to master. Lu Lingling's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, nearly crying. She truly wished to give her resources to others. However, the words of her senior brothers compelled her to relinquish them. If she didn't, she would be deemed a heinous sinner. Oh, Su Xiao nodded. He then turned his gaze towards the 7 or 8 male disciples of Chui Mountain. His eyes sharpened, glimmering with a hint of menace. With a flick of his hand, a fire dragon soared into the sky. The dragon's inner hues of red and yellow were enveloped in a layer of deep crimson flames. That was the divine power Su Xiao commanded, the true fire of Samadhi. Elder Su, what are you doing? The sudden spectacle left Li Yuan and the other disciples of Chui Mountain frozen in terror. Feeling the terrifying heat emanating from the colossal fire dragon, their faces turned ashen. They could not have imagined that Su, the old dog, would actually take action. In this Iron Curtain city, before so many witnesses, he was truly making a move. Boom! The fire dragon, under Su Xiao's command, surged forth towards the disciples of Chui Mountain in an instant. In a fleeting moment, 8 disciples from the Chui Mountain sect, including the formidable Li Yuan at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, were reduced to ashes by the onslaught of the fire dragon. They were granted no opportunity to utter a single cry before their demise, merely a touch, and they ceased to exist. Such is the nature of the true Samadhi fire. With a deft control of the 9-fire glazed shield, Su Xiao retracted the fire dragon. His spiritual essence exited his body, retrieving the storage bag of Li Yuan, which he had deliberately left behind. Lingling, these belongings are returned to you. Su Xiao gently patted her head, adding a reassuring note, from now on, do not allow yourself to be deceived. Should you encounter such matters, seek me first. His smile radiated kindness and warmth. Lu Lingling stood in utter bewilderment, paralyzed with shock. The Yuaning disciples from the Miao Sect and the onlookers surrounding them gaped in disbelief at Su Xiao. Murder? How dare one commit such an act in Iron Curtain City? The disciples of Chui Mountain Sect appeared so amiable. It was merely a request for consent. I can't believe this. This is outrageous. Such audacity. Taking a life is a taboo in Iron Curtain City. This is madness. He is doomed. Chapter 105. The arrival of the guards. A profound silence enveloped the scene, encompassing not only the onlookers but also the various spies and even the Yuaning disciples of the mysterious sect. In disbelief, they gazed at Su Xiao, their eyes reflecting a mixture of terror and indescribable shock. Lu Lingling's delicate form began to tremble slightly. Her head turned rigidly to glance at the dissipating black ash, now scattered beyond recognition by the wind. In an instant, her fair visage turned as pale as death. "Elder, you," she stammered, scarcely able to accept the reality that all 8 of her senior brothers had perished at the hands of her most cherished elder Su. Su Xiao gently patted her shoulder, grasped her snowy hand, and placed a storage bag into it. Inside, aside from the items I gave you, are also Li Yuan's resources. Keep them all. Remain in Iron Curtain City for cultivation. Do not return to the Chui Mountain Sect. When the opportunity arises, I shall find you a place far superior to Chui Mountain." With a subtle smile, Su Xiao exuded an irresistible charm. Lu Lingling swallowed hard, anxiety evident in her voice. "Elder, it is forbidden to kill in Iron Curtain City. This is a taboo." Waving his hand with a chuckle, Su Xiao replied, "As a decrepit old man nearing death, what have I to fear? Have you not heard? I have obliterated the Piaomiao Sect. How could a mere handful of Chui Mountain disciples intimidate me? Rest assured, I possess my own discretion." Calm and collected, he stroked his dashing goatee. It was only then that Lu Lingling began to regain her composure. Recalling how her senior brother had pressured her for resources, she suddenly felt a wave of comfort wash over her. The elder had slain for her sake. "Elder, you are truly too kind to me." Tears of gratitude flowed as Lu Lingling embraced Su Xiao tightly, weeping softly on his shoulder. "You are extraordinary. Elder, you are truly remarkable." Able to act fearlessly even within Iron Curtain City, her worldview had once again been challenged. The rules of Iron Curtain City were evidently designed for the weak, having no bearing on a powerhouse like Elder Su. Patting her slender back, Su Xiao laughed heartily. "There is no need for such distress, Lingling. With me around, no one in Iron Curtain City dares to bully you." The onlookers finally regained their senses. Witnessing Lu Lingling weeping on Su Xiao's shoulder left them utterly aghast, speechless and dumbfounded. Good heavens! Su the old dog dares to kill for a woman in Iron Curtain City. This is simply outrageous. Some individuals had already begun to use communication talismans, hastily summoning the guards. They were eager to witness how Su the old dog would meet his end this time. "Old dog, your arrogance knows no bounds," they exclaimed, frustration evident. "You too. Come here," Su Xiao commanded, narrowing his eyes at Lu Lingling's 2 senior sisters. The 2 individuals were utterly terrified, rushing forward and kneeling before Elder Su. "Elder Su, this is all Li Yuan's scheme. We had no knowledge of it," they pleaded. "Elder Su, we beseech you to spare us." Their cries echoed as the 8 senior brothers vanished in an instant. "Elder Su, you are truly a devil. You dare to kill openly in Iron Curtain City. Oh, how terrifying." Observing the scene, Lu Lingling quickly interjected, "Elder, they are my senior sisters, who have treated me with kindness." Hearing this, Su nodded and addressed the 2. "Listen carefully. Lu Lingling is to sever ties with the Chui Mountain Sect from this day forth. If the sect leader is unwilling, let him come to Iron Curtain City to find me. During her time here, you 2 are to take good care of her. Should any issues arise, come to me." The 2 were overjoyed, bowing repeatedly, "Yes. Yes. Rest assured, with us sisters here, we will look after our junior sister diligently." The thought of the old sect leader daring to come to Iron Curtain City was laughable. Su's earlier display of fire magic was astonishingly powerful. Surely, even a transformation stage cultivator would struggle to withstand it. Lingling, remember to cultivate diligently and reach the core formation stage as soon as possible. Su smiled at Lu Lingling. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, and as she gazed at the increasingly handsome elder, her breath became quickened, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Elder Su is simply too kind to her. I admire Elder Su. I adore Elder Su. The other nascent soul disciples stood in stunned silence. Elder Su, you truly mean it. You are willing to kill in Iron Curtain City for a foundation establishment female cultivator. At that moment, they began to comprehend why his reputation was so tarnished, yet still, some were captivated by Elder Su. Wealthy and powerful, bold in speech, and undeniably handsome. Who wouldn't he fall for such a person? It was no wonder Elder Su had many admirers. Elder Su, this is terrible. You cannot kill in Iron Curtain City. The middle-aged nascent soul senior brother's face turned pale with alarm as he hurriedly spoke. Elder, even if you possess transformation symbols, you cannot disregard the rules. Iron Curtain City is protected by both righteous and demonic predecessors of the refinement stage. Not only in Iron Curtain City, but also in the spiritual minds outside. Mutual harm among humans is strictly forbidden. Panic ensued among the disciples as the urgency of the situation dawned on them. Iron Curtain City had not witnessed such events in many years. They would surely be pursued by both the righteous and demonic factions. Mu Yuer's elegant and beautiful face was flushed with a rosy hue. In that moment, even she felt the allure of Elder Su, powerful, wealthy, and responsible. What was there to be afraid of? Su Xiao's brows slightly furrowed. As these individuals brazenly extorted my Piaomiao Sect, my actions were merely a trivial punishment. What is there to be so alarmed about? With a formidable 9 heavens divine thunder talisman of the 9th layer of void refinement in my possession, should I be displeased, I could obliterate Iron Screen City. The gathering of nascent soul disciples fell into speechless astonishment. Elder, you are being excessively reckless. The onlookers had yet to disperse, all awaiting the arrival of the guard team. You old dog, await your demise. That aside, not only the spectators, but also these nascent soul disciples were astounded by Su Xiao's terrifying strength. The fire dragon that had just emerged certainly possessed the power of transformation. Su Lao Dog failed his tribulation, yet here I am, inexplicably reaching the level of transformation. What on earth has the opponent unearthed within their grand cultivation chamber? Such treasures abound. It is a sheer waste, a waste. Su Lao Dog is but a mere shadow of his former self. He can only be of use in courting female cultivators. At that moment, a group of cultivators swiftly approached on their flying swords. Ordinary cultivators in Iron Screen City were prohibited from flying, but the guard team was the exception. Who has committed murder? Step forward. Damn it. I have served as the captain of the guard team in Iron Screen City for 20 years and have never encountered such audacity. Execution. It is imperative to execute. Anyone who dares to disrupt the unity of our human race will not receive my acquiescence. It is an affront to me. Yang Tai Feng. Chapter 106. The terrifying might of the old bomb the guard squad descended among the crowd. Immediately, a number of individuals, consumed by extreme hatred and jealousy towards Su Xiao, stepped forward to voice their grievances. Captain Yang, it is Su Xiao from the Piaomiao Sect. He has killed 8 people, all of them disciples of righteous sects. How outrageous! How audacious! He must be severely punished. Captain Yang, Su Xiao is right there. Look, he appears utterly unrepentant. This is an affront to the heavens. One by one, they approached, pointing accusingly at the gate of the Piaomiao Sect. Yang Taifeng, accompanied by the most elite members of the law enforcement team, turned his gaze towards Su Xiao at the entrance. Su Xiao of the Piaomiao Sect? That name sounds somewhat familiar. This burly middle-aged man blinked his lantern-sized eyes and advanced with a dozen law enforcement personnel. Which one is Su Xiao? Come with me. To dare commit murder in Iron Curtain City is simply courting death. With a formidable visage and eyes as fierce as an ox, Yang Taifeng was a robust and coarse man. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of the 9th level of the spirit transformation surged forth, enveloping the assembly of Piaomiao Sect disciples, causing their faces to pale in terror. Look, Elder Su, the most elite law enforcement team has arrived. It's over. The aura emanating from Yang Taifeng and his followers, predominantly spirit transformation practitioners, indicated they represented the pinnacle of enforcement power in Iron Curtain City. Upon receiving the report of an open murder, they had rushed over immediately. Such occurrences had not transpired in Iron Curtain City for decades. The onlookers reveled in the misfortune, and various informants remained, waiting to witness the conclusion before reporting back. Su Xiao's gaze shifted slightly as he regarded the towering figure of Yang Taifeng and approached with a smile. I am Su Xiao. May I ask who you are? I am Yang Taifeng, the captain of the Iron Curtain City Guard. Yang Taifeng narrowed his eyes upon recognizing Su Xiao. The name resonated with him, growing increasingly familiar. Su Xiao, even if you hail from the Piaomiao Sect, to openly commit murder in Iron Curtain City is a capital offense that cannot be evaded. Do you prefer a soft approach or a hard one? With a cold chuckle, Yang Taifeng unleashed his 9th level spirit transformation aura. Given that Su Xiao was affiliated with the Piaomiao Sect, the law enforcement team refrained from immediate action, preparing to apprehend him first and discuss further. After all, the position of the Piaomiao Sect's righteous leader was not to be trifled with. The nearby individuals, who harbored disdain for Su Xiao, were visibly shaken. Captain Yang, you must deal with this old lecher properly. He is nothing but a disgrace to our cultivation world. Let us see him perish. Elder. Lu Lingling, frightened, clutched Su Xiao's hand, her delicate figure trembling. The younger disciples of the nascent soul were equally anxious, utterly at a loss for what to do. Elder Su, this is utterly outrageous. In comparison, keeping a mistress seems trivial. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. They are merely extorting me. An inner elder of the Piaomiao Sect. This is but a minor reprimand. Captain Yang, I believe it would be best for you to return. These trivial matters should not trouble you. Just as Yang Taifeng was about to retort, preparing to assertively apprehend someone, he suddenly seemed to remember something. His wide eyes fixated on the individual before him, blinking rapidly in disbelief. Su Xiao, the inner sect elder of the mysterious Sky Sect. My goodness! It is indeed the renowned Elder Su Xiao of the cultivation world. The terrifying figure that the realm of transformation cannot afford to provoke. Staring at the other's extraordinary demeanor and ethereal visage, Yang Taifeng stood frozen in place. He was convinced. He was even certain. Only this audacious, fearlessly impending elder could commit such acts. Oh dear, how did I encounter this person? Yang Tiefeng's heart raced uncontrollably. This individual has truly slain those at the 9th level of transformation. The dozen or so law enforcement cultivators behind him gradually recalled the identity of this figure, gulping nervously and casting silent glances at their leader. An elder on the brink of death. Who would dare provoke him? If angered, he could obliterate Iron Curtain City before his demise. After a brief, awkward glance at his subordinates, Yang Taifeng turned away, suddenly donning a cordial smile. Oh, it is Elder Su. I have long admired you. A trivial matter. Merely the slaying of a few core formation cultivators. Nothing to be concerned about. Elder Su, we must maintain some decorum in Iron Curtain City. After all, we are all of the human race. Should you feel inclined for action, there are formidable demon cultivators in Demon City, and you may freely slay them. Yang Tiefeng's stern visage was now adorned with an unnatural, amiable smile. The imposing aura of the 9th level of transformation instantly waned. Who would dare provoke such a failed thunder calamity elder, on the verge of death, wielding formidable talismans? Only a fool would engage. Apprehend someone. Not a chance. It would be a blessing if he did not pursue trouble with him. At most, he would return to inform the 2 city lords. Hee. Elder Su, please enjoy your tea at your leisure. We shall not impose further. Let us uphold some measure of decorum. After all, we are all of the human race. With that, Yang Taifeng exchanged glances with the law enforcement team. In an instant, they fled on their swords. Faced with such a terrifying figure, they had no desire to linger even a moment longer. Damn it! Who on earth tossed this old fellow into Demon City? If I find out, I shall make him regret it. The law enforcement team vanished in a panic. This scene left everyone around utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? They are leaving. Is this the law enforcement team of Iron Curtain City? The onlookers were left in shock. The disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect were also taken aback. Everyone was bewildered. Elder Su, what on earth is happening? With merely a few divine transformation talismans, can the esteemed law enforcement team be so utterly intimidated? Oh dear. Is there truly no one in Iron Curtain City capable of dealing with the old dog Su? No. Goodness. These individuals, lacking in profound cultivation, do not grasp the true significance of the 9-layered divine transformation talismans held by Su Xiao. Only those who have attained the divine transformation realm can comprehend the sheer terror he embodies at this moment. I had foreseen it. It is but a trivial matter. Su Xiao chuckled, stroking his beard. Beside him, Lu Lingling and her 2 senior sisters were utterly enraptured, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Behind them, a group of nascent soul disciples stood in a daze, gazing at Su Xiao with a blend of bewilderment, reverence, and genuine fear. It is over. The beautiful female cultivators of Iron Curtain City are all doomed. Even the members of the law enforcement team dare not provoke Elder Su. The fair and lovely Mu Yuer's eyes shimmered with excitement, her breath quickening. Elder, so formidable, truly magnificent. Abundant resources, affluence, immense strength, high status, and a sense of responsibility. And he is handsome too. Aside from the inevitable decay of age, he possesses nothing but splendid virtues. Su Xiao addressed Lu Lingling, saying, Lingling, focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the core formation stage soon. Lu Lingling snapped back to reality, her fair and lovely face flushed with color. She grasped Su Xiao's arm, swallowing hard. Her beautiful eyes blinked rapidly as she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Elder, Lingling wishes to serve you before departing." Chapter 107. A conversation with Mu Yuer. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiao's handsome visage broke into a subtle smile as he nodded slowly. Very well. He then turned his gaze to Lu Lingling and the two senior sisters, who were utterly enraptured. "You shall wait outside. Shortly, I will send your junior sister back home. Remain in Iron Curtain City and attend to Lingling well." Instantly, the faces of the two young women flushed crimson. They knelt down hurriedly, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, Elder, rest assured, we shall devote ourselves entirely to serving our junior sister." As they spoke, they stole glances at Lu Lingling, who was supporting Su Xiao. Her fair and delicate face was adorned with a rosy blush, her eyes sparkling with profound happiness. Jealousy enveloped them, suffocating in its intensity. Their junior sister was accompanied by the elder. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune! Why, oh heavens, did you not grant me a more pleasing appearance? Lu Lingling assisted Su Xiao back to his chamber, leaving a group of bewildered Yuanying disciples in their wake. They stared vacantly at the closed door of Elder Su's residence, their eyes brimming with envy, admiration, and reverence. "Elder Su, how incredibly remarkable! By my word, even the 9th-level divine transformation expert, Yang Taifeng, treats him with the utmost respect. In this city where even murder seemed inconsequential." They recalled Lu Lingling's adoring gaze and her enchanting figure, leaving them utterly disordered. This is not merely the elder nurturing a female cultivator. It is a clear display of benevolence. They lamented, "Elder, I too wish to cease my struggles." Mu Yuer watched as Su Xiao and Lu Lingling retreated to their quarters, her graceful and charming features tinged with a slight blush. She swallowed hard, reminiscing about the transformation elixir the elder had bestowed upon her. In that fleeting moment, she found herself enviously contemplating Lu Lingling's fortune. Certainly, she would no longer toil in the mines. The disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, disheartened, closed the doors, pretending as though nothing had transpired. Outside, the onlookers and spies remained in a state of bewilderment. "It's over. It's truly over. The talisman of divine transformation concealed within Su's possession must possess astonishing power. Even Yang Taifeng dares not provoke him. This is the end. That shameless, lecherous old man. I am filled with hatred. Oh heavens, come forth and apprehend this audacious old dog. We demand justice. The city lord's mansion must provide us, the cultivators, with an explanation. Indeed, murder without consequence? If this becomes the norm, Iron Curtain City will descend into utter chaos. This old dog must pay for his crimes. We will not accept it. We will not accept it." Each one harbored loathing for Su Xiao, envying him while acknowledging their inability to attain his status, pounding their chests in frustration. As long as this lecherous old man lives, the night will remain eternally long. The various spies also emerged from their stupor. How infuriating! I never imagined this old dog to be so formidable. No wonder the sect master despises him, yet refrains from taking overt action. But it matters not. The old dog has less than 50 years of life remaining. He will surely meet his end. Swiftly report back. This time, the old dog has committed murder, and he must not be allowed to escape justice so easily. The people of the city lord's mansion are cowards, but we, the 5 sects of the demonic path, shall not cower. Soon, the crowd dispersed, laden with fear and anger. The shopkeepers around were left bewildered. The Piaomiao Sect. What kind of person has arrived? Their sales figures have surged several times over. After more than 2 hours, the youthful and charming Lu Lingling was assisted out by Su Xiao. Her fair complexion was flushed, radiating beauty. Junior sister. The 2 waiting senior sisters rushed over to support their struggling companion. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Lingling, it's getting late. You should head back." Lu Lingling gazed at Su Xiao with eyes full of affection, and with the support of her sisters, she performed a formal bow. "Elder, Lingling must leave now." Despite her reluctance, she had to go. This was the residence of the Piaomiao Sect, and it was inappropriate for her to linger. As the 3 departed, they left the Yuanying disciples stationed in the courtyard utterly astonished. They looked at Su Xiao, swallowing hard. "Elder Su, is this truly a person whose lifespan is nearly at its end?" They were left in utter disarray. Mu Yuer was too embarrassed to look, her elegant cheeks flushed. Feeling invigorated, Xiao walked to the small pavilion in the courtyard and took out the tea set to brew tea. "Haha, Yuer, come join me for tea," he said, gazing at the tall and graceful Mu Yuer with a gentle smile. Boom. The Yuaning disciples were left stunned in place. "Elder Su, why have you started again?" They dared not breathe too loudly, glancing at the mining junior sister. Having witnessed Su Zhao's esteemed status, they now spoke with utmost caution, fearful of offending this inner sect elder. "Elder Mu, please return quickly. Elder Duan, please emerge from isolation. We cannot protect our junior sister anymore." Moreover, there was another matter that chilled their hearts. Elder Su only invited the junior sister for tea, completely disregarding them. "Oh, all right, Elder Su." Mu Yuer, her cheeks flushed, took long strides forward and sat beside Su Xiao in the pavilion. The latter smiled upon seeing this and skillfully poured a cup of spirit tea for her. "Yuer, drinking this tea is beneficial for your cultivation. It is a rare spirit tea." Mu Yuer gazed at Su Xiao, whose extraordinary demeanor grew ever more captivating. Her small, fair fists were clenched tightly beneath the table, and even her breathing was cautious. "Elder, you are truly amazing." "Thank you, Elder." Mu Yuer spoke lightly, lifting her teacup to take a delicate sip. The fragrant aroma of the tea wafted towards her, imbued with potent spiritual energy, a rare treasure indeed. Su Xiao glanced at her and asked leisurely, "Where is mining exhausting for you?" Mu Yuer was momentarily taken aback, her hand trembling slightly as she held the teacup. Her elegant and charming face flushed instantly. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of utilizing a magical tool to carve stone and extract spirit stones. However, when it came to high-quality spirit stones, the cutting process could prove rather laborious if there were an abundance. Su Xiao nodded and inquired further, "How many need to be submitted now?" Mu Yuer replied, "We should submit 90%. The rest can be kept for ourselves." Su Xiao casually asked, "How much can one earn in a year from mining?" Observing Su Zhao's light-hearted conversation, Mu Yuer gradually relaxed, her tension dissipating. With a graceful smile, she explained, "Well, Elder, it really depends on the individual. For instance, a foundation establishment cultivator may mine slowly, perhaps earning only 2 or 3 high-quality spirit stones in a year. However, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, the pace accelerates significantly. One could potentially earn 20 to 30 high-quality spirit stones annually." Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the earnings were somewhat meager. Yet, this was the reality of the cultivation world. Spirit stones were indispensable for a cultivator's progress. Moreover, spirit stones were essential for cultivation or exchanging for resources, and most individuals could hardly accumulate many. "Yuer, I am an old friend of your grandfather's. Watching you toil in the mines tugs at my heartstrings. Take this 50 high-quality spirit stones, rest well for a while, and refrain from mining every single day." With a suave gesture, Su Xiao stroked his dashing goatee, and as he moved his hand, 50 shimmering high-quality spirit stones appeared upon the stone table. Chapter 108. The Iron Curtain City. The azure water chamber of commerce. 50 exquisite spirit stones shimmered with a faint glow. Mu Yuer's enchanting visage momentarily froze in astonishment. The distant Yuaning disciples were equally dumbfounded, their mouths agape, rendered speechless for an extended period. I. 50 spirit stones. Their expressions were stiff, their eyes brimming with intense envy. To casually share a cup of tea with Elder Su and receive 50 top-grade spirit stones, that was astonishing. "No, junior sister, you must hold on. This is merely a sugar-coated bullet." A sugar-coated bullet. Regaining her composure, Mu Yuer's delicate face flushed crimson, gazing at Elder Su before her. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes sparkling with bashful delight. "Elder, it's too much. I cannot possibly repay you. I feel undeserving." Her body stiffened as she struggled to contain her surging emotions. The total number of top-grade spirit stones in her possession did not even reach 50. Truly, the elder was exceedingly generous. Having previously bestowed 10 precious transformation pills, he was now directly offering spirit stones. Mu Yuer's elation was laced with a tinge of apprehension. She couldn't help but entertain a thought. Could it be that the elder had taken a liking to her? No, she could not accept such a notion. It was not that Elder Su was unworthy. Rather, his reputation was so formidable that it instilled fear in her heart. Elder Su, with a gentle smile, reassured her. "There is no need for such thoughts, Yuer. To me, these are but trifles. Did I not mention before? Old Mu is stingy, but I am not. These spirit stones are worth 2 years of your mining efforts. Worry not. I shall not impose any burdens upon you. I simply wish to see you free from hardship. His tone was soothing, his demeanor exuding an unparalleled grace as he stroked his goatee. Muiwer glanced at the spirit stones on the table, then back at Su Xiao. In an instant, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Elder Su, it seems you grow more handsome with each passing moment. No. How could she entertain such thoughts? After all, he had less than 50 years left to live. A deep conflict swirled in her eyes. She yearned for the spirit stones so desperately. Yet, fear gripped her heart. She feared that if she accepted too much, she would become ensnared and unable to escape. Elder, if I take these spirit stones, will I truly not be required to do anything in return? After much inner turmoil, she could no longer suppress the impulse within her. The allure of the spirit stones was overwhelming. With a flushed face, she cautiously inquired, "This is far too generous. I must seize this opportunity." She was about to toil for another 2 years in the mines. Su Xiao chuckled softly, "Of course. I am well acquainted with your grandfather. You are like a granddaughter to me, so there is no need for you to exert yourself. The elder is merely concerned for your well-being." Upon hearing this, Muiwer's eyes sparkled with joy, unable to contain her excitement. She swiftly gathered the 50 high-grade spirit stones into her embrace. Mentioning her grandfather filled her with an immense sense of security. "Thank you, elder." After securing the spirit stones, Muiwer rose and bowed deeply to Su Xiao, her cheeks flushed and her eyes brimming with delight. "There is no need for such formalities, you focus on your cultivation. Should resources prove insufficient, do not hesitate to seek the elder's assistance." Su Xiao replied with a warm smile, displaying his generosity. Muiwer's eyes glimmered with admiration, and she expressed her gratitude once more. Looking at Su Xiao, she felt an increasing fondness for this elder, far surpassing the generosity of her own grandfather. "Thank you, Elder Su." Meanwhile, the distant Yuan-ing disciples facepalmed, tears streaming down their faces. It was over. Their junior sister was utterly ensnared. Junior sister, this is all part of that old lecher's scheme. Accepting these gifts means she has fallen completely for Elder Su's ploy. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Yet, they dared not utter a word, standing silently in the distance, weeping quietly. "Old lecher, if he dares to touch our mine flowers in the future, I shall confront him." Congratulations, host, for successfully receiving 50 high-grade spirit stones, returning 500 high-grade spirit stones. The next morning, Iron Curtain City erupted in chaos. What? For Lu Lingling. I openly committed murder in Iron Curtain City? Is there no law? Are there no regulations? The enforcement team is utterly incompetent. That Yang Taifeng is a fool. What is stopping an old man from being caught? Does he dare to use transformation talismans in Iron Curtain City? What a complete fool. Damn it. Su, that old dog, is quite the audacious one. He dares to kill in Iron Curtain City. This is intolerable. I, a disciple of the bloodthirsty demon sect, protest vehemently. Elder Su has begun to show his true colors. Brother, let us find an opportunity to pay a visit to Nanming. The demonic faction will undoubtedly not let Elder Su off easily. We must protect him. After all, he is one of our righteous sect's members. Even if he is a piece of dung, we must ensure the demonic faction gets a taste of it, right? Hee. Ba, let us not delay until tomorrow. Follow me now to pay our respects to Elder Miao. As long as Su is present for a day, peace shall reign in our realm of cultivation. In the extreme demon sect, Xiao Mu, after hearing the report, let out a cold laugh, dismissing it with indifference. He sat before the mirror, meticulously grooming himself. The old dog's actions were tantamount to courting death, and the city lord's office would handle it. His primary objective was to capture Shui Rou and make the old dog pay for his murderous ways. The Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Upon hearing the report, Yu Wenhao's eyes suddenly brightened. Excellent. The old dog has delivered himself right to my doorstep. A youthful, handsome visage emerged, sharp and cold. Raising an eyebrow, his eyes glimmered as he declared, "This time, I shall not let you escape my grasp." He gestured to his subordinates, instructing them to incite the masses and spearhead the denunciation of the old dog's heinous deeds. Today we shall rally allies. By dawn tomorrow, I want the echoes of our accusations against the old dog resounding throughout the city. The city lord's mansion must execute him, or we shall not relent. The assembled disciples and elders, upon hearing this, brightened with enthusiasm and promptly clasped their fists in reverence, exclaiming, "Yes, Sectmaster." The following day, at the Bai Shui Chamber of Commerce in Iron Curtain City, Xiao, clad in resplendent white robes, arrived on the third floor with a retinue in tow, holding an aromatic wooden box. This space was exclusively designated for esteemed guests. Xiao's gaze fell upon a captivating young woman in a blue dress, surrounded by admirers, and his complexion flushed crimson. His breaths grew somewhat rapid, and his slender eyes sparkled with admiration. Beautiful, exquisite, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in the North Wind Kingdom, even pursued fervently by the kingdom's ruler, head of the Shui family. "Shui lady, I am here to pay my respects." "Rower." Just as Xiao prepared to approach, a voice broke through the air. Turning, he beheld a refined middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe, sporting a small mustache, who also held a redwood box, flanked by a group of nascent soul followers. "Oh, this uncle has also arrived. Truly relentless, isn't he?" Infuriating. Upon recognizing the man's features, Xiao's expression darkened. The newcomer was none other than the ruler of the North Wind Kingdom, his greatest rival. Chapter 109. The Dilemma of Shui-Ro. The sovereign spoke with undue gravity. "How could I, a mere servant, warrant such a title? It suffices for you to call me Manager Shui." After instructing the assembly of merchants, Shui-Ro approached with a subtle smile, her enchanting eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Alas, what words are these, my dear rower? Your family, the Shui clan, is bound by ties of kinship with our royal lineage. Your aunt is wed to my uncle. Thus our families are inextricably linked as in-laws." The speaker was a refined middle-aged man clad in a resplendent golden robe, adorned with a neatly trimmed mustache, exuding an air of nobility in every gesture. This was Murong Yunhe, the sovereign of the Beifeng Kingdom. His gaze fell upon the striking woman before him, his elegant visage alight with excitement, his eyes nearly ablaze with admiration. In that moment, Shui-Ro stood resplendent in a flowing azure gown, her proud figure radiating the unique charm of a youthful matron. Her beauty was unparalleled, with delicate brows and skin as white and soft as the purest spring snow. Her graceful silhouette was accentuated by a flat abdomen, reminiscent of a willow branch's gentleness. Her ebony hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, a jade hairpin glimmering with brilliance. Each movement she made was imbued with an intoxicating allure. So breathtaking, so exquisite. Truly, she is the head of the Shui family, Shui-Ro. My dear rower. His heart surged with elation, yet Murong Yunhe maintained a composed demeanor, revealing only a faint smile, embodying maturity and poise. "Rower, behold what I have brought for you," he said, his smile radiating charm as he gently opened a beautifully crafted redwood box. Inside lay a resplendent hairpin, shimmering with luster. "Rower, this is a fine hairpin specially crafted for you by the imperial court's artisans. It embodies the essence of water, harmonizing perfectly with your innate attributes." Murong Yunhe gazed at Shui-Ro, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, she was his rower, utterly flawless, as beautiful as a celestial being. The more he beheld her, the deeper his affection grew. This was the image of the revered matriarch of the Beifeng Kingdom. As for her status as a widow, that held no significance in the eyes of the Shui family head. Historically, the first spouses chosen by the Shui family heads were often dismissed, even if they did not perish. The rationale was simple. The first partner was merely a means to an end, a mere consort. Their sole purpose was to sire exceptional offspring endowed with water affinity. Due to the Shui family's unique heritage, their descendants were exclusively female. Therefore, to ensure their daughters possessed exceptional water affinity, the first partners of the Shui family heads were required to be men of supreme water talent. And they had to be handsome. Yet, such men often lacked the masculine vigor typically associated with manhood, often appearing somewhat effeminate. Shui-Ro's first husband, unknown to others, was well known to Murong Yunhe. After siring Shui-Yu, gifted with the water spirit physique, he was discreetly dismissed by Shui-Ro. The reason was clear. Such a lackluster consort could never win Rower's heart and only serve to repulse her. Only the second Dao companion is the true master of the Shui family. Shui-Ro glanced at Murong Yunhe, offering a charming smile as she instructed the old steward to accept the gifts casually. "I am grateful for your kind intentions, Your Majesty," she said, performing a slight bow, her eyes briefly revealing a flicker of disdain and helplessness. She had no choice but to accept. After all, her Bishi trading company still needed to conduct business in the Northern Wind Kingdom. Ha, rower, what need is there for thanks between us? This is only fitting. Morong Yunha replied with a grand smile, his eyes filled with deep affection. If rower desires, I would gladly bestow upon you the very land of the Northern Wind Kingdom. He continued, rower, after all these years, you must understand my feelings. Would you have the millions of citizens of the Northern Wind Kingdom remain without a queen? After presenting his gifts, Morong Yunha probed once more. The exquisite artifacts were of immense value. Surely, this time rower would acquiesce. Shui Ro's enchanting visage darkened slightly. She regarded him and offered a perfunctory response. Your Majesty, my status is humble. I am unworthy of such a significant position. I advise you to seek another suitable partner and not to cling to a widow such as myself. The exquisite hairpin. Perhaps previously she would have felt a flicker of joy upon receiving it. However, since encountering Elder Su, who wielded unparalleled artifacts and provided an endless supply of divine pills, she found herself unable to appreciate these trinkets worth mere tens or hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. In terms of generosity, the contrast between the sovereign and Elder Su left her shaking her head in disbelief. Rower, my feelings for you are sincere, Morong Yunha exclaimed. If you wed into my royal family, I promise to immediately confer upon Shui you the title of Grand Princess, ensuring your family's legacy on this land for generations. Would that not be a splendid union? Upon receiving his refusal, Morong Yunha's heart raced with panic. Were it not for the disapproval of his family elders, he would not hesitate to pass the throne to Shui Yu. Shui Ro apologetically shook her head, stating, Your Majesty, I must insist you take your leave. My trading company is busy, and I have matters to attend to. Rower, Morong Yunha's heart bled. He had failed once more. Yet he would not relent. Rower was his dream, his greatest pursuit beyond the path of immortality. Perhaps it is best for you to step back, Morong Yunha, chuckled Xiao, who had been enjoying the spectacle of Morong Yunha's misfortune. Since the stewardess has declined, Your Majesty should not be too disheartened. There are countless beauties in your harem. Losing one is no great loss. With that, he cast a keen glance at Shui Ro, stewardess. It has been several days since we last met, and you appear even more captivating. The two turned their attention to Xiao, and Shui Ro's disdain deepened. Meanwhile, Morong Yunha seethed with anger, gnashing his teeth. That scoundrel Xiao. He had already heard that this shameless rogue, like himself, was pursuing Rower. Others posed little threat, but this was a different matter altogether. However, the newly appointed leader of the Polar Demon Sect, Xiao, who possesses unparalleled talent in the dark arts, poses the greatest threat. It is indeed Master Xiao. I did not expect him to have an acquaintance with Rower. Morong Yunha's smile was devoid of warmth. He was curious to see what abilities Xiao possessed that could possibly captivate Rower. I have the honor of meeting Master Xiao, Shui Ro said, slightly bowing, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of disdain. This Xiao had been visiting frequently to purchase items, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon her, which had become quite bothersome. She detested such conceited and lecherous individuals, especially since he had not spent much spirit stone. There is no need for excessive formalities, esteemed shopkeeper. A subtle smile played on Xiao's lips, as he radiated a warmth akin to a spring breeze. He then opened a sandalwood box, revealing a resplendent golden elixir. I have come today to request your assistance in auctioning this spirit refinement pill. It is a rare treasure crafted by the Grand Elder of my sect. Regardless of the auction price, I, Xiao, will only accept 100 high-grade spirit stones, and the remainder shall be considered your reward for the effort. Xiao smirked inwardly. Offering a gift so freely? What a foolish move by Morong Yunha. A beauty of such caliber. An item worth merely dozens or hundreds of high-grade spirit stones was insignificant. He intended to cultivate a deeper connection with her. This was the essence of love that blossoms over time. Such subtleties were beyond the comprehension of simpletons like Morong Yunha. Shui Ro regarded the mediocre spirit refinement pill with a sigh. If graded, it would barely be classified as mid-tier, while the one Elder Su had provided was of exceptional quality. At that moment, she thought of Elder Su. For some reason, she suddenly found the charming elder to be quite aesthetically pleasing. Given this, Master Xiao, there shall be no need for an auction. from the Bishui Merchant Association, shall purchase it directly for 100 high-grade spirit stones. Li, bring the spirit stones, Shui Ro commanded. Without delay, the old steward promptly retrieved a wooden box and placed a storage pouch containing 100 spirit stones upon the table. Xiao Mu was left utterly dumbfounded. What? So swift? Beside him, Morong Yunhe chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mockery. To pursue Ro? Perhaps in your next life. At that moment, a thunderous clamor erupted from below the Bishui Merchant Association. Elder Su must be executed for his crimes within the city. Such blatant defiance of our human regulations cannot go unpunished. The people's wrath demands justice. Su must die. Su must die. The uproar was immense, with hundreds, even thousands of voices joining the outcry. The three were momentarily stunned, as realization dawned upon them. They hurried to the window to observe the scene. Below, the bustling intersection of Iron Curtain City was engulfed by an overwhelming throng. Among the crowd, several cultivators brandished a massive banner, leading the assembly in condemning Su Xiao. As long as the old dog lives, justice cannot prevail. Justice cannot prevail. Justice cannot prevail. I'm sorry, but it appears that there is no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 110. Zhuge Wufang's schemes in the heart of Iron Curtain City. The resplendent city lord's mansion stood majestically. Within the grand hall, a stunning Taoist maiden clad in a sky-blue robe occupied the central throne. Her flowing, raven-black hair was simply tied with a blue ribbon, yet it could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. Below her stood three groups of individuals. There was the elderly monk, Liao Chun, donned in a robe of humility. The venerable Taoist, Dao Yi, accompanied by his disciple, and the towering figure of Yang Tiexiong, the captain of the Iron Curtain City Guard. Yang Tiexiong, clearly agitated, approached with eyes wide as lanterns, brimming with concern. City Lord Miaoyu, trouble is brewing. The streets and alleys of Iron Curtain City are in an uproar. They demand an explanation from our city lord's mansion. The intersection is besieged by the city's cultivators, and it appears that unless Su Xiao is dealt with, the public's fury will be uncontainable. The Taoist maiden's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly. With a gentle exhale, her voice flowed like a crystalline spring. Has Su Xiao indeed committed murder? He has. Yang Tiexiong declared resolutely. He has slain 8 golden core cultivators of the Piaomiao Sect, reportedly over a female foundation establishment cultivator. City Lord, you are aware of Su Xiao's notoriety. It is not that I do not wish to apprehend him, but the circumstances are rather delicate. Miao Yu's enchanting eyes flickered as she shook her head. If he has indeed committed murder, then capture him. Should he dare to resist, I shall intervene myself. The laws of Iron Curtain City shall not be trampled upon by anyone. Upon hearing this, Yang Tiexiong's heart sank. So, he was indeed tasked with the apprehension? His expression soured. If the adversary resorted to frenzied use of talismans, his life would be in jeopardy. Beside him, Liao Chen clasped his hands together and recited a brief invocation. Esteemed seniors, please allow this humble monk to offer a word of counsel. Su, the benefactor, has failed his tribulation and is nearing the end of his days. He is, in essence, a dying man, with approximately 40 years left to his life. As long as he endures, he poses a significant threat to the demonic sections. Given the current rampant demonic forces, rather than executing Su, I propose we cast him into the territory of the demons, allowing him to fend for himself. This way, we not only maintain a deterrent against the demonic path, but also enable him to utilize his remaining talismans to combat the demon race, thereby contributing one final effort for our human race. As soon as Liao Chen concluded, the white-haired Dao Yi immediately interjected, Indeed, Master, the monk's suggestion holds great merit. The demonic sects harbor a profound hatred for Elder Su. Killing him would only play into their hands. This public display today is likely orchestrated by them, aiming to use us to eliminate Elder Su. Master, we must not kill him. We absolutely cannot. If we cast him among the demons, allowing him to vanquish a few formidable demon cultivators, it would serve as a means of redemption. After all, despite Elder Su's tarnished reputation, his transgressions, and his lecherous ways, he remains a cultivator of the righteous path. He has slain numerous members of the demonic sects. Yang Tiexiong cast a grateful glance at the two elders beside him, wiping the sweat from his brow. Oh, benefactor. The exquisite visage of Miaoyu stirred slightly, her profound and alluring eyes reflecting contemplation. Ultimately, she articulated, "Your suggestions are not without merit. However, you are aware of the current discontent within the city. Thus, if today's unrest can be quelled, Su Xiao may be spared from death, but he shall be expelled from Iron Curtain City, destined to guard our human race's spiritual minds until his last breath. Should the people's ire remain unresolved, for the harmony of our kind, Su Xiao must still perish. Moreover, this lecherous old man has long been deserving of death." Upon finishing her statement, a hint of disdain flickered across Miaoyu's snow-white cheeks. She had long heard of Su Xiao's infamous reputation. Were it not for her dear friend Ji Shui, she would have already taken action to eliminate this perverted old fiend. Lu Chun clasped his hands and proclaimed, "Ba, this is indeed splendid. Yuan Tong, let us gather the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Temple to assist Master Su in pacifying the public's wrath." Dao Yi, the true man, expressed his gratitude and continued, "Junior brother, we must depart as well. Elder Su is worth preserving. The opinions of others matter not, for I still find him quite agreeable." Dao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Elder Su's eradication of the demonic path had incited a deep-seated hatred among its followers and provided a much-needed lesson to the tyrant Xiao. The sight brought him great delight. As for the slander, it was trivial. After all, the other party had not harmed the female disciples of the Daotian Gate. Yang Taifeng's trembling heart finally found solace, and after another bow, he exited the grand hall, preparing to maintain order at the scene. Within the hall, only Miaoyu remained. She arched her brow slightly and retrieved a communication talisman, her cool and melodious voice resonating. "Zhuge Pifu, you were the one who sent Su Xiao to Iron Curtain City, were you not? Come to me immediately and clean up the mess caused by that lecherous old man. Were it not for Sister Ji's favor, I would have obliterated him long ago. Immediately, at once." Celestial energy enveloped the ethereal mountain. Zhuge Wufang, exhilarated, set down the communication talisman, his aged eyes gleaming with excitement. It has been a millennium since Lady Miaoyu last spoke to me, and now she has taken the initiative to contact me. Oh dear, this little rascal has finally brought me a stroke of fortune. Clad in a pristine white Taoist robe, Zhuge Wufang was consumed with exhilaration. He would once again have a legitimate reason to see the enchanting Miaoyu, the woman he had yearned for. Reflecting on the radiant days of yore, he recalled the two unparalleled fairies of the Panlong continent, and he trembled with excitement. One was his junior sister, the fairy Ji Shui, and the other was the transcendent talent of the Daotian Gate, the fairy Miaoyu. In his youth, both fairies had driven countless cultivators into a frenzy, their beauty breathtaking and their talents extraordinary. They were the unrivaled gems of the Panlong continent. Zhuge Wufang found himself entranced, unable to extricate himself from the memories of these two celestial beauties. Years had passed, and many of those who once pursued them had either perished or aged. Only these two, their elegance remains undiminished from their prime. "You rascal, I knew you couldn't remain content in Iron Curtain City. It seems my foresight is as astute as ever." After tidying his appearance in the cave, Zhuge Wufang emerged with a heart full of joy. He traversed the air, radiating an ethereal glow, and leisurely soared towards Iron Curtain City. Zhuge Wufang's innate talent is equally extraordinary. At this point, he finds himself with very few competitors. As for his junior sister, there's no need to ponder. It's utterly hopeless. However, when it comes to the enchanting fairy Miaoyu, there may still be a chance to pursue. In terms of talent, only Zhuge Wufang can stand alongside these two fairies. Heaven has been generous to me. While he cannot indulge in keeping female disciples, only that shameless scoundrel Su Xiao would dare to do so. Yet, forming a partnership with a grand cultivator in the realm of void refinement can indeed earn a glorious reputation throughout the world. Both face and substance are secured. Splendid. Chapter 111. The frantic accusations of the crowd in the residence of the Piaomiao Sect in Iron Curtain City. The Yuanying disciples rushed in a state of panic. "Elder Su, this is terrible. The entire city of cultivators is accusing you of murder. The pressure from the city lord's mansion must be immense. You may very well become their scapegoat." Su Xiao, seated in a small courtyard, calmly sipping tea and chatting with Mu Yuer, smiled gently. "Why the alarm? The law enforcement team has no means to deal with me. Can those minor cultivators truly cause a stir?" The group of Yuanying cultivators replied, Elder Su, your divine talismans may intimidate those at the transformation stage, but the city lord's mansion has 2 seniors at the void refinement stage. If the cultivators within the city create too much chaos, it is highly likely they will use you to quell the public outrage. Elder Su, perhaps we should flee at once. Let us return to the Misty Veil sect. With Elder Zhuge overseeing, no one would dare to harm you. Despite their concerns, the Yuanying disciples were particularly worried about their junior sister, the minor Hua. They would feel at ease once that lecherous old man was gone. Su Xiao remained calm and unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Void refinement cultivators? A trivial matter. Resorting to the 9 heavens divine thunder talisman was unnecessary. Such an action would render him a public enemy of humanity. How could he continue to navigate the future? How could he offer rewards in return? Yet he had other means to deal with void refinement cultivators. If the direct approach was unfeasible, he would employ a subtler strategy. Rising, Su Xiao adjusted his robes and inquired with a smile, "Where is the commotion the most intense?" The senior Yuanying disciple promptly replied, "At the intersection of South Street, the most bustling area where the uproar is at its peak. Elder, we should hasten our departure. Returning to the sect would ensure our safety. This turmoil seems to have been instigated by the demonic sect. They will not relent until they achieve their goal." The disciples earnestly urged him to leave, eager to send the old lecher away. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. So it is the demonic sect at play again? A mere guess suffices to identify Yuan Hao from the Breaking Heaven demonic sect. Someone like Xiao Mu could not orchestrate such an affair. Only this old schemer revels in secretly causing discomfort. Let us proceed to the intersection. I wish to see what those from the demonic sect are plotting. A cold light flickered in Su Xiao's eyes. What? Elder, have you lost your senses? The uproar is fierce over there. Wouldn't going there be akin to walking into a trap? The Yuanying disciples were dumbfounded, and even the fair and beautiful Mu Yuer appeared bewildered. What was the elder thinking? Rest assured, I have my own measures. You all should accompany me. The Yuanying disciples were left speechless. Elder Su, what madness was he now embarking upon? At the bustling intersection of South Street, throngs of people filled the alleyways, surrounding a few middle-aged individuals wielding banners in the center. The old dog will not die. It is intolerable by heaven's law. The Lord's mansion must provide a satisfactory explanation to us, the vast assembly of cultivators. Eliminate the old dog. Eliminate the old dog. Eliminate the old dog. The crowd surged with fervor, their cries echoing in waves. Even with the Abbot Liaochen of the 10,000 Buddhist sect and the Master Daoi of the Heavenly Gate, accompanied by their disciples, attempting to persuade and disperse the throng, their efforts bore little fruit. The disciples of the demonic sect lurked within the masses, constantly inciting the populace. Despite the presence of the Iron Curtain City's guard and law enforcement, it proved exceedingly difficult to quell the fury directed at Su Xiao. The old lecher must perish. Such injustice cannot be tolerated. In truth, it was unnecessary for the disciples of the demonic sect to stir the crowd. The people harbored an innate jealousy and resentment toward Su Xiao. The old dog. Upon arriving at Iron Curtain City, he began to prey upon the beautiful female disciples. Such abhorrence. They vowed not to rest until their adversary was vanquished within Iron Curtain City. They would not relent. The old lecher. To hell with him. Ha ha ha. Abbot Liaochen. Master Daoi. What shall we do? If we cannot disperse this crowd, I shall have to capture Elder Su. Let the guards continue their efforts to disperse the throng. Yang Taifeng approached the two with a forlorn expression, sighing and shaking his head. Abbot Liaochen furrowed his brows and remarked, "It seems that the commotion incited by the demonic sect is merely a spark. The crux of the matter lies with Su, who has indeed gone too far. Today appears to be difficult to resolve." Master Daoi sighed, saying, "Elder Su's act of killing is one thing. Apart from the Chuishan sect, others are of little consequence, and even the Chuishan sect can be easily dealt with. However, Elder Su's infamous reputation has spread far and wide, and now that he has arrived in Iron Curtain City, it has undoubtedly stirred public outrage." Yang Taifeng found himself in a dilemma. Finally, with a troubled expression, he suggested, "Perhaps it would be best if you both escort Elder Su away from Iron Curtain City for now, to ensure his safety. Once the storm has passed, we can address the subsequent matters. I sense that the Lord of Miaoyu seems to harbor no intent to kill Elder Su. She is likely to turn a blind eye." Liaochen and Daoi remained silent. Indeed, the venerable Miaoyu bore no intention of executing Su. Secretly, she had afforded Elder Su the opportunity to escape. If Su Xiao wished to flee, He could have already reached the Misty Sect by now. The crowd proved a difficult challenge to disperse. It all depended on whether Xiao possessed the insight to return to the Misty Sect in advance to evade calamity. Su, the old dog, must die. Su, the old dog must die. The roars of the crowd grew ever more intense. And the guards of the 10,000 Buddhist sect and Heavenly Gate were utterly incapable of maintaining order. Without a resolution today, Iron Curtain City was destined for chaos. Ha ha ha. Su, the old dog, seeking death. In a distant tavern, Yu Wenhao and two elders sat in an upstairs private room, observing the tumultuous crowd below with satisfaction. The righteous sects think they can protect their own? Such folly. Even if the old dog does not perish today, he shall be stripped of his skin. Ha ha ha. I will not let you escape death. Not only has he broken through the Heavenly Demon Sect, but the leaders and elders of the nearby Heavenly Corpse Sect, 10,000 Poison Sect, and Bloodthirsty Demon Sect are also lurking in the shadows, secretly observing the grand spectacle from afar. This young man, Yu Wenhao, possesses a nimble mind, far superior to that of Xiao. He is truly a genius of our demonic path. Now you, discreetly inform my disciples that the flames are not yet fierce enough. Add a few more logs to the fire for me. Old Su, the denizen of the celestial secret realm, has harmed my demonic disciples, and today I shall take his wretched life. And as for Bao Xiaomi, what a joke. Just wait and see how you meet your demise. The practitioners of the demonic path are unafraid. The city lord's mansion is still under the watchful eye of a senior from our ranks, an esteemed alchemist. Even if Miao Yu does not kill Su Xiao, the elder from the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the nightmarish lady, will not turn a blind eye. Several windows on the third floor of the Bu Commerce House have been flung open. Shui Ro, Morong Yunha, and Xiao Mu are gazing at the terrifying tumult at the intersection ahead. Xiao Mu smirks wickedly, inwardly proclaiming that the old dog is doomed. To dare to covet this genius's woman deserves such a fate. Ha! It is a pity that the old dog will soon miss witnessing his own scene of becoming my father-in-law. Although the earlier spirit-refining pill left him somewhat embarrassed. It matters not. He is a person of relentless perseverance. Casting a glance at Morong Yunha beside him, he sneers. Trash. Utter rubbish. How dare you even think you qualify to compete with this genius for a woman? Chapter 112. Confrontation in public. Shuer stood by the window, her delicate brows furrowed. Elder Su, truly a source of concern. Reflecting on the two tender encounters over the past 3 years, Shuer's exquisite cheeks flushed slightly. Her fair skin radiated a luminous glow, and her voluptuous figure quivered ever so slightly. Although their interactions were but fleeting, merely a taste of sweetness. He had offered her and her mother numerous spirit refinement pills, along with exceptional magical artifacts. Elder, what a pity. He is undeniably handsome, and his wealth is beyond compare. His temperament is commendable, making him an ideal candidate for a partner. Moreover, he assured her that he harbored no intentions towards Shuiwei. Yet, he bore a fatal flaw. Having failed his tribulation, he had less than 50 years of life remaining. Elder, how wonderful it would be if you could return to the path of immortality. A tinge of melancholy washed over her, yet such a prospect was impossible. With the entire Iron Curtain City now rallying against him, Shue'er's heart was heavy with worry for Su Zhao's safety. After all, with him around, the supply of spirit refinement pills for their mother-daughter duo was virtually endless. In these 3 years, she had reached the 8th level of spirit transformation under the abundant supply of pills. Casting a glance at Morong Yunha and Xiao Mu beside her, Shue'er felt even more disdain. They were not even a fraction as handsome as Elder Su. At the station of the mysterious Cloud Sect, the hunchbacked old man, Elder Mu, returned from the mines. Where is everyone? Where's Yue? After searching the estate, he found only 2 young disciples on guard. Elder Mu. They followed Elder Su to the South Street. The 2 young disciples trembled in fear, their hearts filled with turmoil. If they revealed Elder Su's affair with junior sister Mu, would they be instantly met with wrath? After a moment's contemplation, they dared not speak. What could they be doing there? What transpired? Elder Mu discerned the gravity of the situation from their expressions. The 2 recounted the events surrounding Elder Su, including the matter with Lu Lingling and the killing, yet they refrained from mentioning Mu Yuer. What? Elder Su, how bold of him. No wonder the streets were filled with people upon his return. It turns out this was the cause. Elder Mu's expression shifted drastically, and without further ado, he soared into the air on his sword, heading straight for South Street. At the intersection, a dense crowd surged, a sea of dark figures, chaotic and tumultuous. The people roared and howled, demanding the city lord to capture Su Xiao and execute him immediately. Just then, a radiant array of colors descended from the heavens. Following this, Su Xiao, clad in a gray robe with an extraordinary demeanor, arrived on his sword, hovering in midair. Su Xiao of the mysterious Cloud Sect is here. Cease this uproar. Summon your leader forth. I shall confront him directly. Su Xiao's voice resonated with immense spiritual energy, echoing through the ears of every individual present. As if in unison, the crowd gazed upward, beholding an elder of extraordinary demeanor, ethereal and otherworldly, gracefully traversing the sky upon his sword, radiating a resplendent aura of 7 colors. The clamor below abruptly ceased, and the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight of this strikingly handsome elder. What in the world? They exclaimed. Su Laogo actually dares to show up. Is this madness? He even dares to soar on his sword. Does he not know that flying on swords is forbidden in the city? Such audacity, such arrogance. He must be put to death. Before Su Xiao's arrival, the crowd had been quite boisterous, but the moment he appeared, they fell silent, their voices extinguished by the gravity of the situation. After all, this lecherous old man truly had the audacity to commit murder in Iron Curtain City. Moreover, he bore the talismans of transformation, his lifespan dwindling. To provoke such a figure was a foolish endeavor. Su Xiao's presence instantly altered the expressions of those who had been observing from a distance, causing them to sit up in astonishment. Su Laogo truly dared to come. He was beyond reckoning. How bold! This brazen display was akin to courting death. Even if the law enforcement could not apprehend him, the 2 city lords would no longer turn a blind eye. This old dog's behavior was utterly inscrutable. Perhaps he was nearing the end of his days, on the verge of senility. Xiao Mu of the Bai Shui Trading Company gazed at Su Xiao, who was suspended in midair upon his colorful flying sword. He then glanced below at the sea of furious and terrified faces looking up in indignation. Instantly, rage surged within him, turning his face a shade of green. Damn it! Su Laogo, enjoying the spotlight, are we? Perish. Be obliterated. I will watch how you meet your demise when the 2 city lords arrive. How infuriating! This ostentatious spectacle should have been solely mine, yet it has been snatched away by that old dog. That old dog. He steals his women. He steals his glory. Even if he does not perish today, as the foremost genius of the demonic path, I shall rend him to pieces. Shui Rou gazed somewhat dazedly at Su Xiao in midair. Her exquisite and beautiful face flushed slightly, her enchanting eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Elder, he seems to have regained his youth. Is this truly an elder with little time left? Yet, his arrival was exceedingly reckless. This was the peak period for cultivators within the city to hunt him down, and this was indeed the most crowded locale. Morong Yunhe, unfamiliar with Su Xiao, could only feel curiosity. Has this old man come here to court death? Oh dear, Elder Su, why have you not sought refuge in the Piaomiao Sect? Why have you come now? Dao Yijinren was somewhat bewildered as he looked at Su Xiao in midair, his brow furrowed. Is he not courting death? This is disastrous. Even if Master Miao Yu has the intent to protect him, the demonic path still possesses a formidable alchemist. This is troublesome. For the first time, the old monk Liao Chen regarded Su Xiao with an exceedingly peculiar gaze. Ba, it seems today marks the fateful day for Master Su. The most bewildered among them is undoubtedly Captain Yang Tai Feng and his enforcement team. They stand frozen in place, no longer needing to maintain order. Yet, everyone around instinctively turns their gaze towards him. Captain Yang, what are you waiting for? The old lecher has delivered himself to you. Hurry and apprehend him. Seize him. Captain Yang, act swiftly. Under the influence of several undercover demonic agents, the crowd begins to chant once more. If we do not capture this old dog now, when will we? Observing the agitated crowd below and the awkward, at a loss Yang Tai Feng and his team, Su Xiao's eyes flicker as he strokes his long beard. You 3. Step forward. Su Xiao's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, reverberates in the ears of the onlookers. Everyone is taken aback. Glancing at the 3 middle-aged men in black, he pointed to. Huh, us 3? The trio in black is momentarily stunned. However, Su Xiao has already set his sights on them. With a cold chuckle, he deduces that these 3 are likely the instigators of the chaos, most probably affiliated with the demonic sect. He has come here with a plan in mind. The first step is to eliminate these troublemakers, thoroughly intimidating the cultivators of Iron Curtain City, compelling them to return to their homes. Prolonged unrest would be detrimental. He also values his reputation. Senior Su, why have you called us three? We were merely passing by. The three middle-aged men in black tremble with fear. They are merely Yuan-ing cultivators from the Broken Sky Demon Sect, sent to incite trouble. Has their identity been discovered? I see you three are deliberately seeking trouble. Without further ado, the Southern Bright leaving fire sword, ablaze with deep crimson flames, soars into the sky. The sword transforms into a colossal blade, unleashing waves of intense heat. Before the crowd can react, the fiery giant sword rushes forward like a shooting star, reaching the three men in an instant. With a resounding whoosh, they have no time to respond before being cleaved in two. The deep red flames engulf them. In less than a breath, their bodies are reduced to a pile of black ash. Is there anyone else who wishes to converse privately with this old Taoist? Step forward. I shall grant you the opportunity for confrontation. With a single gesture, Su Xiao summons the Southern Bright, leaving fire sword back to his side, where it hovers in midair. A flame with deep crimson fire, casting a terrifying gaze upon the crowd below. Boom! This sudden spectacle leaves everyone present utterly astonished. He has killed someone. Su, old dog, he has killed again. My goodness! Is he declaring war against our human race? Not only them, but the distant dignitaries witnessing this scene rise in disbelief, gazing at Su Xiao with incredulous expressions. Their eyes reflect an indescribable emotion. The old dog. Has he truly gone mad? If he survives this, it would be a profound insult to our human race. Elder Mu has arrived. His complexion was pallid, and his body felt somewhat feeble. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Elder Su committing murder. Chapter 113. The schemes of all parties. The demise of Elder Su and Elder Mu. Elder Su has gone mad. Not far away, the disciples of Piaomiao Sect, who had attained the nascent soul stage, gazed at Elder Mu, their faces pale with terror, lips devoid of color. Muiwer looked at her grandfather, utterly distraught, her eyes filled with fear. Grandfather, what shall we do? Elder Su has killed again, and in such a crowded place. Her delicate face turned ashen, shaken to the core by Su Xiao's actions. What on earth is happening here? Elder Mu was in a state of frantic agitation, gazing at the massive, fiery red sword hovering beside Su Xiao. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. An extraordinary artifact. At the very least, it is an extraordinary artifact. In fact, it may well be among the pinnacle of extraordinary artifacts. A fire attribute extraordinary sword. Yet, he could not fathom why the power wielded by Elder Su, a nascent soul of the 9th level, instilled such a grave sense of threat even within him. A 7th level transformation god. Too powerful. This commotion would surely alarm the two city lords. The assembly of nascent soul disciples felt their bodies go limp. Elder Su, it seems, is truly doomed. Following a moment of terrified silence among the crowd, pairs of eyes glimmered with profound fear. The lecherous elder has gone insane. In such a setting to take action, this is tantamount to declaring war on the human race. Liao Chen Dao Yi and Yang Taifeng, along with their companions, stood in stunned disbelief. Elder Su, is he truly intent on self-destruction here? This is bad. Dao Yi's eyes widened in terror as he spoke. Could it be that he has no desire to live, intending to obliterate Iron Curtain City before his demise? Damn it. Those foolish devils have been warned not to provoke Su Xiao, not to provoke Su Xiao. If anything happens to Iron Curtain City, the old Taoist will never let this rest. Liao Chen's brows furrowed deeply. Ba, Dao Yi, if the situation turns dire, I shall take my leave. Based on my estimation, Elder Su has at least 5 transformation talisman in his possession, enough to slay 2 experts of our caliber at the 9th level of transformation god. Dao Yi's expression changed dramatically. What? You can't leave yet. You monks have sturdy physiques. You can withstand at least one more. Yang Taifeng felt numb, cursing under his breath. Who in the world is foolish enough to provoke this terrifying bomb that is on the verge of exploding? If he gets his hands on you, you'll be reduced to nothing. Shui Ro from the Bishi Merchant Guild turned pale, gazing at Su Xiao in disbelief. Morong Yunhe appeared somewhat intimidated. This lecherous elder truly lives up to his reputation. Xiao Mu felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Damn it, such a dazzling scene. It should have belonged to me. Elder Su, stealing my thunder once again. Yet, in truth, he would never dare to take action and commit murder in Iron Curtain City. He aims to cultivate discreetly to the realm of void refinement. Old dog, your audacity knows no bounds. If you possess any courage, then take our lives. Let us see whether the two city lords dare to confront you. A few dim-witted brutes roared, hurling insults at Xiao. Despite their mere foundation establishment cultivation, they exhibited no fear towards Xiao, who appeared celestial and divine in the sky. Oh, it is my first time hearing such a request. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Xiao chuckled softly, and the southern Ming fire sword blazed forth like a bolt of fiery lightning. In an instant, the heads of those who spoke were severed, and the true fire consumed their bodies, reducing them to ashes in a mere breath. Aye, how outrageous! Nearby cultivators, sensing the might of Xiao's divine sword, hastily retreated, their eyes filled with terror. Is there truly such a fool in the realm of cultivation? Have they not seen that Su, the old dog, has already attained the strength of God transformation? Even the captain of the guards, Yang Tiexiong, dared not make a move. A demon, Su, the old dog, is nothing short of a demon. The demonic path pales in comparison before Su. An old demon. This is simply an old demon. Su, the old demon. Utterly terrifying. The crowd silently roared in their hearts. Yet no one dared to confront Xiao any longer. The adversary had become reckless, ready to kill anyone in sight. They remained quietly in place, hoping to avoid provoking the old demon Su, merely waiting for the two city lords to arrive and bring this old demon to justice. Old demon Su, I curse your ancestors. If you dare, then kill me. Many others of similar intellect were also present, having been swayed by the machinations of demonic infiltrators. Another one? Allow me to fulfill your wish. The crimson sword light swept through, turning the loudmouth into ashes. The crowd trembled in fear. Old demon Su. Surely, he will be inscribed in the annals of the cultivation world. Is there anyone else? Any god transformation cultivators who wish to confront the old Taoist? I shall not retreat. In midair, Xiao felt the power of the southern Ming fire sword and nodded in satisfaction. Remarkable. Effortlessly wielding it without relying on the primordial true qi, he had already exhibited the prowess of the late stage of god transformation. As for killing, it was merely part of his plan. Firstly, to instill fear among the cultivators of Iron Curtain City, ensuring they no longer spread rumors about him. Secondly, to swiftly draw out the void refinement cultivators, bringing this matter to a perfect conclusion. Rules and regulations are inconsequential before a void refinement master. As long as a void refinement master declares him innocent, then no matter how many he kills, he shall face no repercussions. Having already committed the acts, he is indifferent to the loss of a few more. To conclusively resolve this matter, the two void refinement cultivators in the city must be present. He is not in haste, he will wait patiently. In the distance, the leaders of the demonic sect stood in stunned silence. Alas, what a terrifying bomb this is. A harbinger of chaos. With over 40 years of life remaining, should he live to the fullest, the Panlong continent would undoubtedly suffer his wrath. Fortunately, this old demon seems to court his own demise. I believe the time is near. The two esteemed practitioners of the void refinement are almost here. Inform the other sect leaders. As soon as the two city lords arrive, we shall confront the old dog and bring forth our accusations. This time, we must ensure his execution is carried out without fail. Within the tavern, Yu Wenhao was brimming with excitement, an overwhelming sense of elation enveloping his spirit, lifting him to euphoric heights. At last, I have ensnared this old dog. Splendid. Splendid. Yu Wenhao, you are indeed remarkable. How astute. Once the practitioners of the void refinement arrive, this old dog is as good as finished. With no bloodshed and meticulous planning, it is none other than Yu Wenhao himself who embodies this strategy. The sacrifice of a few inconsequential nascent soul disciples is a small price to pay for the unassailable crime that Xiao cannot escape. It is a bargain, an exceedingly advantageous one. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, his focus unwavering as he gazed at Xiao suspended in midair. The old dog. Who would have thought that after failing the heavenly tribulation, he still possesses such strength? TSK. The ancient cultivator's cave truly is a waste. None of the leaders of the demonic sects dare to confront him at this moment. Should the adversary possess the talisman of transformation, a desperate counterattack could spell disaster for them. Chapter 114. the lord of the Iron Curtain City, Miao. The crowd below was left utterly dumbfounded, paralyzed in place, not daring to utter a word. Who would dare to make a sound now? Su Laoma's fiery giant sword would undoubtedly reduce them to ashes. It was simply outrageous. Xiao, Siete, Fa Ke, where are the two lords? Why haven't you arrived yet? Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Su Xiao smiled faintly and retracted the southern Ming Lihuo sword into his spatial vault. After all, it was a treasured artifact. Though it could not showcase its full power in his hands for the time being, it was wise to use it sparingly, without reaching the realm of refining emptiness. A magical artifact was an object of envy. Su Xiao, you are exceedingly reckless. At that moment, as the crowd held their breath in tense anticipation, a celestial voice resonated from the nearby lord's mansion. Soon after, a breathtaking Taoist maiden clad in a sky-blue robe descended gracefully, her feet treading upon auspicious light. The Taoist maiden floated down, her long hair billowing, and her striking eyes radiating a cold and aloof demeanor. The appearance of the maiden sent the scene into an uproar. Ah, Lord Miao, you have finally arrived. Whoa, this Su Laoma is nothing short of a murderous fiend. He openly slaughtered us low-ranking cultivators in Iron Curtain City. Lord Miao, you must seek justice for us. Whoa. Those who had been terrified and disoriented knelt before Miao, bowing fervently. A great cultivator of refining emptiness, the Lord of Iron Curtain City. She was their deity, the goddess they could forever only revere from afar. Lord Miao, you must stand up for us. This Su Laoma is far too arrogant. He is utterly lawless. Miao's emergence invigorated all those who harbored animosity towards Su Xiao. They now eagerly awaited to witness how this unrestrained lunatic would meet his demise at the hands of Lord Miao. The monk Chun, who was about to flee, halted his steps and turned to gaze at Miao in the sky. With hands clasped in prayer, he solemnly intoned, Ba. At last, Senior Miao has arrived. Daoyi, I see that we need not plead for mercy. This is Su's destiny. Let Senior Miao guide Su on his final journey, Ba. Daoyi frowned. His white brows knitted in disdain. This old bald donkey. Yang Taifeng finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. With Lord Miao's arrival, he was no longer in mortal danger. Bai Shui from the water gentle commerce grew anxious. She did not wish for Su Xiao to perish, for who would then refine the divine elixir for her and her daughter? Xiao Mu and Murong Yunha exchanged knowing smirks, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Such a person as Su Laogo deserved nothing less than death. In the distance, Yu Wenhao and other leaders of the demonic sects glimmered with keen interest, eagerly awaiting Miao's response. Miao stood poised in the air, her gaze towards Su Xiao filled with both disdain and revulsion. Had the individual not been a disciple of Ji Shui, she would have acted long ago. Su Xiao, you have committed a capital offense. Take your own life. Miao spoke coldly, declaring that to kill someone like you would soil her hands. Su Xiao gazed at the illustrious lord of Iron Curtain City, his eyes subtly shifting. He recognized Miao as a venerable elder of the Piaomiao Sect. Yet he was taken aback by her extraordinary beauty. Clad in a loose azure robe, her statuesque figure was barely concealed. Her graceful posture and perfect curves were reminiscent of a celestial being descended from a fairyland, exuding an ethereal charm. Her visage was exquisite as jade, her flawless, porcelain-like face emanating a soft luminescence, akin to a divine presence. Her flowing hair, bound with a blue ribbon, was simple yet breathtaking. Her skin, as fair as warm jade, was delicate and radiant, shimmering with resplendent light. She embodied an otherworldly grace, resembling a celestial maiden. This was a fairy whose beauty rendered all who beheld her unable to maintain eye contact, radiating an enchanting aura that transcended the mundane. Su Xiao felt a stir of emotions. It was said that she frequently corresponded with his master, Ji Shui. Yet he had never had the chance to meet her until now. He was astonished by her appearance. Detected, fortuitous woman, Miao. Fortune level, SSS, return multiplier, 100, bond level, 1 and SSS level fortuitous woman? Su Xiao blinked in astonishment. Until now, there was only one SSS level fortuitous woman, his master Ji Shui. To his surprise, Miao was also an SSS level fortuitous woman. A surge of joy blossomed within him. This was fortuitous. His plan would not only break even, but yield substantial gains. Senior Miao, it is an honor to meet you today. As my master Ji Shui has often spoken of your cordial relationship, Xiao said, clasping his hands in respect, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Miao Yu retorted, there is no need to curry favor with me. You have violated the laws of Iron Curtain City. A death sentence is inevitable. Moreover, you have broken the law and killed several individuals just moments ago. Even if your master were present, she could not save you. If you do not act within 10 breaths, even if it soils my hands, you shall perish. Countless individuals knelt below, beseeching her to take action against this lecherous old man. This was the collective voice of all cultivators in the realm of cultivation. She could not disregard it. Furthermore, she harbored similar sentiments. Su Zhao's infamous reputation disgusted her. Initially, out of respect for Ji Shui, she had granted him an opportunity to escape and had even summoned Zhuge Wufang to assist him. However, with Zhuge Mifu nowhere to be found and Su Xiao seemingly courting death, she felt justified in her decision. 5 breaths remain. A formidable pressure descended like a torrential storm. As this oppressive force swept through, the heavens and earth changed color, and the very fabric of space trembled. This was the peak pressure of a void refinement master. Su Zhao's expression shifted, his brow furrowing. It appeared that she was indeed serious. Truly, a void refinement master. Even her mere aura was terrifyingly formidable. Had it not been for the possession of a 9th-tier divine thunder talisman, he might have been compelled to beg for mercy by now. Just as he was preparing to call a halt and devise a plan, a streak of light soared from the distance. Miao Yu, hold your hand. A voice interjected. This disciple of mine happens to be one of my sister's 2 apprentices. Let him pass away peacefully. The luminous figure descended between the two, and as the radiance dissipated, an elderly man with a youthful visage and flowing white hair appeared. His face was aglow with vitality, his hair meticulously arranged, and he wore a Taoist robe that exuded an air of ethereal grace. It was none other than Zhuge Wufang. He turned to Miao Yu, entirely disregarding Su Xiao, and with a gentle smile, spoke in a rich, warm voice. Miao Yu, it has been many years, you have not changed a bit. His aged eyes reflected a glimmer of joy and satisfaction, for she was indeed the enchanting Miao Yu he admired. Upon seeing Zhuge Wufang, Miao Yu's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Without further pleasantries, she addressed the matter at hand. Your disciple has violated the regulations of Iron Curtain City, and his fate is sealed. Zhuge, shall you take action, or shall I? Chapter 115. The virtual sky pill. Not at all, not at all. Zhuge Wufang chuckled while stroking his beard. My dear friend Miao Yu, let us consider the situation from a broader perspective. Su Xiao, after all, is the disciple of my junior sister, Ji Shui. Even if he has committed heinous acts, he remains one of our own. Having lived for so many years, he understands that mere words are insufficient. In times like this, genuine intent is required to save a life. Zhuge Wufang then produced a small porcelain vial from his robe. Dear Miao Yu, within this vial are 3 Qingyuan tranquil heart pills, personally refined by me. These pills can yield some effects, even for cultivators at the void refinement stage, aiding their practice. I shall take Su Xiao under my wing and deliver a severe punishment to him, ensuring that during the remainder of his life, he diligently guards the spiritual mines for our human race, compensating for his transgressions. Rest assured, with my presence, this young rascal will no longer stir up any trouble. As spiritual energy surged, the porcelain vial flew towards Miao Yu, who caught it deftly. 3 Qingyuan tranquil heart pills? Miao Yu's elegant brows arched slightly. This old rogue is surprisingly generous. At the void refinement stage, the number of elixirs that can assist in cultivation is exceedingly rare and precious. The Qingyuan tranquil heart pill from the Piaomiao Sect is among them. Though its effects are modest, it is still sought after. No cultivator at the void refinement stage would refuse a pill that could enhance their cultivation. Given Zhuge's sincerity, I shall spare him from the death penalty. Miao Yu quickly secured the vial. As soon as Miao Yu spoke, the crowd around her trembled. Thunderous applause echoed. Her words struck like divine lightning, leaving all present in utter shock. What the hell? Is it really so hasty? The sudden arrival of the formidable elder from the Piaomiao Sect had already instilled a sense of foreboding among them. Yet, who could have anticipated that merely offering 3 pills would absolve that old demon Su of his death sentence? No, Miao Yu. He has been wantonly killing in Iron Curtain City, and he is an old lecher who indulges in affairs with numerous mistresses. The crowd was on the brink of a breakdown. The sect leaders exchanged bewildered glances with Miao Yu. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the righteous cultivators are collectively shielding that old dog Su? What a disgrace. What has this realm of cultivation devolved into under the influence of these so-called righteous practitioners? It is utterly chaotic. Yuan En, we implore you to come forth. Deliver a severe punishment to this group of unruly righteous cultivators. The realm of cultivation has been brought to ruin by them. Yet, despite their inner grievances, none dared voice their dissatisfaction. The presence of void refinement cultivators rendered even the most powerful among them cautious. In the sky above, Zhuge Wufang nodded in satisfaction, preparing to express his gratitude and boast about his Qingyuan tranquil heart pills. However, Miao Yu gazed at Su Xiao and continued. While you may be spared the death penalty, the punishment for your misdeeds remains. Su Xiao, we shall have you castrated, lest you cause further harm to the female cultivators before your demise. Su Xiao was the first to be taken aback. Zhuge Wufang wore a solemn expression, his brows tightly knitted, murmuring, It's not entirely impossible. Su Xiao turned to Zhuge Wufang, utterly bewildered once again. The crowd kneeling in reverence was equally stunned. How could this be? The Lord of Miaoyu is truly wise. This is indeed the most fitting punishment for the old lecher. Thank you, Lord of Miaoyu. I misjudged you earlier. I apologize. Su Laoma, let us see if you survive this. Incredible. The Lord of Miaoyu is truly remarkable. The faces of the previously anxious onlookers suddenly flushed with excitement, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Such a punishment for the old lecher is 1,000 times more agonizing than death. Lord of Miaoyu, you are brilliant. The leaders of the demon sect, who had just stood up, nodded in satisfaction, stroking their beards as they took their seats. Indeed, as I said, they are all righteous individuals. How could they possibly show favoritism? Senior Miaoyu is a paragon of our human race. Not only is she beautiful, but her heart is also resolute, making her the ideal match for dealing with such a shameless old lecher. Excellent. The leaders of the demon sect were thoroughly pleased. The elder of the Miao Sect, on the other hand, lamented the loss of 3 pure tranquility pills, exclaiming, marvelous. Above, Su Xiao's face darkened. Master, I will report you to my teacher. However, he was too lazy to bicker at the moment and decided to confront the situation himself. Master, please step aside. Su Xiao flew forward on his colorful sword, a grim look on his face as he patted Zhuge Wufang on the shoulder. The latter smiled reassuringly. Good nephew. It's already fortunate that your master can spare your life. Women are trivial matters. I see you've enjoyed yourself enough during this time. That should suffice. Miao Yu glanced at Su Xiao, her stunning visage radiating an air of aloofness. Friend Zhuge, since you consent, it would be best if you handled this matter. She inwardly sneered. Someone like Su Xiao deserved such a fate. It not only relieved her own disgust, but also honored the Miao Sect's goodwill. Just as Zhuge Wufang was preparing to offer some psychological support to his dear nephew, Miao Yu, with a hint of anticipation, watched as Su Xiao faced his misfortune. Suddenly, with a flick of his hand, a blue pill appeared in Su Xiao's grasp. The pill lay motionless in his palm, emitting a shimmering azure glow, as if enveloped in swirling mist. The moment it emerged, a sense of profound laws manifested around it, mysterious and ineffable. Waves of potent medicinal fragrance erupted from the blue pill. Upon merely catching a whiff, both Miao Yu and Zhuge Wufang widened their eyes, becoming statuesque in their astonishment. The instant the blue pill was revealed, as high-level cultivators, they felt an exhilarating surge of energy emanating from it. What kind of pill is this? Su Xiao, where did you obtain this? Such powerful, refining energy. What tremendous efficacy. This is undeniably a supreme void refining elixir. Zhuge Wufang gazed at the azure pill, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to suppress his salivation, his expression one of disbelief. Opposite him, the enchanting Miao Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. Merely inhaling the potent essence exuded by the azure pill seemed to loosen the constraints of her void refining bottleneck. This is indeed a premier void refining elixir. Su Xiao observed the two, both rendered speechless, and a faint smile graced his handsome visage. Relying on Master Zhuge to concoct an intermediary solution was far less agreeable than facing death itself. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Su Xiao chuckled softly, holding the azure pill as he introduced, Senior Miao Yu, Master Zhuge, this is the Void Sky Pill. I discovered it in the Grand Cultivation Cavern. I surmise it could be of great benefit to those of the void refining realm. Upon hearing this, Miao Yu and Zhuge Wufang were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning blank. The void sky pill? No, it's impossible. Su Xiao, how could you possess such a divine object? Zhuge Wufang exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock. This is an ancient marvel long thought lost. In the Panlong continent, only 3 have been unearthed in the past 10 millennia. Chapter 116. A light escape from guilt. Zhuge Wufang's complexion changed dramatically upon seeing the Su Tiandan in Su Xiao's hand. His aged eyes filled with profound astonishment and suspicion as they turned towards Su Xiao. Among the alchemists of the void refinement realm, he ranked among the foremost. He possessed knowledge of at least 3 types of elixirs that could assist practitioners in their cultivation. Yet none could compare to the legendary Su Tiandan. The Su Tiandan was the coveted treasure of every void refinement practitioner. Should one possess the method to concoct the Su Tiandan, the prospect of achieving a harmonization would be within reach. Su Xiao, did you truly discover this in the Grand Cultivation Cavern? Miao Yu's exquisite visage wore a hint of surprise, her astonishment rivaling that of Zhuge Wufang. She had certainly heard of the Su Tiandan, a pinnacle elixir she had sought for a millennium. It was said that consuming a single pill could allow one to cultivate at an extraordinary pace for an entire month. The progress made in that month would equate to the efforts of a typical void refinement practitioner over a decade. And here was Su Xiao, possessing the divine elixir she had only heard of in legends. Moreover, judging by the terrifying potency radiating from Su Xiao's Su Tiandan, it was identical to the one spoken of in tales. Holding the azure pill, Su Xiao smiled. Senior Miao Yu, indeed, this is what I found in the Grand Cultivation Cavern. Where is the Grand Cultivation Cavern? Miao Yu's beautiful eyes gleamed with urgency. I have destroyed it, Su Xiao replied casually, but I have taken all its contents with me. Miao Yu and Zhuge Wufang's expressions shifted dramatically. This meant that everything belonging to that ancient cultivator had ended up in the hands of this insufferable young man, including the Su Tiandan. As they gazed at him with envious eyes, Su Xiao looked at the stunning Miao Yu and smiled gently. Senior Miao Yu, though there are not many Su Tiandans left in the Grand Cultivation Cavern, I am willing to present this one to you. With that, the spiritual energy surged, and the azure pill soared towards Miao Yu. Her eyes brightened, and without hesitation, she extended her delicate hand to catch it. The overwhelming aura of the elixir filled her nostrils, igniting a fervor within her spiritual energy merely from holding this high-quality divine pill. She promptly secured the Su Tiandan and turned her gaze towards Su Xiao. Her initial disdain and revulsion slightly alleviated. With her hands clasped behind her back, she stood proudly like a celestial being. Her eyes flickered as she adopted a more serious demeanor. In light of this Su Tiandan, I can assist you this once. But only this once. Su Xiao nodded and clasped his fists. That would be most excellent, Senior Miao Yu. I implore you to clear my name and restore my honor. The individuals I previously slain were all malevolent beings from the demon sect who misled the masses. They deserved their fate. I did not kill indiscriminately. He internally acknowledged the wisdom in this arrangement. Every practitioner who had reached the void refinement stage was astute and calculating, holding the Su Tiandan, the exact quantity unknown. It was a prudent move for her to temporarily absolve him of his guilt. Zhuge Wufang continued to gaze at Su Xiao, extending an index finger and fervently pointing at himself. What about me? What about me? My beloved disciple, my esteemed master, whom I cherish and adore, has traveled thousands of miles to rescue you. Su Xiao cast a disparaging glance at the other party. The dog master still wishes to transform me into a being of both yin and yang. I shall leave you in suspense for now. Miao Yu's eyes fluttered shut momentarily. When she opened them again, an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from her, enveloping all the cultivators within the Iron Curtain City. After a moment of contemplation, her enchanting gaze glimmered with resolve as she declared, Esteemed guests, the matter of Su Xiao's alleged crimes will be thoroughly investigated by the City Lord's Manor. This issue is now under our jurisdiction. Henceforth, any further discussions regarding Su Xiao within the city shall be met with the full force of the Iron Curtain City's law enforcement. We shall show no leniency. Her words, infused with the inexorable power of a void refinement cultivator, swept across the entire city in an instant. The resounding thunder of her proclamation echoed in the ears of every cultivator. Boom! Her statement struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving all present in stunned silence. The City Lord's Manor is taking charge? What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the City Lord's Manor intends to shield the old demon Su? This is absurd. How could it be that after Su the old demon has taken so many lives, nothing is to be done? In the very presence of all the cultivators in the city, and they dare to investigate? No. The righteous sects are conspiring to protect one another. Surely, the members of the Misty Sect and City Lord Miaoyu are in collusion to rescue the old demon Su. The crowd below, a mass of bewildered faces, was utterly flabbergasted. Not only were they spared from death, but they were also exempt from any punishment. They were even forbidden from discussing the matter. This is outrageous. Each one gazed at Su Xiao, who stood upon the seven-colored divine light, their eyes bloodshot and filled with rage, longing to slay this old dog on the spot. It was unfathomable. It seemed that he had bribed City Lord Miaoyu with nothing more than a single pill. Far in the distance, the leaders of the demonic sects rose in shock. Though they were too far to discern what Su Xiao had offered, they were certain that the transformation in City Lord Miaoyu was a result of some extraordinary benefit bestowed upon her by the old lecher. By heavens, what further gifts has Zhuge Wufang bestowed upon the old dog Su? What kind of resources has the Misty Sect invested to sway City Lord Miaoyu so profoundly? The old demon Su is but a frail being nearing the end of his days. This is intolerable. The righteous sects are protecting one another, exchanging benefits, and they dare to engage in such underhanded dealings before the eyes of all the cultivators in the city, until the shameless individuals of the righteous sects are eradicated. The hopes of our human cultivators are extinguished. Senior Nightmare Maiden, please come swiftly. If you do not arrive soon, our realm of cultivation shall be ravaged by these scoundrels of the righteous sects. The sect leaders pounded their chests in frustration, wishing they could rush forth and deliver justice to the old dog. Yet, with two void refinement cultivators from the righteous sect present, they dared not cause a scene. In the sky above, Miaoyu continued to address the crowd. The matter of Su Xiao will be investigated at a measured pace by the City Lord's Manor. Now, disperse at once. Who dares to cause trouble or privately discuss Su Xiao will face city regulations. The onlookers swallowed hard, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed vacantly at the three figures above. It was over, utterly over. Su Laoma is seeking to evade punishment. No, such injustice cannot be tolerated. Yet, under the formidable pressure of Miaoyu's transcendent aura, none dared to defy her command. The crowd, heavy with disappointment and resentment, trembled as they reluctantly cast one last glance at Su Xiao before withdrawing in anguish. If they stayed any longer, they would incur the wrath of the City Lord, a goddess whom they could only revere from afar. The righteous figures below remained in a state of bewilderment. Daoi stroked his beard, his expression grave. Liao Chen clasped his hands, occasionally glancing at Su Xiao with keen interest. Yang Typhon wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Elder Su, please reveal your treasures sooner rather than later. It has frightened everyone along the way. Yet, curiosity lingered in their minds about what elixir Su Xiao had produced. Just one could compel the city lord to ensure his safety? How fantastical. Indeed, Su Elder is remarkable. The voluptuous and enchanting Shui Rose stood by the third-floor window, watching Su Xiao banter amiably with the cultivators of the void refinement. Her icy heart began to thaw. Elder Su was rather handsome. Her exquisite cheeks flushed slightly, and her delicate, snow-white neck radiated beauty. No, Su Laogo, I swear I will tear you to shreds one day. Beside her, Xiao Mu's face contorted with rage, his heart feeling as though it had been trampled by millions of wild horses. Chapter 117. The Nightmare of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Upon observing the expression of the Lord of Miaoyu City, it became evident that he had begun to shield the old dog. My goodness, Lord Miaoyu, how could you have been bribed by that old rascal? Xiao Mu's eyes brimmed with boundless resentment, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of tranquility. After all, with Shui Laopa by his side, he preserved his composure amidst the turmoil. Old dog, once I refine my void, I shall be the first to take your wretched life. Morong Yunhe shook his head, neither elated nor despondent. His acquaintance with Su Xiao was minimal. He was merely curious about what Su Xiao had offered that could sway a practitioner of the void refinement stage. The members of the Piaomiao Sect were utterly astonished, their confidence shaken. Was Elder Su truly unharmed? Reflecting on the previous calm demeanor of the elder, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, realizing that he had foreseen this predicament. They had underestimated the Elder's sagacity. Elder Mu now felt a sense of assurance. With the arrival of the esteemed Elder Zhuge, Elder Su would undoubtedly be rescued, regardless of the circumstances. Even if he were to be castrated, it would not matter, for the Piaomiao Sect possessed an abundance of miraculous herbs, easily procurable. Just as the crowd began to disperse, the leader of the demon sect spewed forth fragrant words. 3 blood-red flesh orbs soared from the Lord's mansion. These orbs, radiating a sinister crimson-black light, underwent a violent transformation upon nearing their target. The cacophonous sound of muscle and bone metamorphosing echoed through the skies. In less than 3 breaths, the 3 orbs morphed into terrifying winged corpses, each with a ghastly visage and bristling white fur. Miao, you promised me Su Xiao's life. Have you deceived me? A woman's voice resonated from the horizon. Yet, the moment the voice reached them, the 3 transformed corpses lunged towards Su Xiao, Zhuge Wufang, and Miao, their terrifying spiritual powers surging forth. The specter of the Nightmare Lady's undead minions. Zhuge Wufang's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the void refinement prowess emanating from the corpses, his brows furrowing in concern. In an instant, a massive black gold cauldron was released, swiftly ensnaring the advancing white-furred undead. Under the fierce flames of the black gold cauldron, anguished cries echoed as the white-furred corpses writhed in torment. Meanwhile, Miao raised her delicate hand, summoning a 7-star sword to hover above her. With her mental command, the sword cleaved through the white-furred corpses, reducing them to mere chunks of flesh and blood. These were their renowned artifacts, the Medicine King Cauldron and the 7-star sword. This is troublesome. There's that fellow as well. The moment Zhuge Wufang contained the undead, he suddenly recalled his increasingly endearing disciple, Su Xiao. The other had even produced a void heaven pill. He had completely forgotten that Su Xiao was also a Yuaning practitioner. Master, I shall eventually expose your misdeeds before our master, leading to your disgrace. Su Xiao regarded the belatedly aware Zhuge Wufang with a sense of exasperation. How could one be so self-absorbed, leaving a Yuaning practitioner to face the void refinement undead alone? Damn it! At that moment, an enormous Xiantian 8 trigrams array enveloped Su Xiao. The aura of the Tao emerged from within, and beneath him, the intricacies of the trigrams revealed their profound mysteries. No matter how fiercely the approaching spectral corpses attacked, they were ultimately repelled by the Xiantian Bagua array enveloping Su Xiao. The spectral corpses, akin to colliding with a mass of cotton, could not breach Su Xiao's defenses. He had pushed the spatial treasure, the Xiantian Bagua ring, to its utmost limits, even channeling the indestructible primordial true energy into the Bagua ring. Fortunately, these spectral corpses were not excessively powerful within the refining void realm, allowing him to barely withstand their onslaught. What is going on, my esteemed disciple? You can even fend off the refining void spectral corpses? Zhuge Wufang was utterly bewildered. This disciple had already astonished him several times today. Miao Yu's expression mirrored his surprise as she sensed the profound and mysterious aura of the Xiantian Bagua array, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. How much has Su Xiao truly acquired in the Grand Repair Cave? Although the Spectre-S offensive power was not formidable, it was still a corpse of the refining void level. The 7-star sword glimmered as Su Xiao dismantled the attacking spectral corpse into pieces. Meanwhile, Zhuge Wufang swallowed hard and unleashed his own spectral corpse, which had been burnt to a charred remnant. Flesh and blood reassembled, the blackened skin shed away. The 3 spectral corpses transformed back into blood orbs, and as the blood orbs wriggled, they reconstituted into 3 intact spectral corpses. At that moment, a woman clad in a black dress stood before the 3 spectral corpses. Su Xiao, how can you possibly withstand my spectral corpses? The woman's eyes held a glimmer of surprise as she regarded Su Xiao with a hint of intrigue. Su Xiao surveyed the figure before him. She was adorned in a black dress, her figure voluptuous and alluring. Her beauty was striking, accentuated by heavy smoky makeup, with dark eyeliner that exuded an air of mystery. Her skin was fair and delicate, her waist exquisitely shaped, and her bosom prominently displayed, with a slight reveal of her fair skin at the neckline, captivating the gaze. This was a dark-themed beauty, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. Su Xiao's eyes flickered. This must be the second city lord, the Nightmare Lady of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. However, He found it unexpected that this refining void, dark-themed beauty did not trigger a warning from the system, indicating that she was not currently a favored daughter of fortune. The instant the Nightmare Lady appeared, the crowd erupted in fervor. They cheered, as if a glimmer of hope had arrived. Old Devil Su, finally, someone is here to deal with you. Await your demise. In the distance, the leader of the demon sect let out a breath of relief and slowly settled down. The senior Nightmare Lady had arrived. Finally, someone would handle that scoundrel Su Xiao. As for the previously enveloping Bagua array, everyone tacitly assumed it was Zhuge Wufang's doing. Miao Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and declared, Nightmare Lady, I have protected Su Xiao. You may leave. You protected him? The Nightmare Lady scoffed, her dark eyeliner enhancing her enigmatic allure. Miao Yu, Zhuge the Petty, you have reaped the benefits, yet I have not received mine. What was that earlier? Such potent, refining, void medicinal power. I sensed it even within the city Lord's manor. Su Xiao, do you wish to live or die? Zhuge Wufang felt an immense burden in his heart. He had not collected anything. Su Xiao gazed at the seasoned void refinement cultivator, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes as he retrieved a Shutian pill from his spatial storage. Senior Dream Lady, this is a Shutian pill, and I trust you comprehend its significance. I shall refrain from elaborating further. One pill in exchange for my innocence. I implore you, Senior Dream Lady, to advocate for me. Addressing the two city lords, he remarked, it seems rather unjust to grant this solely to Miao Yu. Although the Dream Lady may not be the daughter of fate, the forthcoming return of Miao Yu will undoubtedly yield substantial gains. Furthermore, I currently possess 80 Shutian pills, far more than I could ever consume. With the Shutian pills in hand and the backing of the two city lords from Iron Curtain City, I am practically invincible. As for the notion of theft, I harbor no fear, for with the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman at my side, I am exceedingly secure. Shutian pill. The Dream Lady's eyes widened in astonishment. Her stunning visage tinged with a blush. Is it truly this substance? Su Xiao possesses a Shutian pill. Having lived for 8,000 years, it was her first encounter with a genuine ancient divine pill, the Shutian pill. Sensing the ferocious potency and enigmatic aura it exuded, she was unequivocally certain that this was indeed the Shutian pill, without a shadow of a doubt. Bring it to me. With her spirit energy surging, the Dream Lady, her enchanting features radiating excitement, seized it eagerly. Chapter 118. The unraveled defenses of the crowd. The enchanting woman, Yinji, held the Shutian Dan in her hand, her beautifully lined eyes shimmering with intensity. The Shutian Dan. It is indeed the fabled Shutian Dan. Such a miraculous elixir truly exists in this world. Miao Yu, with such a remarkable treasure at hand, why did you not call out to me? Do you wish to keep it all to yourself? Feeling the potent alchemical energy emanating from the Shutian Dan, her complexion flushed with excitement, and her breath quickened. Carefully storing the Shutian Dan, she turned her gaze toward the strikingly handsome elder across from her, her eyes sparkling with desire as if she wished to devour him whole. With a teasing smile, Yinji inquired, Su Xiao, how many Shutian Dan do you possess? Miao Yu, upon hearing this, glanced at Su Xiao, her proud and exquisite face blinking in curiosity. Zhuge Wufang also looked over, his expression filled with eager anticipation for his esteemed junior. Su Xiao, feeling the intense gazes of the three alchemical enthusiasts, swallowed hard. With a subtle movement of his hand, a black talisman suddenly appeared. Haha, esteemed seniors and Uncle Zhuge, it is not much, merely a few remaining. He replied with a gentle smile, his eyes radiating warmth. This talisman of alchemical refinement was also discovered within the Grand Cultivation Cave. Please handle it with care, as it can be rather uncontrollable. It would be a trivial matter if I were to meet my demise, but should I inadvertently cause your deaths, it would be a grave loss for our humanity. Furthermore, Iron Curtain City and the cultivators below may no longer exist. His words were spoken softly, only audible to those in the sky. Su Xiao's smile remained, exuding kindness. Attempt to rob me? Perhaps in your next life. Wait, what? A talisman of alchemical refinement? The three were left speechless, with Zhuge Wufang the first to react. As he sensed the surging power of alchemical energy from the black talisman in Su Xiao's hand, he was utterly astounded. Esteemed junior, how did you manage to acquire a talisman of such caliber? This is truly outrageous fortune. The overwhelming energy radiating from the black talisman pierced the heavens. unmistakably a high-tier talisman of alchemical refinement. Under its aura, the three felt a rare and profound sense of dread. You, Su Xiao, did you also unearth this in the Grand Cultivation Cave? Miao Yu's stunning visage was filled with disbelief, her astonishment unrelenting. Yet, as she collected her thoughts, it began to make sense. If he possessed the Shu Tiandan, then having a talisman of alchemical refinement was not entirely implausible. The darkly alluring Yinji blinked in astonishment, her hand waving silently. The three wandering corpses behind her transformed back into three masses of flesh, flying into her storage pouch. They had underestimated Su Xiao, initially believing he had merely acquired some inheritance and resources. They were taken aback to find not only the legendary Shu Tiandan, but also the high-tier talisman that instilled fear within them. The prospect of launching an assault had already faded into impossibility. No practitioner of the void refinement would ever toy with their own life. Before ascertaining the ultimate power of the opponent's void talisman, the astute among them would never dare to experiment on their own. Su Xiao, what are you up to? Since I have accepted a void heaven pill from you, I shall undoubtedly assist you in clearing your name. The alluring visage of the dreaming lady bore a subtle smile. Contemplating the odious nickname the other bore in the realm of cultivation, along with the troublesome matters of the Misty Sect, her eyes sparkled with a hint of inspiration, as if she had conceived an alternative method to acquire the void heaven pill. If brute force fails, then a more seductive approach shall suffice. She harbored no reservations regarding this. As for the murder charges in Iron Curtain City, they are utterly inconsequential in the face of the void heaven pill. Miao Yu cast a glance at the dreaming lady, snorted softly, retrieved her 7-star sword, and soared away. Su Xiao, consider today as a fair resolved. You are absolved of guilt. Should you dare to act again in Iron Curtain City, I, as the city lord, shall show no mercy. As Miao Yu departed, she cast a significant glance at Su Xiao, her enchanting eyes shimmering with light. The dreaming lady observed Miao Yu's swift exit, knowing that this cultivation fanatic would be eager to retreat for seclusion. Stepping forward, the dreaming lady, with her voluptuous and proud figure, stood before Su Xiao. The latter's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent of femininity that enveloped him. Su Xiao, how many void heaven pills remain? Might you share this information with your elder sister? Her dark eyeliner held an air of mystery. A faint blush adorned her stunning features. Henceforth, in Iron Curtain City, your sister shall protect you. Su Xiao swallowed hard. My goodness, is the allure of the void heaven pill truly so potent? Even the practitioners of void refinement react this way? Not many, senior dreaming lady. Perhaps you should first honor your promise. With unwavering composure, Su Xiao offered a slight smile. Very well. Subsequently, the dreaming lady, akin to Miao Yu before her, enveloped Iron Curtain City in her oppressive void refinement aura, instilling fear in all practitioners below. This time, the pressure was even more formidable than Miao Yu's. It left everyone gasping for breath. Listen closely. The killings in Iron Curtain City by Su Xiao were for substantial reasons. I, as the city lord, suspect that those slain practitioners were spies of the demon race. Su Xiao is not only innocent, but has rendered great service to our human race. From this day forth, any who dare to speak ill of Su Xiao, Yang Taifeng, your enforcement team shall execute them on the spot. Upon concluding her declaration, the dreaming lady withdrew her void refinement pressure. In an instant, the entire city fell into silence, leaving Yang Taifeng and the others in a state of shock. The spectators gazed upward with expressions of disbelief and incredulity. This time, their defenses were utterly shattered. No, Su the old demon. Even the dreaming lady has been bribed. This is outrageous. I witnessed Su Xiao give a pill to the dreaming lady. A bribe. A blatant bribe. I'm aghast. The old thief remains alive, and the human race is doomed. The crowd, shrouded in despair, lies prostrate on the ground, each individual devoid of hope. Their gaze is vacant. Not only is the defense of Miaoyu City primarily focused on the old demon Su, but even the mistress of Nightmare City has succumbed to despair. Su the old demon. How utterly shameless. Damn it. The crowd crumbled, some even spitting blood in their fury. Su the old demon. How many female cultivators will you torment in Iron Curtain City now? In the distance, the leaders of the demon sect wore ashen expressions, swallowing hard, despondently seated. Thank you, Su the old dog, for revealing whatever it is that even the Elder of Nightmare no longer pursues. This is dire. It seems Su the old dog has unearthed treasures sought after by the esteemed cultivators of the void refinement. To eliminate Su the old dog now appears to be a formidable challenge. Elder Nightmare, what is your true intention? Your disciple does not comprehend. As long as the old thief lives, our demon sect shall never know peace. On the second floor of the tavern, with a sudden spurt, Yu Wenhao, overwhelmed by rage, coughed up a mouthful of blood. No, Su the old dog, I, Yu Wenhao, shall ensure that your bones are obliterated. The nearby disciples of the Breaking Heaven demon sect were nearly paralyzed with fear, hesitant to step forward to assist. Yu Wenhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His handsome visage appeared somewhat pallid. After the fit of rage, a remarkable glint returned to his eyes. Dance on. Continue to flaunt your prowess. What does it matter if you possess treasures that can sway the Elder of Nightmare? The moment you perish, I shall revel in trampling your remains. Soon, Yu Wenhao composed himself, infused with anger and desire, quietly departed from the tavern. The more renowned Su Xiaosong becomes, the more joy he will derive from truly annihilating him. This is merely the prelude, the harbinger of death. At the Bai Shui Chamber of Commerce, Morong Yunhe sighed and shook his head. The old dog has once again succeeded, possessing something that stirs the hearts of the void refinement cultivators. Yet, what concern is it of his? Casting a glance at the increasingly enchanting and blush-tinged Shui row beside him, he silently nodded. This was his dream. So beautiful. Cough. Xiao Mu, observing the scene outside, felt a sweetness in his throat and nearly restrained himself from spewing blood. His androgynous, handsome face had flushed a deep shade of purple. Damn it. Su the old dog has once again managed to evade capture. Yet, he exerted every effort to maintain composure before his beloved Shui. It's all right. It's all right. When I finally win over Shui, I shall become the father-in-law of Su the old dog. I shall exact my vengeance with a heart of a swine. Above, the mistress of nightmare, having concluded her address, possessed dark yet luminous eyes filled with contemplation, gazing upon the ethereal and strikingly handsome Su Xiaosong. She straightened her proud and lofty figure, exuding an enchanting fragrance. A delicate blush graced her cheeks as she gently smiled at Su Xiao, saying, Su Xiao, my dear brother, I am aware that your time is fleeting. I also understand your preferences. How about I accompany you as your companion during the remaining time you have? Her voice was soft, audible only to Su Xiao and Zhuge Wufang. Zhuge Wufang gazed at the enchanting woman, who was boldly expressing her affection. He found himself utterly bewildered. My goodness, an 8,000-year-old enchantress, who has had over 20 companions. Good disciple, you must hold on. The Void Sky Pill. It belongs to our Piaomiao Sect. It is all mine. Chapter 119. The Past of the Enchantress. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted the Void Celestial Pill. For the first time, gifting Miaoyu has triggered a 10,000-fold critical return, granting the Flesh and Blood Golden Body Pill. The Flesh and Blood Golden Body Pill. It sounds quite formidable. Su Xiao raised his brows slightly upon hearing the system's voice and nodded gently. The critical return elixirs from the system are extraordinarily diverse, yet he firmly believes that each one is a coveted treasure for cultivators. It is merely that the records of the Dragon Continent do not document them, and their legendary prowess remains unheard of. Having consumed numerous divine pills thus far, with the profound Xiantian 8 trigrams formation at his disposal, he can withstand the attacks of a void refining corpse with his 9th-level nascent soul cultivation. Although the void refining corpse may be considered a lowly entity of the void refinement realm, it is still a formidable opponent. Not bad at all. As Su Xiao gazed at the alluring and enigmatic enchantress before him, a faint smile graced his lips. He assessed her inwardly. She possesses an appealing appearance and an exquisite figure. Indeed, she is quite captivating. Yet, why does the system refrain from recognizing her as a woman of fortune? This makes his act of gifting feel rather painful. After all, having a beautiful wife of the Void Refinement Dark Faction as a companion would not be an unappealing prospect. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiao spoke. Thank you, esteemed enchantress, for your regard towards me. However, my lifespan is limited, and I shall not trouble you further. I am grateful for your assistance in clearing my name before everyone. Beside him, Zhuge Wufang's eyes brightened at these words. What a reliable lad. He immediately stepped in front of Su Xiao, addressing the enchantress with a chuckle. Enchantress, I shall not dwell on the other old Taoists. My disciple Su Xiao is the partner of our esteemed sect leader, Zhuge Ling. They have already pledged their vows before heaven and earth. How could you bear to tear them apart? After speaking, Zhuge Wufang turned to Su Xiao, his old eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Fear not, my disciple. Upon our return, I shall officiate your marriage with Ling. Even in death, she shall remain your beloved companion. Su Xiao's expression darkened. Master, were you not vehemently opposed to my union with my junior sister before? Your change of heart is swifter than turning the pages of a book. Zhuge Wufang, feeling uneasy, discreetly transmitted a message to Su Xiao, my dear disciple. Do not be deceived by the enchantress's appearance. This ancient hag is already 8,000 years old. She has had over 20 partners, all of whom have perished. She is a husband killer. She is unsuitable for you. What? Su Xiao blinked in surprise. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at the darkly beautiful woman. He understood her age, but over 20 partners? And they all died? In that instant, he began to comprehend why the system did not recognize her as a woman of fortune. The enchantress, noticing Zhuge Wufang's protectiveness, let out a cold laugh. Zhuge, you wretched man, who does not know that the leader of your sect, Zhuge Ling, possesses a purine body, capable of being a true partner for our handsome Su Xiao? I am the one who can truly be with him. Moreover, did you just secretly slander me? Zhuge Wufang retrieved the Medicine King cauldron and smiled faintly, saying, Yan, do you truly believe your trivial matters require my slander? My esteemed disciple will inevitably learn of them sooner or later. Enough of this. For the sake of my dear disciple, our Piaomiao Sect has already bestowed upon you a void heaven pill. Having received such a significant boon, should you not swiftly return to your cultivation? You have but 2,000 years of lifespan remaining. Opportunities are scarce. With a calm gesture, he stroked his grizzled beard, his demeanor serene. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression shifted to one of gravity. She cast a lingering glance at Su Xiao and, with a bewitching smile, remarked, Su Xiao, dear brother, ponder this well. Your elder sister shall always be here, awaiting your visit. With that, she did not linger further and transformed into a streak of light, soaring back to the city lord's mansion to cultivate. Zhuge Wufang's words rang true. Her chances were indeed dwindling. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that her determination to win over Su Xiao intensified. Little brother, I shall indeed claim you. A smile crept upon her lips. Undeterred by the notorious reputation of the elderly lecher, she had her own strategies for dealing with such individuals. My dear disciple, had it not been for my timely intervention, you would have surely fallen victim to Miaoyu's treachery. Zhuge Wufang embraced Su Xiao tightly, akin to a father reuniting with a long-lost son, nearly moved to tears. The allure of the void heaven pill was simply overwhelming. Furthermore, he was a grand master of the alchemical arts. Enough, enough. Master, you are a revered grandmaster. Maintain your dignity. Despite Su Xiao's efforts to extricate himself, he found it nearly impossible, gasping for breath under the fervent embrace. My dear disciple, for your sake, I have already given away 3 precious Qingyuan tranquil heart pills. Zhuge Wufang remained undeterred, holding Su Xiao tightly as if he would not relent until he achieved his goal. Su Xiao was bewildered and nearly considered using the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman for mutual destruction. All right, Master, this is for you. With a sense of resignation, Su Xiao retrieved a void heaven pill from his spatial storage. Instantly, the overwhelming potency of the alchemical essence began to resonate powerfully with Zhuge Wufang. Oh my goodness, my dear disciple, truly, all my affection for you has not been in vain. Snatching the coveted void heaven pill, Zhuge Wufang swiftly placed it into his storage pouch. Fearing Su Xiao might change his mind, releasing Su Xiao, his countenance flushed with joy, he exclaimed, My dear disciple, your beloved Ling girl is about to enter seclusion for a breakthrough in her cultivation. I firmly believe that with a void heaven pill, her innate talent will make the ascent to grand mastery effortless. His expression was warm and benevolent, prompting Su Xiao to let out a sigh. In a millennium, he had never seen Zhuge Wufang smile at him in such a manner. Indeed, the control of rare cultivation resources equated to dominion over the cultivation realm. Master Zhuge, please help me deliver this one to my junior sister. Su Xiao produced another pill, which Zhuge Wufang received with delight. Clearing his throat, he restored the solemn dignity of the esteemed elder. Haha, Su Xiao, you have fared quite well in Iron Curtain City, since you have promised Taoist Miaoyu. It would be prudent for you to steadfastly guard our ethereal sect's spiritual mind in Iron Curtain City. As for the ethereal sect, it would be best to refrain from returning for the time being. Zhuge Wufang stroked his beard, chuckling softly as he nodded. Although that scoundrel Su Xiao becomes increasingly agreeable to the eye, it is imperative that he does not return to the ethereal sect at this juncture. He wields a powerful high-level void refinement talisman. Before this ticking time bomb detonates, he must not retreat to the ethereal sect for a leisurely existence. Should he act in displeasure, who would be held accountable for the destruction of his sect? It is far more prudent for him to remain in Iron Curtain City, where he can contribute to the cause by vanquishing a few more demon races before his demise, thus offering service to the ethereal sect and humanity. After the departure of the enchantress, the throngs gathered at the crossroads dispersed in a daze. They bore the weight of boundless fear and resentment as they cast glances at Su Xiao and Zhuge Wufang overhead. One by one, tears of rage welled in their eyes. No, that lecherous old man. He has once again successfully resurfaced. Alas, Iron Curtain City is doomed. Chapter 120. The flawless Zhuge Wufang. Su Xiao successfully bribed the two lords of Iron Curtain City, thereby absolving himself of his murderous allegations. The elders of the demon sect, who had been observing from a distance, sighed in resignation. With the departure of the esteemed Lady of Nightmares, they had no desire to cast another glance at the old scoundrel, Su Xiao. Silently, they dispersed, returning to their sect in frustration. Su, the old rogue, after successfully bribing the two city lords, could now act with impunity. Alas, there was nothing to be done. Deceit and machination could not rival the treasures possessed by others, for even the cultivators of the Void Realm were kept in check. How infuriating! Let it be, let it be. The old rogue shall be left to live out his days in peace. Such a knave is not worth our ire. One wonders what the esteemed Lady of Nightmares thinks. How could she possibly allow this old dog to escape unscathed? It vexes me greatly. I instructed my disciples to refrain from targeting the old rogue while he remains in Iron Curtain City. We shall deal with him slowly once he arrives at the spirit mine. I harbor an unquenchable enmity towards that old scoundrel. The throng of people had largely dispersed. Su Xiao, Zhuge Wufang, stood at the crossroads, having sheathed his multicolored flying sword. With a dashing stroke of his beard, he exuded an ethereal charm, his demeanor unparalleled. Greetings, esteemed elder. The disciples of the Misty Sect, filled with excitement, hurried forth, kneeling before Zhuge Wufang. The formidable Void Realm cultivator represented the might of their sect. Did they not see that even the lords of Iron Curtain City dared not challenge Elder Su, instead dutifully accepting his gifts and apologies? In their eyes, Su Xiao's vindication was entirely due to Elder Zhuge's formidable presence. Esteemed elder, your might is awe-inspiring, the disciples exclaimed in unison. Elder Mu, with his stooped figure, quickly approached and knelt before Zhuge Wufang, his face alight with fervor. Truly, he was the supreme Void Realm cultivator of their Misty Sect. Even the renowned Lady of Nightmares and the prodigious Miao Yu showed the utmost respect before Elder Zhuge. With the alchemist's cauldron in hand, he had incinerated the Lady of Nightmare's spectral minions, effortlessly aiding Elder Su in fending off their assaults. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. He was indeed the revered elder admired by countless disciples of the Misty Sect. Ah, young Mu, there is no need for such formality. You may rise. Su Xiao said graciously. After all, he too was an inner elder of the Misty Sect and a beloved disciple of mine. If I do not come to his aid, who will? It is my duty as the esteemed elder. Gently stroking his beard, Zhuge Wufang wore a benevolent smile, exuding an aura of elderliness. Su Xiao blinked in surprise, casting a curious glance at Zhuge Wufang, but merely shook his head in silence, too indifferent to expose the fade. Ah, disciple Dao pays his respects to Elder Zhuge. It has been many years since we last met, and your radiance surpasses that of your. You appear ever more youthful, he exclaimed, his voice filled with reverence. Amipa, the young monk Liao Chun greets the esteemed Zhuge. Several centuries ago, he had the fortune of meeting the elder, and now, to encounter him again is truly a privilege. Tianjiang Shanyan Taifeng pays his respects to the venerable Zhuge as well. Dao Yi Liao Chun and Yang Taifeng, accompanied by a group of disciples, hurriedly approach. Upon seeing Zhuge Wufang, the three display expressions of reverence, and each perform their salutations, adhering to the proper etiquette expected of juniors. in alignment with the thoughts of the disciples of the Piaomiao Sect. They similarly believe that Su Xiao will ultimately clear his name, entirely owing to the backing provided by Zhuge Wufang. Without Zhuge Wufang's support, no matter how much Su Xiao possesses, he would find it challenging to evade the clutches of judgment. What use is an abundance of possessions when the two city masters of Lianshu could seize everything in an instant? When it comes to cultivation resources, one should test whether the two city masters would stoop to such measures. Ah, it is indeed you. How wonderful. Not having allied with those demonic sect disciples to persecute my unfortunate nephew speaks volumes of your integrity as righteous comrades. Zhuge Wufang nods in satisfaction. The group engages in a delightful conversation, during which Su Xiao, basking in the elder's aura, seemingly vanishes. He has utterly transformed into a being indulged by the boundless affection of his elders, a whimsical and eccentric figure. Aye, by the heavens, Zhuge Sherbua possesses quite the flair. Su Xiao, stroking his goat beard, finds himself completely in awe of his master. How had he not realized before that his master bore such traits, reminiscent of a certain aloof king? He refrains from elaborating further, opting for silence. As the others disperse, Zhuge Wufang prepares to take his leave. Summoning Su Xiao, he cheerfully conveys through sound transmission, "Good nephew, I am about to depart. I have already provided you with a communication talisman. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me at once. I shall come swiftly to assist you. As for the Shutian Dan, be sure to keep a close watch on it. Do not let it slip away. It is a treasure of our Piaomiao Sect. You must pass it on to your wife, Ling Yadu. And do not forget your top-tier magical artifacts and talismans." Having said this, Zhuge Wufang steps onto a cloud of auspicious light and ascends, eagerly making his way back to the Piaomiao Sect. The Shutian Dan. Little did he anticipate that not only would he meet the enchanting Miaoyu, but he would also acquire two Shutian Dan. What a tremendous opportunity. He must return immediately to study them, striving to reverse engineer the method of their refinement using his unparalleled alchemical skills. The prospect of merging is within reach. Good nephew, at long last, before his demise, he has made a significant contribution to the sect. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang Tai Feng, the righteous individuals take their leave. With Su Xiao's innocence established, they feel assured. Now, with the esteemed Zhuge Wufang supporting Su Xiao, the demonic sect will surely face repercussions. Aside from Su Xiao, Elder Mu, and the disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, the remaining crowd consists of onlookers lurking at a distance, secretly observing Su Xiao. Their faces are etched with rage and sorrow, yearning to confront the eccentric figure themselves. No, Su Laomao, now brazenly strolling the streets. Just moments ago, the adversary was wantonly committing murder within the Iron Curtain City. Oh dear, two city lords. As long as Su Laomao remains unvanquished, the human race is doomed. Su Xiao noticed a few onlookers, their faces etched with resentment, hiding in the distant shops, gazing at him with dissatisfaction. You three, come forth. The two city lords have already cleared my name. Do you still have objections? Do you wish to confront me directly? Thunderous roars. The three disciples of the demonic sect were so terrified they felt as if struck by lightning, utterly shaken. With a swift motion, their faces turned pallid as they knelt before Su Xiao, repeatedly bowing. Elder Su, we are wronged. We merely wish to admire your unparalleled grandeur. No, absolutely no objections. We revere you, a benevolent and compassionate elder. How could we possibly dare to voice dissent? It must be some scoundrel spreading rumors about us. Long live Elder Su. Long live Elder Su. The three were so frightened their hearts quaked. Now, with the two city lords bribed and supported by sect practitioners of the void refinement stage, they dared not offend him in the slightest. Su Laomao is here. Iron Curtain City shall never know peace. Su Xiao, pleased by their words, stroked his beard, realizing he had wronged them. Very well, since you hold me in such high regard, you may leave. The three repeatedly bowed in gratitude, scurrying away in fear. This scene was witnessed by other cultivators gathered at the crossroads, who collectively gasped in astonishment. No one dared to gaze at each other any longer. Instead, they silently shed tears. With Su Laomao present, the human race shall never rise again. Su Laomao, I will not rest until I see your downfall. Elder, you are so handsome. Muiwearer stood behind Su Xiao, her eyes sparkling with admiration and a hint of rosy warmth as she beheld his imposing demeanor. Su Laomao is safe. She hoped to receive even more resources from him, the kind that comes free of charge. Shui Trading Company? Su Xiao was about to lead Elder Mu and the group of nascent soul disciples back when he spotted an exquisitely decorated three-story building nearby. Elder Su. On the third floor, the enchanting and fair visage of Shui Ro, adorned with a hint of blush, possessed an allure that was simply captivating. She waved her hand, gazing at Su Xiao with deep affection. Truly, Elder Su is remarkable. Even the two city lords of the void refinement stage are powerless against her. So striking. Meanwhile, Murong Yunhe and Xiao Mu felt a jolt of shock. What is happening? Rower, do you know this lecherous old man? With a sudden realization, both Murong Yunhe and Xiao Mu turned pale. Chapter 121. Gentle and carefree Su Xiao beheld the enchanting and exquisite beauty, Madame Shui Ro, standing by the window. His aged eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded with a smile. Madame has also arrived in Iron Curtain City? How fortuitous. For I am in need of replenishing my spatial repository. During this period, he had nearly exhausted his supply of foundation-building pills and could certainly benefit from a few more yuaning talismans. With over 700 high-grade spirit stones remaining, he found himself with an abundance. Elder Mu, you may return first. I shall procure a few items and rejoin you shortly. Su Xiao cast a glance at his companions, instructing the group of Yuan-ing disciples. The disciples stood frozen in awe, their gazes fixated on the stunning Shui Ro above, particularly the delightful flush that adorned her cheeks. Is that not Madame Shui of the Bai Shui Merchant Association? She is our sister Shui's mother. Indeed, such beauty can only belong to Madame Shui. I was fortunate enough to encounter her once. Good heavens, Elder Su truly has an affair with Madame Shui. Look at her face. It is positively radiant. No, Elder, that is our sister Shui's mother. And you still have unresolved matters with Sister Shui. Mu Yue'er, momentarily stunned, was aware of the connection between her companions and Madame Shui. She had also heard whispers of Elder Su's relationship with Sister Shui. Gazing at the alluring Shui Ro, her cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by an inexplicable shyness. Elder Mu swallowed hard, nudging Su Xiao with his elbow, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Elder Su, you truly evoke envy among us. Madame Shui is the most beautiful woman in the Northern Wind Kingdom. Your charm is indeed something to be admired. Observing Shui Ro, Elder Mu discerned that their relationship was far from ordinary. The rumors hold true. The Bai Shui Merchant Association steward. The steward Chun of the Bai Shui Merchant Association. The steward Shui of the Bai Shui Merchant Association. We extend our warmest welcome to the esteemed guests of the Piaomiao Sect. The members of the Piaomiao Sect halted before the Bai Shui Merchant Association, leaving the three stewards and a multitude of attendants utterly astonished. Even the cultivators and guests entering and exiting the Merchant Association turned their attention, their expressions a mix of fear and ire. None dared approach, fearful of offending the recently bloodied and fearsome figure from the Piaomiao Sect. Old Demon Su. The three elder stewards promptly bowed before Su Xiao, their expressions filled with utmost reverence, anxious not to offend the one who had just bribed two city lords. Not only had he shared laughter with the two lords of Liansu City, but he also had the backing of a formidable figure from the Piaomiao Sect. They had no audacity to treat him with anything less than the utmost respect. The portly steward, Steward Zhou, regarded the attention-grabbing members of the Piaomiao Sect with a forced smile. Elder Su, Elder Mu, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your presence elevates our humble Bai Shui Merchant Association. Today, all esteemed guests from the Piaomiao Sect shall enjoy a flat 20% discount on their purchases, regardless of quantity. The three old stewards chuckled heartily, their faces radiating sincerity and kindness. When confronted with someone as enigmatic as Su Xiao from the mysterious sect, the Bihui Chamber of Commerce could not afford to let their guard down for a moment. A 20% discount. Elder Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement, a glimmer of exhilaration dancing within them. The Jin Dan disciples from the mysterious sect behind him were equally thrilled, eagerly preparing to spend all their spirit stones today. Such an opportunity for a discount is rare indeed. A 20% savings is no trivial matter for them. Who would have thought they would benefit from Elder Su's presence this time? Thank you, esteemed stewards. In light of this, I shall take my time to select and purchase some elixirs. Elder Mu, visibly elated, patted Su Xiao on the shoulder, his aged face glowing with joy, adding, "This is all thanks to Elder Su." It's merely a small matter, Su Xiao replied modestly with a slight wave of his hand. The followers of the mysterious sect lingered at the Bihui Chamber of Commerce, and the crowd grew thicker. However, this time, they dared only to observe from a distance. Too intimidated to approach. How infuriating. Just look at how the three old stewards of the Bihui Chamber are trembling in fear of Elder Su. This is outright robbery. A blatant act of plunder. The cultivators within the chamber shared similar sentiments. Why should only those from the mysterious sect receive such discounts? This is unacceptable. Yet, no one dared to voice their dissent, fearing Elder Su's wrath. Elder, it is truly an honor for you to visit the Bihui Chamber. A woman in a flowing blue gown, Shui Rou, stepped forward to personally greet him. She approached Su Xiao, her figure voluptuous and captivating. Her exquisite face bore a gentle blush, adorned with a charming smile. Her fair, delicate skin shimmered with a soft glow, reminiscent of water and jade. She exuded an enchanting allure that left all present utterly spellbound. The lady of the Bihui Chamber is indeed a breathtaking beauty. Haha, Madame Shui, it has been too long. You have grown even more enchanting, Su Xiao replied with a smile, nodding slightly. Really? Madame Shui's face lit up, her eyes filled with affection. She had witnessed all that had transpired moments ago and felt that Elder Su had never looked more astonishing. Even the two city lords appeared helpless against him, personally exonerating him of any wrongdoing. At some point, she reminisced about their previous tender moments, her stunning cheeks blushing uncontrollably. Indeed, as I casually remarked, whoever is fortunate enough to marry Madame Shui as a partner must have accumulated immense fortune over 3 lifetimes. Madame Shui stood frozen, gazing at the ethereal Su Xiao, whose extraordinary charm was simply breathtaking. Overwhelmed by emotion, she couldn't help but lean into his embrace, enveloped in an intoxicating floral fragrance. Elder, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly, she said, lifting her gaze to him, her eyes sparkling with affection, disregarding the curious stares of those around them. Boom. This shocking and surreal scene left everyone present, including the staff of the Bihui Chamber, utterly dumbfounded. Even those within the ethereal sect, privy to certain secrets, found it hard to believe as they beheld the enchanting Lady Shui. I can hardly comprehend. Elder Su is so brazenly unreserved. This is not merely an affair, it is a multitude of entanglements. The members of the ethereal sect, including Elder Mu, were left in a state of shock, their gazes towards Su Xiao tinged with profound envy. Elder Su, you are the epitome of envy. The onlookers and patrons within the merchant hall were utterly bewildered. My goodness, the old lecher. When did he begin his dalliance with Lady Shui? This is the most beautiful woman in the Northern Wind Kingdom, the goddess of dreams for every man in the realm. How infuriating. Old lecher, I cannot coexist with you in this life. This is utterly maddening. 2 city lords. Look, this is the consequence of your indulgence towards the old lecher. A crowd of people turned pale with rage, yet they dared not voice their grievances, only internally berating and cursing. In the grand hall of the merchant establishment, the most flabbergasted were undoubtedly Xiao Mu and Murong Yunha. They simultaneously cast incredulous, astonished glances towards the entrance where Su Xiao and Shui Rou stood. Their eyes were wide and round, their minds blank. Words eluded them, leaving only one thought. No, Lady Shui, with so many people around, let us maintain a low profile. Su Xiao flashed a charming smile, gently supporting Shui Rou. Elder, henceforth, you may simply call me Rou. A blush spread across Shui Rou's cheeks, and a rosy hue illuminated her fair, elongated neck. Rou, have you nearly finished the divine spirit elixir I provided? Elder, it is almost used up. Shui Rou's eyes sparkled with delight as she was embraced by Su Xiao. The divine spirit elixir crafted by the elder is of unparalleled quality, incomparable to ordinary concoctions. Her rapid advancement to the 8th level of divine transformation was solely attributable to the elder's exceptional elixir. Rou, just inform me when you are out. The elder has plenty to spare. Su Xiao, as if plucking candy, grasped a handful of splendid golden divine spirit elixirs, displaying them in his palm, radiating a mysterious golden light. Noticing one that was slightly smaller, he casually flicked it back into his spatial repository. With a handsome smile, he added, Rou, feel free to choose, select the larger ones. Boom. The ferocious and audacious manner in which he wooed women left everyone present in a state of utter astonishment once more. Even Xiao stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. No, could this be the source of Elder Su's captivating charm? Lady Xiao, you must not be beguiled by the old lecher. The crowd was driven to madness, utterly overwhelmed, their hearts captivated and submissive. Chapter 122. The Flustered Morong Yunhe the Shopkeeper? Not only the patrons of the trade association and the onlookers outside, but even the 3 elderly stewards of the Bihui Merchants Association and the numerous gray-clad attendants gazed in astonishment at the blushing and starry-eyed Xiao. The shopkeeper. You too. Shock morphed into terror. The 3 elderly stewards, pale as ghosts, trembled uncontrollably. They could scarcely believe their eyes as they beheld the voluptuous and enchanting shopkeeper collapsed in Su Xiao's embrace. The shopkeeper. The other party is a notorious lecher in the realm of cultivation. How could you possibly have such a relationship with him? No. Shopkeeper, this is perilous. Shui Zhonggui. That is the old lecherous man who sends female cultivators fleeing in fear across the lands. The young attendants' hearts raced, as if pierced by daggers, enduring unbearable agony. The shopkeeper is their revered goddess. How could she be entangled with such an old lecher? No, they simply could not accept it. Their bodies went limp, and the attendants of the Bihui Merchants Association were struck by a profound psychological blow. In Su Xiao's hand, a radiant elixir shone brightly, further rendering them speechless. This is simply too extravagant. They are all high-quality elixirs. Could it be that Su the Elder captured the shopkeeper's heart through such means? The 3 elderly stewards grew increasingly bewildered, not to mention the shopkeeper. Even they could hardly resist such temptation. The delegation from the Piaomiao Sect was equally astonished by Su Xiao's lavish display. However, their immunity to such opulence was evidently higher than that of the onlookers and the members of the Bihui Merchants Association. For someone as affluent as Elder Su, the 2 city lords of Lianshu could easily bestow gifts or bribes, producing a handful of elixirs without shattering their expectations. Yet, Elder Su's masterful and sophisticated charm did shake their worldview. Mui Wearer and several ordinary-looking female disciples gazed at Su Xiao's ethereal visage and the captivating scene of him treating elixirs like mere candies, utterly unable to contain their emotions. Their cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling, their hands involuntarily clenched into fists. How they longed for a partner like Elder Su. Elder Su, you are simply too handsome. This sentiment was shared not only by them, but also by the female cultivators among the onlookers, who, after their shock, were enveloped in a profound sense of envy and jealousy. With a slender waist that swayed enticingly, the alluring Xiao's face was flushed beyond recognition. As she beheld the breathtakingly handsome Su Xiao, she extended her trembling, delicate hand, excitedly receiving 10 elixirs. Thank you, Elder Su. Elder, you are truly so kind to me. Her exquisite face radiated warmth and joy as she bashfully accepted the elixirs, gently linking her arm with Su Xiao's. Elder, you must be weary from your journey. Please, allow yourself to rest in my humble quarters for a while. Once you have regained your strength, I shall personally attend to you. At this moment, Xiao's face flushed crimson. Elder Su has gradually become an indispensable benefactor in her life, even more significant than her partner. Although Elder Su has but 50 years left to live, the resources he possesses are astonishing. With the time that remains, she and her daughter, Xiao, may very well acquire the pinnacle resources necessary for advancing to the realm of void refinement. She had witnessed the earlier scene with her own eyes. The treasures Elder Su could present to sway the 2 city lords must be intimately connected to the void refinement practitioners. Without Elder Su, the thought of such advancement would be beyond her imagination. This is an extraordinary opportunity for both her and her daughter, Xiao. Very well, I shall take care of it, she said. Su Xiao gazed into her affectionate eyes, admiring her exquisite form. He stroked his goatee, nodding and offering a faint smile. Madame Xiao is indeed a rare beauty. Amidst the bewilderment of the onlookers, Xiao supported Su Xiao, preparing to ascend to the 3rd floor of the Merchant Association for some respite. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 spirit refining pills, returning 10 void sky pills. Su Xiao, what are you doing? Release Roer at once. Others may fear you. I, Morong Yunhe, shall never cower before you. Unable to contain himself, Murong Yunhe burst forth from the merchant association with a group of followers, his face flushed with anger, nearly losing his composure. He trembled with fury, his eyes ablaze like a volcano, glaring at Su Xiao. No, his dream, his centuries-long dream, ruined by that lecherous old man. Now, seeing the two engaged in intimate banter as they ascended to the third floor, what is their intention? He could hardly bear to imagine. Su Xiao, you old scoundrel, I will not rest until you and I are at odds. Oh, Su Xiao regarded the refined gentleman in golden robes with a light chuckle. Rower, who might this be? Shui Ro's expression darkened, her gaze fixed on Murong Yunhe. Her voice tinged with indignation. Murong Yunhe, you are not welcome at the Buyuan Merchant Association. Please leave immediately. Turning back to Su Xiao, she spoke softly. Elder, he is Murong Yunhe, the sovereign of Beifeng, merely here to purchase goods. Let us ignore him. Now, Shui Ro held an even greater disdain for Murong Yunhe and his companions. They were all self-important, yet in terms of extravagance and charm, they fell far short of Elder Su. Rower, that lecherous old man is merely using sweet words to deceive you. Just a few spirit-refining pills. The royal family of Beifeng can offer those too. Rower, that old lecher is after your body. You must not fall for his tricks. Murong Yunhe fumed, his face red with rage, his previous composure completely shattered. Originally, Su Xiao paid little heed to his notorious reputation. However, at present, he harbored a fervent desire for the demise of a certain individual. The lecherous old man must not live. Such injustice cannot be tolerated. Su Xiao's expression darkened ominously. The audacity to address him in such a manner? Murong, the sovereign. I shall reiterate. Please take your leave. Furthermore, do not refer to me as Rower. Our relationship is non-existent. Shui Ro, incensed, felt her bosom rise and fall with indignation, her eyes ablaze with fury. Su Xiao emitted a cold chuckle, his gaze narrowing. Rower, the lecherous old man covets your form. You must not fall prey to his deceit. Su, the old cur, you may deceive other female cultivators. But how dare you attempt to ensnare me, the head of the Shui family in Beifeng Kingdom? From this moment forth, we shall be irreconcilable foes. Release your filthy hands at once. Witnessing Shui Ro entwined with Su Xiao's arm, he was utterly incensed. His eyes turned a deep crimson, and an overwhelming aura of the 9th tier of transformation surged forth from him, ferociously erupting. Death warriors, heed my command. Today, the royal family of Beifeng Kingdom shall eradicate this scourge and obliterate this shameless old lecher. We cannot allow him to continue tormenting my rower. Completely deranged. Murong Yunhe had forgotten the reason why Su Xiao was feared throughout the realm of cultivation. Yes, sovereign. A thunderous sound erupted. Behind him, 8 cloaked attendants unsheathed their blades and magical instruments, each emanating a fierce and tumultuous aura of transformation. Each one possessed the formidable might of transformation. Chapter 123. Complete loss of sanity. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. Elder Mu of the mysterious Cloud Sect and his disciples were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Who would dare to confront Elder Su? Not only the members of the mysterious Cloud Sect, but also the onlookers, guests who had fled from the Merchant Association, and the attendants gazed at Murong Yunhe with bewilderment. This sovereign of Murong dared to snatch another's woman right in front of the infamous Elder Su? Did they not know that Elder Su was also known in the cultivation world as the terrifying Old Bomb? The atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Silence enveloped the crowd as they watched Murong Yunhe and his entourage confront Su Xiao. The spectators were almost gleeful at the prospect of a confrontation. To eliminate Elder Su would be a boon for the people. Even if they failed, the strength of the Northern Wind Kingdom's sovereign, combined with his legion of God transformation warriors, would surely deal a heavy blow to Elder Su and diminish his fearsome reputation. Elder Su, were you not just boasting a moment ago? Daring to lay hands on the beautiful Madame Shui of the Northern Wind Kingdom. Such a fate was well-deserved. Some individuals were filled with excitement, admiring Murong Yunhe's bravery in standing against evil, undeterred by the notorious reputation of Elder Su. Sovereign Murong, well done. Bring down Elder Su. Avenge the countless beautiful female cultivators in our realm. As they beheld Madame Shui, who was intertwined with Su Xiao, many male cultivators seethed with indignation. How infuriating. Elder Su, At last, a formidable force has come to confront you. Prepare for your demise. Morong Yunha, what do you think you're doing? This is the territory of my Bihue Merchant Association. Your actions are tantamount to declaring war against us. Madame Shue's face flushed with anger. Her gaze fixed on Morong Yunha, as if he were an imbecile. She had never despised a man as much as she did at that moment. Not even her first partner, that insufferable delicate flower, had evoked such disdain. At least he had treated her with deference, as if she were a queen. Ru, I am doing this for you. Morong Yunha's heart bled with anguish. This wretched old lecher. He was beyond contempt. The flames of rage consumed him as he directed all the resentment that Ruer harbored towards him onto Su Xiao. It was all because of the latter. He had caused Ruer to misunderstand him. Damn it all. Completely unhinged, Morong Yunha summoned a supreme-grade sword, infusing it with a torrent of spiritual energy. In an instant, the street where the Bihue Merchant Association stood was charged with the oppressive aura of a 9th-level god transformation. What the hell? Who dares to challenge Elder Su? At this critical juncture, one cannot help but wonder if the adversary has just bribed the 2 city lords. Nearby cultivators gathered, casting astonished glances at the furious Morong Yunha, alongside the exquisite beauty, Shui Ro, who was entwined with Su Xiao's arm. Their eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with shock. What a turn of events. Su, the elder demon, seems intent on snatching away the beloved of the Lord of Morong. This is madness. The lecherous old man dares to extend his greedy claws towards Madame Shui. She is the most distinguished beauty of the Northwind Kingdom, a treasure that the kingdom's lord has pursued for centuries without success. No, Lord Morong, quickly eliminate this old dog. I cannot bear to witness this any longer. If Su the Elder does not perish, all beautiful female cultivators will be doomed. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Just as the 2 city lords departed, Su the Elder lunged towards the first beauty of the North Wind Kingdom. Is this a seamless transition? Unbelievable. Lord Morong, please restrain this shameless old lecher. The onlookers overwhelmingly rallied behind Morong Yunha. The members of the Misty Sect and the Bingshui Chamber of Commerce quietly retreated to the loft, too afraid to intervene. Their hesitance stemmed not only from the multitude of transformation stage cultivators on Morong Yunha's side, but also from his formidable 9th transformation stage prowess. They were further concerned that Elder Su's erratic use of talismans might inadvertently harm them. As Shui Ro's face mirrored her anxiety and she struggled to maintain her composure, Su Xiao made his move. He reached out, shielding Shui Ro behind him. Just watch. Ro, he said with a gentle smile, his hair billowing like a banner, strikingly handsome. In an instant, 2 9th transformation stage talismans appeared in his hands. With narrowed eyes, and without hesitation, he cast the talismans forth. As they dissipated, they locked onto Morong Yunha. How dare he confront him openly? How dare he label him an old lecher? Perfect. Su had been seeking a transformation stage cultivator to serve as an example, to instill fear in those wicked cultivators who perpetually sought to undermine him. Now, fate had delivered one right to his doorstep. With a resounding roar, the moment the talismans were launched, dark clouds converged in the sky, and arcs of lightning began to flicker. The violet glow emerged. This was the apex lightning talisman of the 9th transformation stage, the purple sky lightning talisman. Suddenly, a massive orb of ice materialized in midair, exuding an exceptionally terrifying chill. The very air seemed to freeze. This was the 9th transformation stage talisman, the profound ice sword rain talisman. The 2 overwhelmingly powerful auras instantly locked onto Morong Yunha, causing his form to falter, his previously furious gaze regaining a moment of clarity. So this is the power of the old lecher's transformation talismans? Could they truly be this formidable? Feeling the might radiating from the 2 talismans, Morong Yunha's expression stiffened. He had known Su Xiao's talismans were powerful, but he had not anticipated them to be of this magnitude. This is bad. I must eliminate the old lecher at once. Su the old dog. Prepare to meet your end. Return my Ro. Charge. All of you advance. Su Laogo possesses merely the realm of nascent soul. He cannot withstand our formidable assault. He must perish at my hands without delay. The Death Warriors, upon receiving the order, leaped into action, 9 figures soaring towards Su Xiao. Shui Ro's expression betrayed a hint of panic. Elder, be cautious. She had not anticipated that the audacious Morong Yunha would dare to strike. Merely a trivial matter. Su Xiao remarked with a slight smile. With a single hand gesture, a mysterious 8 trigrams formation materialized beneath him. Immediately, a gentle white light enveloped both him and Shui Ro. The 8 trigrams array beneath their feet began to rotate, and an aura of unfathomable profundity surged within the luminous formation. The 9 figures vanished in an instant. Leading the charge, Murong Yunhe, fueled by an unwavering determination to kill, surged towards the 8 trigrams formation conjured by Su Xiao. Without any ostentatious divine abilities, he intended to unleash his absolute strength, bolstered by the exquisite ancestral sword of the royal family, to strike down the lecherous old man in one fell swoop. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky as icy spheres trembled violently above. Observing that the formation of the nascent soul's 9th-level talisman was nearing completion, ready to unleash a devastating blow, Murong Yunhe transformed into a colossal sword, its tip aimed directly at Su Xiao's forehead. This was his most formidable attack, his body embodying the heavenly sword. The onlookers, alarmed by the unfolding spectacle, retreated to a safe distance, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they beheld Murong Yunhe's lethal strike. Old lecher, let us see if you escape this time. Chapter 124. The unusual Xiao Mu Murong Yunhe and 8 black-clad assassins plunged into the Xiantian 8 trigrams formation. In an instant, the 9 individuals found themselves ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, feeling as though every movement was a monumental struggle. A colossal repulsive force surged forth, causing their speed to plummet to a standstill. Suddenly, the intensity of the formation's counterforce escalated dramatically, and with a resounding crash, the 9 were flung backward. The golden sword, which Murong Yunhe had transformed into, did not even graze Su Xiao before reverting to its original form, landing in a state of panic. What is happening? The expression of Murong Yunhe, wielding the golden sword, turned to one of sheer astonishment. His gaze fell upon the enormous 8 trigrams diagram beneath Su Xiao's feet, and his complexion drained of color. No, impossible. How could you conjure such a formidable defensive array? Even my most powerful strike from the 9th level of the transformation stage could not breach it? Murong Yunhe was utterly dumbfounded. The 8 assassins behind him were equally bewildered. The opponent was merely at the nascent soul level, a decrepit old man who had narrowly escaped a thunder tribulation. This scene left the surrounding cultivators in shock. Even the members of the Piaomiao Sect within the Bishi commerce were rendered speechless. What? Elder Su's 8 trigrams defensive array. It wasn't he conjured by Elder Zhuge, was it? No way. That is a terrifying formation capable of withstanding even the specter of the Nightmare Woman. Incredible. Elder Su is truly remarkable. Unbelievable. The nascent soul disciples wore expressions of astonishment. Elder Mu gazed at Su Xiao in awe, pondering just how many treasures Elder Su had unearthed in the depths of the great cultivation cave. Among the female disciples, including Mu Yuer, flushed with excitement. Overwhelmed by the situation. Elder Su, you are so impressive. By heavens. This 8 trigrams array was actually conjured by the old lecher himself. It's over. The Lord of Murong's forces cannot even breach the defenses of the old lecher. Look, the transformation talisman of the old lecher is about to explode. Amidst the astonishment and dread of the onlookers, the sky crackled with purple lightning, descending directly upon the head of Murong Yunhe. The formidable thunderclap, a manifestation of the pinnacle power of the transformation stage, was momentarily insurmountable. Simultaneously, the massive ice sphere in midair unleashed a torrential downpour of ice swords, densely raining down upon Murong Yunhe and his companions, each imbued with an icy force of unparalleled intensity, equally unyielding. No, how infuriating. Old lecher, you are cheating. Murong Yunhe and the black-clad assassins felt the overwhelming terror from these 2 forces, their hearts trembling with fear. With a flurry of sounds, the 9 hastily summoned their defensive artifacts in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught of the thunder and ice swords. Boom! The purple celestial thunder struck Murong Yunhe directly, colliding with a high-grade defensive mirror he had conjured. The immense and terrifying power of the thunder pressed down upon him, leaving him gasping for breath. The exquisite artifact seemed on the verge of being shattered by the divine lightning of Xiao at any moment. Countless icy blades rained down like droplets, and Murong Yunhe summoned another top-grade magical instrument. With his strength at the 9th level of the transformation stage, he barely managed to fend off the assault of the icy swords. However, The 8 death warriors behind him met a grim fate. In an instant, their magical instrument was obliterated by the onslaught of the icy blades and the residual force of the thunder. The sounds of piercing echoed continuously. Within mere moments, they were reduced to a sieve by the icy swords. Subsequently, the chilling power of the blades encased them in ice, rendering them lifeless upon the ground. In their final moments, fear and despair filled their eyes, unable to fathom that they, esteemed transformation stage cultivators, had perished at the hands of a dying old man. What a disgrace! With a flourish, Xiao sent forth a massive crimson sword. The sword, ablaze with deep red flames, surged towards Murong Yunhe, who was bravely resisting the might of 2 divine forces. The latter felt the intense heat radiating from the fiery blade, his eyes wide with shock and terror. "Su Lao Go, you cannot kill me. I am the ruler of Beifeng. Should you take my life, you shall find no resting place." At that moment, Murong Yunhe was completely awakened to his dire predicament. All his spiritual energy was devoted to repelling the thunderous, icy blades, leaving him utterly incapable of effective defense. In truth, he was not a formidable figure even among those at the 9th level of transformation. Resisting 2 transformation talismans was already his limit. In a moment of regret that came too late, the South Ming Lihuo sword pierced through his chest like a shooting star. The terrifying deep red flames engulfed him. A spurt of blood, laced with fire, erupted forth. Murong Yunhe glared at Xiao with eyes filled with profound anger and regret. No. As his spiritual energy faltered, the magical instrument lost its support and was utterly destroyed by the thunderous icy swords. In the blink of an eye, his burning body was struck by the purple lightning rain. The chaotic interplay of ice, fire, and electricity reduced him to nothingness within mere breaths. This time, nothing remained. Only a final wail echoing in the void. "Old lecher, even in death, I will not spare you. No, my rower, you cannot submit to that old lecher." With immense heartache, Murong Yunhe met his end. Xiao, satisfied, retracted the South Ming Lihuo sword, dispelled the Xiantian Bagua formation, and stored the exquisite artifact left behind by Murong Yunhe in his spatial vault. Glancing at the delicate and ethereal Shururu beside him, he softly inquired, "Ro, now that I have slain him, you shan't feel sorrow, will you?" Shui Ruru seemed momentarily dazed. Her breathtaking visage turned slightly as she stared blankly at Xiao. "No, I won't, Elder." He was always so detestable. Her delicate form trembled slightly. Gazing upon Xiao, who appeared as a celestial being, her breath quickened, and her fair complexion flushed crimson. "Elder, you are truly formidable." "Haha, that's good," Xiao chuckled. Shui Ro swallowed hard, her energy waning as she disregarded the astonished crowd frozen like sculptures around her. Blushing, she clung to Xiao's arm, lost in thought as they made their way to the 3rd floor of the Bihue Chamber of Commerce. "Elder, there are too many people here. Let us retreat to my room first." His strength is astounding. Elder Su's prowess far exceeds my expectations. The power of his 9th tier transformation talisman is something I have now fully experienced, and it is utterly overwhelming. His formidable strength, abundant resources, generous demeanor, and striking appearance. All these attributes align perfectly with my ideal partner, even surpassing it. With this thought, Shui Ro felt her body weaken slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. As for the deceased Murong Yunhe, she found it utterly inconsequential, even believing it might be for the better. With Elder Su present, alongside the Piaomiao Sect, she had no fear of retaliation from the Beifeng Kingdom. No, that lecher. How could he have even counterattacked the Murong sovereign? I can't believe it. 9 transformation cultivators, and one of them at the 9th tier. How could they perish so swiftly? Oh no, that old lecher must be cheating. How many transformation talismans does that old demon possess? Is this never-ending? The onlookers, now fully aware of the situation, were left utterly shattered. Each one gazed at the affectionate Xiao and Shui Ro, their anger boiling over, some even spitting blood in frustration. If Elder Su remains alive, the cultivation world is doomed. As for seeking the 2 city lords for justice, what a foolish notion. Elder Su had just bribed them both. Reporting now might not only fail to eliminate Elder Su, but would also lead to their own demise. Is there truly no one who can put this old lecher in his place? No. In the grand hall of the chamber, the members of the Piaomiao Sect and the managing staff were left utterly bewildered. They stared blankly at Su Xiao and Shui Rou as they passed, not daring to utter a sound, obediently parting to create a pathway. Oh, Sectmaster Xiao? Su Xiao, supporting Shui Rou, noticed the petrified Xiao Mu. This pompous fellow is here too? Xiao Mu's face turned a deep shade of iron. Seemingly suffering from internal injuries due to some grievance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze shifted towards the affectionate Su Xiao and Shui Rou. Veins bulged in his eyes, yet he remained silent. Bastard. Useless. If I cannot endure today, I shall return and immediately discard you as my disciple. I'll find another. Xiao Mu's internal conflict had been berating him for some time, but to little effect. He was on the verge of slaying Su Xiao on the spot. No. Master. I will kill him. I can no longer endure this. Useless. Get in here now. The fusion of powers reached a breaking point, and with a grand display of mastery, the entity swiftly sealed the imminent outburst of Xiao Mu's consciousness, taking possession of the body. Within the grand hall, Xiao Mu's previously grim visage gradually returned to normalcy. The bloodshot veins in his eyes dissipated, and his expression became lucid. His gaze deepened, exuding an air of calm, while a sly smile crept across his face. Haha. Elder Su's strength is truly remarkable. I am genuinely in awe. The Elder's elegance is ethereal, and Madame Shui's beauty is unparalleled. Together, they are indeed a match made in heaven. Haha. As he spoke, Xiao Mu instinctively reached to stroke his beard, only to find his hand falter upon realizing the absence of facial hair, letting out a light chuckle. Su Xiao blinked in bewilderment. Has the King of Compulsion taken a wrong turn today? Chapter 125. Confirming the unity of the great cultivation beside him. The voluptuous and enchanting Shui Rou gazed at Xiao Mu with a look of astonishment. She had anticipated that he would be akin to Morong Yunha, yet he appeared remarkably calm and composed. Su Xiao cast another glance at the current Xiao Mu and suddenly understood a thought that flashed through his mind. Could it be that the King of Bands had been usurped by the unity of great cultivation? He discreetly stroked his goatee, pondering this. Xiao Mu beckoned to his entourage and remarked with a cold smile, since Elder Su and Madame Shui are nearing a momentous occasion, I shall not intrude any further. Elder Su, I have heard you are nearing the end of your days. Do take care of your health. In these final decades, relish life to the fullest. Haha. Casting a final glance at Su Xiao and Shui Rou, a fleeting glint of sharpness flickered in Xiao Mu's eyes. A dying man held no right to provoke him, merely an old relic on the verge of death. Wait a moment, Su Xiao scoffed, halting Xiao Mu. Xiao Sect leader, what brings you to the Bai Shui chamber? Surely it cannot be that you have taken a fancy to our lovely Rou Rou? His lips curled in a teasing manner, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Having witnessed Xiao Mu's previous act of trailing Yuling Long to spy on their intimacy, he was certain that the man was an unabashed lecher. What else could he possibly seek at the Bai Shui chamber? Most likely, it was for Shui Rou. In his embrace, Shui Rou's exquisite cheeks flushed crimson. Our Rou Rou? Elder, are you truly considering establishing a relationship with her? Her beautiful eyes gazed at Su Xiao, filled with deep affection. The elder was indeed remarkable, and his intentions for her and Shui Yu's future were evident. She was now willing. Huh. Up ahead, Xiao Mu's expression shifted in surprise, his brow furrowing. Elder Su, what do you mean by that? Since Madame Shui is your woman, how could I entertain any thoughts about her? I must confess to you, Elder Su, that I am not particularly interested in women, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, not only did Shui Rou's eyes reflect disdain, but even the disciples of the extreme demon sect behind Xiao Mu looked at him in bewilderment. Was the sect leader truly so intimidated by Elder Su? He had no interest in women at all? Then what brings you here? Su Xiao pressed. I merely came to purchase a few items. Xiao Mu replied, his gaze narrowing slightly, a hint of anger flickering within. He suddenly felt that this old fellow, Su Xiao, was rather irksome. However, considering the unknown number of talismans in Su Xiao's possession and his limited lifespan, it was unnecessary to provoke a conflict that would place him at a disadvantage. What items? Where are they? Su Xiao smiled faintly. This. Xiao Mu's countenance darkened, unable to provide an answer. Xiao Sect leader, I sense you harbor ill intentions towards our Rou Rou. Su Xiao scoffed. Do you dare to compete with me for a woman? Xiao Sect leader, do you wish to confront me? Holding several top-tier divine transformation talismans in his hand, he aimed them at Xiao Mu. Instantly, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence, leaving everyone bewildered. Elder Su, Xiao Zhangmin has done nothing but extend his blessings to you and Madame Shui. You always act this way. Our Piaomiao sect will be left friendless. Elder Mu and the assembly of nascent soul disciples wore expressions of utter despair. In that moment, they even questioned who truly belonged to the righteous path and who to the demonic. Shui Rou and the staff of the Bihue Chamber of Commerce felt a twinge of fear. Elder Su's use of talismans here could very well obliterate their chamber's building. Xiao Mu swallowed hard, his jaw clenched tightly. Sensing the formidable aura of the talismans in his opponent's hand, he stated emphatically, Elder Su, I, Xiao Mu, have declared, I hold no interest in female cultivators. My interests lie solely with male cultivators. Is that satisfactory for you? His face turned an alarming shade of green with anger. At that moment, this integrated cultivator experienced, for the first time, the loathsome nature of Su Xiao. Suddenly, he found himself feeling a sliver of empathy for his unfortunate disciple. Engaging the other would be unwise. Not only did the opponent possess powerful talismans, but he also had little time left to live. Yet, the bitterness of this indignation was hard to swallow. Damn, how could such a despicable and shameless old lecher suddenly appear in the Panlong continent? Cursed be this situation. The integrated cultivator's fury only intensified. Su Xiao stood stunned, observing the painfully restrained Xiao Mu, blinking as he realized, so that is the case. I had misunderstood you, Xiao Zhangmin. Haha, since you have no designs on my dear Rou, please carry on. With that, he chuckled and withdrew the divine transformation talismans, his face alight with mirth, as if nothing had transpired. Humph. Xiao Mu, seething with rage, flicked his sleeve and departed with the disciples of the Polar Demon Sect. Outside the chamber, he cast a dark gaze back at Su Xiao, his eyes stormy and filled with barely contained fury. Cursed be that old rascal. Had it been the old him, he would have slain that man several times over. Endure. For now endure. When I reclaim my peak, your life shall be the first I seek. The integrated cultivator was gnashing his teeth in frustration. This time, he truly grasped the wretchedness of the old dog Su. Mu, I have wronged you. That old dog truly knows how to infuriate. Inside the hall, Su Xiao chuckled softly. This integrated cultivator's temperament is quite ordinary after all. Having tested the waters, he concluded that the current Xiao Mu was indeed the integrated cultivator within him. The other dared not strike, indicating that his power had yet to be restored and posed no real threat. However, it was not the right moment to eliminate him, despite his weakness. He still retained integrated cultivation. Elder, let us depart. The enchanting and voluptuous Shui Rou, her cheeks flushed, entwined her arm with Su Xiao's as they ascended to the third floor. Just moments ago, Su Xiao's words made her realize how profoundly significant she was in Elder Su's heart. Joy, bliss. The couple reached the third floor, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals in the lobby below. My goodness, did you all witness how the leader of the extreme demon sect, the foremost prodigy of the demonic path, Xiao Mu, was utterly infuriated by our Elder Su? His face turned green with rage. He couldn't even dare to admit his affection for women. Elder Su has bribed the two city lords. Now he is truly fearless. Having just committed murder, he dares to provoke the genius leader of the extreme demon sect. I even suspect that if Xiao had uttered a single wrong word, the elder might have truly obliterated him. Halt! Shouldn't we ponder what the elder and Madame Shui are doing alone upstairs? A Yuaning disciple reminded the crowd, awakening them from their stupor. I can't believe it. Elder Su, Madame Shui is the mother of Sister Shui? The shift in thought sent shivers through the assembly of Yuaning disciples, their bodies trembling with anguish. The old lecher. Moreover, she is a widow. Not only them, but the staff of the Bihue Commerce Association also stared blankly at the retreating figures of the duo. No, Madame Shui. That is the notorious old lecher of the cultivation world. You must not be beguiled by him. Yet, none dared to ascend the stairs to investigate. At present, Su Xiao had become the most formidable figure beneath the two city lords of Iron Curtain City. What the hell? The young assistants and Yuaning disciples were on the verge of collapsing, bloodied from the stress. Madame Shui is their goddess. Meanwhile, Mui Wearer and several Yuaning female cultivators blushed profusely, gazing at the spot where Su Xiao and Shui Rou had departed. Their delicate forms trembled, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Elder Su truly pays little heed to personal conduct. Chapter 126. The heartfelt intentions of Shuai-Ro Elder Mu shook his head in envy, letting out a long sigh. Elder Su, the last few decades of cultivation will surely be immortalized in the annals of the cultivation world. This life has truly been worthwhile. By the way, esteemed elders, does the previously promised 20% discount from the 3 old stewards of the Piaomiao Sect still hold? Elder Mu, coming back to his senses, inquired of the personnel from the water chamber of commerce nearby. The 3 old stewards, still engulfed in sorrow, quickly responded with respectful smiles. Of course. Esteemed guests of the Piaomiao Sect, feel free to choose as you wish. What more is there to say? Our manager Shuai is nearly being taken away. No. Upon hearing the promise from the water chamber of commerce, the assembly of Yuanying disciples, though lamenting their loss, began to select pills and magical artifacts one after another. Even though Elder Su had left them in deep sorrow, the tangible benefits of the moment were simply too precious to forego. On the 3rd floor, in a charming and fragrant private room, after an affectionate exchange, Shuai-Ro's exquisite face flushed slightly as she nestled in Su Xiao's embrace, saying, Elder, your actions against Morong Yunhe will likely not go unpunished by the Northern Wind Kingdom. Su Xiao gazed at the enchanting and voluptuous Shuai-Ro before him, chuckling lightly. It's a trivial matter. Should they dare to trouble me, I shall obliterate their royal palace. The mere Northern Wind Kingdom's royalty cannot stir even a ripple before the Piaomiao Sect, the vanguard of righteousness. Now that I possess the Shutian pill, I need not lift a finger. Zhuge Wufang will take care of those who covet me. Elder, you are truly magnificent, Shuai-Ro exclaimed with excitement, her fair face aglow, her eyes brimming with admiration. I, for one, am fond of you. With a breath as fragrant as orchids. The alluring Shuai-Ro embraced Su Xiao. As the atmosphere reached this crescendo, further words became unnecessary. Loosening her silken belt, Su Xiao effortlessly lifted the enchanting Shuai-Ro, fragrant like blooming flowers, and made his way towards the bed. Outside the water chamber of commerce, the crowd erupted in chaos. What the hell? Su the old demon has become increasingly unrestrained. He has just slain so many, and now he has murdered 9 members of the Northern Wind Kingdom's royal family. Do the 2 city lords truly not care? No. As human cultivators, we must not submit to the tyranny of Su the old demon. These individuals were engulfed in despair. Su the old demon, the one they hated most, seemed beyond anyone's control. Even they dared only to watch quietly outside the water chamber of commerce, not daring to step inside. Killing is one thing, but Su Xiao is now taking the water madam upstairs. None of the stewards dare to approach. Just think about it. In the hands of Su the old demon, is there any hope left for our water madam? No, water madam. You must not be beguiled by the old demon's cultivation resources. He is nothing but a beast. As the crowd contemplated Shuai-Ro's exquisite and enchanting figure, they succumbed to despair, their hearts wrenched in agony. Su Laoma, how can the heavens tolerate such a being? The crowd was in disarray, for not only had Su Laoma committed murder, but he had also forcibly claimed Madame Shuai as his own. Is there no law? Is there no justice left in this world? What has transpired? The commotion drew Yang Tieshing and his enforcement team to the scene. Observing the multitude kneeling in utter desolation, his brow furrowed slightly. Captain Yang, you must rid our human cultivators of this menace. The crowd crawled forth, eager to accuse Su Xiao of his transgressions upon Yang Tieshing's arrival. Upon hearing their pleas, Yang Tieshing's expression shifted dramatically. What? Su Elder has slain the Northern Wind Sovereign, Morong Yunhe, and his 8 god transformation warriors as well? Shock enveloped the enforcement team, leaving them speechless. Beads of sweat trickled down Yang Tieshing's forehead. Thank heavens, that the 2 city lords did not order him to apprehend Su Elder, or he would have been the one facing the talismans. Enough. I understand. Yang Tieshing waved his hand in trepidation. You may rise. I shall report this matter to the 2 city lords and ensure they punish Su Xiao. Capture him? What madness? Captain Yang, it's not just that. The old lecher has also forcefully taken Madame Shuai from the Water Merchants Association. He may be violating her even now. You must rescue Madame Shuai. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. With eyes ablaze and grief unexpressed, the crowd pleaded in anguish. What? Su Elder has set his sights on Madame Shuai? Yang Tieshing and his enforcement team were left bewildered. Shuai-Ro, the most beautiful woman in the Northern Wind, had countless suitors. And he, the elder of Tianjiang Mountain, had once been among them. No. His lantern-like eyes were filled with despair as he glanced towards the first-floor hall of the Water Merchants Association, where members of the Piaomiao Sect were laughing and selecting items. Where were Su Xiao and Madame Shui? Alas, Madame Shui, I hate that I cannot save you. Yang Tieshing's heart swelled with impotent rage. Yet, after his fury subsided, he regained composure. I will inform the two city lords and seek their assistance in this matter. Now, I must attend to urgent affairs. I shall take my leave. With profound sorrow lingering in his heart, Yang Tieshing led the enforcement team away. In this moment, what could he do against Su Xiao? Perhaps it was better that Madame Shui suffered at the hands of Su Elder than to be with another. What he cannot possess, no one shall have. Yang Tieshing consoled himself. Yet, this matter required his prompt report to the two city lords. The identity of the ruler of the Northern Wind Kingdom is indeed extraordinary, and his assassination in Iron Curtain City bears significant implications. In 2 hours, darkness will descend. Within the Lord's mansion, Miao Yu has already entered seclusion for cultivation. Yang Taifeng has finally managed to find the dreaming maiden, who is on the verge of her own retreat, and has reported the subsequent actions of Su Xiao to her. The dreaming maiden, with her darkly enchanting visage, chuckled softly, revealing her true nature as an old flirt. That little girl, Shui Rou, has certainly allied herself with a formidable force, even outpacing the city lord, an unexpected turn of events. Very well, Captain Yang. You need not concern yourself with this matter any further. Su Xiao shall henceforth be handled directly by myself and Lord Miao Yu. Your duty is merely to relay information. As for the Northern Wind Kingdom, let Su Xiao resolve that on his own. Furthermore, ensure that the cultivators within the city refrain from spreading rumors about Su Xiao. Those who disobey will face the consequences of the city regulations. Yang Taifeng felt a jolt of disbelief. I can't believe this. Elder Su, this is an unrestricted green light. Even the killing of a divine transformation cultivator is disregarded. The members of the Bihue Merchant Association had long completed their purchases. Noticing that Su Xiao had yet to descend, Elder Mu shook his head with envy and sighed, leading the disciples back to the residence of the Misty Sect. The remaining attendants swallowed hard, their hearts shattered. Every moment felt like an agonizing descent into the depths of hell. No, my divine manager, Shui. Several young attendants fainted on the spot, succumbing to their despair. Chapter 127. A month had passed at the residence of the 9 sects in Iron Curtain City. What? The Lord of the North Wind Kingdom has been slain, and Lady Shui was coerced with a divine talisman. I can't believe it. This old lecher, he is nothing but a beast. How could he still be on the 3rd floor of the Bihue Chamber of Commerce? It's dark now. This old wretch has no shame. I can't bear it. Lady Shui is the most beautiful woman in the North Wind Kingdom. No, my Lady Shui. Old thief Su, I, Shitong Tian, will not rest until I have my vengeance against you. His fury rendered him speechless. Lady Shui is also their goddess. At the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, Yu Wenhao's handsome visage twisted in rage. His eyes glittered with murderous intent. This old dog, even Lady Shui. I can't believe it. Lady Shui is the most formidable water manipulator in the Panlong continent. No, this time, Yu Wenhao has finally reached his breaking point. Though Su Xiao was reveling in his mischief more than anyone else, he could not share in the joy. Old thief Su. I, Yu Wenhao, will not rest until I have your life. Hurry and notify the Ape Clan. A bunch of useless fools. Why is there still no news? Is this the attitude of someone who has received spirit stones? If no grand action is taken within a month, let that Ape Clan envoy come to see me personally. At the Extreme Demon Sect, Xiao Mu awoke from his slumber, his consciousness still throbbing with pain. Master Yu. He touched his head. The voice of his master echoed in his ears. Mu, I understand your suffering. This time, the master, exceptionally, did not scold him. Endure for now. Once you reach the refining void stage, we shall together take the life of that old dog Su. Hearing this, Xiao Mu was overjoyed. Master, have you come to your senses? It was about time. Ha! Old dog, when I break through to refining void, the first to take your life will be me. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Xiao Mu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. With his master's assistance, taking the old dog's life would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. At this moment, 2 scouts returned to report detailing the events that transpired at the Bihui Chamber of Commerce. This was no longer a secret. The entire Iron Curtain City was abuzz with the news. What? Lady Shui and that old dog Su have been on the 3rd floor for 2 whole hours? And they still haven't emerged? Xiao Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. The thought of the graceful Lady Shui enduring such torment left him pale. With a sudden cough, blood spurted from his mouth. No, old dog Su. If I, Xiao Mu, do not personally slay you, I shall sever my ties with heaven and earth. My beloved water wife. Blood sprayed from his mouth, tears welled in his eyes. Xiao Mu was utterly broken, unable to control the profound energy of the 9th layer of transformation, causing his 2 disciples to retreat in terror. What was initially intended as a heart of a killing pig unexpectedly turned upon him. Damn, Su Laogo, I swear I shall never kill you in this lifetime. You are no different from a pig or a dog. Once again, with a spurt, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Xiao Mu slumped like a deflated balloon, completely weakened. The integration of his great repair truly put his disciple through hardship. That wretched Su Xiao, when it came to infuriating others, possessed remarkable skill, unparalleled indeed. After encountering Su Xiao, he had come to deeply understand his disciple's suffering. The following morning, congratulations to the host. The bond with the fated daughter Shui Rou has increased to 2. In the elegant chamber of the water flow commerce on the 3rd floor, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Shui Rou, her cheeks flushed, donned a blue dress, unsteadily assisting Su Xiao with his attire. Her flawless visage appeared even more stunning, though her delicate form showed signs of distress. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with shyness, infused with profound joy. She had found her ideal companion. Su Xiao smiled and said, Rou, you should rest well. I can manage on my own. As he spoke, he gently seated her on the bed and quickly donned his gray robe. Elder, Rou truly admires you, she said, her face reddening as she tenderly embraced him. After that night, her admiration for Elder Su had grown immensely. Now, whenever she recalled her previous frail and revolting partner, her distaste only deepened. There was no comparison with Elder Su in any regard. The only contribution from her former partner was the birth of their daughter, Shui Yu, who possessed the water spirit body. Su Xiao remarked, Rou, once you run out of spirit refinement pills, come find me. I have plenty, and I will ensure you and Shui you have all the resources you need for cultivation. Thank you, Elder. Shui Rou's face blushed with happiness. Elder Su was not only wealthy but also exceptionally kind to Shui Yu, being her master's uncle. As they advanced in cultivation, she and Shui Yu had nothing to fear with Elder Su's support. As for lifespan, it was of little concern. Elder Su would undoubtedly arrange everything for her and Shui Yu before his passing. After all, she was now truly Elder Su's partner. After a brief respite, Su Xiao carefully led Shui Rou downstairs. Upon seeing Shui Rou's frail and unsteady demeanor, the sleepless attendants were utterly taken aback. No, an old lecher. He shall face divine retribution sooner or later. My goddess, the manager of water. Soon, several young attendants fainted from the shock. Returning to the residence of the Piaomiao Sect, Su Xiao settled down on a mat. As he departed moments ago, he procured 130 Foundation Establishment Pills, 30 Golden Nourishment Pills, 3 Earth Fire Talismans, 3 Lightning Summoning Talismans, and 3 Ice Sword Talismans. Presently, both the Foundation Establishment Pills and Golden Nourishment Pills have returned to a count of 200, while the number of Nascent Soul Talismans has reached 18. Shui Rou confiscated his spirit stones. According to her words, the Bee Water Merchants Association will henceforth be co-owned by her and Su Xiao. Naturally, this meager resource pales in comparison to the divine pills he had gifted. The blood-flesh golden nourishment pill proved to be quite effective. Su Xiao reflected on the previous night, nodding in satisfaction. He had consumed the blood-flesh golden nourishment pill, which contained the indomitable power of the Buddha's golden body within its essence. The morning air was refreshing, invigorating his spirit. Despite having been sleepless throughout the night, he felt no fatigue and began to meditate and cultivate. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the nascent soul disciples who had stood guard all night appeared disheartened and grief-stricken. No, Elder Su, you cannot continue like this. Our Piaomiao Sect is becoming a public enemy. How outrageous. Elder Mu sat in a small pavilion, shaking his head. His aged eyes were filled with profound envy. Elder Su had truly transcended. Time passed, and a month went by. During this period, Xiao discreetly returned to the Piaomiao Sect, spending intimate moments with the Lady of Fortune, yet primarily engaged in reasonable exchanges of gifts. This visit lasted 3 days, during which he gifted 30 golden nourishment pills, 20 transformation pills, 20 divine refinement pills, 200 high-grade spirit stones, and 4 nascent soul talismans. Among these were also 10 transformation pills given to Lihuo. Altogether, he returned 40 transformation pills, 30 divine refinement pills, 30 void heaven pills, 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 6 transformation talismans. Now, both the divine refinement pills and void heaven pills exceeded a count of 100, with the others even more abundant. His cultivation at the 9th level of the nascent soul was steadily approaching its pinnacle, soon to achieve perfection. For an entire month, Iron Curtain City fell into a profound silence. No one dared to plot against Xiao, and public discussions regarding him ceased, as if it had become a taboo in Iron Curtain City. Those who could not restrain their tongues faced severe beatings at the hands of the enforcement team, led by Yang Taifeng. One morning, Xiao rose and stretched his back. Mrs. Shui was indeed quite enthusiastic. He chuckled, shaking his head. Throughout this month, Shui had sought him out 5 or 6 times. Once this engagement began, Mrs. Shui became uncontrollable, treating him as a true Dao partner. The older managers and young assistants nearly addressed him as their master. At that moment, the spatial storage communication talisman emitted a sound. Picking it up and employing a spell to listen, he heard, "Elder Su. Bad news. Experts from the Ape Clan are attacking. Please rush to the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mine for support." Xiao's brows furrowed. It was the voices of Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. The Ape Clan. They dare to covet his spiritual mine? A bunch of little monkeys, quite audacious. After securing the communication talisman, Xiao stepped outside, mounting his multicolored flying sword and soaring into the sky. The nascent soul disciples resting in the courtyard breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Su has finally departed for the spirit mine. This month, a new group of nascent soul disciples has been exchanged, and during the handover, the previous team disclosed all of Xiao's actions. Most importantly, they were instructed to protect their fellow disciple, Lihuo, the flower of the mine. After receiving assistance from Elder Su, Lihuo has lost all desire to continue mining. At last, Elder Su is poised to contribute to our human race. Elder Mu sat in a small pavilion, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to the fair-skinned and beautiful Lihuo across from him, his aged face displaying a look of confusion. "Lihuo, how have you reached the 5th level of the nascent soul so quickly? Your recent cultivation seems rather accelerated." Upon hearing this, Lihuo's hand holding the teacup faltered slightly. As she looked at her kindly smiling grandfather, a sudden blush crept across her face. What is happening? Lihuo, are you hiding something from me?" Elder Mu immediately sensed that something was amiss with his granddaughter. Lihuo bit her silver teeth and, after a moment of shyness, finally whispered, "Grandfather, it's Elder Su. He has given me 20 transformation pills recently, along with many high-grade spirit stones." "Him? Why would he provide you with such abundant cultivation resources?" Elder Mu was utterly bewildered. After blinking his aged eyes, they instantly widened in shock. What in the world?" With a loud crash, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Chapter 128. The Crisis of the Spirit Mine, Su Laogo. Do not leave. Elder Mu's expression suddenly changed, and upon gazing at his beautiful granddaughter, a surge of fear erupted from within, reaching his very core. He swiftly leaped out of the pavilion, looking up to the sky. However, Xiao had already taken flight on his sword, disappearing from sight. "No, Su Laogo, how dare you not spare even your own sect's disciples? She is my own granddaughter. Beast, old dog, I shall not rest until I shatter your skull." Elder Mu howled in anguish, causing many Yuanying disciples in the distance to tremble in fear. It is over. The incident has resurfaced. Elder Su's covetousness towards Sister Mu has been discovered by Elder Mu. Alas! The Yuanying disciples cast sympathetic glances at Elder Mu, silently lamenting. From the rumors, it is known that no woman targeted by Elder Su has ever escaped unscathed. Lihuo was startled by her grandfather's intense reaction. She hurried forward to explain, "Grandfather, Elder Su is not that kind of person." Elder Mu, infuriated, puffed his beard and glared, even straightening his hunched back in this moment. "I say, old Mu," looking at his granddaughter, who was still defending Xiao, Elder Mu steadied his emotions and sighed deeply. You are being foolish. What could that old lecher desire, if not your beauty? Look, it has only been a month since he arrived, and he has already harmed 2 exquisite female cultivators. Lu Lingling is one thing, but now even Madame Shui has fallen victim to that old lecher. You are the third. Mu Yuer's elegant face turned crimson, enchanting yet distressed. She timidly continued to explain. Grandfather, Elder Su said, he does not want anything from me. He will provide for my cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in fury. This is nothing short of blatant patronage. Old dog, how utterly despicable. That old lecher is only after your body. If he truly meant what he said, how could you possibly be ensnared like this? Stop at once. Reject that old lecher's resources. I will provide for you. Elder Mu's face was filled with sorrow. That damn Su Xiao truly spares no beautiful female cultivator. Beast. Mu Yuer blinked her eyes and asked, Really, grandfather? Are you willing to provide me with resources? Of course. Whatever that old lecher offers you, I can match. Elder Mu asserted confidently. Mu Yuer is his only bloodline. Her parents had passed away early, and his partner had yet to reach the transformation stage before passing away as well. This is his only granddaughter. Mu Yuer, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Grandpa. Elder Su mentioned that he would provide me with 10 transformation pills each month. Moreover, he does not require anything from me. He simply wishes to spare me the toil of mining. Grandpa, I have more resources than I can utilize. Additionally, Elder Su has gifted me 50 high-grade spirit stones to keep for myself. Grandpa, could you also provide me with such an amount each month? Upon hearing this figure, Elder Mu stood in a daze. 10 transformation pills each month? That equates to 100 high-grade spirit stones monthly? His expression suddenly shifted to one of incredulity. Elder Mu swallowed hard. Good heavens, he barely earned a little over 100 high-grade spirit stones in an entire year. Yuer. Upon hearing this chilling and astonishing figure, Elder Mu's emotions abruptly stabilized. He led Mu Yuer back to a small pavilion to sit down, blinking his aged eyes as he asked, Yuer, did Elder Su truly not ask anything of you? Mu Yuer's fair and lovely face flushed again at his question. Grandpa, Elder Su really hasn't asked me to do anything. Oh, I see. Now I understand. Elder Mu nodded with a smile. Since Elder Su regards you favorably, you may freely accept his resources. With me around, Elder Su should not act inappropriately. Mu Yuer blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, inquiring, Grandpa, does that mean you approve of me taking Elder Su's things? Of course. Why would there be any objection? Yuer, this is your opportunity. With Elder Su's support, you will soon reach the realm of transformation. All right, Grandpa. Thank you so much. Mu Yuer exclaimed joyfully. Grandpa, I have long wished to cease mining. Her complexion radiated with delight, her heart brimming with joy. With Grandpa's approval, she could confidently and boldly accept Elder Su's resources. Meanwhile, Elder Mu silently shed tears within. Alas! That scoundrel. Elder Su, you truly are a scoundrel. There was no way he could provide such abundant resources to his own granddaughter. If he were to refuse Elder Su's resources, his granddaughter would have to mine day and night, which pained him to witness. Nonetheless, Elder Su was indeed generous and lavish. It was futile to dwell on it. Resources given to women outside were still resources, and giving them to his granddaughter was no different. It was better to benefit his granddaughter. As for maintaining a relationship, if Mu Yuer were not his granddaughter, he would wholeheartedly approve. After all, merely a superficial facade could exchange for boundless resources. Such good fortune was rare. However, Yuer is his granddaughter, and that made him quite uncomfortable. Old dog, I curse you, old Mu. In the depths of the vast and endless Wanshan Mountains, a mystical mine lies 1,000 miles south of the Iron Curtain City. This spiritual mine is enveloped in ethereal energy, with a deep pit sparkling like stars, filled with spirit stones embedded in the colossal rocks. Surrounding the pit are various buildings and pavilions, the abode of the second-tier sect, Piaomiao Sect, within this spiritual mine. In the sky, 2 individuals, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, are executing the 7-star sword formation to combat a primitive, early-stage transformation monkey. This humanoid monkey, clad in a gray linen garment, appears to be at the 3rd level of transformation, wielding a black gold staff infused with spiritual energy. Its overall appearance has fully taken shape, bearing little difference from that of human beings. save for the long yellow tail protruding from its rear. Ha! You trivial humans are utterly laughable. Your meager sword energy stands no chance against my black gold staff. It cackles, baring its sharp teeth. With a few swings of its staff, the middle-aged monkey disperses the sword chi, engaging the two in combat. Beyond Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, there are 3 other battlefields in the sky. 3 human transformation experts are facing off against 4 or 5 transformation masters of the monkey clan, the situation growing increasingly dire as the human cultivators are forced to retreat. Below, in the spiritual mine, hordes of spirit monkeys advance, seizing the storage bags of human cultivators. Though these monkeys have yet to fully transform, they possess the cultivation of the nascent soul and golden core. Towering and muscular, adorned in nothing but triangular shorts, their formidable physiques are sufficient to withstand the attacks of the human cultivators' magical artifacts. The scene devolves into chaos as the monkeys snatch the storage bags and flee into the forest, evading pursuit. Damn it! These audacious monkeys have gone too far. How dare they steal my spirit stones? I shall fight back, roars a furious nascent soul miner, brandishing a colossal sword toward the heads of the mighty monkeys. Chapter 129. Effortlessly slaying the 5 monkeys. The battle between the sky and the ground raged on. Although the demon clan possessed their own controlled spiritual minds, their activities had escalated significantly since 2 of their members advanced to the void refinement stage in the city of 10,000 demons. This frontline spiritual mine of the 100 Herb sect was particularly perilous, as the ape clan made daily attempts to seize spiritual stones. Unrestrained. Today, 6 formidable transformation stage demons have arrived. Where on earth is Elder Su? The spiritual stones are about to be entirely looted. Those accursed foul monkeys. Damn them. The rotund Xiao Wang was struck by a staff, causing his mid-grade sword artifact to be utterly destroyed. His heart bled. Gagaga. Quickly surrender all spiritual stones. If you do, we, the ape clan, shall spare you. Gagaga. The middle-aged ape cackled, taunting Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. By the way, I heard the one in charge of your spiritual minds is named Su Xiao, right? Where is he? Bring him forth, so we can dismember him into pieces. Gagaga. Amidst their raucous laughter, the sky suddenly darkened. A colossal iron mountain appeared out of thin air. What is that? The middle-aged ape, who had been mocking Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, was caught off guard as the immense iron mountain descended with the weight of 1,000 mountains, directly pinning him to the ground. What the hell? It's so heavy. The middle-aged ape was paralyzed with fear. The colossal iron mountain pressed him down with such force that no matter how he exerted his immense strength, he could not budge it. No. Damn humans. What are you planning? The once jubilant middle-aged ape plummeted into despair. The speed at which the iron mountain descended left him with no means of escape. Stop. Please, I will no longer steal your spiritual stones. No. With a thunderous crash, the iron mountain landed. The tremendous shockwave stunned everyone present, causing them to turn and gaze at the iron mountain. The fierce battle in the sky also came to an abrupt halt as 7 or 8 transformation stage cultivators turned in astonishment. At that moment, the colossal iron mountain had pressed the surrounding foliage deep into the earth, emanating an unfathomable and terrifying aura. Such insignificant monkeys. Why not obediently serve as pets instead of stealing spiritual stones? A radiant beam of 7-colored sword light soared forth. Su Xiao, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being, descended gracefully above the iron mountain. Elder Su, you have finally arrived. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, filled with excitement, flew over to pay their respects to Su Xiao. Enough with the formalities. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, swiftly deal with those monkeys below and reclaim our spiritual stones. Su Xiao stroked his goatee and remarked, half of these spiritual minds are to be submitted to my Piaomiao Sect. Yes, Elder, exclaimed Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, their expressions filled with astonishment. With a formidable presence like Elder Su, not even a 9th-level transformation cultivator would instill fear, let alone a mere initial stage transformation. Their arrival was indeed timely. Without further ado, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li soared through the skies on their swords towards the spiritual minds, ready to slay the ape demons. Who dares approach? Release my 6th brother at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. The remaining 5 ape demons, witnessing their 6th brother trapped beneath the iron mountain, were consumed by rage, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards Xiao. Each of the 5 wielded iron rods imbued with spiritual energy, their skin radiating a golden hue that betrayed their exceptional physical prowess. Xiao chuckled, "I am Xiao, and this entire spiritual mine is under my protection. You little monkeys dare to stir trouble here. You are merely courting death." Upon hearing this, the 5 ape demons were momentarily taken aback. "Xiao, could it be the very one our young master has ordered to eliminate?" Their expressions turned to shock. Sensing that Xiao's pressure was not overwhelmingly strong, their eyes gleamed with determination, and the spiritual energy surged through their iron rods. "Gaga, so you are the Xiao. Finally, you've arrived, prepared to meet your demise." They charged forth, intent on claiming Xiao's life. Their young master had explicitly instructed them to kill any human named Xiao without hesitation. Xiao merely chuckled softly. In an instant, 9 colossal fire dragons ascended into the sky. Each dragon was as large as a great tree, entwined with deep crimson flames. This was the true fire of Samadhi. The extreme heat seemed poised to ignite the very air itself. As the 9 fire dragons emerged, the heavens shifted. With a resounding roar, the fire dragons surged towards the 5 ape demons under Xiao's command. "Oh no, it's too hot. What kind of divine power is this? This Xiao is peculiar." As the 5 transformation stage ape demons found themselves ensnared by the fire dragons, they were engulfed by the unquenchable, searing true fire. No matter how resilient their bodies were, the terrifying flames reddened their skin, and they struggled to withstand the intense heat. "Retreat. We must retreat. Xiao's power is overwhelming. We cannot contend against him." The leader, a towering ape demon, turned pale, channeling his full transformation stage 6th level spiritual energy. He, along with his indestructible physique, could only slightly mitigate the spread of the flames. "We cannot dispel it. Retreat now." They had severely underestimated Xiao's strength. "Trying to flee? Did you consult me first?" Xiao chuckled lightly as the south bright fire sword shot forth like a meteor. The immense sword, ablaze with deep crimson flames, charged directly at an ape demon bound by the fire dragon. With a sharp hiss, the south bright fire sword pierced through the chest of the ape demon. The blazing true fire swiftly engulfed the body, reducing it to a charred mass within mere breaths. "No, Sanner," the towering leader of the ape clan, his face etched with deep sorrow, bore eyes filled with inconsolable grief. "Xiao, your fate is sealed. You are utterly doomed. How dare you resort to murder? You have slain our esteemed elder. This is an irreconcilable grudge. Our clan shall ensure your dismemberment." Xiao, unfazed, commanded the southern Ming fire sword to continue the onslaught against the apes. One by one, he dispatched the transformation stage apes, incinerating them in the air until they fell as charred remains. Seer, war, no, ga. Witnessing the brutal slaying of his brothers, the towering elder's face was a portrait of rage and despair, yearning to obliterate Xiao's very soul. Xiao smiled faintly, retracting the 5 extremes mountain beneath him. Instantly, a grotesque mass of flesh, mingled with earth and leaves, emerged before the eyes of all. The flesh had been flattened into a horrific tableau, a sight too ghastly to behold. Upon witnessing this, the last of the towering apes had eyes suffused with blood and a visage of fury. "No, where is Lihuo? Xiao, our clan will not rest until you are slain. We vow not to remain as apes. Where is Lihuo? Your demise is truly tragic." Chapter 130. Grand Elder Li of the Piaomiao Sect, the towering ape of the great ape clan, was in utter despair, witnessing 9 fiery dragons and a colossal fire sword charging towards him. With unwavering resolve, he cast aside his magic staff, and under the surge of spiritual energy, the exquisite staff detonated. A powerful shockwave momentarily held back the 9 fiery dragons and the southern bright fire sword for 3 breaths. Seizing this fleeting moment, the towering ape bellowed, "Flee, my brethren! Retreat!" He then ripped off his burning left arm and discarded it, transforming into a flash of golden light as he dashed into the dense forest behind him. "Xiao, you are now my clan's mortal enemy. Await your doom." Countless spirit monkeys below, upon witnessing their leader's flight, were struck with terror, scattering in fright. They dared not seize the human spirit stones any longer, abandoning their storage bags as they tumbled into the forest. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li led the charge, slaying the spirit monkeys and leaving a trail of their fallen comrades behind. Noticing the monkey chieftain's escape, Xiao found no motivation to pursue, collecting the fiery dragons and fire sword instead. He guided his sword to descend before the spirit mine. Before long, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li returned with human cultivators. The dense forest was entirely the domain of the demon clan. Venturing forth recklessly was perilous. Wow, what a dashing senior. Absolutely formidable. Unbelievable. Our human predecessors are truly powerful. Just look, those monkeys couldn't withstand even a single round. Indeed, they hailed from the Piaomiao Sect, the pinnacle of the righteous path. Over 1,000 core formation and nascent soul miners gazed at the impressive Xiao with flushed faces filled with reverence. Some female cultivators, captivated by his exceptional demeanor and formidable strength, felt their cheeks warm, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Though his appearance had aged somewhat, it did not diminish his unparalleled charm and grace. 3 divine transformation cultivators stationed at the spirit mine descended before the crowd, their eyes reflecting awe toward Xiao that lingered for a long while. Grand Elder Li of the Piaomiao Sect pays respects to the esteemed elder of the Piaomiao Sect. Head of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Yulong Wang, pays respects to the esteemed elder of the Piaomiao Sect. Grand Elder Mo Shaoran of the Five Thunder Sect pays respects to the esteemed elder of the Piaomiao Sect. The 3 divine transformation cultivators approached to pay their respects, and Xiao smiled gently, gesturing, "No need for such formalities, esteemed ones. Driving away the demon clan is the duty of our Piaomiao Sect." Prior to his arrival, he had inquired about the situation at the 3 spirit mines. This location was far from Iron Curtain City and equally distant from the main spirit mine of the Piaomiao Sect. The Piaomiao Sect, Divine Weapon Pavilion, and 5 Thunder Sect, all second-tier sects, were stationed here. The 3 spirit mines were in close proximity, with the Piaomiao Sect nearest to the demon clan's territory. Hence the lodging area was established here within the Piaomiao Sect's domain. On ordinary days, the 3 divine transformation experts also stationed themselves here. At this moment, the 3 divine transformation cultivators regarded Xiao with immense astonishment. This elder of the Piaomiao Sect, although his realm pressure was not high, possessed an unfathomable level of strength. With 6 divine transformation apes, including a leader of the 6th level of divine transformation among them, the odds seemed insurmountable. Yet this elder of the Piaomiao Sect effortlessly resolved the situation. Truly remarkable. The Piaomiao Sect had indeed sent a formidable warrior to this endeavor. The 3 spiritual mines are now secured. Xiao gazed at the trio with a knowing smile, taking a moment to appraise them. The head of the Divine Armament Pavilion, Yulong Wang, was a refined middle-aged man. Mo Shaoran from the 5 Thunder Sect appeared as a frail elder, his age seemingly in the range of 80 to 90 years. However, it was the supreme elder of the 100 Herbs Sect, Li, who captured Xiao's attention. She was, astonishingly, a young lady in her early 20s, exceptionally beautiful with fair skin and striking features. At that moment, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li approached, their faces alight with joy as they introduced Xiao to the assembly of cultivators. "Esteemed seniors, this is our inner sect elder from the Misty Sect, Xiao. Elder Su possesses profound strength, and with him here, we need not worry about those ape tribes any longer." Xiao Wang and Xiao Li beamed with pride, their eyes reflecting a sense of accomplishment. As the leading sect among the 3 second-tier factions, the presence of Elder Su allowed them to hold their heads high. Xiao, the inner sect elder of the Misty Sect? Upon hearing this name, the 3 god transformation cultivators and the nascent soul and core formation miners behind them froze in their tracks, their expressions shifting to one of subtle dread. Some even took a cautious step back, fear evident in their eyes. Could it be that lecherous old man Xiao? No, it can't be. How could such a perverse old lecher be so handsome? These cultivators were primarily elite disciples from the 3 sects, alongside some independent miners. However, they had all heard of a notorious name during their time, the Elder Demon Xiao. My goodness, is it truly that unrestrained Elder Demon Su? I heard he nearly blew up Iron Curtain City not long ago. Not to mention, he forcibly claimed the beautiful Madame Shui from the North Wind Kingdom. Impossible. How can his strength be so formidable? This is terrible. The beautiful female cultivators from the 3 spiritual mines are in grave danger. Their internal turmoil was palpable. Even the 3 god transformation cultivators, including Li, stared at Su Xiao in a daze. Is this elder truly the one who almost detonated Iron Curtain City? The infamous lecherous elder demon in the cultivation world? Their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. Lu Li, adorned in a green skirt, her lovely eyes betraying a hint of seriousness, seemed lost in thought. So it is Elder Su. We have indeed heard tales of his formidable reputation. It is an honor to have Elder Su safeguarding the spiritual minds. Mo Xiaoran was the first to regain his composure, awkwardly yet courteously clasping his fists in greeting. Su Xiao chuckled softly. No need for such formalities. Now, if there is nothing else, let us return to mining. 5 god transformation cultivators from the ape tribe have fallen. Retaliation is inevitable. However, do not worry, for I shall remain here until the threat of the ape tribe is completely eradicated. With that, he narrowed his eyes slightly. From the tone of the leader of the ape clan, he discerned something peculiar. Each of these apes seemed to recognize him individually and harbored intentions to take his life. He was certain that he had no grievances with the ape clan, so why was this the case? This posed a problem. The reason must be uncovered. It was undoubtedly some sinister plot against him, a reckless endeavor. Mo Xiaoran and the others were elated upon hearing this. With Elder Su's strength and the presence of the adversary here, they need not fear further incursions from the ape clan. Thank you, Elder Su. Elder, please. We have prepared a spacious and comfortable chamber for you. The 3 greeted him with smiles, inviting Su Xiao to the lodging area. Detected, Daughter of Fortune, Lu Li, Fortune level, A, Return multiplier, 10, Bond level, 1 and A-grade Daughter of Fortune. Su Xiao, who was about to make his move, paused momentarily. He turned to gaze at Lu Li ahead. At this moment, Mo Xiaoran, Yulong Wang, and Li noticed Su Xiao's peculiar expression. As they contemplated, their eyes shifted dramatically, and they swallowed hard. The nearby Yuanying miners also detected Su Xiao's anomaly, their eyes blinking rapidly, darting between him and Lu Li. What is this lecherous old man up to? That is their esteemed Grand Elder. Su Xiao regarded the enchanting young woman in a green dress with a warm smile and inquired, Elder Lu, I noticed you bravely faced 2 nascent soul ape demons alone. Did you sustain any injuries? I possess excellent healing treasures here, with remarkable efficacy. Please do not hesitate, Elder Lu. Lu Li, taken aback by Su Xiao's sudden concern, felt her heart race, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, her brows furrowing instantly. Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. I can't believe it. The reputation of this perverted old lecher is indeed well-deserved. He has already begun to seek out his prey upon arrival. And it is none other than the formidable Grand Elder of Piaomiao Sect. Wang and Li were nearly numb. They were not merely shocked. They were on the verge of emotional exhaustion. The 2 exchanged a look filled with despair toward their elder. Elder, you have only just arrived at the spirit mine. Could you not take a moment to rest? After all, she is the Grand Elder of Piaomiao Sect. Over 2,000 years old. No, 1,000 thoughts of frustration raced through their minds. Chapter 131. The investigation of the ape clan. Su Xiao's words reached the ears of the Yuanying and Zhedan miners who had yet to disperse ahead. Most of those standing at the front were elite disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, their faces pale with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. No, Su the old demon. How dare he extend his sinister claws towards their esteemed Grand Elder? You lecherous old man. Have you been here for less than half an hour and already find yourself insatiable? Have the water madam and that beautiful female cultivator from the Chui Mountain sect failed to satisfy your desires? No. Release our noble and benevolent Grand Elder at once. A chorus of Piaomiao disciples lamented in their hearts. As they observed Su Xiao's lewd grin and frivolous remarks, they were engulfed in despair, silently urging Elder Lu to withstand the pressure. Yet, the old lecher was simply too formidable. Lu Li blinked her beautiful eyes, her delicate face displaying a hint of trepidation as she said, It's nothing. Thankfully, Elder Su arrived in time. I am unscathed. She swallowed hard. Typically, she would never refer to herself as this old body. Yet, in Su Xiao's presence, she inexplicably felt compelled to adopt this manner of self-address. After all, she was over 2,000 years old, a millennium her senior. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow, smiling as he nodded. Very well, should you require assistance, Elder Lu may seek me out. I sense a special affinity between us. Any help I can provide, I shall not refuse. His words left the entire assembly in stunned silence. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were utterly befuddled. Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang even found themselves secretly admiring this old lecher. The miners internally groaned in despair. An affinity? What nonsense! Sue the old demon. Release our kind-hearted Grand Elder at once. Then I shall be deeply grateful to Elder Su, Lu Li exhaled, her beautiful eyes now gravely fixed upon Su Xiao. Initially, she believed that the rumors surrounding Elder Su were merely fabrications. Surely, no individual could descend into such chaos. Yet now, she found herself compelled to accept the veracity of these tales. Elder Su even harbored intentions towards her, a Grand Elder of over 2,000 years. It was simply too outrageous. This must be what they referred to as chaos following a failed tribulation, a prelude to mischief before death. Nevertheless, she maintained an air of respect, exchanging pleasantries. Unperturbed by the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Su Xiao regarded the Grand Elder of the Piaomiao Sect. Clad in a flowing green gown, the fabric clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite curves, both graceful and enchanting. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and luminous as fine jade. Her features were strikingly beautiful, framed by elegant willow-like eyebrows and tender pink lips. Her long, shapely legs were complemented by a single redwood hairpin adorning her coiled black tresses. An alluring fragrance reminiscent of herbs wafted from her, soothing and captivating. Though her visage suggested one in her early 20s, her demeanor exuded the charm of a mature and graceful woman, likely due to the effects of a longevity elixir. Su Xiao silently pondered. With no suitable opportunity for gifting, he chose to remain silent and followed the others back to the spacious chamber prepared for him. This chamber, located directly in front of the accommodation area, was the most exquisite among the three spiritual minds. Upon witnessing their esteemed elder's cool demeanor towards Su Xiao, the disciples of the 100 Herb Sect felt their anxieties dissipate. Good. The old lecher, still harboring designs on their noble elder. Such delusions. Look how our esteemed elder rejects this shameless, lecherous old man with such disdain. With their hearts greatly eased, the disciples of the 100 Herb Sect returned to their posts to continue mining. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from the Divine Armament Pavilion and the Five Thunder Sect gradually returned to their respective spiritual mines, resuming their daily mining activities. Fortunately, Elder Su arrived in time this round, allowing them to reclaim most of their storage bags. There were losses, but they were minimal. 1,000 miles away from the three sects' spiritual mines, behind a towering waterfall, lay a vast and exquisite stone cavern. Surrounding the waterfall were numerous wooden huts, a large gathering place for the ape tribe in the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this moment, within the cavern behind the waterfall, a tall ape with a severed left hand knelt before a golden-haired middle-aged man. General, that Su Xiao has arrived. He is stationed at the 100 Herb Sect's spiritual mine. My 5 younger brothers have all perished at his hands. The tall ape, known as Ape Da, had fled from the 100 Herb Sect's spiritual mine. His left hand was missing, and the wound was still fresh. As he gazed up at the golden-haired man, tears streamed down his face, filled with overwhelming sorrow. Elder brother, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, what has become of 6th? I am so sorry for you all. The golden-haired man, with a resolute face, listened, his eyes flashing with a fierce anger. This is outrageous. The human race and my demon race have always maintained an understanding, always holding back in battles among transformation realm cultivators. This Su Xiao has shattered that accord. To think he has killed 5 at once is utterly abhorrent. No wonder the people of the Breaking Sky Demon Sect are willing to expend vast amounts of spirit stones to eliminate this Su Xiao. Surely, he is also a shameless rogue among the human race. Clad in iron armor, the golden-haired man wore a grim expression. Flanking him were 2 female monkeys fanning him with beautiful banana leaves. Dressed in pink cloth, the female monkeys, despite their abundant fur, still possessed delicate features and had not fully transformed. What is Su Xiao's strength? The golden-haired man inquired solemnly. A flicker of trepidation crossed Ape Da's eyes as he replied apprehensively, General, in my humble opinion, Su Xiao's cultivation level should not be very high. However, he possesses numerous top-tier magical artifacts and wields a formidable fire technique. His true strength should not be less than the 9th level of transformation. We must not underestimate him. He recalled the previous encounter and remained haunted by the fear instilled by Su Xiao's formidable artifacts. The golden-haired middle-aged man stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Su Xiao has undoubtedly doomed my Yao clan's transformation deity to death. However, before taking action, we must ascertain his background. The young master is still in Wanyao City. We cannot act recklessly. There is an ancient saying among the human race, to know oneself and to know the enemy is to ensure victory in 100 battles." He struck the armrest of his chair, rising to issue commands. "Yuanda, in the coming days, I shall contact the Iron Screen City to gather information from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Have you Wenhao relay all details concerning Su Xiao to me. Meanwhile, you shall personally venture to Iron Screen City, infiltrate, and discreetly investigate Su Xiao's identity. We must not place blind trust in the words of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. By employing dual strategies, our Yao clan shall surely slay this detestable human cultivator with our own hands." Upon hearing this, Yuan bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, General. Your might is unparalleled. Yes, as soon as you are prepared, set forth. Su Xiao, may your demise come swiftly." "Understood, General." The following morning, at the spirit mine of the Piaomiao Sect, after a night of cultivation, Su Xiao emerged and stood before the mine shaft, gazing into the vast pit that plunged several dozen yards deep. This is the spirit mine. Indeed, there are quite a number of spirit stones. This marked his first encounter with a spirit mine. Within the mine, nearly every few meters, a cultivator was seen chiseling and extracting or densely populating the entire tunnel. It truly appeared to be arduous labor. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. Chapter 132, The Daughter of Fortune, Chen Qing'er within the spiritual mine. The distribution follows a sloped pattern. The deeper one descends, the higher the cultivation of the excavators, and correspondingly, the superior the quality of the spiritual stones. Yesterday, Lu Li and her companions briefed Su Xiao on the fundamental aspects of the mine. Initially, he presumed that such laborious mining tasks would predominantly engage male cultivators. However, a casual glance revealed a considerable presence of female cultivators as well. They all exerted themselves diligently, for the more they excavated, the greater their personal gains. In the path of cultivation, no one extends sympathy towards female cultivators. Advancement is solely reliant on one's own efforts. Some male cultivators seeking beautiful women seldom expend resources to pursue female cultivators. They typically opt for mortal wives, living with them for decades before ultimately bidding them farewell. This approach incurs virtually no resource expenditure and allows for frequent changes. Yet, in terms of grace and poise, mortals can never compare to enchanting female cultivators. Mo Xiaoran and his two companions, along with Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, approached. Lu Li, adorned in a captivating green dress, chose silence, standing quietly behind. Mo Xiaoran stroked his white beard, his brow furrowing as he spoke. "Elder Su, our human race shares a certain tacit understanding with the demon race. Typically, cultivators of the transformation stage do not resort to lethal force against one another. However, with the Elder's recent dispatch of 5 transformation stage cultivators from the ape tribe, we may soon face their frenzied retaliation." Upon the conclusion of his statement, Yulong Wang, Lu Li, and the others wore grave expressions. Although the ape tribe had repeatedly infringed upon their spiritual mine, it must be noted that there had been no fatalities. They usually seized the storage bags filled with spiritual stones and fled. With Elder Su's sudden and decisive actions, their apprehension for the mine as future grew. Su Xiao chuckled nonchalantly. "No need for concern, everyone. I assure you, I shall eliminate the threat posed by the ape tribe before departing." Remaining in the spiritual mine served another purpose for him. The targeted attempts on his life by the ape tribe were rather peculiar, and he intended to uncover the hidden machinations behind it all. Suddenly, a nefarious and sinister face flashed through his mind. Could it possibly be that scoundrel Yuan Hao? Upon hearing Su Xiao's affirmative response, the group felt a slight easing of tension. Yet, Mo Xiaoran, sensing something, quietly ventured, "Elder Su, well, the ape tribe does possess several formidable transformation stage cultivators at the 9th level. Should they arrive, it could prove quite troublesome for us. Should we notify your esteemed sect's Grand Elder Duan?" After his words, Lu Li and Yulong Wang exchanged glances. Although transformation stage cultivators at the 9th level are powerful, they were aware that Elder Su possessed formidable transformation talismans capable of easily dealing with such opponents. The only pressing concern remained whether Elder Su had any such talismans left. No need for that, Su Xiao replied, his gaze twinkling with amusement as he discerned their thoughts. Grand Elder Duan is currently in seclusion. Contacting her would be futile. Rest assured, I still have several transformation talismans remaining. More than sufficient to handle the ape tribe's 9th-level cultivators. The group collectively exhaled in relief, and Xiao Wang and Xiao Li immediately perked up. Within the realm of the human race, Elder Su, possessing the formidable transformation talisman, is a terrifying bomb that instills fear in all. However, amidst the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, Elder Su, armed with his talisman, serves as their perfect protector. Safety, utterly secure. The decision made by Elder Zhuge is undeniably astute. Elder Su is truly the guardian meticulously tailored for these spiritual minds. The venerable elder is indeed wise. Su Xiao still possesses the pinnacle transformation talisman. Mo Xiaoran and Yu Longwan's gazes turned increasingly respectful. Even Lu Li's sense of distance diminished slightly. At the very least, Elder Su, despite his eccentricities, could contribute to their human race. Detected Fate's daughter, Chen Xing'er, Fate level, B. Return multiplier, 10. Bond level, 1. Is there truly a Fate's daughter within the mine? Following the system's guidance, Su Xiao gazed into the depths of the pit. There, he beheld a woman clad in a form-fitting black dress, diligently cutting the spiritual ores, perhaps for convenience in mining. The snug attire accentuated her slender and enchanting figure. Her skin, a warm white, radiated a smooth luster. With a charming visage and a pair of spirited sword-like brows, she stood out prominently among female cultivators. Her beautiful black hair was tied in a ponytail, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, exuding an air of vigor. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Judging by her position, she appeared to be a nascent soul cultivator. Two Fate's daughters. This trip to the spiritual mine was far from fruitless. With a subtle shift in his gaze, Su Xiao casually inquired, "My dear friends, I have heard of a person named Chen Xing'er in this spiritual mine. Might you have heard of her?" The three exchanged slight smiles. The elderly Mo Xiaoran casually remarked, "Naturally, we have heard of her. Chen Xing'er is a disciple of the Piaomiao Sect, under Elder Lu's tutelage. Elder Lu oversees the Piaomiao Sect's foundation in the spiritual mine, and thus, Chen Xing'er accompanied her to excavate the spiritual ores." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao glanced at Lu Li, nodding with a smile. The three had yet to react, puzzled as to why Elder Su would suddenly inquire about Chen Xing'er. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li stood in shock, their faces pale, their eyes quivering in disbelief. "No. Elder Su, which female cultivator have you set your sights on this time? You've already done your homework on her name." "No, senior elders. Please, awaken from this trance. Elder Su is about to extend his magical claws again." They dared not speak, not even daring to exhale. Su Xiao smiled slightly. "Oh, I see. Haha. Elder Lu, it seems you are fated with the old Taoist, and your disciple appears to share a similar connection." With that, he stepped onto a colorful flying sword, descending as if a celestial deity, drifting towards the pit. His destination was none other than where Chen Xing'er was located. Lu Li and the others remained momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a realization struck, and their expressions changed drastically. The captivating Lu Li's delicate features turned ashen in an instant. An old lecher. How dare he act so boldly? Mo Xiaoran and Yu Longwan clutched their foreheads, eyes tightly shut, their expressions heavy with sorrow. It is over. That lecherous old man has turned his insidious intentions towards his disciple since he failed to seduce Elder Lu. A truly terrifying old fiend. Elder Su, you are indeed unrelenting in your pursuits. Alas, what can they say or do? The opponent possesses top-tier transformation talismans. With a mere flick, they could obliterate these mid-stage cultivators. It is rumored that even the sovereign of the Northern Wind Kingdom, a formidable 9th-level transformation expert, was vanquished by just 2 of the old man's talismans. Xiao, an adversary far too formidable to confront. Lu Li's beautiful eyes brimmed with concern, her delicate frame trembling slightly. That is her most cherished disciple, that lecherous old man. One day, he shall be struck down by divine retribution. She dared not intervene, fearing the wrath of this terrifying old bombshell. Deep within the mining pit, Su Zhao's 7-colored flying sword drew attention. All the cultivators mining nearby turned their gazes toward him, envy gleaming in their eyes. Although Elder Su's personal life left much to be desired, in terms of strength, he was the foremost among the three spiritual minds. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. With Elder Su present, they felt a sense of security. Compared to their own safety, the other's reputation was of secondary importance. Su Xiao landed beside Chen Qing'er and retracted his flying sword. Several female disciples nearby gazed at Su Xiao with admiration. They had all heard the rumors. Although Elder Su took in female disciples, he was known to be genuinely responsible after doing so. Furthermore, he would provide abundant resources for cultivation. Such arrangements were acceptable to them. After all, he was handsome and powerful. Junior Chen Qing'er pays her respects to Elder Su. Chen Qing'er, flustered upon seeing Su Xiao before her, hastily put down the unfinished spiritual ore and cupped her fists in greeting. Su Xiao stroked his goatee, smiling gently as he replied, Chen Qing'er, I have heard of you through your master. Now that I see you, I can confirm you are indeed a promising talent. I sense a connection between us. Here are 10 transformation pills that I no longer require. In honor of my friendship with Elder Lu, I bestow them upon you for your cultivation. Chapter 133. The Envious Female Disciple. Chen Qing'er stood frozen in astonishment, her exquisite and spirited visage betraying her shock. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The surrounding female cultivators gazed at her with expressions of astonishment and envy. 10 transformation pills. Impossible. Elder Su casually presenting 10 transformation pills. That amounts to 100 high-grade spirit stones. These cultivators could toil for an entire year and scarcely accumulate a dozen or 20 high-grade spirit stones. Envy, jealousy, and resentment filled the air. Elder Su had his eyes set on Chen Qing'er, yet he remained oblivious to the others. It was evident that Elder Su was captivated by the beauty of senior sister Chen. How infuriating. Initially, these female cultivators thought that appearance was not a significant concern and bore no influence on cultivation. However, with the appearance of Su Xiao, they realized their error. The beauty of a female cultivator is indeed one of her greatest assets. Not only them, but the surrounding male cultivators in the nascent soul stage were equally astonished. This was their first glimpse of the legendary Elder Su's charm in wooing women. My goodness. How extraordinarily extravagant. A greeting gift of 10 transformation pills. No, junior sister Qing, you must remain steadfast. Do not fall for this old lecher's cunning scheme. The hearts of the male disciples bled internally, their eyes filled with anguish and sorrow. Chen Qing'er was a stunning flower they could only yearn for from afar. Among the entire Piaomiao Sect's spirit minds, aside from the esteemed Grand Elder, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful. The old lecher certainly had an eye for beauty. Truly discerning. Damn it, Elder Su, are you truly willing to give these to me? Chen Qing'er's fair, delicate face was filled with disbelief. She gazed at the 10 transformation pills. Suffused with spiritual energy in his hand, her heart racing wildly. These transformation pills were of a quality far surpassing those available in the market. Su Xiao chuckled softly. Of course, these are all for you. My young friend Chen, we share a fateful bond, and given my limited lifespan, these treasures are but fleeting moments to me. Thus, I shall bestow them upon you. With a touch of his stylish goatee, he wore a serene smile, exuding calmness. Thank you, Elder. Chen Qing'er accepted the 10 transformation pills without a hint of hesitation. She wiped her slender hands, still slightly soiled, and tremblingly received the pills. Her beautiful face radiated joy, tinged with a delicate flush. Her striking brows arched gracefully, lending her an enchanting allure. Looking at Su Xiao, she immediately knelt down, respectfully bowing her head. The grace of the elder will forever remain etched in my heart. Chen Qing'er was well aware of Su Xiao's reputation. Indeed, she had seen him cozying up to her master. Yet, in the face of 10 transformation pills, such matters were rendered inconsequential. In the realm of cultivation, resources are paramount. Though she has taken refuge under the esteemed elder, her master primarily imparts the techniques of the 100 Herbs sect and the art of alchemy. In terms of resources, her master has not provided her with much assistance. No cultivator in the realm dares to claim that they possess ample resources, not even her divine transformation master. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He is quite fond of this fortuitous girl who is easily accessible. Chen Xiaoyu, since we are fated, should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek me out. The old Taoist may not possess many items, but I do have an abundance of cultivation resources. For those with whom I share a connection, I shall not be stingy. Gazing at the radiant and graceful figure before him, he smiled faintly. He then summoned his colorful flying sword and departed slowly. Around him, cultivators of both genders, while mocking Xiao, felt a surge of envy and resentment towards Qingqing. This truly is a celestial opportunity. Not only the female cultivators, but even the male ones at this moment regarded Xiao as a benevolent figure, despite his slightly lascivious tendencies. It was rumored that Madame Shui and Lu Lingling had received an immeasurable amount of resources from Elder Su. The legendary divine transformation pills were said to be distributed like mere candies. One could grab a handful. Why does Elder Su seem to favor female cultivators over male ones? Such a tremendous opportunity has slipped away. Alas, I fear that with such bounties, Chen Shiji will not be able to resist the old lecher's advances for long. No, Chen Shiji is the goddess of my dreams. How could she succumb to that old lecher? Sigh. It is utterly infuriating. The old lecher shall not meet a good end. After a wave of envy and jealousy, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of mockery in their hearts. Qingqing gazed at Su Zhao's striking silhouette, her blush lingering unabated. Gradually rising from her seat, she appeared somewhat dazed. Casting a glance at her slender fingers still stained with soil, she swallowed hard, remaining silent. She picked up the half-sliced spiritual stone from the ground, somewhat absent-mindedly continuing her task. Yet, her efficiency had diminished considerably compared to before. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 infant transformation pills. For the first time gifting to Qingqing, a 1,000-fold critical hit has been triggered, returning 3,000 Dao Pills. Haha. Elder Lu, I see a connection with your disciple, so I bestowed upon her a few infant transformation pills. As the system's voice faded, Su Xiao landed beside a few individuals in the spirit mine, smiling gently. Elder Lu won't be upset, will he? Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang exchanged awkward glances. Who doesn't understand the old lecher's intentions? Yet, they remained silent. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li wore expressions of despair, sighing internally. Lu Li bit her lip, her beautiful eyes harboring a hint of indignation. However, she refrained from saying much, reluctantly remarking, "It is no trouble. It is a stroke of fortune for the elder to take notice of Qing. Elder Su, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she returned to her residence with an unkind expression, wishing to avoid any further interaction with Su Xiao. The latter shook his head. Rumors can indeed be harmful. In the Iron Curtain City, the stronghold of the Broken Sky Demon Sect, the darkly handsome Yu Wenhao sat up with excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration. Observing this, an elder of the sect chuckled. "Master, what brings you such joy?" "Ha, that's Su Xiao. He actually slaughtered 5 transformation stage cultivators from the Ape Clan in the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mine. The Ape Clan's general, Yuan Fei, just contacted me personally, demanding all information regarding Su Xiao. This time, that old dog is doomed. He has thoroughly offended the Ape Clan. Even without our involvement, the Ape Clan will not let him escape. Ha! Truly a testament to my cunning. Without lifting a finger, I've ensnared Su Xiao." His eyes gleamed with delight as he reveled in the success of his scheme. That old dog has been outsmarted once again. Without delay, Yu Wenhao promptly responded to Yuan Fei. However, he made sure to add a note at the end, claiming that Su Xiao had exhausted all his transformation talismans and had no more left to use. Although he was uncertain whether Su Xiao possessed any remaining talismans, he deemed it necessary to instill courage in the Ape Clan. The more Ape Clan members that perish, the greater the animosity between them and Su Xiao, ultimately leading to Su Xiao's demise at their hands. Moreover, should that old dog still possess talismans, the Ape Clan could also deplete his resources. A twofold benefit. Truly brilliant. Days later, at the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mine, several female cultivators who were on friendly terms with Qingqing gazed enviously at the empty spot beside them. "Sister, why hasn't Qin Shiji come to mind today?" Sighing, one replied, "What else could it be?" She has caught the eye of Elder Su, who would still toil here in the mines. "What? She is not coming back?" "Surely not. What is so surprising? When I left this morning, I saw Qin Shiji preparing for a bath. The water was all ready." "What? What on earth is she planning? It can't be possible." The female cultivators' eyes widened in astonishment, hardly believing their ears. As a realization dawned upon them, their faces flushed with a deep crimson. Their gazes sparkled with envy, filled with a mixture of admiration and jealousy. How envious they were. Why couldn't it be them? They no longer wished to mine. Chapter 134. The Path of Weak Water in a quaint and exquisite chamber within the accommodation area for female cultivators of the three sects. The enchanting and spirited Qingqinger emerged from her bath in a wooden tub. Rising gracefully, she adorned herself in a fragrant black dress that elegantly concealed her flawless figure. Seated before her vanity, she styled her lustrous black hair into a lovely ponytail. Gazing into the mirror at her striking reflection, her beautiful eyes flickered with a blend of contemplation and resolve. From her storage bag, she retrieved a long-neglected crimson blush. Although her application was somewhat clumsy, the final result revealed a more radiant and captivating visage in the mirror. The moisture from her hair had yet to dissipate, and the black dress still exuded wisps of warmth. Qingqinger, you truly are a wretch, she whispered to herself, her expression devoid of emotion. The teachings of her master and the expectations of her parents were not meant for her to squander herself in exchange for those repulsive cultivation resources. A shadow of sorrow clouded her beautiful eyes. Compared to the start of her cultivation a century ago, she loathed the person she had become. Yet, what alternative was there? Must she endure several centuries in a mine? She was acutely aware of the scarcity of cultivation resources in the Panlong continent. Here, every spirit stone held immense significance for cultivators. The Piaomiao Sect was merely a second-rate faction. The opportunity to mine spirit stones was fiercely contested within the sect. Mining not only provided additional income each year, but also yielded spirit stones and elixirs allocated by the sect. In total, one could amass around 20 to 30 superior spirit stones annually. However, when exchanged for transformation pills, that would amount to only 2 or 3. To remain stagnant at the nascent soul stage would truly betray her parents and the teachings of her master. The brilliance in her eyes intensified. She had thoroughly convinced herself that being a wretch was preferable to being dead. She desired not the withered bones of the mundane world, but aimed to ascend the path of immortality. A knock resounded at the door. Qingqinger opened it to reveal Lu Li, clad in a flowing green gown, exuding grace and charm. "Master, what brings you here?" Qingqinger exclaimed, a flicker of anxiety crossing her face as she quickly invited her in. Upon noticing Qingqinger's exquisite makeup, Lu Li could only sigh softly before entering and closing the door behind her. "Qinger, why have you not gone to the mine?" Lu Li inquired, her gaze filled with a hint of compassion as she regarded her devoted disciple. Indeed, she had no surplus cultivation resources to offer, scarcely enough for herself. "Master, I plan to rest for a while," Qingqinger responded, her expression somewhat awkward. Lu Li glanced at the nearby bath, then gently took Qingqinger's warm, delicate hand into her own. "Qinger, if you are unwilling, it is all right. I will prepare resources for your breakthrough to the divine transformation stage." Lu Li looked at Qingqinger with a touch of heartache in her eyes, mingled with a sense of guilt. The disciple was bewildered by her master's words. Qingqinger wished to keep her master unaware of her situation. "Master, Elder Su bestowed upon me 10 transformation pills. I merely wished to rest for a while." Fear and shyness enveloped her heart. This was a matter she wished to keep hidden from everyone, and she did not wish to exhaust her master's resources, especially since her master had little time left. "Qinger, I feel remorse for you. I have put you through so much." Lu Li embraced Qingqinger, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood that her disciple was reluctant to utilize her resources, feeling sorrow for her master. "Su Xiao, may you meet a most unfortunate fate." Unable to restrain herself any longer, Qingqinger leaned on Lu Li's shoulder and wept bitterly, 2 streams of tears cascading down her cheeks. In Su Xiao's chamber, he sat cross-legged on a mat, engrossed in his cultivation. With the 3,000 Great Dao Pills, he pondered what insights he would glean this time. His handsome visage nodded slightly. Such wondrous pills were never too plentiful, and he would consume as many as he could. Each comprehension of a great Tao not only enhanced his strength, but also laid a solid foundation for his path to immortality. Without further ado, he tossed a fist-sized golden pill into his mouth, which transformed into a streak of light that penetrated his being. Soon, an enigmatic force of the great Tao enveloped Su Xiao, allowing him to grasp the principles of the world at an unparalleled speed. "Congratulations. Host has comprehended the weak water of the 3,000 Great Tao." "Weak water?" Su Xiao's eyes flickered. after mastering the fire element. The system began to guide him through the water element. In his 2 lifetimes, he had acquired a modicum of understanding regarding the water element, which was categorized into 3 types. Weak water possessed formidable corrosive and sinking powers. Once perfected, even celestial beings would dread it, an unstoppable force. Pure water wielded blessings and healing abilities, nurturing all life and warding off evil. Lastly, the common waters of lakes and seas, characterized by their abundance and ease of manipulation. The talents of Shui Rou and Shui Yu from the water clan of Beifeng Kingdom must pertain to this 3rd type. The ancestral crystal blue gourd of the water clan also belonged to this category, albeit imbued with a hint of weak water's potency. His pure jade bottle, without doubt, represented the 2nd type of pure water. If he were to master all 3 types of water Dao, who knows what new divine abilities he might acquire. He felt a flicker of anticipation. With his mastery over the 3 fires of heaven, earth, and man, he had attained the divine ability of true fire. It was his primary means of vanquishing foes. The perfection of the 3 waters Dao should be equally formidable. There's no rush. He would take his time. Eventually, it would come to fruition. In good spirits, Xiao waved his hand, manifesting the power of the great Dao. A sphere of black water, the size of a fist, materialized in his palm. This was weak water, the epitome of its essence. Although small, the terrifying power roiling within it brought him great satisfaction. After absorbing the weak water, Xiao, clad in a gray robe, resumed his meditation and cultivation. It is time to prepare for the tribulation. With his current cultivation speed, he will soon reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. At that moment, the transformation thunder tribulation will once again descend. He has heard that if a cultivator fails their first thunder tribulation, the subsequent one at the same level will become extraordinarily formidable. The specifics of its strength remain somewhat elusive to him. However, prior to facing the tribulation, he must clarify this matter. Although he possesses several magical artifacts, given the intensity of the previous thunder tribulation, it seemed almost trivial to pass through. Yet, he must not take the second thunder tribulation lightly. Even with the system's support, he must proceed with caution, ensuring a 100% success rate before confronting this second tribulation. Before long, the sky darkened slightly. A series of knocks echoed at the door. "Come in, it's not locked." Xiao opened his eyes. Chen Qing'er, clad in a form-fitting black dress, entered with a hint of nervousness, quietly closing and locking the door behind her. "Elder Su, I have come to express my gratitude for your kindness in providing the transformation pill." Chen Qing'er's exquisite and spirited visage bore a faint blush. She boldly gazed at the notoriously unprincipled elder, her beautiful eyes glimmering with courage, unafraid. "Haha, so it is my young friend Chen. No need for formality. A few transformation pills are merely a drop in the bucket for an old Taoist like me. Please, take a seat." Xiao smiled and rose, inviting her to sit at the table. He welcomed this forthright young woman, unburdened by the act of receiving gifts. Chapter 135. The audacious Chen Qing'er exhaled softly, naturally taking her seat at the table. Xiao poured her a cup of spiritual tea and smiled gently. "My young friend Chen, those 10 transformation pills should suffice for your cultivation for a month or 2. You have a special affinity with this old Taoist. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. My lifespan is waning, and these worldly possessions deserve to find a worthy recipient." As he beheld the captivating Chen Qing'er, Xiao's gaze flickered. Clad in a stunning black dress, her figure was strikingly slender. Her graceful curves and flawless, warm white skin were arresting. With a lovely, spirited visage adorned with subtle makeup, her lips glistened a vibrant red, likely tinted with crimson. An alluring fragrance enveloped her, reminiscent of a young maiden fresh from a bath. Chen Qing'er swallowed hard upon hearing his words. "Thank you, Elder Su," she stammered, summoning her courage. "I am currently facing difficulties and hope that Elder Su can assist me." "Oh, at this moment? I wonder what troubles my young friend faces." Xiao inquired with a playful blink. "I require spiritual stones and magical artifacts," Chen Qing'er replied, taking a deep breath. "I need a multitude of cultivation resources. Might Elder Su be able to help me?" As she uttered these words, a deep blush crept across her cheeks. She felt entirely wretched, viewing herself as a base individual bartering her body for resources. Yet, she had prepared herself mentally. She was willing to embrace this role. Xiao chuckled. observing her with a peculiar gaze, his heart stirring with a sense of melancholy. Truly, she was a paragon of fortune. If all women of fortune were like Qinqing, there would be no need for him to seek out reasons for bestowing gifts. Her forthright request provided the most compelling justification. Very well, Su Xiao replied with a slight smile. Chun, my young friend, your candidness brings me great joy. I appreciate individuals of destiny like you. Qinqing blinked her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of excitement dancing within them. Elder Su, you're not even inquiring about the specifics, yet you seem to have already agreed? It appeared that Elder Su was quite taken with her appearance. Little did she realize that her beauty would become her greatest asset on her path to immortality. Su Xiao said little more, retrieving from his spatial storage 50 superior spiritual stones, 1 superior sword, 1 medium-grade artifact, and 2 inferior artifacts. Finally, he produced a superior beauty pill, placing them all on the table. Gently stroking his goatee, he remarked, I have already given you the transformation pills, my young friend Chen. Once you have utilized them, I shall provide more. A superior sword, a medium-grade artifact, and 2 inferior artifacts should suffice for your current needs. This beauty pill is of superior quality. Keep it for personal use or sell it as you wish. These items should be adequate for you. I trust. Haha. Qinqing sat in stunned silence, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her breath becoming somewhat labored. This is rather excessive, isn't it? For magical artifacts amount to over 100 high-grade spirit stones, and there are also 50 high-grade spirit stones. Most astonishingly, there is even a high-grade youth-restoring pill. This item is the coveted elixir of every female cultivator. Her master, Lu Li, had once relied on extraordinary fortune to concoct a high-grade youth-restoring pill, which allowed her to maintain her youthful appearance until now. Since then, she has never been able to refine another high-grade youth-restoring pill. If this were to be sold on the market, it would fetch an astronomical price. Junior, I am deeply grateful to the elder. A rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. Qinqing gracefully knelt and bowed thrice to Su Xiao. There is no need for such formalities. I have already stated that we share a bond. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. As Qinqing rose, her gaze fell upon the high-grade youth-restoring pill, a contemplative glimmer flickering in her eyes. Given the elder's generous gift, she could surmise the underlying implication. The elder appreciates her current beauty. Furthermore, the elder mentioned that he would provide her with another once she consumes the current pill, indicating a desire to maintain this relationship indefinitely. Without uttering a word, Su Xiao observed as the astute Qinqing completely filled in the blanks of his intentions. Rest assured, Elder, Qing'er will consume this high-grade youth-restoring pill. After another respectful bow, her countenance flushed, yet her eyes bore a weight as she gathered her belongings. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 50 high-grade spirit stones, receiving 500 high-grade spirit stones in return. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 1 high-grade sword, receiving the exquisite ice spirit sword in return. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 1 medium-grade artifact, receiving 1 high-grade artifact in return. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 2 low-grade artifacts, receiving 2 medium-grade artifacts in return. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 1 high-grade youth-restoring pill, receiving 1 exquisite youth-restoring pill in return. The system's voice echoed, and Su Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction within. After securing her items, a resolute glint shimmered in Qinqing's beautiful eyes. She gracefully maneuvered her slender form to stand before Su Xiao. Her adorned visage grew even more radiant. And feeling a tinge of nervousness, having never acted in such a manner before, she extended her delicate hand and untied the ribbon of her black dress. The garment fell loosely, and now it was her turn to repay the kindness. Chen Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Su Xiao blinked in astonishment at her sudden actions. Her flawless, warm skin glistened, enveloped in an enchanting fragrance. Qinqing, her cheeks flushed, inhaled deeply and declared, the elder's kindness is akin to a mountain. Qing'er cannot repay it. Only offer herself in return. What? You need not take such measures, Chen Xiaoyu. The rumors outside are false. Su Xiao managed a bitter smile. I am not that kind of person. There is no need for further words. Elder, this is entirely Qing'er's choice. In pursuit of a steady supply of transformation pills, Qinqing had already made her decision. Today it must be so. Moreover, isn't it precisely for this that someone like Elder Su exists? She spoke no more and stepped forward to embrace Su Xiao. A delicate fragrance enveloped her. After a quarter of an hour, gazing at the lovely and rosy face of Chen Qing'er, Su Xiao felt no inclination to offer explanations, nor did he wish to do so. He lifted her in his arms and made his way towards the bed. The candlelight flickered softly, enduring throughout the night. The following day, daylight broke. The door to Su Xiao's room remained firmly shut, concealing its occupants. As the disciples of the Piaomiao Sect passed by Su Xiao's chamber on their way to the mines, both men and women winced at the sight, their faces etched with anguish and indignation. Goodness gracious! What a lecherous old man! This is utterly outrageous. How could this happen in just a few days? Is this the power of the old lecher's subtle advances? No. Chen Shiji, how could you not withstand the sweet temptations of the old rogue? I am filled with rage. Su Laoma, you shameless scoundrel. Chen Qing'er had spent the entire night within Su Xiao's quarters and in the densely populated dormitory area. It was impossible to keep such matters hidden from the Yuan Ing and Zhedan cultivators. They had known since yesterday, and some even caught a glimpse of Chen Qing'er entering Elder Su's room. The male cultivators donned expressions of suffering, while the female ones blushed deeply. Too shy to look further. How envious of Chen Shiji. Elder Su must have granted her abundant cultivation resources. Not just abundant. Do you not know of Madame Shui? It is said she generously bestows the legendary spirit refining pills by the handful. Chen Shiji's fate is simply too fortunate. Why was I not born as beautiful? The heavens are unjust. The envy for Chen Shiji was palpable, yet it bore no fruit. Elder Su had little regard for them, and they were left to diligently mine for spirit stones. At a distance, before the spiritual mine, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li gazed at Su Xiao's room, releasing deep sighs, their bodies filled with lethargy. Beside them, Mo Xiaoran and Yu Longguang exchanged awkward glances, both feeling somewhat bewildered. Chapter 136. The thunderstruck Su Xiao. Elder Su, your actions are remarkably swift. What benefits have been bestowed upon you to compel a gifted female cultivator of the nascent soul stage to behave in such a manner? I am utterly intrigued. Beside her, Lu Li, donned in a green dress, wore a heavy expression. Her eyes reflected a tumult of self-reproach, guilt, and helplessness. She could not provide her disciple with the resources she desperately needed. Su Xiao, what a rogue! Such shamelessness! Yet, upon reflection, encountering a figure like Su Xiao is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for Qing'er. Although she disapproved of the situation, as a mentor, she was powerless to dictate Qing'er's choices. Nor could she sever the chance that lay before her. At times, she harbored resentment towards Su Xiao, yet at other moments, she felt a sense of gratitude towards him. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Thus, Su Xiao's actions are not inherently wrong. The true fault lies with the state of the world. Meanwhile, in the gathering place of the ape clan, Yuanda had returned from Iron Curtain City. After several days of clandestine investigation, he had learned of the rumors surrounding Su Xiao. He raced towards the cave behind the waterfall. General, Su Xiao. That Su Xiao is truly a beast. Kneeling on the ground, Yuanda expressed his profound indignation before the golden-haired middle-aged man. His left hand had already regrown, a testament to the ape clan's physical prowess. Oh, what troubles you? Yuanda, speak quickly. The golden-haired man's eyes sparkled with curiosity. From Yuanhao, he had discovered that while Su Xiao was formidable, his strength was primarily derived from his mastery of the 9th tier of the Transformation God Talisman, with his innate power being rather mediocre. More importantly, it was known that his Transformation God Talismans had been exhausted. Yuanda hurriedly explained, General, the human race seeks Su Xiao's life because he is nothing short of a monster. Su Xiao failed to transcend the God Transformation Thunder Tribulation and is currently merely at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Although he consumed a longevity pill, he has less than 50 years of life left. However, he stumbled upon a significant cultivation cave and acquired numerous treasures. Among them are the 9th tier Transformation God Talismans. I have heard that these talismans are quite powerful, capable of slaying experts at the 9th tier of God Transformation. Yuan Fei smiled slightly upon hearing this. No matter. Su Xiao's Transformation God Talismans have already been depleted. He poses no threat. Pray tell, what makes Su Xiao such a beast? Encouraged by the General's inquiry, Yuanda continued eagerly, General, Su Xiao has only a little over 40 years of life remaining. He excavated a vast cultivation cave, and the resources at his disposal are astonishing. Every day, he indulges in the company of female cultivators from the human race, seeking pleasure. Now he has become a terrifying old lecher, instilling fear in all the beautiful female cultivators he encounters. Not a single one can escape his clutches. The humans despise him. He had scarcely arrived in Iron Curtain City before leveraging his resources to win over renowned beauties among the human cultivators, far surpassing the Broken Sky Demon Sect. Currently, the entire human race, regardless of their alignment, desires the demise of Su Xiao. He is known by several infamous monikers, such as Old Demon Su, Lecherous Old Man, and Terrifying Old Bomb. In summary, his reputation is nothing short of notorious. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei blinked in bewilderment. A preference for beautiful female cultivators? Supporting them with resources? Are there truly such fools among the human race? However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Su Xiao had failed his tribulation, his lifespan was limited, and resources would be of little use to him, so seeking some amusement was quite reasonable. So he is nothing but a shameless old lecher. That scoundrel Su Xiao, taking advantage of his dwindling days to act recklessly. No wonder Yuan Hao is so eager to take his life. Yuan Fei chuckled softly, rising to his feet, and commanded, Yuanda, go inform the two vice-generals. There is no need to wait for the young master's return. I, the general, shall personally deal with Su Xiao. While killing Su Xiao may be seen as a service to humanity, he dared to harm my Yuan clan's transformation stage, which is tantamount to courting death. We, the Yuan clan, shall enact justice on behalf of the heavens to eliminate this shameless old lecher. Even with the transformation stage talismans, I am unafraid, let alone without them. A mere nascent soul cultivator, relying on treasures to flaunt his abilities, is nothing but trash. Gather the others. Tonight, as darkness falls, we shall flatten the Ling mine of Piaomiao Sect. Killing Su Xiao will surely earn us the applause of those humans. Yuanda's spirit surged, and he clasped his fists, exclaiming, Yes, General. As midday approached, Su Xiao rose, dressed, and stepped out of bed. Congratulations. Your bond with Chen Qing'er has increased to 2. Chen Qing'er lay beneath the covers, her beautiful, spirited face flushed. It was not that she did not wish to rise, but rather that she lacked the strength. Su Xiao sat at the table, leisurely stating, Qing'er, I shall provide for your future cultivation resources. Should you need anything, simply inform me. With me as your elder. Rest assured, even the transformation stage is within reach. Refining the void is not an issue. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing'er's eyes sparkled with delight. His words far exceeded her expectations. Refining the void. It was a realm she had never dared to dream of before. Yet now Elder Su had assured her of it. After that night, she found Su Xiao suddenly less unfamiliar. In fact, upon closer inspection of his appearance, she realized he was more handsome than any male cultivator she had encountered. She felt she had chosen an exceedingly correct path. Her body beneath the covers felt uncomfortable. Thank you, Elder. Feeling a mix of nervousness and shyness, she hesitated to speak much, merely lying there to recuperate. You rest. I will go check on the spirit mine, Su Xiao said with a gentle smile. He exhaled lightly and stepped out the door, stretching and feeling refreshed. Elder has emerged. But where is Chen Qing'er? Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment. He finally came out. Elder Su, you truly are remarkable. Not merely envy or jealousy. The two brothers were at a loss for words. Mo Xiaoran and Yu Longguang continued to be bewildered, their astonished gazes fixed upon Su Xiao. This individual truly lives up to his notorious reputation. Utterly remarkable. The disciples of the Piaomiao Sect who had emerged from the spirit mine for a respite sighed deeply upon seeing Su Xiao. They felt utterly defeated, their hearts brimming with indignation. That lecherous old man. Sooner or later, divine retribution shall strike. How outrageous. Truly shameless. Su Xiao approached, greeting Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, before proceeding to survey the spirit mine with an air of nonchalance. Not a single word dared to escape their lips. What could they possibly say? The name of the adversary was not earned lightly. Fortunately, there remained steadfast individuals like Elder Lu. Otherwise, despair would have engulfed them regarding the female cultivators in the entire realm of cultivation. Lu Li appeared at the door of Su Xiao's room. She bit her lip and pushed the door open. Upon entering, her nose twitched, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. Master. Qingqing, lying on the bed, instantly turned pale. Why is Master here? A wave of shame and anger surged within her, and she buried her face in the covers. Qing'er, your master has come to take you home. Please dress and join me. I do not hold any grievances against you. Lu Li approached the bedside, casting a glance at a certain red stain on the sheets, feeling an impulse to end Su Xiao's life. Qingqing peeked out from her cocoon of blankets, gazing at her master with glistening tears in her eyes. Master, I am sorry. It is of no consequence. This is merely your opportunity, Lu Li sighed softly. Master, I feel somewhat incapacitated and may require a bit more rest. Qingqing said, feeling embarrassed. Lu Li's expression darkened. That's Su Xiao. May he meet a swift end. Chapter 137. The changing mentality of master and apprentice. Lu Li wore a dark expression, remaining silent. In her beautiful eyes, waves of heartache surged. With a flick of her hand, she summoned her spiritual energy to lift Qingqing's blanket. Then, she swiftly picked up the dress from the floor and helped her put it on. Master, thank you. Qingqing's delicate and spirited face turned a deep shade of crimson. Her master had never assisted her in dressing before, and she felt a tinge of shyness. Let us depart. After speaking, Lu Li lifted Qingqing into her arms, and, utilizing her divine transformation cultivation, they instantly vanished from Su Xiao's room. As they departed, Lu Li, unable to contain her frustration, struck the furniture in the room with her palm, shattering it. The tea set, which had yet to be tidied, lay in fragments, while the spiritual tea, infused with spiritual energy, spilled everywhere. Scoundrel, you will eventually face divine retribution. Lu Li's room was equally spacious and exquisite, filled with an enchanting fragrance. She gently helped Qingqing onto the bed to rest. Observing the other's flushed cheeks, she sat at the bedside and softly inquired, Qing, do you regret it? No. Qing'er does not regret. Qingqing touched her storage bag, her eyes brimming with determination, recalling Su Xiao's ethereal appearance. She let out a soft sigh, a glimmer of something extraordinary flashing in her eyes. It is good that you do not regret. Lu Li took out a small vial from her bosom and presented a white pill for Qingqing to consume. This is a nourishing essence pill. It will swiftly restore your weakened body. Thank you, Master. Qingqing's beautiful face regained some color, though her eyes still reflected a hint of embarrassment. This matter was not something she intended for her master to know, but now there was no escaping it. Lu Li rose, hands clasped behind her back, and sighed deeply. Then, with a slight furrow of her brow, she said solemnly, Qing'er, since you have done this for Su Xiao, has he provided you with ample resources? If he dares to take advantage of you, I shall confront him. Qingqing hurriedly interjected, No, Master, the elder has given me plenty of resources. It is more than sufficient. Lu Li's brows twitched slightly as she murmured, A great deal? How much? Qingqing blinked and replied honestly, Previously, the elder gave me 10 transformation pills, and yesterday he presented me with 2 low-grade magical artifacts, 1 mid-grade magical artifact, and 1 high-grade magical artifact. Additionally, there are 50 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes widened in surprise. Altogether, it amounted to nearly 300 high-grade spirit stones. Su Xiao could indeed be considered generous. With a slight nod, Lu Li's gaze softened. That is a significant sum, but Qing'er, you have sacrificed so much. You deserve to receive these. At that moment, Qing'er retrieved a pill radiating an unusual aura from her storage bag, cradling it like a treasure in her palm. Master, the elder also gifted me a high-grade youth preservation pill. Lu Li stared at the pill in Qing'er's hand, her entire being trembling with astonishment. A high-grade youth preservation pill. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Qingqing. Su Xiao possesses such a thing? And he gave it to you? Lu Li's heart trembled profoundly. The supreme beauty elixir, which she had miraculously concocted in her youth, had never been replicated since. Such a treasure was non-existent in the market. Whenever one appeared, it commanded an astronomical price. At the auction, the bidding commenced at several hundred high-grade spirit stones. Qing'er observed her astonished master, and, for reasons unknown, a flicker of joy passed through her heart. Master, the elder appreciates my beauty. He must have given me this elixir so that I may retain a youthful appearance, much like you. With gleaming eyes, she declared, Master, I do not intend to exchange it for cultivation resources. I must consume it myself. Lu Li remained ensnared in her astonishment. Elder Su, This was beyond generosity. In an instant, Lu Li's demeanor shifted. She now perceived that Qing'er's association with Su Xiao might indeed become the greatest fortune of her lifetime. Very well. You may take it, Lu Li replied, still somewhat dazed. Receiving her master's consent, Qing'er joyfully ingested the beauty elixir. Instantly, she felt the elixir's essence coursing through her body, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. With this, her appearance would remain unmarred by time. The elder would continue to favor her, and she would perpetually secure cultivation resources. Lu Li gazed at her disciple, whose expression radiated delight, momentarily at a loss for words. Should she offer consolation? Unnecessary, for the other had just received such a monumental opportunity. A celebration? That seemed somewhat awkward. Qing'er, feeling a bit bashful, said, Master, Elder Su has given me 10 transformation pills. I understand his intentions. He wishes for us to maintain this connection, assuring me that once I use them, he will continue to provide for me. The elder's gift of the supreme beauty elixir likely carries the same sentiment. Lu Li was taken aback by her words. Realizing something, she shook her head and said, Qing, you may be overthinking this. Su Xia has but a little over 40 years of life left. Whether you take the beauty elixir or not, your appearance will not change. However, 40 years is ample time for you to amass vast resources from him. Lu Li shook her head internally. Since Qing'er had taken this step, as her master, she naturally had to devise strategies to assist her. In these coming years, Qing'er, you must cultivate a good rapport with Elder Su. If he does not allocate resources to you, they will be given to other female cultivators. You must plan wisely for your future path in cultivation. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Qing'er nodded in agreement. Her master's words rang true. She needed to seize the advantages within these 40 years. Master, I need not worry excessively. Elder Su promised that once I reach the transformation stage, or even the void refinement stage, he will provide all the necessary resources. Lu Li was utterly bewildered at this revelation. Void refinement? All resources for reaching the void refinement stage are assured. The words struck like thunder, forcefully impacting Lu Li's mind, leaving her in a state of prolonged astonishment. It was she who had not attained the resources to cultivate to the void refinement stage, and in this lifetime, she had relinquished all hope. Gazing at Qing'er, whose complexion was flushed with joy and whose eyes sparkled with delight, she suddenly recognized the correctness of the latter's choice. Lost in thought, Lu Li slumped at the table, appearing dazed and foolish. As dusk descended, Qing'er consumed the nourishing essence pill, and with her foundation at the 3rd level of the nascent soul, her body had recovered significantly. She bid farewell to Lu Li and stepped outside, her gait slightly awkward as she made her way toward the mining pit. Standing before the pit, she observed hundreds of cultivators laboriously extracting ore below, and a wave of emotion washed over her. Just a few days prior, she had been one of them. Elder Su had treated her well. She could not let him down. Below, the nascent soul and core formation cultivators toiled unperturbed amidst the mud, digging and cutting. In that moment, she realized how laughable her former self had been. Elder Su had altered her destiny, elevating her to heights unattainable by those cultivators. She felt as though she had gained precious freedom of resources. As for what she had lost, it could hardly be termed a loss. Rather, it was a harvest. Look, it's Senior Sister Chun. Senior Sister has come out. I can't believe it. That old lecher. This is an affront to the heavens. He will surely be struck by lightning. I despise this. The male cultivators, upon seeing Qing'er's somewhat uncoordinated figure above, were instantly engulfed in profound anguish and fury. No, my mining flower Senior Sister. Once again, she has fallen victim to that old demon Su. Curse him. That old dog Su. Damn it all. Chapter 138. The night falls. The torment experienced by the male cultivators is a pain only they can truly comprehend. It is akin to a plump and resplendent cabbage being rudely prodded by a swine. Look at Sister Chun. How enviable she is. Just observe her self-satisfied demeanor. She will undoubtedly cease to join us in the mines henceforth. Humph. That wretched woman, relying solely on her alluring visage. Sisters, there is no need for envy. We are of noble virtue. We shall forge our celestial paths with our own hands. Ahem. What Sister said is indeed. The women consoled themselves, their eyes shimmering with profound envy. Her words contradicted her innermost thoughts. She was merely infuriated, attempting to motivate herself. One by one, the female cultivators began to hypnotize themselves. Indeed, Chen Qing'er is nothing but a shameless opportunist. A gold digger, no less. If they did not convince themselves of this, they would never wish to toil in the mines again. Alas, the sorrowful state of the cultivation world. Su Xiao sidestepped Wang and Li, returning to his quarters. What on earth happened? Who the hell shattered my tea set? He surveyed the scattered shards of porcelain, his mind momentarily bewildered. Chen Qing'er? Surely not. She appeared quite jubilant. Damn it. I caught him, and he made quite a mess. The table is broken. It is evident that this was a deliberate act. Were it not for the absence of surveillance in this world, he would have stormed directly to the monitoring room. Senior Su. The door was ajar, and standing outside was Lu Li, adorned in a flowing green gown. Her gaze was complex as she regarded Su Xiao, the fitted gown accentuating her figure exquisitely. Her fair and delicate visage bore the charm of youth, while the elegant redwood hairpin atop her head seemed to shimmer with a hint of vitality. Every movement embodied the pinnacle of beauty, blending the grace of a maiden and the allure of a mature woman. Oh, Elder Lu? Ha ha, Elder Lu. I am at a loss as to which ruffian shattered this table. I had intended to invite you in for a chat, but alas, there is no longer a place to sit. Su Xiao mused inwardly. What a fortuitous moment to present a gift. Lu Li blinked her enchanting eyes. Entering, she retrieved a brand new exquisite set of table and chairs from her storage pouch and placed them within the room. With a graceful wave of her hand, the remnants scattered upon the floor vanished entirely. Su Xiao felt a twinge of guilt. He had bestowed numerous resources upon Qing'er, and now she had shattered his furnishings. I apologize, Elder Su. Qing'er informed me that she accidentally broke them as she departed, Lu Li said with an apologetic expression, urging the elder not to harbor ill feelings. A fragrant blend of herbal aroma wafted from her presence, causing Su Xiao's gaze to flicker. In recent days, he had gleaned some information from Mo Xiaoran and Yulongguang. Lu Li, the esteemed elder of the 100 Herbs sect, was over 2,600 years old and at the 6th stage of the transformation into spirit. She was the most formidable figure within this second-rate sect. Recognizing the futility of advancing further in the path of transformation, she remained stationed at the Iron Curtain City spiritual mine to uphold the foundation of the 100 Herbs sect. At that moment, Su Xiao's expression momentarily faltered. She had already become aware of his connection with Chen Qing'er. However, he remained indifferent. The abundance of gifts rendered any further discussion unnecessary. It mattered not, for since it was Qing'er who had shattered it, a replacement was in order. I must trouble Elder Lu to make a personal visit. Su Xiao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Lu Li regarded Su Xiao, whose ethereal demeanor captivated her, with eyes that conveyed a complex array of emotions. After delivering the tables and chairs, she respectfully clasped her fists and said, "There is no need for trouble. The spirit mine of my Piaomiao Sect requires the protection of the elder. It is I who should be grateful." With that, she prepared to take her leave. Wait, Su Xiao called out with a smile. Elder Lu has a connection with the old Taoist. It is only fitting that he expresses his gratitude for your personal delivery of the tables and chairs. With that, Su Xiao retrieved 10 spirit refining pills from his robe. These are 10 spirit refining pills. If Elder Lu does not mind, please accept them. Su Xiao opened his hand to reveal 10 resplendent golden pills, surrounded by a rich aura of spiritual energy, leaving Lu Li momentarily stunned. 10 spirit refining pills. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief as she gazed at Su Xiao. The rumors, were they truly accurate? She had long heard of the matter concerning Shui Rou, and now, he was offering them to her? A flush crept across her delicate features, and her breath quickened. No cultivator could resist the allure of so many spirit refining pills. Moreover, the quality was exceptionally high. The spiritual light enveloped her, and she swallowed hard, her body trembling slightly. Elder Su, this is far too precious. Her words faltered, excitement coursing through her veins. This was her first encounter with such a multitude of spirit refining pills. Su Xiao directly insisted, Elder Lu should accept them. You and the old Taoist share a rare connection. The rumors circulating outside are unfounded. There is no need for you to overthink it. Lu Li's complexion turned slightly rosy. She was uncertain of his intentions. If they were akin to Qing'er's, she could not accept it. Yet, as she beheld the spirit refining pills in his hand, her beautiful eyes began to tremble. After a painful internal struggle, Luli extended her delicate hand, trembling as she accepted the pills. "Thank you, Elder. I will never forget your kindness." She carefully stored the spirit-refining pills, her heart a tumult of emotions. Any prior disdain she harbored for Su Xiao dissipated in that moment. Such generosity in offering resources would earn anyone's admiration. "It is but a trivial matter," Su Xiao said, ushering her out. "If there is nothing else, Elder Lu may take her leave. I intend to meditate." Lu Li's expression stiffened. Was he dismissing her? He presented her with gifts without expecting anything in return? "Indeed, should you require anything while at the spirit mine, do not hesitate to inform me," Lu Li declared, resolutely refusing to decline. "And do not call me Elder," she added, her cheeks slightly flushed. Afterward, she respectfully exited and closed the door behind her. Su Xiao let out a bitter smile, observing the mixed emotions in her eyes, excitement intertwined with apprehension. It is precisely due to those rumors that his intentions in bestowing gifts are now viewed with suspicion. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 refined spirit pills. For the first time gifting to Lu Li, a 1,000-fold critical hit has been triggered, returning the primordial chi pill. Su Xiao regained his focus, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The primordial chi pill had not graced him in quite some time. He retrieved the fist-sized pill from his spatial storage and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt the profound and indestructible primordial true chi within him divide into two streams. Previously, he could only enhance a single magical artifact with one stream of primordial true chi. Now, it appeared he could fortify two simultaneously, or perhaps even amplify one with both streams. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 streams of primordial true chi. Upon obtaining 360 streams, one may forge the primordial true body. Primordial true body, indestructible and eternal, coexisting with heaven and earth, transcending the 3 realms, existing through the ages. The primordial true body? How extraordinary! Su Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment at the system's implication. Consuming too many primordial chi pills could render him invincible. The path to immortality would pale in comparison to the primordial true body. Truly, the system is remarkable. Su Xiao felt a surge of excitement as this opened a brand new path to supremacy. However, cultivation remained essential. Without sufficient strength, encountering a formidable opponent could lead to an untimely demise. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Su Xiao resumed his cultivation. At Lu Li's residence, she gazed dreamily at the 10 resplendent refined spirit pills in her hand, still in disbelief. Elder Su possessed such terrifying resources for cultivation? What had he unearthed in his grand cave dwelling? Her delicate and beautiful features flushed with excitement, a testament to her elation. If he were to bestow upon her a few more gifts, she felt she might even have a chance at the void refinement stage. The mere thought of reaching that realm sent shivers of exhilaration through her. In that moment, she understood why Qing'er had acted as she did. What a wise choice. Alas, Elder Su had offered such a magnificent gift, yet she felt unable to reciprocate. A conflict brewed within Lu Li. She had never considered sacrificing herself for resources, feeling powerless to repay his kindness. However, a sudden unease crept into her heart. Would the elder continue to bestow gifts upon her in the future? Lu Li fell into a daze once more. As night gradually descended, the cultivators of the Piaomiao Sect returned to their quarters to rest. Even cultivators could not mine indefinitely. Nighttime demanded respite. From the depths of the distant forest, a series of faint rustlings echoed frequently. "Hurry up! Move faster, all of you! The general has commanded. Our primary task tonight is to kill. When encountering human cultivators, show no mercy." Chapter 139. The giant ape's dharma within the confines of the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mind, Mo Xiaoran, Yulong Wang, and Lu Li had all retreated to their quarters for rest. The duo of Xiao Wang and Xiao Li had departed the earliest. In light of the threat posed by the demonic tribes, the transformation stage practitioners were diligently occupied, frequently patrolling the area. A handful of cultivators remained in the mining pit, laboring tirelessly under the moonlight. These individuals were akin to resolute beasts, forsaking sleep and sustenance in their relentless pursuit of spirit stones, true human-shaped excavators. "Charge, my young ones." The formidable middle-aged ape soared through the air, the moonlight illuminating the contours of his muscular physique. Brandishing a golden rod, his prized magical artifact, he rallied his kin with fervor. "For every human slain, 3 premium spirit stones await. Slay 3 and earn 10. The resonant battle cry, infused with spiritual energy, ignited the fervor of the assembled monkey demons below. A cacophony of excited screeches erupted as the monkeys surged towards the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mine. Wait, monkey demons? The dozens of cultivators, who had spent the night mining, were momentarily stunned. It was only when the towering apes charged forth that realization struck. This is bad. An attack from the ape clan. An attack. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, several infant soul monkey demons lunged forward, tearing him asunder. By the heavens! No! Flee! The remaining miners hastily abandoned their ore, summoning their flying swords in a desperate bid for escape. The sheer number of monkeys was overwhelming. They stood no chance in combat. In the distance, the mighty ape wielded his golden rod, conjuring an illusory giant staff infused with transformation stage power, sweeping through the air and obliterating the fleeing cultivators into mist. Audacious monkeys! How dare you invade human territory to spill blood? You seek death. The commotion was significant enough to catch the attention of the transformation stage practitioners. In an instant, several streaks of light shot forth from the accommodation area. Soaring towards the giant ape, Mo Xiaoran, Yulong Wang, and Lu Li exchanged glances of shock. The ape clan had launched a nighttime assault with the intent to kill. Their intentions were nefarious. This was revenge from the ape clan. It's you again, giant ape. Even after the death of 5 brothers, you remain unsatisfied, intent on slaughtering us all. Yulong Wang scoffed coldly upon seeing the giant ape in the sky. With Elder Su safeguarding the spiritual mine, this insignificant ape clan was nothing but a mockery. Emboldened, Yulong Wang unleashed a golden spear, his aura manifesting as he propelled himself towards the giant ape. Mo Xiaoran summoned celestial thunder to strike down their foes, while Lu Li wielded her banana leaf fire fan, unleashing the flames of the earth in their assault. The 3 leaders of the sect, all at the 6th level of the transformation stage, wasted no time in displaying their formidable skills and exceptional magical artifacts, facing the giant ape without a trace of fear. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li summoned their swords, forming the 7-star sword array to rescue the remaining miners in the pit. Why are there so many monkeys? Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were momentarily bewildered, battling the monkeys while attempting to save their comrades. As Mo Xiaoran and her allies prepared to besiege the giant ape, they aimed to vanquish him once and for all. At that moment, 2 armored ape warriors appeared behind the elder ape. These armored beings resembled middle-aged humans, wielding dark staffs, and without uttering a word, they charged toward Lu Li and Mo Xiaoran. The situation swiftly escalated into a 3-on-3 confrontation, with the 3 combatants gradually retreating under pressure. What the hell? Armored ape generals? 7th level of transformation. Mo Xiaoran was utterly stunned. It was clear that the ape tribe was not to be trifled with this time. Caution was paramount. Lu Li and Yulong Wang were deeply shaken. Formidable demon foes had arrived at the late stage of transformation. They were not here to collect storage bags, but rather to take lives. The 7-star sword formation, formed by Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, shielded the remaining 20 or so miners in the pit. However, they were surrounded by relentless, towering monkey demons, and the 2 could hardly keep pace with the onslaught. Watching the 3 retreating figures in the sky, the duo anxiously lamented, "Where is Elder Su? Is he still sleeping? Is he sleeping that soundly? Could it be that he was too fatigued last night? Damn it. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, you 2 take the others back. I'll handle this." Su Xiao arrived, riding a vibrant flying sword. 9 colossal fire dragons swirled downwards, incinerating over 100 monkeys that had surrounded Xiao Wang and Xiao Li in an instant. The monkey demons, though not transformed, were quite intelligent. Upon sensing the arrival of a powerful foe, the remaining ones fled in a frenzied retreat, no longer daring to approach the mine. "Elder Su, you finally arrived. Quickly, assist Elder Mo and the others. The armored apes have sent their elites." The 2 were in a state of desperation, their faces etched with deep concern. Su Xiao smiled faintly in the sky. "No worries. You all head back and ensure the safety of these miners. It is no small feat to be mining at such a late hour." With that, Su Xiao soared toward the battlefield. The remaining miners watched in awe as Su Xiao swiftly dispatched over 100 monkey demons. Gratitude overwhelmed them. "Elder Su, I am truly sorry. You saved my life, and I had been cursing you in my heart before. I am utterly wretched. Some male cultivators were nearly moved to tears. Was it merely a matter of courting a female cultivator? How trivial it seemed. It was only in this life and death moment that they realized just how crucial Su Xiao was to them. He was akin to a rebirth of their parents. Wiping away tears of remorse, the group followed Xiao Wang and Xiao Li as they retreated on their swords. Elder Liu, be cautious. Su Xiao directed all 9 fire dragons to attack the armored ape. The latter's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the terrifying heat emanating from the fire dragons, as he repeatedly retreated, unwilling to face them head-on. Thank you, Elder Su. Lu Li, already overwhelmed by the relentless assault from the armored ape tribe, gazed gratefully at Su Xiao. She recalled how he had previously gifted her 10 spirit refinement pills. A flicker of light danced in her beautiful eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Elder Su, there are more over here. Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang were utterly bewildered, questioning the situation. Why aren't they aiding us first? Is there truly a fateful connection between me and Lu Li? Su Xiao elegantly waved his hand, causing 9 fiery dragons to split into 2 waves, forcing back Yuan Da and another lieutenant of the ape tribe. Su Xiao, you have finally arrived. Ha! Prepare to meet your end. You perverted old lecher of the human race. Today, the ape tribe shall act in the name of justice and eradicate you, this shameless scoundrel. In the distance, Yuan Da halted, gazing at Su Xiao and his companions while laughing maniacally. The 2 accompanying lieutenants shot cold, piercing glances at them, their expressions filled with lethal intent. Su Xiao was taken aback. What was happening? How did the ape tribe come to know his name? This must be a rumor. Damn it. Is there a scoundrel spreading slander about him among the demon race? His expression darkened, and his gaze became increasingly menacing. Beside him, Lu Li and Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang exchanged awkward glances. Oh no. Elder Su's reputation is truly resounding. Even the demon race is aware of it. This is serious. His infamy has spread throughout the Panlong continent. We humbly invite the great general's presence, the 3 from the ape tribe proclaimed, igniting excitement among the hundreds of ape demons below, who danced and cheered with flushed faces. They were about to witness the majestic and formidable General Yuan Fei. Ha! Su Xiao, you have already committed the unforgivable crime of killing 5 of my tribe's transformation masters. You are a disgrace to both the human and demon races. Today, I shall act in the name of justice and bring you down, you shameless villain, you demon of lust. Thunderous roars erupted. Golden light burst forth from the distant sky. Instantly, a figure began to enlarge and swell. Ultimately, beneath the celestial golden radiance, Yuan Fei transformed into a terrifying giant ape, towering several dozen feet high. The giant ape was covered in golden fur, its muscles bulging. A massive, furry golden tail swung in the moonlight, its countenance grotesque and fearsome. In its hand, the black gold staff grew alongside its body, becoming an enormous scepter of several dozen feet in length. The overwhelming pressure of the 9th level of transformation surged forth, causing Lu Li, Mo Xiaoran, and Yulong Wang to pale in fear. This was the ape tribe's supreme innate divine ability, the giant ape Dharma. Not far below, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and a multitude of miners, frightened out of their wits, caught sight of the colossal golden ape in the sky and felt the terrifying wave of energy wash over them. Each of them turned ashen, their hearts racing with terror. Chapter 140. The terrifying Sarofei. It is the formidable General Sarofei of the Saru clan. The expressions of Mo Xiaoran and his companions turned grave as they sensed the overwhelming, unmatched aura emanating from their opponent, filling their hearts with trepidation. The demon race, bolstered by their physical prowess, typically held an advantage over the human race in similar realms. This General Sarofei, possessing the supreme innate abilities of the Saru clan, had reached the 9th level of transformation. Alas, it seemed they were on the brink of a harrowing battle. Fleeing? The remains of thousands of sect disciples lay scattered across 3 spirit mines. Who would have thought that the Saru clan would truly unleash their full fury? Elder Su, the killing of their transformation-level opponent could spell disaster. Su Xiao, with a darkened expression, glared at the golden-furred gorilla, his anger intensifying with each passing moment. He now realized that he might never clear his name. That wretched schemer had sought to eliminate him through the Saru clan and spread malicious rumors among the demon race. They must not allow him to capture them. Elder Su, Sarofei is immensely powerful. quickly summoned Elder Duan for assistance. Merely relying on transformation-level talismans, it seemed unlikely they could breach the defensive might of the gigantic gorilla. Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang, in a state of frantic desperation, were filled with apprehension. Beside them, Luli furrowed her brow, occasionally glancing at Su Xiao, her hands gripping the banana fire fan tightly. The numerous miners below, pale and devoid of color, fervently prayed that Elder Su could confront this colossal ape. At that moment, all criticisms of Su Xiao had been forgotten. He had become their guardian deity. Elder Su, we believe in you. Our lives depend on you. On the precipice of life and death, Su Xiao had become their lifeline. Ah ha ha ha. Su Xiao, old thief, tremble in fear. Today, all of you shall accompany him to the grave. Ah ha ha ha. The golden-furred giant ape laughed uproariously, its laughter echoing through the heavens. With your notorious reputation among the human race, they would rejoice at your demise. Even should the messaging talisman shatter, no one would come to your aid. Ah ha ha. Huh. Arrogant and overconfident, the countless monkey demons below cheered in anticipation, eager to witness their general's prowess as he ruthlessly slaughtered the humans. Behind, Saruda and the two deputy generals gleamed with excitement, ready to witness the general's bloody massacre. The Saru clan's innate ability, the giant ape manifestation, could only be awakened by those of ancient bloodlines within the clan. Those who mastered this divine ability were invincible among their peers. General Sarafei was the pride of the Saru clan. Admiration, reverence. Mo Xiaoran and his companions hesitated to strike, fully aware that engaging the transformation-level Saru with the giant ape manifestation would lead to certain death. They looked to Su Xiao, their last glimmer of hope slowly extinguishing. The true power of the transformation-level talismans remained unseen by their eyes, yet the terrifying might of Sarafei stood before them. If Elder Su could not contend with him, they, as transformation-level cultivators, would be unable to defend the spirit mine. Things took a turn for the worse. A flicker of panic crossed Mo Xiaoran's aging eyes as he contemplated abandoning the disciples within the door and fleeing directly. When it came to escape, the old man had some experience. Moreover, the animosity of the opponent was directed at Elder Su, who would pay any mind to a frail old man like himself. Oh, ha ha ha. Su Xiao, the lecherous fiend. Let the grandpa of the ape perish. Such a perverse old lecher deserves to be dealt with by the Fox clan. Alas, it seems there will be no opportunity for that. Ah ha ha ha. The laughter was wildly unrestrained, as Yuan Fei brandished a colossal club, transformed into a golden light, charging forth like a mountain. The air quaked, and spiritual energy surged. The moment the opponent moved, golden radiance filled the sky. The ape clan knows my name now, yet they remain unaware of the potency of my talismans? Su Xiao blinked, mentally eliminating Miao Yu and the other void refinement cultivators from his list of potential threats. He possessed the 9 heavenly divine thunder talisman of the 9th layer of void refinement. If the opponent were to learn of it, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. That shadowy figure is indeed cunning. Why divulge the might of his 9th layer talismans? Su Xiao observed the approaching giant ape, his eyes reflecting contemplation, before ultimately shaking his head. The demon clan is indeed the demon clan. Their intellect leaves much to be desired. Assessing the might of his opponent, it was formidable. This was perhaps the strongest god transformation cultivator he had encountered. However, it was not insurmountable with his void refinement talismans. With a swift motion, 3 talismans imbued with the peak might of the 9th layer of god transformation appeared in his hand. 2 purple cloud thunder talismans and 1 profound ice sword rain talismans. What? At the moment Su Xiao revealed the talismans, the charging giant ape hesitated, a flicker of astonishment in its eyes. The old lecher possesses god transformation talismans? Wasn't it said that he had none left? What is happening? Yet, as the brain of Yuan Fei from the ape clan could not process much further, his massive form continued forward, intent on delivering a lethal blow. To dare slay a god transformation member of his clan was tantamount to seeking death. The talismans were cast, instantly igniting. Under the expectant gazes of the onlookers, Su Xiao waved his hand. In an instant, an exceedingly profound Xiantian Bagua formation materialized beneath his feet. This time, he channeled 2 streams of primordial true qi into the Xiantian Bagua ring. The power of the treasure, combined with the 2 streams of primordial true qi, elevated the defensive capabilities beyond those of the previous encounter with the specter of the Nightmare Maiden. What is this? The giant ape had already reached Xiao, yet when its colossal club struck the Bagua formation, an unfathomable force of obstruction immediately intercepted it. The further it descended, the stronger this opposing force became. It was as if a club struck a mire. No power could be exerted. No, impossible. Old lecher, what sort of formation is this? Yuan Fei's expression shifted dramatically, as his enormous physique could not withstand the tremendous rebounding force. With a thunderous crash, his massive form was inexplicably sent flying backward. The sky darkened with gathering clouds, as two arcs of purple lightning danced in the air. In the vast sky, a colossal blue ice sphere trembled, seemingly gathering power. The diminutive manifestation of the law appeared trivial and insignificant. Even the most adept of practitioners could withstand the onslaught of a wandering corpse. What fear could a mere large monkey instill? With a derisive chuckle, Xiao quietly observed the unfolding spectacle, biding his time for the eruption of 3 divine transformation talismans. Suddenly, 2 bolts of divine purple lightning descended from the heavens, locking onto Yuan Fei and crashing down upon him. Meanwhile, the ice sphere had completed its charge, unleashing a torrential rain of terrifying ice swords. What the hell? Is this truly your divine transformation talisman? Why is its power so formidable? Yuan Fei, caught unawares, stood in shock, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the 2 apex divine transformation thunderbolts and the deluge of ice swords hurtling in his direction. His mind blanked. The defensive prowess was absurd. The peak divine transformation talismans had arrived in triplicate. What the hell? Is the opponent a nascent soul cultivator? Damn it! Who was the fool that claimed their talismans were exhausted? Yuan Hao, I curse your very being. There was no time for further lamentation as the 3 attacks bore down upon him in an instant. The cacophony of thunderous crashes echoed, and the terrified Yuan Fei had no choice but to brace himself against the oncoming assault with his physical manifestation of the law. Chapter 141. Xiao's terrifying power. 2 colossal purple lightning bolts raged violently, accompanied by an incessant downpour of ice swords. Yuan Fei, a formidable warrior endowed with the supreme talents of the monkey clan, astonishingly managed to endure the onslaught without perishing at once. His golden fur charred from the electric strikes. He continued to struggle desperately. This spectacle left both factions utterly astounded. Even the throngs of monkey demons below were rendered speechless, frozen in place, unsure of how to react. The general gasped in disbelief. A group unable to vanquish the human elder? What in the world? A top-tier 9th-level transformation talisman? This lecherous old man possesses talismans as well. We have been deceived. The expression of the monkey clan's leader shifted dramatically as he observed Yuan Fei's desperate struggle. Too fearful to offer assistance. With his strength, he would be obliterated in an instant. The 2 deputy generals beside him wore ashen faces, their eyes betraying a flicker of terror. Had it not been for the general's massive physique absorbing the relentless barrage of ice swords, they felt they would have been reduced to mere sieves by the chilling projectiles imbued with such terrifying energy. Is this possible? Xiao is this powerful? The general couldn't even defeat him in one blow? And he is being suppressed by talismans? On the human side, expressions were equally captivating. Mo Xiaoran and Yulongguang gazed incredulously at the white Bagua formation surrounding Xiao. Elder Su possesses such formidable defensive techniques? That strike could have shattered their finest magical artifacts. Good heavens! The legendary perverse old man of the cultivation world has indeed something remarkable up his sleeve. Amidst their astonishment, a sense of relief washed over them. With this defensive array alone, Elder Su could maintain an invincible position. Liuli's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at Xiao. The opponent's strength was incredibly overwhelming, transcending mere transformation talismans. This enigmatic Bagua formation likely boasted defenses capable of withstanding the realm of virtual refinement. Truly formidable. Reflecting on how he had provided her with medicinal pills and saved her life, Liuli felt a warmth spreading across her fair and delicate face, unknowingly flushing with color. My word, this is incredible. Elder Su is simply magnificent. That gigantic monkey, effortlessly sent flying. What a guardian deity. Elder Su, we sincerely apologize for our previous narrow-mindedness. May this not hinder your pursuits in romance. The crowd of human cultivators below erupted in excitement, their gestures animated. It was a sensation akin to surviving a calamity. They had not anticipated that Elder Su's power would reach such terrifying heights. Although he had employed transformation talismans, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li breathed easier, acknowledging that Elder Su, despite his eccentricities, was indeed extraordinary. Chen Qingde stood amidst the crowd. All around, both male and female disciples gazed at her with utmost reverence. After all, she was the favored one of Elder Su. Truly, one must never provoke her. The elder is extraordinarily powerful. Chen Qingde, with her charming and spirited visage, radiated with a rosy glow. Her eyes sparkled with enchanting brilliance, and upon witnessing the ethereal grace of the elder, her heart raced fervently. The elder is so handsome. Su Xiao, you have gone too far. If you dare, face me without talismans in a duel. As two bolts of purple lightning struck and the icy rain of swords concluded, the colossal figure of Yuan Fei stood scorched, marked with crimson wounds. Yet, the three talismans had failed to vanquish him. The eyes of the Yuan clan members behind him gleamed with admiration. How formidable! Truly worthy of their general Yuan Fei. Below, the monkeys and their kin continued to cheer exuberantly, their excitement palpable. Su Xiao blinked in surprise. This big monkey is remarkably resilient. Not even 3 talismans could bring him down. In a swift motion, 2 more transformation talismans appeared in his hand, which he unleashed with a flick of his wrist. What? How many talismans do you possess, Yuan Hao? You scoundrel! I swear I shall dismantle you piece by piece. A cry of terror erupted once more. Yuan Fei was utterly bewildered, his eyes overflowing with fear. Having withstood 3, he was already exhausted, and now 2 more had come. He was at a loss. The Yuan clan's minions were equally dumbfounded. What on earth? More talismans! Run! Everyone flee! With a thunderous roar, the purple divine lightning descended once again, and the icy sword rain erupted with ferocity. This time, Yuan Fei was thoroughly reduced to his original form amidst endless pain and despair. No! With a wretched scream, his body shrank, transforming into an ordinary middle-aged man with golden hair. His strength was commendable, but his intellect left much to be desired. Su Xiao retracted the Xiantian 8 trigrams formation. With a wave of his hand, the 5 extremes mountain soared into the sky, expanding to a width of dozens of feet, and with a resounding thud, it descended upon the fallen Yuan Fei. Boom! This time, infused with 2 streams of primordial true energy, the might of the 5 extremes mountain was unparalleled. In an instant, it smashed into the ground, pinning Yuan Fei mercilessly beneath it, leaving no sign of struggle whatsoever. The diminutive Yuan clan, how laughable! Su Xiao recalled the 5 extremes mountain, stroking his beard with a smile. As anticipated, Yuan Fei had been crushed into a mere pancake beneath the mountain. The scene utterly ghastly. No, my General Yuan. How could this happen? Yuan De gazed in horror at the slain Yuan Fei, his eyes burning red with fear. Looking around, he noticed that the 2 deputy generals had already fled without a trace. They had taken flight the moment Su Xiao produced the talismans for the second time. With the divine talisman of transformation, Su Xiao proved himself more than a match for even the formidable General Yuan. Wait for me, he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the astonishing prowess on display. By the heavens, such strength! I must inform the young master. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear as General Yuan, without uttering a word, abandoned his troop of monkey demons and fled at an astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He exerted every ounce of energy to escape. When it comes to retreating, the Yuan tribe possesses unparalleled expertise. Su Xiao unleashed the might of the 5 extremities mountain, relentlessly pressing down upon the monkey demons below, resulting in catastrophic casualties. These infant and core formation demons were crushed effortlessly, reduced to mere meat patties. Caw! The general is dead, echoed the cries of panic. Caw, caw, caw. He is really dead. Soon, the remaining monkey demons scattered in abject terror, and silence reclaimed the scene. Well, the great threat has been vanquished. Gentlemen, I believe General Yuan has perished. Thus, the Yuan tribe should remain subdued for a while. Su Xiao remarked with a faint smile as he retracted the 5 extremities mountain. Those demonic beings dared to spread malicious rumors about me. They deserve their fate. Mo Xiaoran and his companions exchanged glances, their hearts shaken by the revelation. They collectively resolved to never again discuss Elder Su's affairs in private, not merely in whispers. Even the thought was forbidden. It was utterly terrifying, incomprehensibly powerful. Is this truly the extent of Elder Su's strength? By the heavens, he surpasses Elder Duan by a wide margin. Elder Su is magnificent. Elder Su is extraordinarily handsome. Elder Su, I adore you. You are simply incredible. Elder Su, you are my idol. Both male and female cultivators expressed their admiration fervently, kneeling and bowing in reverence. In that moment, Su Xiao transcended all doubts in their hearts, approaching the realm of the divine. Chapter 142, The Gradual Redemption of Su Xiao. Su Xiao, accompanied by several god transformation cultivators, descended to the ground. Instantly, a throng of over 1,000 surrounded him, akin to the fervent adoration of a superstar, as they bowed repeatedly before him. Thank you, Elder Su. Thank you for saving our lives. Elder, you are truly our guardian deity. The cultivators were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of gratitude. In that moment, Su Xiao was no longer the feared, infamous lecher that many had portrayed. He had emerged as a true hero of humanity. How despicable! Those rumors outside have tarnished Elder Su's noble reputation. We must put an end to this. I will clarify the truth for Elder Su. Haha, dear friends. There is no need for such formalities. Su Xiao waved his hand at the crowd, exuding the demeanor of a venerable elder. In the face of the demon invasion, we, as cultivators, cannot remain idle. Repelling the demons is also my duty as a member of the human race. This is what I ought to do. The two, Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang, stepped forward, showering him with praises, appearing as devoted followers. Elder, your might is unparalleled. You have slain the demon general, Yuan Fei. Once word reaches Iron Curtain City, you will undoubtedly be hailed as a hero among our people. Elder, please allow me to bow to you. They clasped their fists and bowed, leaving Lu Li beside them utterly bewildered. Initially in a daze, she was now at a loss on how to face Elder Su. A twinge of regret washed over her. Had she been too cold towards him before? Her delicate face flushed as she swallowed hard. As for Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, their admiration for Elder Su was unwavering. He had become the face of their Piaomiao Sect. With this, the three affiliated sects were surely subservient now. Elder Su was indeed remarkable. After exchanging a few words, Su Xiao retreated to his quarters to rest. The crowd's enthusiasm made him somewhat uneasy. Previously known for his infamy, he had finally begun to cleanse his reputation. Who would have thought that slaying the demons would also serve to redeem himself? Su Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. An unexpected gain. He had discovered a path to redemption. Yuan Hao, I knew it was you, you scheming wretch. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of his bed, Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, a cold scoff escaping his lips. He had heard Yuan Fei's last words, revealing that it was Yuan Hao who colluded with the demon clan to target him. How insidious. Why didn't he clarify the potency of my god transformation talisman to Yuan Fei? Shaking his head, Su Xiao could easily discern the malicious intent of that cunning traitor. A disgrace to humanity, indeed. He would eventually bring him to justice. No, it seemed that the heavenly demon sect need not exist any longer. The following day, Iron Curtain City was abuzz. Countless cultivators gathered in small groups, chattering excitedly. Have you heard? Elder Su, against all odds, single-handedly killed the demon General Yuan Fei. He is a peak god transformation powerhouse. My goodness, that is astonishing. Su Laomo, truly deserving of the title of the one who unearthed the Great Repair Cave. The abundance of talismans is beyond count. It is said that he utilized 5 top-tier transformation talismans to slay the formidable Yuan Fei. The expressions of the cultivators flushed with excitement and awe. The demise of the demon clan's general was a cause for celebration in their eyes. Yet, the fact that it was Su Laomo who orchestrated it left them with a tumult of emotions. Nevertheless, in light of Su Laomo's contributions to our human race, I shall forgive him. So what if he has caused the misfortune of a few beautiful female cultivators? It matters little to me. Although Elder Su may be a lecherous old man, I respect his noble cause for using talismans to eliminate our formidable foes before his demise. Elder Su is magnificent. Elder Su is imposing. Indeed, Elder Su supports female cultivators and provides them with abundant resources. In retrospect, it truly resembles an act of charity. Elder Su, a truly benevolent man, filled with excitement and a tinge of guilt for their previous harsh words against him. The death of the demon clan's 9th-tier transformation general signifies a significant victory for the human race. Seeking revenge against Su Laoma, with the others having little lifespan left. What good would that do? Ha! The terrifying old bomb is sure to infuriate the demon clan this time. Let us go. Who brought Su Laoma to Iron Curtain City? What a brilliant decision. All is well. In the city lord's manor, the enchanting Miao Yu, having fully absorbed the void heaven pill over the past month, has emerged from her seclusion. The two sat before the grand hall, and upon hearing Yang Taifeng report on the situation at the 100 Herbs Sect's spiritual mine, their gazes shifted slightly, though not with much surprise. With Su Xiao able to produce transformation talismans, it stands to reason he possesses an ample supply of transformation talismans as well. The demon clan, indeed, is a reckless and foolish lot. Su Xiao truly is intriguing. Encountering such a person is akin to striking a solid iron plate for the demon clan. The voluptuous and beautiful Yinhua, dressed in a black gown and adorned with dark eyeliner, covered her mouth with a smile. The battles between the demon and human clans follow unspoken rules, where virtual transformation cultivators rarely intervene, and the most one can expect is a transformation battle. With Su Xiao, a peculiar individual wielding transformation talismans, here to temper the recent arrogance of the demon clan, it is indeed fitting. Miao Yu, with her celestial grace, let out a cold laugh, choosing to remain silent. She tacitly approved of Su Xiao's actions. The demon clan certainly deserves a good suppression. Yang Taifeng, observing the reactions of the two city lords, was momentarily taken aback. He then expressed his concern, esteemed city lords, with the death of the formidable Yuan Fei, along with several other transformation experts from the Ape clan. They are unlikely to let this matter rest. If Elder Su remains there, it may pose a danger. Should I call him back? Yang Taifeng was a man of integrity. Su Xiao's slaying of the demon clan seemed to align with his prior suggestion. Elder, please do not venture into the city of 10,000 demons. Miao Yu remained silent. Yinhua glanced at her, chuckled softly, and said to Yang Taifeng, "There is no need. Let Su Xiao remain there. His lifespan is dwindling, and he wields a talisman, which serves as a formidable weapon for our human race against the demon tribe." Zhuge Pifu, having thrown Su Xiao aside, has finally done something commendable. Yang Taifeng's heart trembled, and he nodded in trepidation. Judging by the intentions of the two city lords, it seems they intend to extract every last bit from Elder Su. He dared not speak. He hastily took his leave. "Dear Sister Miao Yu, how effective is the Shu Tiandan?" The enchantress turned her gaze toward Miao Yu, blinking inquisitively. "Quite effective," Miao Yu replied, her beautiful eyes glimmering with satisfaction as she nodded. The enchantress chuckled. She was well aware of its effects. A month of effortless cultivation equates to 10 or even 20 years of arduous training. Truly, it is the pinnacle of divine elixirs in the Panlong continent. The enchantress remarked, "Then let us not concern ourselves with Brother Su for now. The ape clan will undoubtedly not relent. In due time, we shall procure a few more Shu Tiandan from him." An enigmatic smile graced Miao Yu's exquisitely beautiful face as she exchanged a knowing glance with the enchantress. At the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mine, Su Xiao was engaged in meditation on a mat. A striking figure clad in a black dress, Chen Qinger, knocked on the door and entered. Her charming visage bore a hint of blush, and her eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence. In her hands, she held a tray with a bowl of nourishing porridge. With a graceful movement, she knelt and offered, "Elder, this is the Baijiao porridge prepared by my master for you. It will aid in your swift recovery of spiritual energy." Su Xiao rose and approached with a smile. "Qing, please convey my gratitude to your master for this kindness." "Certainly. Elder, please drink it quickly. It will cool soon." Chen Qinger's fair skin radiated a delicate glow, and a subtle fragrance enveloped the air as she placed the tray on the table. She gazed at Su Xiao, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Elder, you truly become more handsome with each passing moment." "Please, have a seat," Su Xiao replied, sipping the porridge that Luli had prepared. His gaze shifted as he said, "Qinger, the demon tribe's incursion yesterday posed a genuine threat near the spiritual mine. I understand your master is here, making it difficult for you to leave. Allow me to gift you a few talismans of the 9th level of the Yuan Ying stage for your protection." With that, Su Xiao produced 3 pre-prepared Yuan Ying talismans and placed them on the table before her. Given that she was at the 3rd level of Yuan Ying, these talismans, imbued with the might of the 9th level, were perfectly suited for her. Ah, 3 yuaning talismans. Chen Qing'er blushed, looking up at him with gratitude. Thank you, Elder. She carefully accepted the 3 talismans. For her, these 9th-level talismans represented a significant resource. If sold, they would fetch no less than 60 or 70 top-grade spiritual stones. Having developed a closer rapport with Elder Su, she felt no guilt in accepting such a precious gift, becoming increasingly at ease. Elder, you are exceedingly generous to me. It has scarcely been any time, and you've already bestowed such valuable gifts. In her excitement, Chen Qing'er stepped forward and embraced Su Xiao, the sweet fragrance of the young girl enveloping him. Elder, to be able to be with you is truly a lifelong blessing for Qing. Qing'er, do not be overly excited. I am still savoring my kanji, haha. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Thunderbolt Talisman of the Nascent Soul, resulting in an initial bond enhancement and triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. Returning the Divine Thunder Talisman of the 9th layer of Void Refinement. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 2 Ice Sword Talismans of the Nascent Soul, resulting in a return of 4 Profound Ice Sword Rain Talismans of the 9th layer of Divine Transformation. Chapter 143. The response from the 9 sects residents as the system's rewards arrived. Su Xiao nodded inwardly. He gazed at the enchanting figure of Chen Qing, whose curves were nothing short of perfection. He finished the remaining porridge in one gulp and lifted her delicate, water-like body, making his way towards the bed. Instantly, the room was filled with a captivating fragrance. A few hours later, Chen Qing'er had dressed, her face flushed with color, assisting Su Xiao in donning his attire. Elder, is it true that you have merely 40 years left to live? At this mention, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. For reasons unknown, she could not bear the thought of Su Xiao passing away in tranquility. However, having heard that failure in the Thunder Tribulation rendered further cultivation impossible, a sense of despair loomed over her. Su Xiao smiled gently, taking her fair hand, as pure as jade, into his grasp and drawing her close. He murmured, Qing, some matters are ordained by fate. If heaven decrees my demise, I must succumb. Yet, if heaven allows me to persist, I shall not perish. There is no need to dwell on this matter. Even if I were to sit in meditation, the resources required for your cultivation to the void refinement stage would be prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing'er felt a pang of emotion in her heart, tears cascading down her cheeks. Elder, you are truly too kind to me. Qing'er will always belong to the elder. She embraced Su Xiao, the sweet fragrance enveloping them. After a tender moment, Chen Qing'er departed the room. Though still somewhat unsteady in her gait, she had improved significantly since their last encounter. Her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. What she had initially believed to be a simple transaction had unexpectedly ensnared her heart. If Elder Su truly were to leave this world, it seemed unlikely that any other male cultivator could ever capture her affections again. Elder Su was perfection incarnate, handsome, noble, and gentle. She loved Elder Su. This was not merely a transaction, it was love. Qing'er, you took 2 to 3 hours to deliver the porridge. Just then, Lu Li, adorned in a flowing emerald gown that accentuated her perfect figure, appeared before her. Lu Li frowned slightly, an inscrutable expression in her eyes. Observing her disciple's disheveled state, she could not help but shake her head. While Elder Su was indeed powerful and heroic, he undeniably left much to be desired in this regard. Master, Chen Qing'er's face turned crimson, feeling embarrassed to say more. All right, Master does not blame you. Lu Li blinked with anticipation and asked, did the elder drink the porridge? He did. Master, the elder finished it all and asked me to convey his gratitude to you. Chen Qing'er replied. Lu Li nodded with a smile. After all, he had saved so many disciples of the 100 Herbs sect, and he was also her disciples. Beloved, proper etiquette must be observed. As long as he drank it, that is sufficient. Lu Li, unaware of her flushed cheeks, remarked, Qing'er, henceforth, I shall prepare kanji for Elder Su daily, and you shall deliver it on my behalf. Every day? Chen Qing'er responded, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this herbal kanji is crafted with great care, and it may even extend the elder's life, providing you with additional resources. Lu Li smiled thoughtfully. Oh, I understand. Master. The master and disciple, both in high spirits, returned to their quarters. In the distance, the miners observed Chen Qing'er exiting Elder Su's chambers, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Alas, Look at Elder Su's life, a daily indulgence. They lamented. Yet, they refrained from voicing their discontent, feeling it futile to compare their circumstances. However, their resentment towards Su Xiao had dissipated, for he had saved them all. He was a hero of the human race. Having slain numerous formidable demon clan cultivators, he had contributed greatly to humanity. What harm was there in courting a beautiful maiden? Only a hero of Su's caliber deserved a stunning cultivator like Sister Chun. I fully support this union. In the Iron Curtain City, at the residence of the 9 sects, chaos ensued. What? Su Xiao has slain the great General Yuan Fei of the Ape Clan? The one capable of summoning the giant ape avatar. What? He utilized 5 transformation talismans. By the heavens, how many talismans does this old dog possess? Goodness, could these last 40 years herald the darkest hour for my demonic path? No. What? The news has spread throughout the city. That old dog has redeemed himself. He has become a hero of humanity. What? He is still seeking beautiful female cultivators to spend the night with at the herbal sect. Damn it. That old dog will meet his end soon enough. Ha ha. Senior Zhuge is brilliant. Simply brilliant. Sending Elder Su to the spirit mine is sheer genius. Junior brother, we must admire the wisdom of our righteous predecessors. Elder Su is the finest guardian of our human spirit mine. Let us see how the demon clan deals with Elder Su now. Amipa. Senior Zhuge's wisdom is truly admirable. The demon clan finds itself in a predicament. To retaliate or not is a dilemma. A person like Elder Su deserves to be cast into the city of 10,000 demons. Amipa. In the extreme demon sect, a sense of rage brewed. Cursed old dog. How dare he overshadow my brilliance? Xiao Mu's face was grim, his eyes flashing with malice, wishing to strike Su Xiao down on the spot. Yet, he felt a sense of certainty. Even his master had begun to disdain the old dog. This old dog will meet his demise sooner or later. Once he falls, the dragon scale continent shall belong to me, the foremost genius of the demonic path, Xiao Mu. My wives will all return to me. Old dog, continue your antics. Lure away my wives. Once I cultivate to the point of transcending, you will be nothing but a memory. You are merely using resources to help me in my quest for companions. Today, this genius shall seize all your allies, leaving not a single one behind. The Broken Sky Demon Sect. Yu Wenhao shook his head, his expression darkening. The ape clan is utterly useless. They dare to compete with my human race for the spirit mine? They cannot even manage a mere Su Xiao? Trash, worthless scum. Although the ape clan has failed, he is not overly perturbed. At the very least, 5 of Su's talismans have been depleted. Moreover, with the death of Yuan Fei, his plan has been exceeded. Su, old dog, is now irrevocably at odds with the demon race. Old dog, you have fallen into my scheme once again. Trash, worthless scum. I shall inevitably bring about your downfall. Su Xiao has forged a deep enmity with the ape clan and has successfully made a name for himself. When the opposing party meets their demise, he shall derive even greater satisfaction. In terms of strategy, I, Yu Wenhao, am unrivaled in the world. Dashing. In the inner mountain of the mysterious cloud sect, elders Zhu, Lu, and when hurriedly made their way to the cave dwelling to report this astonishing news that has spread across the Panlong continent, to Zhuge Wufang. Master, Elder Su has gained notoriety once more. General Yuan Fei of the Ape Clan has been slain by Elder Su's transformation talisman. Chapter 144, City of 10,000 Beasts, heir of the Monkey Clan the Monkey Clan's Yuan Fei, the one who possesses the giant ape Dharma form? Zhuge Wufang's brows furrowed momentarily before a smile graced his aged face. Indeed, disposing of young Su to the spiritual mine was a sagacious decision by the old master. In the realms of Iron Curtain City and the City of 10,000 Beasts, there exists a protocol that forbids us, the void refinement practitioners, from interfering with matters concerning the spiritual mines. Young Su, possessing numerous pinnacle transformation symbols, is perfectly suited to guard our human clan's spiritual mine. The 3 elders added, Master. Not only has Yuan Fei emerged, but the Monkey Clan has also suffered the demise of 5 transformation practitioners, all formidable warriors. As a result, Elder Su's reputation has significantly improved within Iron Curtain City and even across the Panlong continent. Some individuals now regard Elder Su as a hero of our human clan. The elder's eyes gleamed with excitement. The restoration of Elder Su's reputation is indeed a fortuitous development for their Misty sect. Otherwise, the repercussions over the past few decades could have tarnished the sect's standing irreparably. Excellent. Truly splendid. Zhuge Wufang stroked his long beard and nodded in approval. This unexpected gain means that young Su can diligently protect our Misty sect's spiritual mind for the remaining decades of his life. Not only will he intimidate the Beast clan with his symbols, but he may also indirectly redeem the reputation of that lecherous old man. A double triumph. With young Su's lifespan dwindling and holding the pinnacle transformation symbols, it would be far more advantageous for him to wreak havoc upon the Beast clan rather than endanger our human race. The old master anticipated that the Beast clan would soon find themselves in a predicament, chuckling heartily at the thought. Revenge? A dying elder who has failed his tribulation, yet wields formidable symbols? Any beast with a modicum of intelligence would avoid a confrontation with such an individual. Have we not seen how the demonic faction has suffered under young Su, with few daring to truly provoke him? How delightful it is to ponder. The promotion of just 2 void refinement practitioners has sent shockwaves through the air. Let the Beast clan witness the formidable might of our human bombshell. As for Su Zhao's safety, Zhuge Wufang harbored no concerns. With a void refinement symbol in hand, he is more than capable of deterring the Beast clan's practitioners. Should young Su become incensed and take down 1 or 2 Beast practitioners, it would be a tremendous windfall for them. There would be no losses whatsoever. Ha! A masterstroke of strategy. Elder Zhu observed his master's exuberance and blinked his old eyes, remarking, Master, Elder Su must have forged a deadly enmity with the Beast clan now. Would it not be somewhat perilous to leave him at the spiritual mine? There is no danger. Zhuge Wufang waved dismissively with a smile. It is a trivial matter. Young Su has excavated a grand cultivation abode and possesses astonishing symbol powers. Rest assured, even if he were to fall, what of it? His days are numbered anyway, and before his demise, he can incapacitate the Beast clan with his void refinement symbols. In fact, should he perish prematurely, it would allow the rightful heir, that spirited girl, to inherit his belongings. Such resources are invaluable to our Misty sect. Every day, he indulges in the company of female cultivators, and even the venerable elder feels a twinge of sympathy. He has heard of Shui Ro's situation. Indeed, a handful of divine elixirs are at stake. That rascal. It would have been better if he had perished sooner. As the master has said. The 3 elders sighed inwardly. Elder Su, in these final decades, may truly have to stand as the last bastion for the Piaomiao Sect. How unfortunate that instead of enjoying a peaceful retirement, he insists on gallivanting about. Look at what has befallen him. Now he is laboring tirelessly to vanquish the demon race. After their departure, the communication talisman in Zhuge Wufang's possession resonated. It is the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. He swiftly cast a spell to connect with the talisman. Clearing his throat softly, Zhuge Wufang chuckled gently. Fairy Miaoyu, this is Zhuge Wufang. Zhuge Daoyu, have you heard about Su Zhao's exploits? Indeed, I have. Fairy Miaoyu. Our Piaomiao Sect's disciples are slaying demons, contributing to our human race. I am deeply gratified to hear this. Su Xiao has performed admirably and has not let down my faith in him. Miaoyu interjected directly. Enough of such pleasantries. Zhuge Daoyu, I have conferred with the Nightmare Maiden, and we have decided to have Su Xiao remain at the spiritual mine to confront the demon race. He is well suited for this task. With us around, he shall not meet an untimely demise. Zhuge Wufang wished to speak further, but the connection was abruptly severed. Fairy Miaoyu, your charm remains ever so captivating. Zhuge Wufang smiled as he stored the talisman, then retrieved another one. Young Su, it is I, your uncle Zhuge. At the spiritual mine of the 100 Herbs sect, Su Xiao carefully stowed away the talisman. Alas, could it be that my remarkable performance has earned the recognition of my elders? Su Xiao sat upon the meditation cushion in his chamber, stroking his goat-like beard and shaking his head. Just moments ago, Zhuge Wufang had lavished him with praise, insisting that he continue to guard the spiritual mine against the demon race, thereby serving the human race. The rhetoric of sectal duty and the greater good of humanity was laid upon him, as if defiance to their arrangement would render him a traitor to his kind. Nevertheless, it mattered little where he was. It was all part of cultivation. Su Xiao remained unfazed. As long as it did not hinder his efforts to present a return gift to the Daughter of Destiny, all else was trivial. As for this spiritual mind of the 100 Herbs sect, he had no intention of departing. With the death of the ape clan's ape Fei, they would surely seek vengeance. Here, with the two daughters of destiny, Lu Li and Chen Qing'er, he planned to cultivate for a time. At the very least, he intended to resolve the ape clan issue thoroughly, ensuring the true safety of the two daughters of destiny. He checked his spatial storage. The treasures included 5 artifacts, including the pure jade bottle. There were 4 supreme-grade magic weapons, among which was the unparalleled sword belonging to the sovereign of Beifeng, Morong Yunha. Additionally, he possessed 1 superior-grade beauty-maintaining pill, 3 unparalleled beauty-maintaining pills, and 2 unparalleled enlightenment pills. In possession of over 13,000 superior spirit stones. And with each grade of foundational elixirs, including the ethereal and transformative pills, exceeding 100 units, the most abundant being the transformation pills with over 400 in quantity. The collection of magical artifacts is also impressive, comprising 16 inferior-grade artifacts, 4 medium-grade artifacts, and 5 superior-grade artifacts. Furthermore, there are 11 infant transformation talismans, 10 divine transformation talismans, and 2 void refining talismans. His wealth is indeed substantial. Su Xiao, after counting, nodded in satisfaction. With such an immense reservoir of resources, he felt like the preeminent tycoon of the cultivation world. Moreover, he could continuously bestow and return gifts. This is the essence of cultivating immortality. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, thousands of miles from Iron Curtain City, a colossal city of distinct architectural style stands amidst the overlapping peaks. This city is remarkably enormous, even surpassing Iron Curtain City by 1/3 in size. Within its confines, various structures are densely packed, and a plethora of demon race cultivators can be seen wandering about, showcasing a rich diversity. The city is divided into 8 distinct regions based on architectural styles, serving as the headquarters for the 8 major demon clans within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The residence of the ape clan features an exquisitely crafted wooden pavilion. Young master, the talismans in Su Xiao's possession are extraordinarily formidable. Even the great general of the apes was annihilated by him using those talismans, implored a subordinate, kneeling before a black-haired youth, tears streaming down his face as he recounted Su Xiao's ruthless cruelty. Not only did he slay the great general, but also 5 powerful divine transformation experts, along with countless monkey kin. I understand now. Su Xiao is undoubtedly doomed. And that Yuan Hao. I have long suspected him to be the one who has betrayed our ape clan. The youth spoke with a glint of cold light in his eyes, his black furry tail swaying restlessly behind him. He is the young master of the ape clan. Apehua. Chapter 145. The residents of the Fox tribe by Jior, known as Yuanhua, had short black hair and appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. His features bore a hint of androgyny, coupled with a certain elegance. His small eyes contributed to an overall impression of a brooding, yet charming rogue. Yuanda, he began. Before your arrival, I had thoroughly investigated that Su Xiao. He is nothing but a shameless lunatic, already infamous among the human race. His androgynous gaze darkened slightly as he scoffed. Those old fogies from the human race are cunning indeed, casting this old lecher into the spirit mines to deal with our demon clan. How utterly despicable. Humans, devoid of honor. Yuanda blinked in agreement, feeling that the young master's assessment was spot on. Su Xiao is merely a despicable wretch who relies on talismans for power. With a cold chuckle, Yuan Huan narrowed his eyes. However, I am not as foolish as Yuan Fei. We cannot confront Su Xiao head-on. He is, after all, a dying man, having failed his tribulation. Do those old geezers from the human race think my clan is a bunch of fools? Mere trifles. Yuando appeared perplexed and asked, Young master, if we do not confront Su Xiao, then wouldn't General Yuan Da's efforts be in vain? We would be the laughingstock of the demon clan. Fool. I said we shall not confront him head-on, but that does not imply we shall not approach him cunningly. Yuanhua's eyes gleamed. That perverse old lecher cannot resist beautiful female cultivators. Such a lascivious fiend deserves to be dealt with by someone more suited to the task. There is no need for my clan to engage in a futile struggle against a dying man. We shall act subtly, without drawing attention. My wisdom is beyond the comprehension of those human old-timers. Yuanda blinked again, utterly bewildered. Finally, he inquired, Young master, should we inform the king and the marshal? Xiao's transformation talismans are indeed formidable. No need. Yuanhua waved his hand dismissively. Uncle has recently broken through, and his void refinement stage is not yet stable. My father must assist him in seclusion. This trivial matter shall be handled by me alone. Yuanda, go and notify the elders stationed here to accompany me to the Fox tribe's residence. This time, I shall show those human old-timers what it means to win without bloodshed. Humph, that old lecher. He thinks he can flaunt a few transformation talismans and remain arrogant. Let him enjoy himself for now. Ha ha. Upon hearing the mention of the Fox tribe, Yuanda's eyes sparkled with realization. Young master, your brilliance shines. To deal with such an old lecher, the Fox tribe's involvement will surely ensure swift success. Ecstatic, Yuanda hurried off to inform the elders. The following morning, at the Fox tribe's residence in the city of 10,000 demons, the wooden pavilions were exquisite, adorned with fragrant flowers and plants, exuding a heavenly aroma that felt like paradise on earth. In a beautifully decorated room, a stunning woman draped in red silk entered with several lovely fox maidens. Knocking on the door, "Jior, how has your cultivation been of late?" The enchanting woman instructed her maidens to wait at the door. Before gracefully taking her seat at the table, a woman in a flowing white dress sat gracefully upon the bed. Her beauty was unparalleled, with skin so fair it seemed to glow. The white gown accentuated her enviable figure perfectly. Her snow-white peaks rose elegantly, and her abdomen was flat without a trace of excess. Her lustrous black hair exuded an enchanting fragrance. The long, exposed legs were slender and symmetrical, radiating a luminous whiteness. A touch of crimson adorned her forehead, enhancing the allure of her exquisite cheeks. She was a captivating beauty, yet she was not human. A fluffy, snow-white foxtail, adorably curled, lay behind her, revealing her fox lineage. "Master, you have arrived. I bow before you." The woman in white instantly descended from the bed and knelt before the stunning matron. The foxtail behind her swayed joyfully, reflecting her delight. "Master, I have reached the 9th level of the transformation realm. I have not disappointed your expectations." She embraced the matron's long, slender white legs, displaying an endearing affection. The matron smiled and gently patted her head, saying softly, "Good, Jior, your talent rivals mine, and your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. Thank you for your praise, master." The woman in white giggled in response. The matron continued, "Jior, yesterday the young master of the monkey clan sought me out, requesting our fox clan's assistance in a matter. In light of the offering of 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, I agreed to help him." The eyes of the woman in white sparkled with intrigue. However, she soon expressed her doubts. "Master, the monkey clan is notoriously stingy. Would they truly part with such a sum for our assistance? Is there a hidden scheme?" The matron smiled gently. "There is no deception. I have heard about this matter previously. Moreover, only our fox clan can execute this task flawlessly, much to the chagrin of those human cultivators. Jior, I have come to entrust this opportunity to you. Do you accept?" The woman in white blinked, pondering the opportunity. "Yes, indeed, an opportunity. Xiao, that lecherous human, has unearthed a grand cultivation cave, abundant with treasures beyond count. Once you complete the task, you shall return with all his possessions, and I will ensure you receive a significant share. However, you must tuck your tail away first." Half a month later, at the spirit mine of the Piaomiao Sect, Xiao reveled in his comfort, with Qing'er bringing him porridge daily. He dined with pleasure, played with joy, and cultivated in ease. The cultivators at the spirit mine revered him like a celestial being, showing him utmost respect. Mo Xiaoran, Yulongguang, and others idolized him, treating him as if he were a transcendent cultivator, his devoted admirers. During this time, the monkey clan had vanished without a trace, no longer troubling the spirit mine. Xiao pondered their potential schemes but remained unfazed, believing that he could confront any challenge that arose. One day, a new group of miners arrived at the Piaomiao Sect's spirit mine. Several dozen, mostly scattered cultivators from Iron Curtain City, had been recruited through a selection process. Their cultivation levels ranged from foundation establishment to nascent soul, and they eagerly commenced their mining tasks, displaying remarkable diligence. Oh my goodness, what exquisite beauty! Such a stunning visage, such a captivating figure. Why bother mining? Hasten to find a wealthy patron, dear friends. In the Yuaning mining area, the arrival of a new enchanting female cultivator has left the male practitioners utterly captivated. With Su Xiao's presence, their worldviews have undergone an irrevocable transformation. It is only natural for them to believe that a beauty of such caliber must, like Qingqing, seek the favor of affluent patrons to truly reap the benefits of her divine beauty. To squander such a heavenly visage would be a travesty. The female cultivator, named by Xiao, hails from the southern Zhan Kingdom. Having witnessed the downfall of her sect, she has become a rogue cultivator with no support, coming to Iron Curtain City to mine and make a living. Oh, dear brothers, please do not gaze at me so. It makes me shy. Bai Jiao smiled faintly. A beauty that could topple nations. A soft crimson glow shimmered upon her forehead, and a fragrant aura enveloped the mining area. The surrounding male practitioners could hardly contain themselves. No, who is responsible for bringing this beautiful miner here? Step forward. I shall have words with you. This will surely diminish our mining efficiency. Chapter 146. The Lady of Extraordinary Fortune. Hee. Bai Jiao covered her mouth with a light laugh, her long, fair legs beneath her white skirt gleaming with beauty. Her delicate fingers and slender waist exuded the pinnacle of feminine allure. With her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief, she bore a hint of pride. Humph, the human race is nothing but a bunch of lecherous beings. Su Xiao, easily dealt with. Then I shall return to my matron and claim my accolades. Hee. She leisurely mined, unhurried and poised, her every movement radiating feminine charm. In the afternoon, above the mining pit, Su Xiao followed Mo Xiaoran, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li, a group of cultivators on their routine inspection. Elder Liu, I am grateful for your herbal porridge these past few days, Su Xiao said, glancing at the elegantly dressed Liu Li in her verdant gown, stroking his beard with a smile. Liu Li's fair and charming face flushed slightly as she respectfully replied, Not at all. Elder Su has made significant contributions in the fight against the demon race, and has taken such good care of us disciples. This is merely a small token of gratitude from my Piaomiao Sect. I hope the elder does not find it lacking. Beside them, Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang were filled with envy. Su Elder is living the dream, courting the beautiful disciple of another, enjoying their herbal porridge. How fortunate! Life could not be more perfect. The two were consumed with jealousy. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li watched Liu Li, whose face was slightly flushed and remarkably lovely, and suddenly sensed a great misfortune looming. No, Su Elder, but she is the master of Qingqing. Could it be that he intends to eliminate everyone? Detected, Lady of Extraordinary Fortune, Bai Jiao, Fortune Level, S, Return Multiplier, 30, Bond Level, 10, an S-Level Lady of Extraordinary Fortune. Su Xiao was taken aback, his gaze drawn to the direction indicated by the system. Below in the mining pit, a woman in a white dress was elegantly mining. The woman's beauty was unparalleled, her figure so splendid that even the white dress could not conceal it. Her radiant legs shone beneath the skirt, her slender waist could be grasped with a single hand. Her curves soared like snow-capped peaks, and her lustrous black hair was breathtakingly beautiful. She exuded an extraordinary charm that compelled Su Xiao to steal a few more glances. To his astonishment, an S-level lady of extraordinary fortune had appeared in this mining pit. Such talent is here to mine. Su Xiao marveled internally, feeling as though he had unearthed gold from mud. This modest Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mind truly concealed hidden talents. Bai Jiao was so stunning that Liu Li, Mo Xiaoran, Yulong Wang, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li all turned their attention to her. Upon realizing the beauty before them, they were momentarily stunned, left speechless. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful, isn't she? The innate allure she possessed nearly caused Xiao Wang and Xiao Li to lose control. Even Mo Xiaoran, an elder, could not help but swallow hard. Alas, what a transgression! Liu Li furrowed her brows as she perceived the unusual gaze of Elder Su. Humph, how vexing. The elder, indeed, lived up to the rumors. A sense of inexplicable frustration washed over her, suddenly feeling a tinge of indignation on behalf of her disciple. Su Xiao nodded slightly, stroking his beard with a smile. The S-class fortune bearer, a gem not to be overlooked. Please wait a moment, everyone. I see a lady down there who shares a fateful connection with me. I shall pay her a visit. With that, Su Xiao summoned his colorful flying sword, radiating an ethereal light as he descended gracefully. Mo Xiaoran, Yulong Wang, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li exchanged glances, silently sighing. Elder Su. He truly could not resist the allure of beautiful female cultivators. As Su Xiao landed, All the male and female cultivators around turned to look. The men donned their masks of suffering, while the women flushed with color, their eyes shimmering with envy and jealousy. Without needing to guess, it was evident that Elder Su had set his sights on yet another. No, Elder, though you are a hero, can you truly handle so many female cultivators? Sister Chen still visits you daily. My dear lady, I am Elder Su Xiao. It seems we share a certain affinity. Here are 10 transformation pills, perfectly suited for you. I gift them to you. Su Xiao, with a benevolent smile, approached, holding 10 white pills encircled by spiritual energy. Bai Jiao gazed at this dashing elder, her enchanting eyes blinking. Su Xiao, he has truly arrived. To her surprise, he looked rather handsome. He could not help but strike up a conversation with her right away, just as the matriarch had said. He was indeed a notorious lecher. Hee, this task is far too easy. Bai Jiao's delicate visage flushed slightly, and she shyly replied. So it is, Elder Su. This humble girl pays her respects to you. However, Elder, this is too generous. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. For an elder like me, it is but a trifling matter. What is your name? Please, accept them. Bai Jiao smiled softly as she accepted the 10 transformation pills from Su Xiao's hand. I am Bai Jiao. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder. She looked at the 10 high-quality transformation pills in her hands, her charming eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and delight. This old lecher is quite generous indeed. Although she had no use for transformation pills, such items were rare within the demon clan. Each could fetch a considerable price of over a dozen high-grade spirit stones. 10 transformation pills represented a significant sum for her. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Young friend Bai, since we share a connection, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall not refuse to assist if I can. He discerned that she had likely just entered the nascent soul realm and was indeed an S-class fortune bearer, an excellent candidate for mutual benefit. Bai Jiao scoffed inwardly. This old lecher. So this is his method of ensnaring female cultivators. First, present the benefits, then gradually lead on. Truly, no man is trustworthy. Elder, your kindness towards me is beyond measure. Bai Jiao, feeling weak, suddenly stepped forward and collapsed into Su Xiao's embrace, tenderly wrapping her arms around him. Instantly, Su Xiao's body stiffened. A wave of intoxicating fragrance surged into his nostrils. Elder, Jiao is currently facing some difficulties and wishes to seek your assistance. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore a hint of blush. Her alluring eyes sparkled with a captivating gleam. Her gentle, fluid form trembled slightly. With breath as fragrant as orchids, she exuded an enchanting allure. Facing difficulties now? Su Xiao's mind became muddled. Something felt amiss with Bai Jiao. Could it be that she had heard tales of his exploits and had come seeking his refuge? Chapter 147. The thoughts of Bai Jiao suddenly threw herself on a Su Xiao, leaving everyone nearby utterly stunned. What on earth? Is this woman so forward? The male cultivators in the vicinity were bewildered. Has Elder Su's charm reached such an astonishing level? Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoran, Xiao Wang, and Xiaoli shook their heads in disbelief. In this world, no female cultivator would refuse resources handed to them without effort. Lu Li's expression darkened, her brows furrowed. Another scheming woman. She must have come here specifically to seduce Elder Su. How infuriating. A fragrant allure wafted through the air, intensely captivating. Gazing at the enchanting Bai Jiao, Su Xiao spoke. Bai, my young friend, please maintain your decorum. The rumors about me are mere fabrications. Our connection is purely fortuitous. Bai Jiao scoffed internally. This old man certainly knows how to play the part. Just wait until I deal with you, you old lecher. Elder, Jiao has lost her sect, her parents, and all her senior and junior sisters. Jiao is now utterly alone. The kindness you show me, Elder, makes me wish to become your servant. To repay your generosity. Bai Jiao exuded an irresistible charm, causing Su Xiao to swallow hard. Well, Bai, given the current company, how about this? Once you finish your mining duties, come to my room for a more private discussion. The challenges you face, the old Taoist shall assist you with. Su Xiao gently pushed Bai Jiao away, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his aged eyes. The spirit transformation pills he had gifted her had yet to be returned, stirring a sense of peculiarity within him. The system does not err. Her acceptance was entirely natural. There must be something amiss with Bai Jiao. With a slight smile, he summoned his colorful flying sword and departed. Bai Jiu'er watched Su Xiao ascend into the air, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Based on the gaze he had just cast upon her, she felt a surge of confidence. Capturing the old lecher would be effortless. She aimed to seek justice for her fellow women wronged by him. Such an old lecher should perish, drained of his vitality. As dusk settled, the miners gradually finished their shifts. In the gaze of many, Bai Jiu'er boldly approached Su Xiao's abode. Elder, she knocked and entered, securing the door behind her. Su Xiao shifted from his sitting position on the mat, inviting her to take a seat. My young friend Bai, what is your current realm? Su Xiao inquired, observing the radiant Bai Jiu'er clad in white. His gaze flickered momentarily. He had previously considered that the system's failure to return the items could stem from two possibilities. Either the gift was unreasonable, or it was something she could not utilize. The first possibility held no merit, as her acceptance was entirely natural. Thus, only one conclusion remained. She was unable to use the spirit transformation pills. The elder, the young lady, Bai Jiu'er, in the nascent soul stage, possesses modest cultivation. As she spoke, she gracefully moved her enchanting figure and leapt into Su Xiao's embrace. A fragrant breeze enveloped them, her demeanor utterly beguiling. Elder, Jiu'er wishes to be your maid. Whatever the elder desires of Jiu'er, she shall comply. Her sultry eyes sparkled, and her beautiful face flushed with shyness. Su Xiao blinked, smiling as he held her close. Jiu'er, is it truly your wish to serve as my maid? The elder treats me with such kindness. Jiu'er, feeling vulnerable and alone, has developed an affection for the elder. Observing the elder's lecherous actions, Bai Jiu'er couldn't suppress a cold smirk within. Indeed, he is an unabashed lecher. Su Xiao's eyes twinkled as he chuckled, embracing her. Jiu'er, since you are willing to be my maid, I shall bestow upon you some gifts. Here are 10 spirit refining pills. While you cannot utilize them at your current nascent soul level, they will be of great use once you reach the transformation stage. 10 resplendent golden pills appeared in Su Xiao's hand. Bai Jiu'er was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Xiao in astonishment. 10 spirit refining pills. She was somewhat bewildered. In the myriad demon city, spirit refining pills are a scarce commodity, with few capable of concocting them. They typically arrive from the human realms. For the transformation stage demon cultivators, it is easier to directly consume spirit grass to elevate their cultivation. However, if offered spirit refining pills, they would never refuse. The effects are far superior to that of spirit grass. Elder, are you truly willing to gift me 10 spirit refining pills? Bai Jiu'er's beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly, somewhat staggered by Su Xiao's generosity. The old lecher is indeed extravagant. 10 spirit refining pills could fetch over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones in the myriad demon city. Naturally, Jiu'er, should you become my maid, it may seem a hardship, but once the pills are exhausted, simply ask the elder for more. It is but a trifle. Su Xiao smiled gently, a flicker of light glimmering in his eyes. Thank you, Elder Su. Bai Jiu'er excitedly accepted the spirit refining pills, joyfully stowing them in her storage pouch. Now she comprehended the elder's intention. How could the female cultivators from the human realm not fall under his spell? That old fellow, indeed, is the one who unearthed the great cultivator's cave. Once he is eliminated, all these treasures will belong to her fox clan. This task is remarkably lucrative. Yet, the elder appears rather handsome and generous. It would be somewhat regrettable to kill him. But who could blame him for being so reckless, thus offending their demon clan? Hee. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 spirit refining pills, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning a soul refining pill. Soul refining pill. Consuming it leads to a transformation of the soul, solidifying its essence, granting immunity to most soul attacks, and bestowing the ability to perceive all things. Oh, Su Xiao felt a slight astonishment within. The spirit refining pills were returned. He glanced at the restless Bai Jiu'er in his arms, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. She is indeed a transformation stage cultivator. It seems she employed a method to conceal her presence, only revealing her nascent soul cultivation level. Bai Jiu'er is indeed suspicious. Elder, you have been exceedingly kind to Jiu'er. She can only repay your kindness by serving you to the best of her abilities. Bai Jiu'er's complexion glowed with a rosy hue as she gazed upon the ethereal and handsome visage of the other. Leaning in closer, the two soon shed their outer garments. The room was filled with a fragrant aroma. After a tender moment lasting a quarter of an hour, Bai Jiu'er exhaled an exquisitely fragrant pink mist, which Su Xiao inhaled deeply. With a cold laugh, she embraced Su Xiao, secretly channeling the techniques of the fox tribe. Su Xiao felt a subtle shift in his brow, as the pink mist coursed through him, causing a slight warmth to envelop his body. Bai Jiu'er siphoned 1 point of essence, returning 30 points of essence. Bai Jiu'er siphoned 1 point of essence, returning 30 points of essence. Su Xiao observed the now tranquil Bai Jiu'er in his arms while listening to the system's notifications. His eyes sparkled with realization, and an amused chuckle resonated in his heart. The enchantress, indeed, had sinister intentions. A reckoning awaits. Chapter 148, The Fox Clan Enchantress Elder. Jiu'er felt a tinge of fear, yearning for the elder's embrace. Bai Jiu'er nestled obediently in Su Xiao's arms, casting a bewitching smile his way. Internally, she scoffed. Although she tolerated the advances of this lecherous old man, the notion of him possessing her was utterly impossible. Regardless, if she continued to drain him, he would soon exhaust his vitality and perish. Su Xiao nodded, allowing her to siphon his essence. She could indulge. After all, with the system at his disposal, once she had replenished him sufficiently, he would deal with this enchantress. The system was simply remarkable. Su Xiao mused, feeling invulnerable to these various malevolent arts, immune and capable of returning what had been taken. Bai Jiu'er siphoned 1 point of essence, returning 30 points of essence. Bai Jiu'er siphoned 1 point of essence, returning 30 points of essence. Su Xiao felt his consciousness crystal clear, as if awakening from a long slumber, brimming with vitality. Looking at Bai Jiu'er in his arms, he smirked playfully. Several magical artifacts in his spatial repository were poised for action, ready to apprehend this enchantress for interrogation. Bai Jiu'er, in her bewilderment, gazed at Su Xiao, a flicker of panic igniting in her eyes. What was happening? After such an extended period of siphoning, even a transformation realm cultivator should have been completely drained of essence, right? Unwilling to accept defeat, Bai Jiu'er intensified her cultivation technique, drawing in fervently. Yet, the more she absorbed, the more spirited this lecherous old man appeared, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. No, this cannot be. What on earth is happening? Eventually, she was compelled to cease her absorption, for she had reached her limit. Her body could no longer contain any more essence. She had consumed an amount equivalent to the total essence of 10 transformation realm cultivators. She could have drained 10 of them to the point of desiccation. Yet this old lecher still smiled at her, seemingly unaffected. Jiu'er, have you finished absorbing my essence? Su Xiao inquired with a slight smile. As if struck by lightning, Bai Jiu'er's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Su Xiao's words. In an instant, she bolted from his embrace, hurriedly donning her garments from the floor. You know? Bai Jiu'er gazed at him in disbelief, her once radiant visage now drained of color, turning ashen. Humph. This enchantress dares to harbor ulterior motives against me. Surrender at once and reveal your identity. Su Xiao suddenly rose, waving his hand decisively. In an instant, 9 fiery dragons soared skyward, piercing through the roof and reducing the chamber to ashes. The southern bright leaving fire sword transformed into a colossal blade, hurtling toward Bai Jiu'er. Flames erupted skyward, the building succumbing to destruction. Surrounding miners and cultivators were startled, rushing out in astonishment. What is happening? At the forefront of the lodging area, the 9 fiery dragons summoned by Su Xiao encircled Bai Jiu'er, while the southern bright leaving fire sword poised before her, ready to pierce and eliminate her at a moment's notice. With a gentle smile, Su Xiao approached, observing the S-rank fortune-bearer, Bai Jiu'er, who was now in a state of panic. Jiu'er, he said softly, the elder has mentioned that you and I share a connection. If you confess openly, I can offer you a chance at survival. Speak. As Bai Jiu'er felt the overwhelming heat radiating from 9 fiery dragons and the blazing southern Ming fire sword, a flicker of fear began to manifest in her beautiful eyes. Su Xiao was aware that she was absorbing essence. This revelation was not her greatest astonishment. What truly shocked her was the seemingly boundless essence emanating from him. She could not exhaust it. What was happening? Bai Jiu'er was utterly perplexed. Humph. Su Xiao, you old lecher. I have come to seek vengeance for those female cultivators you have wronged. With her identity exposed, she ceased to feign ignorance. With a cold laugh, her aura of the 9th level of transformation emerged, and an adorably fluffy white tail appeared behind her, leaving everyone dumbstruck. A demon clan? That Baijiao was actually a spy sent by the demon race. The miners were astonished. They glanced at Su Xiao, suddenly filled with profound admiration. Elder Su, truly remarkable. He managed to unmask the identity of a demon. They had misjudged Elder Su before. He had been baiting this demoness all along. Elder Su is magnificent. Beware Su Long, called out the others. She is a transformation master of the Fox clan. Mo Xiaoran, Lu Li, and Yulong Wang arrived on the scene. And upon witnessing Su Xiao encircled by Jiao with 9 fiery dragons and the enormous scarlet sword, understanding dawned upon them. Elder Su had already known her identity and was preparing to lure the demoness into his trap. They had unjustly accused Elder Su. Lu Li's gaze softened as she looked at Su Xiao, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Elder Su is indeed different from the rumors. Su Xiao, if I cannot kill you today, the Fox clan will eventually seek your life. Just wait. Baijiao seethed with rage as she regarded the multitude of hostile glances directed at her. That old man. He must have known from the start that something was amiss. He deceived her to take advantage of her. Cursed be he. Still a super old lecher, unrepentant. With a cold snort, Su Xiao waved his hand, sending the fire dragons and the southern Ming fire sword hurtling toward Baijiao. Su Xiao, you wait for me. My Fox clan will not let you escape. As the fire dragons and the swords surged towards her, Baijiao flicked her fluffy white tail, causing a white halo to rapidly expand. In an instant, her form vanished into the white tail, leaving no trace behind. The tail swayed once in the air before plummeting to the ground. Su Xiao furrowed his brow and leaped forward. Upon picking up the fluffy, adorable tail to inspect, Baijiao had already vanished from sight. Elder Su, she has escaped, said Lu Li as she flew over and settled beside him. This is a manifestation of the Fox clan's innate divine ability, the external substitute. Keep this tail safe. The Fox clan will lose a tail when they utilize the external substitute. If this tail cannot be recovered, a fox cultivator must endure years of arduous training for it to regrow. This presented an excellent bargaining chip. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully and placed the fox tail into his spatial storage. Baijiao, a female of the Fox clan. I do not believe I harbor any animosity towards the Fox clan, do I? He shook his head, too lazy to ponder further. It was likely another mischief orchestrated by the Ape clan. Elder Su, are you all right? Mo Xiao ran, Yulong Wang, and the others rushed over, their faces etched with concern. They could hardly believe that Baijiao was, in fact, a Fox clan transformation deity intent on harming Elder Su. Fortunately, Elder Su had sensed the danger beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Su Xiao retrieved his magical artifact and chuckled. It's merely a trivial matter. Though I did let that fox woman escape. The group glanced at Su Xiao's attire and suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. He was clad only in loose-fitting white undergarments. Su Xiao, noticing the inappropriateness of his attire, felt a tinge of awkwardness in his gaze. The fox woman had ulterior motives toward me. I was merely playing along to deceive her. I had already detected her intentions but refrained from informing you, fearing she might catch wind of it. The others nodded, albeit with skepticism. Given Elder Su's character, that fox woman was undeniably enchanting. It was improbable she did not harbor any thoughts. Elder Su, she is, after all, a fox. 6. Little Wang, glancing at the charred remains of Su Xiao's quarters, immediately offered, Elder Su, your room has been burnt to ashes. Why not spend the night in mine? I can manage on the floor for a night. Little Li added, Elder Su, do come to my place. My room is spacious. As nightfall approached, and constructing a new room proved too time-consuming. Mo Xiao ran, and Yulong Guang also invited Su Xiao to rest with them, willing to relinquish their beds. Su Xiao found himself in a quandary. He was rather reluctant. Lu Li, adorned in a flowing green dress that accentuated her perfect curves, blushed as she suggested, Elder Su, perhaps you could stay in my room. Qinger has recently begun cultivating with infant transformation pills. She doesn't require a bed, and I can simply occupy her room for the night. What? Little Wang, Little Li, Mo Xiao ran, and Yulong Guang exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes blinking in disbelief. Elder Lu is amenable to this. Su Xiao, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, that would be splendid. I appreciate your kindness, Elder Lu. What? The four were utterly stunned. Elder Su agreed so readily. Su Xiao retrieved a gray robe from his spatial storage and donned it. Observing the bewildered expressions on the four, he chuckled softly. Was there really a choice to be made? Bai Jiuer had escaped, and as he rubbed his arm, he noticed his skin had turned slightly red, and his body temperature was still rising. Could it be due to that pink mist she exhaled? He glanced at the enchanting Lu Li, whose complexion was slightly flushed and whose figure was perfectly captivating. Su Xiao blinked and remarked, "Elder Lu, you appear particularly lovely this evening." Chapter 149. Aftermath of the enchantment technique. The nearby miners from the Piaomiao Sect were left utterly astonished. Elder Lu was willing to relinquish her room for Elder Su. That wasn't even the crux of the matter. The real shock was that Elder Su had chosen Elder Lu from among the five. Their expressions were indeed peculiar. Elder. Among four men, he chose a woman. Was this not a blatant display of favoritism? Lu Li blinked her beautiful eyes, glancing at the slightly flushed Su Xiao, and smiled awkwardly. "Elder Su, my room is unlocked. Please feel free to rest there. I shall take my leave to Qing'er's room." As she turned to depart, she slightly bowed, showcasing her perfect and enchanting figure. The curves beneath her emerald gown, combined with her delicate and fair visage, left Su Xiao inexplicably gulping. Damn it. It must be the Fox Clan's enchantment technique. Su Xiao shook his head, exhaling deeply, striving to suppress his unwarranted thoughts. Having consumed such extraordinary elixirs, his body had transcended the mortal realm. Most individuals would have succumbed to the allure of the Fox Clan's enchantment, likely losing control entirely. He merely harbored fleeting thoughts, which he could easily master. Just as Lu Li was about to turn away, Su Xiao raised his hand and said, "Elder Lu, I find myself a tad hungry. Would you mind preparing a bowl of baijiao porridge for me before you leave?" The old man suddenly felt an urge to eat. "What?" Lu Li looked up, regarding Su Xiao with curiosity, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of red. "All right, then let us go to my room. I will prepare porridge for you." Su Xiao was powerful and had saved so many disciples of the Piaomiao Sect. She could not refuse his request. Moreover, he had gifted her 10 invaluable refining spirit pills. Nearby, Mo Xiaoran, Yulong Wang, and the others were left in a state of shock. What the heck? Elder Su. This is an outrageous advance on Elder Lu. The rumors were true. Elder Su is indeed a terrifying old lecher. Elder Lu, you must not go. The miners of the Piaomiao Sect were equally alarmed, their expressions turning pale. No, Elder Su. With Sister Chun, isn't that enough? What a perverted old lecher. Yet, none dared to voice their concerns, merely watching as the two quietly made their way to Lu Li's room. Some male miners were on the verge of tears. Elder Su. How could he act this way? He may have merits, but his moral character is utterly lacking. How could such a figure emerge from the human race? In Lu Li's room, the door closed. She approached the small stove, her cheeks flushed as she ignited the fire. All the necessary ingredients were at hand. She prepared porridge for Su Xiao every day. Su Xiao sat before the fragrant bed, watching Lu Li's graceful silhouette, shaking his head vigorously. It truly feels like a perplexing conundrum. A sense of regret washes over me, yet having summoned the individual, I cannot simply dismiss them. Shortly thereafter, a bowl of fragrant herbal porridge is prepared, which Lu Li presents at the table. Elder Lu, I appreciate your efforts, Su Xiao remarks with a smile, acknowledging the late hour and Elder Lu's kindness. I possess no means to repay you, but I would like to gift you this artifact. Named the Golden Light Protective Pendant, a peerless defensive treasure, as a token of my gratitude. From his spatial repository, he retrieves a stunning pendant that gleams with golden light. Upon seeing it, Lu Li's eyes widen in astonishment. A peerless artifact? Elder Su wishes to bestow upon me such a precious item? Her breath quickens, and her perfectly contoured chest rises and falls slightly. She is overwhelmed with excitement. As the supreme elder of the 100 Herbs sect, she only possesses one peerless artifact, the banana leaf fire fan. How could it be that he is presenting her with another peerless artifact? Su Xiao, with a charming demeanor, strokes his beard and replies, "It is merely a trifle, nothing of great significance. Elder Lu, I have greatly appreciated your efforts in preparing porridge for me these past days, and I understand your kind intentions." As he speaks, a faint blush graces his cheeks as he steps closer, gently taking hold of Lu Li's smooth, fair hand. "Elder?" Lu Li gasps in shock, instinctively retracting her hand. We cannot proceed like this." Thoughts of her disciple, Qing'er, and her flushed, enchanting visage flood her mind, rendering her unable to meet Su Xiao's gaze. "Please, accept it," Su Xiao insists. Once more grasping her hand, and placing the golden light protective pendant upon it. He then adds with a smile, "Elder Liu, with my assistance, your ascension to the void refining stage will be effortless. Once you exhaust your supply of spirit refining pills, seek me out, as I shall provide you with all the resources you require for your cultivation." Luli stands frozen, her mind reeling as she gazes at the extraordinary artifact in her possession and the proximity of the once elusive void refining realm. Bewildered, she remains rooted in place, the pendant radiating a golden halo in her palm. The alluring fragrance of medicinal herbs emanates from her beautifully mature figure. In that moment, her expression shifts. She ultimately cannot accept the thought of aging and fading into dust, even in death. I gaze upon my disciple Qingqinger as she embarks on the supreme path of immortality. "Elder, I require 10 spirit refinement pills each month. Can you provide them for me?" The hesitation in her eyes transformed into unwavering clarity at that moment. She lifted her gaze, her expression complex as she looked at Su Xiao. "Certainly, I shall cover all resources for both you and Qinger. Elder Su, I implore you not to mention this to Qinger. Let it be as if nothing has transpired." With a boldness that surprised even herself, she stepped forward and embraced Su Xiao, her hands trembling. In her 2 millennia of existence, she had never been this close to a man. The intoxicating aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped them. Su Xiao, remaining silent, felt the effects of Bai Jiuer's enchanting technique still at play. He lifted the soft and graceful Lu Li in his arms, striding purposefully toward the bed. "Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting the exquisite magical artifact, the golden light protective pendant, and receiving the dragon binding rope in return." In the accommodation area of the 100 Herbs Sect, for individuals crouched by the window, their eyes fixed intently on Lu Li's residence in the distance. "It's over. It has been an hour, and she has yet to emerge. It seems she will not be coming out tonight." Mo Xiaoran, Yulong Wang, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li were rendered speechless. "Elder Su, this is truly remarkable. A complete victory. Unbelievable." Xiao Wang and Xiao Li maintained a semblance of composure, having anticipated this outcome long ago. Mo Xiaoran and Yulong Wang sighed deeply, their eyes filled with envy and resentment. "Elder Su, that damn charm is simply too potent." After expressing his lament, Xiao Wang's round face lit up with excitement. "My friends, 20 high-grade spirit stones, and no cheating, please." With Elder Su of the Piaomiao Sect taking action, how could any female cultivator possibly resist? It is merely a matter of time. Chapter 150. The Angered Urine in the Early Morning. Thousands of miles away from Iron Curtain City, outside the city of 10,000 demons, a striking figure traversed the air. Bai Jiuer's exquisite visage was marred by a blend of anger, frustration, and resentment. How infuriating. That damn Su Xiao dared to toy with me, taking advantage of me for nothing. One day, I shall drain your essence completely. Humph. Her graceful form, with a proud silhouette, was now bereft of the fluffy, adorable foxtail that once trailed behind her. To summon the Fox clan's innate divine abilities, one must sever a tail. If she could not retrieve this lost appendage, her cultivation would diminish by 20%, lingering in this state until the tail regrew in several years. Cursed be it. Not only did it cost me my tail, but Su Xiao has also become my sworn enemy, though she had reached the 9th level of the transformation realm. She lamented her inferiority compared to the strength of the monkey tribe's general, Yuan Fei. If he had fallen to Su Xiao's talismans, remaining would only lead to her demise. Even now, she could not fathom how Su Xiao's essence seemed inexhaustible, and shockingly, the more she absorbed, the more invigorated he appeared. What on earth is happening? Upon entering the city, Bai Jiuer hastened to the Fox clan's residence to report to her matron. As the 9th white fox adopted by her, she referred to herself as a granddaughter in accordance with clan customs, despite their lack of blood relation. She was the most gifted and beloved granddaughter of the matron. "What? You failed?" The beautiful matron, draped in red silk, slightly furrowed her brows in the fragrant chamber. Bai Jiuer knelt, wiping away her tears as she spoke. "Matron, that Su Xiao is rather peculiar. His essence is insatiable. I've absorbed the equivalent of 10 transformation realm cultivators. Yet he remains lively and increasingly spirited. He must possess some extraordinary treasure that replenishes his essence." The matron sighed softly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Su Xiao, indeed an exceptional individual. It seems the monkey tribe has provoked a formidable foe this time. Nonetheless, Jiuer, you have returned safely. Losing just a tail can be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. We, as the Fox clan, shall do our utmost regarding Xiao, while the monkey tribe must resolve their own issues. Having contributed, the 3,000 spirit stones could not be refunded. After all, it was her cherished granddaughter who had lost a tail. Bai Jiu'er wiped her tears, her eyes sparkling with determination as she declared, "However, matron, although I have lost my tail on this journey, it was not entirely fruitless." The matron smiled gently. "Naturally, you have filled yourself with essence, and your cultivation shall surely soar in the time to come. Your tail will regrow swiftly. As for Xiao, despite his flaws, he seems quite suitable to be a consort for our Fox clan women. Our clan's techniques can utilize a man's essence as a foundation to aid in cultivation. In daily life, there are not so many cultivators available for her to absorb." Bai Jiu'er once returned with the essence of 10 transformation stage cultivators. And even if she lost a tail, it was not a loss at all. Furthermore, Bai Jiu'er chuckled, "My esteemed mistress," before I was exposed. That Xiao was quite generous in his pursuit of me. He not only gifted me 10 transformation pills, but also 10 refinement pills, both of exceptional quality. My mistress, Xiao, must possess many valuable treasures. What a pity. The beautiful woman blinked her eyes. Oh, 10 transformation pills and 10 refinement pills. He was so willing on our first encounter? Heh, he certainly is a seasoned lecher. Those rumors seem to hold some truth. Bai Jiu'er laughed and replied, "Indeed. The rumors are not unfounded." Upon seeing me, Xiao was utterly captivated and immediately approached me, showering me with gifts. However, despite his slightly aged appearance, he is rather handsome, much more so than the males of my Fox clan. The beautiful woman regarded Bai Jiu'er with a curious glance and reminded her, "Jiu'er, as a noble of the White Fox lineage, we must not allow ourselves to be swayed by emotions. Always remember this. Men are merely vessels for us to absorb essence." Bai Jiu'er blushed at the admonition. "Of course, my mistress. That Xiao even dared to tease me and take advantage of me. I absolutely despise him. Next time we meet, I shall personally end him." The beautiful woman observed Bai Jiu'er's expression, her eyes narrowing slightly. Xiao, quite an intriguing individual. Is his essence truly inexhaustible? Not long after, at the residence of the ape clan, within a wooden pavilion, Yuan Hua's countenance darkened upon hearing reports from several members of his clan. He slammed the bamboo cup in his hand onto the ground with a loud crash. "What? The Fox clan has failed. They didn't deal with that old lecher?" A member of the ape clan spoke up. "Young master, the Fox clan has just sent word that Xiao possesses a rare treasure and is not afraid of essence absorption. Furthermore, Miss Bai Jiu'er of the Fox clan attempted an assassination at the spirit mine of the 100 Herbs sect and even lost a foxtail. The matriarch of the Fox clan is now furious, claiming that you failed to inform them of Xiao's strength, putting Bai Jiu'er in danger of losing herself to him, and nearly losing her life." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua's handsome face turned grim. "Damn it, Su old dog. He truly has some skills, doesn't he? Not even afraid of the Fox clan's essence absorption. The Fox clan. Useless." A member of the ape clan furrowed his brow and asked, "Young master, what shall we do now?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua's furious emotions began to stabilize slightly. This situation was indeed troublesome. His plan had failed, and Bai Jiu'er had nearly perished at the hands of the enemy. The old fox with the spirit stones would certainly not cooperate. He had lost 3,000 spirit stones for nothing. But this was not what troubled him most. The pressing issue was that all 8 major demon clans were now aware that Xiao had killed Yuan Fei. If the ape clan silently endures this matter and takes no action, how will they face the demon clan in the future? How shameful. The human race is despicable and shameless. The anger of the ape, Hua, was palpable, his teeth gritted and his face nearly contorted. The opponent, an aging fool with little time left and having failed his tribulation, wielded a top-tier talisman for transformation. Could it be that they would truly risk themselves against such a person? Restraint. No face to maintain. Action. No wisdom. A dilemma indeed. How could it be that the ape clan finds itself utterly powerless against this lecherous old man? At the Piaomiao Sect spirit mine, under the blazing sun, the air within the great mountains was exceptionally fresh and sweet. Bond with Lu Li has increased to 2. In Lu Li's chamber, her delicate face flushed. She lay weakly beneath the covers. She gazed at Xiao, now dressed, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. At last, She understood the feelings of her disciple. After the elder's treatment throughout the night, one must question which normal female cultivator could stand and take a few steps. Su Xiao approached, noticing Lu Li's slight resentment, feeling a twinge of embarrassment in his eyes. How infuriating. It was all that damned fox's fault. The pink mist from yesterday was clearly amiss. It rendered him devoid of reason, living up to the foul reputation outside. How awkward. Chapter 151. The Celestial Wand, Elder Lu. Su Xiao sat before the bed, his gaze drawn to the exquisite, fair collarbone of the woman before him, a subtle frown creasing his brow. Lu Li's cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush as she replied, "Elder, there is no need for further explanation. It was entirely my own volition last night." Her eyes shimmered with an indelible sorrow. Indeed, it had been her choice, yet it was a choice that had been orchestrated by Su Xiao, this lecherous old man. His notorious reputation preceded him, and it was now unmistakably justified. One could easily surmise that all the female cultivators, including Qing'er, who had fallen victim to him, had traversed the same emotional turmoil that Lu Li had experienced last night. "It is not as you might think," Su Xiao attempted to clarify. "That Bai Jiu'er employed her enchanting arts on me last night, clouding my clarity." Lu Li's graceful gaze shifted slightly, and after appraising Su Xiao, she released a soft sigh. "Elder Su, what is done. It matters not now. Just remember your promise and do not waver." She wished to speak no further on the matter. The outcome was already set, and additional words would prove futile. All she desired was what she rightfully deserved. "Of course," Su Xiao assured her. "Rest assured, Elder Lu, my words from last night hold true." He rose, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal aura that made Lu Li's brows twitch slightly. "Elder Lu, your advancement to the refinement void stage is guaranteed under my auspices. Both Qing'er and yourself will reach that realm. This is my solemn promise to you. Furthermore, I shall not broach this matter in front of Qing'er," he added. With that, Su Xiao cast a final glance at Lu Li's fair and refined visage before turning to exit, closing the door gently behind him. It was evident that she appeared somewhat weakened. Not only had she succumbed to enchantment, but his own vitality had been returned in a shockingly potent manner. Poor Elder Lu. "Damn it, little vixen, just wait. You are the one who has tarnished my reputation irrevocably. I shall strip your skin to fashion a purse." As Su Xiao stepped outside, he inhaled the fresh air, feeling thoroughly invigorated, his mind clear. His vitality remained remarkably robust. Indeed, the system's boundless restoration was commendable. The hour was nearing noon, and in the distance, a group of miners, under the guidance of Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, had erected a new dwelling for him, akin to the previous one. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, you have all worked tirelessly," Su Xiao remarked, observing the bewildered miners and carpenters with a faint smile before entering and closing the door behind him. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and the dozen or so miners and carpenters swallowed hard, still dazed. "Elder Su is simply extraordinary. No wonder he is renowned throughout the cultivation world as a notorious lecher." They had labored through the night on the house, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on Elder Lu's quarters. Last night, Elder Lu had not emerged. The lecher had struck again. "No. Elder Su, you have already claimed Sister Chen as your own. How could they even spare her master, our esteemed Elder Taishang?" My heart is filled with rage. Although the disciples are grateful for Elder Su's life-saving intervention, their hearts are still tumultuous with unquenchable fury. They even contemplate rushing in to deliver a sound thrashing to that old pervert. Yet, they dare not act, relegating their grievances to silent scorn. I am incensed. In Iron Curtain City, news of the demonic fox's assault on the Piaomiao Sect swiftly spread throughout the town. Ever since Su Xiao took command at the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mind, every whisper of activity there has stirred the hearts of the entire cultivation community. After all, Su Xiao has become a prominent figure in the realm of cultivation. What? A 9-tiered demonic fox intends to assassinate Elder Su? What the hell? Is the demon race seeking war with humanity? Fortunately, Elder Su is formidable. He thwarted the assassination and even severed one of the fox's tails. Truly, our guardian deity. Rumor has it that Elder Su has once again succumbed to his old habits at the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mine. He reportedly monopolized a beautiful female cultivator. Yesterday, it was said that even Elder Taishang Lu Li was coerced and seduced by Elder Su. What? Moreover, that enchanting female cultivator, Chen Qing'er, is none other than Lu Li's prized disciple. The master and disciple were both ensnared by Elder Su. What? Damn that lecherous old man. He truly cannot change his ways. I am aware of Elder Lu Li of the Piaomiao Sect. After all, she is over 2,000 years old. The fact that Elder Su ensnared both master and disciple is utterly barbaric. Such perversion. He is incorrigible. If it weren't for his slaying of Yuan Fei, I would have taken great pleasure in thrashing that old lecher to vent my frustrations. Initially, the crowd praised Su Xiao for his resounding blow against the demon race. However, upon hearing of the plight of Lu Li and Chen Qing'er, his reputation plummeted once more. The male cultivators seethed with indignation, while the female cultivators trembled in fear. The terrifying moniker of the old lecher once again sent shivers down their spines. At the Lord's manor, 2 administrators from the manor approached Miao Yu's chamber to report. My lord, the Fox tribe attacked the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mine last night, seeking to assassinate Elder Su. Elder Su saw through their treachery and severed the fox woman's tail. Within the room, Miao Yu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, what is the cultivation level of the fox demon? It is said to be a 9-tiered fox woman, going by the alias Baijior. Miao Yu's expression shifted subtly, a soft scoff escaping her lips. Ah, she belongs to the White Fox clan. She must have employed an external projection and severed her own tail. The 2 administrators exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed. My lord, the demon race has repeatedly attacked our spiritual minds. If this continues, it may lead to dire consequences. Should we intervene? Miao Yu replied nonchalantly, no need. The Fox tribe's attempt on Su Xiao's life is likely a ploy devised by the Ape clan. As for the matters at Piaomiao Sect, none are to interfere. Let Su Xiao handle it himself. The 2 administrators exchanged another glance, still bewildered. Previously, the death of Saratobi was followed by the emergence of a 9th-tier divine fox. If this situation remains unchecked, a great battle may inevitably ensue. One cannot help but wonder what plans the city lord has in mind. The 2 sighed and took their leave. Inside the chamber, the enchanting and ethereal Miao Yu smiled faintly. The commotion is still insufficient. A vixen from the fox tribe? The monkey clan is not entirely foolish. However, Miao Yu felt a twinge of confusion. According to the rumors, one such as Su Xiao, a notorious lecher, should be easily dealt with by the fox tribe. It seems that rumors cannot be wholly trusted. In the depths of the 10,000 demon city, within the residence of the monkey clan, a hidden chamber held the serious expressions of Yuan Hua, adorned in splendid garments, accompanied by several elders. Young master, are we truly not informing the king and the marshal? One elder inquired, his face etched with concern. Yuan Hua exhaled deeply, murmuring, what nonsense is there to say? My father and second uncle are in seclusion, and it is uncertain when they will emerge. By the time they do, our clan will have become a laughingstock among the demon races. That accursed tiger dolly just came here to mock me. How can I endure this? Su Xiao? He must perish. His eyes glinted with malice, his tone laced with deadly intent. To dare slay so many of the monkey clan's divine transformation practitioners is an invitation to death. Yuan Hua could not allow Su Xiao to live another moment. He must uphold the dignity of the monkey clan. Before him, a magnificent sight unfolded. A long red iron staff stood proudly upon a resplendent jade platform, suffused with radiant multicolored light that illuminated the entire chamber. The ends of the staff were encased in gold, exquisitely crafted. Surrounding it was a subtle yet profound aura of the laws, brimming with mystery. This was the ancestral treasure of the monkey clan, the celestial Rui staff. Chapter 152. Chen Qing'er finds peace. The supreme staff of the ape clan, the unparalleled treasure, radiated boundless spiritual power as Yuan Hua gazed upon the celestial staff with eyes gleaming with fervor. The celestial staff of my ape clan possesses unmatched power, comparable to the peak of God transformation when wielded by me alone. If employed as the focal point of the celestial staff formation, even a void refinement practitioner could be engaged in battle. Yuan Hua sneered, his teeth clenched. That Su Xiao, an insignificant nascent soul, armed merely with a few God transformation talismans, would be as defenseless as a feeble creature beneath the might of the celestial staff formation. Nearby, several elder members of the ape clan furrowed their brows. The agreement between the human and demon races had long prohibited the involvement of void refinement practitioners in battle. While it was feasible to utilize the celestial staff formation alone, Deploying the celestial staff formation to summon the power of void refinement could invite unwanted intervention from the human side if discovered. With the king and general currently in seclusion, the ape clan's strength in this regard was somewhat lacking. Yuan Hua observed the expressions of the elders and chuckled. Rest assured, esteemed elders, we shall choose a location with fewer people, set up the celestial staff formation, and swiftly lure that Su Xiao into our trap for a quick extermination. That old lecher is despised by all in the human realm. They will likely turn a blind eye to our actions. One elder interjected, young master. Su Xiao is cunning and wily. Even the Fox clan has failed to capture him. How can we possibly lure him into the formation? The atmosphere grew tense among the elders. If they were to proceed in this manner, it posed the greatest challenge. Ha ha ha. Yuan Hua laughed heartily. Although that old lecher is indeed lecherous, I have heard he treats his women quite well and is generous with resources. If we secretly capture one of his women, I surmise he will come to her rescue out of pride. At that moment, we can slay him within the formation. The elders fell silent, their expressions revealing deep contemplation. If the ape clan must eliminate Su Xiao, then the celestial staff formation would undoubtedly succeed without the intervention of void refinement practitioners. Using the enemy's woman as bait was indeed a brilliant strategy, striking at the heart of the opponent's vulnerabilities. Ha ha ha. Competing wits with me? Old lecher, you are still too naive. Yuan Hua laughed with arrogance. However, young master, capturing Su Xiao's woman may not be so simple, one elder expressed worry. Whether at the 100 Herbs Sect's Spirit Mine or Iron Curtain City, it would be a formidable task. Yuan Hua scoffed, confidence radiating from his gaze. It is said that Su Xiao has long been targeted in Iron Curtain City. Capturing his woman? There is no need for our ape clan to act. Esteemed elders, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. Simply select a concealed location, set up the formation, and await Su Xiao's demise. Yuan Hua's expression brimmed with insatiable desire and fervor. Old dog, this time, I shall witness your downfall. Ha ha ha. At the 100 Herbs Sect's Spirit Mine, Chen Qing'er emerged after absorbing the essence of a transformation pill, only to overhear various rumors about her master and Su Xiao. Standing before her master Lu Li's door, her beautiful eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Master, have you also chosen to walk this path? Chen Qing'er's delicate, charming visage bore a trace of melancholy, a hint of confusion, and a touch of acceptance. Her figure, ensconced in a black dress, was exquisitely alluring, and her warm, fair skin was flawless in its delicacy. She gently pushed the door open and gracefully entered. Master, your disciple has come to visit you. Upon catching the peculiar fragrance wafting through the room and seeing Lu Li, who lay on the bed, cultivating for recovery, her expression stiffened, and she knelt by the bed in a daze. Lu Li, seated in meditation, opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze tinged with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. She had already consumed the nourishment pill and donned a green dress. Her fair, refined face still bore a lingering blush. Her perfectly proportioned figure felt a slight discomfort. Qing'er, you have arrived. Her tone carried an air of resignation. Upon meeting her disciple's gaze, Lu Li understood that the truth was known. Master, there is no need to say more, Qing'er. My dealings with Elder Su are merely transactional. My lifespan is limited, and I lack the strength for the immortal path. As Lu Li spoke, she felt an unfamiliar embarrassment before her disciple for the first time. Her enchanting countenance flushed deeper as she regarded her disciple, her heart awash with indescribable emotions. Both disciple and master found themselves in a similar plight. If word spread, the Piaomiao Sect would be utterly shamed. Yet, for the sake of the immortal path, she held no regrets. Master, Chen Qing'er knelt closer, embracing Lu Li as tears streamed down her cheeks. Master, Elder Su is a good man. He will not treat us poorly. What you are doing will surely enable you to traverse further along the immortal path. Reaching the realm of refining void is certainly within grasp. Though tears flowed, Lu Li felt an inexplicable joy within her heart. The greatest fear regarding her relationship with Elder Su was that her master might disapprove, deeming her unworthy to be his disciple. Now, everything was resolved. Her beloved master acknowledged her choice, and there was no longer a need to worry about dwindling lifespans. Master could remain by her side forever. Lu Li, observing her disciple's emotional state, sighed deeply and caressed her head, saying, Ah, the whims of fate. Qing'er, I will prepare Baichao porridge for Elder Su. You shall deliver it. Regardless of circumstances, Elder Su has bestowed upon us great resources. We must treat him well before his departure. Chen Qing'er nodded through her tears. Yes, master. In Su Zhao's chamber, he had consumed the soul-condensing pill returned by the system. Following its ingestion, the consciousness within his nascent soul felt as if it had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming extraordinarily refined and significantly enhanced. His awareness could now meticulously observe even the tiniest of insects. Truly, the pill returned by the system was remarkable. Sitting on the meditation cushion, Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved the binding dragon rope, a treasure returned by the golden light amulet. The rope glowed a brilliant yellow, surrounded by celestial radiance. The system has completely refined this magical artifact for him. With a mere thought, the dragon binding rope unfurled and encircled Su Xiao. Indeed, it was a quintessential binding treasure. He firmly believed that even a void refinement practitioner would find it impossible to escape once ensnared by the dragon binding rope. After retracting the rope, he resumed his meditative cultivation. As dusk settled, Chen Qing'er, clad in a black dress, arrived to deliver porridge. She respectfully greeted the elder, her strikingly beautiful face adorned with a faint blush. The thought of her master's connection with Elder Su made her shy, causing her to avert her gaze. It was far too embarrassing. Su Xiao, with a glance at her expression, discerned the underlying sentiment. Rumors must be circulating outside, and Qing'er was likely aware of them. Rest assured, Qing'er, both you and your master shall reach the great realm of void refinement, Su Xiao said with a slight smile, exuding an ethereal charm. Hearing his words, Chen Qing'er's face brightened as she placed the porridge on the table. Subsequently, she stepped forward and embraced Su Xiao, the fragrant scent of the young girl enveloping him. Elder, I hope you will treat my master kindly. She has toiled for Piaomiao Sect her entire life. Enduring over 2 millennia of solitude, my master has endured so much. Su Xiao sighed lightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. It is only right. Chen Qing'er's blush deepened as they naturally drew closer to one another. Elder, I love you, Chen Qing'er confessed, her face flushed, her eyes brimming with affection. Unlike her master, she truly harbored feelings for Elder Su. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. Chapter 153. The kidnapping of Lu Lingling. Su Xiao returned to the spiritual mind of Piaomiao Sect, his demeanor radiating satisfaction as he sat in meditation upon the mat. A few days prior, he had journeyed back to Iron Curtain City and the mysterious Mist Sect, bestowing pills upon the Daughters of Fortune while cherishing their company. Upon reaching the mysterious Mist Sect, his junior sister, Dugu Ling, had already entered seclusion to break through to the realm of void refinement. In summary, the spatial repository had decreased by 30 essence gold pills, while he had gained 10 infant transformation pills, 40 spirit refinement pills, and 70 void heaven pills. The total of spirit refinement pills had reached 170, void heaven pills had reached 186, and infant transformation pills exceeded 400. He had also gifted 300 high-grade spirit stones, returning over 4,000 high-grade spirit stones, bringing his total to more than 17,000. With a hearty laugh, Su Xiao felt assured in his steady progress along the immortal path. However, a sudden thought darkened his expression. During this return to the mysterious Mist Sect, he had visited the library and meticulously examined various texts. Within, he discovered scant records regarding the Second Thunder Tribulation. The rarity of these accounts was due to the fact that throughout history, no one had successfully endured the Second Thunder Tribulation. The reason for this was clear. The Second Thunder Tribulation was vastly different from the first, possessing a power that far surpassed it, potentially exceeding tenfold. The exact magnitude remained unknown, for no cultivator had survived the Second Thunder Tribulation. Su Xiao furrowed his brows, his countenance reflecting unease. He now understood why. Despite his formidable strength, no one believed he could return to the immortal realm. It was due to this very reason. Stroking his goat-like beard, Su Xiao contemplated deeply. Based on the power of the first Spirit Refinement Thunder Tribulation, he felt confident that his current abilities would allow him to pass through without relying on artifacts. Even if the Second Thunder Tribulation were 10 times stronger, he believed that with the might of his artifacts, he could manage. Yet, the true fear lay in the possibility that the Second Thunder Tribulation could be even more formidable than tenfold. Even with a system, one only had a single life to spare. It was imperative to prepare thoroughly before attempting to face the thunder tribulation again. A flicker of contemplation passed through Su Xiao's eyes. Before the second spirit refinement thunder tribulation, he needed to continue enhancing his arsenal of artifacts. In the face of the thunder tribulation, artifacts were crucial. As long as he possessed enough, he would surely withstand the final divine thunder. Surely, it could not surpass the might of the void refinement thunder tribulation, could it? With a soft chuckle, Su Xiao set his sights on a goal. He resolved to reach a level where he could withstand the void refinement thunder tribulation before daring to summon the heavenly thunder for the second spirit refinement thunder tribulation. Upon introspecting his cultivation, he estimated that with another 2 to 3 months of practice, he would reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm. There was no need to rush. He would proceed steadily. With a plan in place, Su Xiao began to cultivate the mysterious mist longevity technique. In the afternoon, 2 female cultivators soared towards the spiritual mine of Piaomiao Sect on their swords. Their expressions were urgent as they inquired about Su Xiao's whereabouts upon arrival. Elder Su, it is dire. Junior sister Lu has been kidnapped. The 2 women, adorned in simple robes and appearing unremarkable, were senior sisters of Lu Lingling from the Emerald Mountain Sect. Upon entering the room, they immediately knelt before Su Xiao. What? Kidnapped? Su Xiao blinked, his brows slightly furrowing. The Iron Curtain City was heavily guarded. How could a living person be kidnapped? The 2 women urgently produced a recording spirit stone and handed it to Su Xiao. Elder, my junior sister has just broken through to the core formation stage and has been stabilizing her realm in her room these past few days. This morning, when we brought her meals, she was gone. All that remained was this recording spirit stone. Su Xiao accepted it and infused it with spiritual energy. The image revealed a figure clad in black, wearing a mask. Su Xiao, if you wish to save Lu Lingling, come alone to the bone gorge of the 10,000 great mountains. Just a single phrase, the masked figure S features obscured. Seeking death. Su Xiao's expression darkened, and with a sharp crack, he crushed the recording spirit stone into powder. How dare they lay hands on someone of mine? This band of ruffians is truly tired of living. The 2 women kneeling before him felt the overwhelming aura of Su Xiao and trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Thank you for your trouble. Exhaling deeply, Su Xiao handed each of them a nourishing gold pill. You 2 should return to Iron Curtain City and wait. I will bring Lu Lingling back. The women's faces lit up with joy. They hurriedly accepted the pills, bowing repeatedly before Su Xiao, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su. Thank you, Elder Su. Indeed, being in Lu Shimi's company brings prosperity. Once the 2 departed, Su Xiao rose, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. Detected enemy of fortune, Yuan Hua. Identity, young master of the Yuan clan. Task issued. Eliminate the young master of the Yuan clan. Task reward. Guaranteed 10-fold critical hit on the next gift, Yuan Hua. As he pondered, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Realizing the implications, Su Xiao sneered coldly, his gaze brimming with authority. Without even needing the system's confirmation, he was already aware that the Yuan clan was most likely behind this abduction. Now that the system had affirmed it, it was clear that Lu Lingling had indeed been kidnapped by the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan. It seems their existence is no longer warranted. With a note made in his mind, Su Xiao had already sentenced the Yuan clan to death. They are truly courting disaster. Deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, several thousand miles north of Iron Curtain City, near the city of 10,000 Beasts, lay a gorge. The gorge was filled with bleached bones and remnants of decayed corpses. Swarms of insects buzzed around the still fresh flesh, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an infernal realm, reeking of decay. This was the Bone Gorge, a forbidden area within the 10,000 Great Mountains. It harbored a curse that claimed any living creature entering it without sufficient cultivation would never escape, ultimately succumbing to the curse and becoming a pile of bones. A brilliant, multicolored sword light descended from the heavens. Su Xiao had arrived, landing in the center of the gorge. For cultivators at the core formation stage or above, the gorge's curse held little power. The location was indeed rather disgusting. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld a mountain of corpses. Lu Lingling must be terrified. A twinge of worry gripped his heart. Lu Lingling was his woman, his destined companion. He could not bear the thought of any harm befalling her. Nor could he allow her to be intimidated. With a heightened sense of awareness, Su Xiao soared forward on his sword. Elder Su, you truly came. Oh, how could you? They intend to harm you, elder. You shouldn't have come. Lu Lingling was bound to a desolate tree, surrounded by the skeletal remains swarming with insects. As she beheld Su Xiao descend, the ethereal beauty of his visage brought forth a torrent of tears. The sight of the surrounding corpses failed to frighten her, but the arrival of Su Xiao overwhelmed her with emotion. Su Xiao swiftly approached, conjuring the flames of the three mystical fires to sever the ropes binding Lu Lingling. Lingling, are you unharmed? With a gentle and warm smile, he enveloped her in his embrace. Her delicate form, poised and blossoming, radiated youthful charm, her flushed cheeks imbued with a striking beauty. The fragrant essence of the young maiden contrasted starkly with the surrounding stench of decay. Elder, oh, you shouldn't have come. Lu Lingling wept against Su Xiao's shoulder, her eyes filled with profound concern. It was the demon clan. They aimed to harm the elder. Wiping away her tears, her milk-white cheeks were etched with worry. It's a trivial matter, Su Xiao reassured her, stroking her head. The elder will vanquish them all. No one shall lay a hand on my woman. Hearing this, Lu Lingling's face flushed with warmth, and gazing at the handsome Su Xiao, an overwhelming sense of security surged within her. Ah ha ha, Su Xiao, who would have thought you would venture into the Bone Gorge for a female cultivator? Should I call you foolish? Or simply say you are foolish? Ah ha ha. Amid their embrace, 9 figures emerged in the sky. Among them stood one, wielding a fiery golden staff, with short black hair and adorned in a brocade robe, his black tail swaying in the wind, exuding the formidable aura of the 9th layer of transformation. Chapter 154. The Might of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Beside the young man, with flowing black hair, stood 8 venerable elders clad in robes, each accompanied by a long tail that swayed behind them. The 9 figures in the sky were all practitioners of the ape clan, adept in the transformation of divine essence. Ah ha ha ha, the celestial divine staff array. Before Su Xiao could respond, Yuan Hua let out a hearty laugh, brandishing a fiery red staff that radiated an ethereal glow. In an instant, the staff struck the ground and began to expand at an astonishing rate. Within just a few breaths, it transformed into a colossal pillar, thick enough for 10 men to embrace. Multicolored rays of light erupted, and a beam of golden light burst forth from the gilded end of the giant pillar, swiftly forming a luminous array that enveloped all present. Ah ha ha ha, Su Xiao, our ape clan's celestial divine staff is an unparalleled treasure. No matter how many divine talismans you possess, you cannot escape the clutches of death. Yuan Hua's voice was filled with fury. How dare you slay several of our foremost warriors? How dare you kill our great general? You are courting death, Su Xiao. Today, I shall act as the hand of justice, eradicating you, this perverse old demon who incites the wrath of both man and deity. After casting the celestial divine staff, Yuan Hua unleashed a torrent of threats. His body began to swell rapidly, soon transforming into a terrifying giant ape towering dozens of feet high, its sleek black fur glistening ominously. The immense black tail whipped through the air, and its long snout revealed sharp fangs, exuding an overwhelming aura. The 8 elders surrounding him glowed with golden light, darting like shooting stars to the 8 cardinal points of the array, each wielding a gilded staff that they thrust into the ground, sending it soaring skyward to stabilize the formation. The air crackled with the profound and inscrutable energies of the array as countless golden staff shadows spiraled above. Under the might of the celestial divine staff array, the entire Bone Gorge was engulfed in an overwhelming surge of power. Quite well prepared indeed. Su Xiao chuckled coldly, waving a hand. Beneath his feet, the Xiantian 8 trigrams array manifested, enveloping him and Lu Lingling in a radiant white glow. Elder Lu Lingling was nearly dazed by the swirling golden staff shadows surrounding them. It was too powerful. She felt her understanding of the demonic arrays might falter. It seemed that a single strike from those rotating golden shadows would reduce her to ashes. Fear not. Su Xiao turned to her with a reassuring smile. These demons may be loud, but their abilities are limited. Once the elders deal with them, I will ensure your safe return to Iron Curtain City. Lu Lingling's cheeks flushed, her delicate hands tightly clutching Su Xiao's robe as she nodded repeatedly. She had unwavering faith in the elder. As long as he was by her side, she felt utterly secure. Old demon, die. The massive black ape, Yuanhua, stood at the array's core, conjuring a gigantic golden staff in his grasp. With a fierce swing, he struck towards Su Xiao. The Shintian 8 trigrams array blazed brightly, the white light flickering as it steadfastly absorbed the nearly formidable blow that approached with the weight of the void. As the pure golden staff descended, its speed gradually diminished. Ultimately, it could not breach the 2 layers of primordial true energy unleashed by Su Xiao, halting several zhang above. My goodness! Su Xiao, I am genuinely impressed by your defensive measures. However, this is merely an appetizer. What follows is the true might of this divine staff formation. How could my ape clan possibly lack preparation to eliminate you? Ah ha ha ha! The golden staff, conjured by the giant ape, began to swing incessantly, striking towards Su Xiao's Shintian Bagua array time and again. The 8 elders of the ape clan manifested their spiritual power, leveraging the might of the celestial staff technique, raising their hands. 8 equally thick golden staffs materialized above their heads. Su Xiao, you have repeatedly offended my ape clan. Today marks your demise. You have slain our general, killed our kin. Do you think my ape clan is merely clay to be molded? Die. A mere 1,000 years. A mere 9th-level nascent soul, relying on a few magical artifacts and talismans, so arrogant and brazen. Those who offend my ape clan shall be punished, no matter the distance. The 8 elders cackled heartily, their eyes gleaming with disdain. They were only concerned that Su Xiao would not so easily walk into his doom. But now, he was ensnared within the divine staff formation, like a fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. To dare kill a member of the ape clan is to court death. The young master's schemes are unmatched in the world. Boom! The 8 golden staffs descended with the force to annihilate heaven and earth, striking towards Su Xiao. The Shintian Bagua array illuminated brilliantly, resisting the relentless onslaught under Su Xiao's utmost exertion. Nearby, Lu Lingling's complexion turned ashen, her delicate form trembling. Such overwhelming power, should just one staff penetrate, both she and the elder would meet a grim fate. Su Xiao maintained a composed demeanor, setting aside other matters. The 9 staffs attacking in unison indeed possessed the might of virtual refinement. The Shintian Bagua array could endure, but if subjected to such relentless pounding, its collapse was merely a matter of time. A group of foolish monkeys, they did not anticipate the existence of a golden hoop, nor the intricacies of formations. With a scoff, Su Xiao retrieved a black talisman from his spatial repository. The moment the black talisman was revealed, an immense and overwhelming aura of virtual refinement emanated, causing the 9 monkeys to freeze in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment. This was the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman of the 9th level of virtual refinement. He had only employed it once before. After that occasion, the entire Xiaonin sect had vanished without a trace. Not even a splinter of wood or a tile remained. This was the supreme might of the 9th level of virtual refinement. Without the necessary means, how could Su Xiao possibly venture alone to rescue someone? He is not foolish. Wait, what kind of talisman is that? Did you not possess only transformation talismans? The ape Huasheng, transformed into a giant ape, was left bewildered. The 8 elders positioned at the cardinal points of the grand array were equally perplexed. Each of them served as pivotal nodes in the divine staff formation, all at the late stage of the transformation realm. Upon merely sensing the formidable power contained within the black talisman held by Su Xiao, one instantly comprehended its extraordinary caliber. Could this possibly be a transformation talisman? Such an overwhelming aura of void refinement. They had not even encountered such potent might from either the king or the marshal. What on earth is this? The old lecher has produced something extraordinary. As Su Xiao gazed at the bewildered 9 monkeys, a smile graced his lips as he stroked his beard and remarked, "Who told you that I possess only transformation talismans? Having excavated a grand cultivation cave, do I not deserve to wield a void refinement talisman?" He found little inclination to engage in further banter with these foolish creatures. With a surge of spiritual energy, the black talisman transformed into a wisp of azure smoke that dissipated into the ether. Immediately following this, the spiritual energy in the sky began to converge with a fervor, resembling a black hole that absorbed the immense spiritual force from a radius of several dozen miles. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, blocking out the sun. Endless arcs of lightning surged and roiled. Terrifying and profound waves of void refinement energy cascaded downwards, enveloping the entire bone gorge in an atmosphere thick with dread and impending doom. What on earth? A void refinement talisman, and such a powerful one at that. No, This cannot be. The giant ape felt the void divine thunder aimed directly at him from the heavens. An overwhelming fear spread through his lantern-like eyes, filled with bloodshot terror and despair of death. Xiao, by the heavens, what have you done? Chapter 155. The annihilation of the 9 ape elders. The transformation of Ape Hua into a colossal ape had nearly rendered him senseless. The overwhelming pressure of the void refinement from the sky was so immense that, even in his current form as a giant ape, it was uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught of this formidable talisman. Xiao, how could he have secretly concealed such a talisman? This is outrageous. The sheer cunning of that old lecher is infuriating. The 8 elders of the ape clan appeared ashen, their faces draining of color as they felt the impending descent of the void refinement thunder. They were paralyzed with fear, their limbs trembling. No, the void refinement talisman. How could Xiao possess such a thing? This is something that could not possibly exist in the Panlong continent. What kind of lair has he unearthed? Young master, the situation has changed. We must retreat immediately. Panic-stricken, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically, their anxiety palpable. Although the heavenly divine staff array possessed the might of the void refinement, under the overwhelming force of such divine thunder, its destruction would be instantaneous. If they did not flee, they would face total annihilation. Xiao, you treacherous rogue. Concealed your abilities, did you? No. Yet they were already out of options. The colossal arcs of electricity within the dark clouds flickered one last time before the divine thunder was unleashed. Boom. A thunderous bolt of divine retribution descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the golden light array of the heavenly divine staff. The massive purple thunderbolt struck like a giant pillar of light, shattering the array into countless fragments in an instant. The divine thunder continued its relentless assault, engulfing the 9 terrified members of the ape clan. Retreat. As the terrifying aftershock surged forth, Xiao activated the Xiantian 8 trigrams array with all his might. In the moment the light array shattered, he retreated at breakneck speed. The void refinement thunder was approaching, and if he were caught too close, the Xiantian 8 trigrams array might fail to protect him. Wrapped in a cocoon of white light from the array, Xiao and Lu Lingling were flung away like a piece of cotton candy, hurtling through the air before finally crashing to the ground. The sheer power of the strike was astonishing. Regaining his footing, Xiao sighed heavily while holding the trembling Lu Lingling, whose delicate form quivered with fear. This was a terror that exceeded her comprehension. Elder Su is truly formidable. Clinging to his neck, Lu Lingling's youthful visage flushed with warmth, a testament to her admiration for her elder. In the distance, the divine thunder raged. The massive purple lightning pillar endured for an entire 10 breaths. Within the first breath alone, the 8 ape clan elders were reduced to mere ashes amidst the boundless dread and despair, along with the 8 golden staffs beside them, all obliterated into nothingness. No. The transformed giant ape Hua was engulfed within that infinite power of the thunderous light pillar. A colossal head emerged, casting a final glance at Xiao, filled with boundless resentment and despair, before the giant ape's form was utterly obliterated by the lightning. Xiao, even in death, I shall not spare you. 10 breaths later, the lightning dissipated and the dark clouds in the sky parted. Sunlight cascaded down upon a vast pit below. What was once a valley strewn with skeletal remains had been transformed into a desolate wasteland by the celestial thunder. Nothing remained, only a charred, blackened expanse, emanating wisps of smoke. The 9 members of the ape clan, including Yuan Hua, had been completely eradicated, not even a single hair left behind, annihilated by divine lightning. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, slaying the ape clan's young master, Yuan Hua. Task reward. The next gift will surely yield a 10,000-fold critical strike. It was over, and rather swiftly. Xiao gently set down the bewildered Lu Lingling and retracted the Xiantian Bagua array. He then soared forward, arriving beside the towering Rui staff. The fire-red, gilded staff, now devoid of its master, had transformed into a long pole standing as tall as a person. An enigmatic aura still swirled around it. The divine lightning had not marred its integrity. The staff was impressively sturdy, truly worthy of being a magical artifact. Xiao withdrew the Rui staff and placed it into his spatial vault. This artifact was not something the system would return. His current strength was insufficient to refine it. He would need to reach the God transformation realm to begin to wield its might. Humph, daring to abduct my fated daughter, you must be weary of life. Xiao scoffed, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. The figure in black from the previous vision stone, judging by his tone, did not seem to be a practitioner of the ape clan. Could he possibly be a traitor from the human race? As he stroked his goat beard, he felt an increasing sense of unease. The demon clan would hardly have the audacity to brazenly kidnap individuals in Iron Curtain City. That figure in black might indeed be a human practitioner. Was it yet another scheme by the treacherous Yuan Hao? A murderous intent surfaced in his gaze, and his expression darkened. The breaking heaven demon sect shall face annihilation. He noted this down in his small ledger, condemning the sect to the same fate. However, now was not the opportune moment to act. Firstly, there was insufficient evidence. Secondly, it was not the right time to engage in war with the demonic path. Although he possessed the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, it was a one-time use item. Once expended, it would be gone. At present, the utmost priority was to diligently cultivate and overcome the second thunder tribulation of the god transformation realm. Elder. Lu Lingling's youthful and charming face flushed slightly as she gazed at Xiao approaching. Her delicate form trembled with excitement. Elder, you are truly formidable. I admire you so much. You came here alone to rescue me. Elder is so kind to me. Haha, Lingling, it is but a small matter. Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Let us return to Iron Curtain City. Lu Lingling nodded enthusiastically. Then, she suddenly leaped into Xiao's embrace. A sweet fragrance enveloping him. The two soared through the skies on Xiao's vibrant flying sword, heading towards Iron Curtain City. The ape clan had indeed chosen a rather advantageous location for themselves. A smirk played on Xiao's lips. With the demise of these 9 significant figures from the clan, they were bound to be furious. Yet, this remote locale, devoid of any other cultivators, provided an excellent cover. Who could possibly attribute their deaths to him? Ah, how secure. As dusk approached, they arrived at the residence of the Emerald Mountain Gate in Iron Curtain City. Elder Su, you have returned with junior sister so swiftly. The 2 senior sisters gasped in astonishment, gazing at Xiao and Lu Lingling as they stepped inside. Hastily bowing in respect. Just a bunch of petty thieves, a trivial matter, Xiao replied with a slight smile, waving his hand dismissively. Elder Su is indeed imposing. The two were filled with joy. As long as junior sister was unharmed, they could continue to serve and reap the benefits. Go prepare dinner. I will dine with Lingling today. Yes, yes. They bowed respectfully and hurried away to make preparations. Lu Lingling ushered Xiao into her room, which was exquisitely decorated and suffused with a delicate fragrance. Kneeling before Xiao, her cheeks flushed with shyness, she said, Elder, Lingling is profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. Xiao chuckled. Lingling, why must we speak of such things between us? It was only right. Lu Lingling gazed at Xiao, whose demeanor was strikingly refined, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. Chapter 156. The arrangement for Lu Lingling. Before me stands Lu Lingling, adorned in a resplendent white dress, exuding youthful charm. Her skin, as smooth and flawless as fresh cream, complements her slender and graceful figure, reminiscent of an enchanting neighbor girl. Xiao retrieves 10 essence gold pills from the spatial vault and, with a smile, presents them to her. Lingling, I intended to visit you a few days ago, but you were at a pivotal moment in breaking through to the golden core stage. So I refrained from disturbing you. Take these 10 essence gold pills for your cultivation, and when you have used them, the elders will provide you with more. Lu Lingling accepts the essence gold pills with her delicate, fair hands, her beautiful eyes brimming with an indescribable joy. Elder, you are truly too kind to me. Overcome with excitement, she steps forward and embraces Xiao. Instantly, the scent of youthful fragrance envelopes him. Holding her petite form, Xiao playfully pinches her cheek and reassures her, Lingling, since you have chosen to follow me, your resources will never be lacking. The transformation to nascent soul will be a mere formality. Upon hearing the term nascent soul, Lu Lingling trembles with exhilaration. Such realms were once beyond her wildest dreams. How effortlessly the elder speaks of them. Gazing at the essence gold pills in her hands, her cheeks flush with warmth. And she feels that meeting Elder Su in this lifetime is indeed a blessing earned from a previous existence. Carefully storing the essence gold pills, she gazes at the strikingly ethereal Xiao, her cheeks flushed as she musters her courage to say, Elder, I wish to serve you. Upon receiving his consent, her heart races uncontrollably. With a shy, trembling gesture, she extends her fair hand to assist him in shedding his garments. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 essence gold pills, triggering the 10,000-fold critical hit, returning 3,000 Dao Pills. Half an hour later, the two senior sisters have prepared a meal and approach to inform him. However, as they draw near, they overhear some commotion. Instantly, their faces flush crimson, their eyes filled with envy. How enviable! Junior sister, your luck in this life is truly extraordinary. No, why am I not as beautiful as junior sister? Heaven, you are utterly unfair. A wave of impotent rage surges within them, and they reflect on their plight. Yet, what can they do? For now, they can only linger by the junior sister's side and sip soup, lest they end up with nothing to drink. The next morning, Xiao dons his attire. Lu Lingling lies in bed, her charming face still flushed. Lingling, Iron Curtain City is the front line for humanity. Remaining here poses certain dangers. Xiao contemplates. How about this? You and your two senior sisters should leave Iron Curtain City and head to the Piaomiao Sect. Upon your arrival, seek out the external law elder, Lu Danian, and temporarily become his registered disciple. Once you're familiar with the sect's environment, I will arrange for you to join the inner sect, thus becoming a disciple of the Piaomiao Sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingling's face radiates with delight. The Piaomiao Sect stands as the pinnacle of righteousness in the cultivation world, the sect that she once dared not even dream of. To her astonishment, with a single utterance from the elder, she was granted the opportunity to cultivate within the Piaomiao Sect. Ling Ling expressed her profound gratitude to the elder, her heart brimming with joy. She yearned to rise and kneel in reverence, yet her body felt somewhat unwell, so she offered her heartfelt thanks from her bed. Xiao waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, it is but a trifling matter. Once you are ready in a few days, proceed to the Piaomiao Sect, and there will be someone to receive you. With that, Xiao stepped forward, playfully pinching her cheek before departing. He instructed the two senior sisters outside the door. Take good care of her. In a few days, you shall accompany her to the Piaomiao Sect as outer disciples. The two women, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement and joy. They bowed repeatedly before Xiao, exclaiming, Thank you, Elder Su. Thank you, Elder Su. Rest assured, Elder, our junior sister shall be our esteemed charge. We will care for her diligently for all our days. Their exhilaration and delight were palpable. Who would have imagined that by following their junior sister, they could also become disciples of the Piaomiao Sect? Truly wonderful. It seemed that heaven was not too harsh on them after all. Drawing forth his seven-colored flying sword, Xiao soared away. En route to the spiritual mine of the Baijiao sect, Xiao retrieved a communication talisman. Danian, it is I, your Shirbois. Ahem. In a few days, if a female cultivator named Lu Lingling comes to the mountain gate to pay her respects, please accept her as a registered disciple and take good care of her. She has two senior sisters. Arrange for them to have outer disciple status and be by Lu Lingling's side to attend to her. Meanwhile, at the law enforcement hall of the Piaomiao sect, Lu Danyan, adorned in elder's robes, returned the communication talisman with a weary sigh, his eyes glazed over. Shirbois, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Lu Lingling, why have you brought her to our Piaomiao sect? The events in Iron Curtain City had become common knowledge among all the disciples. He felt exhausted. A foreboding sensation suddenly gripped Lu Danyan's heart. Today, it was Lu Lingling. What if there were others in the future? He did not wish to be such a master. Several days later, in Wanyao City, at the residence of the Monkey Clan, the remaining elders and leaders convened in the Roundwood Pavilion, each wearing expressions of despair and concern. What on earth is happening? What could possibly be the matter? The young master and the 8 elders have been away for 5 or 6 days. Why have they not returned? Our clan's treasured possession, the Tontian Rui staff, remains in the young master's hands. A frantic group of monkeys scratched their heads in anxiety. They could not sleep a wink until the young master returned. What could possibly be the reason? They did not even know where the young master had gone or what he was doing, and their communication talismans were unresponsive. When the young master departed, he left no instructions, leaving them in a state of utter helplessness. They were at a loss for where to seek assistance. This is intolerable. We must promptly inform the king and the others. If anything has befallen the young master or the supreme wand, our clan will face dire consequences. A middle-aged commander, in a state of desperation, wagged his tail faster than a windmill. Indeed, we must hasten to find the king and the marshal. They have been absent for so many days. Surely, something has happened. They rushed towards the underground chamber of the ape clan with a sense of urgency. Upon reaching the underground chamber and traversing several dimly lit rooms, they arrived at a stone door. Your Majesty, Marshal, the young master has gone missing. The supreme wand is also unaccounted for. The group knelt before the door in reverence, some individuals pale as death, trembling uncontrollably. After calling out for a while, the stone door finally creaked open, revealing two formidable figures emanating an overwhelming aura. Did I not instruct you that during my and the marshal's seclusion, you were not to disturb us? The voice, laced with fury, sent shivers down the spines of the assembled apes. None dared to lift their heads. They merely continued to bow, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the young master has gone missing. The supreme wand was taken by him. Missing? He took the wand. When did this transpire? 5 or 6 days ago. Your Majesty, the communication talismans are unresponsive. By all accounts, he should have returned long ago. Immediately dispatch all the monkeys from the gathering points to investigate. Within 3 days, I demand to see the ape Hua. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 157. Return of the evil-breaking Gungjin sword, spiritual mine of the 100 Herbs Sect, Su Xiao's chamber. He sat cross-legged on the mat, immersed in his cultivation. A few days prior, he had ingested 3,000 Dao Pills, successfully comprehending the path of purified water. Now, within the realm of water s Dao, he had grasped both the path of purified water and the path of weak water. One governed healing and blessings, while the other commanded destruction and corrosion. It appeared that the system had the ability to manipulate the comprehension of the Dao through the 3,000 Dao Pills. Truly, the system was quite remarkable. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the next return of 3,000 Dao Pills. Undoubtedly, the next Dao he would comprehend would be that of the waters of lakes and seas. The convergence of the three waters would likely enable him to master an unparalleled water-based divine ability. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Luli, donned in a flowing green dress, gently pushed the door open and entered, bearing a wooden tray atop, which steamed a fragrant bowl of herbal porridge. Elder Su, Qing'er is currently engaged in refining the infant transformation pill, so I have brought you the herbal porridge, she said. Lu Li's figure beneath her green skirt was increasingly alluring, her exposed skin radiating a luminous white. Her delicate face, unblemished and fair, bore a hint of rosy hue, and as her captivating eyes met Su Xiao's, she appeared somewhat flustered, awkward, and conflicted. With a graceful motion, she placed the herbal porridge on the table. Su Xiao rose with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Lu. It is of no trouble. The elder has been gracious to my master and me, so it is only right, Lu Li replied, her desire to depart evident, accompanied by a flicker of unease in her gaze. She felt unworthy to face Su Xiao, especially given her apprentice, Qing'er. The relationship between the master and disciple, she deemed it too shameful, a matter that should not tarnish her esteemed position as a venerable elder. Outside, the members of the 100 Herbs Sect regarded her with peculiar glances. Although they maintained a facade of respect, she could sense their judgment. The affair concerning her and Qing'er had evidently circulated through the sect, perhaps even reaching the 100 Herbs clan by now. Truly, it was a source of great embarrassment. Su Xiao seemed to ponder something and was about to call out to Lu Li when suddenly, a white shadow darted in through the door. The figure approached Lu Li, affectionately clinging to her delicate cloth shoes. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiao realized it was a fox, entirely covered in white fur. Is this your pet, Elder Lu? Su Xiao inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. The sight of the fox reminded him of the Fox Clan assassin by Jior. Noticing Su Xiao's altered expression, Lu Li quickly clarified. Elder Su, I discovered this fox near the spiritual mine some time ago when you were away. I examined it and found it to be an ordinary fox, devoid of any cultivation, likely separated from its kin. Seeing it was injured, I took it in to heal. Once it recovers, I will release it. Su Xiao nodded in understanding. Given Lu Li's profound cultivation, her assessment was likely accurate. It was merely a common creature from the 10,000 Great Mountains. He smiled as he observed the little white fox, its fur gleaming and adorable, its fluffy tail pristine and immaculate. The fox possessed a slender and agile form, its vertical pupils clear and ethereal. Its visage bore a hint of feminine allure, compelling Su Xiao's gaze to linger. Goodness! How is it that even a mere fox appears so enchanting now? Swallowing hard, Su Xiao shook his head internally. The fox's right front leg was wrapped in bandages, indicating an injury. Noticing this, Su Xiao smiled and said, Elder Liu, I have recently learned a healing technique. Allow me to give it a try. With that, he waved his hand, conjuring a sphere of crystal-clear water infused with rich spiritual energy, which materialized in his palm. This was purifying water. The luminescent sphere glimmered as it floated gently towards the white fox, enveloping the fox's slender right front limb. Within mere moments, the creature sensed a transformation in its body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Perhaps due to its recovering injury, the white fox was filled with exuberance, bouncing excitedly around Lu Li. In stark contrast to its previous awkwardness, the fox now exhibited signs of restored health. Lu Li's eyes sparkled as she unwrapped the bandages from the fox. The scars on its right front leg had entirely vanished, and new fur had even begun to grow. Thank you, Elder Su. The little fox was so pitiable. Thankfully, you came to its aid. A rare glimmer of joy illuminated Lu Li's gaze. Having spent years in solitude, she often brought injured animals home for treatment. It was nothing, merely a trifling matter. Su Xiao replied with a smile. Observing the relaxed expression on Lu Li's face, he continued, Elder Liu, this spiritual mind may have caught the attention of the ape clan. There is a possibility they may retaliate. Here is the supreme grade artifact, the Gongjin Radiant Sword, which complements the golden protective pendant I previously gifted you, one for offense and the other for defense, ensuring your safety. As he spoke, he retrieved a gleaming golden sword from his spatial storage. He was keen to offer it, as he required numerous magical artifacts to withstand the second tribulation of transformation. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting disbelief as she looked at Su Xiao. Elder, are you truly gifting me another supreme-grade artifact? A pure offensive sword at that. Elder, this is far too precious. Lu Li swallowed nervously, her fair cheeks tinged with a slight blush. She felt a surge of excitement, her breath quickening. She had never witnessed such generosity. It was as if supreme-grade artifacts were being given away without a thought. Each one was worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Su Xiao stroked his goatee with a smile, saying, It is of little consequence to me. Elder Liu, your safety is of utmost importance in my heart, far surpassing the value of this supreme-grade artifact. Lu Li's face turned crimson upon hearing his words, her heart racing at his heartfelt sentiment. Gazing at the imposing Gongjin Radiant Sword, she extended her delicate, pale hand to receive it, trembling with anticipation. Deep within, she yearned for it. With this supreme-grade sword, she would possess 3 such artifacts. The abundance of supreme-grade artifacts would significantly enhance her chances of successfully navigating the future tribulations of transformation. She could not refuse such a generous gift. Moreover, it seemed only natural that she and Su Xiao had taken each other's possessions. I am deeply grateful, Elder. Lu Li respectfully accepted the Gongjin Yaoguang sword and bowed to Su Xiao. Raising her head, she gazed at the strikingly handsome Su Xiao, and suddenly felt that he appeared increasingly charming with each glance. Recalling that previous night, her delicate and enchanting face flushed as red as a ripe apple. She felt flustered and dared not meet his gaze. She bit her lip in silence. Lu Li swallowed hard. The elder's kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Qing'er still requires several days for cultivation. For now, allow me to serve the elder. Lu Li was well aware of Su Xiao's intentions. He bestowed upon her an exceptional artifact for a reason. It was undoubtedly for her sake. The elder might be too shy to express it, but she could not remain unresponsive. After all, breaking through the void refinement stage would still depend on him. Moreover, she was willing now. With that, Lu Li turned her gaze towards Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection. Her perfectly curvaceous figure gracefully advanced, the alluring fragrance of medicinal herbs mingling with her own scent enveloping him. She melted into Su Xiao's embrace. Elder Liu, Su Xiao was taken aback. Please do not disdain me. Clinging to Su Xiao, the enchanting Lu Li exhaled softly, her face aglow. Su Xiao blinked, choosing not to say anything further. He closed the door and lifted her towards the bed. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting the Gongjin Yaoguang sword. This marks the first enhancement of the bond, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the artifact, the Gungjin sword of dispelling evil. In a corner of the room, a playful white fox had unknowingly sat down, seemingly lost in thought. Its clear, bright vertical pupils were now veiled by a faint red glow. In the enchanting room of the Fox clan's residence in Wanyao City, a breathtaking woman draped in red gauze blinked her beautiful eyes. Hee, truly a lecherous old man. To give away such an exquisite artifact so generously is indeed quite extravagant. With a soft chuckle, the beautiful woman's eyes shimmered with a red light. Intrigued by something she observed. Chapter 158. The 8 Great Demon Clans. An hour later, the enchanting woman in red gauze, dazed, wiped her exquisite eyes. My goodness, it was too much to bear. The human race, truly a shameless lot. Ceasing her incantation, the beautiful woman immediately closed her eyes to rest. Her stunning visage bore a hint of crimson, for she wished to gaze no more. She felt a slight sense of relief, grateful that Xiao had successfully summoned her doppelganger to escape. Otherwise, falling into the hands of that lecherous old man would have been unthinkable. The white fox doppelganger remained by Su Xiao's side. She merely wished to see what treasures the other possessed, capable of producing boundless vitality. What a torment! The following day, the city of 10,000 demons erupted in chaos. The young master of the ape clan, Yuan Hua, mysteriously vanished, prompting the entire ape clan to mobilize their 10,000 mountain troops in search. News of this reached the city of 10,000 demons, igniting fervent discussions among the 8 great demon clans. Wolf Clan. Whoa, what's the point of searching? It must be the work of the human race. Our demon clan is irreconcilable with the humans. Green Bull Clan. Alas, the ape clan has ascended to a realm of refinement, and now they float in arrogance. Look, retribution has arrived. They were warned to coexist peacefully with the humans, yet they persist in seizing the spiritual stones of others. Serpent Clan. Hiss. I heard that Yuan Hua took the ape clan's treasured staff, the heavenly rod, with him. Hiss. No need to guess. He must have perished at the hands of the humans, and the treasure has fallen into human hands. The ape clan, such incompetence. Hiss. Spirit Cat Clan. Meow. Anti-clan leader. The ape clan has lost lives. Their treasure is gone too. Oh, Auntie, why do you look even more beautiful today? Meow meow meow. Jade Rabbit Clan. Sister, have you heard? The young master of the ape clan, Yuan Hua, is dead, and the clan leader is nearly driven mad. Ha ha. Those foolish monkeys, why provoke the humans? Our 10,000 mountains are rich in resources. What more could they want? Sister, please bring me another 1,000-year carrot. White Fox Matriarch. Yuan Hua is missing? The treasure is lost? TSK. That old lecher, though a bit perverted, indeed possesses some skills. At the Tiger Clan's encampment, a tiger-headed demon cultivator gnawed on a bone, furrowing his brow. Damn, the humans dare to touch our clan's treasure, and even kill. They seek their own demise. The ape clan's leader, my Tiger King clan, shall deal with him. Before long, at the Iron Curtain City, the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What? The young master of the ape clan is missing? The treasure's whereabouts unknown. Su the old dog has returned safely to the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual mine? Upon hearing this news, Yu Wenhao was instantly stunned. He gazed at a black-robed elder before him, bewildered. What the hell? The young master of the ape clan arrived in person, wielding the heavenly rod, and couldn't manage this old dog. Not only was Yu Wenhao dumbfounded, but the black-robed elder in front of him was equally perplexed. Lu Lingling was his capture, entrusted to the ape clan. Given the ape clan's current state, it was clear that no one, not even the most formidable transformation cultivator, would return unscathed. Unexpectedly, the old demon Su returned to the spirit mine of the 100 Herbs Sect unscathed. The young master of the ape clan, Yuan Hua, and his entourage had seemingly vanished into thin air. No, it cannot be. How many transformation talismans does that old dog possess? Yu Wenhao was in disarray, his eyes brimming with disbelief. With the celestial treasure, the celestial rod, in hand, Yuan Hua's strength should have been nearly limitless, approaching the realm of the void refinement. How could he have been killed? By the heavens, that old dog is infuriating. He is utterly insufferable. How could he not have met his demise? Rising to his feet, Yu Wenhao's eyes blazed with fury, an inferno of rage. Yet, after a moment, he gradually regained his composure. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and sneered. Dare to covet the treasures of the ape clan? You seek your own death. Elder Sima, immediately spread the news of Su Shaoshan slaying Yuan Hua throughout Iron Curtain City. Once it spreads, the demon clan will surely learn of it. Let that old dog bask in the limelight for a moment longer. Soon, he shall be bathed in the endless wrath of the demon clan. Ha ha. Leap. Jump to your heart's content. Old dog, as long as I, Yuan Hao, am here, you shall ultimately perish in boundless despair and suffering. Ahaha. At the spirit mine of the 100 Herbs Sect, Su Xiao finished the herbal porridge that Lu Li had brought him and sat on the mat to cultivate. He had acquired another treasure, the breaking evil gung gold sword, which possessed the might to tear apart the heavens and the earth. In terms of offensive capability, it was not inferior to his southern Ming Li fire sword. Excellent. Once again, he had obtained a fine treasure to resist the heavenly tribulations. The ability to withstand the heavenly lightning was invaluable, and offensive treasures were equally beneficial. Had he possessed several fully refined supreme-grade artifacts during the heavenly tribulation, he would not have ultimately failed and experienced a drop in cultivation. Fortunately, the supreme-grade artifact lent to him by his junior sister, Dugu Ling, had saved his life, preventing him from being utterly obliterated by the heavenly lightning. The failure of the lightning tribulation was partly due to the artifacts, and partly due to Su Xiao's mediocre aptitude at the time, which hindered him from unleashing the full potential of the artifacts. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1012 years. Cultivation level: nascent soul 9th layer. Special physique: Dao body, primordial true qi, true dragon bloodline, heavenly jade bone. Divine powers: Samadhi true fire, weak water, pure water. Remaining lifespan: 297 years. Gazing at his character panel, Su Xiao continued to cultivate the ethereal longevity technique. Creak. The door was nudged open by something, and a white figure swiftly entered. Approaching Su Xiao's meditation spot, the white figure clung to his legs, seemingly quite fond of him, nuzzling against him and emitting adorable squeaks. Su Xiao smiled as he looked down. It was the little white fox saved by Lu Li. The fox's injuries had healed, its fur was snow white and beautiful, and its large fluffy tail swayed gracefully. Its visage radiated an alluring charm, and it exuded a captivating fragrance. This must be a female fox, Su Xiao thought, blinking in surprise. Without uttering a word, he seized the fox by its hind leg and lifted it for a closer inspection. Indeed, as suspected, nodding slightly, he gently set the white fox down. The sudden action startled the creature, and its beautiful eyes glimmered with a humanoid mixture of embarrassment and indignation, yearning to distance itself from this brazen figure. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, it suppressed its embarrassment and continued to perform diligently before Su Xiao. How delightful! It possesses quite the spirit. Su Xiao stroked his beard with a smile, feeling no disdain for the charming little white fox. Elder, I never anticipated that this white fox would come to you. Lu Li, adorned in a green dress, gently pushed the door open and gazed at the meditative Su Xiao, her delicate visage flushing slightly. The events of the previous day lingered vividly in her memory. Her eyes sparkled with affection, and her heart was no longer as tense. She had recovered swiftly, her condition much improved compared to the first time. With utmost respect, Lu Li entered, her curvaceous form cradling the white fox as she murmured, "Do not disturb the elder's cultivation. Little fox, since your injuries have healed, it is time for you to depart." Chapter 159. The Onslaught of the Demon Clan. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The white fox gazed at them with a personified sense of reluctance. It leapt from Lu Li's embrace and energetically flailed at Su Xiao's feet, seemingly expressing its affection for this savior, unwilling to part ways. "Ah, Elder Lu, this little white fox possesses a remarkable intelligence. Let it remain in the spirit mine for your companionship," Su Xiao remarked, stroking the soft fur of the white fox with a smile. Elder Lu, who often practiced in the spirit mine, could certainly use the added joy. Upon hearing this, Lu Li blinked her beautiful eyes. Since Su Xiao had spoken, she naturally wouldn't take refuse. The little fox is quite clever, aware of its desire to stay, and has taken the initiative to approach Elder Su. Lu Li added with a smile, "Little fox, since the elder has spoken, you shall stay well in the spirit mine. Now off you go." The little white fox's eyes sparkled with delight as it bounded out of the room, turning back to cast a secret glance at the two, its enchanting eyes shimmering with a sense of triumph. "Elder Su, this is a garment I have personally crafted for you," Lu Li then said, retrieving a splendid white robe from her storage bag. The robe emanated a gentle fragrance of herbs, captivating in its allure. Oh, Su Zhao's expression momentarily froze. Then he smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder Liu. Allow me to assist you in putting it on." Lu Li's delicate and charming face flushed with a rosy hue as she held the white robe, her graceful figure radiating a captivating herbal scent. "Indeed, my gray robe has grown somewhat worn," Su Xiao replied with an agreeable nod. He then rose and stepped before Lu Li, opening his arms wide. With a gentle demeanor, Lu Li blushed deeper as she removed Su Zhao's outer garment and slowly helped him don the white robe. Once attired, Su Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. The robe, adorned with cloud patterns, fit comfortably and seemed to resonate with a subtle spiritual energy, indicating it was a low-grade magical artifact with a slight defensive capability. "Thank you, Elder Liu. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated," Su Xiao said, patting the white robe and smiling at her. Lu Li's eyes sparkled with a contented smile. Crafting garments for the elder felt far from a burden. Rather, it filled her heart with an indescribable joy. The elder had been exceedingly kind to her, bestowing pills and exquisite magical artifacts. Simply serving him made her feel incapable of repaying his kindness. With over 40 years of life remaining, she wished to ensure that the elder enjoyed a perfect twilight of his years. A fragrant aura enveloped the air as Su Xiao admired Lu Li, whose flawless form bore a faint blush. He sighed with a smile, pulling her delicate figure into his embrace. Lu Li's cheeks turned crimson at once. This time, she did not resist. Instead, she raised her long, fair arms and embraced him in return. Elder, gazing at his ethereal and handsome visage, thoughts of his kindness flooded her mind. Her beautiful eyes grew misty, breath mingling with the scent of orchids as she leaned in closer. Outside the door, a small white fox lingered, peering through the gap in the window. "Goodness, it has returned. How soon was that?" This time, it spoke in human tongue, a furry little paw resting over its eyes, as if unable to bear the sight. "Little fox, what do you see?" Chen Qing'er had just completed her cultivation. Her first act was to pay a visit to Su Xiao. With grace and poise, her slender figure exuded elegance. She scooped up the little fox and discreetly glanced inside. Instantly, her beautiful cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes trembling with emotion. "Master." Embarrassed while clutching the small fox, she hurriedly fled, fearing discovery by the elders and her master. Half an hour later, a sudden commotion erupted from Su Zhao's spatial repository. He comforted Lu Li, who wore a flushed expression and had a dazed gaze, before retrieving the communication talisman. "Elder Su, there's trouble. Hurry back to Iron Curtain City. The 2 city lords have summoned you." The voice belonged to Elder Mu of the Piaomiao Sect. "Oh, they seek me?" Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "What is the matter?" He blinked, casually acknowledged, and then severed the connection. No need to rush. He would attend to it later. Turning, he embraced Lu Li once more. In Iron Curtain City, the inhabitants buzzed with speculation about Su Xiao. Yet this time, their expressions were filled with affirmation and praise. "Excellent. Old Demon Su has slain the young master of the ape clan. He has seized their divine artifact, the Heavenly Wish Staff. Truly a paragon of our human race." "Huh, what a relief. The demon race has been plundering our spirit stones lately. Who would have thought that old Demon Su would deliver a fatal blow to them? Indeed, he is the legendary bomb of our human race. With old Demon Su around, the demon clan must tremble in fear." The atmosphere among the cultivators was one of jubilation, as Su Xiao once again became the talk of the town. The young master of the ape clan, Yuan Hua, was well known. He was a top-tier cultivator at the 9th level of spirit transformation. No one expected him to meet his demise under the might of old Demon Su's talisman. Finally, a great service had been rendered to humanity. In that moment, no one dared to speak of Su Zhao's rumored relationships with female cultivators. It seemed as if the topic had been collectively disregarded, replaced entirely by commendation. Amidst the joyous crowd, a chilling presence descended from afar. As several terrifying auras approached Iron Curtain City, upon arrival, they unleashed an overwhelming pressure that rendered the air almost suffocating. Instantly, the faces of all cultivators within the city changed, their gazes drawn to the sky. Not good. The demon clan's formidable cultivators have arrived. In the heavens, 3 figures stood suspended in the air. Leading the way were 2 middle-aged men, their faces marred by fury. Behind them, enormous tails swayed menacingly. emanating an inexhaustible pressure that left the cultivators of Iron Curtain City gasping for breath. Following closely was a massive figure, a beastly man with the head of a tiger. His physique bulging with muscles, yet strangely incongruous due to his fearsome feline visage. The golden fur was dense and lustrous, and the sharp teeth instilled fear in those who beheld them. A prominent royal character adorned the forehead, exuding an overwhelming presence that even overshadowed the two nearby members of the ape clan. The trio consisted of the clan leader of the apes, the marshal of the ape clan, and the leader of the tiger clan, all formidable practitioners of the void refinement stage. And they had come to seek justice for the death of Yuanhua. May you, Yinji, come forth at once. The thunderous roar echoed, as the ape clan leader bellowed towards the Iron Curtain City below. He could not fathom that Su Xiao alone could have slain Yuanhua, who was accompanied by 8 elders and wielded the celestial staff. The celestial divine staff formation wielded the might of the void refinement. Surely, those two wretches had secretly aided Su Xiao in the assassination of Yuanhua and in seizing their treasured artifacts. The human race had violated their pact. They would not let this transgression go unpunished. The cultivators within Iron Curtain City were left pale and trembling, their bodies quaking under the immense pressure of the void refinement. It was overwhelmingly powerful. This was disastrous. The arrival of the demon race boded ill. Was it not stated that the intervention of void refinement practitioners was forbidden in the conflict between humans and demons? Why then had all these formidable void refinement experts come? Surely, it was the old demon Su who had slain Yuanhua and stirred up the chaos by stealing the ape clan's treasures. Did anyone not see that 2 void refinement representatives from the ape clan had arrived to demand an explanation? Alas, old demon Su, this is a grave predicament. How could he have provoked the void refinement demon cultivators to descend upon Iron Curtain City? Chapter 160. The enigmatic presence of Miaoyu. The cultivators within the city were nearly paralyzed with fear. Su Laoma, while the actions taken may have been satisfying, they have undoubtedly caused great suffering for them. Is Iron Curtain City truly a place where your demonic kind can act with such impunity? Cease your oppressive aura at once. At that moment, as the furious leader of the ape clan, Yuan Shui, seethed with rage, a striking figure emerged from the city lord's residence, gracefully hovering before the trio. Clad in a flowing sky-blue robe, the visitor's tall and alluring form resembled exquisite jade, radiating an ethereal presence. Her perfect curves were subtly visible, undeterred even by the robes that enveloped her. With a captivating demeanor and a face of unparalleled beauty, she resembled a celestial being. This enchanting figure was none other than Miaoyu, the city lord of Iron Curtain City. As she steadied herself, another dark figure accompanied by a soft laughter descended nearby. This beautiful woman donned a black dress. Her voluptuous figure and strikingly alluring features were accentuated by heavy smoky makeup, her skin fair and delicate. With a flat abdomen and striking curves, she was none other than the yawning woman. Ah, so it is the leaders of the tiger and ape clans, she remarked with a chuckle. Gentlemen, our 2 clans have upheld a long-standing tradition over the millennia, in battles among those who have transcended the divine. Cultivators of the void refinement stage must not interfere. Would you truly disregard this tradition over one Su Xiao? With a flick of her wrist, 3 writhing masses of flesh materialized beside her, her 3 void-refined corpses. In terms of combat prowess, the 8,000-year-old yawning woman could be deemed the foremost in Iron Curtain City, a formidable presence even across the entirety of the Panlong continent. However, battles involving cultivators of the void refinement stage often resulted in tremendous collateral damage, which is why such practitioners generally refrained from direct confrontations. Observing the emergence of 2 void-refined figures from Iron Curtain City, the 3 demon clan members gradually regained their composure and withdrew their oppressive aura. The leader of the ape clan, a robust middle-aged man, bellowed in outrage. Miaoyu, yawning woman, shameless. Is it not true that you helped Su Xiao slay my son? My son and the 8 elders of the ape clan set up the celestial divine array. Do you truly believe that the few divine transformation talismans on Su Laogo could withstand it? You must have aided Su Xiao in secret. It is you who have violated the rules first. The human race is nothing but a gathering of shameless rascals. The ape clan leader erupted in a torrent of curses. Miaoyu and the yawning woman exchanged glances, a subtle smirk playing on their lips. There was no need for speculation. The celestial divine array possessed the might of the void refinement stage, and Su Xiao must have utilized void talismans to break the array. However, the two women were not inclined to divulge the matter of the void talismans to the demon clans. Both harbored their own ulterior motives. Should Su Xiao possess further void talismans, he might yet take a few void-refined demon cultivators with him before his demise. Of course, having used one talisman, the likelihood that Su Xiao still possessed others was slim. The yawning woman spoke with a smile. "Gentlemen, do not speak without thought. Miao Yu and I have been diligently cultivating within the city and only learned of this matter today. That Su Xiao possesses top-tier divine transformation talismans. Breaking your ape clan's celestial divine array is certainly within his capabilities, is it not?" The two members of the ape clan were momentarily taken aback, while the tiger-headed creature exhaled a sigh of relief. He had merely come to lend support to the demon clan, unaware of the specific occurrences that had transpired. The chieftain of the ape tribe suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and exclaimed in indignation, "Impossible. My tribe's celestial stick formation possesses the might of the void refinement. How could a mere handful of spirit transformation talismans possibly breach it?" "You are lying." The enchanting woman blinked innocently and replied, "The spirit transformation talismans wielded by Su Xiao are of the utmost quality. Your ape tribe's few could easily be crushed, even with the celestial stick formation. I fear that dozens of spirit transformation talismans raining down would be insurmountable, wouldn't you agree?" The two members of the ape tribe were once again taken aback. Dozens? They had done their homework before arriving. Su Xiao, notorious among the human race for his lecherous ways, was said to lavishly support female cultivators, earning him a reputation as a wicked demon. Armed with top-tier spirit transformation talismans from his grand cultivation cave, he was infamous for his terrifying explosive power. Yet, could he truly produce dozens of such talismans at once? They found it hard to believe. With a dismissive wave of her hand and a mysterious smile, the enchanting woman suggested, "Regardless, this matter does not concern us. I recommend that you seek out Su Xiao directly. The celestial stick should be in his possession. I understand you wish to obtain it. Rest assured, as long as you can persuade Su Xiao, neither I nor Lord Miao Yu will interfere." The three were once more rendered speechless, their minds racing with expletives. The human void refinement cultivators are utterly irresponsible. You expect us, three esteemed void refinement demons, to converse with a mere 9th-level nascent soul brat? Where is Su Xiao? Let him show himself. I wish to witness the true power of his spirit transformation talismans. How dare he slay so many of my kin and seize my celestial stick? He seeks death. The chieftain of the ape tribe was furious. Engaging in combat with a human void refinement cultivator was out of the question. He intended to confront that old lecher personally and teach him a lesson. The enchanting woman smiled and said, "Gentlemen, Su Xiao should be arriving shortly. We have already informed him. However, this is merely a dispute over spirit transformation, so do not breach the rules." Furious, the ape tribe's great cultivator retorted, "He has already slain my son. He has seized my celestial stick. I must make him pay." The enchanting woman, Miao Yu, remained silent and did not refute him, as the plan was progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, the cultivators in the city below were bewildered. Oh my! It seems that the two lords are not particularly inclined to protect the old demon Su. And rightly so. His lifespan is nearing its end. He will die sooner or later. This lecherous old man is fitting to be handed over to the demon race to quell their fury. It would be a bargain if he could exchange so many demon cultivators for his demise. Indeed, although Su is disgraceful, indulging in female cultivators, should he sacrifice himself for the human cause, he would undoubtedly be immortalized in history, achieving redemption. If I were Su, I would commit suicide to demonstrate my resolve to the demon race. We, the human cultivators, are driven by noble ideals. The cultivators in the city felt satisfied with the actions of the two lords. Su's slaying of demons was commendable. If he could perish alongside the demon race for the noble cause of humanity, that would be even better. They felt secure. From this moment forth, the beautiful female cultivators of the human race are utterly secure. The two city lords express their immense approval. 5 formidable beings of the void realm confront one another in the sky, while countless human cultivators eagerly anticipate Su Xiao's arrival, hoping to witness his demise. An entire hour has elapsed in this manner. The 3 great demons are on the verge of impatience. Goodness, are you toying with me? Where is Su Xiao? Why is he not here yet? What sort of nonsense is this? The leader of the ape clan can no longer contain his frustration. The enchanting Lady Yinyu furrows her brow, casting her gaze towards the crowd of the Misty Cloud sect below. Elder Mu, under the intense scrutiny of the two city lords, feels utterly weakened. He has already sent word. Elder Su, what is taking so long? Hurry and make your appearance. If you delay any further and the two city lords depart, your fate will be sealed. Just as everyone is on the brink of losing their patience, a resplendent seven-colored sword light leisurely approaches from the distance. Oh, are you two city lords here to greet me? Su Xiao, adorned in a robe adorned with cloud patterns, exudes an aura reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. His ethereal handsomeness is simply breathtaking. Clad in new attire, he radiates even more elegance. Lady Yinyu's eyes sparkle at the sight of Su Xiao's visage, and she playfully waves him over. Lady Yinyu, Lord Miaoyu. Su Xiao bows respectfully. Lord Miaoyu, maintaining a stoic expression, nods slightly. Lady Yinyu gazes intently at Su Xiao, her beautifully lined eyes flickering with intrigue. She steps forward, taking a moment to assess him, her delicate nose twitching as if catching a whiff of something alluring. With a playful smile, she remarks, Su Xiao, dear brother, you possess quite the audacity. 3 formidable beings from the demon clan come personally to seek you, yet you linger in the embrace of Lady Lu Li, making us wait for such an extended duration. How shall I chide you, dear brother? Chapter 161. The appearance of Zhuge Wufang. The tale of Su Xiao and his apprentice Lu Li spread throughout the city, and naturally, the Lady of Nightmares was well aware of it. The fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs emanating from Lu Li had reached this place, and it was immediately recognizable. Su Xiao, bewildered, gazed at the darkly enchanting woman before him. What was happening? Is this some sort of joke? The Lady of Nightmares chuckled. Oh, Su Xiao, you misunderstand me. I am not implying anything of that nature. Su Xiao forced an awkward smile in response. With a hint of disdain, the ethereal beauty Miaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiao. The Lady of Nightmares patted Su Xiao on the shoulder, shaking her head with a smile. Dear Su Xiao, you must hurry. The grand cultivators of the demon clan have come seeking your staff. Su Xiao blinked and turned to look behind him. 3 formidable demon cultivators were glaring at him with intensity. 2 of them, middle-aged with lengthy black tails, were evidently from the ape clan, their features reminiscent of Yuanhua. Beside them stood a towering figure, a hulking beast with a tiger's head and a human body, whose blood-red eyes radiated a chilling malice. What is this? Where did this tiger-headed creature come from? The sight of the beast man draped in animal skins startled Su Xiao, for this visage felt eerily familiar. Damn it! Aren't you Su Xiao? Take this. The slightly shorter ape clan general, clad in golden armor, charged at Su Xiao, wielding a staff aimed directly at his forehead, delivering a thunderous strike. The surrounding spiritual energy trembled. This was a blow from a void refinement cultivator. Xian Tianbagua formation. 2 streams of primordial true qi surged into the Xian Tianbagua ring within the spatial repository. An intricate array of resplendent white light manifested around Su Xiao. What the hell? Aren't void refinement cultivators supposed to be unable to attack? Why are the 2 city lords merely watching without intervening? Su Xiao was left in a state of perplexity. As the staff of the ape clan general entered the white light formation, its speed diminished, as if ensnared in a quagmire. 2 breaths later, the golden-armored ape was flung back, landing in disbelief beside the clan leader. What kind of defensive array is this? The ape clan general was astonished. The clan leader was equally shocked. The tiger-headed creature stared at Su Xiao in utter disbelief. What the hell? A void refinement cultivator can be thwarted? The 3 of them exchanged looks of sheer astonishment. This old lecher. He must possess an extraordinary treasure. It would be impossible to withstand the strike of the ape clan general otherwise. Miaoyu and the Lady of Nightmares observed Su Xiao with a glimmer of admiration. They were aware of his formidable defensive array, yet they had not anticipated it to be even more powerful than the last time they witnessed it. Su Xiao harbored too many secrets. The 2 women exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with realization. It was evident that the void sky pill he possessed was far from scarce. What the hell? Has Su Laoma grown to such an extent? He can withstand a void refinement cultivator's attack? Damn it! Why is he still struggling so desperately? Su Laoma, hurry and atone for your sins with your life. This old lecher. How has he become so strong? No, my beautiful female cultivators. It's all over. The gathered cultivators in the city were utterly astonished. Su Xiao's displayed prowess had far exceeded their expectations. The opponent could even withstand the attacks of a void refinement cultivator. Oh, how outrageous! Su Xiao, you audacious scoundrel! The leaders of the ape and tiger clans seethed with uncontrollable rage. A mere nascent soul dares to confront their supreme void refinement cultivators. How audacious! From the previous strike of the ape clan's general, they discerned that the opponent's defensive formation could only withstand the initial assault of a novice void refinement cultivator. The ape clan's general, being newly ascended, was at the very bottom of the void refinement hierarchy. However, their clan leaders were entirely different. They must impart a lesson to the opponent today. One wielded a golden staff, while the other brandished a heaven-cutting axe. A tiger and a monkey, surging towards Su Xiao with remarkable momentum. City lords, assist us! Su Xiao retreated furiously under the pressure of the formation. He had no confidence in fending off these two. 3 illusory heaven pills. Miaoyu blinked her enchanting eyes. 3 for each. The nightshade maiden adjusted her alluring figure. Su Xiao's expression darkened instantly. What the hell? 2 women. So that's the scheme. Fine. Just a minor issue. Su Xiao immediately declared. Miaoyu, the SSS-level daughter of fortune, can be given away freely. It's a lucrative trade. Humph. As soon as Su Xiao spoke, the 2 women wore enigmatic smiles. Their forms turned ethereal, reappearing to shield Su Xiao. Ape Hong, Tiger Ben, you audacious rogues. How dare you harm an elder of the Piaomiao Sect? I, Zhuge Wufang, shall never allow it. A massive black gold cauldron descended from the heavens, intercepting the assault of the 2 demon clan leaders. Shortly after, Zhuge Wufang, clad in a white jade robe, descended atop the colossal cauldron. Fear not, dear disciple. Your Zhuge uncle has come to your aid. His presence was unparalleled. Zhuge Wufang stroked his long beard, gazing at the 2 void refinement demon cultivators with unyielding fearlessness. Thankfully, he arrived just in time. Had he arrived even a moment later, Miaoyu and the Nightshade Maiden might have gained the upper hand, leaving him with nothing to drink. Miaoyu and the Nightshade Maiden regarded Zhuge Wufang's sudden appearance with indifference, merely snorting in response. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. His uncle had arrived just in the nick of time. Could it be that these 3 void refinement cultivators had conspired in advance? The leaders of the ape and tiger clans, Ape Hong and Tiger Ben, glared at the 3 void refinement cultivators blocking Su Xiao's path, their teeth clenched in fury. Shameless. Old Zhuge, your disciple killed my son and stole my treasure. Are you truly going to shield him? You are inciting a war between humans and demons. They refrained from attacking. They could still contend with Miaoyu and the Nightshade Maiden, but with the addition of Zhuge Wufang, they had already lost the upper hand in terms of momentum. Zhuge Wufang chuckled. Disputes among cultivators below the transformation stage rarely result in few casualties, do they? 3 of you depart swiftly. If you wish to slay Su Xiao, let the cultivators below the void refinement level take action. Should Su Xiao fall at the hands of a transformation stage practitioner, I, Zhuge Wufang, shall have no further words to say. Yuan Hong's expression darkened as he confronted the commander of the monkey clan. Are we truly powerless against this lecherous old man today? If we return like this, will we not be ridiculed by the other void refinement practitioners of the demon race? Dear disciples, return the treasures of the monkey clan to them. You have no use for such items. Zhuge Wufang, observing that the 3 void refinement practitioners of the monkey clan remained unmoved, understood their intentions. If the treasures were not returned, these demon cultivators would not relent. Su Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Zhuge Wufang, then raised his hand to retrieve the heavenly Rui staff from his spatial storage, tossing it towards them with a casual motion. As nascent soul cultivators cannot refine treasures, this item is of no use for resisting the thunder tribulation. Thus, keeping it serves no purpose. Given that Yuan Hua lacks skill, carrying a treasure would yield little advantage. The heavenly divine staff formation is easily overcome. Su Xiao cast a slight smile at Yuan Hong, an undercurrent of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Initially, Yuan Hong's eyes lit up upon receiving the staff, his emotions calming slightly. However, upon hearing Su Xiao's words, his tail bristled in anger, his eyes turning blood red. Su Xiao, you scoundrel, you're finished. Just wait and see. We, the demon race, shall not kill you. I swear it. Do not think that your defensive formation can protect you. The foundation of our demon race, relying solely on transformation stage power, can easily annihilate you. Brother Tiger, second brother, let us depart. Chapter 162. The Heavenly Corpse Sect is thoroughly defeated. The atmosphere was tense. Yet, what could be done if one chose not to depart? The void refinement cultivators were unable to intervene, especially within the confines of Iron Curtain City. Hu Bin glared at Su Xiao, baring his crimson fangs in fury. Su Xiao, you scoundrel, just wait for me. He seethed. I have never encountered such arrogance among the human race in my lifetime. Your Piaomiao Sect's spiritual minds will be utterly destroyed. Having exchanged their fierce words, the two turned and left in indignation. Having successfully retrieved the Tongtian Rui staff, their objective was accomplished. As for the detestable Su Xiao, he would be dealt with in due time. Below in Iron Curtain City, a throng of cultivators stood in disbelief. They're leaving. One exclaimed, damn it, Su Lao has managed to escape again. Panic spread as they contemplated the implications. With that old lecher's current strength, this generation of beautiful female cultivators is doomed. The crowd shook their heads in despair. Although Su Xiao had vanquished the demon race, witnessing him snatch victory from the jaws of defeat left them all feeling disheartened. Su Lao, are we truly unable to contend with both the human and demon races? No. Haha. My dear disciple, thankfully, your master arrived in the nick of time. Otherwise, you would have perished at the hands of those demons. Zhuge Wufang elegantly waved his white robe, retrieving the medicine king cauldron, and landed beside Su Xiao. Thank you, master, for your timely assistance, Su Xiao sighed, shaking his head inwardly. That old coot really knows how to time his entrance. My dear brother, we indeed intervened. Yin Nu chimed in with a smile. Without us, you would have met your end today. The three of them gazed intently at Su Xiao, seemingly anticipating something. Su Xiao shook his head and slowly retrieved 6 Su Tian Dan from his spatial storage. As the medicinal power radiated, the eyes of Miao Yu, Yin Nu, and Zhuge sparkled with excitement. Such astonishing potency. This is the essence we seek. Thank you both, city lords, for your assistance, Su Xiao said, handing 3 Su Tian Dan to each of Miao Yu and Yin Nu. Miao Yu, holding the 3 jade-like pills, couldn't help but reveal a trace of barely perceptible excitement on her face. She transformed into a streak of light, immediately flying back to the city lord's residence to cultivate. Su Xiao, you must continue to guard the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual minds. You are not to wander anywhere. Miao Yu's voice rang out, prompting Su Xiao to raise his eyebrows. Continuing to guard the Piaomiao Sect's spiritual minds? Was she perhaps scheming to exploit my Su Tian Dan? Yet, Su Xiao remained unperturbed, even managing a slight smile. Feel free to take them. You may gain a small profit, but I shall not suffer. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 3 Su Tian Dan, returning 30 Dao Harmony pills. Yin Nu joyfully stowed away the 3 Su Tian Dan, simultaneously retrieving 3 corpses into her storage bag. Su Xiao, dear brother, you are becoming more handsome by the day. The alluring mature woman stepped forward, enveloping Su Xiao in an embrace. Suddenly, a heady fragrance, reminiscent of the feminine allure, enveloped the air. The enchantress, possessing a remarkably voluptuous figure, clung to Su Xiao with an unwillingness to part. Su Xiao, why not become my companion? She purred. I shall ensure your comfort and care for you until the end of your days. Her alluring visage, marked by a hint of blush, contrasted starkly against her fair skin and dark makeup. Su Xiao gulped nervously. Mistress of the dream realm, please maintain your decorum. You are, after all, 8,000 years old. And I am but a young man. Yet, age seemed a trivial matter to her. She had outlived over 20 partners. He found himself questioning whether he could withstand such an encounter. What does age matter? I am fond of you, she declared boldly. Moreover, my last partner was not even a century old. Su Xiao stood in a daze at her words. Nearby, Zhuge Wufang could hardly bear to watch, his aged eyes reflecting a profound envy. Has young Su become this charming? Is he truly captivating enough to attract such attention? The gathered cultivators were utterly astounded by the dream realm's esteemed mistress openly expressing her affection for Su Xiao, embracing him tightly, unwilling to release her hold. They were left in shock. No, mistress of the dream realm, he is merely a lecherous old man. What benefits has he bestowed upon you? They cried in dismay. You must not be deceived by this old rogue. He has cast his insidious gaze upon our revered mistress. At the moment the enchantress embraced Su Xiao, all the cultivators forgot his valiant deeds against the demon race, their minds consumed with the desire to rend the old lecher limb from limb. She is our beautiful, noble, and powerful mistress. Members of the Sky Corps sect were also present, and their leader, Tian, watched in utter bewilderment as his esteemed senior embraced Su Xiao. No, mistress. He is a perverse old man. With a painful gasp, Tian spat out blood, overwhelmed by despair. Mistress, he held me as a child and personally taught me sorcery. He is a figure I respect as both a mother and a mentor. Su, you old rogue. I, Tian, about to eliminate you. Another spurt of blood left him unconscious. Quick, someone take the leader back. As the chaos unfolded, the enchantress bestowed a fleeting kiss upon Su Xiao's cheek before departing. Her exit shrouded in irresistible charm. My plan has succeeded perfectly. Su Xiao, do consider my proposal. She cast a lingering glance over her shoulder. Her exquisite features imbued with deep affection. The abundance of elixirs within him hinted at secrets yet to be uncovered. Having become her Dao partner, everything belongs to her. Su Xiao wiped his cheek, savoring the lingering fragrance, and shook his head. Zhuge Wufang had yet to depart, gazing at Su Xiao with a cheerful smile. What about me, dear disciple? How could you forget your good master uncle once again? It was I who charged ahead to protect you just now. Su Xiao squinted at the fidgeting Zhuge Wufang. Well, after all, he is my master uncle. Clearing his throat, he said, ahem. Master uncle, dear disciple appreciates your efforts. Ah, dear disciple, it was only right and proper. If that Yuan Honghu dares to trouble you again, just inform me. I am formidable. With me around, you shall live your later years in comfort. Zhuge Wufang's face glowed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He had discerned the presence of the Shutian pill, and surely there was a plethora more. Su Xiao shook his head and retrieved 3 Shutian pills from his storage bag, offering them to Zhuge Wufang. Thank you for your rescue, master uncle. Ha! Dear disciple, it is merely my duty. Rest assured about Lu Lingling. I will instruct Lu Danian to take good care of her. After all, she is your beloved. As for Ziyun, she is welcome to visit the Piaomiao Sect anytime. I shall advocate for you. Once Ling Girl emerges from her seclusion, I will arrange everything for you. Do be sure to contact your master uncle whenever necessary. With the 3 Shutian pills in hand, Zhuge Wufang transformed into a streak of light, eagerly rushing back to continue his research. What's wrong with nurturing female cultivators? My master uncle has given his approval. Oh, my dear disciple. Chapter 163. Explosive news. Su Xiao returned to the residence of the Piaomiao Sect. A throng of nascent-souled disciples greeted him with utmost respect, their eyes brimming with admiration. Elder Su had recently slain numerous demon clan entities at the god transformation stage, his prowess now rivaling the pinnacle of that realm. Even Elder Duan and Elder Yi could not compare. He could even withstand the formidable refinement void practitioners. How incredibly powerful. Within the main courtyard, Su Xiao invited Elder Mu for tea. Elder Mu gazed at the dashing and ethereal Su Xiao, his aged eyes blinking repeatedly, a look of hesitance and unease crossing his face. It was quite awkward. What could he do if the other party had designs on his granddaughter? Even the demon clan's refinement void practitioners could not contend with him. Where? Danger looms. Su Xiao discerned Elder Mu's thoughts and chuckled softly. He turned his gaze to the strikingly beautiful and tall Mu Yuer, who stood out among the nascent soul disciples. He waved her over, signaling her to approach. Ah, me? Mu Yuer's graceful and lovely face flushed slightly as she glanced at her grandfather, cautiously striding over with her delicate long legs to take a seat. Her head lowered. She blushed, unable to meet their gaze. Recently, the news of Elder Su's exploits at the Piaomiao Sect had spread like wildfire. It was said that the Supreme Elder Lu Li and his disciples from Piaomiao Sect were closely associated with Elder Su. Mu Yuer dared not entertain further thoughts. Meanwhile, Elder Mu was utterly bewildered. That old rascal. He had the audacity to flirt with Yuer in front of him. A silent roar raged within him, yet he maintained a facade of flattery, saying, Elder Su, Yuer's cultivation has advanced rapidly of late, thanks to your transformation elixirs. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. A mere trifle, old Mu. What bond do we share? Yuer is fated to be connected with me. Those few transformation elixirs are of little consequence. Gazing at the elegant and striking Mu Yuer, Su Xiao's eyes glimmered. He retrieved 2 low-grade magical artifacts, 2 mid-grade artifacts, and 2 high-grade artifacts from his robe. Placing them on the table, he stroked his beard and chuckled. Yuer, these 6 minor artifacts are of no use to me. I bestow them upon you. For you and I are fated, haha. The 6 artifacts shimmered with a faint glow, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. The nascent soul disciples surrounding the pavilion were utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? Elder Su, flirting with Elder Mu's disciple in front of him. No, Elder Mu, speak up, will you? Old lecher. Again with the advances. Mu Yuer's beautiful eyes sparkled. So many artifacts, all given to her. Elder Mu was left speechless, staring blankly at Su Xiao. That old dog. He acted as if Elder Mu did not exist. I can't believe it. I must slay this dog. Haha, Yuer quickly accepted. Elder Su treats you with such favor. This is your opportunity. Though his mind was racing with a torrent of frustration, he recognized that these artifacts represented hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. That old rascal Su. The offerings were indeed overwhelming. Elder Mu feigned delight, yet his heart ached with sorrow. My dear granddaughter, I do not wish to sever this rare opportunity for you. I cannot afford such generosity. Mu Yuer blushed at her grandfather's words. Without hesitation, she gathered the 6 magical artifacts before her, then rose gracefully, enveloped in a fragrant aura, and respectfully bowed to Elder Su. Thank you, Elder Su. I shall repay your kindness in the future. She felt an intense shyness wash over her. She was well aware of the rumors surrounding Elder Su. It was evident that he held an interest in her. Yet, she harbored a fear within, reluctant to forfeit such abundant resources. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 2 inferior-grade artifacts, receiving back 2 medium-grade artifacts. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 2 medium-grade artifacts, receiving back 2 superior-grade artifacts. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 2 superior-grade artifacts, receiving back the exceptional grade artifact, Golden Silkworm Garment, and the exceptional grade artifact, Golden Light Vanguard Shield. Elder Mu, witnessing this, sighed in resignation. It was a monumental opportunity, once missed, could never be reclaimed. Su, you scoundrel. How could you? Elder Mu's eyes glimmered as he stroked his beard and chuckled. Yuer, with Elder Su treating you so well, you must repay him diligently in the remaining years of his life. Mu Yuer's cheeks flushed at his words, her eyes shimmering with shyness as she replied, Yes. Grandfather, you may go now. I wish to speak with Elder Su in private. Of course. With her face still aglow, Mu Yuer joyfully strode back into the crowd, her long, slender legs gracefully carrying her. The elder's generosity was indeed remarkable. Elder Mu gazed at Su Xiao, letting out a deep sigh before finally opening his heart. Elder Su, I am aware of your feelings for Yuer. Su Xiao, taken aback, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Old Mu, what are you implying? She is your granddaughter, and our connection is merely a fortuitous one. Do not overthink it. Elder Mu paid him no heed, sighing again. Elder Su, do not deny it. I, Old Mu, am not ignorant of your affairs. It has spread throughout the cultivation world. Before Su Xiao could respond, Elder Mu continued. You have provided Yuer with such ample resources for cultivation, and I have no objections. She ought to repay you in kind. However, you only have a little over 40 years left to live. I cannot accept this. Elder Mu's countenance grew increasingly pained. You scoundrel, you have gone too far. Su Xiao blinked, observing the distressed Elder Mu, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. Finally, he smiled slightly and said, Elder Mu, I must contest your assertion. Who says I only have a little over 40 years to live? I have never claimed such a thing. What? Elder Mu's hunched figure suddenly jolted. Elder Su, did you not fail your tribulation and consume a longevity pill, leaving you with over 40 years of life remaining? Su Xiao shook his head with a smile. It was merely a failure in the first tribulation. The outcome of the second tribulation remains uncertain. The thunderous resonance of Su Xiao's words echoed in the ears of all present, momentarily overshadowing any thoughts of clandestine relationships or romantic pursuits involving Mu Yuer. His declaration struck them like an unending storm of celestial thunder, leaving everyone stunned in their tracks. Even Mu Yuer gazed at Su Xiao in disbelief. Elder, are you preparing to face the second tribulation? The cacophony reverberated in their minds, as they seemed to grasp a world-shattering revelation. Elder Su, I cannot believe you are contemplating a return to the path of immortality. No, from this day forth, the beautiful female cultivators in the realm of cultivation are all in grave danger. Damn it. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. Elder Mu, rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards Yuer. He continued, however, Speaking of the second tribulation, although no one has successfully navigated it, I possess a modicum of confidence. When I return to the path of immortality, I shall continue to contribute to our mysterious sect. With that, Xiao rose and returned to his chambers to meditate, leaving behind a group of bewildered and utterly astonished disciples of the mysterious sect. Good heavens, this is catastrophic. No. A day later, not only in the mysterious sect, but throughout Iron Curtain City, the entire realm of cultivation on the Panlong continent erupted in chaos. Chapter 164. The demonic path breaks through again at Iron Curtain City. What? Su, the old demon, intends to endure the second tribulation? He seeks to return to the immortal path? What? The old Casanova has plans to undergo another tribulation? I cannot believe this. Are you jesting with me, Lu Sandao? The old Casanova dares to return to the immortal realm? This is unacceptable. No, this cannot be true. The cultivators of Iron Curtain City are in complete uproar. Setting aside whether he can survive the second tribulation, this news alone has pierced their hearts like knives. How could this be? The old Casanova's strength now far exceeds what it once was. He truly might endure the second transformation tribulation. No. Heaven. Why must you treat the beautiful female cultivators of the world this way? Quickly, let the old Casanova perish in a violent manner. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The second tribulation is more than tenfold stronger than the first. No matter how formidable the old Casanova is, he cannot survive the second transformation tribulation. Yes, this fellow is correct. Even if the old Casanova possesses countless treasures, he cannot withstand the second tribulation. Throughout history, no one has survived the second tribulation. As those with some knowledge spoke of the perils of the second tribulation, a chorus of curses erupted. The old Casanova cannot survive the second tribulation. Absolutely not. At the first bolt of heavenly lightning, he will be reduced to ashes. Indeed, if the old Casanova attempts the tribulation, he will surely perish in advance. As more voices joined in the curses, belief in their words solidified. Their emotions gradually calmed, and only one hope remained in their hearts. Su, the old demon, must perish in the tribulation. Any talk of merits in slaying the demon race or the righteousness of humanity was contingent upon Su Xiaoshu's limited lifespan. Should he return to the immortal path? Given his myriad of misdeeds, he would indeed become the old demon of the cultivation world. The demonic path would pale in comparison before him. At the Nine Sect's base. What? Impossible. Su, the old dog, intends to face the second transformation tribulation? No. Ignorant old fool. The second tribulation defies the heavens. How can you simply undertake it? You will merely meet an early demise. This sect leader is truly astounded. Su, the old dog, seems to have some audacity. What? No. Mistress Yanzhu. Shitangshan, swear to kill this dog or perish as a human. Phew. Oh. This is unbelievable. Elder Su actually has intentions to face the second tribulation? Throughout history, no one has succeeded. Yet with Elder Su's current strength, that 8 trigrams defensive formation would not even frighten the Yuan commander of the ape clan. My goodness. Junior brother, investigate further and report back. Ba. Laughter echoed as the master expressed his unbridled joy, remarking that he had never felt such elation before. If Su, my esteemed benefactor, can successfully navigate the second tribulation of transformation into divinity, peace shall reign upon the Panlong continent. Aside from his fondness for beautiful women, Su is indeed a man of commendable virtues. At that time, I shall personally guide him, solidifying his place among the righteous. Meanwhile, in the extreme demon sect, Xiao Mu had completed his cultivation and reached the pinnacle of transformation into divinity, awaiting the opportune moment to transcend the tribulation and seize Su Zhao's life. His mood was exceptionally buoyant as he summoned a spy from outside. What? The old lecher is preparing to undergo the second tribulation of transformation into divinity. The elation on his face turned ashen in an instant. Upon receiving the spy's report, Xiao Mu was rendered speechless. No, it cannot be. No one can survive the second tribulation. Su, old dog, curse you. Overwhelmed by fury, his delicate yet handsome features contorted. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, as if on the brink of explosion. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue. Master, the old dog is set to face the second tribulation. His defensive array could withstand even the primate marshal. Panic engulfed Xiao Mu. Su Old Dog had excavated a great cultivation cave, his power rivaling that of the pinnacle of transformation into divinity. The consequences of him successfully transcending the second tribulation were unfathomable. My wives. No. The voice of his master resonated within his consciousness. Humph. Foolish aspirations, Mew. There is no need for alarm. The power of the second tribulation far exceeds our imagination. This is an act of defiance against heaven. I have never heard of anyone successfully transcending the second tribulation. Failure means the end of one's path to immortality. Su Old Dog can survive for several decades without facing the tribulation, but to defy fate and attempt it will result in immediate demise. Xiao Mu felt a significant weight lift from his heart upon hearing these words. Yet, concerns lingered. Despite his master's reassurances, he could not afford to remain idle. Responding respectfully, he promptly summoned the elders of the sect. Elders, immediately inform the 5 sects of the demon path. An urgent assembly of the demon path must be convened. Su Old Dog is attempting the second tribulation, and we cannot allow him to succeed. Yes, sect leader. At the Breaking Sky Demon Sect, Yuanhao was astounded, his forehead practically smoking with disbelief. What? The old dog dares to attempt the second tribulation? Is he insane? He ordered urgently, send the message. Notify the 5 sects of the demon path, and prepare for the assembly at once. If this old dog succeeds in transcending the tribulation, the cultivation realm of the Panlong continent will be doomed. Furious, Yuanhao gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. After so many failed schemes, he was on the verge of losing his composure. If the most cunning of schemers were to witness another succeed in transcending the second tribulation, he would rather choose self-destruction. Old dog, with Yuanhao here, may you meet your demise. Dare to attempt the second tribulation. Dream on. This is utterly outrageous. It simply cannot be allowed to happen. After Su Xiao transmitted a message to Lu Li, he remained at the residence of the mysterious Cloud Sect. The powerful beings of the ape clan had all perished, and the magical artifacts were returned. In the absence of intervention from the void refinement cultivators, Lu Li, equipped with 3 exquisite magical tools, was more than capable of safeguarding the spiritual mind of the 100 Herb Sect. Should any issues arise, support from the mysterious Cloud Sect would arrive promptly, eliminating the need for a constant watch. Seated upon the meditation cushion, Su Zhao's communication talismans from his spatial repository were nearly overwhelmed. Ro. Yes, indeed. I do have plans to undergo the second thunder tribulation. What? You wish to come find me? Excellent. I happen to be free today, so please do come. Ro. Dan. That sounds wonderful. The esteemed Lu Chong is merely someone with whom I share a simple connection. It is of little consequence, just a trivial matter. Yes, I intend to face the second thunder tribulation. What? You also wish to come see me? Oh, haha. I have a friend who is also coming. Today? There are some matters to attend to today. How about tomorrow instead? Very well, Dan. I shall await your arrival. Good. Then bring Lu Xiang and the others along as well. Chapter 165. The Ethereal Sect's Strong Support. Yun. I miss you dearly. Indeed. I plan to put forth my utmost effort. After all, destiny lies in our hands. What? You intend to visit me? Oh, I shall be engaged in slaying demons at the spiritual mind today and tomorrow, so let us meet the day after. Very well, Yun. I shall await your arrival. Shueyu, why are you neglecting your cultivation by coming here? Focus on your practice. You are not permitted to come to Iron Curtain City. What? You miss me? Silence. Can you compare yourself to your mother? Concentrate on your training. Su Zhao's gaze darkened as he severed the communication talisman. What on earth? How does that girl Shueyu know so much? Su Xiao shook his head. This young girl possesses quite avant-garde thoughts. They are making it exceedingly difficult for him. He commanded her to diligently pursue her cultivation in seclusion. Before long, in Iron Curtain City, Shueyu arrived at the Ethereal Sect's residence, her heart brimming with exhilaration. The gatekeeping disciples, upon seeing this voluptuous and enchanting beauty, dared not gaze upon her for long and hastily allowed her entry. What on earth? Elder Su is about to undergo his second lightning tribulation. Take a look. Just look at how excited all these acquaintances have become. No. If the elder successfully transcends the tribulation, the realm of beautiful female cultivators will be in peril. Since yesterday, the flow of people outside the Ethereal Sect's residence has surged dramatically. Witnessing Shueyu, flushed and hurriedly entering, each person sighed in dismay. No. If the old lecher succeeds in his tribulation, the cultivation world is doomed. Shui Ro, adorned in a flowing light blue gown, immediately closed the door upon entering. Her alluring figure trembled with excitement, her radiant visage blushing like a ripe fruit. Breathless, her proud bosom rose and fell with fervor, nearly rendering her speechless. Elder, is it true? Do you have confidence in this? Shui Ro's delicate form collapsed into Su Xiao's embrace, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping the room. Su Xiao replied with a smile, I possess a fair degree of confidence, Ro. Even in the event of failure, I will leave ample divine elixirs for you and Shui Yu. Elder Shui Ro's eyes sparkled with affection, her excitement palpable. This is wonderful. She was overwhelmed with joy. If the elder were to successfully transcend the second lightning tribulation, it would mean she could be with him forever. The only flaw in their relationship would vanish. He was the lover she had always longed for. Elder, Ro adores you regardless of success or failure. I wish to be your Dao companion. Her breath was fragrant, her crimson lips alluring. The thought of him being able to withstand an attack from the ape clan's demon cultivators filled her subconscious with the belief that the elder had a high chance of success in transcending the second lightning tribulation. Haha, Ro, we are already Dao companions now. Elder, without further ado, Shui Ro embraced him tenderly, blushing as she led Su Xiao to the bed. An hour later, a group of ethereal disciples from the Misty Sect, all of them in a state of shock. Elder Su is preparing to face the second tribulation, and the mere announcement of this news has ignited a fervor within the cultivation world. To their astonishment, Lady Shui has made a direct visit. No, the fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful Mu wearer, with her long legs, flushed with embarrassment, dared not even cast a glance. Her heart raced with excitement. She too yearned to inquire about Su Xiao's chances of success, yet she remained too shy to do so, standing bashfully in the courtyard. If the elder were to successfully weather the second tribulation and regain some youth, she could scarcely fathom how extraordinarily handsome he would become. After all, even now, his mere appearance made her blush upon sight. Elder Mu was lost in thought within his chamber, utterly bewildered. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not comprehend how the ordinary, aging Elder Su had transformed into a leading figure in the cultivation realm, poised to return to the celestial path. Goodness! He feared he might lose his own granddaughter. The news of Su Xiao facing the second tribulation spread throughout the Panlong continent within days. Numerous cultivators, familiar with the infamous reputation of Su the Old Demon, were driven to despair, their hearts aching as if pierced by a knife. What is Su the Old Demon planning? This is unacceptable. He absolutely must not succeed in his tribulation. All the beautiful female cultivators in our realm are in grave danger. Within the Misty Sect, whether in the inner or outer mountains, Su Xiao had become the sole topic of conversation among the disciples, each one paralyzed with fear. Should Elder Su succeed in his tribulation, the Misty Sect would be utterly doomed, forever relegated to being his private garden. Lu Lingling had only just been admitted to the sect by Elder Lu in front of everyone. In the inner mountain cave, Elders Zhu, Lu, and when eagerly approached Zhuge Wufang. Master, this is essentially the situation. I have confirmed it with Elder Mu. These are Elder Su's own words. Elder Zhu's corpulent figure quivered slightly. Given Elder Su's current strength, should he return to the celestial path and overcome the second tribulation, he would undoubtedly become the foremost cultivator beneath the Misty Sect's realm of virtual refinement. The sect's power would surge tremendously. Elders Lu and Wen shared in the excitement. Despite his notorious reputation, his contribution to the sect could not be doubted. Zhuge Wufang, momentarily dazed, stroked his long beard, grappling with the revelation. This insolent lad. Such a monumental event, and he kept it from me. Why did he not inform me before? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Zhuge Wufang's eyes, but he soon sighed deeply. It is difficult indeed. You cannot fathom the peril of the second tribulation. Historically, no one has succeeded in withstanding it. For the power of the second tribulation is overwhelming. It is an act against the heavens. One misstep, and he could be reduced to ash. Should he fail this time, there would be no one left to save him. The four of them grew solemn, fully aware that the second tribulation was not to be trifled with. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Wufang spoke solemnly. Since my dear disciple wishes to undergo the thunder tribulation once more, our mysterious cloud sect shall undoubtedly offer our utmost support. As Ling has now entered seclusion, with the assistance of the Taoist divine elixir and the magical treasure, the Haotian bell. She should have no difficulty traversing the refined void thunder tribulation. You three should also proceed to Iron Curtain City in a few days to provide assistance. Xiao Su has recently offended the demon clan, and they may retaliate against our mysterious cloud sect's spiritual mine. Furthermore, Duan Hongling has been in seclusion for an unknown reason. With no news from her, your presence brings me reassurance. The three elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, nodded in unison and replied, "Yes, master." Just as they were about to depart, Zhuge Wufang called them back. "One more thing, you three must keep a close watch on Xiao Su during his thunder tribulation. It is imperative that you remain by his side. In the unfortunate event of failure, the most critical task is to retrieve Xiao Su's storage bag for me. It contains a plethora of valuable items. I shall first help Ling by securing them." The three individuals stiffened, exchanging glances filled with surprise. "Yes, master." Chapter 166. The calculated schemes of the enigmatic Miao Yu. After the three departed, feeling somewhat awkward, Zhuge Wufang's eyes revealed a trace of concern as he stroked his beard. Observing Su's cultivation, it seemed he was nearing the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. With the vast treasures he had acquired from the great cultivation cave, there was indeed a possibility he could make history. However, a flicker of worry crept into Zhuge Wufang's mind. What if his esteemed disciple successfully ascended to the god transformation stage and regained some semblance of his former breathtaking beauty, coupled with the current extent of his bravado? How many enchanting female cultivators would the realm of cultivation ultimately succumb to his charm? His aged eyes glinted with a hint of anxiety, intertwined with a subtle jealousy. That lucky rascal had truly struck gold. In Iron Curtain City, within the Lord's mansion, Yang Taifeng and a group of officials respectfully withdrew from the Grand Hall. Miao Yu, with her ethereal beauty, slightly raised her delicate brows and murmured, "If Su Xiao were to undergo the thunder tribulation again, given his current strength, it is not entirely implausible. If the tribulation is indeed as formidable as rumored, at tenfold the normal intensity, I dare say he might just prevail." Draped in an exquisite black gown, the alluring figure of the enigmatic woman reclined gracefully in her seat, chuckling softly. "Miao Yu, Su Xiao has unearthed a remarkable cultivation cave, one that is truly exceptional. I have an inkling that he might very well overcome this second thunder tribulation. No, I must ensure that before he transcends, he becomes my 20th partner." Her beautifully lined eyes sparkled with determination as her resolve solidified. Su Xiao must not escape. Even if he were to perish during the tribulation, her status as his partner would grant her rightful claim to his legacy. As for Su Xiao's other women, in the face of her formidable prowess, they would be utterly powerless. Who would dare to compete with her? He. Having devised a flawless plan, the enigmatic woman chuckled softly. Miao Yu's face bore a cold smile. "Enigmatic woman, you may desire it, but others may not share your enthusiasm. Su Xiao has numerous women, each as beautiful as you, including his exceptionally talented first wife, Dugu Ling. Would you not fear the embarrassment of rejection?" With a dismissive wave and a smile, the enigmatic woman replied, "You have not interacted much with Su Xiao, so you do not understand him as well as I do. He is not one to refuse. Just watch how I handle him. Even if he resists, I will ensure he complies. At worst, I shall save his corporeal form and transform him into a zombie to repay his kindness." Miao Yu snorted softly, shaking her head in silence. She scorned the enigmatic woman's lifestyle choices. However, she blinked her eyes and finally remarked, "Should the thunder tribulation fail, Zhuge Pifu will certainly seize the storage bag. At that time, I shall assist you, and we shall split Su Xiao's belongings 50-50. After a moment of contemplation, the enigmatic woman replied with a radiant smile, 3-7, considering I shall be sacrificing my allure. Miao Yu's complexion darkened. It seemed that Su Xiao's sacrifice was more likely than not, a 50-50 chance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to obtain it. Sighing, she resigned herself, acknowledging the inevitability of her fate. The enchanting woman, aware that her adversary had her firmly in his grasp, sighed deeply. "Brother Su Xiao, I fear I shall be the one with the shortest term as your Dao partner. Could it be that I truly bring misfortune to my husbands?" Days later, in the early morning at the residence of the Piaomiao Sect, the exquisite figure of Zun emerged from Su Xiao's room, draped in beautiful purple gauze that accentuated her curves. Su Xiao personally escorted her to the entrance. "Yun, Upon your return to Xiao City, await my good news, he said with a smile, gently stroking his goat beard. If I can survive the thunder tribulation, Yun, we shall endure eternally. Ziyun's gaze turned dreamy, her delicate form trembling slightly. After a night of tender intimacy, she felt somewhat unwell, and his sweet words stirred her heart even more. Elder, I cannot bear to part with you. Her alluring face flushed with shyness, the charming beauty mark beneath her eye enhancing her captivating demeanor. As the fragrant breeze enveloped her, she embraced Su Xiao one last time before boarding the carriage, preparing to depart. Yun, wait a moment, Su Xiao said with a gentle smile, retrieving a dark golden soft armor shimmering with radiance from his spatial vault. This is the unparalleled defensive artifact, the golden silkworm garb. Keep it for your use. Now that you are at the 7th level of the nascent soul, possessing such a top-tier artifact for protection will ease my mind. Ziyun stared in astonishment at the golden silkworm garb in his hands, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down her beautiful eyes. Elder, you are too kind to me. Yun, you shall always be the elder's beloved, she exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she accepted the armor, yet concern clouded her features. Elder, you are about to face the tribulation. This defensive artifact will be invaluable. It matters not. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile. I have plenty of such items. This mere top-tier artifact is of little consequence. Elder, Ziyun's excitement swelled, and she happily tucked away the golden silkworm garb, embracing Su Xiao once more. Elder, you truly are extravagantly generous. I love you dearly. You must not fail the second thunder tribulation. After pouring out her feelings, Ziyun reluctantly departed. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the unparalleled artifact, the golden silkworm garb, and receiving the treasure, the heavenly silkworm soft armor, in return. The farewell scene left the nascent soul disciples of the Piaomiao Sect utterly despondent. It also rendered the various onlookers, who had lingered near the Piaomiao Sect's residence during this time, utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! The old lecher! This is utterly outrageous. One every day? Even yesterday, there were 4. All of them are beautiful female cultivators he has been supporting. No. If the old lecher survives the second thunder tribulation, there will be no peace in the Panlong continent ever again. What the heck? The crowd could hardly bear to watch. Su the Elder was indeed a master of time management, not even allowing a single meeting with his partners. Truly outrageous. Su Xiao paid no heed to the peculiar gazes cast upon him by those inside and outside the door. With his reputation already tarnished, he deemed it better to go with the flow. Once he transcended the tribulation of transformation, and his strength surged anew. Those who ought to remain silent would surely do so. In these past few days, he had been preparing for the second tribulation of transformation, primarily focusing on the acquisition of spiritual artifacts. He presented the exquisite sword of Murong Yunhe with a dream pill, and in return, he received the treasured Qian Kuan Jin 2 sword. The peerless Ice Soul Divine Sword was gifted to Shui Rou, who returned it with the treasured by Shui Lu Guang sword. By Chao Qiao, Lin Yan Er, and Jin Luxiang each received 1 inferior-grade artifact and 1 medium-grade artifact, while he received 4 medium-grade and 4 superior-grade artifacts in return, including the Tian Kan Ruanwei armor returned by Ziyun earlier. He now possessed a total of 10 artifacts, ensuring his success in overcoming the transformation tribulation with utmost confidence. He could now devote himself entirely to cultivation, awaiting the opportune moment for the tribulation. Amidst the attentive gazes of the many nascent soul disciples and the entranced expression of the fair and beautiful Mu Yu'er, Su Xiao returned to his chamber to cultivate. The door was ajar, as if someone had entered. Su Xiao, during my absence, you have truly surprised me. A striking figure adorned in red stood within the room. With a slender waist and an alluringly tall figure, she turned around. Her exquisite visage was as captivating as jade, her fair skin contrasting beautifully against her fiery red gown. She appeared like a snow-covered plum blossom on a frigid mountain, utterly enchanting. Chapter 167. The Gratitude of Duan Hongling, Senior Sister. You have emerged from your seclusion? Su Xiao gazed at the tall and enchanting Duan Hongling, whose demeanor was as frigid as ice. His brows slightly furrowed. He could not help but scrutinize her further. The profound weariness that once enveloped her was now entirely absent. Radiant and alluring, she exuded an irresistible aura of confidence and elegance. Even the faint trace of worry in her piercing eyes had vanished. The current Duan Hongling was beautiful, proud, and possessed an unparalleled presence, a manifestation of her renewed path to the celestial realms. Su Xiao stroked his goat beard and smiled gently. Senior sister, it appears your hidden ailment has been cured. Congratulations on your return to the celestial path. Duan Hongling's exquisite eyes, tinged with a hint of unusual color, turned towards Su Xiao. Her gaze was a blend of arrogance and complexity. Junior brother Su Xiao, thanks to your millennium-old locust tree root, I, Duan Hongling, vow to repay this kindness. With a slight bite of her silver teeth, determination shone in her eyes. Upon her emergence from seclusion, she had already inquired about Su Xiao's recent activities in Iron Curtain City, the public slaying of individuals, bribing 2 city lords for self-preservation, and subsequently escalating his actions by executing the North Wind Kingdom's ruler, Murong Yunhe, while forcibly claiming the kingdom's most beautiful woman, Shui Ro, who happened to be the mother of their talented disciple, Shui Yu from the Misty Sect. Upon reaching the Herb Sect's spiritual mine, his actions had become even more audacious, coercing the esteemed elder Lu Li and her disciples into servitude. Though he had made contributions by slaying demon races, his deeds filled her with disgust. Moreover, he was now about to face the thunder tribulation again. Such a vile and lustful scoundrel. If he succeeded in his tribulation, how many innocent female cultivators would he endanger? Su Xiao observed the resolute expression and unsettling demeanor of Duan Hongling. He chuckled softly. Senior sister, having just emerged from seclusion, do not place blind faith in the rumors circulating outside. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask me directly. No need. Duan Hongling waved her slender arm. Junior brother, whatever actions you take are beyond my concern. I merely wish to repay your kindness. She gracefully approached and closed the door behind her. Then, standing before Su Xiao, she unfastened her fiery red gown. In an instant, her exquisite figure clad only in revealing undergarments was unmistakably displayed. Her delicate skin, as white as snow, and her flawless physique radiated an intoxicating fragrance. The icy beauty of her face was momentarily graced by a blush, yet her gaze remained indifferent and detached. Su Xiao was taken aback. Duan Hongling was now so close, the alluring scent enveloping him, momentarily leaving him dazed. Senior sister, what is happening? Duan Hongling suddenly embraced Su Xiao, gritting her teeth as she said, Su Xiao, be quick about it. I lack experience in this area. You take the lead. As the enchanting scent wafted past his nose, Su Xiao swallowed hard, staring at the breathtaking beauty before him, and slowly shook his head. Then, he firmly pushed her away. Senior sister, I, Su Xiao, am not that kind of person. He huffed lightly. Duan Hongling's expression stiffened as she gazed at the other person, secretly gritting her teeth, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. She failed to comprehend the other's intentions. Was it not merely her enchanting appearance that captivated him? Su Xiao picked up the fragrant, warm red gown from the ground and approached to drape it over her. Senior sister, I have told you that the rumors outside are unreliable. I, Su Xiao, am not after your physical form. He waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was merely a matter of fate that compelled him to assist her in remedying her hidden ailment. A sigh escaped his lips as he thought, Senior sister, what is this all about? With such a sorrowful expression, a flicker of contemplation crossed Duan Hongling's eyes as she blushed while donning the red gown. Her demeanor soon turned cold as she addressed Su Xiao. Su Xiao, since you have no desire for me, what is it that you truly seek? Su Xiao was rendered speechless. He pondered how to respond to such a question even now. What was his intention in offering such assistance? Was it merely a matter of fate? Humph. Noticing Su Xiao's dazed silence, Duan Hongling let out a cold snort and softly remarked, Rest assured, I am aware that my earlier actions may have been abrupt, causing you discomfort. When the right opportunity arises, I will repay your kindness. I, Duan Hongling, shall never be indebted to anyone. Su Xiao gazed into her resolute eyes, captivated by her proud and enchanting figure, and gave a bitter smile, saying, There is no need for such formality, senior sister. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. Once Duan Hongling adjusted her red gown and steadied her emotions, she swiftly returned to the topic at hand. Su Xiao, I have heard that you are preparing to face the second lightning tribulation. Are you aware of its formidable nature? At her words, Su Xiao's brow furrowed as he approached the table and sat thoughtfully. I suppose I am aware. Though my lifespan is limited, I have acquired some strength. Since I can make an attempt, I do not wish to miss this opportunity. Duan Hongling nodded in agreement. Although Su Xiao's reputation was less than favorable, his potential return to the path of immortality would be beneficial for the Piaomiao Sect. However, the second lightning tribulation was notoriously perilous. She had never heard of anyone successfully overcoming it. Junior brother, should you attempt the tribulation, I will repay your kindness, Duan Hongling declared coldly. Otherwise, if you were to perish in the tribulation, I would owe you a lifetime of gratitude, which would hinder my cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Su Xiao chose not to respond further, feeling weary of explanations. Duan Hongling opened the door, preparing to leave. She glanced back at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes once again reflecting a hint of curiosity. Could it be that Su Xiao truly holds no interest in me? That is inconceivable. I have been the coveted red silk fairy of the Piaomiao Sect for a millennium. After consuming the longevity pill, my appearance has remained unchanged throughout the years. Perhaps I was indeed a bit too abrupt today. The 3 drops of the millennium essence from the ancient locust tree not only completely cured my hidden ailment, but also elevated my cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of transformation. My strength has surged, and the prospect of refining the void is within reach. Such a significant favor will not be taken lightly. I, Duan Hongling, shall not accept it without due recompense, even if the one who bestowed it upon me is a despicable old lecher. In the illustrious heart of the myriad demon city, within a resplendent hall, the leaders of the 8 great demon clans have convened for a grand assembly. At the circular table within the hall, 8 figures are seated. Among them, the most striking is the towering figure of Hubei, a giant with the head of a tiger. All attendants and guards have been dismissed, for this is a meeting of the utmost importance among the demon clans. Hubei, with his mouth agape and a somber expression upon his tiger-like visage, declared, "Esteemed clan leaders, we have received news from the human realm. The master of the Polar Demon Sect has personally sent emissaries to contact me. Su Xiao, that old scoundrel, is preparing to undergo the divine thunder tribulation, and it appears that the time is drawing near." The other 7 leaders pondered thoughtfully. Su Xiao is notorious not only among the humans, but has also gained a considerable infamy within the demon clans. He has slain numerous members of the ape clan and intercepted their treasured artifact, the celestial rod. Furthermore, in Iron Curtain City, he withstood a formidable strike from the ape clan's grand marshal with an unparalleled treasure. He has become the greatest adversary of our demon clan. The ape clan leader, Yuan Hong, seethed with rage. That scoundrel Su Xiao. We, the ape clan, will undoubtedly seek his demise. If this wretch succeeds in overcoming the second divine thunder tribulation, he will surely become a grave threat to our demon clans in the future. That old brigand already possesses the might to rival the realm of void refinement. Should he attain the god transformation realm, it would spell disaster for us all, whether for my ape clan or for the entire demon race. Su Xiao must die without question. Chapter 168. The cunning elder Mu. The 7 clan leaders nodded in agreement. Opposite the table sat an enchanting woman draped in red gauze, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Although Su Xiao was her tribe's most formidable adversary, her curiosity piqued at the thought of his mysterious treasure, capable of generating an endless supply of vital energy. Such a treasure would be invaluable to her White Fox clan, surpassing even the worth of their talismans. The Serpent clan leader scoffed. That old dog Su Xiao is notorious for coercing beautiful human female cultivators into his embrace daily. Even my Serpent clan finds this intolerable. He dares to slay our demon clan's transformation avatars. The old dog must perish. The Wolf clan leader howled in agreement, while the Tiger clan leader, Hu Ben, nodded in satisfaction. The Ape clan leader, Yuan Hong, joined in the chorus of condemnation. The Blue Bull clan leader surveyed the gathering, recalling Su Xiao's excavation of an esteemed cultivator's lair, and ultimately nodded in concurrence. A powerful human like him indeed posed a grave threat to their demon kin. The 8 great demon clans shared a bond that, if fractured, could lead to their annihilation at the hands of humanity. White clan leader, Jade clan leader, Xian clan leader. What are your thoughts? Hu Ben inquired, gazing at the 3 stunning women across the table. The White Fox matriarch, adorned in red gauze, smiled and remarked, "Su Xiao nearly ruined my granddaughter's virtue and even severed her tail. Such a lecherous villain must naturally be eliminated." The elegant Jade Rabbit clan sister, sporting a pair of delightful rabbit ears, added, "Indeed, such a debaucher must be eradicated." The assembly then turned their attention to the slender figure in a black dress beside them. Xian clan leader, what say you? The black-clad woman, possessing adorable cat ears and a long, exquisite tail, responded with a soft laugh. Since all clan leaders are in agreement, my spirit cat clan shall likewise consent. It is said that Su Xiao has harmed countless beautiful female cultivators. A person like him deserves death. The men of the tiger clan nodded in satisfaction. Hu Bin declared, excellent. With our opinions aligned, Su Xiao, the scoundrel, is doomed. We all know the peril of the second transformation tribulation. No one has ever survived it. That old dog has forced his way through, courting his own demise. The 5 sects of the human demonic path have conspired. Let Su Xiao draw the second transformation thunderbolt. If the thunder strikes and he cannot withstand it, he will be reduced to ashes. Should he defy fate, the human demon sect will join forces with us to eliminate this rogue. The assembly nodded in agreement. Hu Bin continued, we must keep a vigilant eye on Su Xiao's movements. We must be the first to learn of the tribulation's location. We cannot wholly trust the information from the demon sect, so it would be prudent to dispatch someone to infiltrate Iron Curtain City and monitor Su Xiao closely. Does anyone have suitable candidates? The White Fox matriarch smiled. There's no need. My foxtail illusionary substitute has already approached Su Xiao. I will inform everyone of any developments. Hu Bin nodded. The White Clan leader is indeed astute. In that case, let us await Su Xiao's self-inflicted demise. A death during the Thunder Tribulation would be the best outcome. After all, the cultivators of the Void Refinement Realm are currently unable to act, and given the opponent's strength, it is nearly impossible to withstand the Second Tribulation. Furthermore, they possess an indeterminate number of top-tier talismans. The Demon Sect is reluctant to act recklessly and naturally. So are our Demon Clan. The opponent is about to face a second lightning tribulation, which essentially renders them half-dead. There is no need to measure the lengths with a corpse. Does the Tiger Clan leader, the esteemed White Tiger, know of this matter? The Fox Clan matriarch suddenly inquired, recalling something. That insignificant Su Xiao cannot distract our ancestor. Rest assured, he will not survive the second tribulation. No one can. Clan leader Bai, with Su Xiao's tribulation imminent. Should anything arise, please notify us immediately. The Fox Clan matriarch nodded thoughtfully. Days later, Lu Li from the 100 Herbs sect arrived at the Piaomiao Sect's base in Iron Curtain City, accompanied by a little white fox. Amidst the sorrowful gazes of the Piaomiao Sect disciples and the onlookers outside, Lu Li, her figure voluptuous and her complexion flushed, entered Su Xiao's room. The following morning, Lu Li left the little white fox behind and bid a tender farewell to Su Xiao. She too was filled with excitement. If Elder Su were to return to the path of immortality, it would be the greatest support for her and Qing'er on their journey ahead. Elder Su has truly been exceptionally kind to them. Upon returning to his room for cultivation, Su Xiao found the little white fox rubbing her eyes incessantly on the grass in the courtyard. She had spent the entire night in his room. Oh dear! About to face a tribulation and still thinking about this. It seems impossible for him to survive. In Duan Hongling's room, her delicate brows furrowed, her expression as cold as ice. She was aware that Lu Li had stayed in Su Xiao's room for an entire night, and she claims it's not for my body. Now, the news had spread not only throughout the Piaomiao Sect's base, but also across all of Iron Curtain City. Su Xiao had been frequently meeting with female cultivators, spending entire nights together. Everyone knew what was transpiring. His reputation had become utterly deplorable. Such disregard for the second lightning tribulation is utterly childish. Duan Hongling's exquisite figure trembled with anger, her chest rising and falling. She was furious that Su Xiao could act so recklessly before facing the tribulation. More so, she was incensed that he had rejected her offer of recompense. If he were to perish in the tribulation, she would carry this inner demon for a lifetime. It would inevitably affect her ascension to the Void Refinement Realm. It seems she must adopt a slightly gentler approach. Duan Hongling reflected on the reasons for his previous refusal. Perhaps it had been too sudden, too direct. An old lecher. Yet he still demands so much. Shameless. In Elder Mu's chamber, he gazed at the blushing Mu Yuer sitting across from him. His aged face turned a mix of green and white with anger, wishing he could tear Su Xiao apart. After calming himself, Elder Mu sighed. Yuer, do you know why so many female companions have sought out Elder Su during this period? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuer's elegant and beautiful face flushed even deeper. Grandfather. Surely, It is the companions of Elder Su who are concerned about his potential failure during the tribulation. Elder Mu gazed at his granddaughter with a mix of disappointment and urgency, expressing, indeed, but it is not entirely so. Where do you understand? Those female cultivators have recently made a grand display in visiting Elder Su, effectively announcing their identities as his companions to the world. Elder Su has excavated a vast cave dwelling, filled with immeasurable resources. Should he perish during the tribulation, the inheritance he leaves behind would rightfully belong to them as his partners. Even a small portion would be more than sufficient for them to advance effortlessly, not only to the divine transformation stage, but even to the void refinement stage with ease. During this time, Elder Mu has discerned a glimpse of Su Xiao's profound foundation from his extravagant expenditures. The resources at his disposal are unimaginably vast and terrifying. Spirit-refining pills are given out in abundance, sufficient to even bribe the two lords of the Void Refinement City. If our Piaomiao Sect were to reclaim Elder Su's storage bag, would his companions dare to claim the inheritance? Elder Zhuge would surely hesitate to privately seize it. This matter has become common knowledge throughout the realm. Mu Yiwei blinked, stretching her snow-white long legs, still perplexed as to why her grandfather had summoned her at this moment. The more Elder Mu contemplated, the more agitated he became. He feared for the safety of his beautiful granddaughter. That scoundrel Su. How dare he? Where? Your grandfather advises you to repay Elder Su's kindness before he faces his tribulation. Chapter 169. The thoughts of Mu Yiwei. Mu Yiwei listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Grandfather, I share your sentiments. I have heard that the second lightning tribulation is perilously treacherous, and I wish to repay Elder Su for his kindness before he faces his trial. After all, he has bestowed upon me an abundance of resources, magical artifacts, spirit stones, and elixirs. Too much indeed. Rest assured, grandfather, during this time, I will take good care of the elder, washing his clothes, making his bed, cooking his meals, and tidying up, Mu Yiwei said, her elegant face flushed with a charming hue. Elder Mu immediately discerned that she had misinterpreted his intentions. Yiwei, what purpose do these actions serve? I meant for you to offer yourself in gratitude to Elder Su. Upon uttering these words, Elder Mu felt as if his heart were being wrenched. That scoundrel Su Xia. I curse you to be devoid of any fortune in your next life. Yet, the gifts bestowed upon them were undeniably substantial, and he had indeed taken a liking to Yiwei. This was an unparalleled opportunity for her. He could not bear to let it slip away. Mu Yiwei stood frozen, her face ablaze with embarrassment, the delicate skin of her long, fair neck tinged with crimson. The thought of Elder Su's strikingly handsome visage caused her breath to quicken, her graceful curves rising and falling. Grandfather, this. Elder Su has stated he harbors no intentions toward me. Mu Yiwei felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the ground, astonished that her grandfather would speak so bluntly. Although she understood these matters well, she was not an innocent girl. Elder Mu gazed at his shy and beautiful granddaughter. His heart weighed down with anguish. Yet, what could be done? Miss this chance, and there may not be another. He sighed. Does he truly mean what he says? His silence is merely a facade. He has long desired you, my dear. You must seize this opportunity. After you offer yourself, I will formally declare your status as his partner before all disciples of the Piaomiao Sect. Should Elder Su perish during his tribulation, with me as your grandfather, you shall inherit a significant portion of his legacy, enough to cultivate to the void refinement stage. I would never lead you astray. This is the greatest opportunity of your life. At this point, Elder Mu was nearly brought to tears. He had never envisioned himself urging his beautiful granddaughter toward such actions. No, Su, you old dog. May you swiftly meet your demise in the lightning tribulation. Mu Yiwei was utterly bewildered. The void refinement stage, a realm she had never dared to dream of. No cultivator would forsake the chance to ascend to such heights. At over 200 years of age, she was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivation and the paramount importance of resources. She looked at her fervently excited grandfather, gritting her silver teeth, her eyes gleaming with determination. Grandfather, I know you mean well. Moreover, Elder Su has bestowed such great kindness upon me. I ought to repay it with my devotion. Elder Mu gazed upon his remarkably understanding granddaughter, a wave of heartache washing over him. My dear child, why have you suddenly become so perceptive at this moment? No, suddenly, a thought struck Mu Yiwei, and she inquired, Grandfather, What if Elder Su succeeds in overcoming the tribulation? Upon hearing her words, Elder Mu endeavored to suppress his sorrow, offering a faint smile. Rest assured, dear, I have already made plans for you. Should Elder Su transcend the second tribulation, he shall be the foremost figure beneath the supreme elders of our Piaomiao Sect, even surpassing several of them in resources. If you become his partner before he faces the tribulation, you will be companions through thick and thin. I am well aware of Elder Su's character. He would not treat you, his steadfast companion, poorly, providing you with an unending supply of cultivation resources. With Elder Su's presence, you too shall ascend to the realm of refinement. Though I often wish to strike down that old rascal, I cannot help but commend my own cleverness. Mu Yuer swallowed hard. She had not anticipated her grandfather's strong support for her relationship with Elder Su. The realm of refinement, and Elder Su truly treats her with utmost kindness, giving her so much, and he is exceedingly handsome grandfather. I understand now, Mu Yuer said, her beautiful almond eyes glimmering with determination. I will surely repay Elder Su's kindness. Elder Mu nodded with a smile, yet his heart was tumultuous with thoughts of galloping horses. How could this be? Elder Su, if you survive, you shall obediently become my granddaughter's husband. I shall not suffer any loss. Not at all. Days later, Mu Yuer donned a form-fitting green dress that perfectly accentuated her youthful and captivating figure. Her graceful curves, lustrous black hair, and the gentle flush upon her elegant cheeks embodied the essence of youthful beauty. Most striking were her long, slender legs, the exposed skin of her calves smooth and flawless, captivating all who beheld her. She carried a bowl of soup she had prepared herself and made her way towards Elder Su's quarters. Oh, what is Junior Sister Mu up to? The stationed Yuan-ing disciples noticed the unusual behavior of their fellow disciple, glancing over in curiosity. Why is Junior Sister Mu so beautifully dressed today? Wait, why is she heading to Elder Su's room? As the Yuan-ing disciples recognized the unusual occurrence, they were suddenly jolted awake. Could it be? No way. Mu Yuer had already arrived at Elder Su's door, taking a deep breath before gently knocking. The onlooking Yuan-ing disciples were utterly shaken. No, my dear Junior Sister Mu, you cannot enter there. That old lecher. I shall never forgive you. Upon merely glimpsing the flushed cheeks and anxious demeanor of Mu Yuer, everything became instantly clear. The earlier acquaintances of Elder Su were in a similar state. No, Su Xiao was meditating in his chamber, his cultivation poised to reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, thoroughly preparing for the impending tribulation. Should the opportunity arise, he would bestow additional gifts. A subtle smile graced Su Xiao's lips, although he felt a sense of assurance within. Possessing a few more magical artifacts for protection would undeniably offer him greater peace of mind. The question remained, where would he undergo the tribulation? Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, pondering the matter. His reputation had grown alarmingly formidable. At the moment of facing the tribulation, countless onlookers would surely gather, potentially causing a stir within the realm of cultivation. Mu Yuer approached the elder. A knock echoed through the room. It was Mu Yuer. Su Xiao beckoned, enter. As the door swung open, the fair-skinned, stunningly leggy Mu Yuer stepped inside, her gentle countenance serene and youthful, adorned with a naturally pleasing makeup that caused Su Xiao to blink in surprise. Nervously, Mu Yuer placed the soup upon the table and then turned to securely close the door. This action once again left the disciples outside utterly astounded. No, elder. This soup is personally crafted by Yuer. I hope you do not find it lacking. As she spoke, Mu Yuer gazed at the rising Su Xiao. Her face flushed and performed a respectful bow. Ha, Yuer, you are too kind, Su Xiao replied, moving to sit at the table. He regarded the delectable soup before him, lifting the spoon to take a sip. It was delightful. Her culinary skills were commendable, and Su Xiao smiled faintly. Observing this, Mu Yuer's eyes sparkled with joy, yet, as she gazed upon the dashing and ethereal Su Xiao, she suddenly knelt before him. Elder, Yuer has heard that the second lightning tribulation is exceedingly perilous. I am so worried about you. Her beautiful eyes welled with tears, and she leaned forward, resting her head on Su Xiao's lap as she wept. Like a rain-laden pear blossom, her appearance was heart-wrenchingly pitiful. The enchanting fragrance of the young maiden enveloped Su Xiao, stirring something within his gaze. Chapter 170. The arrival of elders Zhu, Lu, and when Mu Yuer wept sorrowfully, her delicate face adorned with a rosy hue. The graceful figure of her youth trembled slightly, evoking a soft sigh from Xiao. Had he truly become so significant in Yuer's heart? He gently patted her fragrant hair, offering comfort with a smile. Yuer, there is no need for excessive worry. The elders are well aware. Although the second lightning tribulation is perilous and has never been successfully overcome, I possess a measure of confidence. Even in failure, Yuer, the promises I made to you shall remain unchanged. The resources for your future cultivation will be reserved for you. Mu Yuer looked up, her tear-streaked eyes shimmering with emotion. Her heart swelled with gratitude as she gazed upon Su Zhao's handsome and gentle visage, her cheeks reddening further, and her heart racing. The elder was truly too kind to her. Never had anyone treated her with such kindness. Not even her grandfather could bestow upon her such abundant resources. Overwhelmed by her feelings, Mu Yuer suddenly rose and embraced Su Xiao, her warm and delicate form pressing against him. Elder, you must succeed. Yuer, I will return. Her sobs echoed, fragrant with the scent of her blush. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, chuckling softly as he reassured her, I will certainly return. He reached out to pat her slender back. Holding on to Su Xiao, Mu Yuer's beautiful and elegant face turned crimson. Remembering her grandfather's previous words, her heart raced even faster. The elder had shown her such profound kindness. She felt she could never repay him. If the elder did not mind, she wished to dedicate herself to him as a form of gratitude. With a breath like orchids, she could hardly bring herself to look at Su Xiao. It was far too embarrassing for a young lady to utter such sentiments. Su Zhao's expression shifted slightly at her words. Inhaling the captivating fragrance of the young girl, he sighed softly, furrowing his brow. Yuer, there is no need for such thoughts. The gifts I offer you are not intended for repayment. Our fates are intertwined. It is my genuine hope that you traverse further on your path to immortality. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Mu Yuer's beautiful eyes. Summoning her courage, she declared, No. The elder treats me so well, I wish to repay you. Do you find me unappealing? Of course not. Yuer, you are youthful and beautiful. How could I ever think that? Then, elder, before you face the tribulation, allow me to repay your kindness. Please do not reject me. With a graceful movement of her youthful and slender figure, Mu Yuer shed her green dress, revealing her flawless form. Her long, slender legs glowed with ethereal radiance. Without further ado, her eyes filled with affection, she embraced Su Xiao, instantly enveloping him in the enchanting fragrance of youth. An hour later, not far from the door, a group of Yuanying disciples had completely broken down. No, my dear junior sister, the minor, I am filled with rage. Old lecher, I swear to never coexist with you. The anguish within was akin to countless needles piercing the heart, a silent wail of pain. An hour had passed. The door had been shut for an hour. Junior sister, why have you not emerged? It is over. Absolutely over. The male disciples cried out in despair, while several female disciples blushed uncontrollably, envious in their hearts. From the expressions of the female cultivators who had emerged in recent days, they could sense the overwhelming happiness, devoid of any discontent. Elder Su must have provided ample resources. And he is so handsome, so powerful. How enviable. Junior sister Yuer is truly fortunate. What are you all doing huddled there? The entrance to our Piaomiao Sect is unattended, and with so many idlers outside, who will be responsible if they intrude upon our domain to steal our treasures? The three protectors of the sect, Elders Zhu, Lu, and Wan, arrived. As they dismounted their carriage, they saw the entrance to the Piaomiao Sect wide open, without a single guard. Elder Zhu's plump face turned slightly angry as he rebuked the group of Yuanying disciples. Elder Zhu, Elder Wan, Elder Lu, elders, you have finally arrived. Quickly, hurry. Junior sister Yuer is in dire straits. The Yuanying disciples surrounded them, nearly kneeling down in their anguish and pleas. Please, elders, save this beast of a man. What is the matter? The three elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they followed the direction pointed by the disciples, which led to Su Zhao's room, the door tightly shut. One Yuanying disciple hastily whispered the situation regarding Mu Yuer and Su Xiao. Thunderous shockwaves. This news struck the three elders like a bolt from the blue, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Mu Yuet? Is she not the granddaughter of Elder Mu? Su Elder is not sparing even this. The trio was astonished. They were familiar with Su Zhao's temperament. Such behavior was not surprising. However, Mu Yuer was Elder Mu's beloved granddaughter, one they had watched grow up. Su Elder, this is indeed astonishing. Elder Wen shook her head vigorously. With the impending second lightning tribulation, how could he still engage in such matters? What on earth is Yuer thinking? Could it be that she was coerced by Su Elder? The disciples quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. It was Elder Su who forced her. Elder Zhu Lu. And Wen blinked in disbelief. How long has Mu Yuer been inside? An hour. What? The three elders shook their heads in dismay. Even if they wished to intervene, it was likely too late. Elder Su. Why does he not spare even the grass at his doorstep? If Elder Mu were to find out, how could he explain himself? The three understood that with Su Zhao's current strength, a direct confrontation was out of the question. It seemed that the person was beyond salvation. Ha ha ha, esteemed elders, you have arrived so promptly. The stooped Elder Mu appeared, stepping forward to greet them. Old Zhu, Old Lu, how have you been of late? Elder One, I extend my respects, haha. The accommodations have been arranged for you three. Please, enter and rest. Elder Mu wore a broad smile, showing no trace of sorrow. Half an hour prior, he had come to a profound realization. This was an extraordinary opportunity for his granddaughter. What was a mere physical form worth? He merely awaited Elder Su's failure in the tribulation, for he intended to assist Yuer in claiming her inheritance as her Dao partner. Indeed, he, as her grandfather, held a smidgen of entitlement to the legacy as well. Ha! The prospect of refining the void is within reach. Elder Su, rest assured, I, Elder Mu, shall nurture Yuer diligently, ensuring her ascent to the realm of void refinement. Elder Mu, are you quite well? The three elders and a group of nascent soul disciples exchanged bewildered glances. What could possibly be the matter with me? Elder Mu replied with a gentle smile. And your granddaughter, Muyua? Her? Ha! I forgot to mention, Yuer has already become Dao partners with Elder Su and has just delivered some soup to him. Elder Mu chuckled. She is likely in the room sharing intimate words now, haha. Chapter 171. The Return of the Primordial Essence Pill. Elder Mu's words utterly bewildered everyone present. Elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen stood frozen, exchanging perplexed glances. The group of nascent soul disciples, witnessing the unfamiliar yet amiable countenance of Elder Mu, felt a pang in their hearts, retreating a few steps in dismay. No. Elder Mu, that is your granddaughter. How could you agree? The other party is a notoriously perverse old lecher. Damn it. The nascent soul disciples internally howled, yet their lips remained sealed. It seemed they were on the verge of internal injury, their faces pale and eyes bloodshot. No. Elder Zhu furrowed his thick brows, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes gleaming with delight. He laughed heartily, patting Elder Mu on the shoulder. Ha! Old Mu, ever since we met, your mind has been exceptionally sharp. Even in your old age, you are still so imaginative. I truly admire you, Old Zhu. Elder Lu, noticing the situation, seemed to catch on as well, chuckling. Impressive. Truly impressive. Elder One, wielding her cane, emphatically interjected, what nonsense. Elder Mu, how could you even think of such a thing? Elder Mu waved his hand, chuckling. Oh, Elder One, what are you saying? Those two are quite in love and living happily. How could I let my granddaughter's happiness be jeopardized by Elder Su's rumors? Upon hearing this, the three male elders exchanged knowing smiles. It was evident that Elder Mu had set his sights on Elder Su's resources. Speaking of which, Mu Yuer was someone they had watched grow up. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. After all, Elder Su's resources would serve their own sect far better than being bestowed upon other women. The following morning, Su Xiao rose from bed, donning his attire. His handsome visage still adorned with traces of makeup. Mu Yuer lay beneath the covers, her face flushed with embarrassment, awkwardly concealing her slender figure. Only her pair of enchanting eyes, filled with emotion, peeked out. She felt somewhat weak and unable to rise, having been a naive young lady before this. Why are you still here, you cunning fox? Leave at once. Su Xiao, in good spirits and slightly flushed, glanced at the little white fox frozen nearby and kicked it out the window. Yuer, take your time to rest. Su Xiao turned to Mu Yuer, offering her a gentle smile. From now on, your cultivation resources will be fully provided by the elders. You need not worry about your grandfather. I will explain everything to him. He truly was unconcerned. Old Mu was so miserly that he would likely awaken from sleep with a smile, knowing he had bestowed so many resources upon Yuer. Yuer, thank you, Elder. Mu Yuer blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, brimming with shyness and happiness. Her affection for the elder only deepened. Su Xiao, recalling something. retrieved a spirit-infused pill from his bosom and placed it in Mu Yuer's delicate, fair hand. Yuer, this is a high-quality beauty pill. Keep it. You are so lovely. It would be wonderful if your youth could be everlasting. Su Xiao smiled gently. What? The supreme beauty elixir? Wu Yuer was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. To her surprise, it was indeed the supreme beauty elixir. As a woman of remarkable beauty, Wu Yuer was well aware of the value of such a potion. She had long harbored an earnest desire to acquire one to preserve her youth. Never did she anticipate that Elder Su would gift her one. And not just any elixir, but the highly coveted supreme beauty elixir, something unattainable even with wealth. Clutching the elixir in her small hands, Wu Yuer, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Su Xiao. Thank you, Elder. You are truly too kind. In that instant, a fragrant breeze enveloped them, and the two shared a tender moment. Wu Yuer's bond level increased to 2. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the supreme beauty elixir, marking the first bond level increase, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the primordial chi pill. After calming her, Su Xiao composed himself, took a deep breath, and stepped outside. With the impending thunder tribulation, an additional measure of primordial chi would bolster his strength. Su Xiao felt satisfied, a smile gracing his lips. Elder One. Upon noticing the white-robed elderly woman standing outside, Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. You have arrived? Oh, quite prompt. Elder One regarded him with a hint of disdain, remarking, Elder Su, you are on the brink of facing your second thunder tribulation. It is best to prepare diligently. The second thunder tribulation is exceptionally perilous. Neglecting it is akin to wishing for a prolonged existence fraught with danger. Su Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment, fully aware that she was privy to his situation with Wu Yuer. Rest assured, I still possess some degree of confidence. That is well, Elder One replied, entering Su Xiao's chamber without hesitation. Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh, knowing she intended to check on Yuer, and he refrained from intervening. The old lecher has emerged. Good heavens, his face is aglow. No, my junior sister. The minor. What on earth transpired this night? No. Observing Su Xiao heading to the pavilion for tea, the yawning disciples were once again on the verge of collapse, feeling as though their hearts were pierced with needles, barely able to stand. No. Inside the room, Wu Yuer's expression changed dramatically as Elder One entered, her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly hid beneath the covers. Yuer, it's your Granny One. Oh. Do not be afraid. Granny One is here to see you. I have some chi-nurturing elixirs for you. Please take them. Granny One. You have come. Wu Yuer peeked out, her beautiful face tinged with a rosy hue, too shy to meet her gaze. Yes. Your grandfather informed us that although Elder Su may be somewhat flirtatious, he is ultimately quite devoted to his partner. Yuer, this is your opportunity. Elder One reluctantly acknowledged this truth. Oh. Thank you, Granny One. Observing the red mark on the bed and the frail Wu Yuer, Elder One grew incensed, jabbing her cane in frustration. Cursed old lecher. He will surely fail the thunder tribulation one day. In the dim corner of the room, the little white fox stood in a daze, lost in thought. She no longer returned to partake in her meal. Her adorable tail swayed helplessly from side to side, and her pair of eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, incessantly blinking. No amount of wiping could cleanse her distress. Alas, what a misfortune this is. That lecherous old man has once again brought ruin upon a young maiden. How has such a person managed to survive until now? Thousands of miles away, the matriarch of the White Fox clan, a stunning woman draped in red gauze, was taken aback. Though she was aware of Su Xiao's notorious reputation, her understanding was limited to mere hearsay. In her brief time here, she had truly witnessed what it meant to encounter a malevolent spirit of lust. How many lives had he already devastated? The demon clan had tasked her with monitoring Su Xiao, yet she found herself at a loss for how to report her findings. Could it be that, on the eve of facing the tribulation of thunder, this lecherous old man neglects his duties, instead preying upon beautiful female cultivators? How utterly absurd. Is this truly a person preparing to endure the second thunder tribulation? Chapter 172, The Harmony Sect, Wu Pinger. A few days later, Elder Mu publicly announced at the lofty Piaomiao Peak that Mu Yuer had become Su Xiao's Dao partner. He even displayed a red notice at the entrance of the Piaomiao Sect for all to see. The disciples of the Piaomiao Sect were utterly disheartened. The old lecher has indeed used his resources to sway Elder Mu. No, My beloved junior sister Yuer, Elder Mu, she is your own granddaughter. The crowd was incensed, contemplating the immediate demise of Su Xiao, yet none possessed the courage to act. Su Xiao did not deter Elder Mu's flamboyant actions. With Mu Yuer pledging herself to him, he naturally bore the responsibility. The title of Dao partner is inconsequential. The cultivation world does not dictate that one can only have a single partner. As for Elder Mu's exuberant reaction, he had anticipated it well. Who in their right mind would refuse such abundant cultivation resources? Only a fool would decline. Having consumed the primordial chi pill, he now wielded 3 streams of primordial true energy within him, enhancing his control over magical artifacts. Junior brother Su Xiao, congratulations on embracing your beloved. At a modest banquet, clad in a striking red gown, the aloof and elegant Duan Hongling bore an impassive expression. Su Xiao blinked and, embracing the enchanting Mu Yuer, gestured, "Thank you, senior sister. Yuer and I share a rare connection." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuer's graceful face flushed with embarrassment. She then approached Duan Hongling to offer a toast. "Thank you, Elder Duan." Duan Hongling remained unmoved, her voice cold as ice. "Yuer, you are aware, and have even seen, that Su Xiao has numerous Dao partners. Are you truly willing?" Mu Yuer blushed even more, glancing at Su Xiao and her grandfather, before nodding resolutely. "Yuer is willing. Yuer likes Elder Su. I will get along well with my sisters." Duan Hongling's expression darkened. Without further words, she drank Mu Yuer's toast and abruptly retreated to her quarters, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. She was acutely aware of the sentiments shared between Elder Mu and Mu Yuer. Su Xiao had narrowly survived the thunder tribulation, and the allure of such vast cultivation resources was undeniably tempting. How infuriating! Duan Hongling departed from the crowd, her teeth clenched in frustration. Su Xiao, a shameless old lecher. Yet, she owed him a monumental favor. She was decidedly displeased. Outside the Piaomiao Sect, the red notice remained for a full day and night. The news of Su Xiao and Mu Yuer swiftly spread throughout the city. The following morning, all the cultivators in the city were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Su the old demon is about to undergo tribulation, yet instead of preparing properly, he has entangled himself with another beautiful female cultivator. And she is the granddaughter of Elder Mu from the Piaomiao Sect. The renowned gem of the Piaomiao Sect, Mu Yuer. This is outrageous. This old lecher is far too depraved, not even sparing the grass near his own abode. No, that old dog must not survive the thunder tribulation. Heaven is blind. Amidst their anger and heartache, some began to analyze the situation. Listen to me. The old demon is on the verge of transcending. Yet it seems utterly impossible for him to survive the thunder tribulation. That Elder Mu and Mu Yuer are merely after the relics of Su the old demon. Their ostentatious display is solely to spread the word about Mu Yuer becoming a Dao partner, ensuring she can partake in the spoils. How outrageous! What sort of people populate the Piaomiao Sect? That Elder Mu is capable of such underhanded schemes. No, this only benefits that lecherous old man. In anguish and despair, the gathered cultivators long to tear the old lecher apart, reducing him to mere pulp. The throng in the eastern part of Iron Curtain City buzzed with speculation. At that moment, a group of female cultivators approached. Leading them was a breathtakingly beautiful young woman. Clad in a flowing yellow gown, her delicate visage radiated an enchanting glow, her graceful form exuding allure. With a waist that could be clasped with a single hand and a proud bosom, her fair skin was smooth and refined. Cascading down her back were long locks that flowed like a waterfall, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Appearing to be in her mid-20s, she embodied the pinnacle of beauty, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Following her were several female cultivators in white gowns, varying in age, yet all possessing commendable beauty. The crowd was left in a stupor. Members of the Lihuo sect. Wow, they are all stunning beauties, truly deserving of being disciples of the Lihuo sect. Who is that leading them? So beautiful. How come I've never seen her before? Gazing at the enchanting figure in the yellow gown, the onlookers were rendered speechless, some even wiping drool from their lips. Ah, you are unaware, aren't you? Haha. The leader is none other than Elder Wu Pinger of the Lihuo sect. What? Wu Pingu? Isn't she an old crone with white hair? Have you made a mistake? No mistake at all. This is insider information. Elder Wu has recently utilized the Lihuo sect's secret techniques to regain her youth. This is her appearance from her younger days. In her prime, Wu Ping'er was a prominent figure within the Lihuo sect, undoubtedly a great beauty. Countless male cultivators fell under her spell. Alas, years have passed, and Wu Ping'er has aged. Fortunately, the Lihuo sect's secret arts are formidable, allowing her to reclaim her youth. As the crowd marveled at Wu Ping'er's beauty, they gradually forgot about Su Xiao's vexing matters. Yet wait, why is the Lihuo sect headed towards the Piaomiao sect's residence? A throng of people followed the Lihuo sect's procession, arriving at the doorstep of the Piaomiao sect. The thoroughfare was almost completely choked with people. A scene of utter congestion. What on earth? The Lihuo sect truly came to visit the Piaomiao sect. Wu Ping'er, accompanied by her disciples, arrived at the Piaomiao sect's entrance. She then smiled gracefully at the gatekeeping disciples, saying, "I am Wu Ping'er, the Grand Elder of the Lihuo sect, sent by the sect leader to pay a visit to Elder Su Xiao. Please convey my regards." Her voice was melodious and captivating. Upon hearing the identity of the visitor, 2 disciples of the Piaomiao sect rushed forward to pay their respects. However, upon catching a glimpse of Wu Ping'er's stunning beauty, they were momentarily taken aback. This is not right. The Grand Elder of the Lihuo sect, Wu Ping'er, is not merely an elderly woman, is she? Hesitant to inquire further, they immediately returned to convey the news. Yet, something felt amiss. Why would the members of the Lihuo sect seek out Elder Su? Upon recalling the recent stream of visitors to Su Xiao, their bodies felt heavy, and their faces turned pale. Could it be? No. Elder Su, you have just accepted Sister Yu as your disciple. How could you possibly be entangled with Wu Ping'er? She is, after all, a genuine old crone. How absurd that she would appear youthful upon visiting you. No. The crowd outside was left in utter disbelief. Seeking an old lecher? A second glance at the enchanting Wu Ping'er left everyone dumbfounded. Reflecting on Su Xiao's recent affairs led to a startling realization. Oh my goodness. Could it be that Wu Ping'er has intentionally rejuvenated herself to reminisce with the old dog Su? No. The old lecher. What manner of charm is this? What could possibly compel Wu Ping'er to revert to her youthful guise for such a meeting? This is beyond comprehension. The old lecher remains unscathed. The realm of cultivation is doomed. This is utterly perverse. I can hardly bear to witness this. Wu Ping'er is indeed an old woman. The old lecher. Am I to believe this is merely about appearances? Truly unselective. No, I cannot accept this. Chapter 173. The matter of the second heavenly thunder. The 2 disciples who reported the incident trembled with fear, their legs weak, struggling to walk properly. After tearfully conferring, one went to inform Su Xiao while the other notified the elders. If Elder Su were to engage in impropriety with Wu Ping, how could they possibly maintain the dignity of the Piaomiao sect? After all, the other party was even older than Elder Duan. She was on the brink of her twilight years. What? Wu Ping'er? Duan Hongqing furrowed her brows tightly, gritting her teeth as she stormed out. Zhu Lu and Wan, along with Elder Mu, arrived at the entrance, their faces filled with disbelief. "Sister Wu, how delightful to see you," exclaimed Duan Hongqing, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the charming Wu Ping'er in a flowing red dress. She had transformed from a frail, elderly woman into a youthful beauty. Zhu, Lu, and Wan, as well as Elder Mu, were equally taken aback, their eyes sweeping over her in astonishment. Goodness! The secret arts of the Lihuo sect are this effective? The elder cultivators gazed at Wu Ping'er in awe. Even Elder Wan, with her white hair, displayed a hint of envy. To regain youth? This was simply miraculous. With a graceful smile, Wu Ping'er addressed them. "Hongqing, esteemed elders, I pay my respects. I have come to see Elder Su. Our esteemed sect master Yulinglong has entered seclusion to break through to the void refinement stage, and before her retreat, she learned of Elder Su's intention to face the second thunder tribulation. She entrusted me with our sect's texts to inform Elder Su about matters related to this tribulation. Sect Master also expressed her delight should Elder Su successfully overcome it." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd buried their faces in their hands, sorrow evident in their eyes. Goodness! I almost forgot about that old lecher. He is entangled with Yulinglong. Not to mention he hasn't spared her disciple, Su Meier. Duan Hongqing and the others exchanged glances, their eyebrows slightly raised. Without further ado, they invited the members of the Lihuo sect inside to the main hall. Meanwhile, Su Xiao was delayed. He first assisted the delicate and blushing Mu Yuer out of the room, admonishing her to rest well before heading to the hall. Outside the Grand Hall, disciples of the Piaomiao Sect awaited respectfully, while the elders had already taken their seats within. I, Wu Ping'er, pay my respects to Elder Su. Wu Ping'er gazed at the ethereal Su Xiao ahead, her enchanting eyes shimmering with excitement. Su Xiao blinked at the stunning beauty clad in a yellow dress before him. Wu Ping'er? Isn't she the Grand Elder of the Piaomiao Sect stationed in Iron Curtain City? I heard she is a nearly 3,000-year-old woman, and she refers to herself as this humble one. Huh. Elder Wu, it is an honor to finally meet you. You are indeed extraordinary. Su Xiao replied with a warm smile. However, the expressions of Zhu, Lu, and Wen shifted slightly. This was troubling. From the way Wu Ping'er looked at Su Xiao and her peculiar self-reference, it was evident that something was amiss. My goodness. Elder Su remains unaware of the other party's previous appearance, does he? Duan Hongling's countenance darkened in an instant. She bit her lips, her eyes radiating a chilling light. Her aversion towards junior brother Su Xiao had reached its zenith. He was utterly shameless. Wu Ping'er gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Such immense fortune. She was almost entranced, her voluptuous figure trembling slightly, as if an endless fervor ignited within her depths. With her lifespan dwindling, ordinary cultivation would scarcely suffice to reach the pinnacle of the transformation stage to endure the tribulation of the void thunder. However, if she could harness his fortune, the void stage might be within reach. Wu Ping'er felt a bit dazed, even forgetting her original purpose for coming. Sister Wu, let us discuss serious matters. Duan Hongling interjected with a huff. Several elders were rendered speechless. What charm did Elder Su possess? Even Wu Ping'er appeared utterly captivated. Elder Mu's eyes brimmed with concern. Wu Ping'er must have come early to forge a partnership with Elder Su, hoping to partake in his fortune. Realizing she had momentarily lost composure, Wu Ping'er offered a seductive smile. Once Su Xiao was seated, she informed him of her intentions and retrieved an ancient tome, flipping to the central pages. Elder Su, esteemed elders, our joyful union sect has meticulously recorded the second thunder tribulation, specifically the one pertaining to the transformation stage. Despite her eagerness and anxiety, she understood the necessity of fulfilling the sect leader's directives first. The second heavenly thunder differs from the first. It embodies the might of the Great Dao's principles. According to my records, this serves as punishment from the Great Dao for those who defy celestial intent. Typically, the transformation stage tribulation consists of 1 or 2 heavenly thunders, occasionally 3, but never exceeding 3. Yet, as documented by our ancestors, the individual who faced the second transformation stage tribulation perished beneath the 4th heavenly thunder. Upon reaching this point, the expressions of all present grew solemn. The 4th heavenly thunder? Does this imply that the second transformation stage tribulation comprises more than 3 thunders? A flicker of light flashed in Su Xiao's eyes. Given the recognized strength of the second tribulation, an increased number of divine thunders seemed reasonable. Wu Ping'er surveyed the assembly, her ruby lips parting as she continued. However, this is not the end. After the 4th heavenly thunder, the clouds remained ominous, arcs of lightning dancing. According to the tome, the 5th heavenly thunder was primed to strike, indicating that the second transformation stage tribulation comprises at least 5 thunders. Elders Zhu, Lu, and Mu were taken aback. 5 heavenly thunders? Encountering 3 would be insurmountable for most top-tier nascent soul cultivators. 5 would be utterly impossible. The exact number of heavenly thunders remains uncertain, Elder Su. If one were to forcefully undergo the second heavenly thunder, one must possess the strength to withstand 5 heavenly thunders. Moreover, each of the second transformation stage heavenly thunders possesses power exceeding that of ordinary thunders by at least 10-fold. The combination of both has historically proven insurmountable for any cultivator. Wu Ping'er's exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as she regarded Su Xiao, her lovely eyes displaying a trace of concern. Such a tribulation could rival even the void thunder tribulation. Although Elder Su is indeed extraordinary, the odds appear grim. Elder Duan Hongling furrowed her brows deeply, while Su Xiao maintained a relaxed demeanor, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Elder Wu, for bringing me this news. I am aware. However, I, Su Xiao, possess a degree of confidence. Rather than surviving for several decades in a state of mediocrity, I would prefer to take a bold risk. Elder Wu, please convey my gratitude to sect leader Yu upon your return." Should I meet my demise during the thunder tribulation, I hope she will not grieve for me. For it is destiny. He held firm belief in his capabilities. With numerous magical artifacts and formidable strength, his body, having consumed countless spiritual medicines, was no longer that of an ordinary man. He felt unperturbed by the prospect of enduring heavenly lightning. Whooping blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled radiantly, exclaiming, "I admire you. Elder Su is indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder that sect leader you cannot forget you. How enviable." Upon uttering these words, she sensed the boundless and immense fortune surrounding him. Her heart raced, her charming cheeks flushed with a delicate pink, and her eyes shimmered with excitement and desire. He was not only handsome, but also possessed such overwhelming fortune. It was utterly captivating. Her efforts to restore her youth through secret methods were not in vain. Chapter 174. Do not hesitate, Elder Su. I have come not only to convey the news of the second divine tribulation, but also to suggest a suitable location for the tribulation as proposed by Master Yu. The expression of the elders shifted, and Su Xiao's eyes flickered with intrigue. Wu Ping'er, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, remarked, "The second divine tribulation poses a formidable challenge, as it embodies the punishment of the great Dao. It is imperative to select an uncommon site for the tribulation." Before entering seclusion, Master Yu surveyed the Panlong continent and identified a location most fitting for the second divine tribulation. Su Xiao, with a slight furrow of his brow, inquired, "Where might that be?" "The ancient battlefield," she replied. A collective gasp echoed among the attendees. Even Duan Hongling regarded Wu Ping'er with thoughtful consideration. She continued, "The ancient battlefield has existed since time immemorial, traversing the vast mountains and lying along the eastern shores of our Panlong continent. Within the battlefield, countless ancient cultivators still rest in eternal slumber, their formidable powers and remarkable realms evident. The tomb of 10,000 cultivators has always been the most enigmatic place on our continent, influenced by the inexhaustible forces of the Tao. It opens once every 10,000 years. It has been 7,000 years since its last opening." Wu Ping'er articulated deliberately, "Even though the ancient battlefield is currently sealed, the lingering forces of the Tao still clash within, remnants of the divine might left by the great cultivators. The second tribulation defies the heavens." Master Yu speculated that undergoing the tribulation within the ancient battlefield may potentially mitigate the heavenly retribution due to the inherent Tao forces present, thereby easing the tribulation's challenges. However, this is merely a suggestion. The final decision rests with Elder Su. Having finished her statement, Wu Ping'er gazed at Su Xiao, her eyes shimmering with light. The crowd pondered the implications of her words. The ancient battlefield, a site of cataclysm. It was indeed this very battlefield that ignited the Great War in the realm of cultivation 7,000 years ago. One could say that the ancient battlefield is the most wondrous yet perilous place on the Panlong continent. Su Xiao nodded, his heart aligning with the judgment of the Piaomiao Sect. He had heard of the ancient battlefield, recognized for its myriad Tao laws. Undergoing the tribulation in such a locale could indeed serve as a bastion against heavenly might. "Thank you, Elder Wu, for your timely counsel," he expressed with gratitude. Rising, he clasped his fists in respect towards Wu Ping'er, smiling warmly. "It is no trouble at all." Wu Ping'er stepped forward, her captivating smile enchanting. "It is my duty, as fate has intertwined our paths." Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her alluring visage blushed with a radiant glow. An intoxicating fragrance emanated from her, subtly stirring Su Xiao's demeanor. Detected, daughter of fortune, Wu Ping'er, fortune level A, return multiplier 10, bond level 1. To discover that she possesses A-grade fortune was a revelation to Su Xiao. Softening his gaze upon the enchanting figure before him, Wu Ping'er, her cheeks tinged with crimson, whispered, "Elder, Master Yu has one more matter for me to discuss privately with you. May I request a moment in your quarters?" Su Xiao blinked in surprise. The expressions of the elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen transformed dramatically. "I went." Wu Ping'er, surely, she harbors ulterior motives towards Elder Su. They were aware that the two had likely never met before, and now, with Wu Ping'er presenting herself in such a manner, it was evident that she had set her sights on Elder Su's resources. Su Xiao's eyes glimmered with contemplation before he chuckled heartily. "Of course. Elder Wu has made a special trip. I must express my gratitude once more." The elders stood in stunned silence. What the hell? This old man. Incorrigible. Wasn't he just an old crone before? Duan Hongling's beautiful visage bore a frosty demeanor. She struggled to find words, merely snorting coldly before departing, unwilling to cast even a single glance at this shameless old lecher. Elder Mu grew anxious, his aged eyes filled with alarm. He swiftly pulled Su Xiao aside and whispered urgently in his ear, "Elder Su, this is inadvisable. This woman is nearly 2,900 years old, already a white-haired matron. Who knows when she might revert to that state? You must not get too close." Su Xiao reassured him with a smile. "Elder Mu, fret not. I shall exercise caution." With that, he turned towards Wu Ping'er and said, "Elder Wu, please." Wu Ping'er blinked her beautiful eyes, her heart racing with excitement. Observing the aura emanating from him, her delicate form shivered slightly, her snow-white skin tinged with a rosy hue. "I beg your pardon, Elder Su." Her voice was like a clear spring, melodious and enchanting, as she followed closely behind Su Xiao. The elders Zhu, Lihuo, and Mu stood dumbfounded within the hall. Alas, Elder Su truly has no standards. Approaching the tribulation, he is entangled with a seductive demoness from the Piaomiao Sect. Elder Zhu's eyes were filled with both concern and envy. In her youth, Wu Ping'er was indeed their goddess. I doubt Elder Su will survive the thunder tribulation. Just look at what he has been preoccupied with lately. Elder Wen seethed with frustration, pitying Mu Yuer in his heart. They had just consummated their union last night. And now this? With Wu Ping'er, who is even older than her, it is unbearable to witness. Elder Mu felt despondent. "No, Yuer, grandfather feels remorse for you." The four elders felt as though they had consumed something repugnant, yet they were powerless to intervene. In Su Xiao's chamber, as soon as Wu Ping'er entered, she delicately twitched her exquisite nose. Then, with a charming smile, she remarked, "Elder, I heard that you became a partner to Miss Mu yesterday. Congratulations to you." Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile. "It is merely fate. I am about to face the tribulation, with life and death uncertain. Yuer has devoted herself to me, and I cannot neglect her." Wu Ping'er chuckled softly, her laughter enchanting and radiant. Her voluptuous form blushed slightly, her eyes filled with affection. How enviable. Such an extraordinary elder, preparing to return to the celestial path. This is a blessing for Miss Mu. Reflecting on the rumors circulating about him, Wu Ping'er's beautiful eyes sparkled playfully. Suddenly, she stepped forward and took Su Xiao's hand. The captivating fragrance emanating from her gentle form captivated the senses. Wu Ping'er blushed and remarked, "Elder, this is my first encounter with you, and I can already sense your extraordinary presence. I sincerely wish for your smooth passage through this tribulation." Noticing Su Xiao's lack of refusal, Wu Ping'er could no longer contain the yearning within her heart and discreetly began to channel her energy. Instantly, a continuous stream of fortune was drawn towards her. Wu Ping'er siphoned 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points of fortune. Wu Ping'er siphoned 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points of fortune. Su Xiao's eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, Wu Ping'er had an eye for his fortune. "Elder Wu, as I prepare to face this tribulation, with life and death hanging in the balance, should you desire this fortune, feel free to take it all," Su Xiao said with a gentle smile. "Please, do not hold back." Chapter 175, Journey to the Ancient Battlefield. The enchanting visage of Wu Ping'er was initially taken aback. Her cheeks flushed with a captivating crimson hue. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, her delicate form became even more supple. Indeed, the information from Mayer was accurate. Elder Su truly does not mind others absorbing the fortune. "Elder, you are remarkably generous." Wu Ping'er, with her alluring figure, embraced Su Xiao and began fervently channeling her energy to absorb the fortune. Her heart was filled with immense joy and exhilaration. The more she gazed at Su Xiao, the more she found herself enamored. Such magnificent fortune, and he willingly allows others to partake. No wonder the sect leader and mayor are so infatuated with the elder. Fortunately, she had restored her youthful appearance in advance. Otherwise, she would have felt embarrassed to absorb it herself. After securing the door, the enchanting fragrance of Wu Ping'er permeated the room. The two sat together on the edge of the bed, with Wu Ping'er's face adorned with a shy blush. Silently absorbing the fortune, Su Xiao's eyes flickered as he retrieved a spirit-infused pill from his spatial storage. "Elder Wu, I have heard that you restored your youth through a secret method," Su Xiao said with a gentle smile. "I possess an exquisite beauty-preserving pill here. Given your striking beauty, How wonderful it would be if you could maintain your youth forever. With the impending calamity, every enhancement to one's strength matters, including fortune. More fortune might even aid in overcoming tribulations. This Wu Pinger, as a woman of A-grade fortune, is simply an opportunity not to be missed. Although he had not witnessed her former appearance, it was of no concern. What? An exquisite beauty-preserving pill. Wu Pinger, still embracing Xiao, found herself in a daze. Her delicate form began to tremble, her enchanting eyes filled with astonishment. Elder, are you truly giving this to me? Wu Pinger was overwhelmed, her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked at Xiao, a gentle light shimmering within her eyes. She had heard of Xiao's reputation, but seeing him today was indeed extraordinary. To offer such a precious beauty-preserving pill right away. In her early years, she had been unfortunate and could not acquire a beauty-preserving pill, which led to her aging appearance. Although she had recently employed secret methods to restore her youth, it was merely a temporary fix and could not last indefinitely. However, if she were to consume this exquisite pill during her period of rejuvenation, it would ensure her youth forever. Such a rarity is seldom seen in this world. Of course, Elder Wu, our fates are intertwined, Xiao replied with a subtle smile. Wu Pinger's heart raced, her skin glowing with a rosy hue. She was utterly exhilarated. With trembling, fair and delicate hands, she accepted the exquisite beauty-preserving pill. Unable to contain her excitement, she consumed it immediately. In an instant, she felt a refreshing energy flowing within her, spreading throughout her entire being. This was the effect of the exquisite beauty-preserving pill. Elder, I truly adore you. Wu Pinger tightly embraced Xiao, her lovely face flushed a deep crimson, unable to suppress the joy swelling within her. A man so handsome, generous, and proactive in allowing her to absorb fortune. How fortunate she was to have encountered such a person. She was overwhelmed with happiness. This was the lover she had always longed for. Elder Wu remained composed, urging calmness amidst the turmoil. Elder, I understand your intentions. Rest assured, I shall repay you. Wu Pinger, with her graceful and youthful silhouette, gazed upon Xiao with her exquisitely beautiful face, blushing like the dawn as she slowly shed her yellow gown. Elder Wu, what are you doing? There is no need for such gestures. Our fates are intertwined. And this is my gift to you. Xiao appeared somewhat bewildered. Did the elder find her previous appearance displeasing? With a delicate blush gracing her enchanting visage, Wu Pinger was tinged with a hint of shyness, yet a shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Of course not. I am hardly in a better state myself. Then let me repay you, for I truly hold affection for you. I only fear you might find me unworthy. The fragrant allure of her being was utterly captivating, her exquisite form radiating beauty. Xiao, having relinquished all reservations, let out a bitter smile and embraced her, surrendering to the moment. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the supreme youth elixir, marking the first gift to Wu Pinger, triggering a 1,000-fold critical strike. Returning 3,000 Dao Pills. At the residence of the mysterious Cloud Sect, Wu Pinger entered and did not emerge again. Hours passed, and the sun was nearing its descent. The elders and disciples of the mysterious Cloud Sect were on the brink of madness. What in the world? That lecherous old man refuses to die. This is an affront to natural justice. No, Wu Pinger is nearly 2,900 years old. Just the other day, she appeared as an old crone. How could junior sister you marry such a man? I refuse. This is utterly perverse. The disciples wailed in despair, while the four elders, Zhu, Lu, Wan, and Mu, shook their heads in disbelief. Elder Su truly does not discriminate. He is solely focused on appearances. Rare is the individual who can be so consumed by desire. A month swiftly passed. In the residence of the mysterious Cloud Sect within Iron Curtain City, Xiao sat in his chamber, diligently cultivating. With the boundless infusion of transformation pills and high-grade spirit stones, he had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. On the verge of a breakthrough into the God transformation stage, an indescribable cosmic rule enveloped him, signifying the impending arrival of the thunder tribulation. It is nearly time. The ancient battlefield. Opening his eyes, Xiao's gaze sparkled with confidence. Throughout the past month, Wu Pinger had visited him several times, showering him with affection. In turn, he gifted her 10 spirit refining pills and the exquisite artifact, the Golden Vanguard Shield. He also returned the primordial Qi pill and the gilded heavenly dragon shield artifact. Now, he possessed 11 artifacts and 4 strands of primordial true qi. Having consumed 3,000 Dao Pills, he comprehended the way of lake and sea, successfully mastering the entirety of the Three Waters path. This achievement granted him the divine ability known as the Three Lights Divine Water. The Three Lights Divine Water, born from the comprehension of the Three Waters path, harmoniously integrates the essence of sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water. The divine waters of sunlight erode flesh and bone. The moonlight waters corrode the consciousness and spirit, while the starlight waters consume the very essence of thought. When these three waters unite, they transform into the world's foremost healing elixir, capable of remedying all manner of injuries. Who would have thought that at the age of 2,900, she had yet to encounter a man? Is the Harmony Sect truly so austere? Xiao shook his head with a smile. Under the effects of a supreme youth-preserving pill, the other party had completely regained their youthful appearance. With 10 spirit-refining pills and a reservoir of fortune, the prospect of transcending the void seemed promising. Name: Xiao. Age: 1,012 years. Realm: Perfected Yuan Ying, 9th layer. Special physique: Dao body, primordial true qi, true dragon bloodline. Celestial jade bone, divine powers, true fire of samadhi, 3 lights, divine water. Remaining lifespan: 297 years. Glancing at his attribute panel, Xiao stepped out. Elder Su, are you ready? In the courtyard, the 4 elders, Duan Hongling and Zhu Lu Wenmu, awaited. Duan Hongling wore an expression of indifference, her tall and alluring figure standing apart from the world. This past month had truly sickened her. Xiao, her junior, was the most shameless and unsightly person she had ever encountered. Shui Rou, Mu Yuer, and Wu Ping'er had visited one after another, and she could hardly bear to look. Were it not for Elder Zhuge's words, she would have been disinclined to venture to the ancient battlefield. As for repaying kindness, now she would rather live a lifetime under the burden of inner demons. The 4 elders, particularly Elder Mu, sighed repeatedly. He increasingly felt he had erred grievously. Su, old dog, I am truly not human. Is there no respite each day? Your grandfather is sorry for you. Ready, esteemed elders, Xiao nodded, then summoned a 7-colored flying sword. After briefing the disciples, the 5 soared into the air, heading towards the depths of the eastern 10,000 mountains. Crossing the mountains to reach the shores of the East Sea would lead them to the most mysterious and perilous ancient battlefield of the Panlong continent. At the 9 Sect stronghold in Iron Curtain City. What? We're departing. Go. Immediately notify all elders at the stronghold to accompany this sect leader to the ancient battlefield. This lecherous old man. I can't believe he dares to sully even my cherished elder, Bai Yueguang. I swear, I will tear him to shreds. Departing. Rally the forces. We set off with this sect leader to the ancient battlefield ahead. This lecherous old man is utterly depraved. He even preys on the likes of Elder Wu Ping. Is he even human? He still wishes to transcend the thunder tribulation? I'll show him. What? Everyone comes with me. I shall personally slay this perverse old lecher. Yinji Master, I will never allow such a person to become your Dao partner. Absolutely not. Alas, must the tribulation come so swiftly? Alas, Elder Su. What actions have you undertaken before the tribulation? Even Elder Wu is not spared. Such a penchant for the grotesque is truly unbearable. Never mind. Let us depart. It seems there is little hope in pursuing the female cultivators. Oh, Amipa, Yuan Tong, summon the elders and disciples. We shall embark forthwith. With the presence of my 10,000 Buddha temple, we shall not permit anyone to disrupt Master Su's tribulation. Should he succeed, our Panlong continent shall be free from worry for a millennium. What? Inflicting harm upon female cultivators? Yuan Tong, you are mistaken. What has this to do with the disciples of our Buddhist sect? I see that your 6 roots are not pure. Upon your return, you shall transcribe the scriptures 1,000 times. Chapter 176. The schemes of all parties in the Polar Demon Sect. Upon hearing the news of the departure of the members of the mysterious Fog Sect, Xiao sprang to his feet in astonishment. They've set off? Excellent. This time, I shall ensure that Su Lao is left without a grave. In less than half a quarter of an hour, 7 or 8 esteemed elders of the Polar Demon Sect gathered in the main hall. With a slight furrow in his brow, Xiao inquired, how prepared are our disciples for the tribulation? One elder replied, "Sect leader, we have screened the entire sect and found 3 peak nascent soul disciples capable of enduring the thunder tribulation. However, only one is willing to face death. The other 2 refuse to sacrifice themselves for our sect." Enraged by this, Xiao exclaimed, "Incompetent fools! They consumed the resources of the polar demon sect, yet are unwilling to make a minuscule sacrifice. Truly ungrateful wretches. Elderly, where are the 3 disciples now?" The aged elder clad in black responded, "They have been forcibly brought to Iron Curtain City and can depart at any moment." Xiao snorted coldly, his narrow eyes gleaming with a fierce light. "In case of any eventualities, control them all with the demon heart technique. There must be no mistakes." Elder Li's hawk-like gaze sharpened. "Understood, sect leader." Xiao eyes were filled with murderous intent. That lecher. Damn it. Not even a white-haired old woman is spared. How could my wives associate with such a person? To hell with him. Set off. My sect shall surely take Su Lao's life. In the Breaking Sky Demon Sect. The sect leader received news from the Polar Demon Sect that they had prepared 3 peak nascent soul cultivators capable of enduring the thunder tribulation. Elder Sima had assembled a group of elders from the demon sect, ready to embark. Yu Wenhao's eyes sparkled with delight as he chuckled. "Good. 3 are quite sufficient. Combined with our 2 disciples of thunder tribulation, along with 4 from other demon sects, we shall have a total of 9. I shall see if Su Lao survives this time. Let us fill the seasoning. Old dog, experience what a super thunder tribulation truly is. Thinking of enduring the second thunder tribulation? Running to the ancient battlefield? Foolish. Ridiculous. Low-witted. I, the sect leader, will not let you escape. It is a grave taboo to have multiple individuals undergo tribulation simultaneously, as the power of the heavenly thunder will multiply. This time, Yu Wenhao's scheme received widespread acclaim within the demonic path and would surely lead to Su Lao's utter obliteration. Set off. Inform all demonic sects. The disciples facing tribulation must disguise themselves as rogue cultivators. Let us execute this plan thoroughly. Let the mysterious Fog sect go into a frenzy. I, the sect leader, am indeed unparalleled in wisdom. In the city lord's mansion, Yang Taifeng and various officials reported in the main hall. The ethereal and enchanting Miaoyu, with her exquisite jade-like visage, subtly gestured for everyone to withdraw. With a slight cold smile, she remarked, "Inen, were you not to pretend to be Su Zhao's partner before the thunder tribulation? Why the silence?" Beside her, Inen, adorned in a black gown, exuded an alluring charm. Her flat abdomen and voluptuous curves captivated, radiating the allure of a mature woman. She murmured with a wry smile, "Miaoyu, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that this young man hardly gives me a moment's respite. You cannot fathom the antics he has engaged in this month. Not only did he declare his union with Mu Yuer of the Misty Sect, but he has also managed to capture the attention of Wu Ping'er from the Hahuan Sect. Wu Ping'er, an elderly woman with white hair, is on the verge of passing, and yet he is indifferent to her fleeting rejuvenation through secret arts. Furthermore, he has been entangled with Shui Rou of the North Wind Kingdom, alternating between the 3 of them without a moment's pause. Alas, Miaoyu, I believe we should simply seize him directly. If Su Xiao survives the tribulation, then we can discuss the matter of partners. To be honest, the nightmare woman was astonished. Su Xiao. Even Wu Ping'er is not spared. This placed her in quite the predicament. After all, as a formidable cultivator of the demonic path, she still held a modicum of pride. Despite having had 27 partners, she had never entertained more than 1 at a time. In Su Xiao's presence, she felt like a mere novice. What a shameless lecher. Miaoyu's exquisite and flawless visage bore a hint of disdain. Come, you demonic sects are all in motion. Su Xiao's tribulation should be futile. Prepare to take action. To my knowledge, the demon race is also stirring. Su Xiao's storage bag must not fall into their hands. The nightmare woman smiled alluringly. That is only natural. Soon, 2 streaks of light, one black and one white, shot from the Lord's mansion, heading straight for the eastern mountain range. Within Iron Curtain City, the news of Su Xiao venturing to the ancient battlefield for his tribulation spread rapidly. The ancient battlefield, a place of annihilation. Though many longed to witness the spectacle of Su the old demon's demise, their insufficient cultivation levels prevented them from doing so, leaving the majority to await news of his demise within the city. Meanwhile, several cultivators who had reached the late Yuanying stage or even the transformation stage formed small groups, to traverse the vast mountain range in hopes of witnessing the event. Xiao and 6 elders from the Misty Sect stealthily crossed the Yao city from afar, noting the absence of any demon cultivators. The demon territory lay in eerie silence. During this period, the human spirit minds had also seen no incursions from the demon race, as if they had vanished without a trace. Elder Su, I find this rather unusual, Elder Zhu expressed with concern. Ever since your tribulation became known, the demon race has gone silent. Logically, they should be retaliating against the spirit minds. The other elders echoed similar sentiments, their faces etched with worry. They sensed that the demon race might stir trouble during the tribulation. Perhaps we should inform the master, Elder Zhu suggested, producing a communication talisman. Xiao silently nodded. Not only the demon race, but he also suspected that several sects of the demonic path would conspire against him. Yu Wenhao, with his treacherous nature, would undoubtedly seek to undermine him at this critical juncture. And then there was Xiao Mu, a despot. These adversaries had long been at odds with him. However, he remained undaunted, focusing solely on his tribulation. With the spatial repository containing top-tier talismans of the void refinement stage, he was prepared to retaliate against any who dared to disrupt him, unperturbed by even the mightiest of void refinement experts. In the central deliberation hall of Yao city, draped in crimson gauze, the stunning matriarch of the White Fox clan blinked her eyes, somewhat numbly reporting the recent actions of Xiao over the past month. The 7 clan leaders were left in a state of bewilderment. The Wolf clan leader exclaimed, "What? Is this how he prepared for the tribulation? He formed 2 Dao companions in a month and indulged in revelry every night." The Snake clan leader cursed. "What the hell? This perverse old lecher is truly outrageous. He even preys upon a soon-to-be ascended white-haired elder. He's more ruthless than my own Snake clan." The Ape clan leader seethed. "I shall ensure this old scoundrel meets a tragic end. My son, perishing at the hands of this depraved old rogue. I feel such injustice on your behalf. He must be eliminated." The Blue Ox clan leader sighed. "Alas, how did humanity produce such a disgrace? Rest assured, esteemed clan leaders, I observe that he has no intention of calmly facing the tribulation. He is merely gambling with fate. And there is a high likelihood that he will be struck down by heavenly lightning." The Spirit Cat clan leader remarked, "This old lecher is rather twisted." The Jade Rabbit clan matriarch added, "The depravity of humanity can be truly terrifying." The matriarch of the White Fox clan continued to blink her beautiful eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. This past month had been arduous for her. Goodness,